After graduating from college, I became a textbook office worker. Every day, I was either suffocating under endless overtime or frantically revising project plans in the dead of night. To make matters worse, my boss would always say things that left me completely baffled, making me feel like a small, powerless figure being crushed by life. Legal holidays were nothing but a joke. The company seemed to grant us days off, but in reality, we'd just have to work extra hours later to make up for them. It was pure self-deception. I could tolerate all that, but what truly broke me was discovering that my girlfriend of many years had started a new relationship with her supervisor just a week ago. When I found out, she didn't even try to hide it. Instead, she looked me in the eye with pride and said, "You can't give me the life I want. Let's break up." Only with Mr. Zhang am I really happy. What made it even harder to accept was that she publicly shared all of this on social media, inviting a flood of mockery and criticism from strangers. Facing such actions, I genuinely had no power to resist. This was something I simply couldn't handle. Now all I can do is hide out in my rented room, seeking a sense of existence through gaming and anime. Only in those virtual worlds do I feel truly alive and emotional, rather than just a numb tool drifting through reality. That night, I managed to squeeze in a couple rounds of my favorite game. The moment I stood up, everything suddenly went black and my head slammed hard against the keyboard. I have no idea how long I was out. Dimly, I could make out unfamiliar whispers all around me, the voices drawing steadily nearer, growing ever clearer. Wait, what's going on? Wasn't I just playing a game? Did I fall asleep? I jolted awake, only to find my vision obscured, as if covered by a heavy, opaque filter. What's happening? Why am I so small? On instinct, I waved my arms and saw, through the haze, two chubby little hands, like they belonged to a soft toy. It was unbelievable, but I had turned into a baby. Before I could so much as process this, a man with dyed yellow hair and a woman with striking red hair appeared in my field of vision. It was then I realized I'd somehow crossed into another life, joining the ranks of those legendary reincarnated babies. Blonde hair? Don't tell me I'm about to start over as some vocational school delinquent. Just seeing that blonde hair put me instantly on edge. If his family was part of that notorious underworld crowd, I wasn't sure I could survive a life like that. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. Someone picked me up, and a few moments later, I landed safely in the arms of a stranger. What's happening now? Are there traffickers here too? Mom, Dad, hurry up and save me. The sound of a woman's anxious and mournful crying echoed all around me. Although I couldn't understand a single word she was saying, her voice tugged sharply at my heart. I was gripped by a deep sense of anxiety. I had just traversed into this world. Was I not even allowed a moment to get my bearings? If I really had been caught by human traffickers, what awaited me could be forced begging or even losing my hands or feet. In my previous life, my parents used to tell me terrifying tales of children kidnapped by traffickers. I never imagined that the very first thing I'd encounter after reincarnation would be something so similar. And in front of me, the trafficker was even wearing a mask. Wait a minute. A red-haired woman? A man with golden hair? Masked traffickers? All of these stirred an indescribable sense of familiarity within me. Suddenly, a bolt of realization flashed through my mind. Hold on. Have I transmigrated into the world of Naruto? This isn't good. I've become the prince of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Naruto. Just as I pieced it all together, a thunderous roar exploded around me, as if the world itself was answering my revelation. My mind vibrated with shock, the sheer force leaving me unable to think. Before I knew it, I slipped into unconsciousness. In those final moments of awareness, I prayed from the bottom of my heart, Uchiha Bito, you've ruined me. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will never forget this. Gradually, I began to accept the truth. I had indeed become Uzumaki Naruto. Drip, drip. In the silent room, the sound of water drops landing on the floor was starkly clear, like a lonely faucet left half open in an empty house. Slowly, I opened my eyes, my senses returning. But what greeted me was nothing like I'd imagined. Roar! The familiar low growl sounded in my ears again. Was it the Ninetales? Struggling to turn my head, I caught sight of an orange figure. With my newborn's undeveloped eyesight, the Ninetales simply looked like an enormous orange cat to me. Just then, an incredibly vivid interface materialized before my eyes. My world. To my shock, what appeared was the very same interface from Minecraft, the game I played endlessly in my past life. As I explored it, I saw every tool and item available. Everything from enchanted potions to monster eggs, all there for the taking, and all in creative mode. What truly astounded me was that it had more than 300 mods loaded into it, the very ones I'd downloaded myself in my previous life. Tech mods with every household appliance imaginable, magic mods with monster eggs, and mystical tools that could open portals. The functions and powers these mods brought were beyond counting. more than I could have ever dreamed. Only now do I realize that this must be the unique power that comes with transmigration. Although there are no familiar system notification sounds, I'm more than satisfied. Now, not only do I possess the identity of the main character in the world of Naruto, along with chakra and the Nine Tails as my energy bank, I've also gained the ability to load hundreds of Minecraft mods. This kind of beginning feels nothing short of perfect. With a single thought, I summon a cow. Kurama, trapped inside its cage and seething with resentment, had originally planned to scare me. But to its surprise, a cow suddenly appeared in the sealed space. What was even stranger, the cow seemed oddly square. The Nine Tails was left both bewildered and fascinated, instantly forgetting its urge to intimidate me. Hey, brat, how did you do that? MMPH. At this point, I had no idea what the Nine Tails was saying. Kneeling behind the cow, I crawled on the ground with all the strength I could muster. Perhaps due to the Uzumaki clan's constitution, I was much faster than an ordinary infant. Before long, I had crawled over to the cow's side, reached out, and gave it a mighty slap. The cow's body flickered briefly, sliding backward a short distance, looking just like it does in the game. Delighted, I began chasing and playing with the cow across the sealed space. Before long, I spotted a chunk of meat on the ground and burst out laughing. The Nine Tails, still in its cage, wore a look of utter confusion, completely unable to grasp what I was doing or why a strange, blocky cow had suddenly appeared in the secluded realm. What happened next would engrave itself in Kurama's memory forever. It watched as I sat on the ground, laughing, grabbing handfuls of dirt, and occasionally planting saplings here and there. Soon enough, a little grove of oak trees sprouted in the dim, shadowy space, and right in the center, a small wooden cabin began to take shape. Hey, brat, are you messing with me? The Nine Tails roared, its voice resounding through the air. But the little house I'd built had excellent soundproofing, so all I could hear inside was a faint, muffled noise, even quieter than the renovations back in my previous life's home. I lay down on the bed, my feelings a tangled web. The excitement of being reborn was already fading, replaced by a growing calm. I began to ponder my future. I knew that once I returned to the real world, my parents might already be gone. Becoming an orphan upon arriving in this new life, it was a bitter pill to swallow. The prospect of being shunned and disliked by the villagers weighed heavily on my heart, leaving a dull ache. Amid all this turmoil, I slowly drifted off to sleep. 6 years later. All right, it's finally finished. Naruto adjusted the safety helmet on his head, grinning with excitement. Right now, he was standing atop a massive pillar made of stone. There were 4 of these stone pillars within the sealed space, each towering in a separate corner. It was as if these very pillars upheld the entire sealed domain. The reason Naruto had done this was to install a powerful chandelier system within the sealed space. Now, the sealed domain could finally simulate the cycle of day and night. Though it still fell short of the true outdoors, it was a vast improvement over the oppressive gloom of the past. Naruto picked up the switch and pressed it gently. Dozens of pendant spotlights simultaneously illuminated the ceiling, their intense beams scattering the darkness in an instant, filling the whole space with brightness as if it were broad daylight. Standing on high ground, Naruto gazed around, admiring the fruits of his own labor. At the very center rose a grand 3-story villa, surrounded by sweeping fields of golden wheat. Along the borders grew an assortment of fruit trees, pears, apples, dates, and more. On the very edge, a stream he'd carved meandered gracefully, encircling the villa like a blue ribbon glimpsed from above. Taking in the scene, Naruto felt a surge of pride and fulfillment. Even having crossed into another world, he realized the habit of farming ran deep in his bones. Over these 6 years, aside from daily necessities, nearly all his time had gone into transforming the sealed space. Now it contained forests, snowy fields, wide plains, and deserts, each biome thriving with life he'd introduced, banishing the darkness forever. If he wanted to coexist peacefully with the Nine Tails, turning this place into a warm, welcoming home was the first step. In the future, he planned to make it his greatest sanctuary. Naruto took a bucket of water from the system, hefted it, and poured it out at his feet. The water cascaded down the side of a pillar, gradually forming a miniature waterfall. Before the flow even reached the ground, Naruto hitched up his pants, then leapt down himself. He wasn't worried about mishaps. At worst, a mistake would simply boot him out of the sealed space, a process he was long accustomed to by now. With a thud, he landed, paying no mind to his soaking clothes and heading straight for the pigsty. There, he butchered 2 pigs on the spot, then turned and walked back to the villa, skillfully preparing a batch of crispy fried pork cutlets and rice. Taking up a gleaming diamond sword, he drew it lightly across his neck. Instantly, his awareness returned to the real world. Naruto sat up from his bed, retrieved the freshly made pork cutlet rice, and grabbed a fizzy orange soda for good measure, ready at last to enjoy his lunch for the day. Over the years, Naruto had developed a deeper understanding of his own system. The tools in the system could be drawn out directly, but the Minecraft, like physics, only applied within the sealed space. For instance, animals taken out from the system would immediately transform into ordinary creatures in the real world, and items would become absolutely tangible. Only basic materials like dirt and stone blocks retained their original blocky appearance. Yet these couldn't be stacked midair. They had to be supported, or they'd collapse instantly. Moreover, most items from various mods required manual crafting. Take the poor cutlet rice bowl he was eating, for example, a finished dish from the gourmet mod. Although there was an added step in the process compared to simply acquiring it, it hardly made a difference. To craft items of the highest possible grade, he needed to raise the system's level continually. Although the system was set to creative mode, Naruto discovered that he still had an experience bar. From that moment on, he dedicated himself to leveling up within the sealed space. And today, he had finally reached level 100. There was an immense difference between enchanting a weapon with 0 experience and enchanting it at the maximum level of 100. Take, for instance, the Diamond Sword Naruto had enchanted at level 0. Diamond Sword, attack power 64. Enchantment effects, attack power plus 2%, attack speed plus 1%. Durability, 100/100. Now, with enchantments at level 100, the Diamond Sword acquired a wholly different set of attributes. Diamond Sword, attack power 64. Enchantment effects, attack power plus 10%, hardness plus 70%, attack speed plus 30%, knockback plus 20%, bleed effect plus 30%. Durability, 10,000/10,000. The improvements in these enchanted properties alone were enough to leave anyone in awe. Not to mention the dramatic boost they offered in real combat. Although Naruto hadn't formally tested these new effects yet, he carried out some secret experiments in the past. With a diamond sword enchanted at level 0, Kurama could crush it effortlessly. But the diamond sword enchanted at the maximum level left Kurama completely helpless before its strength. For now, Naruto had only enchanted a single diamond sword, with no time to enchant other items yet. Wands, portals, assorted armor. These were all still waiting for him to explore. Inside the sealed space, Kurama slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the child who had just vanished. Over the past 6 years, Kurama had witnessed firsthand how Naruto gradually transformed this sealed space, step by step. The changes began the very first day Naruto built a small tree house, and from then on, things kept spiraling in unexpected directions. At first, Kurama didn't pay much attention. He simply chalked it up to some sort of unusual bloodline ability. After all, he had lived for so many years. What strange event hadn't he seen by now? So, in the days that followed, Kurama mostly chose to spend his time sleeping. Yet no matter how often he dozed off, he always caught glimpses of Naruto, returning again and again to shape the sealed space, continually altering it with those odd blocks in his hands. Then, one day, Kurama opened his eyes and discovered an entire forest had sprung up here. The sight left him genuinely astonished. In all his life, he had never seen a Jinchuriki quite like this. What kind of tailed beast sealed space could possibly have a forest? But Naruto didn't stop there. He went on to create snowy plains, deserts, and even populated the place with all sorts of strangely shaped animals. There were square rabbits, cows, dogs, tigers, and so on. These animals would sometimes wander right up to Kurama's side. One time, Kurama finally lost patience and decided to teach these animals a lesson. He brought his paw down hard, expecting to see dead bodies, but instead, he was left with chunks of meat. To his surprise, these pieces of meat actually tasted quite good. The only drawback was that these morsels were far too few, nowhere near enough to satisfy Kurama's voracious appetite. After being sealed away for so many years, having endured 3 different Jinchuriki, Kurama could hardly remember what food even tasted like. Unfortunately, those animals didn't show up in its domain every day. Still, ever since these creatures had appeared in the stifling confines of the seal, the place seemed to come alive with vibrant energy. It was enough to make Kurama, locked away in its cage, feel a little dazed, even dreamlike. If it weren't for the strange shapes of these new beings, Kurama could almost fool itself into thinking it was never sealed at all. Truth be told, every morning when Kurama awoke, the change in its surroundings put it in a much better mood. At the same time, though, a sense of puzzlement began to grow. Why hadn't that brat bothered to transform this one corner of the space, right where Kurama was caged? Kurama even started to regret being so harsh to Naruto before. After all, its prison was still dim and damp, filled with an indescribable mustiness. Just outside the bars, there was a clear stream sparkling, and the air was alive with the song of birds and the scent of flowers. Kurama really couldn't help feeling utterly miserable. Then there were those delectable chunks of meat. They left Kurama even more restless and uneasy. It wanted to ask Naruto about it, maybe even make a request, but its pride simply would not allow it. Besides, it had secretly helped itself to Naruto's food. That alone filled Kurama with shame. To think, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, reduced to stealing scraps. And so, a silent stalemate grew between Kurama and Naruto within the sealed chamber. At least Kurama wasn't actively disturbing Naruto, and Naruto, in turn, never ventured near Kurama's side of the barrier. Kurama sighed, gazed out at the changed landscape, shifted its massive body, and settled back down to sleep. A whiff of earthy fragrance, mixed with the breath of grass, flowers, and trees, lingered at the tip of its nose, almost carrying it back to the innocence of childhood. Naruto sat down at the dining table with his dinner, listening to the rhythmic tick-tock of the clock echoing through the room. For a moment, he felt an unexplainable sense of emptiness. He had been in this world for several years now. Although Naruto had long since grown used to being alone, a subtle void still tugged at his heart. His gaze fell on the cutlet in his lunchbox. Picking it up with his chopsticks and taking a bite, he silently dubbed his own voice in his mind. Physique plus sain. Over the years, Naruto had eaten plenty of food rewarded by the system within the sealed space. However, the effects inside the sealed space never matched those outside in the real world. Naruto found this easy enough to accept. After all, it was just his consciousness that existed inside the sealed realm. As for those dazzling, multicolored special foods stored within the system, Naruto never dared to take them out and eat them openly. The enhancements those foods offered were simply too outrageous. Under the rules of the outside world, he worried that one bite might cause his body to collapse or even make him drop dead on the spot. He had only just begun his new adventure. There was no way he would risk recklessness at this stage. And as for the items in his backpack, when he tried to pull out a stone about the size of a cubic meter and adjust it to fit the rules of this world, 6-year-old Naruto found himself completely incapable of moving the thing. Once, driven by curiosity, he took out an unprocessed stone, but because it was so heavy, he couldn't control it at all. The rock plummeted straight down onto the wooden floor, smashing right through and falling downstairs. That incident terrified the Konoha villagers living below. It was the dead of night, with everyone fast asleep. Who could imagine a massive square boulder suddenly crashing through the ceiling? That stone, without swerving an inch, managed to pass directly above the pillows of 2 families. If Naruto had shifted just 30 centimeters to the left, it might have covered a 3rd family as well. Fortunately, the 3rd Hokage paid compensation, apologized to these families, and arranged for them all to relocate to new homes. Otherwise, the uproar in this apartment building would have made its way straight to the Hokage's office. From that day on, Naruto was the only resident left in the entire building. It was then he truly understood just how powerful and dangerous the system within him could be. He hadn't even tried taking out anything else. Just a single stone had almost caused a disaster. The thought alone was enough to make anyone wary. It got to the point that Naruto didn't even dare to drink the system's milk. He worried that under the current world's rules, a casual sip might be potent enough to wipe out even the 9-tailed fox sealed inside him. If that happened, he really might break down in tears. Sometimes having too much power could be more of a burden than a blessing. Thankfully, most of the relatively normal foods in his backpack were safe enough to eat, and these did, in fact, make him stronger. For example, there was a time, on a cold, snowy day, when Naruto single-handedly defeated several kids older than himself and even managed to save Hinata. This proved that his physique had already far surpassed that of normal people. As for some of the other special tools, he figured he would have to wait until he was older to even attempt using them. Otherwise, Naruto truly worried that, if he was careless, he might bring disaster to the Hidden Leaf Village, or even the entire ninja world. Knock, knock. Little Naruto, are you home? Grandpa's come to see you. At that moment, the sound of knocking echoed from outside the door, immediately followed by the familiar voice of the 3rd Hokage. Coming. Naruto quickly shoveled a few bites of food into his mouth, tossed the lunchbox into the sink, wiped his mouth with his hand, and hurried toward the door. Before opening it, he rubbed his face with his small hands, working hard to put on a look of innocent naivete. After all, for someone with an adult soul to act like a wide-eyed child, especially in front of the 3rd Hokage, was always something of a challenge. He really wished school would start soon. That thought running through his mind, Naruto slowly opened the door. "Good afternoon, Grandpa Third." "Ah, little Naruto, Grandpa's come to visit you again." The third Hokage gave a kindly smile and reached out as if to pat Naruto's head. The gesture made Naruto's face flush red with indignation, and he dodged skillfully, leaving the third with no chance to ruffle his hair. Seeing this, the third just let out an awkward little chuckle, not taking it to heart. After all, that's what children are like. A little mischievousness is perfectly normal. His own grandson, Konohamaru, was every bit as rambunctious. Nothing to worry about, really. "Naruto, here's your pocket money for the month. And this too." The third fished out some bills from his robe and set the Ninja Academy's admission letter on the table as well. Yet what continued to puzzle the third was the exceedingly unusual Kekkei Genkai that Naruto possessed. A few years ago, Naruto had managed to summon a stone through a summoning jutsu, almost accidentally injuring several innocent villagers. It was then that the third realized this child had a rare bloodline limit. At first, he'd assumed Naruto had awakened some Earth-style abilities, but it soon became clear that what Naruto could summon went far beyond just stones. Clods of soil, seeds, hoes, axes, animals of all kinds, even household items, he could summon them at will. It was clear that, when it came to farming, this child had a natural talent like no other. Sometimes, the third thought it would almost be a shame if Naruto didn't become a farmer. But the challenge was this. His father was the fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, whose very name struck fear throughout the other villages. His mother was a member of the Uzumaki clan, a master of sealing techniques ranked among the very best in the ninja world. As for Naruto, he was supposed to be the host of the most powerful tailed beast in the Hidden Leaf Village, destined to become the strongest force protecting the village in the future. Yet no one could have imagined that Naruto would display an utterly unrelated talent for farming. What kind of bizarre, inherited ninja ability was this? The third Hokage pondered over this for days after returning home, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he just couldn't figure it out. In the end, this so-called inherited ability of Naruto's was almost completely useless to a ninja, utterly impractical. It's not as if, in the midst of a battle, Naruto could summon an axe and wave it around in front of his opponents, right? They were all ninjas. What kind of sight would it be to fight with axes? Was he supposed to chop down a tree for the enemy, or hope a wooden axe could break through a ninja's defenses? If news of this got out, wouldn't people think the Hidden Leaf was so poor it couldn't even arm its ninjas properly? I understand, Grandpa Hokage. I'm really looking forward to going to class. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. I really do want to attend ninja school. As Naruto spoke, he whittled away, carving a miniature Minecraft model with the tools in his hand. Sometimes, he even wondered if, back when Minato rescued this child, maybe he'd accidentally let him fall and hit his head, and that's why he ended up so, well, unique. Little Naruto, go outside during the day, get some fresh air, make some new friends. Don't just stay at home all the time. Go out? For what? So I can be mocked by those people who smile politely to my face but talk behind my back? Or maybe to feel those fake friendly smiles, the ones that mask their distance and wariness? I'd rather just stay home and watch the fox. Yes, Grandpa Hokage. Naruto tilted his head in a show of innocence, answering sweetly, though inwardly he was wishing. Old man Third, would you just leave already? Glancing at the alarm clock on the table, Naruto decided to finish up his miniature model first. A few more hours, and once it was dark and the streets had emptied, he'd head out for a walk. After all, the village leaders had already spoken to him about this several times. If he still refused to go out, they might start thinking he had a bad attitude. But the third Hokage, he really was a nuisance. Ever since Naruto arrived in this world of shinobi, the old man had rarely brought him food, yet always had someone keeping an eye on him. Around the village, they'd even started whispering that he was the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox. Who could possibly tolerate treatment like that? If only he weren't so young and powerless. Naruto would have loved to press a diamond sword to the third's throat, just like in those TV dramas, and say, "Old man Third, my sword is the real deal." 3 years ago, Naruto still used to go out during the day. But after being stared at time and again by those people wearing hypocritical smiles, not to mention the kids whose compliments were as sweet as honey yet sharp as knives, he eventually decided to stay in as much as possible. Who could stand being targeted every time they stepped out the door? So he figured he might as well live quietly at home, spend 10, maybe 8 years as a recluse. As long as he kept out of sight, even the worst rumors couldn't touch him. It's not like the Umbu would let those people block his door, right? And if anyone really dared to come cause trouble at his house, well, he could always go make a scene at theirs and see how the third Hokage would handle it. After a few years, the rumors would die out. They'd fade into just another old village legend. Actually, he still did go out, just only at night when no one was around. 3 years ago, he'd even helped little Hinata home, and recently, rescued her from a couple of bullies. Every time he thought about how he acted like a normal kid in front of the third Hokage, at worst, just a quiet child who didn't like to go out. Well, so what if you know? What can you do about it? After seeing the old third off, Naruto started washing the dishes, then tidied up the room a bit. In the process, he noticed the academy admission letter on the table. He picked up the letter, glanced through it, and realized there was less than a month before classes began. The thought of going to school made him recall how, in his past life, he'd hoisted a backpack and hurried off to class. Except, this time around, he didn't have parents. There'd be no one to take him to school. But that wasn't really a problem. At least he still had a big fox for company. So, it's finally time to become a ninja. I'm starting to get excited about this. For the past 6 years, Naruto had never missed a day of exercise. He'd jog for half an hour or practice basic moves, horse stance, things like that, trying out every training method he could remember from his previous life. But he'd always keep the intensity under control. After all, he was only 6, and he'd heard that training too hard at that age could stunt his growth. The only regret was that, after 6 years in this world, he still hadn't really touched chakra. Mostly, he kept quiet about it, worrying the third Hokage might get suspicious if he showed too much interest. As for the 9 tails sealed inside him, well, he considered asking the fox how to refine chakra, but just couldn't bring himself to bring it up. Besides, there was no guarantee the fox would want to teach him anyway. If the 9 tails thought he was learning to control chakra just to try and control it, well, that might go very badly. Strangely enough, the 9 tails actually reminded Naruto a little bit of the big stray orange tabby he'd kept in his last life. Aside from not being nearly as chubby, that proud, prickly attitude was nearly identical. Thus, enrolling in the Ninja Academy became Naruto's only way to learn how to use chakra. Back in the kitchen, Naruto carefully washed all the dishes. Afterwards, he walked over to his closet and picked out a set of black clothes to change into. No matter how long he had been in this world, Naruto had always maintained his usual style. His wardrobe consisted only of black or white outfits, simple and crisp. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, noticing just how different he now looked compared to the Naruto from the original story. For convenience, he had kept his hair short since childhood, resembling the hairstyle of the future 7th Hokage. He was also noticeably taller than Naruto, of the same age in the original series. Naruto remembered that his age was about the same as Sasuke's, yet in the original story, Sasuke was actually taller than him. Thinking about it, this probably stemmed from the chronic malnutrition the original Naruto suffered. At that thought, Naruto couldn't help but grumble about the third Hokage. Without the system and his own daily supply of good food, he might have suffered severe health problems due to malnutrition, perhaps even worse off than the original Naruto. The money the third Hokage sent at regular intervals was not nearly enough for living expenses, let alone for proper nutrition essential for healthy growth. Mask in hand, Naruto glanced at the wall clock. It was now 8:30 in the evening. He nodded slightly, put on his mask, and headed out to begin his nightly post-dinner workout. Late at night, the village of Konoha was utterly peaceful. Apart from a few street lamps and the moths fluttering in their glow, there was no other company. Unlike the bustling cities Naruto had known in his previous life, Konoha had no vibrant nightlife. By 8 o'clock, most residents had turned off their lights to rest, and it was rare to see anyone else outside. At this hour, Naruto was almost always alone, rarely encountering other people. As for the rumors of the 9 tails reincarnation, the third Hokage often spread these tales, but since Naruto seldom appeared in front of the villagers over the years, people had gradually dismissed them as mere stories used to scare children. No one really believed them anymore. Now, when Naruto stood in front of people, almost no one recognized him as the boy he once was. The rumors spread by the third Hokage had quietly dissolved thanks to Naruto's efforts. After running outside for about half an hour, Naruto returned home, took a shower, and nestled into bed to rest. At the same time, his consciousness drifted into the sealed space. As soon as he entered, Naruto saw Kurama lying with his head resting lazily on his front paws, seemingly fast asleep. Naruto walked onto the open ground in front of the villa, glanced around to gauge the distance, and produced a dimensional gate tool. Kurama cracked open one eye to watch, still pretending to be sound asleep. He was curious about what new and intriguing thing Naruto might get up to tonight. The moment the space gate tool was taken out, a large purple cocoon rapidly emerged on the ground, its surface emitting a faint violet glow. Naruto stared at the space gate in front of him and instinctively swallowed hard. After all, it was his first attempt, so he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But then he remembered he was inside the sealed space, so even if something went wrong, he'd just get bounced right back. That thought calmed him a little. With his mind made up, he closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and plunged headfirst into the purple cocoon of light. In the very next instant, at the edge of a golden wheat field, a violet cocoon of light suddenly opened up and Naruto appeared. "Made it!" he shouted with excitement, leaping into the air and pumping his fists. Anyone could see how delighted he was. A moment ago, as he passed through the space gate, he'd had the edge of the wheat field fixed firmly in his mind as his destination. Now, if he could freely choose where to go, that meant as long as he pictured a place in his mind, the space gate could take him straight there. Wasn't this basically a new, kind of space-time ninjutsu? With success on his very first try, Naruto quickly grew bolder. He began testing the limits of the space gate over and over again. Meanwhile, inside the sealed space, Kurama's eyes were wide with disbelief. He simply couldn't understand how this kid had acquired such bizarre abilities. Naruto's figure kept flickering in and out around the sealed space, sometimes by the river, sometimes beside a grove of fruit trees. Every time the violet light flashed, the blonde boy would reappear. Soon, Naruto even tried sending himself into mid-air, then activating the space gate again, while falling, cycling through it again and again, utterly engrossed in his experiments. He even managed to turn the space gate into a tool for controlling the height of his teleportation. Kurama could only stare, utterly baffled. Sure, Minato Namikaze had been skilled with space-time ninjutsu, but that purple cocoon Naruto was using was obviously just some sort of tool. Kurama couldn't sense any chakra fluctuations in the process at all. How was this possible? Kurama racked his brains, but found no answer. After performing well over 100 experiments with the space gate, Naruto finally started to get a bit winded. So, what does use up my energy after all? Now, when he tried to conjure the space gate again, the system's icon had already entered a cool-down phase, and his head throbbed as if 1,000 needles were pricking at once. He also noticed that the little blue bar below his experience gauge had dropped all the way to 0. Judging from the cooldown, it seemed he'd have to wait until the next day before he could use the ability again. Naruto was feeling a bit worn out from playing, so he pulled out a huge slab of magic dragon meat and set on the grill. The piece was about the size of a wash basin, sourced from a magical dragon in the mod, and it had the remarkable effect of restoring both his energy and chakra. He picked up an iron skewer, threaded the meat onto it, lit the charcoal, and set out cumin, chili powder, and barbecue sauce to flavor it. Before long, the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat filled the entire sealed chamber. Kurama took a long, deep breath, the sound of his own rumbling stomach echoing in his ears. He remembered the delicious taste of raw meat he'd had before. Kurama could almost feel himself drooling. His eyes never left Naruto's hands as he turned the meat, and he subconsciously opened his jaws wide, as if ready to snatch a bite at any moment. At last, Kurama couldn't hold back any longer. "Brat, that meat of yours." Feeling that outright begging would be beneath his dignity, he quickly forced himself to change the subject, and instead brought up the topic of the portal from earlier. "That space-time ninjutsu you used, how exactly does it work?" Kurama kept his question focused on the portal, but his eyes were glued to the roasting meat, utterly unmoving. Naruto noticed, glancing first at the meat, then at the nine tails. With a little smirk tugging at his lips, he immediately understood what was going on. "Huh! As expected, there isn't a single big orange cat that can resist grilled meat." Just look at Kurama. His eyes were practically glowing green, and his saliva was about to drip onto the ground. Naruto had no intention of discussing portals right now. Out of consideration for the tailed beast's pride, Naruto chose not to expose his true desire. He simply bent over the grill, tending carefully to the meat, and every so often sprinkled on another layer of seasoning. Sizzle. The barbecue crackled enticingly over the charcoal, and the delicious aroma seemed almost tangible, as if an invisible hand had seized all of Kurama's attention. Kurama swore he had never smelled anything so intoxicating. If not for the bars of his prison, he would have lunged forward and devoured the meat in a heartbeat. He was utterly transfixed by the sight of the roasting meat, gulping again and again. "That's just a natural talent of mine," Naruto replied, an image of Chong-Wei bullying Lai Fu flashing through his mind. He couldn't help but wonder when he'd be able to tease Jiu Lai Fu the way Uzumaki Chong-Wei did. "Hey, Big Fox, do you know the fastest way to get stronger?" As he spoke, he kept sprinkling more seasoning over the roasting meat, making the aroma even more mouth-watering. At that moment, his words slipped into Kurama's ears like the whisper of a devil, irresistible and tempting. "Tell him. Hurry up and tell him. That way, you'll get to taste that piece of roasted meat." Kurama shook his head and, in a sudden flash of inspiration, came up with an idea. He wasn't stupid. If he handed over the method to this brat today, he'd only get to enjoy this meal once. But what Kurama truly wanted was more than just a one-time feast. It was delicious food, day after day. Besides, Over the years, he'd noticed that this kid was only strengthening his body. All those odd training methods did nothing but build muscle. They hadn't genuinely made him stronger. Clearly, the Hidden Leaf had never taken the time to properly teach their Jinchuriki anything about real training. Having figured this out, Kurama lifted his head high, shooting Naruto a sideways glare filled with pride, striking a pose brimming with confidence. To Naruto, the fox at that moment looked less like a beast and more like a haughty, oversized ginger cat. Of course I know. I've lived for over 1,000 years. There's nothing I haven't seen. I can teach you how to get stronger. But you'll have to bring me 5, no, 6 roasted meat meals a day. At last, Kurama laid bare his true purpose. No way. You're huge, fox. If I have to feed you 6 times a day, I'll be stuck here forever. 3 meals tops. Naruto's troubled look was justified. He had a point. The largest hunks of meat he could get from the system were barely over 2 meters long, which was nothing more than a snack for a fox of Kurama's size. 6 meals a day, even if it wasn't too much trouble, made him worry the fox might end up looking like a walking gas tank. After all, in his previous life, the ginger cat he raised ended up just like that, and he wasn't about to repeat that mistake in this life. Kurama eyed the 6-year-old Naruto and realized he may have been overreaching. But just thinking of that mouth-watering roast, he swallowed thickly and decided to make a small concession. 5 meals. That's the lowest I'll go. Deal. No sooner had Kurama finished speaking than Naruto agreed with cheerful enthusiasm. Yet for some reason, Kurama felt like he was being taken for a ride. Hidden beneath the surface, Naruto was gleeful. He knew that, thanks to the system's industrial module, all he had to do was set up a barbecue assembly line, ingredient delivery, automated grilling, conveyor belts feeding the big fox. The whole process could run with a single command. Perfect. Kurama arched his head up again, signaling to Naruto that he was ready for business. Naruto scratched his head. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took his first step, drawing closer to the cage. As the orange silhouette gradually filled his vision, Naruto could feel his nerves tightening. His impression of Kurama was mostly shaped by the anime he'd watched in his previous life. Kurama seemed immensely powerful, more like a giant reservoir of chakra than a living creature. Yet, in reality, from the day he was born until now, Naruto had never faced Kurama at such close range. It wasn't until he approached the cage that he truly felt the intimidating pressure emanating from the Nine Tails. The violence and wrath that Kurama carried were almost tangible. Every shred of negative emotion seemed to swirl around the beast. At this moment, if Kurama were to suddenly attack, Naruto wouldn't have been surprised at all. The two of them weren't far apart, but to Naruto, each step felt as though he was trudging through hours of tense anticipation. When he finally stood before the Nine Tails, his 6-year-old frame looked laughably small against the towering creature, as high as a 5- or 6-story building. The largest animals he'd ever seen in his previous life were things like tigers or elephants at the zoo, hardly worth mentioning now. He had never experienced the sensation of standing in the presence of such an overwhelming giant. Hey kid, get up here. Naruto's wild thoughts were suddenly interrupted as Kurama extended a massive paw, gesturing for him to climb on. Naruto looked up into those fox eyes, filled with anticipation, and couldn't help but silently laugh at himself. What on earth was he so scared of? Wasn't this just a gluttonous fox? Its temperament, in truth, wasn't so different from a ginger cat back in his old world. What was there to worry about? With that, Naruto let his fears slip away and stepped forward, climbing onto Kurama's palm with new resolve. Kurama immediately raised his paw high, then opened his mouth wide. Staring into that abyss-like maw, Naruto froze for a split second. Then, reaching into the system, he pulled out slabs of meat and started tossing them into the Nine Tails' mouth. He hurled piece after piece, arms working in steady rhythm, meat raining down into the fox's waiting jaws. Chunk after chunk tumbled down, as if a meaty downpour was falling directly into Kurama's mouth. Yet soon enough, Naruto realized that Kurama wasn't even bothering to chew. He simply swallowed everything whole. Half an hour passed. Big Fox, are you full yet? Naruto finally couldn't hold back and shouted up to him. His arms were aching from all the throwing, but Kurama still didn't look even slightly satisfied. This fox's appetite was every bit as bottomless as Hinata's. No matter how much he fed them, it would never be enough. Imagining a future where 2 insatiable eaters shared his home, 6-year-old Naruto couldn't help but worry. Kurama finally closed his mouth, gave a few token chews, and then Naruto heard the deep, guttural sound of him swallowing. Gulp. Burp. Just about half full, I suppose. After letting out a thunderous burp, Kurama glanced over and saw that Naruto could barely lift his arms. So he relented and didn't press him for more. Yet now that he was full, Kurama spoke with a note of disdain in his voice. "You're way too weak, kid. Stop all that pointless training of yours. Tomorrow, do exactly as I say." Naruto didn't reply to this. In his heart, he understood what Kurama meant by pointless training. He was probably talking about all those push-ups and such he did every day. "Well, all right. You're the strongest-tailed beast, so I'll go with your plan." Even though the big fox had just lectured him, Naruto actually felt pretty good. After all, today he had finally taken the first step in connecting with Kurama. He truly didn't think this big fox was all that scary or hard to approach. As long as you understood the fox's temper and went along with him a bit, you could get along just fine. In fact, Kurama was, in a way, the first friend Naruto had made since coming to this world. "Good night, big fox." When Naruto was leaving the seal's inner world, he looked back and called out to the fox. Then, without bothering to see how Kurama would react, his figure faded from view. A long time passed before a low murmur drifted from inside the cage. "Good night, kid." The next morning, before the sky even began to lighten, Naruto was for once out and about during daylight hours. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, hard at work in the Hokage's office, was so surprised at the sight he nearly dropped his pipe. In the past 6 years, Naruto had ventured out in daylight only a handful of times, almost always remaining active at night, and even then, within a very limited area. Smoking quietly as he watched Naruto's figure, Hiruzen felt deeply relieved and proud. "Looks like the boy truly listened to what I said. Hey kid, see that tree over there?" Standing by the riverbank, Naruto suddenly heard the fox's voice ring out. To keep his word, Kurama had woken Naruto up before dawn, insisting that if Naruto was too weak, he didn't deserve to be his Jinchuriki, paying no attention at all to how Naruto felt about it. Since arriving in this world, Naruto had always slept until 9, following a consistent, healthy schedule and never oversleeping. But today, the big fox had roused him at 6. Dragging his sleepy body, Naruto suddenly felt as if he'd been transported back to those exhausting days as an office worker in his previous life. He couldn't help but wonder if the big fox was just hungry, and that's why he got him up so early. Naruto was full of resentment as he was summoned to the riverside at dawn. He even thought that if an evil sword immortal were to appear before him right now, this frustration alone might just make him unstoppable. And then, Naruto rubbed his tired eyes, yawned, and shuffled slowly toward the tree. Though he was reluctant, he knew very well that Kurama was only doing this to help him become stronger. Besides, a new school term was about to begin. He didn't want to be the worst student in the class. After all, he was supposed to have a bit of an advantage. If he actually ended up coming in last, Naruto simply couldn't accept it. What's more, Kurama wasn't interfering with chakra at all these days. The training was already at its easiest. If he couldn't come out on top at school under such circumstances, he'd feel like all his efforts would have been in vain. "Hey, brat, you're not still half asleep, are you? Raise your fist and knock on that tree." "Naruto, huh?" Kurama's shout snapped him out of his daze and yanked him back to reality. "Oh." Naruto glanced at the tree, then raised his hand and started punching the trunk. As for why he was doing this, honestly, he wasn't exactly sure. But he had unwavering faith that teacher Kurama's understanding of this world went far beyond his own, so all he needed to do was follow instructions. "Brat, are you giving the tree a massage, or what? Put your back into it, the way you do when you're grilling meat." Kurama was nearly beside himself, watching Naruto's feeble punches, his voice shooting up several octaves as he roared in frustration. Naruto flinched, startled by Kurama's sudden, booming voice, so thunderous it shook him wide awake. Instantly, any lingering drowsiness vanished, but he couldn't help grumbling inwardly. Teacher Kurama was just too strict. Naruto took a deep breath, bracing himself and forcing his mind to focus. This time, he raised his fist, gathered all his strength, and landed his first serious punch. Wham! Ow! That really hurts. Kurama was obviously pleased with that punch, but pain throbbed in Naruto's temples. Not daring to stop and risk another scolding, he kept his fist raised, frozen in place. Suddenly, he recalled the worst pain he'd ever experienced in his previous life. Maybe just stubbing a toe on a table edge? But the pain he was feeling now went far beyond anything like that. In that moment, Naruto realized just how tough this world truly was. No matter how special his talents were, without the resolve to grow stronger, he'd never stand at the very peak. Kurama noticed something strange about Naruto and paused before speaking. "Kid, keep going." "Okay." Naruto gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve, and continued punching the tree trunk. With each swing of his fist, a dull, heavy thump echoed from the tree. Blood dripped from his knuckles, gradually staining the bark red, and even began to trickle slowly down to the ground. The very first lesson Kurama taught Naruto was to endure pain. All the truly strong endured far beyond what most people could imagine. Could you ever picture a ninja in the middle of battle, crying out in pain and asking his enemies to wait for him? That would be the world's biggest joke. Naruto understood this well, so he listened intently, hanging on to every word of Kurama's instruction, putting in extraordinary effort. He secretly swore to himself that he had never taken any mission this seriously before. With every strike, blood and sweat splattered onto his face. The pain was sharp and intense, accompanied by an itchy, gnawing sensation that made it feel as though ants were biting at his skin. However, as he continued to punch, Naruto was surprised to realize the pain didn't feel as piercing as it had with the first blow. Even the bleeding seemed to be steadily lessening. My wounds, they're actually healed. Naruto raised his hands before his eyes for a closer look. Aside from some lingering traces of blood, the wounds that had been there moments ago had completely closed up. Now it all made sense. He suddenly understood. It was the healing power of the Uzumaki clan at work. Naruto realized then that it was because of his clan's extraordinary regenerative ability that he was able to endure this kind of training. Kid, why are you slowing down? Keep going. Kurama couldn't stand to see him slacking, and immediately growled in a deep, commanding voice. All right, Kurama-sensei. Now, blessed with that rapid healing, Naruto hardly needed to worry about injuries, and instead redoubled his efforts, pounding away at the tree with renewed enthusiasm. What a joke. By the time the pain had a chance to register, his wounds had already begun to heal. With recovery like this, how could he not give his all in training? The third Hokage stood in front of his crystal ball, watching Naruto as he relentlessly pummeled the tree outside. He fell silent. He took several long drags on his pipe, his brows knit in deep confusion, his face a picture of puzzled concern, occasionally tugging at his beard. He'd been observing Naruto for an hour now, and still couldn't grasp what in the world the boy was trying to do. What sort of training technique was this supposed to be? Pounding on a tree was strange enough, but Naruto's movements were unstructured and utterly chaotic, as if he were striking out at random. How could anyone expect to gain anything from such a bizarre method? The idea was almost laughable. Nevertheless, the third Hokage could see how hard Naruto was trying, and he actually felt a sense of comfort and pride. But the trouble was, you can't just train like this and expect results. Wouldn't it make more sense to train with sandbags? Why insist on picking a fight with a tree? The third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. Watching Naruto's unyielding determination, he suddenly felt as if he'd aged another decade. Minato, did you hit your head when you were little, my boy? And besides, you're from the Uzumaki clan, you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. There are so many ninja arts you could be learning. So why insist on pouring everything into taijutsu? Sitting in his office, the third ruffled his hair and beard, nearly pulling them out in frustration, yet he still couldn't make sense of it all. Worried that Naruto might end up hurting himself like this, the third decided that tomorrow he'd teach him chakra control and the basic clone jutsu first. Maybe that way, Naruto wouldn't keep throwing himself at taijutsu alone. Thud, thud, thud. At dawn the next day, the sound of Naruto pounding on a tree echoed once more at the edge of the grove. It was so early that there wasn't a soul around. Otherwise, someone would surely complain about him making such a racket at 6 o'clock in the morning. Today, Kurama didn't even need to remind Naruto to get up. As soon as it was time, he woke up all on his own. After a quick wash and a hurried breakfast, he jogged straight to yesterday's training grounds and dove into another full day of practice. Thanks to the sturdy constitution of the Uzumaki clan, his body showed not a single scratch, even after a day of hard training. What's more, Naruto was pleasantly surprised to discover that his tolerance had actually increased. Now, as he kept hammering away at the tree trunk, he hardly felt any pain. Except for the constant rhythm of his fists against the wood, Naruto barely registered any discomfort at all. He could even let his mind wander as he struck, lost in thought, just like he used to daydream in class in his previous life. Naruto, Grandpa just stopped by to see how you're doing. Take a break, rest a bit. Suddenly, the third Hokage's voice sounded gently beside him. Naruto turned his head to look, but his hands kept right on moving. The third Hokage? Why was he here? And just passing by? That was hard to believe. Naruto didn't buy, for a second, that the third just happened to be passing through. He guessed the Hokage must have come specifically to check on his training. But why? Did even his hard work require supervision? All right, enough for now. Don't end up hurting yourself. The third Hokage's tone was warm and gentle, though inside he was genuinely puzzled. Did this kid really care so much about taijutsu? No, this could go too far. He had to step in before Naruto pushed himself too hard. The third Hokage pulled out 2 scrolls from his robe and handed them to Naruto with a smile. Look, Grandpa brought you some good things. Basic ninjutsu, the clone technique, and the chakra refining method. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes at the third's over-the-top mysterious act. Chakra refining and the clone technique scroll? That was just standard stuff. Why not bring out the flying thunder god technique or a sealing method? Outwardly, though, Naruto put on an excited expression, hurrying over to accept the scrolls from the third and acting genuinely thrilled. Thank you, Grandpa. I promise I'll work hard. Hearing Naruto's words, the third finally let a rare, heartfelt smile show. He reached out, intending to pat Naruto's head, but Naruto dodged nimbly away. That was Naruto's bottom line. He hated having his head touched. The third had always done that when he was a kid, and Naruto was convinced that if he never grew taller in the future, he'd have this habit to blame. Watching Naruto's playful attitude, the third gave a resigned smile, then cautioned, "Make the most of this time before school starts. Grandpa's waiting for some good news from you." With that said, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled off slowly, thinking to himself, with these two scrolls, maybe Naruto won't go pounding on trees every day. He figured the kid probably wouldn't even manage to refine chakra successfully before the term started, let alone master the clone technique. Just as the Hokage had predicted, as soon as he left, Naruto eagerly unrolled the scrolls and began reading intently. The clone technique was still a bit out of reach for him, so after a quick scan through, he put the scroll aside. Most of his time was spent studying how to refine chakra. Chakra within the human body. Naruto read through the section over and over, spending more than 20 minutes before finally sitting cross-legged on the ground, following the book's instructions as he tried to refine chakra for the first time. He adopted a pose with all 5 fingers spread towards the sky, immersed in concentration. At that exact moment, Kurama, deep within the sealed space, stared in utter disbelief at Naruto's actions. What on earth was this kid doing? He'd never heard of anyone trying to refine chakra in that ridiculous position. "Hey kid, what exactly are you trying to do?" 10 minutes later, Kurama couldn't hold back and finally asked, his voice filled with exasperation. Was this kid just fooling around? "Don't interrupt me." Naruto snapped back, impatience clear in his tone. "I think I'm starting to feel something." No sooner had he said this, though, than Naruto realized his legs had gone numb, as if 1,000 tiny insects were crawling and biting all at once. He leapt up and began pacing gingerly, trying to shake out the tingling. "Kid, that posture was cutting off your circulation. There's no way you could refine chakra like that," Kurama pointed out matter-of-factly. At these words, Naruto was stunned. He had always thought this was the proper way to train. Was it not? Maybe it was because of all those cultivation novels he'd read in his previous life. He found himself naturally imitating the meditation postures from those stories. Then what should I do? Realizing that his approach was wrong, Naruto finally humbled himself and turned to Kurama within him for advice. "There's no rule that says you need a special pose to refine chakra." Kurama replied with a note of exasperation. "You can sit however you want." Naruto felt a pang of disappointment at this answer. The way he was refining chakra seemed so different from the training methods he'd envisioned. Something about it just felt off. If he could, he'd have liked to try practicing with a flying sword, just like in those stories. Feeling rather dejected, Naruto slumped against a tree and chose the most relaxed position he could find before starting to refine his chakra once again. Seeing that Naruto had finally given up those strange poses, Kurama felt a bit more at ease. This kid's ideas were odd, but at least he was willing to listen. But it wasn't long before Naruto's breathing grew steady, and faint sounds of snoring drifted from where he sat. "Kid," Kurama's patience snapped. "Wake up." Just as Kurama had finally started to feel reassured, Naruto shattered those expectations in the next instant. Furious, Kurama sent a jolt of chakra through Naruto's body, instantly jolting him awake from his doze. Naruto, still half in a dream, felt as if he'd been walloped hard. He jumped up in alarm, yelping as he did. "Big Fox, why'd you hit me? That's my line. What do you think you're doing?" Kurama shot back, clearly annoyed. Naruto paused, looking around. He realized he was still in the woods. Right? Hadn't he been trying to practice chakra refinement just moments ago? How had he ended up falling asleep? I must have dozed off, he admitted at once. "Enough excuses. Get back to it." Kurama cut him off without the slightest patience, waving off Naruto's apology entirely. Naruto scratched the back of his head and offered an awkward grin before turning his focus back to refining his chakra. This time, he paid extra attention, desperate not to slip away into sleep again. Soon enough, he felt a warm energy well up from his abdomen. Instinctively, Naruto knew. It was that blue chakra. "Hey, Big Fox, I did it," he shouted, excitement ringing in his voice. "Don't get carried away. Focus." Kurama immediately reminded him not to lose his concentration. Having only just managed to produce a bit of chakra, Naruto was already itching to show off. Kurama couldn't help but grumble inwardly. To think that when he himself was that age, he certainly didn't let himself get so caught up in pride for so little. Ever since he'd learned how to refine chakra, Naruto had continued his daily training by the riverside grove. It became a habit. Every morning, as soon as he woke, his body would instinctively carry him to the trees by the water. By the time he was fully awake, he'd already started his training, fists thudding against the air as his limbs moved in a practiced rhythm. Unfortunately, his practice of the clone technique still hadn't made any real progress. Back when he watched the anime, Naruto always thought ninjas performed the clone technique with casual ease. But now that it was his turn, he realized it required memorizing the precise path of chakra within the body, and even more, controlling exactly how much chakra to release. Too much or too little chakra, and the jutsu would fail. The most troublesome part, however, was the presence of a nine-tails lurking inside him. Though Kurama tried his best to restrain his chakra, a bit of that red energy would still slip out and mingle with Naruto's blue chakra from time to time. Naruto would carefully measure out his chakra, fine-tuning his control, only for Kurama's chakra to slip in unexpectedly. The first few times, the clones he managed to summon ended up missing limbs or even completely devoid of consciousness, worse than anything he'd seen in the original series. After learning from these failures, Naruto deliberately tried reducing his chakra output, but that red chakra remained stubbornly unpredictable, sometimes leaking through, sometimes not, always catching him off guard. Now, he finally understood why the original Naruto had faced so many hardships. The giant fox, the nine-tails, perhaps really hadn't meant to interfere with him. The problem was the beast chakra was simply overwhelming. A mere trickle could disrupt the flow of chakra in even a seasoned ninja. Under such circumstances, the fact that Naruto could even attempt ninjutsu, despite repeated failures, was already quite impressive. Naruto tried to console himself with this thought, but he still couldn't help feeling indignant toward the nine-tailed fox. Ever since he'd started practicing the clone technique, the nine-tails had done nothing but laugh at him, its mocking jeers in his mind never ceasing. Listening to those taunts echo in his head while staring at his split-in-half clone on the ground, Naruto finally lost his patience and shouted, "Big Fox, can't you stop laughing already? I can't get it right, because you keep distracting me." But Kurama just laughed even louder, a deep, booming guffaw echoing in Naruto's mind. "I've never in my life seen such a ridiculous clone." The nine-tails showed no intention of stopping. On the contrary, he only mocked Naruto more fervently. Naruto was furious, his determination fueled by a stubborn unwillingness to admit defeat as he threw himself back into practicing the clone jutsu. After all, he had plenty of chakra to spare. He could train for an entire day and night without running out of energy. He recalled his previous life, burning the midnight oil to finish work proposals, and thought to himself, how hard could this jutsu be compared to that? If I keep at it, there's no way I won't succeed eventually. And so, the air filled with a steady rhythm of explosive bursts as one clone after another appeared, only to disappear again in the blink of an eye. Despite failing over and over, Naruto never once paused to rest. Eventually, even the nine-tails sealed within him, who had mocked his efforts so relentlessly, began to fall silent, watching rather than jeering as Naruto persisted without giving up. On his 1000th attempt, Naruto finally managed to create a clone that could almost pass for the real thing. It looked like a shrunken version of himself, but compared to his previous attempts, it felt like a genuine step toward success. Not stopping there, he repeated the hand seals and retried the jutsu 5,000 more times. Then, on attempt number 5001, a sudden flash of insight struck him, revealing the heart of the problem. If the tailed beast chakra was interfering with his own control, and the technique itself required a fixed amount of chakra, maybe he could calculate the two separately, the fixed amount for the clone jutsu, and whatever unpredictable quantity the beast provided. If he added them together just right, it might work out perfectly. It dawned on him that the scroll the third Hokage had given him barely mentioned such basics. How much chakra did the clone jutsu actually consume? The scroll only covered the route chakra was supposed to flow, the required hand signs, and the main purpose of the technique. No detailed guidance beyond that. In truth, to master any jutsu, you had to keep trying, keep failing, and experiment until you found the absolute minimum chakra needed to make it work. Only then did you truly understand it. What a system. It all came down to experience. Suddenly, Naruto realized that most ninja throughout history probably learned their techniques just like this, trial and error, learning by doing. Those who rarely made mistakes and picked things up quickly were called geniuses. No wonder, then, that in the original story Naruto taught Konohamaru using the same relentless, hands-on approach. To learn jutsu this way, at such a young age, Konohamaru really did have talent. Looking at it now, it was a lot like the kind of vague instructions you'd find in a cookbook, add a pinch of salt, or the mysterious descriptions of martial arts in classic wuxia novels. Everything was just hazy and imprecise. Hey, Big Fox, is there an actual unit for measuring chakra quantity? In the anime, Kakashi once compared his chakra to Naruto's, and people joked about the units used. But deep down, Naruto knew those were just lighthearted jabs, and the so-called measurements were really just based on gut feeling and experience. Naruto, worried that Kurama might not understand what he meant, chose even plainer words. I mean something that can measure how much chakra you have. For example, how much chakra you need to use a shadow clone jutsu. Something like that. Kurama, hearing this odd question, was momentarily stunned. What's the point of that? He had limitless chakra himself, so concerns like these had never crossed his mind. Still, Kurama racked his memory for the likes of Hashirama, Madara, and every other ninja he'd known. In the end, he realized no one had ever cared about this question. Why are you asking something like that? I've never seen anyone who bothers with such a thing. So that's how it is. At last, Naruto understood. His face became a swirl of complicated emotions. After so many years of ninja history, how had the world never unified the standards for measuring chakra? No wonder the progress of ninjutsu had always seemed to stagnate. Later, when they were easily overpowered by the Otsutsuki clan, it suddenly made perfect sense. No, now that he'd noticed this gap, he couldn't let it go. He had to create a standard unit for chakra. If there was such a unit, then whenever he learned a new jutsu, he could experiment with a fixed amount of chakra every time. Efficiency would skyrocket. Once chakra units existed, the practice of ninjutsu could finally become scientific, data-driven, methodical. Compared with the current approach of gut feeling and general estimates, this new method would be leagues ahead. With his thoughts clear, Naruto halted his shadow clone training, returning to lie under the shade of the great tree. Kurama was still puzzled by whatever Naruto was scheming, but then saw him enter the sealed inner realm. How should I do this? Pacing through the orchard within the seal, Naruto absent-mindedly stroked his chin in thought. Passing by an apple tree, he happened to get close to some fruit. Instinctively, he reached out and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. Chewing his apple, Naruto gazed upward, staring at the sky as he fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the shimmering lamps that lined the ceiling of the sealed space. That's it, I've got it. I can use the number of light bulbs as the measuring unit for chakra. On the system interface, every lamp, every source of illumination, even any gadget powered by energy, could serve as a standard for chakra measurement. And really, these devices didn't need to run on electricity specifically. Any energy, as long as it could be harnessed, would work as their drive. So, by this logic, chakra must count as a form of energy as well, right? Within the sealed space, after figuring out how to measure chakra, Naruto immediately took out a set of redstone lamps from the system. To avoid spoiling the aesthetics around the villa, he deliberately carried the lamps to an open area near Kurama. The area around Kurama's cage hadn't been renovated yet, perfect for setting up a makeshift experimental site. Naruto carefully placed the redstone lamps on the ground with his right hand, arranging them one by one until they formed a neat square pattern. Inside the ceiling space, 100 redstone lamps glimmered faintly with red light, casting a mysterious and otherworldly beauty over the scene. Kurama watched Naruto's actions, completely bewildered. He couldn't fathom why Naruto would do such a thing. Moments ago, Naruto had been absorbed in practicing shadow clones. Now he'd suddenly rushed into the ceiling space and started setting up blocks? Could be this kid was slacking off? The thought reminded Kurama of the time Naruto accidentally fell asleep while refining chakra, and a flicker of annoyance stirred within him. Hey kid, what on earth are you up to? Kurama's tone grew instinctively stern. If this human couldn't offer a reasonable explanation, Kurama felt he'd have to give him a proper scolding. After all, Kurama had humbled himself to guide him. Was the boy really going to take that for granted? Big Fox, I'm working on something that could change the entire shinobi world. Remember what I said about measuring chakra a moment ago? Naruto replied as he continued to inspect the redstone lamps. What nonsense are you spouting now? Kurama still couldn't make sense of it, dismissing Naruto's words as another wild idea. Measuring chakra? Why? Even Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, or the Sage of Six Paths himself never bothered with such trivialities. Even if he somehow came up with a device to measure energy, would that make ninjutsu any stronger? The thought was utterly laughable. Enough with the games. Get out there and keep training now. The more Kurama spoke, the angrier he became. Naruto hadn't finished his tree climbing practice this year. His shadow clone technique was still rough, and yet here, he was fiddling with these contraptions? To Kurama, It was clear Naruto wasn't taking his words seriously at all. "Watch carefully, Big Fox," Naruto declared. He placed his hand on a redstone lamp, closed his eyes, and focused, all his attention dedicated to channeling chakra. As the chakra flowed, one lamp, then two, then three, the redstone lamps lit up one after another. When the 20th lamp ignited, the light ceased to spread further. Kurama's confusion deepened as he watched lamp after lamp flicker to life. Naruto, on the other hand, sprang up with excitement. The chakra he had just poured out was roughly equal to what it took to cast a single shadow clone. And that didn't even include the Nine-Tails chakra. 20 lights? That must be about the amount of chakra an average ninja needs to perform the clone jutsu once, right? Which leads to the real question. How much chakra do I actually have? If casting the clone jutsu once is roughly equivalent to lighting up 20 redstone lamps. Hiss! Naruto drew a sharp breath. It seemed he had never truly calculated the total amount of chakra within himself. Just today alone, he'd used this jutsu over 5,000 times. And yet he could feel that barely half of his chakra had been expended. His recovery speed even seemed to keep pace with the rate of consumption. For the first time, Naruto could viscerally sense the sheer abundance of his own chakra. He couldn't help but marvel. The fabled talents of the Uzumaki clan were certainly living up to their name. Next, Naruto took out the magic lamp and the chandelier, comparing their energy output to that of a redstone lamp. At last, he figured out the approximate conversion ratios between them. 20 redstone lamps equaled the cost of one clone jutsu. 100 redstone lamps equaled one magic lamp. 1,000 magic lamps equaled one magic chandelier. Based on these conversions, Naruto estimated he currently possessed the chakra equivalent of around 80 to 100 magic chandeliers. In other words, without relying on the tail beast chakra, he could perform the clone jutsu about 400,000 times at most. And that didn't even take into account his own chakra regeneration rate. Such an outrageous amount of chakra, it was hard for even him to believe. Back when he read the Naruto manga, he only knew the Uzumaki clan was renowned for their chakra reserves, without any real concept of the scale. The main character in the original story almost never faced a crisis of depleted chakra. Now, he finally experienced firsthand how abundant and powerful his own chakra truly was. Alright, from now on, I'll use the magic chandelier as the standard unit for measuring chakra. I'll just call this unit the Ma. Looking at the neatly arranged rows of the three types of lamps before him, Naruto was filled with pride. He understood he had established a new benchmark in the history of the ninja world. Kurama watched him quietly from the side, finally catching on to what Naruto was up to. But as far as Kurama was concerned, Naruto's meager 100 ma was hardly worth mentioning. Just a moment ago, Kurama had tried to casually estimate its own chakra reserves and ended up nearly dizzy from the attempt, without ever reaching a clear answer. Anyway, even the tiniest fraction of chakra it occasionally leaked out far surpassed everything Naruto had. Kid, fiddling with these things is utterly pointless if you ask me. For instance, there's no way you could ever calculate the extent of my chakra. Naruto, have you really been listening to your self-talk? Do you have any idea just how much chakra you actually have? Who in their right mind would be bored enough to keep track of your chakra reserves anyway? Besides, this whole exercise is meant to help you train your ninjutsu. One day, it could even help you gauge how much chakra your enemies have. But Naruto couldn't help thinking that, after all, knowing the enemy's chakra wasn't going to matter much most of the time. Most opponents he'd face in the future probably wouldn't have more chakra than he did anyway. Just you wait, you big fox. I'll show you just how useful this will be. With these words, Naruto left the sealed space and felt his consciousness return to the real world. He scrambled to his feet, grabbed a stick, and began drawing and writing in the dirt. Watching through his crystal ball, the third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Just earlier, seeing that Naruto had learned to refine chakra in less than a day, the third had been both shocked and genuinely pleased. Judging from how quickly he learned to extract chakra, it was clear the boy had remarkable talent. It meant that the future of the Hidden Leaf might become even brighter. What pleased the third even more was that, since passing on the clone jutsu to Naruto, the boy had abandoned his obsession with taijutsu, instead diving headfirst into studying clones. That was in itself good news. Except, what happened next gave the third yet another reason to worry. How could a boy with such talent fail to master the clone jutsu, even after practicing it thousands of times? Any normal ninja would get the hang of it after just a few hundred attempts, wouldn't they? Then, to the third's bewilderment, he saw Naruto abandon clone training and start scrawling things on the ground that made absolutely no sense to him. What was this kid even thinking? Was he trying to give a message? Was Naruto actually planning to invent his own ninjutsu? But then, why did one corner of the ground have a scribbled lunch menu on it? For a moment, the third could feel his blood pressure skyrocket. In fact, even as Naruto racked his brains, he never forgot to think about what he'd have for lunch. Still, for now, getting the clone jutsu right had to come first. Hey, Big Fox, how's it looking from your end? While working out his calculations, Naruto once again asked the 9 tails in his body to help observe how much tailed beast chakra leaked out each time he performed ninjutsu. Go ahead and form your hand seals. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Naruto nodded, took a deep breath, recalled in his mind the amount corresponding to 1 red stone of chakra, and began forming seals. As his hands moved, 2 distinct streams of chakra, one orange, one blue, appeared inside him once again. This time, he used up 15 red stones worth of chakra. See if you can feel the difference yourself. Naruto didn't release the jutsu right away. Instead, he let the chakra flow through his body, carefully attuning himself to the presence of the 9 tails chakra. After all, learning to control the leakage of tailed beast chakra is a must. If he failed to get a handle on it, no future training in any ninjutsu would proceed smoothly. The 9 tails chakra was completely different from his own. If his own chakra was like taking a sip of cool water, the 9 tails chakra was like swallowing hot chili water, a sensation that left a blazing impact. Once he'd memorized that sensation, Naruto opened his eyes and formed the hand seals again. Clone jutsu. With a series of pops, 2 identical copies of Naruto instantly appeared at his side. I did it. Seeing his successful clones, Naruto grabbed the hands of his doppelgangers and, giddy with excitement, spun in circles with them right on the spot. Idiot. Just then, a strange voice sounded in Naruto's ear. He turned toward the voice, only to spot a boy with spiky hair and a perpetually calm expression, standing coolly behind a tree and eyeing him with a frosty gaze. On the boy's clothes was emblazoned a fan insignia, about the size of a ping-pong ball, plain proof that he was a child of the Uchiha clan. Naruto caught on at once. This poker-faced boy had to be Sasuke Uchiha. But why was someone from the Uchiha family here? Judging by his demeanor, he'd apparently been watching in secret for a while. Could it be that Sasuke made a habit of spying on other people's training? At that moment, Sasuke continued to stare at Naruto, his face unreadable but his eyes full of disdain. With the first day of school right around the corner, Sasuke had snuck into this grove to train, hoping to surprise his older brother by growing stronger. But from dawn onward, he'd been pestered by the racket coming from nearby. Soon enough, he discovered that the source was a kid about his own age, also hard at work. At first, Sasuke was startled by Naruto's persistence. Yet as time dragged on, he realized this boy couldn't even perform a simple clone jutsu. An entire morning wasted just to barely manage one success. And even then, Naruto acted absurdly proud of it. It was just a basic jutsu, nothing more. Sasuke himself had mastered it in less than 2 hours. He thought to himself that spending the morning watching Naruto had been an utter waste of time. Who could truly say, though, whether Sasuke's words were meant as mockery or scorn? Perhaps a bit of both. Big Fox, can you check out this kid's chakra for me? Naruto quietly called out to Kurama, the 9 tails within him. Kurama glanced lazily in Sasuke's direction, then took another look at the magical light formations Naruto had arranged nearby. Half a point on the scale, not even 1 unit. This brat's even weaker than you. After receiving Kurama's reply, Naruto's face showed a look of contempt even more obvious than Sasuke's. With that little chakra, he still dares to act tough in front of me. Naruto tilted his head back, casting a glance at Sasuke over his nose, pointed at him, and shouted, "Hey, you're an Uchiha, right? How about a little contest?" Sasuke had been about to walk away, but the moment he heard Naruto's challenge, he stopped in his tracks and turned, fixing Naruto with an icy stare. Are you looking down on the Uchiha? Family honor was something Sasuke had always taken to heart. This blonde-haired kid standing before him, he was clearly insulting the Uchiha clan. There was no way he could let this guy get away with disrespecting his family. Naruto found himself suddenly at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Sasuke's way of thinking. Are all Uchiha this quick to lose their temper? Why do they always sound so intense the moment they open their mouths? You've got it all wrong. I just looked down on you. Naruto's words dripped with provocation, making Sasuke's veins bulge angrily on his forehead. He walked slowly up to Naruto, locking eyes with him in a cold, unyielding stare. At that moment, Sasuke was already scheming in his mind how to defeat Naruto. Very well. You've succeeded in making me angry. I'll show you the true strength of the Uchiha clan. Naruto responded with a disdainful smirk, then mirrored Sasuke's gesture, forming a hand sign for a face-off. The two faced each other across the distance, their eyes locked for several seconds. Suddenly, Sasuke drew 3 kunai from the pouch of his waist, took a swift step back, and hurled them at Naruto one after another. The three kunai cut through the air in a triangular formation, hurtling straight toward Naruto. This was their very first confrontation. Truthfully, Naruto lacked much experience in real combat. His only so-called combat experience was the roughhousing with classmates back in elementary school in his previous life. But such childish scuffles couldn't compare to battles in the world of ninjas. Aware of his disadvantage and experience, Naruto didn't hesitate. He used the system to pull out an iron door and, hoisting it high, charged straight at Sasuke. Clang, clang, clang. The three kunai struck the iron door in quick succession, filling the air with a series of sharp, metallic collisions before clattering harmlessly to the ground. Sasuke's expression twisted in disbelief at the sight. This response was beyond anything he could have anticipated. He had never encountered anyone who would pull out an actual door in the middle of a fight and use it to block a volley of ninja tools. Take this, shield bash. At that moment, Naruto had completely turned the door into a shield. With a powerful stride, he rushed right up to Sasuke and swung the iron door sideways, aiming squarely for Sasuke's face. As Naruto brandished the bulky door, his momentum was overwhelming. The metal gate cut through the air with a whistling force. Seeing the iron door coming straight at him, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Just by the look of it, it was almost certainly made of solid metal. How strong was this guy really? Sasuke's mind reeled in shock, but he reacted quickly, twisting his body in a series of rapid rolls to narrowly dodge Naruto's shield bash. Meanwhile, off to the side, the third Hokage watched the match with deep concern, the tip of his pipe tapping rhythmically as he smoked. Who on earth taught Naruto to fight like this? To use a door as a weapon against his opponent, for a ninja, wasn't that just a bit too unorthodox? It all seemed utterly unbelievable. Yet Naruto had, in fact, managed to neutralize the Uchiha boy's attack. Seeing the 6-year-old Naruto wielding an iron door nearly 2 meters tall, the third Hokage could only sigh with a weary headache. Realizing his attack had missed, Naruto immediately stowed away the door, and his hands moved quickly through a series of signs. Poof, poof. With 2 bursts of smoke, 3 clones appeared all around him. All 3 clones dashed at Sasuke in perfect sync, making it impossible for Sasuke to tell which of them was the real Naruto. And in the hands of each of Naruto's clones was a heavy iron staff. The intensity of this formation was overwhelming. After all, Naruto didn't carry any standard ninja tools with him. He had no choice but to draw weapons from the system to join the fight. As for why he hadn't chosen a diamond sword, Naruto was genuinely worried that, if he wasn't careful, he might accidentally deal a fatal blow to Sasuke. When Naruto suddenly produced these strange weapons, Sasuke's pupils narrowed sharply. Could this be a mysterious Kekkei Genkai? How intriguing! With his expression turning grave, Sasuke hooked a kunai with his fingers, his face growing steely as he held the blade across his chest, ready for a taijutsu showdown with Naruto. Sasuke exhaled, lowering his head just in time to dodge an incoming iron staff. With a swift motion, he braced himself on one hand and unleashed a powerful kick with both legs, dispersing 2 of Naruto's clones in an instant. Is that all? Having dealt with 2 clones, Sasuke spoke in an icy tone. But almost immediately, he realized that the Naruto who had been facing him a split second before had vanished. At that very moment, a shimmering violet cocoon flashed behind Sasuke. A single foot burst from within and delivered a sharp kick to the small of his back. Barely having regained his balance, Sasuke was sent lurching forward by the force of the kick, nearly collapsing to the ground. Naruto reappeared in a flash, sweeping Sasuke's legs from under him and pinning him flat on his back. Without hesitation, Naruto mounted Sasuke and unleashed his furious, rapid barrage attack. His fists hammered down, not in perfect form, but at blistering speed. While attacking, Naruto's mind flickered back to the chain punch technique of Ip Man he had seen. His fists pelted Sasuke's face like a drumming rainstorm. The moment Sasuke hit the ground, he had no chance to defend himself and was struck several times in quick succession. A dizzying wave washed over Sasuke's mind. By the time he gathered his senses, all he could do was throw up his hands to shield his head, forced onto the defensive by Naruto's relentless onslaught. At this point, Sasuke was completely overwhelmed by Naruto's sudden attack. Damn it, damn it. Pinned to the ground and thoroughly battered, Sasuke could only roar in anger, unable to strike back. The third Hokage had watched every moment of the fight, and by now, he was utterly stunned. Never mind Naruto's bizarre coup de théâtre. That violet cocoon, earlier. It was unmistakably a space-time ninjutsu. Watching Sasuke being pummeled into the ground, the third Hokage couldn't help but worry that something serious was about to happen. If Sasuke were actually injured, He had no idea how he would explain himself to Fugako Uchiha. With a long sigh, he activated the body flicker technique and disappeared from the spot. Do you admit defeat? Damn. I'm asking you, do you give in? You, Naruto shouted loudly, brimming with arrogance as he pummeled Sasuke, who was lying on the ground. Sasuke had never endured such humiliation since he was a child. Not only did this guy fight dirty and ignore all the rules, but he pinned him down and wouldn't let go. He was even shouting things like, do you give in? Right in his ear. Worst of all, he kept hitting him right in the face. A tide of shame and humiliation surged in Sasuke's chest. A burn of anger, stoked by both his bruised pride and Naruto's mocking words. Just as Naruto was gleefully throwing punches, he suddenly noticed Sasuke's eyes had reddened. Wait, what? The Sharingan? Naruto's face twisted with surprise when he caught sight of the tomo spinning in Sasuke's pupils. Oh ho, so we're powering up during a fight now, huh? Well, today I, Naruto Uzumaki, am going to show you who the real protagonist is. I'm going to kill. Sasuke, nose bloodied and face swollen, growled hoarsely, and in the next instant, seemed ready to unleash his true power. But before he could finish, Naruto's fist crashed into his face again, cutting the words and the jutsu short. Naruto, that's enough. Thud. At that moment, Naruto felt a hand clamp around his wrist, and a familiar voice reached his ears. It was the third Hokage. Naruto glanced back, then obediently stood up, stepping aside. You little. Sasuke rose shakily, fury burning in his eyes as he glared at Naruto, until a gentle hand landed firmly on his head. That's enough, Sasuke. The fight is over. The moment Sasuke heard his brother's voice, his rage was soothed, and his eyes fluttered shut as he slumped into Itachi's arms. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He hadn't expected to trigger Sasuke's Sharingan with his own fists. He recalled that, even on the night of the Uchiha massacre, after losing his parents, Sasuke had only managed a single tomo in his eye. So, getting beaten up by him equals the trauma of that night? It seemed, from this perspective, that Sasuke, pinned to the ground and battered, felt as much fury as he had on that fateful night of tragedy. Itachi, I'm sorry. This child. The third Hokage's face softened into a gentle smile as he spoke, but Naruto caught the brief flicker of surprise when the old man saw Sasuke awaken the Sharingan. Who knows what thoughts crossed his mind? Lord Hokage, it was my fault for not watching Sasuke more closely. But in truth, he should thank this kid for unlocking his eye. Itachi smiled kindly at Naruto. Naruto ignored him, turning away in disinterest, wanting nothing to do with this filial genius. Lord Hokage, I'll take him home first. With a brief farewell, Itachi hoisted Sasuke onto his back and departed, leaving only the third Hokage and Naruto at the scene. The old man and the boy stood side by side, silent, neither willing to break the quiet first. After what seemed like an eternity, the third Hokage finally couldn't contain himself and asked, Naruto, what exactly is that space-time ninjutsu of yours? In truth, the main reason the third Hokage had come here today was to ask Naruto about that strange technique. He used to think he understood Naruto's bizarre bloodline abilities, but who could have guessed the boy actually mastered space-time ninjutsu as well? Within a village, having a ninja capable of space-time ninjutsu was of immense strategic value. Just look at Naruto's own father, Minato. The whole village knew how formidable the Flying Thunder God technique was in his hands. The way Naruto had suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, Uchiha, had strongly reminded the third of the time when Minato used that same technique. Naruto tilted his head, putting on an expression of naive innocence. What is space-time ninjutsu? He'd chosen to use the portal publicly for his own reasons. After all, since his father had been famous for the Flying Thunder God, wasn't it perfectly reasonable for Naruto to awaken a space-time bloodline ability? As for whether Danzo might try to reach for him, did they really think the old third Hokage had become village leader for nothing? He was the ultimate weapon of the leaf, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, an existence both powerful and forbidden. Anyone who wanted to move against him would still have to get through the Hokage's advisors and the old man himself first. Besides, with such a convenient power, keeping it hidden or using it covertly would have been a real headache to explain. So why not just showcase it openly and confidently? Seeing Naruto's childlike confusion, the third Hokage realized his question had been out of place. How could a 6-year-old possibly understand something as advanced as space-time ninjutsu? He tried asking in a simpler way. I mean that purple cocoon of light you used just now. Oh, you mean this? Naruto raised his hand and tossed out a portal. A cocoon of purple light materialized in the space between them. The third Hokage involuntarily tightened his grip on his beard, left momentarily speechless from pure astonishment. He hadn't sensed even the slightest fluctuation of chakra. Standing beside the human-sized cocoon, the third examined it closely. Peering inside, he could see nothing except an endless expanse of violet. After a moment's hesitation, the third slowly reached his hand into the light. A heartbeat later, another purple cocoon suddenly appeared 5 meters away, along with the third's extended arm. The distance was something Naruto had specifically controlled. He didn't really mind others discovering his ability, but there were some cards best kept close to his chest. He certainly wasn't about to reveal that he could teleport to any place he'd been before. Rotating his wrist, the third Hokage flexed his fingers and moved his hand up and down, left and right, staring at his own hand a short distance away with a sense of surreal unease. It felt, for a moment, as if his hand had a will of its own. After a few more experimental gestures, the old man finally grabbed Naruto and stepped through the cocoon of violet light together. In the next instant, the two figures appeared 5 meters away. Naruto, who had just been grabbed, could only secretly mock the cautiousness of the third Hokage. Naruto, about how far does this cocoon of light let you travel? About from here to my house, I guess. So, around 500 meters. The third quickly did the math in his head, nodding in satisfaction at the rough estimate. He went on to ask, how many times can you use it in a day? Maybe a dozen times, give or take. I haven't really tried to find the limit. Looks like this bloodline ability must have awakened recently. The third took out his pipe, puffed twice, then fell into thoughtful silence. Only 10 times, huh? This space-time ninjutsu really isn't bad. But there's a critical flaw. Every time the technique activates, a vivid purple cocoon shines at the departure and arrival points. At first, the third envisioned Naruto one day flashing across the battlefield like Minato, the next purple flash. On second thought, with a cocoon that conspicuous, any enemy who isn't caught completely off guard would be practically asking for it. The only real use would be for squad transport or logistics. But during their test earlier, he noticed that the cocoon only lasts less than a dozen seconds. All things considered, this power doesn't quite compare to Flying Thunder God. Honestly, it's almost awkwardly limited. If the enemy ever got wind of its workings, it'd be like sending them an invitation to attack. The third couldn't help but marvel once again at the odd quirks of this child's bloodline limit. Still, at least this ability was a good deal more useful than any of the previous ones. All right, I understand, he said at last. From now on, try not to use this jutsu in front of others, all right? Got it, Grandpa. Naruto answered obediently. Inwardly, though, he wondered when the old man would finally leave. The fox in his belly was already starting to growl, urging him to hurry up and eat. When Sasuke and his older brother Itachi returned home, Uchiha Fugaku was already waiting grimly at the door. His hands were folded behind his back, his face set in stern seriousness as he watched the two brothers approach. Judging by his posture, he'd clearly been waiting for quite some time. Slowly waking up from where he'd been carried on Itachi's back, Sasuke took one look at his father's grave expression and retreated, ducking his head. It wasn't that he was worried about getting scolded for fighting with that guy. The real problem was losing to someone with no name or reputation. He dreaded disappointing his father. The throbbing pain on his face served as a constant reminder of the beating he'd taken today. If his father found out, he'd surely be terribly disappointed, wouldn't he? Oomph. At least you remember to come home. Fugaku shot a frosty glare at Sasuke, who was pretending to be asleep, his tone harsh and annoyed. The third had already filled him in on everything that happened. That Sasuke had lost to the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was no real surprise. Nor was he angry about it. But the problem was, right now, the Uchiha clan's relationship with the village was extremely tense. To approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at such a sensitive time, even if it was unintentional, the third Hokage would surely read deeper into it. When the third sent someone to inform him earlier today, Itachi could already hear the implicit warning in their words. Itachi looked at his father, then glanced back at Sasuke, riding on his back, smiled gently, and addressed Fugaku. Father, Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan. Though Fugaku Uchiha snorted coldly at this, his expression softened noticeably. Still, his worry for his eldest son only deepened. This child had no idea what his actions could lead to. Father, I didn't lose. That guy used some strange jutsu, and suddenly appeared behind me. If not for that, I would have. It was a space-time ninjutsu, Itachi added, making it clear that Sasuke's defeat today couldn't really be blamed on him. When he had gone to find Sasuke earlier, he'd already seen the two boys face off and form their hand signs. The moment he saw the door materialize out of thin air with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he suspected that child possessed either a summoning-related bloodline or perhaps an inherited power over space and time. When that purple cocoon of light appeared around the Jinchuriki, and he vanished from sight, Itachi became certain. The boy must have a space-time bloodline limit. Upon hearing space-time ninjutsu, Fugaku fell silent, lost in thought. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could use space-time ninjutsu. How old was he, 6? 7 at most? He probably just started refining chakra, hadn't he? Were these two boys trying to pull one over on him? Shocked as he was, his thoughts quickly turned to the fourth Hokage, the legendary master of space-time jutsu. Perhaps, he thought, it wasn't so far-fetched after all. Maybe, as the fourth son, the child awakened some inherited bloodline, a space-time limit. Sasuke listened to his brother, thoroughly confused. Space-time ninjutsu? He'd never even heard of that before. Damn it, why was that guy so strong? Sasuke absent-mindedly touched his own face, thinking of his newly awakened Sharingan, pride welling up inside. Just wait. One day, I'll use these eyes to defeat him. Itachi, come with me. Sasuke, go kneel in the living room for an hour. No dinner until your time is up. After issuing instructions to his sons, Fugaku took Itachi and left. Sasuke glanced once at his brother, shoulders slumping as he shuffled off to the living room, his mind replaying the battle just now, over and over. Thinking it through, his loss boiled down to a moment's carelessness. That guy was hopeless at taijutsu, nothing but openings. If Sasuke had another chance, he'd surely pin him to the ground. Crackling, by the riverbank, burning firewood filled the air with the steady snap and pop of embers. An elderly man and a young boy sat together around a campfire. You can eat now, Grandpa, Naruto said as he perched on a rock, handing over a charred, blackened fish to the old man, known as the Third. There was real helplessness in his tone. This old man insisted that he hadn't seen Naruto in ages, stubbornly demanding to stay by the river to taste his grilled fish. Yet they'd met just last week. Resigned, Naruto decided to grill the fish until it was thoroughly burnt. Bring it on, then. Let's see who can outdo whom. The Third gave a wry smile, eyeing the scorched fish as he swallowed hard. He looked dubiously at the blackened item in Naruto's hands, seriously questioning whether it was even edible. Glancing at Naruto, whose face was smudged with ash as he chewed contentedly, the Third fell silent. Grandpa, aren't you going to eat? Naruto asked. Didn't you say you wanted to try my cooking? What a delicious grilled fish. Grandpa, why aren't you eating? Naruto looked at him with such hope, as if refusing would crush the soul of a 6-year-old child. Ahem. Well, Naruto, I just remembered something I need to take care of, the Third said abruptly, springing to his feet. With hands clasped behind his back, he moved away at a pace that belied his nearly 70 years, faster than a teenager on a sprint. Truthfully, the Third was worried this burnt fish would land him with a stomachache. This kid was really misbehaving, relying on his own tough constitution to eat anything. Once the Third had left, Naruto threw his fish aside in disgust. Ugh, finally, he's gone, he muttered. If the Third had stayed any longer, Naruto would have had no choice but to force down the charred fish, despite the hungry fox inside him still clamoring for a meal. He pulled out some magical dragon meat and tossed it onto the grill, brushing it with oil and adding spices. Gone was the clumsy handling from earlier. Now, he worked with practiced finesse. 20 minutes later, Naruto finally got to enjoy the delicious roasted meat he'd been dreaming about. Though today's battle hadn't really tired him out, treating himself to something good seemed perfectly reasonable. When he finished, Naruto opened a portal and slipped back home. Then, his consciousness moved to his sealed inner space to feed the fox. Hey kid, you seem to have some issues with the Third. Huh. Kurama, the Nine-Tails fox, grinned knowingly. After years of observation, it wasn't hard for Kurama to realize Naruto harbored deep resentment toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto played his part well, but he couldn't fool the fox about his true feelings. Well, how about letting me lend a hand? But before Kurama could finish, Naruto shoved a big slab of meat right down his throat, shutting him up on the spot. The temptation of good food instantly derailed the fox's train of thought. No way. Naruto knew all too well what the big fox was about to suggest. Once again, that age-old idea of a boy and a fox teaming up to raise the Leaf Village to the ground. Naruto was quite satisfied with his current situation. He'd never be foolish enough to do something that would make him a traitor to his village. Even if he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that was out of the question. Did people really think Might Guy's grandma's knock on the door kick wouldn't be enough to take him down? Besides, what he really needed right now was time to grow and improve. There was no point in causing trouble for its own sake. Not to mention, he had a wife waiting for him in the village. After hand-feeding the fox for a while, Naruto felt the soreness return to his arm. He decided to take out some automation modules and began setting up a mechanized barbecue station right next to the cage. One wasn't enough. Naruto went all out and built a gigantic grill big enough for the fox to barbecue meals himself whenever he felt like it. He even dug a pit the size of a swimming pool to hold the ingredients. Turning to Kurama, Naruto said, "Big Fox, everything's ready for you. If you get hungry, just grill something yourself. If you're having trouble, press the button by the door. This conveyor belt will bring the meat right to you." Naruto patted the automated assembly line next to them, explaining with complete seriousness. For the great fox, grilling meat or pressing a button was nothing more than splitting off a chakra hand to take care of it. "I got it," Kurama replied, lifting his head with pride, his gaze drifting repeatedly over the piles of ingredients. He'd often watched Naruto barbecuing and had always wanted to try for himself, but never got the chance. Now things were different. The brat had not only come up with tools to deliver food right to his mouth, but also built a grill sized just for him. Kurama was genuinely pleased. Gulp. After scarfing down several hundred pieces of grilled meat, perhaps feeling a sense of guilt, Kurama made a point of reminding Naruto, "Brat, get to bed early. I'll be supervising your training tomorrow." At this, a small smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips. What had sunder a fox? The next day, Naruto once again appeared in the little grove by the riverside. Only this time, he used a space-time portal to arrive. He took his usual place in front of a big tree and, without delay, began pounding away at the trunk. At that very moment, the third Hokage had just arrived at the Hokage Tower. He wanted to check on Naruto's training, so he activated the crystal ball. But as soon as the image appeared, he saw the boy, yet again, pounding away at a tree. The third Hokage was at a loss. Sighing, he massaged his temples. All he could see in his mind's eye was Naruto, during yesterday's spar with Sasuke Uchiha, unleashing those random Kuin 8 fists. Oh no, he'd let Naruto win yesterday. Did the boy really think he'd gained something from beating on trees? Remembering how Naruto had managed to successfully extract chakra, and how he'd spent 3 grueling days mastering the clone jutsu, Hiruzen didn't even know how to describe what he was feeling. If you call the kid a genius, well, what kind of ninja takes tens of thousands of tries just to learn the clone jutsu? But if you called him slow, in just 3 days, the boy really did manage to master that fundamental technique. The shadow clone technique isn't exactly difficult, but for most kids just starting out, it takes at least a week to master. The only real difference between Naruto and the others is that he has far more chakra than any other ninja. If it weren't for the huge reserves of chakra within Naruto, with the way he's been training, he would have run dry long ago and probably died. Right now, though, what's troubling the third Hokage is that the kid is back at it again, mindlessly throwing himself into taijutsu training. Judging by the way Naruto punches and moves his feet, it's clear he isn't even using half his strength. And yet, he just keeps on with this relentless, day-after-day routine. Every time the third Hokage glances at the image in his crystal ball, a vein throbs angrily on his forehead. In the end, he simply shuts off his viewing technique. Out of sight, out of mind. But honestly, the third is still deeply worried that Naruto might push himself into real danger. So he gives a quiet order to the AMBU. "Have Might Guy and Kakashi come see me." "Yes, Lord Third." Bang. Naruto's thoughts flutter in all directions, while his fists hammer away at the tree trunk again and again. Ever since Naruto started using it, the surface of the tree has sunken invisibly, a dent growing deeper each day. With every punch, little splinters of wood are sent flying. It won't be long now before Naruto has to find himself a new training post. Not far away, Might Guy and Kakashi watches every move, their gazes fixed on the boy. After observing for about half an hour, both of them feel a dull headache, just like the third Hokage did. "Guy, if that kid keeps training like this, he's going to ruin himself, don't you think?" Well, it's certainly passionate, but without proper technique, all that burning youth is going to burn him out before it truly starts. Seeing the boy's clumsy, misguided form gnaws at Might Guy's heart. When he first heard from the third Hokage that there was a child in the village training so hard, Guy was instantly excited. He even started entertaining the idea of taking the kid under his wing. But then, the third revealed who the child was, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth's orphan son. After hearing that, Guy was struck speechless. He may be all about fiery passion, but his head isn't just full of muscle. If you're to take the village's Jinchuriki as a student, the third would have his hide. Besides, the third had made it very clear. They were only to give the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki a quick tip or two about his mistaken taijutsu techniques. Under no circumstances were they to let Naruto fall in love with taijutsu. Kakashi, watching Naruto's small figure, can't help but see the face of his own sensei in the boy. Their silhouettes seem to overlap for a fleeting moment. After a beat, he looks at Naruto twice more and feels his nose prickling, a faint sting rising there. Emotions long buried begin to well up inside him. If only Sensei were still here. Maybe if someone had been around to guide him, the kid wouldn't be stumbling through his training like this. The two men trade glances, then both nod. Together, they set off down the path, pretending they're just passing by. None of them took the initiative to approach Naruto. In order to follow the third Hokage's instructions, they had to pretend to be jonin skilled in taijutsu, just happening upon a hardworking young boy, and then, after being questioned by the boy, offering him some guidance. However, they walked past this child a dozen times, both before and after, and yet they failed to catch his attention even once. It was as if the boy's entire mind was consumed by the tree before him. In truth, Naruto had noticed these two long ago. One had shockingly white hair, the other wore a bright green bowl cut. With such distinguishing features, it was nearly impossible not to notice them. If these two weren't Kakashi and Might Guy, then Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, might as well eat the tree in front of him. They had strolled past him several times now, looking preoccupied and troubled. It was obvious to Naruto that they'd been sent by the old man, the third. As for their real purpose, that was still unclear for the moment. Their constant pacing back and forth in front of him was starting to get on Naruto's nerves. Hey, you two, what do you want anyway? Can you stop walking back and forth in front of me? I've got a train here. And Naruto's outburst, Might Guy and Kakashi both couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Train, he says. Just look at that tree, all riddled with holes and his wild, flailing punches. Is this kid really training, or is he just chopping down a tree? Still, the two of them were genuinely amazed by Naruto's freakish stamina and toughness. He was only 6 years old. With such sloppy punching form, he was nearly smashing the whole tree down with his bare hands. Back when they were his age, neither one of them could have pulled that off. Not even Might Guy, the taijutsu fanatic, had ever trained like he was trying to break himself when he was that young. If an ordinary child threw punches like this all day, his hands would be ruined by the next morning, ending his dream of ever becoming a ninja. But they heard from a third. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been pounding away at that same tree for days now. Kakashi watched Naruto's small fists, unmarked by a single scratch of blood, and for a moment, he was completely at a loss. Just what kind of monstrous physique was this? Hey there, young man. My dearest friend and I happen to be passing by, and we notice your form is a little off. If you keep practicing like this, you might. Might Guy began to explain, but after glancing at Naruto, entirely unharmed, he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Young man, let me show you the proper way to throw a punch. Naruto was momentarily stunned, his eyes full of confusion. His punching form was wrong? That couldn't be. In his previous life, all those boxing matches he'd watched, even Master IP from Wing Chun, punched the same way. Just look at Sasuke, who had been utterly defenseless and at his mercy only yesterday. Clearly, these punches worked wonders. But as Naruto puzzled over this, the guy in the green suit was already letting out a wild battle cry and unleashing a punch at a nearby tree. Kid, the key to unleashing your power is starting from your feet and hips, then letting your waist drive your fist. With a resounding crack, Might Guy demonstrated once again, then began pounding and kicking at the tree, laying bare every detail of the basic taijutsu moves for Naruto to watch and learn. Did you get it? Kakashi, wearing his trademark dead fish stare, asked in his usual bland tone. What Guy just demonstrated hardly seemed difficult. I got it. Seeing the master of taijutsu in action, Naruto understood at once. If he used the language of a certain anime from his previous life, the human body basically has 3 hearts, and Naruto understood this principle inside and out. Recalling Might Guy's movements in his mind, Naruto imitated the posture and threw a punch. With a deafening boom, the punch sent the tree crashing to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. At last, the tree could no longer withstand the punches of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi stared in stunned silence as the boy felled a whole tree with a single punch, his eyelids twitching. He hadn't secretly learned Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength, had he? Though the tree had already been battered and was a third of its original strength, for this kid to bring it down with a single punch was already terrifying. Kakashi guessed that a punch like that would probably do serious damage even to him. And the most shocking part? The boy was barely over 6 years old. Kakashi was a loss for words. He could only spare a silent moment in his heart for whoever got saddled with this kid as their squad leader one day. Excellent. Your technique is spot on. Might Guy pumped a fist enthusiastically and gave Naruto a dramatic thumbs up, the sunlight glinting off his bowl cut in an oddly dazzling beam, and his dazzlingly white teeth flashed back a reflection. Naruto, feeling awkward, dug at the ground with his toes a few times. Keep it up, kid. The flames of youth must never be extinguished. Guy's passionate proclamation had Kakashi burying his face in his hand, unable to watch the scene unfold. Was it really okay for him to say this? If this kid devotes the rest of his life to taijutsu training, the third Hokage will surely come after you. Perhaps inspired by Naruto's enthusiasm, Might Guy insisted that Kakashi come with him to the training grounds for another showdown in the name of youthful rivalry. Watching the two walk away, Naruto began to practice the technique he had just learned anew. Now, his ordinary punch could leave a dent the size of his fist in a tree. But Naruto figured that, at this rate, there might not be enough trees in this grove for him to keep up his routine. A month flew by as Naruto immersed himself in training. Since mastering the technique, the speed at which he pummeled the trees increased many times over. In the woods by the riverside, trees toppled one after another with each of his strikes. Every time the third Hokage heard Naruto had knocked another tree down, his headache grew worse. He kept a stash of blood pressure medicine in his desk drawer now. What on earth is going on with this kid? He was starting to worry that if this went on, even the greening projects of the first Hokage wouldn't be enough for this kid to destroy. But fortunately, school was starting today, and he figured the kid probably wouldn't have much time to keep hacking at trees, right? Hey, Big Fox, what do you think of this outfit? Enough already. Shut up. Naruto chattered away, pestering the fox spirit sealed inside him, hoping to get some decent advice out of it. After all, today was the first day of school, and in this world he didn't really have any friends. There was only Kurama to share his excitement with, only Kurama to talk to. Kurama, for his part, wasn't interested at all and only found Naruto's endless chatter grating. Why couldn't this kid just take a proper look? Inside the wardrobe, aside from white and black, was there any other color? Impossible. How could he possibly make a choice? But the fox's reprimand didn't dampen Naruto's good mood in the slightest. He chose a black outfit, took a spin in front of the mirror, and felt quite pleased with himself. All right, time to go to school. Naruto spoke to himself, raised his hand, and tossed out a portal, stepping boldly into the shimmering cocoon of purple light. At the gates of the Ninja Academy, parents crowded around, dropping off their children for the first day. Some belonged to the great ninja clans of Konoha, others were ordinary villagers. No matter the background, each child was accompanied by a few adults. The opening day of the academy was always the liveliest day in the Hidden Leaf Village, especially with the third Hokage scheduled to give a speech to the students. Out of respect for the Hokage, everyone showed up to give their support. The third Hokage stood on the platform, brow furrowed as he surveyed the parents and children gathered on the playground. Yet Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Could he have overslept? But that couldn't be, right? He'd seen for himself how excited Naruto was. There was no way he'd be late on the very first day. With a deep, weary sigh, the Hokage couldn't help but feel that since Naruto's birth, he'd aged a few extra years from the constant worry that child brought him. Go check whether Naruto has left yet, he said to the Umbu at his side. But just then, a sudden burst of purple light materialized in the middle of the playground. That kid. The Hokage's face drew tight with strain. Hadn't he specifically told Naruto not to use that jutsu in front of others? Why couldn't the boy just behave for once? The sudden appearance of the purple cocoon on the playground captured everyone's attention in an instant. Whispers grew into a nervous commotion as people eyed the strange phenomenon uneasily. Protect Lady Hinata. Lord Fugaku, please withdraw with the young master. Is this an attack from another ninja village? What in the world is that thing? A chorus of anxious voices rose from the crowd. Seeing the familiar jutsu, Itachi, standing beside Sasuke, immediately understood. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had arrived. At that moment, all the children instinctively hid behind their parents, and some of those parents immediately reached into their ninja tool pouches to draw kunai, bracing themselves for any threat. If an enemy appeared, they would do whatever it took to protect their children. Uzumaki Naruto, reporting in. Naruto, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, suddenly felt an urge to announce himself like that. Perhaps it was the tension and excitement of starting school. He just couldn't resist shouting something out loud. But then, the moment he finished, he found himself completely surrounded by a group of ninja. The stern expressions on their faces made it look as if they were preparing to defend against a dangerous enemy. Wait, hold on a second. Naruto suddenly became fully aware that he'd just teleported into the crowd. His expression froze as he recalled his dramatic introduction, and he could practically feel his toes curling with embarrassment. Damn, this is so embarrassing. As for the parents who'd brought their children to school, upon hearing the familiar name Uzumaki Naruto, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief and put down their weapons. Though they may not have recognized the boy before them, every senior ninja in the village knew the Uzumaki clan. Then, doubts began to creep in. Uzumaki Naruto? The last member of the Uzumaki clan in the village was Kushina Uzumaki, and this boy clearly wasn't a redhead. So who in the world was this child? After all, the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki hadn't appeared in public for 6 years. Many had almost forgotten that their village even had a 6-year-old Jinchuriki. Shikaku fixed his gaze on the boy's mop of bright blonde hair. His eyes narrowed, and he explained to everyone around, "Put away your weapons, all of you. He's one of us, from the village, not an enemy." At his words, everyone quickly lowered their weapons. Still, the memory of what had just happened lingered in their minds. That sudden cocoon of purple light, the way the blonde-haired kid appeared out of nowhere. Many of the jonin present were left in utter shock. That was space-time ninjutsu, wasn't it? No way. That kid can't be more than 6 years old. It must be a special bloodline limit. If that's true, does it mean this child's potential rivals the fourth Hokage himself? Awe and amazement rippled through the crowd as they speculated about the boy's space-time bloodline. Before long, the conversation naturally drifted to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And then, as people talked, more and more of them noticed the boy's striking blonde hair. No way. Could this kid actually be the fourth child? Wait, what did he just say? Uzumaki Naruto? If I remember right, wasn't the fourth wife from the Uzumaki clan? What? He's the child the fourth Hokage left behind. In just a few words exchanged, everyone was already convinced that the blonde child before them could only be the fourth Hokage, Minato's orphan. Shikamaru stood beside his father, whispering softly, "Dad, is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki really the fourth child?" Shikaku remained silent, casting a meaningful glance toward the third Hokage on the stage. Yet, Shikamaru already knew the answer from his father's gaze. Sasuke poked his head out from behind Fugaku, and when he realized it was that boy, he clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Damn it, it's him again, always showing off in front of everyone. Could he be any more full of himself? Not far away, little Hinata noticed Naruto's short blonde hair and instantly recalled the boy who once walked her home, the same figure who'd come to her rescue not so long ago when she was getting bullied. How wonderful to be able to see Naruto every day now. At this thought, Hinata's ears flushed bright red, the color spreading fast enough to be seen with the naked eye. Her heart thumped so wildly, she felt as though it would burst if she kept looking at Naruto any longer. Too shy to stay in the open, Hinata slipped back behind Hayashi, though she still managed to sneak a glance or two at Naruto from her hiding place. Now that everyone realized Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, their faces broke into wide, enthusiastic grins. "Hey kid, come eat at my place tonight." "No way. You're coming home with me, kid. Nothing beats my cooking." "Say, what do you think of my daughter?" More and more ninja began to invite Naruto to their homes for dinner. Some, a little overexcited, even started trying to introduce him to their daughters. Of course, the major clans didn't make any moves. They simply watched Naruto in silence, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. They, after all, were well aware of this boy's true identity. For Naruto, it was the first time he'd faced such a crowd, and with everyone being so warm and welcoming, he was at a total loss. Wasn't the first day of school supposed to be different? This wasn't at all what he had imagined. Shouldn't it be the village kids shouting Fox Demon at him, and then him showing his strength and silencing them all? How did they manage to guess his identity as the child of the fourth Hokage so easily? If only he could get online right now, Naruto would definitely post about this on Ninzu. He'd even thought of the thread title. "In Konoha, my cover as the Crown Prince was blown on my first day of school. What do I do next? Need urgent help, online waiting." Elsewhere in the village, Danzo had already received the latest report from Root Spies. Upon reading the full file on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a dangerous glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. Excellent. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki even possesses a space-time Kekkei Genkai. I must have him. The third Hokage, seeing the commotion below, could do nothing but sigh. He was thoroughly troubled. He wanted Naruto to come to school so the boy could form bonds with other children in the village. The rumors about the Nine-Tails Fox before were also meant to let Naruto experience pain early on, so that he would cherish everything in the village in the future. Was there anything wrong with this approach? Of course not. After all, almost every major ninja village used these kinds of methods. Even Kushina went through the same ordeal back then. It's all for the sake of the village, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with sacrificing a Jinchuriki if it means the village can continue to thrive. But this was where the third Hokage never expected that Naruto, of all kids, would completely disregard the plan. Ever since 5 years ago, the old man had started spreading rumors about the Nine-Tails. The first time Naruto set foot outside and experienced those whispers, the third stroked his beard with satisfaction. It was all going according to his design. When the villagers hurled insults and showed him rejection, the boy simply locked himself in at home, refusing to step foot past his own doors. Back then, the third actually worried that this might break Naruto's spirit. But as time went on, he gradually noticed something odd. That kid kept himself holed up at home for a full 6 months. And when he went in to check, there was this silly boy, sprawled on the floor, happily playing with scraps of wood, hardly the picture of fragile vulnerability. The third thought, as Naruto got older, surely the boy would have to go out to buy things, or at least take a walk someday, right? But afterwards, Naruto awakened those strange and mysterious bloodline powers. Then the little Naruto, who never needed to worry about food or drink, just vanished from the villagers' view entirely. So much so that by the time he showed up today, all those people who once shouted at the Nine-Tails brat had forgotten the matter entirely. Now, not only had he failed to make Naruto appreciate the value of companionship, he'd inadvertently drawn attention to Naruto's identity as the fourth's orphan. This was absolutely not the outcome the third had hoped for. Ahem ahem. Standing on the stage, the third Hokage had to clear his throat several times before all eyes finally turned his way. Then he launched into a speech that lasted over an hour. During this time, Naruto spotted little Hinata sneaking glances his way. He even flashed her a friendly smile, but the shy girl ducked straight behind Hayashi's back out of embarrassment. Hayashi, noticing the blonde brat's intentions toward his daughter, shot Naruto a fierce glare with his Byakugan. Sensing an unfriendly gaze from his future in-law, Naruto's guilt made him shrink back a little. After all, he did plan to pluck their precious flower, eventually. Not now, maybe, but it was only a matter of time. Glancing at Hinata, whose face was now a bright shade of pink, Naruto suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. That's right. Why should I be scared of that old man? He, Naruto Uzumaki, wild-haired and undaunted. Once his 18th birthday rolls around, he'd go straight to the Hyuga clan and show the old man exactly what a blonde dynamo can do. It was a pity there was no Will-o'-the-Wisp in Konoha. Otherwise, the Hokage could at least have produced a dramatic scene. Lighting a torch, have you made it home safely? Hayashi Hyuga's face turned thunderous as he watched that blonde troublemaker's ever more brazen grin. If only the Byakugan could kill, that boy would have died a million deaths under his glare by now. And so, what should have been a simple entrance ceremony was forcibly twisted by Naruto and Hayashi into a tense staring contest. Not far off, Sasuke's eyes were starting to redden as he watched Naruto. Knowing the boy was the son of the legendary fourth Hokage, Sasuke felt a strange wave of helplessness rising in his chest. Standing before Naruto, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. But recalling their past battles, he realized perhaps, just perhaps, he stood a chance of defeating him. He clenched his fists, eyes rimmed with red, a silent vow burning in his heart. Just wait. I will definitely defeat you, and prove the true strength of the Uchiha. Throughout this, Naruto was the recipient of cold stares from his clan, utterly oblivious to the teary-eyed Sasuke standing nearby. And during the third Hokage's speech, not a single word was mentioned to clarify Naruto's true identity. Even as curious whispers rose from the crowd, the Hokage simply ignored them. The old ninja clans understood the hidden truth and kept silent, but many ordinary shinobi and civilians knew nothing of the deeper secrets. All they knew was that, on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, the fourth Hokage gave his life to save every soul in the village. And the fourth's orphan son, a hero's child, was a cause for enormous commotion. Lord Hokage, that child, he's the fourth son, isn't he? That's right. Why has no one told us about him all this time? Lord Hokage, is there some kind of secret here? The third avoided a direct answer, instead forcing a strained smile in response to their questions. Instead of addressing the matter further, he turned to the children and spoke. That's all for today. Remember, as long as leaves are dancing in the wind, the fire will never die. The shadow of the fire will protect the village, and from it, new leaves will grow. Only when you wish to protect those dear to you does a ninja's true power reveal itself. With a few final instructions, the third Hokage turned, hands clasped behind his back, and left the stage. But as he heard the villagers once again ask if Naruto Uzumaki was really the fourth child, his face darkened like the bottom of a soup pot. He walked away even faster, for he still had no idea how to handle the dilemma of Naruto's true parentage. The original plan was to wait until Naruto came of age or truly inherited the will of fire before revealing his lineage. Who could have predicted the boy's identity would be guessed on his very first day at the academy? Why is it none of you realize this child is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? After returning to the Hokage's office, the third began pondering how to handle the situation. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock came sharply at the door. Come in. The third propped his chin on both hands, still lost deep in thought. He glanced up, only to find that it was Danzo, standing before him. The thought of Naruto immediately crossed his mind. As he carefully studied Danzo's expression, he more or less guessed the reason for this visit. With a calm and measured voice, he asked, Danzo, what brings you here? Hiruzen, hand the nine-tails Jinchuriki over to me. I promise I'll. That's enough. Before Danzo could finish, the third cut him off harshly. It was obvious, at this moment, the third was furious. The nine-tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf had to remain under his own control. There was no way he'd ever hand him over to Danzo. If he truly handed over Naruto, wouldn't Danzo just end up seizing control of the Jinchuriki and use that as leverage to depose him and take his place? Danzo had hit a nerve, striking the third Hokage's reverse scale. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the nine-tails Jinchuriki possesses rare talent. Give him to me, and I guarantee I'll turn him into the strongest of all Jinchuriki. Danzo seemed utterly unfazed by the third's anger. After all, every visit seemed to end in a heated quarrel between the two of them. Don't even think about it when it comes to Naruto. The third slammed his palm on the desk, his voice ringing out in fury. The room instantly bristled with tension. One could almost feel that the smallest spark would set off an explosion. After a long, heavy silence, it was Danzo who finally broke, though he stubbornly stuck to his point. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage here. The third asserted his authority, warning him not to overstep. At the word Hokage, Danzo's face darkened. Without another word, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Once the third had left, the academy children made their way to their newly assigned classrooms according to the list. Naruto made his way into the classroom and instantly spotted Hinata sitting quietly in the back row. By now, quite a few classmates had also taken notice of Naruto Uzumaki. After all, word of what happened on the playground had passed quickly from adult to child, and everyone had heard the details. Every kid knew this blonde classmate was the son of the fourth Hokage. While the exploits of the fourth were lost on these young students, what mattered was, he was the Hokage. And, according to the grown-ups, he was the hero who had once saved the village. Naturally, the children felt a surge of goodwill towards Naruto Uzumaki. Who wouldn't? He was the son of a hero. Befriending him would make for a story to boast about with everyone else. Naruto Uzumaki, sit over here with me. No, over here. I've got a new manga to show you. Naruto, sit with me. I'll even share my snacks with you. In no time, most of the class had swarmed around Naruto, their voices bright and excited. Some even began squabbling over who got to sit next to him, nearly coming to blows in the commotion. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with a sneer before turning his head to gaze out the window, falling into a daze. The son of the fourth Hokage, is he? I will defeat you, no matter what. Seeing the look on Sasuke's face, Sakura grew so excited that she grabbed Ino beside her and shook her, shouting all the while. He's so handsome, really so handsome. Sasuke Uchiha is just unbelievably cool. Ino cast a quick look herself, and soon drifted into the same love-struck stupor. Hinata watched as Naruto drew so much attention from his classmates. Her eyes dimmed, and she buried her face in the crook of her arm. He's so popular now. He must have forgotten about me. As laughter and cheerful voices swirled around Naruto, Hinata felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Naruto, noticing Hinata hunched over her desk, brushed off his classmate's attention and slowly walked over to her seat. The spot beside Hinata was still empty. To her right sat Shikamaru, lost in thought, and Choji, already munching on snacks. Naruto reached out, tapped Hinata gently on the arm with his finger, and smiled. Hi there, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata looked up to meet Naruto's smiling face. It was as if he were shining. Within her mind, 3 different images appeared at once. Naruto, when he was 3, walking her home. Naruto, when he was 5, standing up for her. And now, Naruto, standing here right in front of her. The 3 figures seemed to overlap, all cheerfully saying, Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. So entranced was Hinata that she forgot to answer, forgetting even to blush. Seeing the little girl frozen in place, Naruto assumed she really had forgotten him. He waved a hand in front of her face. Hey, so sorry. I'm Hinata Huga. Coming back to herself, Hinata took a long while, blushing furiously, before she managed to utter her own name. But then, as she looked at Naruto, sitting next to her, all the color drained from her face, and she promptly fainted onto her desk. Iraki Yamano entered the classroom, a list of students in hand, and a look of deep worry on his face. He'd barely stepped through the door when he saw Naruto Uzumaki had already managed to make the Hyuga air his faint. He was starting to dread the years of teaching that lay ahead. To be honest, Iraka's feelings toward Naruto were complicated. First, he learned from the third Hokage that Naruto was actually the village's nine-tails Jinchuriki. And the very beast sealed within this boy, the nine-tails, was none other than the monster that had killed his own parents. At first, Iruka had simply seen Naruto Uzumaki as the culprit behind his family's tragedy. But just now, standing out in the schoolyard, Iruka overheard people saying that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. That fact alone left his mind reeling for a solid 3 minutes. At last, he finally began to piece together the truth about Naruto Uzumaki. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, together with his wife, sacrificed their own lives to save the village by stopping the tailed beast. They even sealed the 9 tails within their own son. It's fair to say that this family are truly the saviors of Konoha Village. Thinking back on how he acted when he first learned about Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. In short, he felt terribly uncomfortable. Iruka glanced at Naruto and decided that after school today, he would take him out for some ramen, hoping that this would ease some of the guilt weighing on his heart. But first, he had to properly introduce himself to his new students. Iruka stepped up to the podium, smiling warmly at the class. "All right, let's begin," he said. "Let me introduce myself to everyone. My name is Iruka Yumino. I enjoy soaking in hot springs and eating Ichiraka ramen. The food I dislike most is rice bowls with sauce. My dream is that all of you will one day pass your exams smoothly and become ninjas." Naruto, sitting in the back row, listened with heavy eyelids, nearly drifting off to sleep. At first, he had been a little curious about the Ninja Academy, but the reality soon struck him as incredibly boring and tedious. He had already entered society in his previous life, but now he had to sit through classes at a ninja school all over again. Honestly, if Hinata weren't sitting next to him, he wouldn't have wanted to stay here even for a moment. As everyone knows, in the world of Hokage, feelings and bonds are nurtured from childhood. Just look at his own parents for proof. Naruto found himself tangled up in an internal struggle. At this moment, he felt like Sun Wukong, with the golden circlet hovering over his head. If he skipped class, he wouldn't have the chance to grow closer to Hinata. If he stayed, he'd have to endure endless, torturous lessons. Either way, he had no intention of actually studying at this academy. After all, could anything they taught here possibly compare to what he could learn from the 9 tails sealed inside him? Imitating Hinata, Naruto lay his head on his desk, letting his consciousness slip into the sealed space to play with the fox. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Noticing someone tapping his arm a few times, Naruto slowly lifted his head, looking around in a daze. "Naruto Uzumaki, please come up and introduce yourself." Iruka let out a gentle sigh, then called Naruto up in a soft voice. Deep down, he had a feeling this boy was going to be quite the handful in the days to come. Naruto shuffled up to the podium, hesitating for a couple of seconds. He'd completely zoned out earlier, so he hadn't heard how the others introduced themselves. He turned and asked Iruka, "Sensei, what am I supposed to say again? Your name, interests, and goals?" Naruto nodded, straightened his clothes, and then announced in a loud voice, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like farming." There wasn't a single flaw in that statement. If Naruto Uzumaki didn't genuinely enjoy farming, he could never have spent all those years entertaining himself in the sealed space. After all, being someone from the land of flowers, even if time and space had changed, the farming instinct ran deep in his very bones. The third Hokage, watching through his telescope technique, almost yanked his own beard off when he heard this. He knew it. Ever since Naruto was a child, he had been obsessed, almost possessed, by a love for working the fields. And really, it was an excellent hobby. Nothing wrong with it at all, and it certainly wouldn't impact anyone else. Except, you're the 9 tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf Village. Could you please show a little more ambition? The third Hokage took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise yet again. He hurriedly took out his medicine from the drawer and swallowed his pills. An ideal... At this point, Naruto paused. Unlike in the original story, he was not about to shout all day about becoming the Hokage of the village. To tell the truth, the Leaf Village wasn't that big, yet it was weighed down with endless problems. Benefits were scant, the pay was nowhere near enough. It was a life even more exhausting than an ox or a horse in his previous world. Just look at how little time the original Naruto spent at home after becoming the 7th Hokage. That was definitely not the kind of future Naruto wanted for himself. After pondering for 3 or 4 seconds, he continued, "My dream is to give a certain uncle I know a good lesson, and then to give every spiky-haired guy around a thorough beating." Sasuke Uchiha? Upon hearing Naruto's dream, the third Hokage felt his headache lessen a bit. Though he had no idea why the boy's aspirations were this peculiar, at the core, it was still about becoming stronger. As long as Naruto kept that aim in mind, the third could relax. Then, he recalled that he had recently sent Kakashi and Guy to meet Naruto. So the uncle and the spiky heads he's talking about are Kakashi and Guy? Ah, that's not bad. At least he's got some fire in him. The third Hokage let out a satisfied chuckle. He could not have imagined just how ambitious Naruto's goal actually was. As Naruto continued his introduction, more and more people began to raise the question everyone was most curious about. Naruto Uzumaki, is it true that your father was the fourth Hokage? In that moment, all eyes turned once again toward Naruto, hoping for a definite answer from his own lips. Hearing this question, Naruto instinctively froze for a moment. How was he supposed to answer that? He didn't know the truth about his origins, but this was something he would never dare say out loud himself. If he admitted it today, then tomorrow the third Hokage would definitely come looking for him, asking just how he had learned the truth. And once he started down that path, he'd have to keep spinning lie after lie just to cover it up. Right now, he was too weak. One careless word could get him in real trouble. But once he became strong enough, there would be esteemed elders willing to defend and clarify his beliefs for him. I don't know who this fourth Hokage you're talking about is. I lost my parents when I was little. I've lived my whole life never getting enough to eat or having decent clothes to wear. Naruto, of course, didn't admit to being the son of the fourth. He launched straight into a tale of hardship and tragedy. For a fleeting moment, Naruto felt as if he were on a grand stage, pouring his heart out to a sympathetic crowd. Yet what he said was actually true. That was the very life the original Naruto had lived in the story. From behind his crystal ball, the third Hokage felt his head throb as he listened. How could this child say, with a straight face, that he went hungry and cold? Sure, he gave Naruto just a bit of pocket money, but that was only because of that odd bloodline limit he possessed. The other day, he'd even stopped by Naruto's place and found the fridge more plentifully stocked than his own. And just look at how tall this kid had grown. What kind of child deprived of food and warmth could be bigger than everyone else's age? The third simply couldn't bear to watch, not another moment. If he kept it up, he was sure the boy would one day be the cause of his death by exasperation, right here in the office. In class, after Naruto spoke, every classmate's eyes filled with tears. Even Iruka's eyes were red-rimmed. Naruto, it's all right. Even if you're not the fourth son, we'll always count you as our friend. That's not it. Maybe he is the fourth son. He just doesn't know it himself. Naruto, I brought a lunchbox today. Why don't you eat with me at noon? Everyone piled on their sympathy, each wanting to do something for their classmate with such a tragic tale. Sasuke sat in his seat, listening quietly, his expression growing stranger by the second. Because, back when he and Naruto had sparred, he'd clearly seen Naruto's breakfasts, plates piled high with meat and fish. Even he, the proud young master of the Uchiha clan, had felt a twinge of envy at the sight. How on earth could Naruto claim he'd never had enough to eat or wear? It's not that I want everyone's pity by saying all this, Naruto continued. I just want you to know that no matter what anyone else says about me, I am Uzumaki Naruto. For a long moment, the entire class stared at him in stunned silence. In the Hokage's office, too, the third Hokage froze at Naruto's words. For that instant, it was as though he saw Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, standing before him. The third walked to the window and gazed in silence at the stone faces on the Hokage monument. This child, he really is just like you, Minato. If everyone already suspected the truth about Naruto's identity, maybe it was time, at last, to reveal everything to the village. And judging by how Naruto is now, the fact that he carries the nine tails inside him doesn't seem to affect him in the slightest. Afterwards, the third Hokage summoned the Umbu and delegated the matter to them. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Naruto was nothing like the boy he was during his introduction moments before. He lay slumped across his desk like a beached fish, bearing a striking resemblance to Shikamaru a few seats away. The entire morning's curriculum was filled with dry lessons on ninja theory. Naruto, completely uninterested, simply sprawled across his desk and slept through it all. When the bell rang for lunch, Naruto slipped away to a quiet corner, opened a small portal, and popped home for a quick meal before sneaking off to the Riverside Grove that afternoon, unable to resist the urge to beat up some trees. He couldn't help it. Battering trees had simply become a habit by now. He felt itchy and restless if he went even a single day without it. Back in the classroom, Hinata noticed that afternoon classes had already reached the last lesson and the seat next to her was still empty. A faint disappointment crept into her heart. Iruka, too, realized Naruto had skipped class. But knowing Naruto's true identity, he decided it was best not to stir up trouble where none was needed. After all, as a mere teacher, how could he possibly reign in the Hokage's own successor? Just look at how the third got a headache every time Naruto was mentioned. And of course, the third Hokage himself noticed Naruto's absence. He found himself more troubled than ever by this boy. He'd hoped that Naruto starting school would help change his habit of going everywhere alone. But no, Naruto just carried on as he always did. The most infuriating part The kid had run off to the river to pound trees again. Watching Naruto training by the riverside, the third could feel his blood pressure climbing. He hurriedly reached for the medicine bottle in his drawer, only to realize, without even noticing, he'd already finished all the pills. At this very moment, an official announcement was made from the Hokage's office. Uzumaki Naruto was publicly confirmed as the fourth Hokage's son. The instant the notice was posted, the villagers gathered outside the Hokage building. Kakashi stood apart from the crowd, gazing distantly at the smiling photo of the fourth on the announcement, lost in memories. "Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Might Guy spotted Kakashi standing alone out front and enthusiastically threw an arm around his shoulders. That's when Guy noticed the notice that had just been posted. "So that's what's going on. The third has finally made Naruto's lineage public. Kakashi, are you alright?" Guy could tell something was off with Kakashi's mood, but for once, he didn't challenge him to a test of youthful spirit. "I'm fine," Kakashi replied, hands in his pockets, as he turned and walked away from the Hokage's office. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Guy already knew where he was headed. No doubt, straight to the flower shop. That guy Kakashi. When word of Naruto Uzumaki's true identity spread throughout the village, certain inappropriate remarks once again echoed in Konoha. "No, you got it wrong. It was the nine tails sealed inside this kid that killed the fourth Hokage. This child is a harbinger of disaster. He caused his own parents' deaths, and who knows, he might attack the village again one day. For everyone's safety, we have to keep him under strict control. That's right, he must be restrained." Everyone was deeply unsettled by the fact that there was a tailed beast sealed inside Naruto's belly. So what? Even if he was the fourth Hokage's son? If he posed a threat to the safety of the village, no one cared whose child he was. Upon hearing the Umbu's report in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's face darkened grimly, almost as black as the bottom of a pot. With anger surging inside him, he slapped the desk and gave a direct order to the Umbu. "Send Danzo to me now." The sudden calls in the village to confine Naruto. He didn't need to think twice to know who was behind it. It was Danzo's handiwork, without question. And this time, the third Hokage was truly incensed. He had already warned Danzo before, but to his dismay, Danzo had still set his sights on this child, Naruto. After summoning Danzo to his office, the two ended up in yet another heated quarrel, centered as always on the matter of the tailed beast's Jinchuriki in Konoha. The rumors spread by root within the village were quickly quashed by the third Hokage, who gave Danzo a final warning as well. If Danzo so much as considered targeting Naruto again, then he could not expect any more mercy or regard for old friendships. Afterwards, Danzo let out a cold snort, and in that office another standoff ensued. "Danzo, Sarutobi, you will regret this." "Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, my will is the will of fire." But once these dangerous rumors began circulating, they could not be so easily stamped out. "I heard that kid's always lurking by the little grove east of the village entrance. We have to catch him and hand him over to Lord Hokage." "That's right. For the safety of the village, Naruto Uzumaki must be strictly watched." "Yes, even if he's the fourth son, it doesn't matter." The villagers had already been swept up by the rhythms set by Root's ninjas. Now they wouldn't listen to reason. Their only thought was to drag Naruto to the Hokage's office and pressure the third into locking him away. No matter how you looked at it, in their minds, they were only doing what was best for everyone. Over 100 Konoha villagers gathered together, clutching all manner of implements in their hands, their emotions running high as they marched toward the small grove by the riverside. "My whole family died that night in the Nine Tails rampage. I will never allow something like that to happen again." "Me too. My house was just built, and that damn fox destroyed it. That little brat is too dangerous. Tie him up, yes, and lock him away too." Sasuke was just on his way home from school when he saw the chaotic scene in front of him, forcing him to stop at his tracks. He immediately knew that troublesome brat was in deep trouble. Sasuke glanced over twice, shook his head, and carried on towards home. But he had barely taken a few more steps when vivid images popped into his mind. Naruto, tied up by that furious mob. He even pictured Naruto being burned alive by the villagers. Damn it, what the hell am I thinking? Why should I care whether that idiot lives or dies? That's what Sasuke said out loud, but his legs betrayed him, breaking into a run in the direction of the riverside grove. He chose the small path, which would get him there a few minutes ahead of those villagers. Sasuke ran with everything he had, the world blurring past him, and yet he still felt he wasn't fast enough. Faster. I've got to go faster. That idiot should only fall by my hand, not be dragged away by those fools. In Sasuke's mind, getting caught by that crowd meant either life imprisonment or death. No matter what, He couldn't let a worthy rival disappear from his life like that. The cicadas droned in the trees. Meanwhile, Naruto had no idea what was happening back in the village. He stared at the fallen tree in front of him and suspiciously questioned the fox inside his belly. Hey, big fox, can't we try a different kind of training? Just moments ago, he'd managed to knock down a tree thick enough that it took both arms to encircle it, but the big fox insisted on adding weight training on top of that. Honestly, how is that even fair? He was only 6.5 years old, just a kid. To make a 6-year-old swing a tree this size was just plain outrageous, wasn't it? Naruto guessed the tree beneath his feet must weigh at least 200 or 300 pounds. And it definitely wasn't going to get any lighter. Enough whining. Lift it now, boy. If you don't swing it 100 times, don't even think about going home today. Naruto could only fall silent. To tell the truth, Naruto seriously wondered if Kurama was planning to train him to death. He was starting to think he'd be better off following Gai-sensei's regimen instead. At least that man designed his training around human limits. Unlike Kurama, whose method was to push Naruto until the brink of collapse, and then go a little further. If anyone else signed up as Kurama's student, they'd probably be coughing up blood within 3 days. Naruto stared at the massive trunk, longer and thicker than he was tall, and swallowed nervously. This thing is huge. How am I supposed to lift it? He crouched down, circling the tree several times, trying out different angles, but still couldn't figure out how to get a grip. Superhuman physique or not, there was no way to get the tree off the ground without finding the right leverage. After thinking it over, Naruto hammered the tree a few times, leaving several dents as his makeshift handholds. Eve! With a low growl, Naruto slowly rose from his squat, and bit by bit, he started to lift the massive tree off the ground. The tree in front of him, by Naruto's estimation, must weigh at least 200 jin, yet, incredibly, he was managing to heft it up. BB Big Fox, can I maybe put this down first? My back's itching, and I really want to scratch it. At that moment, Naruto looked like a weightlifter, both hands supporting the tree. But he was clearly struggling. His face was flushed, veins bulging on his neck, and even his words came out stammered. It was obvious Naruto was giving it everything he had. As he lifted the tree, a few leaves worked their way down his collar, making his back unbearably itchy. Quit whining. Swing it for me. Hearing the fox's command, Naruto gritted his teeth, forced himself to press on, and started to swing the 5-meter-long tree. Show shhh. The first couple of swings were painfully slow. He had to focus, finding the right leverage, all while keeping his footwork stable. But whether it was the Uzumaki clan's unique constitution or the influence of the tailed beast inside him, as Naruto kept swinging, he found, not only had the tree become much lighter, but his steps grew nimble and sure. In a flash, Naruto felt unstoppable. He was only 6 years old, and yet he could lift something this heavy. As he swung the tree, Naruto's imagination began to run wild, picturing himself as Naruto uprooting willow trees, or Naruto, staff in hand, raising havoc in the heavenly palace. After all, every man with a stick in his hands is bound to dream up a few heroic exploits. A 5-meter-long, arm-thick tree spun faster and faster in Naruto's grip. He was even coordinated enough to try a few flashy tricks. For instance, he imagined himself as a helicopter spinning the massive tree like its main rotor. With each swing, a gale whipped up by the tree swept along the riverbank. Dust and leaves began to swirl in the wind. Over there. Go, I think I spotted that brat. Get him. Tie him up. A troop of more than 100 people surged toward Naruto's location. With still dozens of meters separating them from Naruto, they were immediately blasted by the roaring wind, forced to squint against the debris. Sasuke, who had gotten there first and was hiding behind a tree, stared in utter disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto. Is he even human? How can anyone have that kind of strength? It dawned on Sasuke. This guy didn't need any help or warnings at all. The crowd of villagers fought to keep their eyes open, trying desperately to see through the flying dust and catch a glimpse of the boy causing all this chaos. And then, they all saw that 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, waving a 5-meter-long tree around as if it were light as a feather. It looked as if that massive tree was nothing more than a sponge in his hands. What kind of monstrous strength was this? None of the 100-plus villagers had ever seen anything like it, and they immediately began to have second thoughts. There was simply no choice. They couldn't just rush in. If they got hit even once, they'd likely be smashed flat. The nine-tailed fox? What nonsense. Whoever wants to deal with this, let them. As for the rest, none of them dared to meddle any further. I just remembered I have something urgent at home. My wife's giving birth today. I have to hurry back. I almost forgot. I need to pick my kid up from school. A short distance away, Naruto noticed a crowd. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in his mind. He swung the giant tree, sending several surges of air slashing toward the villagers, like blades darting through the air. Thud! The waves of force hit so suddenly, the knees of over 100 villagers buckled, and they all collapsed in perfect unison. Seeing this, Naruto's face twisted with amusement. He carelessly tossed the tree aside and strode up to the kneeling villagers. "Hey, mister, why are you all kneeling on the ground?" Naruto looked at the sickles, hoes, and shovels they held, growing more and more perplexed. The villagers saw Naruto standing before them, and the memory of him swinging that tree flashed once more through their minds. All of them began to shiver despite themselves. Dread gnawed at them. They were terrified Naruto might discover their intentions and crush them to pulp in a fit of anger. A few quick-witted folks found their voices. It's so hot out. The ground feels nice and cool." "Ah, yes. Much cooler down here." Huh. Naruto eyed each of them suspiciously, completely baffled. "But it isn't even that hot today. Are all the people in the Leaf Village this odd? Kneeling on the ground just to keep cool? You're all holding tools. Did you come here looking for me?" Naruto pressed again, but from a villager's perspective, he might as well have become a man-eating monster. One wrong answer, and they'd all be doomed. We're here to build you a wooden hut." "Yes, that's right. You work so hard training here every day. You need a place to rest." Naruto struggled to describe his feelings. The villagers of the Leaf Village, it seemed, were just too enthusiastic. To be honest, he didn't need a little hut at all to continue his training by this grove. If he wanted to rest, he could just open a portal and step straight home. There really wasn't any need to go through all that trouble. But Naruto simply couldn't fend off this group of enthusiastic uncles, each of them eager to outdo the others in helping him build a wooden cabin. The whole situation made him feel rather embarrassed. There was nothing he could do. Faced with such warmth and energy, it would have been downright rude to refuse again. Sasuke watched, dumbstruck, as these folks managed to raise a cabin right on the spot in less than an hour. "That's unbelievable," he thought. "Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing here too?" After sending off the helpful villagers from the Leaf, Naruto noticed Sasuke standing not far away. He looked, to put it mildly, like he wasn't all there. Nothing. I was just passing by." Realizing he'd been spoken to, Sasuke averted his gaze, afraid to look Naruto in the eye. Internally, he berated himself as an idiot. This guy is so strong. He doesn't need any reminders from the likes of me. The memory of how frantic he'd just been made Sasuke feel thoroughly embarrassed. He shot a sidelong glance at Naruto, then turned and strode off in the direction he'd come from, without looking back. Naruto watched Sasuke go, then glanced in the direction the uncles had left. He scratched his head in confusion. "What's going on today?" he wondered. "Why does everyone seem a little off?" "Oh well, never mind. Time to head home for dinner." Muttering to himself, Naruto opened a portal, stepping through and teleporting home for a meal. "Oh right, the big fox. Did you help me check the chakra levels of those people in the classroom today?" That night, the thought suddenly popped into Naruto's mind, and he asked out of curiosity. He was, in truth, rather interested to know just how far apart he and the others really were. "What's there to check?" "It's just that kid from the Uchiha clan. He's at the most among them." Thinking back to when he had earlier sensed Sasuke's chakra, Naruto asked uncertainly, "Half a mag?" "No, his chakra has already reached 5 mag." Upon hearing that Sasuke's chakra had suddenly multiplied by 10, Naruto drew in a sharp breath. Incredible, this kid's terrifying. Someone like that can't be left unchecked. Kurama, the Nine-Tails, just sighed. "What's gotten into this boy now? 5 mag is nothing. You, with your 100 mag chakra, are worried about a little kid like that." Kurama couldn't quite figure it out and chalked it up to Naruto being, well, Naruto. Realizing that the big fox didn't get his joke, Naruto felt a wave of disappointment. That's the trouble with transmigrating. No one ever gets your references. It gets boring, honestly. He tugged up his blanket, bade Kurama good night, and quickly drifted off to sleep. In the days that followed, Naruto's routine was simple and steadfast. Every morning he'd go to school for a lesson, make sure Irika-sensei knew he was still around, and tease young Hinata for a bit. Every afternoon, he'd head to the little grove by the river for his training. You could say his life had settled into a perfectly regular rhythm. When it came to Naruto skipping class, the third Hokage saw everything with his own eyes and worried deeply in his heart, yet he still couldn't find any way to truly deal with the boy. Had he not spoken with Naruto before, perhaps the boy wouldn't even show up for class in the mornings at all. And even when he did go to school, it was either chatting with his desk mate or lying face down on the desk, lost in daydreams or fast asleep. To the third, Uzumaki Naruto was by far the most troublesome child he'd seen in all these years. Even more troublesome than Kushina back in her day, or even Obito Uchiha. The real issue was that Naruto was supremely talented, and it was impossible to fault him when it came to his grades or strength. No matter how much he pondered, he simply could not come up with a good solution. So in the end, he just let the boy train on his own. Along the way, he secretly instructed Guy and Kakashi to keep an eye on Naruto, just in case the kid got too carried away in his training and ended up hurting himself. As for the rumors in the village about the nine-tailed fox, these days, not a single person dares to utter a word. Ever since Uzumaki Naruto displayed his innate strength by the riverbank, not one civilian has dared to make a fuss about what should be done with him. After all, if someone really provoked that kid, folks genuinely fear that Naruto would haul a whole tree over his shoulder and smash their house to pieces. Who in their right mind would poke that hornet's nest? And so, almost without meaning to, Naruto once again dispelled the rumors plaguing the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto, where did you go this afternoon? In class, after several days of being playfully teased by Naruto, Hinata had grown a little more resilient, no longer as terribly shy as before, and finally gathered the courage to ask about his whereabouts. I went to train. Naruto responded instinctively, though half his mind was still engaged in a mental discussion with the great fox inside his seal, working out the next stages of his training. Just last night, he discovered he could split his awareness. One part remained in the ceiling space, while the other stayed present in the outside world. But as a result, his behavior in the real world started to look rather odd. Sometimes his reactions were as delayed as a high-latency player in an online game from his previous life, jerky and lagging, or else it took ages for him to respond. I see. Hinata's eyes dimmed, feeling completely useless. Naruto was already so amazing, and yet he trained so hard. When she thought of how she only spent a little time practicing at night, she couldn't help feeling utterly ashamed. If only she could train together with Naruto. Hey, Hinata, why don't we train together? Suddenly, Naruto withdrew his awareness from the ceiling space, turned to Hinata, and said something that made his own face redden. Thud. The sudden surge of joy made Hinata so embarrassed that she fainted right onto her desk. Naruto scratched his head, completely at a loss. This shy little girl had a long way to go. The reason he brought Hinata along for training was because her Byakugan could see the chakra pathways within the human body. If possible, he'd have liked to call Sasuke over too. According to the anime Naruto had watched in his previous life, the Sharingan could perceive the chakra used in an opponent's ninjutsu and even copy their techniques. At first glance, it seemed like the Sharingan and the Byakugan worked similarly, both allowing one to see chakra within others. The only problem was, he didn't quite know what the true difference between them was. As for why he needed both the Byakugan and the Sharingan, mainly, Naruto had discussed things with the Nine Tails, saying he wanted to observe Might Guy's 8 Gates technique for himself, then develop a forbidden jutsu tailored to his own needs. Just thinking of a future where he could unleash the 6 paths Kurama mode, twirling his family's signature dumplings, and finally finish it all off with a triumphant, Granny knocks on the door, open sesame, made him feel completely unstoppable. Kurama didn't really get why this brat was so hung up on that green bowl-cut taijutsu. After all, with the power he had, he could become invincible on his own. But in the end, Kurama agreed to Naruto's plan. Besides, this kid's constitution was different from an ordinary person's. As long as he was still breathing, nothing could train him to death. Let him do as he pleased. Hinata. Naruto, you're too close. Eager to get her to come along, Naruto leaned in beside her, waking her up ahead of time. But, if I skip class, my father will be upset with me. Hinata sounded troubled. She really did want to sneak out of class and train with Naruto, but if her father found out, she'd definitely get scolded. You could just come after school. It's settled then. I'll find you when class is over. Naruto grinned in farewell, then strode out of the classroom in full view of everyone. So much so that Irika's forehead veins bulged with rage. Couldn't this brat just wait until class was dismissed before leaving? He really has no consideration for my authority at all. Irika let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, he could relate a little to the third Hokage's frustration. This kid really is a handful. Once out of school, Naruto snuck around the Hidden Leaf Village searching for that green bowl-cut guy. He wanted to first see how the man trained on an ordinary day. The third Hokage, observing Naruto through his crystal ball, instantly realized the boy was out looking for Might Guy. That's it. This Jinchuriki just might be a lost cause. A perfectly good Jinchuriki, and he wants to practice taijutsu of all things. With an exasperated drag on his pipe, the third Hokage devised a mission to send Might Guy out of the village for a while. As long as Guy wasn't in the village, then maybe this kid would finally give up on studying taijutsu? What a bizarre turn of events. Why can't I find that old guy anywhere? Naruto sat atop the fourth Hokage's stone face, his small face clouded with confusion. He'd spent a whole week combing the village and still hadn't managed to track down Might Guy. Just a while ago, he could always spot that green-clad bowl cut near the school gates. Naruto swung his legs back and forth, propped his chin on one hand, and gazed out over the entire Hidden Leaf village. To be honest, the view from up here wasn't bad at all. From this height, he could hear the laughter of children at play, the cries of street vendors, and see wisps of cooking smoke curling into the air. Life in the village, bustling and full. He realized he was starting to get used to life here. After a while, Naruto let out a soft sigh. A peaceful world, huh? But he knew this peace was only temporary. In a few years, the Hidden Leaf would be visited by the master of suffering himself, Nagato, bringing turmoil upon everyone. After that, the entire village would be left in ruins, a crater. Naruto sifted through memories in his mind, a mounting sense of unease growing in his heart. Even if he was much stronger now than he had been in the original story, Pain was just an early-stage boss. After him, there would come the Uchiha clan, and then those fearsome Otsutsuki rabbits, one after another. Without true strength, he'd stumble and fall on the path of growth. Where on earth did that old guy go? Naruto grit his teeth, growing visibly impatient. Bored and restless now that today's training was done, he figured he might as well go wander around the village. Swoosh! In a heartbeat, Naruto leaned forward and leapt off the Hokage rock, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Here we go!" From the Hokage office below, the third Hokage looked up and nearly yanked out his own beard when he saw Naruto launch himself off the cliff. That boy was only 6. Sure, he'd mastered chakra, but deep down he was still a child. And the drop from the Hokage rock to the ground was easily 100 meters. Most kids would be scared out of their wits just standing up there, but Naruto just hurled himself off without even trying to land safely. He really couldn't let his Jinchuriki constitution make him so reckless. Even Kakashi hadn't been this wild when he graduated early. The third Hokage felt uneasily certain. If Naruto kept this up, something big was bound to happen sooner or later. Thud! There was a heavy landing at the base of the Hokage cliff, followed by a billowing cloud of dust. Naruto hobbled out, gritting his teeth, his right hand clutching his backside. Ow! That really hurts. He'd gotten so lost in thought while sitting up there, he completely forgot he wasn't inside the seal space. By the time he jumped, it was already too late to pull back. As he hit the ground, he was sure he heard the sound of something cracking in his bones. Thankfully, with the Uzumaki bloodline plus the boost from the Nine-Tails chakra, he managed to avoid any serious mishaps. Just look at him now. He's still walking, so clearly there's nothing really wrong. Kurama watched Naruto's bedraggled appearance and wasted no time in launching his merciless ridicule. "You brat, you're far too weak. If it weren't for me, you would have been splattered to death just now." If this kid really had died from a fall, Kurama felt even his own dignity would have been thoroughly disgraced. Imagine, the proudest and most powerful-tailed beast Jinchuriki dead from a simple fall. The thought was almost absurd. Naruto couldn't be bothered to deal with the big fox sealed inside his belly. Here he was, already in such terrible shape, and all that fox, who constantly ate at his energy, could do was nag. Didn't he have an ounce of gratitude? If Naruto really did die from that fall, what would happen to the fox anyway? Dragging his battered body, Naruto trudged slowly along the streets of Konoha. After walking for a few minutes, he realized that the pain in his body wasn't as bad anymore. As expected from himself, if this were his previous life, that kind of fall would have left him as nothing more than a splattered mess. Naruto, Kakashi, fresh from the Konoha bookstore, turned his head and saw the boy. Seeing Naruto limping pitifully, Kakashi paused for a moment, then decided it was better to check on him. What happened here? With his trademark bored, fisheye stare, Kakashi approached Naruto. "Uncle Whitehair, it's nothing. I just jumped down from the Hokage rock and fell. I'll probably be fine in a bit." "Kakashi, huh? Wait a minute. What did this kid just say? He said he fell off the Hokage rock?" Kakashi was completely stunned. A kid this small, surviving a fall from that height? Even a regular ninja would have to check into Konoha's hospital for a while. Kakashi's expression threatened to break his usual lazy composure. Immediately, his mind drifted to his late sensei's wife, and then remembered what Naruto had just said, "I'll probably be fine in a bit." Just what did sensei's wife give birth to? A 6-year-old managed to make Kakashi completely speechless. At that moment, Naruto realized his twisted ankle seemed to have healed. As he was about to move on, it occurred to him that didn't Kakashi also know the 8 Gates technique? Since his own father had been Kakashi's teacher, surely Kakashi ought to look out for him a little, right? As Naruto pondered this, another issue presented itself. How was he supposed to ask Kakashi to demonstrate the 8 Gates right here? After all, the third Hokage was still keeping an eye on him with his crystal ball. It would be very suspicious to ask so directly. After thinking it over for a while, Naruto glanced up at the daydreaming, white-haired man. Uncle Whitehair, could you train me in taijutsu? Kakashi squatted in front of Naruto with a lecturing air. Next time you want to ask someone for something, try to remember your manners. The third Hokage had warned them earlier not to let Naruto pour all his efforts into taijutsu. Originally, Kakashi had planned to turn this child away, but seeing the look on the boy's face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, Naruto was the son of his beloved sensei. He owed it to his teacher to at least look after the boy as a true disciple should. Besides, he reasoned, he wasn't Guy. No way Naruto would end up so one-sided under his watch. But you never told me your name, Naruto said, scratching his head innocently. At the same time, he marveled at his own self-control. Every time he saw Kakashi, he could hardly resist blurting out 50-50 Hitaki. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. A faint, awkward expression surfaced. Come to think of it, back when he and Guy first met Naruto, they really hadn't introduced themselves. Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi, he replied at last. And stop calling me white-haired uncle. One more thing. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital like this? Truth be told, Kakashi was genuinely worried something would happen to the kid. After all, who else's child insists on training right after taking a tumble? I'm totally fine, Uncle Kakashi. Naruto declared brightly, bouncing in place to prove he was unscathed. Let's get started right now. Once Kakashi nodded his agreement, Naruto jumped up twice to show he was unharmed. Then, with a casual gesture, conjured a portal of swirling purple light before Kakashi's eyes. The sudden sight made Kakashi's senses snap to high alert. He pulled up his forehead protector, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the shimmering veil of violet light. Suddenly, rumors about Naruto surfaced in his mind. The fourth son, gifted with spatial temporal bloodline. Shocked, Kakashi's expression softened with nostalgia. Ever since his teacher's sacrifice, there hadn't been a single ninja in the village who could wield space-time ninjutsu. Uncle Kakashi, come on. Noticing Kakashi frozen in place, Naruto called out, then tugged his sleeve, half dragging him toward the portal. Kakashi instinctively tried to pull back, but Naruto's grip was surprisingly strong. It was impossible to resist as he was hauled through. How is this kid so strong? This distance. Kakashi stared in astonishment at the sight before him. They stood in Naruto's usual training spot, the very place they'd first met. Running a quick calculation in his mind, Kakashi estimated the distance from the village bookstore to here, easily over 500 meters. And, judging by Naruto's demeanor, this was probably not a one-time feat. What's more, when he'd activated his Sharingan, he hadn't detected the slightest hint of chakra fluctuation. That fact alone shocked him deeply. Admittedly, Naruto's technique was quite flashy. On the battlefield, any enemy with advanced knowledge would definitely devise countermeasures against it. Yet Kakashi felt that if this technique were used properly, it could be every bit as formidable as Naruto's father's Flying Thunder God. And this portal, it was good for more than just attacking. It could be used defensively too. Come on, Uncle Kakashi. The moment Naruto landed, he mimicked Sasuke's moves, supporting himself with one hand on the ground as he spun and kicked backward at Kakashi's waist. There was no hint of martial code or sportsmanship in his assault. Kakashi's eyelid twitched at the sight, but he simply shifted his feet and casually dodged the short-legged attack. Inwardly, he sighed at this kid's utter lack of perception. Aiming for his waist. Was Naruto planning to ruin his happiness for the rest of his life? Aha! White-haired old man, you fell for it. Suddenly, a flash of yellow appeared behind Kakashi. That was a clone just now. When did that happen? Kakashi was genuinely startled. They had just arrived here, when had Naruto managed to complete the hand seals. The clone Naruto landed a punch to Kakashi's side, but felt no resistance at all. There was a sharp sound as the struck Kakashi transformed instantly into a wooden log. A textbook substitution jutsu. Naruto froze for a split second, immediately realizing just how much of a cheat technique that was. A sudden barrage of shuriken came hurtling out, aiming straight for Naruto's vital points. To be fair, Kakashi's throwing skills weren't the slightest bit inferior to those of the Uchiha clan. Naruto figured he probably couldn't block every single shuriken, so he simply shielded his face with both arms and charged straight toward Kakashi. Kakashi stood there, stunned for a full 2 seconds. What is going on with this kid? Why isn't he dodging? Who in their right mind charges straight through enemy shuriken? Kakashi's scalp tingled just watching it. What a beast! Even with great healing powers, this was reckless beyond belief. And sure enough, with no defense whatsoever, Naruto's arms, legs, back, and shoulders were all pierced by shuriken. Blood slowly seeped through his black clothes. Thankfully, Kakashi had held back and hadn't emptied his entire pouch, Otherwise, in Naruto's current state, he'd be looking more like a pincushion than a ninja. Gritting his teeth, Naruto endured. The pain was still within his limits. He had to give Kurama credit for the training he provided. If not for those earlier pain endurance drills, there was no way Naruto could have pushed through Kakashi's onslaught. As Kakashi stood momentarily dazed, Naruto quickly pulled out a heavy iron door, grabbed both ends, and swung at Kakashi's head with a rush of air. Kakashi felt a real sense of danger. If that thing actually landed, he'd be spending a good 10 days or more in the hospital. But Naruto's attack was still far too raw. Kakashi ducked, dodged the blow, and took several quick steps back, opening up some distance between them. There was no way he could let that go unchecked. He felt he now had a decent understanding of Naruto's strength. That massive iron gate. It had to weigh at least 100 Jin, right? He had no doubt this kid could genuinely hurt him if he tried. Besides, when he first arrived, Naruto made it clear. He wanted guidance in taijutsu. Kakashi still had enough dignity not to bully a kid by using ninjutsu. When the first strike failed, Naruto set the heavy iron gate aside, hissing as he pulled the shuriken from his body. He realized those blades buried in his skin were seriously hindering his wounds from healing. Kakashi watched Naruto tend to his wounds without taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. He simply looked on, cool and calm. But inside, he was already starting to feel numb with surprise. What was with this kid? He saw that as soon as Naruto pulled the shuriken out, his wounds healed in an instant. What sort of creature is this? With a clear, metallic ring, the shuriken clattered to the ground. Naruto's young face was tense and wary, his hands raised in a ready stance, his feet shifting carefully. It was time to show this white-haired sensei some real moves from Foshan. With an exuberant yell, Naruto charged at Kakashi. But as Kakashi glanced over his form, he had to admit, the boy's attack wasn't just flawed, it was riddled with openings. Letting out a gentle sigh, Kakashi decided it was time to get serious. In a heartbeat, he used a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight and leaving Naruto stunned, completely forgetting what he was supposed to be doing. A moment later, Naruto felt a firm grip on his shoulder, and before he knew it, his vision spun as he was pinned to the ground. Naruto, when facing an opponent, remembered to analyze their abilities, Kakashi advised smoothly. Don't just charge and head first. With that, he let go, then kindly hauled the dazed Naruto upright again. To be honest, Naruto's mind hadn't caught up yet. He might have started refining chakra, but he had almost no actual combat experience, let alone the shock of Kakashi suddenly using the body flicker technique. From a moment Kakashi vanished to the instant he was pinned, it had taken less than 2 seconds. It was almost beyond the limits of what Naruto's previous life could imagine. After all, he was still fighting mostly based on old habits from his previous world. To put it plainly, he hadn't gotten used to his current strength yet. Physically, he could hold his own against an average adult ninja, but when it came to reflexes and adaptability, his skills were woefully lacking. Seeing his crestfallen expression, Kakashi couldn't help but offer some encouragement. Why didn't you use that purple portal just now? Naruto started, scratching his head in regret. Yeah, how could I have forgotten? It was just like those moments in his past life, when in the heat of a team battle, he'd get so nervous he'd forget to use his flash skill. That happened all the time. Kakashi rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, when I threw the shuriken at you, you could have used that technique too. Oh right. Naruto's eyes widened as he slapped his thigh with excitement. Isn't this just a way to rebound all the opponent's attacks? And not just shuriken. He could even use it against the enemy's jutsu. Kakashi really was a genius. I get it now. Kakashi, uncle, try using a jutsu on me. Kakashi, can you not take it this far? At least if it's a shuriken, you can grit your teeth and take the hit. But if you fail to use your space-time jutsu fast enough, and it's a ninjutsu coming your way, things could get really dangerous. Naruto, I know you're built differently from most people, but you can't just... Come on, uncle, just use fire style on me. You could do the great fireball technique, right? Is this kid even listening to a word I'm saying? Kakashi shook his head and sighed, but in the end, he agreed to Naruto's request. Still, he gave him one last warning before they started. If you can't pull it off in time, make sure to dodge immediately, okay? All right. Hurry up and start, Naruto replied, brushing off Kakashi's concerns completely. After all, the great fireball technique never actually hurts anyone important. If he really got knocked out by that jutsu, he might as well not be called Uzumaki Naruto today. With a flurry of hand signs, Kakashi completed the sequence in the blink of an eye. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Naruto instantly felt the temperature around him spike. In the next moment, he saw Kakashi breathe out a blazing sphere of fire, about 2 meters in diameter. To be honest, He couldn't help but wonder if all those ninja who use fire-style techniques had impressively huge lung capacity. Naruto. Kakashi called out when he saw Naruto frozen in place, his mind wandering. Once again, he marveled at how carefree this kid was. The attack was practically in his face, and he still had time to space out. As Naruto snapped back to reality, the firelight danced in his wide eyes. For the first time, he was facing this kind of supernatural power, and instinctively, a hint of nervousness crept in. Meanwhile, Kakashi kept a close watch, ready to use body flicker technique at a moment's notice if Naruto didn't react in time. Still, he felt it wouldn't be a huge problem. Even if that fireball hit Naruto, he'd probably be bouncing around again in a few minutes. Naruto raised his hands, and in the next second, a cocoon of purple light materialized before him once more. The fireball howled as it crashed into the barrier, and then, before Kakashi realized, his own face lit up with a flash of purple, accompanied by a sudden reflection of the great fireball flying straight back at him. He really wanted to swear, just then. Why on earth did the kid let it rebound at such close range? Fortunately, Kakashi's reflexes were sharp. He leaned back just in time, and the fireball zipped past, barely grazing his hair. If Kakashi had been just 1 second slower, his hair would have been in real trouble. Not bad. Kakashi's tone was calm, but even Naruto could hear the excitement beneath the surface. That move, using a ninjutsu to transfer an attack, was pulled off brilliantly. And as far as he knew, no one else in the entire ninja world had a technique quite like Naruto's. Uncle, let's keep going. Hit me with something stronger. Naruto's face was lit up with excitement after successfully redirecting the great fireball. Now, he was eager to see if he could also transfer other kinds of jutsu. He just noticed that, unlike before, Kakashi hadn't looked nearly as relaxed while dodging that last fireball. In an instant, Naruto realized just how powerful the Space Gate technique was. And it wasn't simply about moving attacks out of the way. He could transfer tailed beast bombs, even truth-seeking orbs. As long as an attack had a visible trajectory, he could use his Space Gate to redirect it. It truly was, harm me, and the damage comes right back at you. Right now, Naruto could hardly contain his joy, looking like a child who'd just gotten a brand new toy. Kakashi, seeing Naruto so worked up, wasn't sure whether to be pleased that the boy was finally focusing on something other than taijutsu, or relieved that he wouldn't end up just being a reckless brawler in the future. You have a chakra pool as vast as the sea, being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and yet you're trading blows with your enemies like it's a street brawl. But Kakashi was equally curious. He wanted to see just what limits Naruto's new technique could reach. All right, Kakashi nodded, then began forming hand seals on the spot. Naruto saw Kakashi stringing together seal after seal and immediately understood what he was up to. 44 hand seals in all. There were hardly any jutsu in a ninja world this complex. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. As Kakashi finished the last seal, the water in the river began to swirl and gather around them, and in the blink of an eye a massive water dragon, over 20 meters long, took shape above Kakashi's head. With its gaping maw and ferocious appearance, the water dragon charged straight at Naruto. The sheer power and pressure of its approach were overwhelming. Naruto looked at the giant water dragon and couldn't help but feel something was off. His Space Gate could only open up about 2 meters high and a meter wide. There was no way this monster was going to fit through, was there? Even as doubt filled his mind, Naruto's hands didn't slow. He quickly cast a Space Gate right in front of himself. Anticipating that he might not be able to shift the entire water dragon, Naruto also set up another gate behind him, then leaned back and let himself fall into the violet cocoon of light, vanishing from sight. A harsh crackling sound erupted. The instant the water dragon collided with the Space Gate, its immense size kept it from passing through completely. But the force behind the attack was so strong that the surging water continually forced its way through, bodies shrinking and water spraying everywhere. By the time the gateway snapped shut, the water dragon that emerged from the riverside cocoon was only a fifth its original size. No need to check. It was clear its destructive power had dropped significantly. This attack looked a bit overwhelming. Naruto didn't open a space portal right next to Kakashi this time. If something really happened, he'd be left without a team leader jonin from now on. But the effect of the transferred jutsu wasn't exactly impressive. So it seems that jutsu spread over too wide an area gets weakened after being transported. At some point, Kakashi had pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan as he spoke. Naruto didn't care much about what he said. After all, in the shinobi world, the rule of thumb was that the smaller the jutsu, the greater its power. Well, except for Susanoo and the great Buddha statue. On some level, the space portal was already pretty good for both offense and defense. What more could he want? especially considering how many cheats he still had up his sleeve. Naruto, do it again. Kakashi squeezed his right hand, and Naruto guessed he was going to use his signature move, Chidori. Naruto nodded and tossed another space portal nearby. Sparks of lightning flickered in Kakashi's hand, and the air filled with a chorus of piercing chirps, so loud Naruto's head began to throb. He clapped his hands over his ears, watching as Kakashi, trailing blue lightning, dashed into the space portal and reappeared 10 meters away. Not bad. This could be used to support a teammate's assault. Kakashi canceled his Chidori, pulled his headband back down, and commented with some feeling. Naruto's ability had real strategic significance. Not only could he use it to escape or chase down enemies, but also attack, evade, and coordinate team maneuvers. Now that he understood Naruto's powers, Kakashi's expression looked even stranger. A power like that, and you're still wasting time practicing taijutsu? Old man, do you want to keep going? No, I'm running low on chakra. Hearing that, Naruto immediately pulled a face of disdain. Seriously? Only 3 jutsu, and you're already calling it quits? Naruto was genuinely curious about how much chakra Kakashi actually had, so he started asking the fox in his belly. Hey, big fox, can you check how much chakra Kakashi has? Kurama didn't even bother to open his eyes in the sealed space, replying lazily, 30 units. What? That's not even a third of mine. Hearing Kakashi's chakra count left Naruto stunned. Then it hit him. It was probably a bit much to judge everyone else's chakra by his own. What nonsense are you talking about? Kid, just yesterday you had 150 units. Kurama's words shocked Naruto all over again. At this rate, even he was starting to think he was a little bit of a freak. If he kept growing like this, maybe one day he really could rival the first Hokage. But for now, the most important thing was to find a way to draw inspiration for the 8 gates technique from Kakashi. It would be best if he could see the flow route of the 8 gates in action. That way, he could gain insights from it and then modify the technique into something that suited him better. Kakashi uncle. Just as Kakashi crouched down to rest, and hadn't even had time to pull out his beloved Ica Paradise, he heard Naruto calling his name. I've been working on a technique lately. It's about compressing chakra inside my body to enhance strength and speed. Huh? What is this kid even talking about? Kakashi looked at him with a puzzled expression after listening. Could it be possible? This technique he's describing, isn't it just the 8 gates technique? Stop your research. There's a forbidden jutsu in the village called the 8 gates technique. It works just like that. Kakashi patiently explained, though he truly had no clue where Naruto got all these wild ideas. Besides, he didn't think Naruto needed to learn the 8 gates at all. He'd be better off figuring out how to make use of all that chakra he had stored inside instead. But Kakashi soon noticed the kid just squatting by his side, gazing up at him with eager, expectant eyes, keeping quiet but watching nonetheless. Oh well, might as well explain it to him. So, under Naruto's hopeful gaze, Kakashi slowly got up to his feet. Seeing this, Naruto was certain his shot at mastering a forbidden jutsu was set. Stand still. Kakashi still looked as lazy as ever. After Naruto stood as instructed, Kakashi began poking and pointing at various spots on Naruto's body. With Kakashi tapping and pressing all over him, Naruto started feeling ticklish. He couldn't help but fidget restlessly, nearly earning himself a whack from Kakashi. Here, and here, more or less like this. Guide your chakra along this route, and you'll be able to break through the first gate. Of course, if you want to use the 8 gates, you need long-term training in taijutsu first. Naruto tried running his chakra along the route Kakashi described several times, but it simply wouldn't work, let alone opening the very first of the 8 gates. So it was just as Kakashi said. During those attempts, Naruto realized his own chakra pathways felt blocked, the chakra moving in fits and starts. He more or less understood the gist of the 8 gates now. Ordinary training should be focused on widening the internal chakra channels and strengthening the body's endurance. Only then could one hope to use the 8 gates. Naruto himself. Well, maybe his hardware was up to par, but the software inside was a complete mess. There was no way he could run the 8 gates program, yet. But then again, it wasn't like he planned on truly mastering the 8 gates anyway. Uncle, how long does it take to learn this, anyway? Still, Naruto couldn't help blurting out the question. After all, in his previous life when he read those fanworks, the protagonists in those stories always started training the 8 gates from a young age, and it all seemed so effortless. But Naruto thought that if this technique weren't so difficult to master, it would have already become widespread, allowing even ordinary ninjas to learn it. There'd be no reason for Konoha to classify it as forbidden. If you're quick, it takes about a year. If slow, 2 or 3 years. But I don't recommend you take this path. Kakashi's eyes widened, his serious demeanor hard to ignore. The 8 gates technique is really only suitable for those specializing in taijutsu, especially for people who can't use ninjutsu at all. Because all the chakra a person accumulates from daily training must be used just to break through the internal gates blocking their power. That's the very reason he himself only ever trained in the 8 gates and nothing else. After all, his Sharingan can never be turned off and constantly drains his chakra. The amount needed just to open the first gate is almost everything he's got. If he went further with the 8 gates, Kakashi figured he'd probably burn through his chakra the moment he entered that state, and end up dead from exhaustion. Naruto, on the other hand, had more than enough chakra, but there really was no need for it. After all, master the 8 gates would cost him several years of time. If this kid started down the path of the 8 gates, Kakashi could already imagine the 3rd Hokage stringing him up for a beating. That long, huh? Naruto couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed after hearing this. It felt a bit pointless to spend several years just to open one gate. You haven't tested your chakra yet, have you? Kakashi decided to steer this kid firmly onto the path of ninjutsu specialization. Anything to stop him from grinding himself down with taijutsu day and night. Not sure where he got it from, Kakashi produced a slip of chakra testing paper and held it up in front of Naruto. Give it a try. Chakra testing paper, huh? Naruto took it, turning it over curiously, trying to see what was so special about this piece of paper. But after a while, he realized he couldn't figure anything out just by looking. Kakashi watched as Naruto nearly folded the chakra paper into a plane. He sighed and massaged his forehead, reminding him, channel your chakra into it. Oh, Naruto abandoned his paper plane plans, obediently doing as Kakashi said, and poured chakra into the testing paper. Truth be told, he already knew the answer. Barring any major surprises, based on his knowledge from anime in his previous life, his chakra affinities should be wind and earth. As soon as Naruto channeled his chakra, there was a tearing sound. The paper split and then crumbled to fragments. Wind and earth, huh? Kakashi murmured to himself, and Naruto finally confirmed his chakra nature. But right now, Naruto just seemed lost in thought. Hey, Fox, isn't lightning release supposed to stimulate cells for a temporary power boost? Yes, but why are you asking about this? Inside the sealed space, Kurama was a bit puzzled by Naruto's question. Wasn't that white-haired guy just explaining things? Your chakra nature is wind and earth. Where would you get lightning from? But is there a possibility? I could manage it with wind release instead. Naruto mulled it over, convinced that wind release should be able to achieve something similar. Although it couldn't stimulate his cells the way lightning release did, perhaps it could stir up enough wind around him to increase his speed? Naruto, who'd benefited from 9 years of compulsory education, had also learned a certain truth. The greater the speed, the greater the force. Speed equals power. Idiot. Kurama scoffed, utterly unimpressed. This brat was simply daydreaming. He might not be an expert on ninjutsu, but even Kurama knew this was impossible. Naruto, however, wasn't bothered by the taunt. After all, how could a native fox like Kurama possibly match the vast imagination of someone raised in the age of information explosions? In his previous life, nearly every film or game had skills related to wind. He ignored both the fox grumbling inside and Kakashi's chatter outside, choosing instead to stand where he was and recall the scroll the 3rd Hokage had given him. He focused on channeling his chakra, aligning it to the wind element. As he did, he also thought of the pathway Kakashi had mentioned for opening the chakra gates. Kakashi had never specified what nature of chakra to use to break through these gates. So what would happen if he tried it with wind nature chakra? The thought filled Naruto with excitement. Was he on the verge of creating a brand new jutsu? What Naruto didn't realize, however, was that Kakashi had only given him a rough outline of the gate opening process. Kakashi, noticing Naruto zoning out, didn't pay it much mind. He pulled out a copy of Little Liu Bei, leaned against a tree, and started reading carefully. About 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, Kakashi noticed a breeze picking up nearby. At first, he didn't think anything of it, but soon the wind swelled into a strong gust. Turning his head, he saw that a raging gale was surging up all around Naruto. Naruto, stop! Stop right now! At that moment, a tremendous amount of wind-natured chakra swirled around Naruto, and it just kept intensifying. His clothes were whipped by the storm, making a restless, rustling sound, while the grass beneath him was shredded by the energy of the wind. If Kakashi hadn't called out, things might have gone differently, but his warning only made Naruto gather wind-natured chakra all the more quickly. With a sharp tearing sound, Naruto's clothes split open in several places, and faint traces of blood misted into the air. UNC uncle, I think. I can't stop. Naruto himself found it hard to describe his current condition. He confirmed that using wind-style chakra to blast through the gates actually worked. With every barrier he broke through, he discovered a significant boost in his strength. The only odd thing was that he could hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. Still, he didn't think it was anything serious. But there was one thing that really vexed Naruto. He had no idea how to stop. The moment the wind-style chakra started surging through his meridians, he simply lost control. Chakra gushed out of him with unstoppable force. A wild gale whipped up around him, sending dust flying and quickly reducing visibility. Kakashi's hair was whipped into a mess by the wind as he covered his face with both hands, struggling to make his way toward Naruto's position. At this point, the intensity of wind-style chakra around Naruto rivaled that of a full-fledged wind release, Gale Palm. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector and activated his Sharingan, peering into Naruto's body to assess the situation. What he saw was truly alarming. It almost scared Kakashi out of his wits. The chakra within Naruto was blatantly on the verge of running wild. He knew full well that this kind of situation typically only occurred in ninja who failed forbidden jutsu experiments. When it did, the out-of-control chakra would often tear the caster apart. And on top of that, he could also hear Naruto's heart pounding. Estimating quickly, Kakashi figured Naruto's heart must be beating over 500 times a minute. Most people start to suffer cardiac arrest once their heart rate climbs above 300. Yet, right in the eye of the storm, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of how dire things were. Instead, he actually seemed excited. After all, he'd managed to blast through all the gates that Kakashi had mentioned using wind-style chakra. Thrilled, Naruto shouted at Kakashi, "Hey, old man, I think I just unlocked the first gate." "What did you say?" Kakashi all but screamed, utterly thrown off his composure. Wait a minute. I didn't even give him the details of the method yet. How in the world did he figure it out? But before Kakashi could recover from his shock, crimson mist rose all around Naruto as the wind-style chakra drew blood up in clouds. To an outsider, Naruto now looked like a figure painted in blood, his skin covered in countless tiny wounds. Yet to Naruto, this pain was nothing. All he could feel was his terrifying new strength. He took a light step forward, only to reappear instantaneously 50 meters away, leaving behind a streak of red trailing in the air. Kakashi's eyes went wide with disbelief. What on earth? He actually pulled it off. Even Kurama in the sealed space was so shocked that he stopped mid-bite. What is this kid up to? Kurama had just been enjoying his barbecue in the seal, minding his own business. Who could have guessed that the kid would actually go and do exactly what he said he would? Ninjutsu isn't something you can just mess around with. Even Kurama, who's never practiced ninjutsu himself, knows dabbling carelessly with it can easily get you killed. Let alone Naruto, the boy burdened with the 9 tails. If even the host of the 10 tails let their chakra go wild, the result would be the same. Death, plain and simple. Yet, not only did this kid not die on the spot, he actually managed to make something out of it. That was what left Kurama genuinely astonished. Although Kurama could feel Naruto's life force plummeting at an alarming rate, at the same time, its tailed beast chakra surged forth uncontrollably, working furiously to repair Naruto's battered body. As one weakened and the other strengthened, it seemed Naruto wasn't going to die anytime soon. Kakashi felt that he'd never lost his composure like this in his entire life. What on earth is this child? Some kind of monster? To open the 8 inner gates, just by following the chakra flow instructions I gave him. It's practically a miracle he's alive at all. He never imagined things would turn out like this. But still, Kakashi couldn't help but feel that if Naruto kept going like this, sooner or later he'd be torn apart by that raging chakra. There wasn't a single uninjured patch of flesh left on the boy. If not for that incredible rate of recovery, Naruto probably would have died the moment he tried this jutsu. There's no way he'd still be able to move around right now. Of course, Naruto couldn't hear a word Kakashi was saying. All he could hear was the wild, whipping rush of wind in his ears. Naruto guessed that, at this moment, his strength was about 3 times his usual, untransformed self. His speed and power had both increased dramatically. The only thing bothering him was how quickly his chakra was draining away. If Kurama could hear what Naruto was thinking right now, he'd definitely have a few words for him. If it weren't for the boy's naturally vast reserves of chakra, and for Kurama's own chakra repairing his body from the inside, he'd have been dead already. So strong. Naruto honestly had no clear concept of just how strong he was at the moment. He'd never seen the 8 gates technique in action, so he had no idea what real power looked like in that state. All he knew was that right now, he felt truly powerful. Naruto glanced at the forest up ahead and immediately thought of a way to test his newfound abilities. He slowly crouched down, pressed both hands to the ground, adopting the posture of a sprinter at the starting line, ready to find out just how far he could push himself. Naruto Uzumaki. Stop right there. Kakashi was truly frightened by what he was witnessing. This kid was going to be the death of him. The third Hokage had specifically asked him to keep an eye on Naruto. No one could have predicted the boy would always come up with something completely unexpected. Just a moment ago, when Naruto made his move, Kakashi saw with the Sharingan that the boy's body had already reached its limits. And now, seeing him like this, he actually wants to test the limits of his speed? Please, enough already. Kakashi had no desire to see Naruto's lifeless body in a moment, nor did he want to hear news tomorrow that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf Village had died. If the third Hokage found out that he'd managed to get his own student killed, it would be a disaster of epic proportions. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, a tremendous explosion echoed in his ears. He watched as Naruto, trailing crimson light, shot through the air, a force of unstoppable destruction. Every obstacle in his path was obliterated without resistance. The spot where Naruto had just stood had been smashed into a deep crater. That level of power was on par with Tsunade's monstrous strength. Kakashi covered his face in exasperation, letting out a deep, helpless sigh. It's over. I've really messed up this time. He was already picturing himself in the afterlife, getting pinned to the ground and thoroughly scolded by his old teacher and Mrs. Kushina. At that very moment, the third Hokage had just finished lunch at home and was strolling down the streets of Konoha with his hands behind his back. When he returned this afternoon, he'd happened to see Naruto and Kakashi studying ninjutsu together, an image that had absolutely delighted him. What good news! At last, the boy wasn't just practicing taijutsu anymore. Kakashi really was a most dependable ninja. The third Hokage's mood was so good today, he'd even eaten an extra bowl of rice. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted from the eastern part of the village. The third Hokage's eyes flew wide open. With several swift movements, he appeared on the rooftop. What's going on? At that moment, members of the ANBU appeared around him. They exchanged quick glances, but none dared to speak first. Seeing their hesitant faces, the third Hokage's expression hardened and he barked sternly. Speak up. Is it the cloud? Or the stone? Outrageous. How dare they attack our village during peacetime? The third Hokage didn't even need to think. With such a massive commotion, it was almost certainly those brutes from the hidden cloud. Lord Hokage. It's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Cough, cough, what did you say? All that pent-up anger. Only to be told it was their own person causing the chaos? That kid caused all this trouble. Was he about to defect, or something? After 2 seconds of fruitless speculation, the third Hokage decided it was best to go see for himself. Heading eastward, he saw trees and buildings being torn apart along the way. The scene was so dire, the third even started to worry that the tailed beast might have gone berserk. At the same time, ANBU members from the Leaf were rushing toward Naruto's location. Numerous Jonin and Root operatives also charged over. But there was only one reason, because that flash of red had almost reached the village barrier. This feels amazing. I'm unstoppable. Naruto, sprinting wildly, realized the speed was now so fast, it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up. In that moment, he almost felt as if he had become the Flash. Well, he was leaving a red streak behind as he ran. Doesn't that count for something? The pounding of his footsteps echoed, heavy and relentless. But Naruto soon realized that his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Kid, quite a few people are heading your way. All of a sudden, he heard the fox in his belly speak up. Right now, he could hardly make out the scenery around him, let alone see who might be coming. And another thing, with the speed he was moving at, he no longer had any control over his body. All he could do was keep his legs churning, carrying him forward. Even if he wanted to stop, he could only try to slow down bit by bit. But even that would take time. Naruto, stop right now. The village barrier is just ahead. Uzumaki Naruto, halt immediately. Every shinobi in the Hidden Leaf Village who could come, had come. The last time the entire village had mobilized like this was the night of the Nine-Tails Rampage. Lord Third, Kakashi appeared at the third Hokage's side in a flash, his face full of embarrassment. He could see from the Hokage's expression exactly what he was thinking. Really? This is how you take care of a child? What on earth happened? Naruto messed around with some forbidden technique and lost control. He can't stop himself now, no matter what. If we don't stop him soon, he might die from letting his chakra run wild. The third Hokage's blood pressure shot up the moment he heard this, and he hurriedly searched his robes before realizing he hadn't brought his medication. What did Kakashi just say? Weren't you all supposed to be practicing jutsu by the river this afternoon? How did things get this bad? He was only gone for a meal. How did he return to hear the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was on the verge of death? The third Hokage took a deep breath. He felt like he was about to have a heart attack himself. He was driving himself crazy, thanks to Kakashi and Naruto. Block Naruto with defensive jutsu. At this speed, if he hits the barrier, he might not even last long enough for his chakra to run out. He'll probably crash himself to death first. At the third's command, a host of shinobi vanished from sight in an instant. In this moment, every ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village was united once again, all for the sake of stopping the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from smashing into the village barrier. Earth-style, earth wall. Water-style, water formation wall. Countless shinobi unleashed defensive jutsu side by side at the barrier. Walls of earth rose up from the eastern edge, and before them several water walls shimmered to slow Naruto's rampage. The spectacle was so massive, people in the village began to think an invasion from another ninja village was underway. Naruto was just about to reach the barrier when he finally managed to make out the scene before him. Yet, from his perspective, why was everything ahead of him so blue? As he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a splash of water on his face. In the next moment, he heard a flurry of crashes along with the sickening sound of bones breaking. He didn't even have time to cry out in pain before he collapsed to the ground, his vision going dark as he slipped into unconsciousness. Naruto crashed through 10 earth walls in a row before his body finally came to a halt. When he looked back at the path he'd taken, the entire eastern side of the village had been plowed into a gash about 10 meters wide by this kid, leaving absolute chaos in his wake. The third Hokage, face clouded with anger, slowly made his way over to Naruto. To be honest, he felt there was little chance the child would survive. The third Hokage's worry was obvious, torn between sorrow for Naruto and the headache of being unable to find a suitable new Jinchuriki for the Nine-Tails within the village. If this child truly didn't make it, then there was a very real risk the Hidden Leaf would lose the Nine-Tails. Since Naruto's birth, the third Hokage felt the village's fortunes had only gone from bad to worse with each passing day. He stood over Naruto and realized the boy was already drawing his last breaths. It looked as if his time had come. Yet, a sliver of hope lingered in the third Hokage's heart. Within moments, a dozen medical ninja surrounded Naruto and began to assess his injuries. What's his condition? Lord Hokage, every bone in this boy's body has been shattered, and his internal state is even worse. His heart has already stopped. He's already... Just as the medical ninjas were about to pronounce Naruto dead, a faint yet unmistakable heartbeat sounded in their ears. His heart was beating again. Wait, I think he might still be saved. A month later, by some miracle, the Hidden Leaf's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki survived. When Naruto was first brought to the hospital, even the most seasoned medical ninja could only shake their heads and sigh at his condition. It seemed certain that he wouldn't last much longer, but within a week, his vital signs had returned to normal. Then, the hospital declared the kid was ruined for life. With all his bones shattered, he'd likely spend whatever time he had left in a hospital bed. But another week passed, and not only had every bone in his body healed, there wasn't even a scar to be found. It left everyone at the Hidden Leaf Hospital questioning everything they thought they knew about medicine. Anyone could be forgiven for thinking the village had achieved some kind of medical miracle unknown to the rest of the ninja world. Once again, Naruto's capacity for recovery had shattered all expectations. The Hidden Leaf Hospital had been established since the time of Lady Tsunade, and most of its medical ninjas had survived from that era. They had met the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, and a few of them had even witnessed the condition of the very first Mito Uzumaki. Now, changing the host twice, looking at Naruto's age and the severity of his injuries, they might as well start preparing the funeral banquet. In short, this generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was unbelievably absurd. Inside the seal space. Big Fox, when do you think I'll wake up? Naruto lay sprawled on the sofa, holding a skewer of roasted meat, snatched from the fox, with his left hand, and a freshly chilled grape soda in his right. Ever since he lost consciousness, his mind had entered the sealed space. As soon as Kurama saw Naruto, it immediately launched into a tirade. It truly felt this brat would be the end of it. What was the kid even thinking, messing around with unknown jutsu? If it hadn't been for Kurama's chakra hanging onto Naruto's last breath, the boy would probably have already gone to the Pure Land to meet Kushina Uzumaki. And Kurama's legendary reputation would have been ruined in the hands of this kid. Just imagining the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the Leaf smashing himself to death against the village's barrier made Kurama's chakras surge with frustration. If the other tailed beasts found out, it would become the running joke of the century. You're the worst Jinchuriki I've ever seen. Hearing this, Naruto turned to look at the big fox, his face a picture of disbelief. Why did that sound just like something his homeroom teacher used to say? You're the worst class I've ever taught. The pressure from teacher Kurama instantly weighed on him. Once you recover, your training is going to double. As my Jinchuriki, you're just too weak. When I was your age, I was far stronger than this. Kurama, munching on skewers, began lecturing its student. Naruto, hearing this, was at a total loss for words. Look who's talking. Could a tailed beast at age 6 really compare to him? When it came to the big fox's criticisms, Naruto found it hard to retort. He had no desire to anger Kurama any further. After finishing his food, Naruto noticed that his body seemed to have recovered quite a bit. His monstrous healing was not only due to the Uzumaki bloodline and tailed beast chakra, but also because since childhood he'd consumed magical dragon meat that restored mind and body. Even inside the sealed space, eating seemed to help speed up his recovery. Big Fox, can't you just give me a break? I haven't had a single day off since I started training with chakra. Naruto thought about it and realized that his current life was even rougher than being a wage slave in his previous world. At least back then, he got a day or two off each month. But Kurama was a whole different kind of taskmaster. There wasn't even a single day off in the entire week, and now that his injuries were almost healed, he was already being pushed into extra training. He was still just a child. Couldn't anyone spare a thought for his mental well-being? Kurama paid no heed to Naruto's protest. Getting stronger, right? You were the one who brought it up first, kid. Besides, it was about time this kid went out there. Kurama paused, skewered food halfway to his mouth, glanced casually at Naruto, and spoke in his deep, buzzing voice, "Hey, brat, look over there." Naruto saw the great fox pointing left with his huge paw and turned his head instinctively. And with that, Kurama swatted him right out of the seal space with a single paw. On his hospital bed, Naruto was wrapped up like a mummy. His eyelids fluttered, and with a sudden jolt, he shot upright. Too careless. Waking up, Naruto gritted his teeth, cursing the fox's deviousness in his heart. To think he'd get kicked out of the seal space when his guard was down. At first, he had actually been looking forward to waking up, but upon learning there'd be extra training waiting for him, he'd much rather have stayed slacking off inside that seal. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow across Naruto's face. Though it wasn't harsh, Naruto still found it a bit glaring. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, peering through his fingers out the window, his heart gradually settling into peace. It's really great to be alive, he sighed, overcome with gratitude. Then he noticed that his nightstand was crowded with get-well cards, along with a fruit basket brimming with bananas and apples. He leafed through the cards, realizing most were from Hinata, the cute little girl. There was one from Kakashi, and a few others from Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Ino. Wait a minute, even Sakura had sent one? He could have sworn he hadn't really talked much with his classmates before. Well, none of that really mattered now. Naruto picked up an apple from the basket, rubbed it clean on his clothes, and sank his teeth into it with a satisfying crunch. But as he did, he noticed his neighbor in the next hospital bed. Sasuke Uchiha. What was he doing here? Seeing Sasuke right there beside him, Naruto was so shocked that his bite of apple froze halfway. What's more, the guy looked totally out of it. Sasuke lay there, eyes wide open, but blank and unfocused, his face as still as a mask of emptiness. Wait. Naruto's eyes snapped open wide, and the apple froze again on his lips. Sasuke's state like this. Could it be the Uchiha clan had been wiped out? He had been about to greet Sasuke, but realizing what had happened to the Uchiha, he thought better of it. If he went over and said the wrong thing, he might just make it all worse for Sasuke. Still, a wave of sympathy for Sasuke welled up in Naruto's heart. Once upon a time, a family lived happily together, never imagining what kind of madness would seize one of their own. Out of nowhere, he slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. And it was his beloved older brother who did it. It truly was unspeakably painful. Looking at Sasuke's life as a whole, it almost seemed that he was the only truly sane person in the entire shinobi world. In contrast, the so-called prince of the original story. That's a story too complicated to tell. Especially in that scene where Black Zetsu mocked Obito. He simply couldn't hold back his laughter. If it were him, he would definitely have joined Black Zetsu in mercilessly mocking Obito. Afterwards, every year, he would steal offerings from Obito's shrine just for the fun of it. How could anyone possibly come up with a line like, "I won't allow you to mock Obito"? Naruto looked at Sasuke's expression and sighed. After all, they'd fought each other once, so Sasuke counted as one of the few peers Naruto actually knew. Frankly, there were only two people Naruto was familiar with, Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke. Right now, he wanted to comfort this kid somehow, but sadly, he didn't have some magic words to make things better. After thinking it over, Naruto reached into the system and pulled out a golden apple. This thing could restore a bit of energy and health. But for Naruto, he never needed to eat such a thing himself. Right now, he just wanted to use it to comfort Sasuke. First, Naruto changed into a fresh set of clothes from the system, then tiptoed to Sasuke's bedside table and gently placed the golden apple there. Through all this, he made not a sound. Sasuke continued to stare blankly up at the ceiling from his hospital bed, lost in thought. Seeing him like this, Naruto didn't try to say anything more. Quietly, he left the room. But a few minutes after Naruto had gone, a little light came back into Sasuke's eyes. He turned his head, stared at the golden apple sitting on the nightstand for a long, long time, and finally picked it up. Burying his face into the blanket, his voice muffled by tears, he murmured softly, "Uzumaki, Naruto, thank you. Hey, did you hear? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki nearly smashed headlong into the village barrier. No, that's not it. I heard he was trying to end it all." In the end, the third Hokage and hundreds of ninja had to stop him. What? Why would the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki go to such extremes? Naruto had barely walked out of the hospital room when a group of nurses nearby started whispering among themselves. They were spreading rumors about how the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the Leaf Village had tried to take his own life, almost ramming straight into the barrier. Wild, outrageous stories of every kind, and Naruto's face twitched as he listened. He felt utterly mortified. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. It was all Kakashi Hitaki's fault. Naruto didn't care how the story had gotten around. As far as he was concerned, it was definitely fair to pin the blame on Kakashi. If only Kakashi had done something to stop him, none of this would have happened. Naruto walked down the hospital corridor, realizing more and more people were casting strange glances his way, as they whispered and giggled behind his back. It was enough to make Naruto wish the floor would open up and swallow him whole. He never would have thought that, after keeping a low profile for so long, this was how he'd gain fame in the village. To escape those odd looks, Naruto slipped away to an empty spot, then leapt out from the 5th floor. He didn't spare a thought for the fact he had only just recovered. The moment he landed, Naruto even felt that his body was stronger than before. With how he used to be, a fall from the 5th floor would have meant at the very least a twisted ankle. But now he didn't feel a thing. Looks like I'm getting more and more abnormal. Naruto sighed, wandering aimlessly down the streets of Konoha. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, upon hearing Naruto was discharged from the hospital, felt his spirits lift, only to hear that the boy jumped straight out a 5th floor window the moment he woke up. He could feel his blood pressure soar yet again. Was there really no one who could keep this kid in line? He hardly expected Kakashi to keep a close eye on Naruto anymore. This time, the village had come dangerously close to losing its Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At this point, the third's only hope was to find Jiraiya, who was out roaming somewhere. After all, Jiraiya had been Naruto's father's teacher. If he could teach the father, it'd be no problem to guide the son. He'd have him straightened out in no time. The third gazed out the window, breathing out a thin ring of smoke, looking noticeably older these days. Best to wait until Naruto graduated. Just 5 more years. He'd weather it somehow. Once the time came, he'd bring Jiraiya back to take charge of the boy. Naruto-kun, are you all right now? In the classroom, Hinata turned and found her desk mate had arrived. She didn't say much, but Naruto could feel the joy bubbling inside the shy girl. "Thank you for your card, Hinata-chan. And for the fruit." It was nothing. Hearing Naruto thank her, Hinata blushed and started to stammer again. Seeing her like this, Naruto couldn't help but grin. Then he remembered he'd once promised Hinata to train together after school. Not long ago, he'd made that promise to Hinata, but then he'd wandered off in pursuit of the green-haired, bowl-cut man and ended up stuck in the hospital for a month. He hadn't meant to leave this gentle girl in the lurch for so long. It just didn't sit right with him. If his ex-girlfriend from his previous life had been stood up like that, even a 10-minute delay would have earned him a whole day's worth of complaints. But Hinata, not only did she never utter a word of reproach, she still visited him in the hospital from time to time. You could tell, just from a fresh fruit on the bedside table. Hinata had been visiting quite frequently. It was fair to say that in Naruto's mind, Hinata was the ideal woman he pictured as his wife. "After school, I'll come pick you up, Hinata." And about that promise to train together, at the very first of Naruto's words, Hinata's mind was already swirling. "Pick me up. Is this a date?" She let out a soft, flustered whimper. Before Naruto could even finish his sentence, Hinata suddenly collapsed on her desk, fainting dead away. This left Naruto completely at a loss. How could a training invitation make her so embarrassed she just passes out? He couldn't understand it, but seeing the small girl slumped over her desk, he worried that her neck would get sore when she woke. With little thought for what others might think, he simply reached into his system and pulled out a cuddly, bear-shaped pillow, gently lifting her head to rest it on the soft cushion. He didn't care a whit what the other students thought about it. Besides, the class was already used to this troublemaker who was rarely present. These days, it was more of a surprise when Uzumaki Naruto actually turned up. From his place at the front, Irika watched the pair's little scene at the back, exasperated to the point where his head was buzzing. But what could he really say to them? One was the pampered princess of the Hyuga clan, the other, the Hokage's son. How was he supposed to discipline them? In the end, Irika simply decided to ignore it, out of sight, out of mind, as if he could force himself not to see it at all. After all, the third already told him not to bother with that kid. After lunch, Naruto opened a dimensional door to pop home for a meal, then made his way back to a small grove at the east end of the village. The place looked a wreck, with much of the woodland devastated by a certain Jinchuriki. Only a sparse few trees remained where a lush grove once stood. The wooden cabin that kind-hearted villagers had once built for Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Just fragments of wood littering the ground, silent testimony to its prior existence. At this point, calling his place a junkyard would hardly be an exaggeration. This is pretty bad. Naruto scanned the area and couldn't help but marvel at the amount of destruction he'd caused in the past. Now, facing the aftermath, he truly didn't know what to do. Maybe I should look for another place. He scratched his chin, mumbling to himself. But after a moment's thought, he realized that probably wasn't such a good idea. After his last outburst, it was easy to imagine his reputation in the village had taken another plunge. Frankly, he was grateful the villagers hadn't made him pay for the damages, or worse. If he went somewhere else and wrecked the place again, Naruto couldn't help but worry they'd throw him out of Konoha and brand him a rogue ninja. After thinking it over, he resolved to clean up the mess himself. After all, it was his own disaster, and he had to take responsibility. Besides, it was just farming work, and as a seasoned farming player, he was right in his element. Naruto pulled a diamond axe out of his inventory, lifting it to inspect its enchantments for a moment. Diamond axe, attack power 42. Enchantment, chopping speed plus 70%. Durability, 100,000/100,000. Though the enhancements on this axe were fairly simple, the numbers made it by far the best one Naruto had ever owned. Besides, he thought, an axe is for chopping wood. Why bother with all those flashy extras? Hey kid, training time, came the gruff reminder. What are you doing with that axe? Kurama, upon seeing Naruto arrive at the training grounds, immediately started berating him, only to notice the boy was brandishing an axe this time. Surely, you're not thinking of using that as a weapon. I'm just tidying up a bit here, Naruto replied. Also, I probably don't need to pound on trees again today, right? He glanced over at a few thin saplings nearby, and his meaning couldn't have been clearer. Normally, even the largest trees barely lasted him 3 days' worth of training. These little saplings, too frail to even wrap his hand around, held no interest for him at all. Kurama had to admit the boy made sense. He mulled it over, then finally said, see those felled trees on the ground? Drag 3 of them. Carry the weight as you clean up. Naruto was caught off guard. Each of those trees on the ground looked to weigh at least 400 pounds apiece. He might manage to carry 1, but 3 at once? Wasn't that a bit much for a kid? Big Fox, can we at least talk about this? He tried to bargain with the fox, but Kurama ignored him completely. Clearly, the great teacher wasn't budging. He sighed lightly, then pulled out a coil of rope to tie the wood to himself. By the time he finished, he realized he'd used a whole bundle of rope just to secure himself to the 3 trees. But when he actually tried to take his first step, the strain turned his neck red. He couldn't budge, not even an inch. The 3 trunks behind him didn't seem inclined to move at all. His shiny new axe was still half a meter away from the nearest broken stump. Meanwhile, the third Hokage watched through his crystal ball as Naruto held the axe, dragging 3 full trees behind him. Unable to bear the spectacle, the old man shut his eyes. He didn't dare watch another second. Letting Naruto punch trees was one thing, and he'd already tolerated all the accidental demolition work in the village. But now, what was the boy up to this time? Weighted training? What kind of ninja did this sort of thing? Couldn't he just buy some proper training gear? This child, the third, didn't even want to imagine it. He felt his blood pressure rising again, hurriedly fumbled through his drawer, and down a pill to steady himself. He had no desire to monitor the boy through the crystal ball anymore today. The third Hokage often worried that one day he might actually suffer a stroke from being so exasperated by Naruto. That evening, Naruto finally untied the ropes binding his body, bringing an end to Teacher Guy's grueling weighted training. Unfortunately, the messy condition of the little grove was still just as bad as before. Because he'd been hauling around almost 600 or 700 pounds all afternoon, Naruto had barely covered a single step, let alone the idea of tidying up anything while carrying all that weight. Looking around at the chaotic scene, Naruto realized he'd still have to spend some time cleaning up later that night. If only he'd already mastered the multi-shadow clone jutsu, then tidying up this place would have taken no time at all. After resting for a few minutes, Naruto opened a spatial portal and returned to the classroom. At this point, Hinata was the only one left in the class. Seeing Naruto arrive, she grew visibly excited. Naruto-kun. Before Hinata could finish her greeting, Naruto gently took her hand and led her through the portal. In an instant, her vision blurred, and the classroom scene shifted to the outdoors. Seeing the toppled trees, shattered rocks, and all manner of debris scattered around, Hinata looked at Naruto with admiration. Everywhere she looked, the aftermath spoke of Naruto's relentless training. Naruto, you worked so hard. I'll work hard at my own training too. Gathering her courage, Hinata managed at last to finish a whole sentence in one go. She wanted to keep up with Naruto's pace, to grow stronger together with him. But suddenly she realized he was still holding her hand, and instantly, she turned as red as a steam kettle. If her resistance hadn't improved recently, she probably would have fainted on the spot as she used to. Naruto, noticing how flustered the girl beside him was, quickly let go of her hand. Hearing her recent praise, he gave an awkward little laugh. Well, it's not really that big of a deal, really. The training was indeed intense, though it had nearly demolished half the village in the process. Just as Naruto was about to say something more, he noticed a familiar figure walking toward him. Just by the spiky hair, iconic to the Uchiha clan, Naruto immediately knew it was Sasuke. Sasuke was carrying a paper bag in his arms, and he no longer wore that dull, vacant look on his face. Hinata glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto beside her, feeling a faint pang of disappointment. She had thought it would just be the two of them and Naruto. Sasuke walked up to Naruto, visibly conflicted. Without waiting for a response, he shoved the paper bag into Naruto's hands. This is for you. Glancing down at the contents, Naruto saw apples in the bag. Was this kid returning the favor? I couldn't find any golden apples in the village. After handing over the bag, Sasuke muttered an explanation, as if worried Naruto might dislike the ordinary apples he brought. At that time, after eating that golden apple, he could clearly feel both his mental state and his injuries improve significantly. He naturally understood how precious the gift was. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto grinned, then casually wiped an apple clean before handing it to Hinata, tossing another one over to Sasuke. Only after that did he finally take one for himself and start eating. Sasuke wasn't picky either. He just grabbed the apple and bit right in. To be honest, this was Naruto's first time receiving a gift. Even though it was just an ordinary apple, nothing close to the treasures he had in his system, he still felt genuinely happy inside. But as they ate, Naruto noticed Sasuke seemed hesitant, as if he was struggling to say something. The kid's face was always an open book. Did you come to see me for something? Munching on an apple gifted by someone else, Naruto's tone was far less confrontational than when he first saw Sasuke. Especially considering how he'd pummeled Sasuke before, and now they were sitting side by side, making things a bit awkward for him. Naruto Uzumaki, let's have another match. Naruto was taken aback, completely caught off guard by Sasuke's request. Even with your Sharingan, that doesn't mean you can beat me, you know? Are you just looking to be beaten again? Even Hinata glanced at Naruto with curiosity. From Sasuke's words alone, it was clear they'd already fought before. Hinata was very curious just how strong Naruto really was. You're serious? Naruto realized Sasuke was looking at him with genuine determination, none of the pride he'd shown when they first met. Looks like the night his clan was destroyed really changed him. Naruto actually felt a bit sorry for the kid, but coming from a peaceful life in his previous world, he couldn't truly understand the depths of Sasuke's pain. Even after coming to this world, Naruto never really saw his parents' faces before they were gone. To speak of any real attachment would almost be a joke. Yes, I want to see how big the gap is between us. All right. Naruto quickly finished his apple, brushed off the dirt from his pants, and stood up. Their conversation was brief and to the point, and mere words later, the two of them were already facing each other in an open clearing. Since the night his clan was massacred, Sasuke had leveled his mindset and openly accepted his own weakness. Only then could he see where he was lacking and work to improve. Among their peers, Sasuke considered Naruto the strongest. Not to mention, Naruto was also the only peer he'd really gotten to know. The two of them locked eyes, then simultaneously performed the sign of confrontation. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's Sharingan activated. Naruto looked at the single tomo in Sasuke's left eye. No, two tomo now. And for a moment, he didn't even know how to comment. So on the night his family was wiped out, this kid only awakened one tomo, and it was in his right eye. Wait, hold on. Don't look into his eyes. Realizing he couldn't make eye contact with the Sharingan, Naruto quickly turned his head to the side. But even that didn't feel safe enough. He reached into the system and pulled out a pair of sunglasses, slipping them over his eyes. Hey, Big Fox, help me keep track of his position, he called out. Kurama, lazing in the sealed space, barely bothered to lift his eyelids in response. Still, Naruto knew that meant the big fox agreed. With the sunglasses on, no one could tell if his eyes were open or closed. His plan was to rely on Kurama's warnings for a head-to-head confrontation with Sasuke, only daring to open his eyes and strike once he managed to get behind him. Sasuke stared in utter disbelief for 3 full seconds when he saw Naruto donning the sunglasses. He quickly realized that his Sharingan's Jinjutsu had no effect whatsoever. Sasuke glared, activating the Sharingan over and over, casting 5 or 6 Jinjutsu attempts. Yet Naruto seemed utterly unfazed, as if nothing at all was happening to him. Why was this happening? Could sunglasses really block Jinjutsu? Suddenly, Sasuke felt the world was growing decidedly absurd. Discovering that his illusions weren't working, Sasuke wasted no time. His hands flashed as he hurled several shuriken and kunai at Naruto. The Jinjutsu had only been the opening move. He intended the projectiles as a way to test Naruto further. Once his pouch was empty, Sasuke immediately started forming hand seals. Not far away, Naruto twitched his ear slightly, the swish of slicing air reaching him. He didn't even need Kurama's warning to know that Sasuke was launching weapons his way. But this time, he wasn't going to stand there and take it like before, dragging out that giant iron door as a shield. Instead, Naruto tossed 3 space portals in front of him. A cocoon of violet light instantly enveloped his figure, swallowing up every single weapon Sasuke threw, each one disappearing without a sound. That violet glow spread across the faces of Sasuke and Hinata, their astonishment plain in the sunset light. Amazing, Hinata gasped, covering her mouth in awe, her voice barely above a whisper. She had never imagined that Naruto's ability could be used this way. As for Sasuke, shock widened his pupils. He instantly sensed something was wrong. Without warning, 3 purple cocoons burst open close beside him, and all the ninja tools he'd just thrown came hurtling back at him. Everything changed in a split second, forcing Sasuke to abort his fire-style technique on the spot. He realized immediately, if Naruto could teleport his throwing weapons, he could just as easily redirect his jutsu. Damn it, how did this guy get so strong? Before today, Sasuke had entertained a glimmer of hope in his heart. But seeing how masterfully Naruto wielded this technique now, a sense of despair crept in, suffocating. Fortunately, Sasuke had only tossed some 20 or so shuriken and kunai earlier. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and in that moment its dynamic perception kicked into high gear. In that instant, the trajectories of those shuriken and kunai seemed to Sasuke like a network of intersecting threads, each line with a clear destination. He saw it. A surge of delight welled up in Sasuke's heart. With a series of agile rolls, he dodged the attacks, followed by a few swift sidesteps. In that moment, he was like a dancer weaving through a thicket of thorns. Yet to Naruto, all of Sasuke's moves could be summed up in one phrase, just for show. The portal of light opened up once more, positioned right in Sasuke's blind spot. Having evaded the barrage, Sasuke suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Instinctively, he ducked, just narrowly escaping Naruto's sweeping kick. Not bad. Pretty sharp. Naruto remarked with a hint of admiration as he realized Sasuke had slipped free of his attack. As much as he hated to admit it, Sasuke's reflexes truly surpassed his own. Perhaps it was the Uchiha Sharingan providing that edge. The first time they fought, Sasuke couldn't even see his sneak attacks coming. Still, Naruto's surprise was momentary. He never once lacked confidence in his taijutsu. In fact, he was certain that even someone like Might Guy might not be a match for him in hand-to-hand combat, at least in the future. Naruto's self-assurance in his fighting style was absolute. Maybe his technique was only average, but he never hesitated to test whose stamina would last longer in a fight to the finish. Naruto already had his strategy. If he ever ran into a foe he couldn't beat, he'd just grab onto them and trade kunai strikes until only one was left standing. Blow for blow, cut for cut. Naruto was 1,000% sure he'd be the last one on his feet. Smack! Sasuke pivoted, swinging his shoulder and throwing a powerful hook at Naruto's left cheek. Naruto's reaction was a bit slow, but he managed to block Sasuke's punch just in time. Not only did he block it, but he seized Sasuke's wrist and yanked him closer. Losing control over his own body, Sasuke responded on instinct, driving his knee toward Naruto. Just like that, their fight instantly devolved into a furious exchange of blows. Naruto, one hand gripping Sasuke's arm, unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, while Sasuke answered each strike with quick knees to Naruto's midsection. 3 rounds in, Naruto looked unfazed, his punches growing even sharper and faster. If not for wanting to spare Sasuke's pride, he might have teased him for not having eaten enough. After all, Sasuke's kicks barely tickled him. By now, Sasuke was battered and dazed, his vision swimming, legs heavy. He could barely move his feet at all. Dazed and disoriented, Sasuke was suddenly thrown back to the memory of their first fight, when Naruto had pinned him to the ground, raining down punches. This present moment mirrored that scene perfectly. With Naruto's final punch, Sasuke's world went black, and he collapsed, unconscious, on the ground. He never figured out, even as he lost consciousness, why his fierce attacks seemed to have no effect on Naruto, who stood there, completely unfazed. Hinata, who had witnessed the entire battle, was left so astonished that her mouth hung open in disbelief. Especially when it came to that strange purple jutsu Naruto used. At first, she assumed it was just an ordinary ninjutsu for quick movement. But it wasn't until she saw Naruto redirect Sasuke's attack that she truly understood how terrifying that technique could be. And then there was Naruto's taijutsu. She couldn't quite find the words to describe it, but one thing was certain. It was incredibly strong. During the fight, just now, Hinata imagined herself in Sasuke's place. She realized that if Naruto drew her into close combat, she wouldn't be able to tap into any of her own power at all. The outcome would probably be just as disastrous as Sasuke's. Yet Hinata still felt that if she had been training with Naruto instead of Sasuke, there's no way Naruto-kun would have been willing to beat her up so badly. But right now, she was far more concerned about whether Naruto was hurt. Naruto-kun. Hinata ran over obediently to Naruto, circling around him and only relaxing once she saw he was unscathed. I'm fine, really. Naruto thumped his chest to prove he was perfectly all right. If their life points were converted into stats, Sasuke's attacks wouldn't even outpace Naruto's natural regeneration. And just a couple of casual strikes from him were enough to wipe out Sasuke's health bar. There was simply no comparison. Glancing at Sasuke, lying unconscious on the ground, Naruto pulled a vial of healing potion from his system storage, grabbed Sasuke by the face, and poured the potion straight into his mouth. A violent fit of coughing followed. Sasuke spluttered and wheezed, his body jolting on the ground like a spring. Even so, the wounds on his face were visibly knitting back together at a remarkable speed. Hinata gaped wide-eyed at this miraculous scene. Hey, amazing! Naruto-kun, I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. Suddenly realizing what she'd witnessed, Hinata hurried to promise him. In her world, there had never been anything capable of healing injuries so swiftly. She could tell immediately that whatever Naruto had given Sasuke had to be incredibly precious. Seeing Hinata's earnest little face, Naruto couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, all while already daydreaming about how many children they might have together in the future. A soft, flustered sound escaped Hinata. Face flushing deep red again, she tilted her head, on the verge of fainting right then and there. Wait, hang on, don't pass out. Now Naruto was panicking. Sasuke had just regained consciousness, the sun was setting, and if Hinata fainted, there was no telling when she might wake up. He couldn't even imagine the trouble if the Hyuga clan found them like this. Hayashi would probably explode on the spot and unleash a full rotation on him out of pure rage. I am all right, Hinata murmured. Hinata bit her lower lip, using the pain to keep herself alert, but this only made Naruto want to ruffle her hair even more. Sasuke, just having sat up on the ground, watched their strange behavior with a blank expression. He touched his cheek and realized that the earlier pain had completely disappeared. The first thing Sasuke thought upon waking up was that it must have been a dream. If he hadn't seen Naruto and Hinata right there, he would have been convinced he'd only been dreaming. But why were all his injuries gone? After rolling up his sleeves and checking several times, it finally dawned on Sasuke that there wasn't a scratch left on his body. Even the scars from that night had vanished without a trace. Sasuke thought it over for a good while, but just couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he couldn't help but interrupt Naruto and Hinata, who were whispering to each other nearby. My wounds. How did you do it? Sasuke recalled how he'd awakened, coughing and sputtering. He seemed to remember Naruto giving him something to drink. Whatever it was, the effects spoke for themselves, and Sasuke actually found the taste pretty good. Sweet and invigorating, even better than the sodas sold in their village. His gaze fell on the apples not far away, and suddenly Sasuke remembered the golden apple Naruto had given him before. But the drink he just had worked much better than the golden apple, so it must have been even more precious. Realizing this, Sasuke thought that maybe his question had been a little out of line. It wasn't exactly polite to poke around in other people's secrets. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The fight's over, anyway. I'll take Hinata home first. See yourself back. Naruto glanced up at the darkening sky. If he didn't get Hinata home soon, he seriously worried that the Hyuga clan would come hunting for him. And in this situation, he doubted the third Hokage would take his side. With that thought, Naruto opened a portal and pulled Hinata toward it, ready to leave, when Sasuke called out to him. Wait, can I train with you? There was a hint of pleading in Sasuke's voice as he spoke. If it'll help me get stronger, whatever it is, I'll do it. Head home for now, Naruto replied without looking back. We'll talk tomorrow. All right. Without another word, Naruto led Hinata through the portal of light, and they vanished from sight. Sasuke coming to seek him out had taken Naruto by surprise. After all, based on Sasuke's pride and ambition, he would have guessed Sasuke would go it alone rather than ask for help. But truth be told, Naruto really did need a teammate. If Sasuke couldn't keep up with him, Naruto would end up soloing the whole Akatsuki, and maybe even the Otsutsuki clan at the end. Why grind through everything alone when you could team up for the raid? What's more, Sasuke could essentially be considered the biggest cheater besides himself. Cultivating his strength wouldn't take much time at all. Once the two of them were fully developed, it wouldn't matter whether it was Momoshiki, Ishiki, or any other powerful foe. No matter how many came, they'd take them all on. The moment he stepped through the space-time portal and arrived at the Hyuga compound, Naruto saw Hayashi standing right in the center of the main gate, arms crossed, his temper radiating so fiercely that Naruto could sense it even from a distance. Without a word to Hinata or Naruto, Hayashi just stood there, eyes fixed on the pair as they approached. It wasn't just him. Members of the Hyuga clan who'd noticed the commotion had come outside as well, all standing in a neat row and staring intently at Naruto. From the veins bulging on their foreheads, it was clear that every member of the Hyuga clan had activated the Byakugan. The atmosphere instantly grew stifling. Hinata felt as if the very air had become hard to breathe. Naruto suddenly had the feeling he'd wandered into some gang hideout. The only difference was that none of these Hyuga were wielding machetes. He genuinely worried that at any moment, a Hyuga might leap out and yell, "Boss, let's take this kid down," or something of the sort. Father. Hinata lowered her head timidly and stepped up to Hayashi, glancing nervously back at Naruto a couple of times as she walked. Naruto, for his part, felt as though the temperature around him had dropped even lower. "Where have you been?" The words were addressed to Hinata, but Hayashi's gaze was locked firmly onto the blonde troublemaker. To the eyes of the Hyuga clan, their own young lady, instead of coming straight home after school, had run off with this blonde kid and was only returning now, deep into the evening. If this boy was capable of such things at 6 or 7 years old, who knew what he'd get up to in the future, it was almost frightening to imagine. If not for the clan leader's strict order forbidding anyone from laying a hand on the blonde kid, they'd have rushed over long ago to teach him a lesson. Who cared that he was the 4th Hokage's son, or even a Jinchuriki? Their patience had its limits. In front of her severe father, Hinata hung her head at a loss for words. After all, this was the first time in her life she'd come home this late. "I took Hinata to train with me. From now on, after school, she'll be with me." Naruto smiled innocently, explaining it all to Hayashi as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Whether or not Hayashi actually listened was impossible to tell. But Naruto did notice one thing. After hearing this, Hayashi had also activated the Byakugan. "Go on in. Your mother is waiting in the sitting room." Hayashi shot the blonde boy a fierce glare, then turned and led his daughter away. The Hyuga clansmen watching nearby also began to disperse. Yet nearly all of them wore looks of profound regret, as if lamenting the missed opportunity to teach that blonde boy a lesson. Hinata followed behind her father, turning to Naruto with a gentle smile and giving him 2 small waves, bidding him farewell. She dared not make any sudden movements, afraid her father up ahead might notice. Naruto responded to Hinata with a gentle smile as well. After watching her leave, Naruto finally opened a portal and went home for dinner. That night, he spent several more hours cleaning up the litter scattered through the small grove. Afterward, he pulled out some oak and spruce saplings from his system space and forcibly planted them nearby, preparing them as future training equipment. After all, there's so much you can do with trees. They could be used as punching bags for training now, and later he could practice chakra control by running up and down their trunks. He even thought they'd be indispensable if he ever wanted to make some money. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight, and the east end of the village was once again thick with dense woodland. Thanks to the system's rules for adapting to the outside world, the trees Naruto had planted looked no different from any others. In his office, the 3rd Hokage listened to the ANBU's report. Naruto had managed to grow a whole forest in less than one night, his efficiency rivaling the legendary 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Now, the 3rd really didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He was genuinely glad Naruto could restore the land that had been ruined. But honestly, he just couldn't stand Naruto's relentless farming. Why did this kid spend every waking hour butting heads with trees? And then there was that strange Kekiai Jinkai of his. More and more, the 3rd suspected Naruto's gifts for agriculture far outstripped his talents as a ninja. He'd finally made up his mind. Unless something truly big happened, he had no intention of using the crystal ball to check in on Naruto anymore. He'd just rely on the ANBU's reports. That way, at least, he might get some peace of mind. If he kept watching like he had in the past. The third really doubted he'd live to see Jiraiya return to the village. The next morning, Naruto showed up in class as usual, daydreaming at his desk. Sometimes, he really grew desperate over his freakishly resilient body. Yesterday, he'd spent all afternoon hauling trees, then got into a fight with Sasuke in the evening, then cleaned up and planted trees half the night. By the time he got home, he was dog-tired, every finger aching to even twitch. But come morning, he bounced up as fresh as ever. Not even the flimsiest excuse left for skipping training. Seeing him like this, Irika-sensei even considered ramping up the intensity again. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto suddenly noticed Sasuke standing at his desk. Glancing up, he realized the classroom was already empty. So class was over. But Sasuke seeking him out at a time like this. Did you want to ditch class together? You want to skip class with me? Yeah. There's nothing left at the academy that can make me any stronger, Sasuke replied. He'd already studied everything the school had to offer, from the 3 basic jutsu to all the theory lessons. If it weren't for Naruto still being at the academy, he'd have graduated early himself. All right, let's go. Naruto nodded, went out to find Hinata to say goodbye, and then opened the portal, leading Sasuke to the small grove by the riverside. Sasuke was still mulling over that jutsu Naruto had used, wanting to see if he could glean anything from it. But to be honest, the moment he stepped through the door of light, he secretly activated his Sharingan, yet didn't detect even a hint of chakra flow. In the end, Sasuke could only chalk it up to his lack of talent for space-time ninjutsu. He'd done his research before. Apparently, mastering this type of jutsu took an exceedingly rare gift. In all the years of the Hidden Leaf Village, only the 2nd Hokage and the 4th Hokage had ever managed it. And Naruto was the son of the 4th. Based solely on this aspect of talent, Sasuke had to admit he couldn't compare to Naruto. If he wanted to surpass Naruto, he'd have to evolve his Sharingan to the same level as that man's. Yet, at 7 years old, Uchiha Sasuke didn't realize Naruto was a monster in his own right. For now, Sasuke just wanted to see how Naruto trained on a daily basis. What should I do? Punch the tree. Naruto pointed to the big tree not far away, adopting the demeanor of a senior guiding his junior. At the same time, worried that Sasuke wouldn't know how to properly punch a tree, Naruto demonstrated, throwing a couple of solid blows for good measure. Sasuke gave a slight nod, and without a hint of hesitation, walked over to Naruto's side and began pounding the tree, imitating his motions. So along the riverbank, the steady thudding of fists echoed back and forth. If you listened carefully, you could even make out a rhythm in the sound. The ANBU assigned to keep an eye on Naruto, especially Kakashi, felt a headache coming on as he listened to the relentless thuds from those 2 kids. It was one thing for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to pummel trees, but dragging another child along with him? Did he really think everyone else's body was as abnormal as his? Kakashi's heart felt utterly weary. He even began to entertain the thought of resigning from his position in the ANBU. From that day forward, Uchiha Sasuke became another notorious class cutter. Irika, their homeroom teacher, had gained a few more wrinkles on his face. And by the riverbank in the woods, the continual thudding of fists and the sight of kids dragging trees became a regular occurrence. At first, a day's worth of punching left Sasuke utterly spent. Luckily, Naruto supplied him with a special recovery potion. After discovering the remarkable effects of Naruto's medicine, Sasuke's determination matched Naruto's in full force. He might not be as freakishly tough as Naruto, but he learned to drag trees for strength training just the same. 4 trees at once was a stretch, so he started with just 1. By now, the eastern end of the village was getting a whole new riverbed carved out by these 2 kids. Their dedication was so extreme that even Might Guy found it hard to watch. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, unable to stand it any longer, had Kakashi send over 2 sets of weighted training gear. Because that training equipment was made from special metals, it weighed about as much as the logs Naruto used to drag around. The 3rd Hokage thought, since they have this gear now, surely those 2 kids won't need to drag trees anymore, right? But what happened? Naruto, claiming he wouldn't train the old way anymore, promptly strapped on the weighted gear, then turned right around and started dragging trees again. Seeing the way this child was growing up, the 3rd Hokage finally gave up trying to supervise him, and simply allocated a training spot for Naruto and his friend on the eastern edge of the village. At least this would keep them from causing trouble elsewhere. Konoha really couldn't withstand the chaos those 2 could bring. As for Hinata, Naruto was quite considerate. He wouldn't dare let her train as recklessly as he and Sasuke did. Instead, he set her up with a sandbag and a wooden training post, and often accompanied her while she practiced taijutsu. Training days always had a way of dragging on, and 6 years went by in the blink of an eye. Now Naruto was 12 years old. Sasuke, Hinata, take a look at the chakra inside me. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began channeling his wind-style chakra through his internal gates. In all those 6 years, he had never abandoned that technique from before. Working alongside the Byakugan and Sharingan, he refined the wind-style chakra usage step by step, continuously improving the technique and even consulting the Nine Tails to adjust how his chakra flowed within his body. Naruto named the technique Wind-style Blood Surge Jutsu. At first, when he unleashed this technique, it was much the same as the very first time. But with his physique now far stronger, he had actually shattered Konoha's barrier when he tried it. The third Hokage had nearly fainted from anger at the time. Still, Naruto had learned to control his wind chakra somewhat, and could fully activate the technique without endangering his own life. Eventually, he discovered that the wind-style Blood Surge Jutsu could only be maintained at its peak for 15 seconds. Any longer, and he'd be on the verge of death. To gauge the technique's true power, Naruto even asked Might Guy to evaluate it. Might Guy was deeply impressed, even saying Naruto's self-created technique, when activated, was every bit as fierce as opening the third gate himself. But after watching a bit longer, Guy realized something wasn't quite right. Because besides Naruto, no one else would dare attempt such a technique. For ordinary people to practice this jutsu, well, that brings up Danzo of the Root. The third Hokage, upon learning that Naruto had developed this technique, immediately classified it as an A-rank forbidden jutsu and included it in the taijutsu category. However, the old man didn't treat Naruto unfairly. He handed over a scroll of sealing, letting Naruto choose a forbidden jutsu to study. He had hoped Naruto would pick up the Flying Thunder God technique. But unexpectedly, Naruto chose the A-rank multiple shadow clone jutsu. As for why he didn't pick the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto admitted he just couldn't make sense of it. However, no one expected that Danzo secretly learned Naruto's jutsu. No one knows exactly what happened, but judging from the fact that the Root leader disappeared from the third Hokage's sight for 3 years, it's clear that he must have been seriously injured. The third Hokage heard from Root ninjas that when Danzo was practicing wind release, Bloodstorm technique, he was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. It sounded downright miserable. After confirming that only someone with Naruto's absurd healing ability could possibly learn this jutsu, the third Hokage didn't hesitate for a second before erasing it from the scrolls. He didn't want any curious child trying to master the technique, only to drop dead on the spot, dying an untimely death. Naruto moved the course a bit closer to the heart. Sasuke, his Sharingan eyes focused, said this with the utmost seriousness. To be honest, he thought Naruto's technique was incredible. It was just a shame he didn't possess wind chakra. Otherwise, he would have definitely wanted to learn it himself. Naruto-kun, you're drawing too much chakra. Hinata and Sasuke stood on either side of Naruto, continuously offering reminders. With a rumble, as time passed, massive amounts of wind-charged chakra surged out of Naruto's pores, billowing forth mixed with a thick mist of blood. From a distance, it looked as though he was cloaked in a crimson veil. Sitting close by, Sasuke and Hinata shielded their faces with their hands, using chakra to steady themselves, or they would have been blasted away by the fierce winds. The power of this. It's already on par with the fourth gate of the 8 gates release formation, isn't it? Sasuke's mouth fell open. He didn't know what to say. Back then, Gai-sensei had specifically opened the fourth gate to show the 3 of them just how powerful the 8 gates could be. Now, just from sheer presence alone, Naruto was giving off the same overwhelming aura as Gai-sensei did with the fourth gate. Naruto-kun has gotten even stronger. Hinata felt both joy and a sense of uselessness mingling inside her. She'd already been working relentlessly these years, but no matter how hard she tried, she could never quite catch up to Naruto's pace of growth. Even that Uchiha Sasuke was stronger than her. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, then released the wind release, Bloodstorm technique. By now, he could skillfully maintain the jutsu for about a minute, but the side effect was half an hour of exhaustion afterward. He could manage this jutsu about 3 times a day. Any more than that, and even Naruto couldn't bear it. Naruto-kun. Today at noon is the school graduation exam. Irika-sensei told you all not to forget. Hinata suddenly remembered and quickly reminded them. But then a hint of worry crept across the girl's face. She wondered if she'd be assigned to the same team as Naruto. All right, let's get back to school. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then at Hinata. According to the Fox's calculations, with Sasuke now awakened to the 2-Tomo Sharingan, his chakra reserves have reached 80 mage points, almost as much as the Fox himself had when he first began his training. Hinata's chakra was a bit less, hovering around 50 mage points. There was simply no comparison. Hinata couldn't match up to those two prodigies no matter what. As for Naruto, his chakra had already climbed to an impressive 270 mage points. From the Great Fox's many years of observation, there were very few people in all of Konoha who could match that level of chakra. The only other person with chakra reserves over 200 mage points was the third Hokage. This genuinely surprised Naruto. But thinking about it, it made sense. A man who had mastered 5 different chakra natures couldn't possibly operate without an immense reservoir of chakra. Passing through the spatial gate, the trio arrived in the classroom, only to find some students had already come early to prepare. Sakura's eyes landed on Sasuke, and she immediately slipped back into her usual love-struck daze. Sasuke is even more handsome now. I just adore him. Shikamaru, seeing Naruto was back, gave the three of them a listless greeting. Though most of the class hadn't seen much of Naruto and Sasuke these last few years, they all still exchanged the occasional word. Before long, Iruka walked in, a roster tucked under his arm and a worried look on his face. But when his eyes fell on the trio seated in the last row, his expression finally relaxed, and a rare smile spread across his face. At last, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were finally about to graduate. Iruka had always worried these two troublemakers would lead the whole class astray, but the thought of them actually failing had never once crossed Iruka's mind. By now, all of Konoha knew these two kids had plowed a river straight through the east side of the village. With strength like that, they shouldn't even be wasting their time at the academy. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. When your name is called, head next door for the 3 clones jutsu test. Sure enough, Naruto breezed through the 3 clones jutsu evaluation. As for any troublesome incident with Mizuki trying to manipulate him, it never happened at all. Back when he was almost ready to graduate, Naruto had actually been hoping Mizuki would try to pull something. After all, it would have been fun to join in Mizuki-sensei's little act, and maybe even snag a forbidden jutsu from the scrolls as a reward. But as fate would have it, Mizuki-sensei had been taken away by the Umbu months ago, investigated for secretly colluding with a missing Nin Orochimaru behind the village's back. Thinking about it now, Mizuki never even had a chance to pull any tricks on him. After all, word had spread throughout the village about his true heritage as the 4th Hokage's son. Although his notoriety, mostly from his frequent demolition work around the village, wasn't exactly positive. In truth, the villagers didn't really hate him, nor did they refuse him service like in the original story. They generally just kept their distance. What Naruto didn't realize was that the villagers hadn't caused any trouble simply because his strength was downright terrifying. Back when Naruto was only 6 or 7, he could swing a huge tree trunk with such force and vigor that it left a deep impression on the villagers. With a single swing like that, he probably could have taken out an entire family right then and there. How could anyone even think of causing trouble for Naruto after seeing that? Because of this, Mizuki never had the chance to sow discord between the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the rest of the village. So, every time Naruto remembered he couldn't learn new jutsu for free, he felt he'd gotten the short end of the stick. He had really wanted to master his father's Flying Thunder God technique the last time he traded for a jutsu, but the real problem was he just couldn't understand it. Those dense, intricate ceiling formulas looked as bewildering as complex math equations. Still, he managed to jot them down. Maybe one day he'd get the chance to figure them out. Naruto also coveted the multiple explosive tags technique, but the 3rd Hokage flatly refused to let him learn it. He said he was worried Naruto would accidentally blow up the entire Hidden Leaf village. The more Naruto thought about it, the more worked up he became. Did people really see him as that out of control? Naruto's loud sighs caught Sasuke's attention. You didn't do well on the exams? No way. Sasuke's question instantly made Naruto anxious. His grades in theory at the academy might be poor, but in actual combat, he was number 1. There's no way he could have done badly. Sasuke heard Naruto's reply and finally relaxed, though a trace of worry still lingered on his face. Do you think we'll end up on the same team? Sasuke hoped being on the same squad as Naruto would be for the best. Everyone else was just too weak. See that girl with the pink hair? Naruto pointed toward Sakura, then kept talking to Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki, have a feeling. I bet it'll be you, me, and that pink-haired girl on the same team. Nearby, Hinata, who was eavesdropping, couldn't hide her disappointment. So she wouldn't get to be on the same team as Naruto Koen after all. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka. You 3 come with me. Kurinai, her wavy hair tumbling down, pushed open the door and called out their names, leaving the classroom without even glancing back. After hearing her name, Hinata reluctantly walked out, pausing every few steps, as if she couldn't bear to leave. If Naruto hadn't offered her some encouragement, the little girl might never have managed to walk out that door. With the Jonin leading away their students one team at a time, the once crowded classroom became emptier by the minute. Soon, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left. What? You wanted to be Naruto's squad leader? Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi, uncharacteristically, let a bit of emotion slip into his voice. The third Hokage forced a sheepish smile, seeing how unenthusiastic Kakashi looked. He'd already asked several other Jonin over the past few days, but they'd all refused. Naruto Uzumaki's knack for causing trouble was infamous throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone knew about it. At first, all the Jonin had agreed amongst themselves. They had to collectively resist becoming involved with the notorious troublemaker, Naruto Uzumaki. Well, that is, as long as Kakashi and Might Guy remained unaware of their plan. After being rejected by the other Jonin, the third Hokage naturally turned his attention to his beloved subordinate, Kakashi Hitaki. Besides, no matter how you look at it, Naruto was the son of Kakashi's own teacher. Whether in public or private, Kakashi truly had no grounds to refuse. Maybe I should just return to the ANBU. Kakashi offered weakly, but a single glance at the third's stern face told him there was no escaping this assignment. In truth, Kakashi had sensed this coming for some time. Ever since he was first told to look after Naruto, he'd had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right. The two of them remained at a stalemate for a good while, but ultimately, Kakashi, sighing in resignation, accepted the task. With his ever-weary, dead fish eyes, Kakashi looked utterly devoid of dreams as he shuffled down the hallway toward Naruto and his team's classroom. Click! As the classroom door swung open, Naruto instantly caught a whiff of Kakashi's signature salted fish scent wafting in from afar. Is this what all middle-aged men eventually become? Like, is Kakashi everyone's future? I am your squad's Jonin leader, Kakashi Hitaki. Please take care of me from now on. The instant Sakura saw Kakashi, she finally confirmed that she'd been placed in the same team as Sasuke, and inside, she was doing a wild, victorious fist pump. This is amazing. I'm really on Sasuke's team. My chances are looking great. Ino, you can eat your heart out. Sasuke gave a slight, respectful nod. He'd heard of the genius Kakashi. Having him as a squad leader was more than acceptable. Naruto, on the other hand, just gave a strange little smirk and said, Uncle Kakashi, we know each other so well already. Why so formal? That easy familiarity of his was precisely what gave Kakashi a headache. If there were even the slightest way out, Kakashi would never want to lead this group, especially not this kid, even if he was the son of his own teacher. From now on, you should call me Kakashi-sensei. Now follow me. He slipped his hands into his pockets and cocked his head, signaling for the three to come along. As Naruto followed behind, he scoffed inwardly at Kakashi's earlier words. You wanted to call you sensei? Just you wait, you silver-haired weirdo. One day, we'll all take on legendary mentors. One under Orochimaru, one with Tsunade, and me. I'll go looking for Jiraiya. And when it really comes down to seniority, they'll all be disciples of the legendary Sannin. My dad was Jiraiya's student, and Kakashi was my dad's student. Once I become Jiraiya's apprentice, Naruto smirked at the thought, Kakashi will have no choice but to call me uncle out of respect. A group of people stepped out onto the rooftop. Sakura was gazing at Sasuke, completely love-struck. Sasuke, meanwhile, kept a stern face, trying his hardest to look cool. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed preoccupied, wondering what he should have for dinner tonight. Leaning against the railing, Kakashi watched his young charges, unable to shake off a lingering sense of foreboding about their future. My name was just mentioned a moment ago. Kakashi Hitaki. There's nothing I particularly like. Nothing I particularly dislike either. As for my dream, I don't have one. When he finished speaking, his gaze lingered on the three of them, as if silently prompting each to introduce themselves in turn. Naruto was at a complete loss for how to react. How could anyone introduce themselves in such a strange manner? Sasuke Uchiha. I like training. There's a lot I dislike. My dream is to kill him and to defeat Naruto. Naruto blinked in disbelief. Since when did beating me become your life's dream? Over the past 6 years, the two of them had sparred countless times, and Sasuke hadn't won even once. At some point, Sasuke decided Naruto was the opponent he needed to surpass. In Sasuke's mind, if he couldn't even defeat Naruto, the thought of killing that man would be far out of reach. Now, his dream had shifted entirely. Instead of restoring the Uchiha clan, all he wanted was to defeat Naruto. My name is Sakura Haruno. As for my dream, I can't stand Ino. With every sentence, Sakura couldn't help but sneak a glance at Sasuke, her true feelings more than obvious. Yet Sasuke, ever the stoic, paid her feelings no mind. He simply turned to look at Naruto instead. Their awkward dynamic left both Kakashi and Naruto a little uneasy. Naruto cleared his throat, then launched into his own introduction. Naruto Uzumaki. I like Hinata Hyuga, and I enjoy farming. I can't stand people who wear masks. And also, people who are always late. Kakashi tensed for a beat, suspecting Naruto might be making a pointed comment. And besides, you really didn't need to mention your crush on Hinata. Everyone in the village knows already. My dream. World peace. At that, all three of them turned to stare at Naruto. Sasuke couldn't fathom why Naruto would say something so profound. Sakura, on the other hand, admired his courage in speaking his heart. World peace, huh? Kakashi murmured the words quietly, as if the sentiment conjured up memories of his own mentor. Once upon a time, Minato Namikaze had spoken in similar terms. It seemed Naruto truly was growing up. A surge of pride welled up inside Kakashi. Perhaps it was time to see Naruto in a new light, instead of always judging him by the past. After all, it wouldn't do to keep looking at someone with old eyes forever. Maybe, once this kid grows up, he won't be as mischievous as before. Snapping back to his senses, Kakashi lazily returned to his usual laid-back, slouching demeanor before speaking up again. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin your missions. It's also a test for the three of you. This is an ultra-difficult test, with an elimination rate as high as 66%. Meet at the training ground at 5 in the morning. Remember to bring your ninja tools, and be prepared to face death. The moment Sasuke and Sakura heard those words, be prepared to face death, a sudden wave of tension washed over them. Both their faces grew noticeably serious. Having brushed with death before, Sasuke certainly understood the true weight behind that word. Naruto, meanwhile, just stared after Kakashi's departing figure with a rather unimpressed look. Honestly, if he hadn't seen the original Naruto series, maybe he'd believe all this. The classic bell-snatching exam. Such unnecessarily dramatic flair. If you've really got what it takes, just make us fail the trial, and we'll all slack off together, waiting for Madara's infinite Tsukuyumi. You ready to die, huh? Naruto thought Kakashi ought to prepare himself first. Otherwise, if Naruto really threw a punch, it wouldn't be any joke for Kakashi. Time to head home. With a casual flick, Naruto opened up a shimmering portal, planning to head back. The other two glanced his way, searching, but couldn't find a hint of anxiety on Naruto's face. Naruto, aren't you worried about tomorrow's mission? Sakura's question made Sasuke nod. He seemed curious about Naruto's plans as well. Naruto replied nonchalantly, doesn't matter. Just relax. I'll carry you, together with Sasuke. No doubt, these words were a bit of a blow, but Naruto was simply telling it like it was. If he and Sasuke took things seriously, even Kakashi might not stand a chance against them. As for Sakura, well, she was just along for the ride. Sakura's face stiffened, and inside, she was already bursting with indignation. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki. You dare to look down on me? Tomorrow I'll show you exactly what I'm made of. Hearing how confident Naruto sounded, Sasuke's earlier worry faded completely. The mission tomorrow suddenly felt a lot less daunting. He'd known Naruto for so long, and he'd never seen Naruto say he could do something if he wasn't sure of it. Suit yourself. No more training today. See you tomorrow. All right. With that, Naruto stepped into the glowing portal and vanished before their eyes. Sasuke kept his head down, hands stuffed in his pockets. Without even a word to Sakura, he turned and walked away. Sasuke, are you sure there's really nothing to worry about tomorrow? Sakura seized the chance, running up to Sasuke and trying to strike up a conversation. Don't worry. Naruto and I are strong. Sasuke barely glanced back as he spoke, quickening his pace. He still had plans to train on the east side of the village. He certainly didn't have time to play these high school romance games with a certain pink-haired girl. Sakura watched Sasuke's figure as he walked away, his recent words still echoing in her mind, leaving her feeling unexpectedly superfluous. Early the next morning, the three young teammates arrived at the training ground to wait. Sasuke and Sakura were particularly early, arriving before 5 o'clock, while Naruto, seeing it was nearly 5, simply opened a portal and stepped onto the training field. As for why he arrived right on time, the truth was, Naruto was never sure whether Kakashi would be late or not. After all, ever since he'd arrived in this world, so many things had changed. Who could say if Kakashi might, on a whim, actually show up punctually this time? The three of them stood around for a while, stifling yawns, and when Naruto checked the time, it was already close to 6. It seemed that their white-haired jonin probably wouldn't arrive before noon. With this thought, Naruto simply pulled some stones from another dimension and built a stone house on the spot. Then he took out a bed and set it in the room. Glancing back at Sasuke, he added an extra bed, just as casually, then flopped down and immediately drifted off to sleep. Sasuke, long used to Naruto's antics, didn't give it a second thought. Noticing the spare bed inside the stone house, He lay down and started resting himself. Sakura, on the other hand, watched in dumbfounded amazement as Naruto first brought out odd objects, then, in less than 10 minutes, conjured up an entire stone house before her eyes, and then saw both teammates, utterly unconcerned, heading into sleep. Truthfully, she was absolutely stunned. How in the world did he do that? Why did a stone house just appear out of thin air? Sakura spoke aloud without even realizing it, but the only response she got was the synchronized snoring of her two teammates. This totally left her at a loss. Her mind struggled to piece things together. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to be doing today? It took her a good while to recall that today they were supposed to carry out the task assigned by Kakashi-sensei. But why was Kakashi-sensei already an hour late and still nowhere in sight? And how had her teammates not only conjured a stone house, but decided to just go to sleep on the spot as well? What on earth was going on here? Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Kakashi was in nearly the same state as Sakura. He smacked his forehead with his palm and let out a deep sigh. I knew it. I just knew something like this would happen. Kakashi had watched Naruto grow up and was very familiar with the boy's peculiar bloodline limit. Ordinarily, for this kind of trial, his procedure would be to warn the three of them not to eat breakfast, then split 2 lunchboxes among the 3, testing their sense of teamwork. But the real problem was, that boy Naruto was practically a walking mobile cafeteria. The old methods simply wouldn't work on him at all. Give the 3 of them just 2 lunchboxes, and Kakashi had no doubt that kid would whip up a full-course meal right on the spot. So, from the very beginning, Kakashi never intended to use the lunchbox test to assess the 3 of them. And furthermore, his real plan was to leave them hanging for a few hours and see how they would react. And as expected, the result was exactly as Kakashi had predicted. With Naruto around, any hope for a proper test was completely out the window. At this point, Kakashi deeply regretted agreeing to mentor these 3 kids. So I forget it. Let's just get started. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke, both sound asleep in the stone hut, and an uneasy feeling crept into his chest. Clearly, this was supposed to be a team evaluation, but thanks to Naruto, the whole tone of the exercise had been completely derailed. It was honestly exasperating. Especially considering that he himself had been crouched in the grass all this time, braving the relentless bites of mosquitoes and bugs, making him feel even more miserable. With a soft sigh, Kakashi vanished from where he stood, reappearing instantly. Morning. Sakura, who'd just been leaning against the wall, about to catch a little nap, suddenly saw Kakashi appear right in front of her and greet her. She jumped straight to her feet in fright, bowing repeatedly in apology, completely unaware that someone else had been almost 2 hours late. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Sakura's attitude brought Kakashi a bit of comfort. As expected, this girl was the only one in the group who seemed at all normal. He looked at Sakura, then glanced at the other 2. Go wake them up. Oh, okay. Hearing that, Sakura began to break out in a cold sweat. It's over. It's over. First mission, and I've already made a terrible impression on Kakashi-sensei. It's hopeless. We definitely won't pass this test. It's all Naruto's fault. With her head down in defeat, Sakura walked into the stone hut, spotting the other 2 snoring away on their beds, the vein on her forehead twitching with frustration. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is here. Though both of them had been deep asleep, as soon as they heard the commotion, they immediately sprang up and fell into a defensive stance. Naruto rubbed the sleep from his eyes and glanced at the clock. It wasn't even 7 yet. Wait, what? Did Kakashi take the wrong pills this morning? Why is he here so early? Naruto quickly put away his bedding, let out a big yawn, and walked outside, only to see Kakashi gazing up at the sky, as if pondering the meaning of life. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned, giving Naruto a thorough up-and-down look. He was nearly at his wit's end. What was this child's deal anyway? If he hadn't known Naruto already, he would have sent him back to the academy for remedial classes, no doubt about it. Kakashi let out a sigh, then reached to his belt, pulling out a set of bells and placing them in front of the 3. Your mission for today is, you must snatch the bell from me to pass. Even just touching me counts as passing the test. If you don't touch me, none of you will qualify. You'll all be sent back to the academy to repeat the year. I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare. Sasuke and Sakura's expressions twisted a little at these words. Weren't they told to be ready to face death? And this was it? Sasuke hadn't even considered the possibility of failure. He wasn't that weeping, fragile child from the night his clan was destroyed anymore. Now he was strong. Not to mention, his teammate was absurdly powerful as well. Naruto, Sasuke, let's come up with a strategy. Sakura was thrilled. This was where she excelled. The 2 boys turned to look at her, confusion written all over their faces. A strategy? What was that supposed to be? Naruto's whole approach had always been the same. Charge ahead at full speed. The words battle plan simply didn't exist in his dictionary. Oblivious to her teammates' confusion, Sakura crouched down and began her analysis. Sensei Kakashi is a jonin. Defeating him head-on is utterly impossible for us. So, Kakashi-sensei, let's just get started. It's been ages since our last sparring session. Naruto cut off Sakura's analysis, brimming with excitement. He'd been waiting for this day for what felt like forever. The thought of winning back his dignity set his whole body shaking with anticipation. Sasuke, standing to the side, entirely agreed with Naruto. He was all for a straightforward, brute force approach. As for coming up with a plan, Naruto would call that all show, no substance. Kakashi's eyelid twitched at their attitude. Where was the spirit of teamwork in this squad? Having just one reckless hothead was headache enough, and now it looked like Sasuke had also adopted Naruto's wild ways. As for Sakura, the other two barely seemed to notice her at all. Cut off so abruptly, Sakura felt mortified. She could clearly see what Naruto and Sasuke thought of her. Unbelievable. They're completely ignoring me. Just wait. You two will see just how capable I really am. If that's decided, let's begin. Kakashi shed his usual air of laziness and at once slipped into battle-ready focus. He had no idea how strong Sasuke was. But with Naruto, if he didn't get serious, he might honestly get bested by that kid. Seeing her teammates so eager for action, Sakura quickly pulled out a kunai and held it at the ready before her. She had some idea of what was coming. Kakashi is a jonin, the leader of the team. Do you two really think you could actually defeat him, no matter how strong you are? Why can't you both just sit down and discuss a proper strategy to snatch the bells? Sakura was absolutely exasperated with her two teammates. But Naruto and Sasuke had something else in mind. From the start, their goal was to defeat Kakashi. Grabbing the bells was merely an afterthought. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, silently agreeing that it was best to strike first. After all these years of working together, they'd grown incredibly in sync. With just a look, each could easily grasp what the other intended. Some might even call it a secret-coded conversation. Naruto curled his finger slightly, and in an instant, dozens of glowing portals blossomed around Kakashi, hemming him in. Through countless battles over the years, Naruto had discovered his shortcomings and worked tirelessly to overcome them. Take, for example, his use of the space portals. Once upon a time, whenever he tried to open a portal, he'd involuntarily wave both hands, an obvious precast movement that gave away his intentions to any observant opponent. In the end, it took Naruto half a year of hard training to break himself of that habit. Then, there was the problem of the portal's eye-catching appearance. But Naruto had found a solution for that too. As long as he opened enough portals at once, no one could guess where he'd emerge from next. While dazzling and bewildering his opponent, he could also apply unrelenting psychological pressure, a strategy with devastating effect. Faced with a dizzying array of portals on all sides, even Kakashi's forehead had begun to bead with sweat. Not even he could have anticipated Naruto's trick. Its misdirection was almost overwhelming. To think he was the one who'd first taught Naruto how to use this technique. Had Naruto really taken it this far already? This could be troublesome, Kakashi murmured with a somber sigh, his face growing serious. He was clearly feeling the strength of Naruto's assault. Now he not only had to prepare for Naruto and Sasuke ambushing him from his blind spot, but also for any number of ninjutsu attacks that could erupt from the portals at a moment's notice. As for Naruto, Kakashi wasn't too worried. He knew the boy hadn't learned all that many jutsu. But Sasuke? Chances were, Sasuke would attack with well-aimed projectiles or unleash a fire-style jutsu. Meanwhile, Sakura stared at the dozens of portals surrounding Kakashi, a crisis of confidence flickering in her eyes. Most ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village knew Naruto could use this technique, but she'd never seen him open so many portals at once. Top of her class in theory, Sakura understood just how formidable this truly was. Just watching those portals shimmer and shift, Sakura felt like her brain was ready to overheat. Are you kidding me? Is this guy even human? Naruto let out a mischievous chuckle, then swiftly formed a sequence of hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Massive addition. One after another, shadowy forms burst to life all around him. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones appeared on the field, leaving Kakashi staring in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. How much chakra does this kid even have? The sheer number of Naruto's clones was enough to completely block Kakashi's view. All he could see now was a sea of blonde heads, filling every corner of his vision. There was no sign of Sasuke or Sakura anywhere. Even the purple light gates were hidden behind the swarm. At this point, Kakashi could only rely on his memory to keep track of where those glowing portals were. All together now. Take down that white-haired guy. Charge! The clones shouted out, one after another, rushing toward Kakashi like an unstoppable wave, steadily closing off his escape routes. Looks like I have no choice but to fight hand-to-hand. With that, Kakashi pulled out a kunai, gripped it firmly, leaned forward ever so slightly, and then launched himself headlong into the crowd of blonde clones. It was the only way left. Even so, when it came to taijutsu, Naruto's skills were a far cry from the veteran ninja Kakashi. From the very moment the two sides clashed, the shadow clones began vanishing at a pace visible to the naked eye. On average, each clone barely lasted 3 moves before Kakashi broke through it. They disappeared in quick succession. A sudden rush of breath. Just as Kakashi was pounding through the swarm, a fireball came flying at him from the side. The clones showed uncanny coordination, leaping in front of Kakashi, wrapping their arms tightly around his limbs, desperate to hold him back for even a single second. A tremendous impact. The fireball struck where Kakashi stood, sending up a huge cloud of dust, but when the smoke cleared, there was no sign of him. Only a scorched wooden stump left on the ground. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Sasuke's eyes widened, a surge of danger prickling every nerve. Just then, one of Naruto's portals flickered open behind Sasuke, its violet glow illuminating his face. He reacted instantly, arching backward and melting into the light, vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, Kakashi emerged right where Sasuke had just been, a wave of frustration washing over him. He'd never imagined that the technique he'd once taught Naruto would one day be used against him. And what's worse, even now, he still hadn't found Naruto himself. Hidden in the shadows, using space-time ninjutsu to dodge his attacks, it left Kakashi at a loss, unsure of what to do next. The two kids were as slippery as eels. One couldn't be found, and the other couldn't be caught. What headache! With a sigh, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Sakura, who was still standing frozen, unsure what to do. Of the three, she was clearly the weakest, and naturally, the easiest to deal with. Any seasoned ninja would start by targeting or capturing the easiest prey on the team. Kakashi vanished with a flicker, paying no mind to the horde of blonde clones behind him. Sakura, get in the portal! Naruto could tell from a look in Kakashi's eyes that he was up to no good. The moment he vanished, he started prompting Sakura, who stood there dazedly, and even opened a portal of light right beside her. However, this move also meant that Naruto's true position was now exposed to Kakashi. Realizing that his teammate was in danger, Sasuke quickly pulled out his ninja tools, flinging them through the nearest portal with a swift motion of both hands. One had to admit, Naruto's portals were simply too useful. Before, Sasuke always had to calculate every throwing angle. Would it hit the target or would the enemy dodge? But now, all he needed to do was toss his weapons into the portal, leaving the problem of accuracy entirely to Naruto's portals. By the time Sakura realized she was in danger, Kakashi had already appeared in front of her. He cast a genjutsu on her, then began dodging the stream of weapons flying out from the portal. The constant clatter of kunai and shuriken landing at his feet made Kakashi break out in a cold sweat. These two kids were too fast. Their teamwork was enough to make his scalp tingle. If he'd been even a second slower, just now, Sasuke's weapons would have pierced right through him. But at least, the weakest of the trio was out of the picture. Under the grip of the genjutsu, Sakura stood petrified, her gaze vacant, occasionally flashing with terror, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Naruto and Sasuke, seeing this, were not particularly surprised. From the very start, neither of them had expected much from Sakura. What they didn't expect was Kakashi wasn't above bullying the weakest link. Was he really picking the softest target in a 3-man team? Naruto could no longer hold back his frustration. He opened a portal near Kakashi and charged straight in. Kakashi-sensei, show me what you're really made of. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, his expression growing odd as he was just about to attack. Naruto's words sounded an awful lot like what that man had once said to him. Had he been talking in his sleep, and Naruto overheard? Sensing Naruto's attack, Kakashi quickly increased the distance between them. But he knew, the way things stood, if he tangled with Naruto for long, Sasuke would definitely seize the chance to strike from the side. Was it time to use the Sharingan? Kakashi lifted his headband, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't contain his shock and shouted out, "How do you have a Sharingan?" "Well, it was a gift from a friend." With a calm reply, Kakashi used body flicker again, disappearing from in front of Naruto. But Naruto wasn't about to let him escape. Body flicker was fast, but could it really be faster than my portal? In the next instant, as Kakashi appeared back in place, Naruto had already caught up to him, swinging a sharp hook right at Kakashi's side. With lightning reflexes, Kakashi twisted his waist and grabbed Naruto's wrist in a firm grip. By now, sweat was already dripping from his forehead, splattering on the ground. So close. He came so close to having his future happiness ruined by this kid. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi retaliated with force, lifting a leg and kicking Naruto, sending him flying a considerable distance. But then he noticed. Naruto landed and immediately sprang to his feet, showing no sign whatsoever of having just taken such a heavy blow. Shouldn't even a regular jonin need a moment to recover from a kick like that? Kakashi screamed inwardly. Just what on earth did Lady Kushina give birth to? Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke's attack arrived just in time, leaving Kakashi without even a second to catch his breath. As a fireball roared forth, Sasuke darted in close, launching a series of taijutsu assaults at Kakashi. Yet, what Sasuke hadn't anticipated happened. When his fist landed, Kakashi vanished in a flash of lightning, disappearing from where he'd stood, and the electric surge paralyzed Sasuke for a moment. Then Sasuke felt the ground give way beneath his feet. He sank right into the earth, with only his head left sticking out. With that, both Sasuke and Sakura were effectively rendered unable to fight. Naruto focused on Kakashi in the distance, once again assuming a fighting stance. At the sight, Kakashi suddenly chuckled. This kid, was he reenacting that scene from when he was 6, fighting against me for the first time? Naruto edged forward, letting out his odd, exuberant yells, then charged straight at Kakashi. But just as he was about to reach Kakashi, Naruto suddenly stepped through a shining portal and vanished. Seeing his opponent disappear, Kakashi didn't hesitate. He used his own body flicker technique and disappeared as well, heading directly toward the exact spot where Naruto had vanished. The very next moment, both Kakashi and Naruto appeared at once. They were so close. Close enough for Kakashi to see the smile on Naruto's face. Wait a second. Did this kid deliberately lure me into the portal? A tremendous impact sounded. Naruto flashed Kakashi a sly grin, and before he could react, landed a punch straight into Kakashi's abdomen. Luckily, Kakashi managed to recover just in time, blocking Naruto's fist with his arm. A sharp, crisp sound rang in both their ears. A cracking snap. A gasp. Kakashi felt his arm go numb, pain raging through it so intensely it was almost unbearable. He knew then his right hand was done for. What kind of monster is this kid, really? Kakashi knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the earth, completely motionless. He looked like he was in serious pain. Kakashi-sensei, are you all right? A rough gasp escaped him. I'm Fine. I just need a moment. With his face pressed to the ground, no one could see what expression he wore at that moment. Still, Naruto couldn't help but feel that maybe he'd gone a little overboard. Kakashi-sensei, I really did my homework analyzing your moves this time, didn't I? Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, grinning in triumph. He thought back to when he was 6, pinned to the ground by Kakashi, and compared it to how things stood now. A rush of satisfaction washed over him. He felt like he could eat 3 hearty bowls of rice tonight. Easy. To comfort his teacher, Naruto patted Kakashi's shoulder, then, almost absent-mindedly, lifted the bell from his waist. From where he knelt, Kakashi had no desire to deal with his troublesome student. Why on earth did this brat have to hit so hard? Weren't they at least on familiar terms by now? If he hadn't managed to block Naruto's punch in time with his hand, just now, he honestly believed that single blow could have sent him straight to the afterlife. Kakashi glanced at his right hand. He figured it'd take months of recovery before he could use it properly again. He felt utterly exhausted. Let whoever wants to take charge of Team 7 do it. He decided. He was going to dump this mess on the 3rd Hokage. After a while, bracing himself on his knees, Kakashi struggled to his feet, his face slack with resignation. Fine, all of you pass. That's it. Dismissed. With that announcement, he braced his injured arm, his body hunched and limping as he shuffled forward. Naruto, watching the sorry state of the once proud, white-haired ninja, couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. For all it was worth, Kakashi had practically raised him. And after all, it was Kakashi who'd taught him the trick with the space-time gate. He'd gone a little too far today. If he hadn't pulled his punch, he might have really done away with his teacher then and there. Naruto couldn't help but feel he'd crossed a line. Thinking it over, he pulled out a bottle of life potion, hurried after Kakashi, and tugged at his sleeve. Kakashi-sensei, he called softly, take this. But as soon as he spoke, Naruto noticed Kakashi's body trembling. Naruto, don't pull on my arm. Kakashi was truly at his wit's end. Not only had he been beaten up by his own students, now the same kid was yanking on his broken arm. He badly wanted to zap Naruto with a Chidori right then and there. Realizing his mistake, Naruto scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, mortified at his own blunder. Heaven was his witness. He hadn't meant to grab Kakashi-sensei's injured arm. He hurriedly held out the bottle of life potion in front of him. Kakashi glanced over, not quite sure what this kid was up to this time. This is a potion that can heal injuries. Just drink it when you get home, Kakashi-sensei. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, Naruto helpfully explained how to use it. After hearing the explanation, Kakashi's expression turned a little odd. What kind of joke is this? He had a pretty clear sense of his own injuries. Judging by experience, his whole arm should be fractured and out of place. If things were really bad, there might even be a bone fracture too. Could some magical potion really match the healing jutsu of medical ninja? Besides, even if it does work, shouldn't it be for external use at least? Listening to this kid, it just didn't sound reliable at all. Still, seeing Naruto's sincere gesture and feeling a bit guilty himself, Kakashi decided to accept the potion. All right, I get it. I'll hold on to this then. Make sure you go back and get a full-body photo taken. I'm off. Kakashi remained as unbothered as ever. After giving his instructions, he took the life potion, limped a little, and walked away from the scene. Strangely, Naruto saw in Kakashi that same sense of loneliness he carried himself. Why is this nothing like I imagined? Naruto watched Kakashi's disappearing figure and whispered to himself. Even though he defeated Kakashi, he didn't feel as happy as he'd expected. What did you say? It's nothing. At some point, Sasuke had appeared right next to Naruto. He was covered in mud, and every now and then there was a strong, earthy smell coming from him. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he'd been rolling around in a swamp. He was, in a word, a mess. Sakura stood off to the side, head down, not daring to look at either Naruto or Sasuke. She wasn't even blushing or swooning with Sasuke standing nearby for once. There was no helping it. During that battle, she'd taken such a beating from the two boss-level guys that she was completely overwhelmed. She'd wanted to prove herself. But once the fight started, she froze on the spot and ended up dragging Naruto and Sasuke down instead. With her head hung low and fists clutching the corners of her clothes, Sakura's body trembled from time to time. She spoke in a voice choked with tears. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hold you back just now. I'm really sorry. Naruto noticed the ground around Sakura's feet was wet, and one look at her shaking shoulders was all it took to know what had happened. He nudged Sasuke with his elbow, giving him a series of meaningful glances that practically shouted, Bro, hurry up and comfort your wife. If we both end up single, there's no way we'll ever be in-laws. But to Sasuke, Naruto's gestures just looked incredibly weird. Boring. Sasuke replied with a cool indifference, leaving it unclear whether he truly didn't understand or was just pretending. In the end, it was Naruto who spoke up to offer a word of comfort. Sakura, don't be discouraged. An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against Kakashi-sensei. Sakura blinked away tears, shooting the two of them a puzzled glance, her mind already starting to doubt. So, are you two saying you're not ordinary people? Just then, Naruto glanced at Sasuke's expressionless face, a note of scorn and mockery seeping into his tone. Hey, Sasuke, you really dropped the ball back there, didn't you? Kakashi-sensei's Earth style, headhunter jutsu. I already helped you dodge it once. How did you still get caught? What happened to your fire jutsu? And your shuriken skills? You only used them once the whole fight. And your taijutsu? And on he went. Naruto's mouth just couldn't stop. Rapid-fire critiques pouring out, his words relentless and sharp. Just like in his past life, when Naruto lost a team fight, he'd lay into his teammates with a storm of complaints. If it weren't for the fact that Sasuke's parents and his entire clan were gone, Naruto probably would have thrown in a few friendly remarks about Sasuke's family tree. To be honest, as harsh as Naruto sounded, Sasuke really had performed poorly this time. He hadn't lived up to his usual standards at all. Sasuke scowled silently, offering no retort. Truth be told, he wasn't satisfied with his own performance either. Not only had he attacked too infrequently, but he hadn't landed a single solid hit on Kakashi. If you went by Naruto's account, throughout the entire fight, his output hadn't even matched the force of just one of Naruto's punches. After Naruto finally finished his rambling tirade, Sasuke spoke up at last. It won't happen again. Naruto's expression eased a bit at that. Still, he just talked himself hoarse, and that was all the response he was getting? Sakura watched her two teammates bicker and banter, feeling the pressure rise inside her all at once. Deep down, she knew that so-called comfort Naruto had just offered. It was only because they weren't close yet. Just a polite gesture. If things got any more familiar, she was pretty sure Naruto would tear into her with the same vigor. Oh well, let's drop it. Naruto huffed, lips quirking as he spoke, his tone one of resignation. Go home and reflect on it, okay? He could only wonder if he was being too hard on Sasuke, or maybe pushing him too fast. After all, if he actually counted things up, he was more or less the biggest cheat code in this whole world. Not only did he have Kurama, the strongest tailed beast, sealed within him, but also the bottomless reserves of chakra from the Uzumaki clan. On top of all that, there was his system. As for whether he still carried Azura's chakra, that much remained a mystery. Looking at Sasuke, he's got the chakra of Indra's reincarnation. Then there's his basic cheat code, the Sharingan, plus an external support in his brother Itachi, and of course Orochimaru's curse mark. To be honest, Sasuke's growth in strength early on was really nothing special. No wonder he had to study abroad, under Orochimaru. Besides, his real cheat abilities, like unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, wouldn't even become available until after the Pacific War arc. Just as Naruto was pondering how to set Sasuke up with a proper career path, Sasuke spoke first. Naruto, open the door. I'm heading back to the river to train. Sakura, hearing Sasuke talk, timidly raised her hand. Both boys turned their heads toward her at the same time. Can I train with you guys? After all, we're teammates now. Naruto didn't say anything. He glanced at Sasuke, wanting to see what his response would be. Whatever. Sasuke didn't care either way. Having a pink-haired tag-along wouldn't affect his training with Naruto. As long as she didn't get in his way, it was fine. Naruto had no objections. When he heard Sasuke agree, he simply opened up a portal. Sasuke didn't even wait for it to fully open before plunging straight inside, while Sakura hesitated for a couple of seconds before following, a secret elation bubbling up inside her. This is awesome. Training with Sasuke. This is amazing. Hey, you two, don't forget to get your pictures taken today. Kakashi-sensei said you need to hand them in tomorrow. Seeing the two couldn't wait to leave, Naruto hurriedly called out to remind them. But the portal had already closed before he finished speaking. Who knew if either of them had actually heard him? Thinking about how he'd officially become a ninja tomorrow made Naruto a bit excited inside. From the very first day he arrived in this world, he'd pictured the moment he'd become a shinobi. This also meant the main story of Naruto was finally about to begin. Naruto slowly raised his hand, clenching a fist toward the sun, murmuring to himself. Just wait. Uchiha Obito, you'd better be ready, because one day I'm going to bring you down. He couldn't let go of his grudge against that bastard Obito. Sure, it was Obito who killed his parents in this world, but honestly, Naruto had barely even seen what they looked like. So it was a stretch to say he had any sort of deep personal feeling about it. Whenever curiosity about them crept in, Naruto would just go sit atop the 4th Hokage's stone face on the Hokage monument for a while. It's just, you couldn't really make out his father's features from a stone statue. According to how he'd seen things in his past life, Naruto still clung to the belief that the death of a parent was a debt that couldn't be forgiven. But above all, cradled in Uchiha Obito's arms, that Naruto had truly stared death in the face. Even though he had already realized at the time that he had crossed over into the world of Naruto, who could say for sure that something unexpected wouldn't happen just because of his arrival? Back then, he had only just transmigrated, having finally managed to escape the dreary grind of corporate life. It would have been outrageously unfair to end up dying at Obito's hands. As Naruto recalled that moment from the past, his heart filled with even more anticipation for the ninja path that awaited him. All right, first I'll go take a photo. Then I'll swing by Ichiraku Otsutsuki's place for some ramen. With his day planned out, Naruto took care to notify the big fox that he'd be out, tossed open a space-time portal right where he stood, and set off to find Hinata. Hokage office. An empty bottle sat on the desk, in front of the 3rd Hokage. Are you sure everything you said is true? Kakashi propped his head with a weary look in his eyes, clearly exasperated as he spoke. It's true. When I drank the potion, I discovered that my arm had healed, and I immediately went to the hospital to check things out. The medical ninja said that not only had my arm recovered, but even some old hidden injuries in my body had vanished. Kakashi was honestly startled by the potion Naruto had produced. Just earlier, while walking from the training grounds to the hospital, he hadn't really paid much attention to the bottle. He was fairly familiar with Naruto's bloodline limit. He could come up with all sorts of oddball things, but rarely anything genuinely useful for a ninja. It wasn't that they were completely useless, just that they were hardly ever practical. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had just finished a fight, was parched, and happened to have only this potion at hand, he wouldn't have downed it without a second thought. But after drinking it, he noticed his injuries had healed. Realizing this could be serious, Kakashi went to get a thorough medical exam, and then came straight to the 3rd Hokage to report. The 3rd picked up his pipe and took a slow puff, leisurely blowing out a ring of smoke. Kakashi, what's your take on this? Caught off guard by the question, Kakashi paused for a moment. What do I think? I look at it with my Sharingan, of course. Kakashi had mixed feelings about his newly healed injuries. To be honest, he actually would have preferred to spend a few months recovering in the village, and just let Team 7 fend for themselves. If I have to take Naruto out of the village, who knows what disasters that kid might stir up for me. But now that he was healed, it meant he'd have to take them on missions again. He felt so worn out. If only he could just read at home all day. Still, since his superior had asked, he had to respond. Recalling the events as they happened, Kakashi began his report to the third Hokage. The potion Naruto brought out. It likely involves chakra with both yin and yang properties. The moment I drank it, I could clearly feel both my mind and body rejuvenate significantly. At this point, Kakashi paused again before continuing. But I don't think Naruto has much of that stuff either. Otherwise, he would have taken it out long ago. The third Hokage nodded his agreement after hearing Kakashi's report. After all, he'd received updates from the Umbu. A number of times over these years Naruto had pushed himself to the brink of death while practicing wind release, blood strike. Even with the constitution of a Jinchuriki and the Uzumaki clan's resilience, the boy had spent 10 to 15 days at a time stuck in the hospital. If Naruto really had something so miraculous, he'd have shown it already. With a long exhale of smoke swirling from his pipe, the third Hokage fell into thought before adding, I'll keep this matter strictly confidential and have it listed as one of the village's top secrets. Make sure to ask Naruto about this potion when you see him next. Understood, Lord Third, Kakashi replied. The third Hokage nodded again, about to wave Kakashi off, when something from Kakashi's earlier report suddenly clicked in his mind. Wait, Kakashi, are you saying you were injured by Naruto during the evaluation? And your entire arm was broken? The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Has that child really mastered taijutsu now? Kakashi's face twitched. He thought he could keep his dignity this time. But of all things, the third had only just caught on to that detail. That's right, he said, giving no further explanation. He just wanted to go home and rest. The third looked at him, his expression weary, then fell silent for a moment, simply staring at the slouching Kakashi. It was a long time before he finally spoke. Kakashi, you've grown a bit lazy these years. Your father, and Minato, wouldn't want to see you like this. Kakashi was speechless. Shouldn't someone take a look at just how monstrous Naruto is? It's not my problem. Put on the spot by the third, Kakashi suddenly felt terribly wronged. Naruto stepped through the shining portal into the Hyuga estate. Looking up, he immediately saw Hinata standing there, hands clasped in front of her, even wearing a brand-new hair clip atop her head. It seemed clear she was looking forward to today's outing. Hinata-chan. Naruto called out to her with a bright smile, waving eagerly at the girl waiting by the front gate. But his enthusiastic wave instantly put the whole Hyuga household on edge. Every member of the Hyuga clan harbored a particular suspicion for this spiky-haired blonde kid who, since the age of 6, had started trying to steal away their precious heiress. Hinata was regarded as the clan's hope for the future, yet this blonde troublemaker had begun visiting since they were children. At first, it was all secretive. More recently, he'd started showing up right in front of the main gate, bold as day. Right now, the only reason no one has made a move against this kid is that everyone is hanging onto the last scraps of their rationality. Otherwise, Naruto Uzumaki would definitely be taught a harsh lesson right here and now. Naruto-kun. The moment Hinata heard that familiar voice, her eyes lit up. She waved in response to Naruto, her cheeks flushing with excitement. None of the Hyuga clan members had ever seen their young lady smile so freely. Looking at the happiness that radiated from her face, they couldn't help but be happy for her, though at the same time, they shot the blonde boy a collective glare of disapproval. No matter what, this blonde troublemaker was absolutely unforgivable. Naruto just ignored all the angry looks from the Hyuga clan. After all, he'd long since gotten used to receiving cold stares from his girlfriend's family over the years. If they ever stopped looking at him that way, he'd probably find it strange. Hinata hurried forward in tiny, quick steps until she stood by Naruto's side, but as she felt herself getting a little too close, she shyly edged away just a little bit. She looked up at Naruto, her gaze shining with a warm, radiant light. Her pearly eyes in that moment sparkled like priceless jewels. To the Hyuga onlookers, her glowing expression was almost blinding. Naruto glanced at the older clan members gathered around, then looked at the adorable girl by his side. On a sudden impulse, he let out a loud, piercing whistle. Realizing immediately how provocative that act was, Naruto quickly grew uneasy. If things got violent, he might just bring the whole Hyuga house down. So without a second thought, he summoned a dimensional portal, grabbed Hinata's hand, and vanished from the scene. Damn it, was that brat really trying to provoke us just now? That's it. I'm taking him down today. Nobody try to stop me. I don't care if Lord Hayashi himself shows up. I'm still going to teach that punk a lesson. Unbelievable. The Hyuga clan members had always had their reservations about this blonde brat. They tried hard to keep their anger in check, but who would have thought he'd push their patience so far by whistling at them, like that? As if he didn't have a shred of respect for them. After cooling down, they realized that bullying someone younger would be beneath the dignity of the Hyuga. So instead, they quietly sent word to the Hyuga branch family's prodigy, Niji Hyuga. They couldn't lay hands on the boy themselves, but it would be perfectly reasonable for someone Niji's age to have a friendly spar. This way, the clan leader and the Hokage wouldn't have any grounds for complaint, and at the same time, that infuriating blonde would get a well-deserved lesson. Truly, they couldn't ask for more. As for the possibility of Niji losing, sorry, but that had never even crossed their minds. He was just a yellow-haired kid with a few space-time tricks. There was no way he could be stronger than the Hyuga clan's own genius. While the Hyuga were secretly informing Niji, Naruto, and Hinata had already stepped out of the photography studio together. The two of them not only took their ninja ID photos, but also snapped numerous pictures together. It wasn't until they'd reached nearly 100 shots that they finally felt satisfied and stopped. In the photos, Naruto was striking all sorts of goofy poses. If only the Konoha photo studio had a video camera, Naruto would have probably performed an entire dance routine right there. He imagined that after the final showdown, he could even play his own MVP victory highlight reel. Hinata, on the other hand, was shy and didn't let loose as much as Naruto did. In almost every picture, her pose was the same. She tilted her head and smiled softly at Naruto's silly antics. She truly admired the courage Naruto possessed, as well as his carefree spirit. All these years of knowing him, Hinata could always discover new qualities in Naruto that shone brightly. She didn't know exactly when it began, but at some point, Hinata had promised herself that she would become someone as brave as Naruto. Maybe it started when she got lost at age 3, or maybe when, at 5, he helped chase away those bullies for her. Thinking back to these old memories, Hinata unconsciously hugged the thick stack of photos tightly to her chest. How strange. Why is my heart beating so fast? Feeling the thumping in her chest, Hinata realized she was caught in a tangle of emotions that she couldn't quite put into words. She didn't know how to describe what she was feeling. Hinata, let's go grab a bite. How about Ichiraku ramen? At the mention of food, Hinata's face flushed with a hint of panic. She really didn't want Naruto to discover just how much she could eat. A girl who eats that much would surely become the butt of Naruto's jokes. Plus, she didn't want him spending too much money because of her. I'm not hungry. Naruto instantly picked up on her unease. But I'm kind of hungry. Come on, let's go. Hinata-chan, just come along and keep me company, okay? Hearing this, Hinata hesitated, her face conflicted, but in the end she couldn't refuse him. Silently, she reminded herself, I'm only going with Naruto to keep him company at the ramen shop. I won't eat a single bite. The two of them walked side by side down the streets of Konoha village. Their pace was unhurried, and both of them felt an extraordinary sense of peace in their hearts. Hinata thought, if only she could keep walking alongside Naruto like this forever. The Ichiraku ramen stand wasn't very big, even smaller than the food stalls Naruto had visited in his previous life. He honestly didn't understand Uncle Ichiraku. With business this good, why didn't he open an actual shop in the village? Then Naruto remembered what happened to Konoha village later on. Could it be that Uncle Ichiraku somehow knew Konoha would eventually be destroyed, so he never dared to invest in a full-fledged shop here? Naruto, lost in thought, felt as if he had stumbled upon a secret no one else knew. He lifted the curtain. Inside, there was only enough space for 4 people to sit. Hey there, what would you like to eat? Ichiraku, seeing his 2 guests, wiped his hands with a cloth and greeted them warmly. Eyes crinkled in a welcoming smile. Naruto wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on Ichiraku's eyes. Naruto, Hinata was puzzled by his behavior and thought it was a bit rude not to answer the proprietor. Uncle, we'll have 2 bowls of seafood ramen, please. Hinata, sitting beside him, was taken aback. Didn't Naruto say he just wanted something for himself? So why did he order 2 servings? Was he planning to eat 2 bowls by himself? The girl was full of confusion, but too shy to ask. Naruto, meanwhile, didn't notice Hinata's puzzled look, his attention wholly focused on the busy Ichiraku. After a few minutes, Naruto felt he wouldn't be able to sleep that night unless he figured out Ichiraku's true identity. After all, back in his previous life, he'd often seen those forum jokes about Ichiraku secretly being a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Some even took it further, analyzing theories about Otsutsuki Ichiraku, utterly absurd ideas. Uncle, why do you always have your eyes closed? Naruto finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and questioned Ichiraku. Ichiraku paused in his work, glanced at Naruto, and began wondering to himself. Whose child is this anyway? How could a kid be so blunt? Kid, I'm opening my eyes as wide as I can. Naruto froze. Upon learning that Ichiraku's eyes were naturally like this, Naruto realized his question had indeed been a bit impolite. He pressed his palms together and apologized sincerely. Naruto truly hadn't expected that to be the answer. Ichiraku just chuckled softly at the boy's reaction, not taking offense at all. He soon brought out 2 hefty bowls of steaming seafood ramen, setting them before his guests. Enjoy, you two. To say the bowls were generous would be an understatement. There was so much seafood, it seemed as if noodles were just an afterthought. Even the bowls were bigger than Naruto's face, compared with the insubstantial slices of beef in the ramen he'd had before in his past life. These were downright generous. Naruto pushed one bowl toward Hinata. Knowing she was shy, he even provided a little excuse for her. Come on, keep me company and have some too. But Hinata started to protest, but Naruto had already slipped a pair of chopsticks in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her head and began to eat the ramen in small, careful bites. Hinata wasn't naive. She knew perfectly well that Naruto had said that just to look after her. Naruto's excuse was, frankly, a bit clumsy, but Hinata, always so considerate, didn't expose him. She just kept smiling, pretending not to notice a thing. Half an hour later, Naruto's stomach was churning, twisting with every tiny movement. Just shifting his body a little made him feel like he was going to lose all the ramen he'd just eaten. There were 18 empty bowls stacked at his seat, while at Hinata's place, there were around 60 bowls piled up. Hinata's delicate mouth moved as she slurped up the last strand of noodles, the soft sound replaced by a gentle final swallow. With that, the last bite disappeared into her stomach. Looking at her, you'd never guess this girl had just eaten over 60 bowls of ramen. Naruto, are you alright? Hinata's voice was tinged with worry. She was starting to regret not holding back a bit. She'd eaten far more bowls of noodles than she'd meant to. I'm fine. I just need a moment to catch my breath, Naruto replied, swallowing hard. He took several deep breaths, and only then did he start to feel a bit better. At first, he'd only eaten so much to keep Hinata company, so she wouldn't feel awkward. But by the 10th bowl, a ridiculous sense of male pride had crept in. He just had to see if he could out-eat Hinata. By the time he reached his 15th bowl, Naruto realized just how wrong he'd been. And not just a little bit wrong, completely, outrageously wrong. Hinata's appetite seemed even more impressive than the fox's spirit sealed in his belly. At least the big fox would tell him exactly how full it was getting, but Hinata's whole attitude was just sort of full. Whenever he asked if she was full, Hinata would say she was almost there, as if just one more bowl would do it. In the end, it was pointless to ask. Her answer was always sort of full. Hinata's cheeks turned a subtle shade of pink from embarrassment. While Naruto was distracted, she quietly tucked money for the ramen into a hidden spot, then walked over to help him up from his seat. As they walked, Hinata gently rubbed Naruto's back, as if her touch alone could ease his discomfort. Naruto, on the verge of bursting, was torn between agony and an odd sense of happiness. But as he walked, the fox in his belly piped up again with its usual mocking tone. You're really too weak, brat. Can't believe you lost to a little girl. With a greedy gulp, Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, opened his massive jaws, inhaling huge cuts of meat straight from a giant grill and chomping them down effortlessly. Naruto was left completely speechless. How am I, a normal person, supposed to compete with the likes of you? And besides, has that gluttonous fox really not noticed how much its overeating over the years has made it chubbier? Just wait. When you see the other-tailed beast, then you'll know what it means to panic. Naruto couldn't be bothered to deal with the uncooperative, ever-hungry fox spirit in his belly. Taken care of by Hinata, Naruto felt nothing but contempt for the food-loving beast inside him. Oh, by the way, did we forget to pay just now? As they were walking, Naruto suddenly remembered that the two of them had left Ichiraku Ramen without paying a single coin. Although Uzumaki Naruto's reputation in the village wasn't great, he would never stoop so low as to dine and dash. Besides, ever since he had tossed a gold ingot from the system when he was 3, he'd realized that there was no one in the entire world who was richer than he was. If Naruto wished, he could use the vast stash of gold in the system to shake the very foundation of the world's economy. In fact, at that point, there would hardly be a need for Obito to start a fourth war. The ninja world would plunge into chaos from economic collapse alone. I already paid. Hinata lowered her head, not daring to meet Naruto's gaze, afraid that he might be angry with her. All right then. But next time let me know. Naruto didn't mind at all. Seeing Hinata's head bowed, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. What do you think you're doing? Get your hands off Lady Hinata. A fierce shout burst out from ahead, making the two, who were just about to lean close, spring apart at once. Naruto turned his head and saw a member of the Hyuga clan standing before them. Judging by the long, straight black hair and the fury blazing in those white eyes, he realized that his future brother-in-law Niji Hyuga, had arrived. And then Niji, brother. Hinata grew flustered at the sight of Niji's furious expression. She wasn't really afraid that Naruto would be hurt. She was actually more worried that her brother might be injured by Naruto. Niji cast a cold, sweeping glance at Naruto, only to see Lady Hinata standing protectively in front of the blonde boy. Niji tipped his head back slightly and took a deep breath, restraining the fire in his heart with the discipline of the Hyuga clan. He had heard rumors about this blonde boy's special relationship with Lady Hinata before, but he'd always brushed it off as idle gossip. But who would have thought? This blonde brat actually dared to steal away the Hyuga clan's heiress? As the heiress of the Hyuga main family, Hinata carried the fate of their entire lineage on her shoulders, and the destiny of the entire branch family was tied to hers. Yet now, here she was, mingling with this obnoxious blonde? What was Lady Hinata thinking? At a time like this, shouldn't she be training hard, striving to become stronger? Niji felt that his own fate being tied to this timid heiress was nothing short of a cruel joke. To be honest, he had no respect for this timid Lady Hinata, nor for this clueless blonde who couldn't recognize his own place. Suffice to say, Hyuga Niji was furious, utterly, unspeakably furious. So you're Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? Do you need something? Naruto almost blurted out brother-in-law, and if he hadn't caught himself in time, he figured Niji would have been furious enough to explode on the spot. A line that was quite normal in Naruto's eyes sounded like pure provocation to Niji. Does this guy have no sense of occasion whatsoever? Niji realized that if he didn't teach this blonde an unforgettable lesson, things would only get worse. He slowly moved his right hand to his side, shifted his footing, and slipped into the Hyuga clan's signature gentle fist stance. Hinata glanced back and forth between Niji and Naruto, and suddenly had a very bad feeling. Niji's challenge, however, immediately sparked Naruto's playful side. A taijutsu match? Naruto, Uzumaki loved nothing more. Hinata, wait for me over there, okay? I'll handle this in no time. Naruto gave Hinata's hair a quick tousle and gently nudged her aside. As for his dear brother-in-law, well, it wouldn't hurt to let him taste humble pie. After all, if he went too hard and thrashed his brother-in-law, who knows how Niji might return the favor to his nephew in the future. Naruto settled into a Wing Chun ready stance, and, with absolutely no context, put on a theatrical air as he declared to his brother-in-law. Leaf Village, Foshan style. Which street do you hail from? Niji was thrown off completely, unable to figure out why this guy would announce himself like that before trading blows. When the world was Foshan style, which street? He didn't get it, but out of respect for his opponent, Niji mimicked the tone and responded in kind. Leaf Village. Hyuga Niji. Naruto was dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Why are you copying me? This sudden formality had things feeling awkward. Forget it. Let's just focus on giving my brother-in-law a beating. Niji was still just a teenager, yet he was constantly going on about fate and destiny. Naruto really couldn't relate. But just from the way Niji had looked at Hinata moments ago, Naruto knew. The two of them were bound to clash sooner or later. And he himself wasn't the original. He had 0 points in Talk no Jutsu, but maxed out his ultimate roast skill. All he could do was open with some biting banter, then beat his brother-in-law until he admitted defeat. If Niji dared bring up destiny again, he'd just get schooled every single time. That way, there'd be no risk of him throwing at the final battle. With a powerful push from his right foot, Master Uzumaki shot forward and closed the gap between himself and Hyuga Niji in an instant. Niji's Byakugan snapped open, and he glimpsed inside the blonde's body. And for a moment, it was as if he was staring at the sun itself. Within the Byakugan sight, this blonde's chakra networks were not only many times thicker than a normal person's, they were so bright with chakra, it was almost blinding. If an ordinary ninja's chakra was just the glow of a candle, this blonde's chakra was a blazing sun. How? How could this be possible? How does he have that much chakra? As a genius of the Hyuga clan, he had never lost his composure like this before. He hadn't even registered that his opponent had gotten so close. By the time the Uzumaki master stood before Niji and began targeting his midsection, Niji finally reacted, gently rotating his arm to deflect the attack. You, what on earth? What kind of monster are you? Blocking Naruto's flurry of punches and kicks, Niji shouted in astonishment. Yet more than surprised, he felt utterly confused. How could this guy possess such staggering chakra reserves, and yet still charge up front to compete in hand-to-hand combat? Through his probing, Niji discovered this yellow-haired kid had little grasp of taijutsu at all. Unbelievable. Was he really trying to challenge Niji's strongest skills with his greatest weakness? Was this supposed to be some kind of insult? The thought only fueled Niji's anger. He felt Naruto was far too cocky, Dodging the incoming punch with a turn of his head, he spun back and aimed a hard blow right at Naruto's head. In Naruto's eyes, Niji's fist grew larger and larger. He realized instantly he'd never be able to dodge this brother-in-law's punch. Though he wasn't afraid of pain, taking a hit square in the face was an experience he'd rather avoid. A slight tremor passed through his fingertips, and a portal shimmering with violet light appeared behind him. Tilting back, Naruto vanished, leaving Niji's punch to strike nothing but air. Upon witnessing this, Niji immediately adopted a defensive stance, his Byakugan darting about, searching desperately for any trace of his opponent. But at that moment, a violet portal burst open right behind Niji, and with Naruto's blazing chakra, he was impossible to miss. Yet Naruto was simply too quick. The instant he emerged, he delivered a sharp kick to Niji's backside. After so many clashes with Sasuke over the years, Naruto knew well how to disrupt an enemy's balance. Most fighters, when engaged, lean their center of gravity forward, ready to attack or defend at a moment's notice. And disrupting that balance was actually quite simple. Before he had even fully stepped through the portal, Naruto's foot had already found its mark on Niji's rear. He opened another portal right in front of Niji. Caught completely off guard, Niji stumbled forward, unable to steady himself, and tumbled headlong into the portal of violet light. All Niji could do was watch as he helplessly crossed its threshold, a dreadful uncertainty gnawing at him over what might come next. Naruto watched with satisfaction as Niji tumbled through the portal, a grin playing on his lips, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. After all, this was a technique of his own invention, the Uzumaki-style triangle kill. It was inspired by a Ma-style triangle kill from a legendary game in his previous life. It was a pity he hadn't yet mastered his father's Flying Thunder God or the Rasengan. Otherwise, he could have just thrown a kunai at the portal first, then send the enemy straight through the Gate of Light. Finally, by aligning the path of the kunai and the enemy, he'd dash in, Rasengan in hand, and deliver a Flying Thunder God slash. Just imagining this move made Naruto's scalp tingle. It would have been way too cool. But as things stood, he could only kick the enemy into the teleportation portal, sending them to wherever they'd land, then charge up and deliver a punch to his dear brother-in-law. Anyone unfamiliar with teleportation would have no time to react upon landing. So, this punch was guaranteed to hit its mark. As Niji vanished from his original spot, Naruto tossed out a portal and dove in at the same time, setting his destination to match Niji's landing point. 10 meters away, Niji emerged from the portal, only to be greeted by a blinding surge of chakra. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Take this, brother-in-law. Here comes my serious punch. Niji's pupils widened. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, he clenched his teeth, deciding to trade blows with this little rascal even if he got hurt. If he didn't gain an advantage, he could at least break even. He drove his palm straight toward the blonde troublemaker's stomach, while Naruto's fist sailed toward Niji's face. At first, Naruto couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how quick his brother-in-law was to react. A true Hyuga prodigy, no doubt. Still, a trade-off? Who's afraid of a little hurt? Hit me in the gut once, or even 10 times. Uzumaki Naruto, am not scared at all. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Naruto's stomach churned. The aftereffects of overeating at Ichiraka ramen earlier suddenly kicked in. Feeling the discomfort rising from his belly, a dreadful realization hit Naruto. Wait, Niji, don't! Wham! The next instant, Niji took a full punch to the cheek, his mind going utterly blank. At the same time, Naruto was stricken in the abdomen at a chakra point, and he couldn't hold it any longer. He doubled over and blared. Mouth wide open, Naruto spewed out everything he'd eaten not long ago, dousing Niji from head to toe like a burst water balloon. With his mind still in a daze, Niji just noticed a sudden wetness on his face, then caught a whiff of ramen. Instinctively, he reached up to his cheek, fingers brushing something stringy. When he looked down to see what he was holding, he froze on the spot, absolutely petrified. Naruto saw his brother-in-law, now covered in a kaleidoscope of half-digested noodles and toppings, and he, too, was struck speechless. The arena instantly fell silent. Hinata, watching from the sidelines, found herself equally stunned at Niji's state. After a few seconds, it was Niji who finally broke the silence with a retching sound. Whack! Even though the smell wasn't as bad as he'd feared, being covered in someone else's vomit, Niji couldn't stop dry heaving. Feeling the sticky mess clinging to his body, a tremor ran through him. Grinding his teeth, he bellowed out in choked rage, word by word. Uzumaki, Naruto, I'm going to kill you. Niji, beside himself with rage, shouted threats at Naruto while intermittently gagging, unable to stop because of the vomit still clinging to him. Seeing Niji in such a sorry state, Naruto couldn't help but take 2 steps back, pinching his nose in disgust, his whole demeanor exuding how repulsed he was by his soon-to-be brother-in-law. Noticing just how furious Neji was, Naruto thought he ought to at least say something to clear the air. Maybe it wouldn't calm Neji down, but at least it would make Naruto feel a bit better. It's not my fault, okay? You're the one who punched me so hard I puked. But if anything, his words only made things worse. It was a wonder Neji didn't faint on the spot. Neji forced himself to move with careful, deliberate steps, wary that any sudden movement might cause the unpleasant mess on his head to slide onto his face. Off to the side, even Hinata, who was only spectating, could feel the murderous aura radiating from her elder brother. Realizing the situation was getting ugly, Naruto scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. Big bro, it's getting late. I'll take Hinata home first. With that, Naruto immediately opened a space portal, grabbed Hinata, and disappeared with a few quick steps, not giving Neji a chance to object. Neji stared at the spot where the blonde troublemaker had vanished, blurting out, "Who are you calling big bro-in-law? That's all he's been calling me since just now. He hasn't let up for a second." The more Neji thought about it, the angrier he became. But now that Naruto had already taken Hinata and left, there was absolutely nothing he could do. He slowly unclenched his fists and took several deep breaths, trying to quell the fire of rage inside him. For now, the most important thing was to find somewhere to clean himself up. Also, he absolutely refused to accept this engagement. Meanwhile, Naruto had already brought Hinata back to the Hyuga clan grounds. Feeling a little guilty, he decided not to step out right in front of the main gate, opting instead for the back entrance. After all, who knew if Neji had friends or relatives lying in wait to take revenge on him? Naruto-kun, are you all right? As she spoke, Hinata motioned at Naruto's stomach, a hint of worry in her eyes. After all, only moments ago, her own brother had hit Naruto so hard he'd thrown up. Haha, don't worry. It's nothing, I'm totally fine. Her concern made Naruto feel even more embarrassed. Instead of worrying about her brother, Hinata's first thought was to check if he was okay. Yep, Hinata is amazing. Suddenly touched by her kindness, Naruto reached out to pat her head, though he didn't dare do anything more. After all, the nine-tailed fox inside him was already bristling, sensing all the hostility lurking nearby. He reckoned that if he pushed things even the slightest bit further, the cranky old Hayashi would immediately smash his cup, and before long he'd be surrounded by a horde of Hyuga clan enforcers, all ready to chop him into mincemeat. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Naruto tossed out a portal and returned to the small grove. There, Sasuke was sitting on the ground staring into space, arcs of lightning flickering now and then across his body. As for Sakura, she was tucked away in a corner, arms wrapped around her knees, her head buried deep between them. Judging from the rhythm of her slight trembling, Naruto guessed she'd probably spent the entire afternoon with Sasuke, sneaking off to a quiet spot, delighting secretly to herself. A sharp crackle, and another sharp crackle. Naruto hadn't even reached Sasuke before he heard the staccato snap and pop of electricity, along with the distinct scent of singed hair in the air. Was this kid about to fry his own brain? He wondered. In the original story, Sasuke had indeed used lightning style to stimulate his own cells. But as Naruto recalled, that kind of training was never supposed to produce a burnt smell like this. He sat down a few paces away from Sasuke, curiosity getting the better of him, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Training to be the Lightning King." "Training," Sasuke replied, his expression unchanged, tone as flat as before. Then he turned to glance at Naruto. "Lightning King? Oh, just a really formidable guy," Naruto answered vaguely. "I see." With Naruto clearly unwilling to elaborate, Sasuke didn't press further. That was just how things had always been between the two of them. No matter what they were doing or saying, neither needed much explanation. They just did what needed to be done. "By the way, what do you think about my method of using lightning chakra to stimulate my body?" At last, Sasuke couldn't help asking, having sensed as well that something was off. This method of growing stronger was his own take on Naruto's wind-style, blood burst technique. And after getting zapped out of nowhere by one of Kakashi's lightning clones today, he got it into his head to try using chakra to push his own body, just like Naruto. As a bonus, maybe he'd build up some resistance to lightning in the process. Sasuke felt he was on the right track, but something still wasn't adding up. Every time he used lightning chakra to electrify himself, a bit of his hair would get singed. Mindful of his family's appearance, Sasuke made sure not a single strand of hair was actually burned. So why was there always that scorched smell? He genuinely didn't know. "I think it sounds fine," said Naruto, "but you'd better ask Kakashi about it. He probably knows more than I do." Naruto shot Sasuke a confused glance, still mystified about the source of that burnt smell. Where could it possibly be coming from? "All right, I'll ask him tomorrow, Sasuke nodded, stopping the flow of electricity at once. He'd probably push himself a bit much today anyway. If he kept going, he really might end up frying his own hair. Wait a sec. I've got an idea. Naruto suddenly slapped Sasuke's thigh and shouted excitedly. He might not know how to use lightning style to stimulate his cells, but he definitely knew how a railgun worked. Lightning style plus a coin equals a true railgun. With that kind of firepower, who would bother dueling other ninjas with just kunai anymore? Naruto picked up a fallen branch and began sketching diagrams and scribbling formulas on the ground. He proceeded to give Sasuke a crash course in electromagnetism and the basic principles behind railgun. Let me start by explaining electromagnetic induction. The law states, all you have to do is channel your lightning nature chakra like this, and then like this. Finally, you just launch the coin straight out. Does that make sense to you? Sasuke Uchiha. What on earth was this guy talking about just now? By the time Naruto had finished his whole explanation, Sasuke felt like his mind was about to crash. He understood every single word Naruto used, but strung together, somehow they became completely incomprehensible. Seeing Sasuke's blank, glazed expression, Naruto instantly realized all his talking had been a waste of energy. So, he switched to a simpler analogy. You know what a slingshot is, right? Just think of lightning style as the slingshot. Channel it and fire out a metal object. That's it. Sasuke felt as if part of him understood, while another part lurked in confusion. But seeing Naruto on the verge of losing his temper, Sasuke chose to nod anyway. Is this strong? Strong is an understatement. Naruto was a loss for words to describe to this kid just how destructive a railgun could be. After all, he only understood the theory. He had no real idea what kind of damage it might cause in practice. Alright, I get it now. Although this technique Naruto described was a bit hard to fully grasp, Sasuke decided to trust him. By the way, why's Sakura been lying there giggling nonstop? Naruto couldn't comprehend how that love-struck girl could still be laughing this long. Sasuke went silent for a long moment after Naruto's question. It took a few minutes before he finally replied, is it possible? She's actually crying? Ever since that day, Sakura had finally realized just how absurdly monstrous her two teammates were. She wanted to train alongside Sasuke, only to be dismissed as too weak. Sasuke's look of pure disdain back then, and the words that cut like knives, had left Sakura deeply wounded. But the girl had never really understood what Sasuke meant. Sasuke, who was never one for small talk, had actually tried to tell her. With her frail body, she simply wasn't physically able to endure something like the tree-pounding drill, let alone the weighted version. Even for Sasuke, simply keeping up with half of Naruto's training pace was already pushing his limits. However, after the second day, the three little ones finally received their ninja forehead protectors from Kakashi, officially becoming members of the Leaf Village, full of youthful swagger, now proud genin. To help his team adjust to ninja life ahead of time, Kakashi specially accepted a few low-level missions for them at the Hokage office. These missions involved nothing more than pulling weeds in villagers' yards, searching for lost pets, or picking up trash in the village canal. On occasion, there were even more absurd tasks, such as helping villagers with their farm work. Kakashi thought these tasks suited Naruto perfectly, but the third Hokage was starting to get an uneasy feeling about how things were going. Naruto had finally become a ninja after so much effort, and now Kakashi was taking him out to plow the fields again. Despite his strong reservations, the third Hokage allowed Kakashi to proceed as he wished. At first, Naruto and his friends tackled the missions with great enthusiasm. But by the third day, Naruto unleashed a horde of shadow clones throughout the village to grind through tasks, and soon Sasuke and Sakura followed his lead, using their own clones to join in on the work. As for their real selves, pair of twos, I'll pass. Your turn. Naruto let out a cheeky laugh and slowly laid down a rather unimpressive card. The three of them sat cross-legged in the small grove, training now and then, but mostly just whiling away the hours with games and amusement. They collected mission pay while hardly lifting a finger, living more comfortably than any other ninja in the village. Scraps of paper covered their faces, and ink marks were scattered across their cheeks. Up in the branches, Kakashi perched and read his book, casting a bored, deadpan glance down at his subordinates, at a loss for words to describe what he felt. Part of him relished this lazy, carefree style of living. He didn't have to babysit. He could lounge in the trees, read, nap as he liked. And at the end of it all, as the Jonin leader of Team 7, he still got a cut of the mission rewards. Kakashi felt as though he had already slipped into retirement. It should have been a wonderful situation, yet somehow, he just couldn't feel truly happy. That troublesome brat Naruto had scattered thousands of shadow clones around the village and swept up every single low-level mission. He wasn't picky, either. He took everything, which led to more and more complaints about Team 7 from the village's genin, and even from some chunin and jonin. Where once only Naruto had a bad reputation in the village, now, after just a few days, the entire Team 7 was drawing criticism. In just under a week, they'd already completed over 700 D-rank missions. That was the equivalent of 2 months' worth of tasks for the whole Hidden Leaf village. If Kakashi hadn't reined them in a little, he honestly feared the kids would finish all of this year's D-rank missions at once. At that rate, the Leaf's civilian ninjas might actually end up jobless, with no missions left. Kakashi had a feeling that, before long, every ninja in the village would want to track down Naruto just to give him a piece of their mind. Naruto, Uzumaki, what kind of nonsense are you up to now? Even the third Hokage has started worrying about the state of the village. Naruto isn't the first kid to use shadow clones to pick up missions. It's been done before. But seriously, what kind of ninja splits into hundreds or even thousands of clones at the drop of a hat? People used to think the boy would grow up, become a ninja, and start acting more mature. Now, even though no one has to worry about the nine-tailed Jinchuriki leaving Konoha to become a farmer, the third's headaches only seem to be getting worse. Boss, reporting in. All of today's work is done. A whole line of shadow clones stood at attention before Naruto, and the scene was eerily reminiscent of his past life slaving away in an office. Except this time, Naruto finally got to enjoy the thrill of being the boss himself. Naruto, who had been sitting and playing cards, gave a satisfied nod at his clone's performance. He set down his cards, slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked solemnly before his clones like a seasoned leader. At that very moment, all his shadow clones tensed up in unison. I see all your hard work. You've really done an excellent job, all of you. But only 700 D-rank missions completed? That's not even a tenth of our monthly quota. There are 3,000 of you, and that's all you got done? Is this your best effort? If you can't handle it, I've got plenty more clones who can. That old, familiar feeling washed over them, the one that made every clone remember the dread of being an office drone. One by one, they hung their heads, not a single clone daring to speak up. They really had done their best. Besides, there just weren't that many missions in the whole Hidden Leaf village. Wait a second. Hidden Leaf village? Only now did all the clones catch on to their situation. Damn it. The real body acts all high and mighty, like he's above it all. He's just hiding out, eating popsicles and drinking soda. Of those 700 missions, the real Naruto barely did 10 himself. How does he even have the nerve to say things like that? Fuming at the thought, the clones instantly grew indignant. Unbelievable. Who does the real body think he is? Making his clones do all the grunt work. Huh. So this is what you've become. You turned right into everything you used to hate. Brothers, it's time to rise up. Naruto Uzumaki will never be a slave. How can you call yourself noble? Give me liberty or give me death. Unable to bear the boss's tyranny any longer, the army of clones rolled up their sleeves and charged headlong at Naruto. What followed was a wild, chaotic brawl. Naruto pitted against a swarm of his own shadow clones. Meanwhile, the handful of onlookers off to the side could only stare in speechless confusion. They had the sneaking suspicion Naruto had invented some brand new game for himself. Who else, among all the ninjas in the land, would ever get into all-out brawls with their own shadow clones? Kakashi and his teammates were utterly baffled by Naruto's antics with himself. During this time, they could always hear Naruto and the others muttering some strange things under their breath. The peak creates false followers. Sunset witnesses the faithful believers. The ninja world isn't big enough to birth legends. Damn it, buff yellow ape. And so went, always some variation of those odd lines. Even Sasuke, who spent every day with Naruto, had no idea what he was talking about. Yet Naruto paid their bewildered looks no mind. Every day, Tintin, Sasuke, and Sakura grew weary of playing cards together. The boredom was suffocating. So Naruto ended up playing with his own shadow clones instead. After all, only his clones could keep up with his bizarre references. Besides, he, Naruto Uzumaki, truly had no desire to play cards with those two cheats. They were just too much to handle. One would activate his Sharingan to sneak a look at Naruto's hand, while the other memorized every single card, plotting out their moves ahead of time. In the end, it was all just a scheme to pick on the honest one, him. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto rampaged through his shadow clones, toppling them in waves. In no time, he'd wiped out a whole horde of them. Watching this, Kakashi was absolutely stunned. He knew that when a shadow clone vanished, its memories would return to the original. 1 or 2 clones, fine. But when hundreds or thousands of clones disappeared in an instant, it was like having a boulder stuffed into your head. Normally, a ninja receiving the memories of just a few dozen clones at once would have a mental breakdown. Yet here was this kid, casually dispatching crowds of clones, looking not the least bit troubled. In fact, with that cheerful grin on his face, it was clear he was having the time of his life. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel yet again. What on earth is this kid? Could he really be his mother's child? Hey, the original. One of the elders sent me to tell you. You're needed at the Hokage's office. Sounds like it's an important mission. You know what that means. Just then, a shadow clone skipped over, grinning and looking at Naruto expectantly, as if waiting for praise. Naruto paused, a flicker of anticipation rising in his heart. An important mission? Could be the Land of Waves? Were they about to start the Zabuza arc? Kakashi closed his miniature Romance of the Three Kingdoms and leapt smoothly from the tree, his expression impassive. Let's go. Time to see what the Hokage wants. He led the three young ones swiftly to the Hokage's office. Along the way, every ninja who saw the distinct yellow-haired member of Team 7 regarded him with open hostility, eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Some looked ready to rush them right then and there. But all those glares had no effect on Naruto or Sasuke. Not even Kakashi cared. Kakashi had faced the scorn of villagers since childhood. As for Sasuke, with revenge on his mind, he couldn't care less how others saw him. Naruto complained, "All day long, I have to put up with disapproving looks from my own family, and now they even dare to whistle at me provocatively right at my door. On top of that, all the people who have been angry with me over the years could line up all the way out to the gates of Konoha. If you want to glare at me, please go to the end of the line." Meanwhile, the young Sakura was visibly panicked, clinging nervously to Sasuke as if seeking protection. No one could tell if her fear was genuine or just a pretense. Kakashi walked into the Hokage's office, hands tucked in his pockets, carrying a sense of listlessness and gloom. At the moment, the third Hokage was smoking, thick clouds of smoke swirling through the office, turning the place into something of an earthly paradise, or perhaps an ethereal mist. It was clear the old village chief of Konoha was deeply troubled. "Is everyone here?" he asked. The third gave the four of them a quick glance, then tossed a mission scroll from his desk toward Kakashi. There was a sharp snap as Kakashi caught the scroll one-handed and began to examine the contents. Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, kept bouncing up, trying to sneak a peek, but Kakashi promptly held him back. More interestingly, Naruto noticed Kakashi's face darkening as he read. The usual laid-back ninja looked as if he'd just received a terrible blow. Was the mission to escort an old man really bad enough to warrant that kind of reaction? Naruto simply couldn't understand the gloomy Kakashi. He figured Kakashi probably just didn't want to leave the village for another mission. At last, the moment had come at last. The very first real quest, the Land of Waves. Naruto's heart surged with excitement. It was as if, in the very next instant, he might have to face off against Zabuza, the demon himself. His excitement was impossible to hide. Even his expression radiated it. Kakashi kept reading the scroll for quite some time, even turning it this way and that as if searching for some hidden message. Only after all this did he look toward the third and ask, with surprising uncertainty, "Lord Hokage, are you sure this mission is legitimate?" The three junior ninjas all turned to stare at Kakashi, eyes wide. They didn't know what the mission was, but based on what their teacher had just said, it was clear this mission was extremely dangerous. Sasuke let out a cold, sardonic laugh, the corner of his mouth quirking up. "This may be the first time we've seen a situation like this," mused the third Hokage, taking another drag from his pipe, his expression just as strange as Kakashi's. Naruto was speechless. If he hadn't watched the original anime, he would probably be driven mad by these two and their cryptic riddles. Come on, wasn't this just escorting a decrepit old geezer to the Land of Waves? Was it really that big a deal? Naruto tugged at Kakashi's pant leg, hinting for a look at the scroll himself. He really wanted to see what could possibly be written in there to make even Konoha's top technician look so rattled. Kakashi shot Naruto a glance, let out a deep sigh, and after 3 seconds of hesitation, finally handed the scroll over. "Let me see." Naruto eagerly unrolled the scroll, only to find C-rank mission. Konoha's Team 7 is commissioned to leave the village for a month-long vacation. Reward, 20 million ryo. Mission commissioners, the villagers of Konoha, by popular petition. Naruto's hands, clutching the scroll, trembled uncontrollably, his expression shifting rapidly from one to another in just a single second. In his heart, anticipation quickly faded to disappointment and confusion, only to finally ignite into anger. Damn it, isn't this just plain bullying? I, Naruto Uzumaki, have shed blood for the Hidden Leaf. How could they treat me like this? When will the Jinchuriki ever get their chance to stand tall? Forgot what happened before, forgot the middle, even forgot the end. All I know is I'm furious and cold with anger. And what's with this joint petition from the villagers of the Hidden Leaf? But the most outrageous part is this mission's reward. 20 million Ryo. That's nearly twice the bounty on Asuma's head. In this moment, Naruto was hit by the full weight of the villagers' ill will. If this mission hadn't come from the village's own shinobi, Naruto Uzumaki would have jumped straight from the Hokage building that instant. He clutched the scroll with both hands and hurled it at the ground, shouting furiously, "Old man third. Isn't this just picking on me because I'm easygoing? What's wrong with me using shadow clones to finish missions? They're just low-level errands. After all, why go this far?" Sasuke, seeing that it wasn't a combat mission, looked a bit disappointed, but his reaction was nowhere near as intense as Naruto's. Sakura, on the other hand, was quite pleased, getting paid just to go out and have some fun. Who wouldn't be happy? The third Hokage offered an awkward smile and took up his pipe again, puffing away. He was at his wit's end, too. Naruto had cleared out every low-level mission the village had in the past 2 months. How were the other rookie genin supposed to get any work? They couldn't start with outside-the-village combat missions as their very first assignment, could they? That would break the long-standing traditions of the Hidden Leaf. Besides, resentment among the other shinobi toward Team 7 had reached a boiling point, so in the end, everyone just bit the bullet and pooled a huge sum of money. They figured, just ban that overpowered Team 7 for now, so the other teams could finally have some missions to do. The third Hokage actually thought it was a decent solution, so he hadn't stepped in to stop them. Maybe this was just a chance for the kids to get away for a while. After smoothing out his thoughts, the third fixed Naruto with a kindly gaze and said, "Naruto, you're all grown up now. Don't you want to see a bit more of the outside world? And besides, this mission is pretty easy." Even as he spoke, the third felt a little uneasy inside. After all, sending Naruto away by disguising it as a mission. This was the first time anything like this had ever happened in the Hidden Leaf's history. Even the third himself had to admire whoever had cooked up this idea. For a moment, Naruto was at a loss for words. Damn it. So frustrating. I'd already figured out how to solo Zabuza, and now he's being told he's been nominated by the whole village to go on a month-long trip? The pay is indeed generous, and the mission seems pretty easy, but Naruto could hardly contain his frustration. Naruto, just let it go. I actually think this mission is great. Kakashi's eye curved into a smile as he patted Naruto's shoulder in consolation. Even Sasuke and Sakura could smell the lazy, laid-back air radiating from him. Naruto thought, of course you'd like this. You eat my food, drink my drinks, spend your days lying under a tree with your make-out paradise, and stay there the whole day. At this point, Naruto was beginning to suspect that Kakashi must also be some kind of otherworld traveler from his hometown. He never remembered Kakashi being this nonchalant when reading the original story. After thinking it over, Naruto finally agreed. Not that he had a choice. The decision was in Kakashi's hands. And so, Team 7 took on this mission outside the village. Worn out, Naruto glanced at a rather cheerful Kakashi, which only worsened his mood. That lazy attitude was practically overflowing. Naruto took a sniff. Was that pungent smell real? Wait a minute. Something was off. That was actual dried fish. Naruto's sharp blue eyes regained their sparkle. After all, there was never such a strong fishy odor in the Hidden Leaf village. The air was so thick with that scent it was almost choking. This could only mean it was that old man Tazuna from the Land of Waves. Scanning the area near the Hokage's office, Naruto quickly spotted a short old man, about 1.5 meters tall. Kakashi had just stepped out of the Hokage building when he realized Naruto was nowhere to be seen. There was a tired sigh in his heart. This team is such a handful, and they hadn't even left the village yet. Thinking about what chaos might happen afterward made Kakashi nervous. Where's Naruto? Sasuke shrugged, signaling he didn't know, while Sakura thought for a moment, then pointed ambivalently at the Hokage's office. I think I just saw Naruto turn back around. Maybe he went back to find Lord Third. Kakashi gazed up at the sky, weary in both body and soul. He felt, just for a moment, that he understood his own teacher's struggles back then. Really, Naruto was so much harder to handle than Obito ever was. As Kakashi reminisced silently about his old friend, he led the other two back toward the Hokage's office. And there they saw it. Naruto was in a heated argument with the little old man. Old man, are you picking a fight with me on purpose? I just told you, I'm a genin from the Leaf Village. I can take your mission. And the price couldn't be fairer. Naruto just barely resisted the urge to deal with his client right then and there. Just a moment ago, he'd run over politely, greeting the old man as Grandpa. But this old man really didn't know when to quit. He just waved me away, telling me to get lost and not cause trouble. He even muttered something about how kids like me shouldn't run around here messing things up. Fine, whatever. I hadn't put on my ninja headband, that was on me. But when I took it out to show him, the old guy didn't even look at me properly. His gaze never left the chunin and jonin scattered around the main hall. How much do you want for your services? Dasna finally couldn't stand this kid anymore and blurted out the question, eyes darting back and forth from the mission board, while secretly calculating how much cash he had on him. For someone like Naruto, who was always failing theory exams, this question was way out of his league. Even though he'd watched Naruto in a previous life, he had no idea how much you had to pay to hire a ninja, let alone a whole squad 7. He thought back to the mission the third Hokage had just handed out, 20 million Ryo for a C-rank mission. Maybe that was a bit much, but surely taking a 0 off wouldn't doom things, right? Without thinking twice, Naruto blurted out, 2 million Ryo. At a tenth of the official price, the old man should be able to handle it, right? The moment Dasna heard that number, his face turned darker than burnt kettle bottom. 2 million Ryo? Why don't you just rob me? All the money he had on him wouldn't even add up to 300,000 Ryo. Right away, he waved the little brat off, telling him to scram and disappear from sight. Now, one of them thought he was making a perfectly reasonable offer, while the other was convinced he was being taken for a ride by some out-of-town punk. And just like that, the two of them started bickering across the hall. Shoo, go on kid, scram. You're just here to make a mess, aren't you? I'm just trying to post an escort request, and you hit me with 2 million Ryo? What, are all leaf ninjas made of solid gold or something? Naruto was so angry he could barely see straight. Not only had he been tricked out of the village on a technicality, but now even the mission NPC wouldn't give him a proper job. Honestly, not yelling skip cutscene when he first saw Dasna was already him being polite. Watching his chance at a mission disappear into thin air. How could he not be furious? What Naruto didn't know was he'd just quoted the reward for an S-rank mission. I bet you're just here in the leaf to stir up trouble. In a flash, Naruto pulled a diamond sword out of the system, pointing it at Dasna with a glare, looking like he might rush up and attack at any moment. Naruto, calm down. Please calm down. Let's talk this through. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, seeing things about to get seriously out of hand, rushed over, one grabbing Naruto around the waist, the other seizing his arm, and with great effort managed to haul him back. They were genuinely afraid the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would chop down a client in the Hokage's office. Yet the two of them were truly baffled. Where on earth did this kid get so much strength? Uncles, please don't hold me back. How is a 2 million Ryo reward for a mission too high? Izumo Kamizuki. Kotetsu Hagane. The instant the two of them heard that amount, they were stunned. No wonder he got so worked up right away. Seriously, is it okay to ask an old man for an S-rank mission reward right from the start? Naruto, is it not possible that 2 million Ryo is, well, a bit much? After a moment's silence, Izumo Kamizuki couldn't help but comment. Impossible. The third Hokage just gave us a C-rank mission. We got to travel outside the village for a month, and the reward was 20 million Ryo. I'm already asking for 1/10 of that. How? Is that unreasonable? The two of them fell silent again when they heard about Team 7's out-of-village mission, partly because they had chipped in on that reward too. After all, who doesn't have a few relatives who just graduated from the Ninja Academy? And now, hearing the kid himself bring this up was honestly pretty awkward. Also, maybe this child has a fundamental misunderstanding about mission rewards. Does he have any clue what 20 million Ryo even means? That money was scraped together by more than 300 shinobi in the entire Leaf Village, over 1,000 villagers, plus massive sponsorship from the Hyuga clan, just to put together those 20 million Ryo. And all of that was solely so that this troublemaker would stop endlessly running low-level missions in the village. If things kept going that way, Naruto Uzumaki would never have to farm again, but the Leaf Shinobi just might have to start farming themselves in order to survive. As for why the Hyuga clan supported this so enthusiastically, well, those in the know would understand. Kakashi watched the scene before him, his eye twitching. Only been gone a few minutes. How had Naruto managed to stir up trouble again? Such a headache. When will Lord Jiraiya finally come back to the village? Kakashi had never wanted Jiraiya to return as badly as he did right now. After all, Naruto is Jiraiya's student son, so it would be perfectly reasonable to hand Naruto over to him, wouldn't it? Even the third Hokage handled things that way. Rubbing his temples, Kakashi thought he really ought to ask the third what kind of medication he usually took. Listless, he walked over to Naruto and placed a hand firmly on the boy's head. Naruto, 2 million Ryo is already the pay for an S-rank mission. Naruto's expression changed in an instant, anger flaring up so fiercely that he nearly lost control of the beast's chakra within him. The people of the Leaf Village were truly going too far. How could they shamelessly send me out on a mission with payment equivalent to 20 S-rank jobs? Haven't I, Naruto Uzumaki, contributed anything at all to the village? So angry I'm shaking. Everyone watched Naruto huffing and puffing, and none of them dared to tease him any further, fearing that the tailed beast chakra might spiral out of control. Kakashi, who had been observing quietly nearby, more or less understood what Naruto was getting at. He gave the old man in front of him a quick up-and-down appraisal. "Sir, I'm this kid's squad leader, a jonin." Kakashi introduced himself. "What kind of mission do you need to issue?" Hearing the word jonin, Tezuna's expression relaxed a little, but his heart began to race all over again. Hiring a jonin? That can't be cheap, can it? Still, this guy to seem a lot more reliable than that kid. Tezuna's eyes flickered as a plan formed in his mind. Putting on his most neutral expression, he said to Kakashi, "I'd like to hire you to escort me to the land of waves. I checked the mission board earlier. An escort job counts as a C-rank task, and the fee. I can only offer 250,000 Ryo. For an escort mission, 250,000 Ryo was neither a fortune nor a pittance." Kakashi barely gave the money a second thought. After all, they were planning to travel outside the village for a month, so this was just a task done along the way. He turned to look at his three young charges, wanting to hear their opinion, especially Naruto. The payment had just dropped from 2 million Ryo to a mere 250,000. Who knew if the kid would throw a tantrum? Sasuke stood with hands in his pockets, brow furrowed, occasional sparks crackling from him. He shot Kakashi a sideways glance and muttered nonchalantly, "Whatever." Sakura bounced out from behind Sasuke, swinging her pink hair and raising her right hand. "Sensei Kakashi, I'm fine with it." Seeing his one and only female student being so agreeable, Kakashi finally felt a little better. Thank goodness. At least there's one normal student on this team. Then his gaze fell to the most unruly member of Squad 7, Naruto Uzumaki, half expecting the boy to make a scene. Naruto just turned away, only showing Kakashi the back of his head, clearly still sulking. After yelling about a 2 million Ryo fee so loudly a moment ago, wouldn't lowering his head now be a complete loss of face? And besides, couldn't this white-haired, ranking ninja toss me a little dignity to step down on? So immature. Haha. All right, old man, we'll take the mission. Kakashi let out an awkward laugh, then led Tezuna to complete the registration for the job. All the onlooking ninjas around them visibly let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness. With Squad 7 taking on another mission, it looked like they wouldn't be back around for a while. Time to hurry and grab what few low-ranking missions are left in the village. The ninjas who were just laughing and joking suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. In that instant, they realized that everyone present was actually a rival. The amusement in their eyes quickly turned fierce and competitive. Damn it, I have to get those upcoming lower-ranked missions. The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village were on the brink of yet another wave of ruthless internal competition. A new storm was brewing, and how could the Leaf's ninjas afford to stand still? Watching the white-haired Jonin's departing figure, Naruto, though outwardly a bit annoyed, couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement inside. The Land of Waves quest was about to begin. He was eager to see just how strong he had become. Thinking back, the blow that hurt Kakashi before could really just be chalked up to the fact that white-haired sensei wasn't paying attention and failed to dodge in time. Not to mention, Konoha's gold medal mechanic, Mr. Ka, was evenly matched with just about anyone. Using him as a yardstick for his own abilities was probably not the most reliable test. After all, this guy could go toe-to-toe with Zabuza, one of the most menacing rogue ninjas, and later even stand up to the mighty Otsutsuki for a round. If you round it up a little, Zabuza equals Kagaya Otsutsuki. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that Kakashi was favored by the very power of the world itself. That's why, when it came to measuring his own strength, using an early-stage mini-boss like Zabuza felt much more appropriate. Within a few minutes, Kakashi came downstairs with Tezuna in tow. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Meet at the village gate. Don't be late, everyone. Kakashi declared this with not the slightest hint of embarrassment. The three genin all stared directly at him, falling just short of outright calling out a certain white-haired ninja. Honestly, isn't it usually you, sensei, who's the most likely to show up late? All right, dismissed. A veteran of countless missions, Kakashi was completely unfazed by the glares of his students. With his usual calm, he told everyone to head home, and then led Tezuna off to arrange accommodations. Sasuke, who had no home to go to, skillfully followed Naruto through the portal of light back to the woods for extra training. Sakura, who once felt awkward about having Naruto escort her, now thought nothing of it. She stepped confidently through the portal and found herself right at her doorstep. And as for Naruto, his situation wasn't much different from Sasuke's. He had a house, but it never quite felt like home. The only real difference was that his wife's family had a lot of relatives around. After seeing the couple off, Naruto tossed out a portal and stepped into the Hyuga compound. When the Hyuga clan members saw the familiar blonde figure materialize, the atmosphere immediately thickened and grew tense. Naruto acted as though he hadn't noticed, casually heading for the wall. With everyone watching, he vaulted over into the inner courtyard, quick and deft as ever. Why not just use the portal? Simply put, Naruto thought this way was a bit more exciting. The Hyuga clan's ninjas watched, veins bulging in frustration as the blonde troublemaker vaulted their walls yet again. If these people weren't so physically tough, some of them might well have been driven to a stroke by Naruto's antics. Still, all things considered, this kid is leaving the village tomorrow. Naruto, who had snuck in over the wall, was still pondering how to say goodbye to Hinata. The moment he landed and turned around, he bumped straight into a burly figure. Looking up, Naruto's face froze. Oh no, why is Hayashi here? The two of them stared at each other for a long moment, neither speaking first. Naruto's eyes wandered, trying to avoid Hayashi's piercing gaze, a nervous feeling creeping up inside him. There was just no helping it. When it came to a father-in-law facing his son-in-law, there was always a natural sense of authority. Hayashi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his pale eyes making it impossible for Naruto to read his emotions. Judging from that stern expression, he's probably really angry? After measuring Naruto for a while, Hayashi finally spoke in a low voice. Next time, use the main entrance. Hinata is at the training ground. With these words, he turned and left without looking back. Naruto scratched his head, his expression a mix of embarrassment and relief. He realized that, in the end, his father-in-law didn't seem so terrifying. The Hyuga clan grounds were sprawling. It took Naruto nearly 10 minutes to find the training field. One has to admit, the Hyuga truly lived up to their name as Konoha's noble family. Seeing Hinata in the midst of her training, Naruto called out a greeting and settled down on the corridor outside, quietly watching her practice. The Hyuga were known for their strict traditions. Every training assignment had to be completed in one go. Even Naruto's arrival wasn't enough for Hinata to pause. But the truth was, the little girl with her hands against the training post was completely distracted. Every time she struck, she'd steal a glance at Naruto out of the corner of her eye. In the end, it was the clan elder who shook his head and signaled that today's training was over. The elder took a long look at Hinata, then shot a glance at the blonde-haired boy nearby, sighing heavily as he walked out of the training ground with his hands clasped behind his back. He finally understood. The young lady was set on running off with this blonde rascal. Thank goodness the clan leader was far-sighted. Ever since setting eyes on the boy years ago, he had gradually started shifting expectations onto the second daughter. Hinata, now finished with her training, was drenched in sweat. Strands of hair stuck damply to her cheeks, and her flushed face was as red as an apple. She found a spot to sit down, careful not to sit too close to Naruto. Worried about him noticing her sweat, she was especially self-conscious. The mind of a young girl is always a puzzle. Naruto, oblivious, couldn't fathom why Hinata had suddenly moved so far away. Why are you sitting so far from me? Before Hinata could finish, Naruto reached out, gently gripping her pale ankle and drawing her closer. Naruto-kun, let go please. This is so embarrassing. Hinata let out a startled gasp, unable to keep her reaction in check. Worried about being discovered by the others, she instinctively clapped both hands over her mouth. He felt Naruto's hand on his ankle, warm like a furnace, and his ears instantly flushed red. Realizing what had happened, he hurriedly covered his face with both hands, as if steam was rising from the top of his head. It was clear that over the years, little Hinata had grown more accustomed to being teased, and was no longer as shy as she used to be. Naruto laughed openly, thinking that Hinata was absolutely adorable like this. My wife is amazing. The next day at dawn, all of Team 7 arrived at the Konoha village gates 10 minutes early to wait for their teacher, Kakashi. Fortunately, their squad leader could be considered reliable, only 5 minutes late for their very first mission outside the village. Naruto saw Kakashi and felt an urge to throttle him, making sure the man took a good look at the current time. However, Kakashi, with his silver hair, ignored their complaints completely, and even confidently insisted that his alarm clock at home was 5 minutes slow. Being late by a few minutes. That's not really being late. Listening to Kakashi's twisted logic, Naruto rolled his eyes at him on the spot. Kakashi-sensei, you really have it wrong. If you're 5 minutes late, you're wasting 5 minutes for each of us. That adds up to a whole 20 minutes. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Tazuna. He remembered when he was in school, and the teachers would often use this exact reasoning to lecture the students. Back then, he couldn't stand this sort of argument. Yet Naruto never thought that one day, he'd find himself using these very words to scold a certain chronically late, white-haired ninja. Sigh. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto really did become the person he disliked the most. Naruto's reasoning left Kakashi momentarily speechless. At first glance, what Naruto said didn't sound wrong. But thinking about it more, Kakashi felt something was off, though he couldn't quite say what it was. Sakura and Sasuke didn't quite understand, but upon hearing that reasoning, they were deeply impressed. Don't sweat the little details. Let's get going. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, grinning to smooth over the awkward moment. After spending so much time with Naruto, he had figured out how to handle the boy. Whenever Naruto nitpicked at him, the best thing to do was just distract him thoroughly. Kakashi tidied his gear, then led his team and old man Tazuna out through the Konoha gates. The moment Team 7 departed, all the other ninjas in Konoha began to flock toward the Hokage's office. The scramble for low-level missions in Konoha had begun. If Naruto saw this scene, he might have suspected he'd traveled to some kind of post-apocalyptic world. As the gates of Konoha closed behind them, Team 7 officially left the village, heading for the Land of Waves, where Tazuna awaited them. To protect the client, as well as the team's little pink-haired mascot, Kakashi had Sasuke stick close behind him while Naruto covered the rear of the squad. This way, if anything unexpected happened, they could protect the two weakest members of the group at once. Kakashi walked in front, feeling unbearably bored, so he reached into his ninja pouch, pulled out the latest volume of Make Out Paradise, and began savoring it. Every so often, his shoulders would tremble with delight. Naruto, bringing up the rear, was completely baffled. How could Kakashi be so amused just by reading that little book? Back in his previous life, Naruto had read his fair share of comics, but he had never seen anyone react quite like Kakashi. Now, Naruto was starting to get curious about what was really inside Make Out Paradise. Sakura, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, walked in the middle of the group. Every few seconds, she'd sneak a glance at Sasuke's profile, face growing warmer with every stolen look. No one quite knew what was running through that girl's mind. Tazuna cast a glance at the white-haired jonin ahead, who was somehow reading while walking, then eyed the girl in front of him who was giggling to herself, and finally noticed the blonde kid at the back of the group. That blonde kid was busy waving a wooden stick, flailing it at every flower and bush along the path, even prodding at the shrubs as if driven by some sudden whim. Oh, for crying out loud. He couldn't help but wonder if he could ask for his money back. Tazuna's wrinkled face was creased even tighter with regret. He was already second-guessing his decision to hire this ninja team as his escorts. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Damn, you really do get what you pay for. If only he hadn't lied about the mission's level. Naruto caught Tazuna giving him a weird look, but didn't bother explaining himself. What did that old man know, anyway? There was a method to his madness. He was striking at the plants to flush out any nearby hidden ninjas. It definitely wasn't just because he couldn't resist swinging that perfectly straight stick he'd found. However, speaking of ambushing ninjas, he realized he couldn't quite remember how those two unnamed ninja attackers had planned their ambush. Splash. Lost in thought, Naruto suddenly stepped right into a puddle, soaking his pant legs with a spray of water. The wet cloth clung uncomfortably against his skin. Dang it, these pants were brand new, and this puddle was a breeding ground for all kinds of germs. Just thinking about it made Naruto itch all over. He scowled and kicked the air in annoyance right where he stood. He figured if he kicked fast enough, maybe the water wouldn't have time to stick to his leg. So there he was, the squad's lone blonde at the rear, kicking out sideways, his pants rustling with every swipe. Splash. At that moment, two oddly dressed ninjas suddenly vaulted out from the twin puddles on the ground. As fate would have it, one sprang out from directly beneath Naruto's feet. He really had no other choice when he hid in that puddle. The two of them had originally set up an ambush nearby, but who could have expected that this clueless blonde troublemaker? He picked up a stick and started poking around, here and there, coming so close to exposing them. In the end, the only thing they could do was seize the right moment and transform themselves into two puddles of water on the road. It might have looked a little out of place, but it was still better than being prodded out by that kid with his stick. Hey, brat. I put up with you long enough. Go to hell. Bang. Naruto had just activated his dual task mode. While he wrangled the big fox in his seal space with one hand, he was wringing the water from his pants with the other. Before he could even react, he felt his foot strike something solid. What the heck just flew past? While Naruto was still spacing out, Sasuke had already dispatched the ambusher with a swift kunai strike. Sasuke pointed into the distance, and Naruto caught sight of the corpse lying twisted on the ground. Its head turned a full 360 degrees. Wait, was that the guy he just kicked? Naruto was completely dumbfounded. He'd been psyched for some glorious, hard-fought battle. But this was it? Seriously? Kakashi lifted his eyelids and spared the two boys a calm glance. then went back to casually flipping through his book, as if those two would-be assassins had never appeared at all. Still, Naruto. He really deserved his title as the most unpredictable ninja. Meanwhile, Sakura felt a wave of regret. The bloodlust from that enemy just now had left her hands and feet frozen, and all she could manage out of pure instinct was to raise her kunai defensively in front of her. If Sasuke hadn't moved at just the right moment, she was sure both she and their client would have been finished off right here. Once again, Sakura was overcome by a sense of helplessness. Noticing the troubled look on her face, Kakashi slowed his pace and spoke in a low, gentle voice. Sakura, don't beat yourself up. Everyone's built differently. Sakura looked up at her sensei, then glanced at her two teammates. But why's the gap between people so huge? Her words caught Kakashi off guard for a moment. Then, with a hint of odd humor, he replied, Sakura, I think you misunderstood what I meant. They're not even human. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Both teammates turned to look at the white-haired ninja, confusion written all over their faces. Sasuke snorted softly at Kakashi's comment. He figured there was still a long way to go between him and Naruto. Their strength was still within the realm of human possibility. He decided to take the comment as a compliment. In his heart, Sasuke thought, Uchiha Itachi, just wait, I'll take you down soon. Naruto frowned, his face twisted in pain as he looked at Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi, you're really asking for it this time. Sure, he healed a bit faster than most people, but that didn't mean he wanted to be expelled from the ninja world. Gritting his teeth, Naruto didn't waste a second. He pulled a giant door plank from his jacket, creeping quietly to sneak up behind Kakashi. Of course, it was hard to call his movements stealthy with such an obvious prop slung over his shoulder. Kakashi's eyes went wide when he saw the door plank, a cold sweat breaking out instantly on his forehead. Why is this kid so obsessed with doors? Is it that pulling out a door makes him think of his father, the fourth Hokage Minato? Naruto, what are you doing? Everyone's attention snapped to Naruto at once, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. There went our blonde ninja's ambush attempt, ruined on the spot. Realizing the strange looks he was getting, Naruto decided it wasn't a good idea to stab his teacher in the back with everyone watching. After all, respecting teachers and elders was a time-honored virtue for anyone raised in the land of flowers. But then again, betrayal between students and teachers seemed almost like tradition in the world of Hokage. Thud! Naruto propped up the door plank, sending a small cloud of dust rising. He patted it a couple of times, making a solid knock, then said, This door is getting kind of moldy. I'm just airing it out a bit. Makes sense, right? Haha. Kakashi-sensei, you didn't really think I was about to ambush you, did you? Kakashi, if you hadn't picked up the door and snuck behind my back, maybe I would have believed you. Let's go. No more stalling. Time to get on with the mission. Kakashi skillfully shifted the group's focus and turned to Dasna. And another thing, old man, about this mission. Something isn't right, is it? On a standard C-rank escort mission, it's unheard of for ninja to attack. He narrowed his left eye, and suddenly an aura of killing intent bore down on Dasna. This has to be at least an A-rank mission, right? Kakashi might usually look lazy and easygoing, but that didn't mean he liked being fooled. Still, maybe this was a good chance to see where Team 7's true loyalty lay. Dasna's eyes darted away, unable to meet Kakashi's gaze. He looked guilty as he turned his head aside. And frankly, the old man didn't doubt for a second that this ninja would make good on his threats. He thought about his family, about the unfinished bridge, and all those worries made his fear grow. Haha, relax. Kakashi, who just moments before radiated menace, suddenly broke into a smile and glanced at the three students beside him. This mission is now officially at A-rank level. Do you want to go on, or do you want to back out? We'll go on. So will I. Sasuke said coldly, and Sakura immediately echoed her agreement. I'm Fina. Naruto's expression grew serious, as if he was finally ready to focus. When old man Tazuna heard they were still willing to continue the mission, a dazzling smile blossomed across his face. But then, his features quickly clouded over with sorrow, and he looked earnestly at the group. Sorry, everyone. There are reasons for everything I've done. Enough. Skip it. Skip ahead. Naruto couldn't be bothered to listen to the old man drone on. He didn't even have the patience for cutscenes and games, let alone this lengthy speech. The point was simple. I may not know who I am, or where I am, but I know I'm here to go on a rampage. The other members of Team 7 twitched at the corners of their eyes. Here we go again. Naruto had started saying things no one could make sense of. Tazuna, who had just built up the emotion for a good round of moral persuasion, was suddenly cut off by Naruto, his words stuck in his throat. Seriously, why couldn't the kid let him finish for once? Naruto had always been on his guard with this old fellow. Moral blackmail? Well, if I don't have any morals to begin with, it won't work on me. This mission didn't even matter to him. The real goal was running the Land of Waves dungeon. As for the suffering people of the Land of Waves, he wasn't exactly the merciful savior Guanyin. Why should he be responsible for their fate? Once Kakashi confirmed that all his team members were on board, he nodded and signaled everyone to keep moving forward. The rest of the journey passed without any further ninja attacks. At lunchtime, Naruto began to feel bored, glancing at the book in Kakashi's hand, then at Sasuke, daydreaming off to the side. A sly grin curled across his lips. Instantly, his consciousness dived into the sealed space as he started rummaging through the system's vast inventory of items. About 20 minutes later, Naruto finally found what he was looking for in the system and pulled out a book. Found it, for bold words blazed across the cover. X rises above the skies. With a couple of mischievous chuckles, his consciousness snapped back to reality. Naruto glanced once more at Sasuke, still stony-faced, then promptly brought out his prized find. Under the influence of the world's rules, the moment the book appeared, it became tangible, and the writing on its pages transformed into the language of this world. Now that he thought about it, the protagonist of this novel really did have a lot in common with Sasuke. Yeah, both played with fire. So who's supposed to be the old man in the story? Orochimaru, or maybe Kakashi? Sasuke, here, take this. Lost in thought, Sasuke reached up automatically to catch what Naruto tossed at him. Looking down, he saw a deep brown leather-bound book, its cover stamped with a title that left him completely mystified. X rises above the skies. After finishing up, the kid shot a glance at a certain white-haired someone. Kakashi, keenly observant to the details, immediately turned to check the book in Sasuke's hands. His expression shifted to one of mild bewilderment. Naruto, that boy. Could it be that after seeing what I read, he also went to the Konoha bookstore? Is it too soon for kids their age to be exposed to these kinds of adult materials? Kakashi's eyes widened, his thoughts now in turmoil. Is this all because I keep reading Make Out Paradise in front of them? Realizing he might have been a bad influence on his students, Kakashi's mind was instantly flooded by the lecherous image of Jiraiya and the furious face of his old teacher's wife. If she were to find out about this, would I be forced to atone for this in the Pure Land? If my father saw the state I'm in now, odds are I'd get a thorough scolding too. I really can't go on being this depraved. Kakashi clutched little Liu Bei tightly in his hand, extremely reluctant to part with it, but for the mental and physical well-being of his students. He made a decision. Starting today, he would curb his desires. And that began by never reading Make Out Paradise again. With newfound resolve, Kakashi immediately began to lecture Sasuke and Naruto, his voice gaining confidence with each word. Naruto, Sasuke, this sort of thing is far too early for you two. The adult world is not something you should be exploring at your age. With that, Kakashi slowly reached for the book in Sasuke's arms, preparing to confiscate this suspicious reading material. Even though he hadn't seen what was inside, just the large letters X break on the cover were enough to convince him it wasn't appropriate. He had plenty of experience with this kind of thing. Clap. Sasuke batted Kakashi's hand away in one swift motion. If Kakashi hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but the moment he forbade it, Sasuke's curiosity only grew stronger. Besides, Sasuke figured that, bearing the weight of such deep-seated grudges, he was more than qualified to understand the adult world. Sakura's cheeks reddened slightly as her eyes repeatedly darted toward the book in Sasuke's hands. Thank goodness. Is Sasuke finally growing up? Thank you so much, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? This isn't the kind of thing you're always reading. Naruto rolled his eyes, completely exasperated. Typical, white-haired guys always have their minds in the gutter. At Naruto's words, Sasuke flipped open the book, glanced through a few pages, then nodded to show Naruto was right. Realizing he'd completely misunderstood and even made a spectacle of himself, Kakashi's face became a blank mask as he quietly retreated, pretending nothing had happened. He reached for little Liu Bei again, but recalled his newly made resolution and stopped, restraining the urge to pull out his book. Sakura, upon realizing the book Sasuke was holding wasn't the kind Kakashi usually read, hugged her knees tightly in disappointment. She looked especially lost and helpless. Yet amidst all this, Sasuke found the story inside the book rather novel at first, but then as he read on, something about it struck him as odd. A story about an underdog's rise to the top? How utterly boring. The group sailed across the calm sea, and before long, their boat docked at the harbor of the Land of Waves. Throughout the journey, Sasuke had become the one occupied with a book in hand, often chuckling as he read, so much so that Naruto had to remind him several times, worried that Sasuke might suddenly break out into a full-blown Uchiha cackle. On the other hand, Kakashi seemed lost in a daydream the entire trip, which stunned both Sakura and Naruto. That just wasn't right. Why hadn't Kakashi-sensei whipped out his little Liu Bei novel? Could he have finished it already? However, the three didn't realize that, right now, Kakashi was feeling extremely agitated. Not being able to read Make Out Paradise was, to him, like seeing a Suma without a cigarette or Lady Tsunade without a gamble on the table. Kakashi hadn't expected himself to experience such withdrawal. The only thing that managed to calm him was quietly observing the fish swimming in the sea. Sasuke, enough reading, Naruto called out. We gotta go ashore. As Naruto left the boat, he noticed Sasuke was still clutching his book tightly, and an unexplainable surge of irritation washed over him. He suddenly understood how his own mother must have felt watching him glued to his phone. Damn it, who could relate? They were about to take on a boss fight, and his own teammate was still buried in a novel. Their squad already had a professional slacker in Kakashi, and Sakura might as well be a decoration. If Uchiha Sasuke decided to slack off too, there really would be no way forward. He couldn't be expected to face Zabuza solo and handle all the dialogue too. To be honest, the odds weren't in his favor. After all, it's not as though he'd ever practiced Wing Chun, and he certainly wasn't up to fighting 10 people at once. Having at least one teammate who could pull their weight would be a relief. Oh, Sasuke reluctantly closed the book, surprised at how much it had drawn him in. But honestly, this was a superb story. The more of it he read, the more invigorated he felt, as if he himself had become the main character, wielding justice and enacting vengeance with bold abandon. He even started to picture himself, on the night his clan was destroyed, bellowing at Uchiha Itachi. For 30 years, the river flows east. For 30 years, it flows west. Uchiha Itachi never looked down on a youth in hardship. Just the thought sent chills through Sasuke, making him tremble with excitement. Another fit of laughter bubbled up uncontrollably. He waited until everyone had stepped ashore, then gently caressed the book's cover before placing it in his backpack, as if it were a priceless treasure, and hurried to catch up with the rest of the group. Even as he walked, he kept mulling over what might happen next in the story. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he eventually turned to Naruto and asked him a question about what would come next. Naruto, did Xiao Yin manage to fulfill his 3-year promise in the end? Naruto turned his head, looking at this kid with total disbelief. The whole time, I was on high alert, keeping watch on the surroundings, terrified that Zabuza might leap out and attack us at any moment. Just now, when I saw Sasuke walk up, I thought he'd noticed something important. But in the end, you come over just to ask me about some 3-year promise? Are you kidding me? No idea. Get lost. Naruto snapped, making it clear he had no patience for this nonsense. Rejected by his teammate, Sasuke slunk back to his place in the lineup, utterly dejected. Naruto glanced at him, realizing it was pointless to place any hope in this guy. Looks like I'll have to rely on you, Big Fox. Hey, Big Fox, can you help me sense if the enemy's nearby? The one you used back in the village. Curled up in his cage, the giant fox lazily flicked his ears, shifted his massive body, and replied in a deep, sleepy rumble. First real fight, and you're already looking to lean on me? Figure it out yourself. This was Naruto's first experience with real bloodshed in battle. Kurama knew he had to let the kid adapt, so there was no way he'd just activate malicious sensing and turn the battlefield into a cheat map for Naruto. As the big fox shut his eyes, he murmured to himself, "The enemy's all around. You'll have to look for them yourself." The words nearly made Naruto burst out laughing. Such a prideful, stubborn orange fuzzball. But with that clue in mind, Naruto's senses sharpened and he immediately went into full alert, his eyes sweeping the misty periphery. Meanwhile, the fog was growing denser and denser, slicing the visibility down to barely 5 meters. If this kept up, they'd soon be blind as bats. Everyone close in on me. Guard the client. Kakashi's seasoned instincts kicked in. He'd noticed something off with a single glance. Mist was common in the land of waves, but this thick, unnatural fog, with not another soul in sight, brought only one thing to mind. The mist ninja. The memory of old battles in similar conditions sent a chill of unease through Kakashi once again. Without hesitation, the 3 teammates closed ranks around Kakashi, forming a protective circle with Tazuna safely at their center. Naruto stood where he was, glancing anxiously around. Not only had he failed to spot Zabuza, but now his own nerves were getting the best of him. Being unable to see truly is a pain. He sighed internally, and in that moment, a spark of inspiration lit up in his mind. If our side can't see them, then maybe I should make sure they can't see us either. With the idea firmly in mind, Naruto clapped his hands together and flung out dozens of portal gates surrounding the group. In an instant, shimmering purple cocoons enveloped them, obscuring their forms from sight. Zabuza, hidden in the mist, drew his blade, ready for attack. when all of a sudden, a massive burst of purple light erupted in front of him, leaving him completely at a loss. What on earth was that purple glow supposed to be? While Zabuza was still scrambling to gather his wits, he heard the voice of a certain brat coming from the other side of that brilliant violet mass. "Hey, Miss Ninja, up yours." Naruto shouted insults in all directions, hoping to tick off their opponent with sheer provocation. He didn't stop with just one curse. He launched a full ancestral barrage, calling out Zabuza's forebears down to the third generation. Yet Zabuza never showed himself, not even once. Naruto couldn't help but marvel. So that's what it means to be a ninja, the ultimate in self-control? Master Jiraiya, I get it now. From his hidden vantage point, Zabuza looked down upon the kid's childish tricks with utter disdain. Did they really think something so amateurish could force the great Zabuza Momochi out of hiding? If he'd survived the Bloody Mist era, his heart had long since frozen over, cold as the executioner's blade he wielded. Feelings? He had none left. How absolutely laughable. Just then, a certain blonde's voice cut through the thick mist. "I heard Miss Ninja are into men." The words hit Zabuza like a slap, conjuring in his mind the unforgettable image of Haku's beautiful face. His eyes bulged with fury, veins throbbing at his brow, breath growing ragged as his blood rushed straight from his boots to the top of his head. "Damn it, that little brat dares slander me. You rotten little punk. I'll kill you." With a guttural roar, Zabuza dragged his massive blade, charging straight toward the source of the voice. But just as he did, the blonde's taunt pierced the air again, quick and sharp. "Oh, look, it got triggered. Oh, come on, really? Don't tell me you actually like men?" Kakashi and Sasuke, who up until now had been privately mocking these antics, suddenly gaped, eyes nearly popping out of their heads the moment they saw their enemy. Just moments ago, they were convinced no real ninja would fall for such crude taunts. Ninja, after all, are supposed to be ice cold. Riling them up is nearly impossible. But here they were, less than 5 minutes later, watching a hulking man, nearly 2 meters tall, eyes bloodshot, steam rising from his body, dragging his blade as he barreled toward them like a furious bull. It was obvious Naruto had gotten under his skin. Everyone watching couldn't help but gasp, even old man Tazuna. No way. Could he really swing that way? So this was the true face of the Hidden Mist. Were things always this wild over there? Or maybe there was more to the bloody days of the Hidden Mist than met the eye. Kakashi found himself half wondering if the Mist series of bizarre policies over the years was because their leader was actually a flamboyant male Mizukichi. Maybe the village's isolationism was just an excuse to throw their own shadowy parties behind closed doors. Good grief. That's a terrifying thought. The 3 men present all had the same thought at that moment. Their faces changed color instantly, and they involuntarily tightened up in discomfort. Beware the men of the Hidden Mist. Zabuza, hearing what was just said, felt as if his brain had gone completely blank with a bang. Rage erupted within him, as intense as a volcanic eruption. "Damn brat! I'll kill you." Driven into a corner, Zabuza had lost all rationality. He had thrown aside any notion of tactics or sneaking ninja methods. Now, he only wanted to rush forward, broadsword in hand, and cut them down. Today, no one here would walk away alive. Of course, Zabuza wouldn't have been this furious under normal circumstances. The real reason was Haku's presence nearby. What if that blonde brat's words gave Haku the wrong idea? Haku, concealed in the mist, gazed toward Zabuza with misty, tender eyes. He recalled the boy's words just now. His heart hammered wildly in his chest, beating all the way up to his throat. Could it be? Is this really what Mr. Zabuza thinks? Naruto's taunting had hit its mark perfectly. Zabuza now wanted nothing more than to cut down the little blonde first and figure out the rest later. Silence him first, questions can wait. Whoosh whoosh. Zabuza swung his beheading sword, slicing the air with a fierce, whistling sound. Naruto, as Zabuza charged at him, felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if needles were pricking his skin, a clear warning that this opponent was far tougher than a 50-50 match. Wanting to test his own strength, Naruto immediately pulled out the giant iron gate, holding it upright to meet Zabuza head-on. There was no helping it. He'd gotten so comfortable using the thing that he was already wondering if he could enchant the door panel back home. Clang! The moment the iron gate met the giant's sword, sparks burst forth, accompanied by an ear-grating metallic screech. Zabuza stared at the weapon in Naruto's hands, stupefied for a full 2 seconds. That blonde brat. He was holding a door panel even taller than himself, and he'd used that to block Zabuza's attack? What kind of monster is this kid? If he hadn't glimpsed the Konoha ninja headband on his opponent in the heat of battle, Zabuza would have doubted whether this guy was even a ninja at all. How could anybody fight in such a bizarre style? On the sidelines, Sasuke was trembling uncontrollably, his eyes fixed on the beheading sword in Zabuza's hands. Sakura, noticing Sasuke's odd state, immediately asked out of concern, "Sasuke, are you all right? I saw you." The mysterious, heavy ruler. Sakura. The mysterious what? What on earth is that? Sasuke, pointing at the beheading sword as it swung, exclaimed with excitement and a greedy glint in his eye. Ever since reading that novel, he couldn't help imagining himself as the protagonist, Xiaoyan. Before, Sasuke's ideal weapon was something more like a katana. But after reading the novel, the weapon he had dreamed of became anything that resembled that mighty, massive black heavy ruler. Now, this sudden appearance of the executioner's greatsword was like a wicked itch gnawing at his heart. He absolutely had to get his hands on this weapon. Sasuke stared at Zabuza, who was locked in battle, and suddenly broke into a smile. Kakashi and Sakura glanced at him in puzzlement, completely unable to figure out what was going on in his mind. And besides, that's the executioner's greatsword from the Hidden Mist Village, kid. What's with you shouting about the black heavy ruler? A sense of unease crept into Kakashi's mind. He faintly felt that Sasuke was starting to show traces of Naruto's reckless energy. "I'm going to help Naruto." Lightning crackled around Sasuke as he vanished from the spot, moving so fast that even Kakashi was caught off guard. Clearly, someone was so obsessed with getting his coveted weapon that he'd thrown caution to the wind and unleashed lightning release at full power. Suddenly, a sharp sizzle of electricity split the air as Naruto and Zabuza clashed, their giant makeshift shields smashing against each other with a booming metallic clang. Both fighters suddenly heard the electric surge at their ears. Naruto knew Sasuke had arrived. He immediately shouted out to him, "Sasuke, hit him with 100,000 volts." But Zabuza paid him no mind. He simply raised a foot and landed a hard kick on Naruto's shield. Naruto had been distracted, waiting for Sasuke to make his move, and never expected Zabuza to seize their opening. Naruto held the heavy iron door defensively in front of himself with both hands, but his head thunked hard against the metal as a tremendous force slammed into it from outside. Completely unprepared, Naruto was sent staggering 5 steps backward. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. At last, Sasuke, who had been watching from the sidelines, made his move, not by following Naruto's advice to unleash 100,000 volts, but by showing mercy and giving Zabuza a chance to build up his rage. A scorching fireball crashed down on Zabuza's position, and the fierce heat of the flames reacted with the humid air, making the mist on the battlefield grow even thicker. Sasuke was secretly delighted at this sight. Got him. This enemy. His strength was nothing special. You got a nice blade there. But now it's mine. Naruto was at a loss for words as Sasuke started celebrating, way before the battle was won. Didn't he know that kind of thing was a huge taboo? And besides, how could Zabuza be finished off by something as minor as a grand fireball jutsu? That last moment was the very definition of all smoke and no fire. Just as Naruto was thinking this, a fierce whooshing sound whistled past his ear. Damn it, why was Zabuza coming straight for him? Did Sasuke's attack not even manage to draw boss aggro? You little brat, I'll make sure you die here. You've made me angry. Zabuza hoisted the executioner's greatsword high above his head and brought it crashing down toward Naruto, as if intending to separate his head from his shoulders, just as his weapon promised. Naruto could feel the blade drawing ever closer, yet not only did he show no intention of dodging, he even thrust his head straight toward it. With a powerful kick, he rocketed himself forward, smashing his head like a missile right into Zabuza's stomach. "Come on," he shouted inwardly. "Let's see who comes out on top in a battle of taijutsu. Whoever flinches is no better than a wimp." Zabuza hadn't anticipated that this brat would dare get so close. He had already mapped out his next move to hound the kid down, but with Naruto suddenly right up in his face, his decapitating blade attack had missed entirely. Not that it really mattered, he thought. How much strength could a kid barely out of his teens possibly muster? Naruto's head slammed into Zabuza's gut with frightening force, folding the demon of the mist in half like a boiled shrimp, sending him flying through the air. Eyes popping wide, Zabuza's mind went blank as he was knocked away. His entire head was ringing with a dizzying hum. At that moment, just one thought echoed in his heart. What the hell? What kind of monster is this blonde brat? How does he have that much strength? Naruto's devastating rocket head but had left not only Zabuza stunned. Even Kakashi was visibly startled. Just seeing the enemy fly through the air made his own stomach ache in sympathy. It was hard to imagine what kind of state the enemy's mind was in. But one thing was clear. If Naruto ever hit him with that move, he'd be black and blue for days. Sasuke's eyes followed the figure sent flying, his jaw clenched in frustration. Judging by the way the enemy had just turned to attack Naruto, It was clear he hadn't even considered Sasuke a threat. And to make matters worse, Sasuke's recent efforts hadn't so much as scratched the enemy. The sting of failure gnawed at him. He remembered a spar with Kakashi-sensei, when Naruto had once poked fun at him, saying, "All that fancy footwork, and your total output is barely more than 0. At the time, Sasuke hadn't understood. But as time passed, the meaning grew clearer. Naruto was teasing him for missing every attack. Damn it, he's actually looking down on me. A fresh wave of anger surged through Sasuke. Since when? Since when did the enemies dare ignore the Uchiha clan? The very thought of being brushed aside made his eyes burn crimson red. His Sharingan, already marked by 2 spinning tomo, whirled furiously. Without hesitation, Sasuke drew a scroll from beneath his shirt. Inside was a stockpile of 1,000 shuriken. One of many such scrolls he now carried, 10 in total. Under Naruto's influence, Sasuke had gradually developed a crippling fear of not having enough firepower. Determined to prepare for the day he'd face Itachi, he'd even sold his family home to buy as many explosive tags as possible. With a flick of his thumb, Sasuke deftly undid the string on the scroll. He made a one-handed sign, then flung the scroll sideways, unspooling it in a blur. A flurry of steel filled the air, slicing through the silence in rapid succession. Hundreds upon hundreds of shuriken flew towards Zabuza, with a few kunai mixed in as well, some of which had explosive tags tied to them. Having learned from previous mistakes, Sasuke shouted urgently to Naruto. "Naruto, over here!" Hearing Sasuke's shout, Naruto instantly understood his meaning and quickly opened several portals along the path of the thrown shuriken. Yet, because Sasuke's barrage was so dense, quite a few shuriken still missed the portals. On the other side, Zabuza had barely regained his footing and was still reeling from the earlier assault. He felt as if his insides were twisted into knots. Staring at the blonde kid, Zabuza started weaving hand signs. The earlier setback at his opponent's hands had finally cleared his head a bit. By the time he formed the 26th hand seal, 8 violet cocoons of light suddenly unfolded around him, their faint, ghostly glow reflecting on Zabuza's face, as if that uncanny purple was trying to warn him. This thing again? Zabuza couldn't figure it out, but judging by the situation, nothing good could come of it. In the next instant, the violet cocoons erupted, launching a storm of shuriken. Zabuza's sharp eyes even spotted several kunai with explosive tags mixed in. His pupils contracted in shock, and he had no time to even process what was happening. Having skirted death so many times, his battle instincts and survival will drove him to raise his executioner's blade, shielding his vital areas. In that critical moment, he suddenly remembered that same eerie violet cocoon had been glowing beside another kid just minutes ago. So that's it. This is a space-time ninjutsu, isn't it? Once he understood, Zabuza chose a cocoon that seemed to have fewer shuriken aimed at it, hefted his massive blade, and charged straight into the portal through a hail of metal. Of course, the sword couldn't block every attack. Plenty of shuriken embedded themselves in his body. But to him, that pain was trivial. As he vanished, a barrage of deafening explosions erupted where he'd previously stood. Got him! Sasuke's face lit up in triumph, seeing his attack connect. This time, that guy's got nowhere left to run, right? How could anyone survive a whole scroll's worth of shuriken and kunai, especially with explosive tags? Naruto, never one to celebrate too soon, quickly tossed another portal and rushed to Zabuza's last location to confirm his condition. But when he got there, he found nothing except fresh bloodstains on the ground, with shuriken and kunai scattered everywhere. "Idiot," he scolded. "Be careful, the enemy's still nearby." Naruto turned back to see Sasuke grinning inanely, only to watch, in shock, as Zabuza, covered in blood, crawled out of the violet portal right in front of Sasuke. It was the first time their spatial gates had been used against them by an enemy. As the user of the technique, Naruto had considered this possibility, but he didn't really care. After all, his taijutsu was fierce. If any enemy were foolish enough to rush through the spatial gate and end up right in front of him, it was practically a free victory. But the real issue was, Sasuke, caught up in the thrill of the fight, hadn't anticipated such a scenario at all. When he saw Zabuza burst out from the cocoon of light, he froze for a split second. And in that fleeting moment, Zabuza's massive executioner's blade was already swinging down toward his head. Thankfully, the astonishing perceptive power of the Sharingan allowed Sasuke to react just in time. His body arched backward, and the blade passed so close it nearly grazed the tip of his nose. If he'd been a second slower, his head would have been lopped off. But right then, he pumped lightning chakra through his body with all his might. With cells jolted awake by the crackling energy, Sasuke's speed increased several times over. Dodging the executioner's blade, he launched a counterattack against Zabuza. With a flick of his wrist, Sasuke drove a kick toward the hand Zabuza used to wield the sword. A sharp impact rang out. What? Kurun technique. Sasuke was so stunned he went numb. All he wanted was to smash his enemy's weapon. Why on earth was it so difficult? Meanwhile, Zabuza's voice once again echoed at Naruto's ear. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What the? Why was Zabuza so fixated on him all of a sudden? Naruto didn't even need to turn around to sense the overwhelming power of the jutsu. It was close, frighteningly close. He could even feel the water spray soak into his hair. Clenching his teeth, Naruto's irritation grew. After missing several grabs in a row, his anger was starting to flare. Fine, so that's how you want to play. All those wounds you're nursing were given to you by that troublesome little Uchiha, and yet you're determined to come after me. Damn it. Wind style, blood tempest, activate. A blast erupted. As Naruto unleashed the jutsu, the water dragon's gaping jaws swallowed him whole. But in the next instant, a crimson shield flared to life around Naruto. That energy formed a barrier in his wake, swirling wind, chakra, colliding with the crashing water dragon. Zabuza's water dragon was even stronger than Kakashi's, and with the sea so near, the jutsu's power surged even more. Even so, the water dragon couldn't harm Naruto in the slightest. When the watery beast finally vanished, Zabuza beheld the blonde boy wreathed in blazing red chakra, hair bristling upward. He could just make out a deep, pounding rhythm, like distant drums beating strong and wild. Another blast shook the ground. With a single step, Naruto drove his foot down. The earth sank, debris flew in all directions, and his form disappeared from view. All Zabuza could do was listen for the boy's voice. This punch carries 12 years of strength. How are you going to block this? Tell me. Bang. Naruto threw a serious punch at Zabuza, his arm wrapped in surging bloodlust as he unleashed the blow. The fierce wind generated by their clash sent both their hair whipping about, wild as seaweed tossed by a crashing wave. Zabuza didn't have time to counter. He could only raise his giant blade to shield his chest. Nearby, Sasuke's face tightened with worry as he witnessed the scene. Afraid Naruto might shatter his precious gear with that punch. Losing his composure, he blurted out, "Naruto, don't do it." Clang. Naruto's fist crashed into the executioner's blade, driving Zabuza several steps back despite his defensive stance. The blow left his shoulder tingling and numb. And under Naruto's assault, fine cracks began to creep across the blade. As Zabuza noticed new marks marring his weapon, his eyelids twitched in disbelief. Damn it. Who is this kid, really? How could he possess such terrifying strength? There was no way he could take this head-on. Zabuza had faced countless fierce opponents in his life, and he knew from experience that with the balance tipping like this, he absolutely couldn't go blow for blow. And what's more, that thick iron tang of blood coming from the kid just now. For him to be this strong, was he using a forbidden technique? Had he staked his very life on this fight? A foe worthy of respect, indeed. Retreating swiftly, Zabuza tried to open some distance between them, but with Naruto having gone all in, there was no letting up. Naruto grabbed Zabuza by the collar with one hand, the other raining down relentless strikes. Trapped and unable to escape, Zabuza grew even more furious as he recalled the boy's earlier taunts and nonsense. Fine, let's see how long you can keep up this forbidden jutsu, kid. And so, their duel devolved into a wild, relentless brawl, one blow for another. With every exchange, blood sprayed from their lips, mingling with the ugly, rhythmic crunch of breaking bones. Seconds ticked by. Zabuza soon found his punches growing heavy. Fractures spread across his body like a fracturing dam. But then he looked over at the blonde brat, and Naruto looked as if nothing had happened. In fact, he seemed to be growing more ferocious by the second. What kind of monster is this? Mr. Zabuza. From the shadows, Haku realized things were going south and leapt out to assist. Ice-style secret art. 1,000 flying water needles. A hail of sunbon needles rained down at Naruto's feet. Startled from the brawl, Naruto let go of Zabuza and sprang aside. Now Naruto was more than a little annoyed. Damn it, where are my teammates? This is a full-blown battle. How are they not here already? Meanwhile, Haku's hands blurred through a string of signs, summoning a jutsu aimed directly at Naruto. Although Haku's intervention had exposed Zabuza's intention, gratitude flashed in Zabuza's heart for this child. Still, this was the battlefield of ninja. To be honest, Haku didn't want to hurt them. All he hoped for was that they would give up on the mission. Ice release, secret art. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. With a sudden crash, at that very moment, the jutsu Haku cast raised several icy walls around Naruto and Zabuza. The walls of ice floated eerily in midair, their polished surfaces as smooth as a looking glass. Naruto could even glimpse his own reflection glimmering back at him. For a fleeting second, Naruto felt like he was playing with trick mirrors in an amusement park. But then again, this jutsu of Haku's was quite similar to some kind of formation or barrier. However, it was completely useless against him. Had Haku not noticed him using those space portals just moments ago? As Naruto became momentarily distracted, Zabuza, seeing Haku make his move, pushed his aching body to quickly distance himself from Naruto, then formed a string of hand signs and vanished from sight. Through the cracks between the icy walls, Sasuke caught a glimpse of Zabuza's retreat and couldn't help but break into a cocky grin. Naruto, I'll handle that enemy from earlier. Hearing this, Naruto instinctively glanced up at the sky. Today was supposed to be overcast, and there was no sun in sight. Why was Sasuke getting so full of himself again? Naruto slowly raised his hand and, in Sasuke's direction, flipped him the bird. Suddenly, from all around, sunbond needles shot out from the ice walls in a whistling barrage. Naruto looked unfazed, a smirk flickering across his features as images of Sasuke's evasive maneuvers flashed through his mind. With a deft twist of his feet, he began weaving and darting among the rain of needles. He pulled off all kinds of acrobatics, front flips, back flips, side rolls, even a one-handed vault worthy of a gymnast's grand finale. If you ignored all those flying needles, his moves alone would have been flashier than even Sasuke's. But when it was over, Naruto looked like a porcupine covered in needles. You had to admit, he really did catch just about all of them. With a metallic jangle, he casually bit off a few of the sunbonds stuck in his shoulder, more than a little disgruntled. As expected, he just couldn't manage Sasuke's fancy fighting style. Hidden within the ice mirror, Haku was completely thrown for a loop. Wait, what is going on with this kid? He was sure his aim with the sunbond had never been that flawless. Judging by the scatter of needles on the ground, 90% had found their mark in this kid. As for the other 10%, those must have been random misses. And yet, even with so many needles bristling from his body, the kid looked completely unfazed. Although he couldn't figure out how Naruto seemed unharmed, Haku could at least tell that the boy's condition wasn't quite as sharp as it had been just now. Could this be a side effect of some forbidden jutsu? Haku pondered silently, and then decided to try persuading him. Give up the mission. I don't want to kill you. Naruto, yanking out the sun bonds sticking from his body, sensed his wind release. Blood rage was running out. So without hesitation, he tossed out a portal and slipped right in. Haku, just as he was gearing up for a heartfelt monologue, drew a blank as his brain stalled. In the next moment, Naruto appeared right in front of Kakashi. At first, Naruto was planning to handle Haku alone. But thinking about that white-haired jonin who'd spent the entire battle just watching from the sidelines, he couldn't help but feel it was unfair. Kakashi-sensei, tag out. I'm taking a break. What? Naruto's sudden appearance left Kakashi stunned, unable to process what was happening. Seeing the kid looking like a blood-soaked porcupine, Kakashi wanted to ask what on earth had just happened. But before he could even get a second sentence out, Naruto shoved him through a portal of light. In a blink, Kakashi found himself smack in the middle of Haku's jutsu. Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, I really owe you one. Forced onto the battlefield, Kakashi let out a sigh, slowly pulling up his forehead protector to reveal his three-tomo Sharingan. Well, so be it. Let the kid rest for a while. He knew well that after using that technique, Naruto would suffer a period of weakness. And as the team's squad leader and jonin, it really wouldn't look good if he didn't step in to help. Naruto, still standing where he'd left off, quickly plucked the sunbond needle from his body. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a sofa, flopped down, and, just before the side effects of his wind style, Bloodstorm technique kicked in, chug a life potion in quick gulps. When he was done, Naruto still felt a prickling itch on his back. Waving a hand, he called Sakura over. He realized it would be a bit awkward to ask his friend, for all intents and purposes his comrade's wife, to patch him up. In that moment, he decided to tweak how he addressed her. Going forward, they'd be brothers. Sakura bro, help me pull these sunbon out of my back. Sakura? Did he just call me what? Damn you, Naruto. Although her face turned stormy at that, she saw the kid was still bristling with sunbon and reluctantly went over to help. Anyway, maybe this was the only way she could be useful to the team. At first, Sakura was gentle and careful as she removed the sunbon needles. But the moment she saw the wound seal up instantly as the needles came out, she was once again left utterly astonished. This stretched Sakura's understanding of what was possible. After patching him up, Naruto collapsed on the couch, clinging to a cup of milk tea with his left hand, sipping from it now and then. It was then that he heard Sakura, sounding hesitant, ask him a question. Naruto, What exactly is the Black Heavy Ruler? Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing the bewildered look on Naruto's face, Sakura pressed her lips together, glanced over at Sasuke, who was still fighting a fierce duel with Zabuza, and explained. Earlier, Sasuke kept shouting about some Black Heavy Ruler, and then he just charged right in. Sakura's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. She'd clearly noticed the fascination in Sasuke's eyes as he shouted about that strange ruler. This left Sakura at a complete loss. So it turns out, with a beautiful girl like me right beside him, Sasuke's still more captivated by some weird ruler. Naruto listened to Sakura's words and felt a sharp, aching pain in his teeth. Wait a minute. So, Sasuke really wants Zabuza's executioner's blade for himself? Fine. You little brat. Are you trying to be the Uchiha Shaoyan of our world? After catching his breath for a few minutes, and feeling that his injuries had mostly healed, Naruto immediately tossed open a space portal and flashed over to where Sasuke and Zabuza were locked in battle. Ever since Zabuza and Naruto had their turn-based showdown, his whole body had been battered from head to toe. It wasn't just that his right arm was broken. 3 of his ribs had snapped, too. Worst of all, the brat kept mercilessly aiming for his kidneys. Even just trying to breathe made every inch of his body scream in pain. He'd barely managed to disengage and catch his breath, and the next thing he knew, that Uchiha kid was on him again. And the little Uchiha was absolutely refusing to fight hand-to-hand. It was like he was showering him with ninja tools as if they cost nothing, some even packed with explosive tags. Not only that, but every time he finished throwing a barrage of tools, Sasuke would suddenly cast a jutsu right beside him. That fighting style was enough to leave Zabuza at a complete loss for words. Never mind that other monster-like kid for now. The sheer number of ninja tools this Uchiha was throwing around had already outstripped the reward for Zabuza's mission. And, judging by how fast Sasuke could pull more out of his pockets, it looked like he had no intention of stopping. What is wrong with this kid? Just because you're rich, you can't go around burning money like that. Even with all his years as a ninja, Zabuza had never encountered such a ridiculous way of fighting. Cursing this wasteful brat under his breath, Zabuza scrambled through the hailstorm of kunai and shuriken like his life depended on it. He barely dodged one wave of attacks when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted that all-too-familiar blonde figure. Damn it! Zabuza couldn't help but swear on the spot. A sharp, slicing sound tore through the air beside him. Before he could even see what it was, a thunderous bang rang out. Next thing he knew, the ninja tool had turned into that wasteful Uchiha brat right before his eyes. You're not bad, Sasuke said coldly, his face unreadable, then spun and landed a precise kick right on Zabuza's sword arm. Zabuza's wrist went completely numb, and the executioner's blade went flying from his grip. By the time he turned to look for the brat, Sasuke was already a short distance away, picking up the giant blade. Naruto had barely been on the battlefield for 3 seconds before witnessing Sasuke wailing on a half-dead Zabuza, and then snatching the sword, laughing wildly with his head thrown back. With a glance at the ground, the entire area where they'd fought was littered with ninja tools, to the point that finding a place to set your foot was almost impossible. Naruto's face instantly scrunched up in disbelief. Had this kid seriously used every single sealing scroll he had on him? Is he out of his mind? Zabuza was practically down for the count. Talk about using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Now Naruto finally understood why those two always seemed to be struggling in the original story. So, when Sasuke later came up with the Chidori Senbon technique, was it because he couldn't afford to buy any more ninja tools? Zabuza dropped to one knee, his hands hanging limp at his sides, blood seeping steadily from his mouth. Haku, who had been locked in an even match with the Konoha shinobi, caught sight of Zabuza's dire state and was instantly overwhelmed with panic. Please stop. We surrender the mission. Please, spare Mr. Zabuza. Without hesitation, Haku dispelled the ninjutsu, removed all battle gear, and appeared before Kakashi. He slowly reached up and took off his mask, revealing delicate features that momentarily caught Kakashi off guard. Earlier in the fight, in order to pick up the opponent's trail, Kakashi had thrown out a bottle of perfume. Little did he realize that this impulsive act only ended up adding to the allure of the person standing before him. I see. Kakashi glanced over at the man not far away, nodding ever so slightly. In peaceful times, whenever shinobi from different villages clashed during a mission, as long as one side openly surrendered, the other would rarely deal a fatal blow. Seeing his own team unharmed, Kakashi nodded again, agreeing to the request. Naruto, Sasuke, you can stand down now. At Kakashi's words, Sasuke gripped the executioner's blade a little tighter. He couldn't care less about this guy's fate. But that massive black blade, it had to be his. Haku rushed to Zabuza's side, helping him up with worry clouding his eyes. What were you doing? Zabuza turned his head, sniffed hard, then looked sideways at Haku and struggled to speak. You're nothing but my tool. What gave you the right to decide for me? I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. Forgive me for taking things into my own hands, but if this mission went on, you wouldn't make it out alive. Haku slipped Zabuza's arm around his own shoulders, tears glimmering in his eyes. Off to the side, every member of Team 7 wore the look of eager spectators. Sakura, most of all, was absolutely swept up in the moment. So this is what love is. It's beautiful. And that girl, she's so incredibly pretty. As she said this, she sneaked a glance at Sasuke. But Sasuke, at that moment, was busy polishing his brand new weapon with a cloth, paying her no mind at all. Kakashi watched the pair's tender exchange from the sidelines, and even responded to Sakura's gushing, rare for him. Yes, this is love. He almost slipped, uttering a different word, but quickly changed course. Naruto's eyes went wide with shock. He feared that any second now, Kakashi might break into that leafy green headband's signature pose. Is it true, then, that we really do influence one another by osmosis? The thought made Naruto shudder. Thankfully, nothing happened. He really regretted not seeking out that green watermelon rind in the first place. Watching Sakura endlessly gush to Kakashi at the side, he truly couldn't stop himself from wanting to interrupt the two of them. Just as Sakura began to picture the blissful days ahead for the couple before her, her thoughts wandered to dreams of her own future with Sasuke, and before she knew it, a silly smile crept onto her face. But right then, Naruto's voice rang out, shattering the young girl's daydreams. That person's a man. Sakura, what? Kakashi, huh? Sasuke? The three of them glanced at Naruto, then turned with shock to look at Haku. Sakura looked at Haku's chest, then at her own, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Just thinking about how Naruto had just called her Sakura bro, the veins on her forehead throbbed intensely. Does Naruto really judge people's gender based on their chests? Unbelievable. Doesn't he know how hurtful words like that are to a girl? Besides, I haven't even started developing yet. It'll all get better in the future. Sakura took a deep breath, her voice tinged with anger as she spoke to Naruto. Naruto, it's really too much to say something like that to a girl. Kakashi nodded in agreement from his side. Although, to be fair, he thought Naruto had a point. I really am a man. Haku, shyly picking up on everyone's misunderstanding about his gender, spoke in a timid tone. For 3 long seconds, everyone except Naruto stood frozen in shock. Finally, Sakura forced her stiff neck to turn, her voice cracking loudly. No, you're kidding, right? How can a boy be this cute? Kakashi and Sasuke both nodded in earnest agreement. Naruto just threw up his hands. How can anyone explain something like this? Can we go now? After a brief quarrel, Haku looked at Kakashi with pleading eyes and quietly asked. No way. Naruto didn't wait for Kakashi to respond. He jumped in front and shouted. The sword stays with us. And also, if you two kiss, I'll let you go. Kakashi, what? Sasuke, huh? Sakura, wait, what? Zabuza, who was barely clinging to consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. Who knows what was running through his mind at that moment? All right. A faint blush colored Haku's face. He squeezed his eyes shut, quickly pecked Zabuza on the cheek, and then stared down at the ground, too shy to meet anyone's eyes. Once again, Kakashi and the others were left in stunned silence. They couldn't help but feel that the bond between Zabuza and Haku was beyond anything they could have imagined. Naruto impatiently waved the two of them away, practically shooing them out. But just as they were leaving, Naruto could suddenly hear Zabuza's weak, lingering words. Haku, what's that scent on you? It smells so good. I leaned against Zabuza as they struggled through the mist. Sakura's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Though it was love between two men, when she saw the height difference between Bai and Zabuza, and how Bai had just kissed Zabuza on the cheek, she couldn't help but find it strangely adorable. But after a while, Sakura's mind felt as if it might boil over, unable to accept such a forbidden kind of romance. Between men, there can't be children, right? I just don't understand. Sakura murmured, voicing the shock swirling inside her. Kakashi's expression returned to its usual deadpan, neither interested nor uninterested, as he replied offhandedly. It's nothing. This sort of thing isn't uncommon in the shinobi world. It said that back in the day, Naruto, huh? No way. Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage. Were they for real? Sasuke, catching the subtle hints, paused in the middle of polishing his massive sword, giving Kakashi a puzzled look. Kakashi remembered at once that an Uchiha was right next to him, clamming up before he could say more. The Uchiha clan is already gone. No need to ruin the ancestor's image in Sasuke's heart. Sakura's face was a picture of gossip, but then she thought of Bai and Zabuza and cast a glance at both Sasuke and Naruto. Suddenly, her expression froze. Her face turned deathly pale. She quietly grabbed Naruto's sleeve, looking around furtively. "Naruto, what are you doing? Don't call me Teach." "Oh, never mind." Sakura started to correct the way Naruto addressed her, but thinking that he probably wouldn't listen anyway, she gave up. "Naruto, listen, you already have Hinata. You know what I mean, right?" As she spoke, Sakura kept giving Naruto meaningful looks. "Naruto, huh?" Hearing Sakura's words, Naruto's face twisted in confusion. "Seriously? Look at you, convinced it's all set in stone. No wonder Sasuke shows zero interest in you." After a long silence, Naruto pointed to the massive sword in Sasuke's hand. "I think you should consider something first. Why is the big sword more attractive than you?" I won't always be like this." Sakura glanced down, then back at Sasuke as he gently ran his hand over the sword's cold blade, silently cheering herself on. "Yes, everything will get better. Let's go. Time to escort our client back. The mission's as good as done." Kakashi habitually reached into his ninja pouch, but stopped himself right as his fingers brushed against his beloved book, resisting the urge to pull it out and start reading. The three youngsters nodded, falling in step behind Tazuna as they made their way toward his home. Dasna was feeling rather conflicted, but no one really cared what was going on in his mind. After all, once they got him back home, Team 7's mission would be complete, and then they could start thinking about where to head off for their next adventure. As dusk fell, they shamelessly enjoyed a meal at Old Man Dasna's place, and then Naruto built a 3-story villa at the edge of the forest as a temporary residence for the group. Kakashi and Sakura were at a loss for words. What kind of ninja builds a temporary residence that comes with a swimming pool, anyway? Especially when they were only staying for one night. It just seems so extravagant. Kakashi sat by the coffee table, savoring a cup of hot tea. The exhaustion from the day's battle seemed to melt away. He glanced at his three pupils and spoke in a thoughtful tone. "How about I give you some guidance here for your training?" With a rustle of pages, Sasuke sat on the tabletop, his chin propped in one hand, the other flipping through a book. "Sure," he replied. Kakashi's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. He just read about Xiao Yin mastering the 3,000 Thunder movement, and after Naruto's recent talk about magnetism, he felt like he was grasping something important. And since they both had lightning and fire chakra affinities, Sasuke felt like this Xiao Yin in the book was practically his reflection. I've finally found the path to strength. Uchiha Itachi, you butchered our clan, killed our father and mother, and brought shame to your name. Just wait. Uchiha Sasuke, will make you pay." After his obligatory daily rant about Itachi, Sasuke turned another page and immersed himself in the story. After a while, he suddenly frowned. "Naruto, could you help me make a black cloak?" Naruto was left speechless by the request. "Come on, do you really want to become Xiao Yin from the novel?" "Sasuke, I really think you should put that book down. It's all fiction anyway." Naruto pressed his lips together, feeling like he'd brought this on himself. Why did he ever give Sasuke that book to read? He should have known better. This is exactly not the kind of thing a teenager in his chunin phase should be exposed to. Now, he was starting to worry that if this kept up, someday, when Sasuke eventually met the Sage of Six Paths, he'd probably shout something ridiculous like, "Old Sage, my destiny is mine to command, not heaven's. Today, I defy fate itself. You're nothing but a demon on my path to cultivation. Begone!" Snap! Naruto covered his face, unable to get the absurd scene out of his head. No, he couldn't let Sasuke keep going down this insane road. He'd have to steer him toward developing the Sharingan instead of being obsessed day and night with weird techniques like Burning Art or the 3,000 Thunder movement. And another thing, the kid had been bugging him nonstop all day about the skills in that book. Seriously, there's something seriously wrong with this. If I had this ability, would I still be sitting here chatting with you? Besides, I don't even have a lightning or fire chakra nature myself. Ahem. Sasuke, listen. I have a way to help you awaken the 3-tomo. Kakashi, who was sipping his tea, and Sakura both turned to Naruto in shock. Neither of them could comprehend how Naruto knew about the secret technique to evolve the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Only Sasuke seemed calm, sitting there with a cool look as he replied in a low voice. "Go on, let's hear it." Sasuke was genuinely interested in what Naruto had to say. After all, compared to training his fire and lightning techniques, awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan was undoubtedly the fastest route to power. The former required years of dedication and steady progress, something Sasuke knew could not be rushed. Naruto glanced at Sakura, his gaze flickering uneasily. "Well, Sakura, we're about to discuss certain things between men. Could you step outside for a bit?" Sakura tilted her head, clearly puzzled. "Wait a minute. Weren't we just talking about helping Sasuke awaken the three Tomo? Why did this suddenly become a men's-only topic? Remembering what had happened earlier with Zabuza and Haku, Sakura couldn't help but feel a little wary of Naruto. Surely Naruto wouldn't do anything disloyal to Hinata, would he? Even though she was suspicious, Sakura decided to trust her teammate and quietly left the room. Yet as she closed the door, she cast one last glance at Naruto, a faint sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Naruto, exactly what method are you planning to use to help Sasuke awaken his Sharingan? Kakashi let out a yawn, not taking Naruto's words seriously at all. If such a method existed, surely the Uchiha clan would have figured it out long ago, right? He just assumed Naruto was making another joke. But Sasuke's reaction was anything but casual. He had known Naruto long enough to recognize that this guy had never lied to him. If Naruto said he could get stronger, then he always delivered on that promise. Naruto quietly glanced at the door to make sure it was shut, then, with an air of mystery, pulled something out of the system. A blue high school girl's uniform skirt. Kakashi's single visible eye widened, his face a picture of bewilderment. As a fellow Little Lube reader with plenty of experience, he instantly recognized what Naruto was holding. He had seen plenty of female protagonists in such outfits in the stories he read. But the question was Naruto seriously planning to make Sasuke put on a schoolgirl skirt right now? Kakashi shot a sidelong look at Sasuke, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop himself from picturing Sasuke in that short skirt. He shuddered. No way. My eyes can't take this. The mere attempt at imagining it made him recoil, practically freezing in place. He stared at Naruto with growing suspicion and unease. Sasuke stared in silence at the fabric in Naruto's hands for a long while, his face shifting between shades of pale and green. He may not have as much experience as Kakashi, but even he could tell that this piece of cloth was anything but proper. And besides, isn't this short skirt meant for girls? After some time, Sasuke finally looked up at Naruto and said, Naruto, this isn't funny. There was a hint of irritation in his tone. If Kakashi had pulled something like this, Sasuke would have shown no mercy. No. Trust me, Sasuke. Once you put it on, you'll awaken your powers. Naruto was deadly serious, his expression earnest and sincere. He solemnly placed the short skirt and the over-the-knee stockings on the table, then turned away with a heavy sigh. Sasuke, we've known each other for so long. I never thought that's how you saw me in your heart. Sigh, have you forgotten what you once told me? You'd do anything to become stronger. Naruto's voice was full of melancholy. As Sasuke listened, memories of their years together began to replay in his mind. But Kakashi noticed Naruto's shoulders shaking ever so slightly. The kid was clearly trying not to laugh. Sasuke looked at the things on the table, thoroughly conflicted. His expression twisted with indecision. He truly trusted Naruto, but he knew even better just what kind of troublemaker Naruto could be. For all he knew, this might just be a ploy to make him cross-dress as a joke. It was just too risky. Sasuke couldn't bring himself to go along with it right away. Deep down, he just couldn't take the gamble. But the allure of the three Tomo Sharingan, it was just too tempting. In the end, after wrestling with himself, Sasuke bit his lip and declared, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Naruto, I'll trust you this once. But Sasuke paused here, pointing at the items on the table, his gaze sharp as a blade. You two have to put them on as well. He had decided that, to avoid becoming the butt of Naruto's prank, he would drag the other two into this with him. If everyone was wearing these ridiculous things, it wouldn't be so bad, would it? Kakashi? Naruto blinked at Sasuke's demand, then broke into a grin and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. I know you're hesitant. It's fine. To help you open your eyes, both I and Kakashi-sensei will join you. Naruto flashed a bright, reliable smile and gave Kakashi's shoulder an encouraging squeeze. Hold on. Naruto, are you sure this is really going to work? At that moment, Kakashi suddenly began to speak, but before he could get more than a word out, he was cut off by Naruto, whose face was practically shining with righteous determination. Enough already. Kakashi-sensei, don't you dare underestimate the bond between us. Kakashi, still reeling and not quite back to himself, had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Of course. The main reason was that Kakashi noticed something odd in Naruto's eyes. Their gazes met for a brief moment, and after a silent exchange lasting just a couple of seconds, they both gave a subtle nod to each other. To put Sasuke at ease, Naruto pulled out 2 more sets, handing one to Kakashi and keeping another for himself. Hearing Naruto say this, Sasuke finally let out a sigh of relief. Well, if they're all putting on these skirts, surely Naruto wouldn't be playing some kind of trick, would he? With blushing faces, the 3 of them each grabbed a JK-style skirt and a pair of over-the-knee socks. Sharing a quick glance, they said nothing, and all turned to scurry into their own rooms to change. When Sasuke finished putting on the skirt, he glanced down at the fabric flaring around his legs and the black stocking stopping just above his knees. Instantly, his face contorted with a grimace of misery. His mind went completely fuzzy, on the verge of short-circuiting. What on earth am I doing? Sasuke's whole body bristled with resistance. His hand, clutching the doorknob, simply refused to move. He stood there for several minutes before finally making up his mind. So long as he didn't look down at the skirt, but instead kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, he could trick himself into believing he wasn't wearing it at all. Worried about being the first to walk out and become the butt of some joke, Sasuke called loudly through the door. "Are you two ready?" "All set." "Ready." Hearing their replies, Sasuke immediately felt a little more at ease. At least this embarrassment would be shared by Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. "All right, let's go out together." Standing by the door, Sasuke called out to them. As soon as he heard their responses, 3 doors opened nearly at once. With his cheeks tinged pink, Sasuke stepped shyly into the living room, hands clamped tightly over his skirt. But then, at the exact moment he spotted Naruto and Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke's mind went completely blank. It was as if his brain had just crashed. Naruto and Kakashi hadn't changed into skirts at all. They were still wearing the same outfits from before. For a split second, it was as though time itself had frozen. The two of them shot a look at Sasuke, standing there awkwardly in his skirt and stockings, and their shoulders began to shake uncontrollably as they tried to restrain their laughter. Now and then, they let slip a muffled, snickering sound. Honestly, the fact that they didn't burst out laughing on the spot was already giving Sasuke more dignity than he deserved. Expressionless, Sasuke glanced at the both of them, gave no sign of emotion, and silently walked over to the table to pick up his heavy black ruler. A crackle of thunder echoed through the living room as Sasuke raised the heavy ruler and swung it toward them. "You two, you damned idiots. I'm going to turn all your laughter into screams of agony. Just drop dead already." Sasuke, in a fit of rage, crackled with electricity from head to toe. Even his weapon was wreathed in a brilliant layer of lightning. Sasuke didn't even realize just how much stronger he was compared to before. But right now, none of that mattered to him. All he wanted was to see the silver-haired boy and the blonde one fall beneath his blade. "Wait, idiot, stop. Calm down first. Don't you see? You've mastered the lightning-style body technique." Seeing Sasuke about to swing his sword, Naruto frantically tried to talk him down. Kakashi also stepped forward to intervene. "That's right. You really have gotten a lot stronger." Kukuku. At their words, Sasuke's anger subsided a little. He lowered the heavy sword he'd raised and started to feel the surging power within him. Only then did he realize that the lightning-style chakra flowed through his body, not only without resistance, but smoother than ever before. But the most important thing of all, no more singing hair. A faint sizzle echoed as Sasuke, still glowing with electricity, moved lightly. And to his astonishment, he found his speed so great he almost left afterimages behind. Noticing the newfound calm in Sasuke's expression, Naruto immediately resumed his enthusiastic praise. "You're an amazing idiot. You really are the strongest of the Uchiha clan." From the side, Kakashi nodded in wholehearted agreement. "That's true. Of all the Uchihas I've met, you're the strongest." Hearing their praise, the corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched up and down as he struggled, unsuccessfully, to keep a straight face. Naruto actually praised me. Has he finally acknowledged my strength? And coming from Kakashi-sensei, the genius Jonin, no less. They just said I'm the strongest Uchiha. Sasuke had always held the honor of his clan in the highest regard. Now, uplifted by the rare double praise from Naruto and Kakashi, who honored the Uchiha name and called him the strongest of all, he could no longer hold back his delight. He put his hands on his hips, stood with legs close together, gave his short skirt a wiggle, and burst into manic laughter. "Ah, of course, the Uchiha clan is the mightiest of all." Naruto, sensing there was still room for mischief, conjured up a sailor uniform and some pink girlish underwear, sidling up to Sasuke with a mischievous wink. "Sasuke, look, you only had to put on a skirt to master the lightning style. Put on the whole set, and who knows, maybe you'll awaken the triple Tomo Sharingan on the spot." Sasuke's eyes darted back and forth, and after a moment's hesitation, Naruto's reasoning began to make a strange kind of sense. So he agreed. After all, he was already in a skirt. A top couldn't make things much worse. Outside the door, Sakura sat by the door, listening to the commotion coming from inside the room, unable to even imagine what was happening within. All she could make out was Sasuke shouting something about the Uchiha being the strongest, and then Naruto talking about some kind of success. Could it be? Did Sasuke actually succeed? She lingered a moment longer by the door, eavesdropping, and, realizing the room had gone completely silent, finally decided to go in and have a look for herself. Sakura gently twisted the doorknob and opened the door, and the scene that greeted her would be forever burned into her memory. Sasuke was leaning forward slightly, hands pinned behind his back, clutching a pair of pink underwear, face downcast, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Kakashi was standing nearby, holding the matching pink panties with a strange, indecipherable sound escaping his lips. Naruto, meanwhile, was holding a sailor uniform, sizing it up against Sasuke as his shoulders bobbed and twitched on occasion. The moment Sakura entered, the entire room seemed to freeze in time. All three of them stared at her in shock, their eyes wide, every movement suspended as if caught in a spell. Sakura stood dumbstruck. The boy she secretly adored was being so shamelessly toyed with by Kakashi-sensei and Naruto right before her eyes. From her perspective, it was as if Naruto was telling her, "Sakura, your beloved is really quite supple." But that wasn't even the worst of it. Sasuke was actually wearing girls' underwear, and it was pink. You guys, what on earth are you all doing? For reasons she couldn't explain, Sakura noticed Sasuke's face was tinged with red, and he looked almost bashful. Damn it, Naruto, I'm going to kill you. You swore you had no designs on Sasuke. And what exactly were you and Kakashi-sensei doing to him? Sakura's emotions tumbled from shock to confusion to bitter regret and rage. Now, she was completely sure of it. There was definitely something not right between Naruto and Sasuke. And Kakashi-sensei, too. How could he be holding something like that? Sasuke's expression had frozen, his eyes flickering with a rush of barely contained chakra. The moment Sakura had opened the door, his Sharingan activated of its own accord. The double tomo spun wildly in his irises, and as Sakura spoke, it morphed into the full triple tomo. But now, he could spare no thought for a Sharingan. Just putting on girls' clothes was humiliating enough. He had barely summoned the courage to try it, only to have a teammate witness everything. He was mortified beyond belief. Sasuke had no idea how he would ever face Sakura again. Thinking back to how Kakashi and Naruto had behaved just now. Damn it, the entire time, those two had been laughing at him, never even stopping for a second. Curse them. They're definitely going to mock him for this in the future. With that thought, a hot rush surged straight to his head, making his vision blur. Let it all just end. This world shouldn't even exist. Bang! Unable to accept the truth, Sakura quickly slammed the door shut. Standing outside, she took a deep breath and patted her cheeks with both hands. No, this can't be right. I must have been caught in one of Kakashi-sensei's illusions. There's no way Sasuke would actually do something like that. Yes, this has to be a jutsu. Muttering to herself, Sakura sat on the steps by the door, slowly hugged her knees, and lowered her head. 3 seconds later, a sharp sting rose in her nose, and then she burst into tears with a loud wail. What's so wrong with me anyway? Why would Sasuke rather be with Naruto than spare even a glance at me? Is it just because I'm flat? Her tears came harder as she remembered Naruto's words, saying she was even less useful than a broken sword. Inside the room, Sasuke, with one hand, tore off the pink bra he just put on. His eyes snapped open, and suddenly, his whole demeanor changed. Naruto, so this is your way of opening my Sharingan? I'm going to wipe you both out. Clenching his teeth, he grabbed a hefty sword and started swinging it with force. Swathed in cloth, the massive blade whipped up a powerful gust within the room as Sasuke wielded it. Naruto and Kakashi immediately began sweating nervously. See, can you just answer the question? Did your Sharingan awaken or not? Shut up. Today, the two of you aren't getting away. Blinded by rage, Sasuke no longer believed a word of Naruto's nonsense. He finally understood everything. That blonde idiot just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. And so did the white-haired one. With sparks of lightning crackling around his sword, Sasuke's strike headed straight for Naruto's waist. But at the very moment of impact, there was no sensation at all. Poof! Naruto suddenly vanished in a cloud of smoke, and Kakashi's eyes almost popped out of his head. Oh, for crying out loud. Shadow clone again. And during all that eye contact earlier, he didn't say a word. Fine. So you want to play like this? Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto! Naruto's disappearance only threw more fuel on Sasuke's burning anger. Sasuke now stood shirtless, thigh-high black stockings on his legs, and a short JK skirt on his lower half. A truly bizarre sight. He hefted his sword, pointing it at Kakashi, a cold fire burning in his crimson Sharingan as he glared at the white-haired teacher. Wait, Sasuke, it was Naruto's idea. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Kakashi said, looking rather guilty, while pushing all the blame onto Naruto. The way he spoke, it was as if he were truly the innocent one here. So, why didn't you change it to a skirt just now? As Sasuke said this, he instinctively glanced down at his own skirt, and immediately felt like he might have a brain hemorrhage from embarrassment. Kukuku. Aha. Sorry. Ha. Kakashi stole a quick glance at Sasuke's current state, and could no longer hold back his laughter. Klapava. Wielding the heavy sword, JK Sasuke launched a full-on fight with Kakashi right in the villa. The entire villa quaked with the intensity of their battle. Naruto, hiding on a nearby tree, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his skills were a notch above the rest. He'd left a shadow clone back in the villa, while his real self slipped out through the window. Otherwise, he would have felt too embarrassed to take advantage of Sasuke in this situation. Oh well. Kakashi-sensei, please forgive me. This will be the last time. With a glance at the villa being nearly torn apart by Sasuke, Naruto decided he shouldn't stick around any longer. He tossed out a portal and returned to his own home. That night, lying on his bed, Naruto silently offered a moment of prayer for Kakashi-sensei, then let his consciousness drift into the sealed space. As soon as he entered, he noticed the giant fox glaring at him. Glancing at the barbecue grill in front of the fox, Naruto saw that less than half the meat had been eaten. The fox was in a foul mood. Naruto shrank his neck, tiptoeing forward carefully, but no matter where he moved, the fox's intimidating stare never left him. After a while, Naruto could no longer stand being stared at like that. He finally looked up and shouted at the big fox. Hey, furball, do you have a problem or something? Naruto racked his brains, trying to recall everything he'd done lately, growing increasingly uneasy. Thanks to the training breaks granted by Kurama-sensei for his missions, the big fox had actually given him 3 days off. And in the fight with Zabuza, he had definitely been the MVP. He couldn't remember ticking the fox off lately, could he? So the standoff continued for nearly 10 minutes. One human, one fox, the latter silent as Naruto searched his memory. Finally, Kurama spoke. Kid, that book you gave to that brat from the Uchiha clan today. He paused for a moment, lifting his head slightly and fixing Naruto with a haughty look, then continued. I just want to know who this Uchiha Shao you guys keep talking about is. I don't care one bit about that book, okay? Wait a second. What's with this fox's attitude? Naruto was utterly unsettled by the big fox's comment. Damn it. There was already someone outside who had gone completely foolish from reading novels, and if his own fox spirit got obsessed too, he could hardly picture what kind of chaos this giant orange furball might stir up in the future. What a cruel twist of fate. Naruto really didn't want his fox spirit getting into those novels. There was already an Uchiha Shaoyan running amok out there. Gods know what his own fox would turn into after a binge. Yet, the fox spirit gave him such a sour and accusing glare, it nearly bored a hole straight through his spine. As if to say, Uzumaki Naruto, I've kept you company for over 12 years, and now that you've found someone new, you're just tossing away your old fox? Reflecting on it, Naruto felt he couldn't play favorites. He simply dumped over 10,000 novels into Kurama's space from his system. He even tossed in a heap of manga for good measure. While the books were a tad small for the big fox, Naruto was sure the clever beast could figure something out. All he could do was hope. If the style of a ninja world went awry after this, the sage of 6 paths up in heaven wouldn't hold it against him. The jealous fox spirit cheered up considerably at the sight of the mountain of books. It still kept insisting it had no interest in the silly human stories, but Naruto didn't believe that line for a second. Naruto stayed in the village for 3 more days, and even took the chance to rile up the Hyuga family a bit, getting picked up by his little girlfriend right at the main gate. Naruto's sudden return rattled the rookie ninja squads just starting their missions. They trembled at the thought he might leave shadow clones behind to rack up more mission credits. For crying out loud, you've only been on your mission for 2 days. Why on earth are you back already? As a result, all the Jonin collectively reported Naruto for sneaking back into the village during a mission, a clear violation, and insisted he be sent back out to complete his tasks. Naruto and his little girlfriend barely had 2 days to get cozy before the ANBU came knocking. They told him bluntly, if he kept bending the rules, not only would he have to leave for his mission, but his pay would get docked too. What the hell? You people are just making life difficult for me. Uzumaki Naruto. Standing at the village gates, the blonde hothead cursed and grumbled, taking jabs at the Hokage one moment, and roasting the whole Hidden Leaf village the next. It was shameless bullying. All he wanted was to spend a few days with Hinata. Was that so much to ask? The guard at the gate stared straight ahead, their faces utterly blank, as if he didn't even exist. Out of options, Naruto gave the Konoha gates a polite middle finger, tossed out a portal, and vanished right in front of everyone. The whole crowd finally let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, Naruto had wanted to stay a few days longer. After all, he didn't know if the village idiot had calmed down, or if his beloved sensei Kakashi was even still alive. To be honest, offending 3 people at once. He couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. After passing through the portal of light and returning to the temporary residence of Class 7, he discovered that the 3-story villa he had painstakingly built was now reduced to just a single wall. The charred marks nearby and the countless shattered shuriken littering the ground made it clear that a fierce battle had taken place. Because of the fight, the villa was destroyed, so the other 3 members of Team 7 had pitched tents off to the side. Looking at Sasuke and the others from a distance, Naruto couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He had a nagging sense that the guy's anger hadn't faded yet. Letting out a quiet sigh, Naruto slipped into the shadows and summoned a clone, planning to send it out as a scout. But the moment he saw his shadow clone, Naruto was completely floored. Draped in a white winter robe with a piece of white cloth covering its head, the clone's strange getup would make even Naruto himself want to turn around and run away. I told you to check things out, not to go shouting "Long live the Almighty" in the middle of camp. Naruto tried to reassure himself. Maybe the clone is just making a statement. With this cloth on my head, I'm the richest ninja in the world. Surely he wouldn't do anything too outrageous, right? No sooner had he thought this than he heard his clone's bright, eager voice ring out. Boss, give me some TNT and a backpack. I need protection. And throw an AK while you're at it. A rifle would be nice. Let's rise up and reclaim our glory. Naruto, wait, are you actually serious? Never mind how bizarre the clone looked. But asking me for a backpack and TNT? Isn't that going a bit too far? And besides, why does a clone need gear for self-defense at a market? Caught off guard by his clone's antics, Naruto suddenly began to understand why the villagers in Konoha might hold such strong grudges against him. It was a long moment before Naruto finally opened his mouth and spoke in defeat. I think you might be taking things a little too far. Quiet. I refuse to let you put yourself down like that. The clone's face twisted in indignation, clearly upset at the original's words. What's wrong with wanting to play with TNT? Besides, once that stuff gets adapted to the rules here, who knows if it'll even be that destructive. The clone did make a bit of sense. If Uchiha Sasuke, that is, was still upset, the clone could at least serve as a buffer. After a moment's thought, Naruto finally fished a black backpack and a bundle of TNT from his pouch, even thoughtfully handing over a lighter as well. But he drew the line at giving out any rifles or AKs. After adapting to the rules, the TNT was no longer a neat square block like in the sealed space. Instead, it now looked like a timed bomb straight out of a Hong Kong action film, just the right size to fit inside a backpack. The only thing was, who knew how powerful it would be now? Back then, Naruto had been too young, and he knew his own reckless nature all too well. There was no way he'd have dared to take something like that out and mess around with it. Maybe, with the new rules in place, the TNT wouldn't be so devastating, but surely it would still be enough to blow up his younger self without much trouble. His clone, upon seeing what Naruto had pulled out, started fiddling with it in place, eyes alight with excitement. When the clone took the lighter, he shot Naruto a disdainful glance. Seriously? Original me? What era do you think this is, still playing around with traditional TNT? We're in the ninja world. We should be making the most of shinobi powers. With that, the clone waved the lighter dismissively over his shoulder, reached into Naruto's ninja tool pouch, and fished out an explosive tag. A sly grin spread across his face as he slapped the tag onto the TNT. Naruto was taken aback, floored by his clone's words. Damn, he actually had a point. The clone stuffed the TNT into the black backpack, adjusted the white cloth draped over his head, and with a face full of grim resolve, as if heading off to certain doom, declared solemnly, "Very well, in the name of Uzumaki Ziggs, I go forth." He swung the bag over his shoulder and sauntered away with the casual flair of a one-shouldered hero. Naruto could only watch, dumbstruck. Uzumaki Ziggs. All right. So you want to be the demolition man now, huh? Why does my clone always have to be such a drama king? Could someone tell me if that's normal for a multi-shadow clone user? Naruto watched as the clone, decked out in his makeshift winter outfit, strode purposefully forward, his own temples starting to ache from the spectacle. At that moment, Sasuke, who was practicing his measuring techniques by the tent, glanced over and spotted the white figure with a backpack slung over one shoulder. Kakashi and Sakura also turned their heads simultaneously, immediately on alert. When the figure drew closer, the 3 focused their eyes, incredulous to realize it was that Naruto kid. They might not have known why he was dressed so bizarrely, but right now, all they wanted was to teach him a proper lesson. Without hesitation, all 3 drew their weapons and charged at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, you're dead meat. Sakura and Kakashi managed to keep it relatively restrained, merely pulling out kunai and sending them flying in Naruto's direction. Sasuke, however, activated his lightning release chakra mode and, in the blink of an eye, appeared right before Naruto, hefting his weighted measuring staff and bellowing with rage. "Damn it, Naruto! I'm going to kill you." In the 2 days since Naruto's disappearance, Sasuke had fought Kakashi several times, and neither had come out on top. That fact alone only fueled his growing frustration. Each night, as he tried to sleep, the memory of Naruto laughing at him for dressing like a girl sent him furiously pounding his pillow. That very night, he'd even managed to wreck the bed Naruto had left behind. Hearing Sasuke call his name, Naruto instinctively looked up and shouted back, "You idiot, catch!" Then, without another word, he swung the bag off his shoulder and tossed it towards Sasuke, bolting off in the direction of his true self. Sasuke was just raising his heavy blade when a black backpack came flying right at him. Without thinking, he swung his weapon, batting the bag away, only for it to arc perfectly toward the small camp the three of them had just set up. The very next second, 2 explosions erupted at their ears, shattering the silence. Boom! Kaboom! The three, who had just been preparing to deal with Naruto, snapped their stiff necks around to look at the camp, only to find it had been reduced to utter ruins. Veins stood out at the corners of Kakashi's eyes and across his forehead. That campsite had been painstakingly built from scavenged scraps. It had taken him an entire day and night of effort. They'd barely settled in for a moment, and now... Kakashi cast Naruto a sidelong glance, then slid up his headband to reveal his Sharingan. At the same time, he began weaving hand signs. Earth style, earth flow wall. A massive wall of earth sprang up, blocking Naruto's path. Intricately carved dog heads adorned its surface, their craftsmanship easily outshining even the Hokage rock itself. Uzumaki Jigs, Naruto's clone, was thus trapped behind the earthen barrier, while the three advanced on him, faces dark as thunder, step by step. Those three, who knew Naruto all too well, instantly sensed that something was off about this particular Naruto. After all, under normal circumstances, the real Naruto, seeing them ready to attack, would have flung open the gate to his full chakra reserves without hesitation. But this guy, clearly, he was just one of Naruto's shadow clones. "Talk, where's the real you?" Kakashi was the first to close in and question him, his voice cold as ice. This time, he truly was angry. They were supposed to be in this together, helping Sasuke unlock his eyes, and now Naruto had left the clone behind and snuck off, leaving Kakashi to face all of Sasuke's rage alone. He couldn't allow this sort of thing to become a habit, making the team leader take the fall. He needed to teach that brat a lesson. It was bad enough to be saddled with Naruto's trouble inside the village, but what if he pulled the same stunt while away from home? Kakashi honestly worried the kid might one day leave him holding the bag for even bigger messes. Standing before them, Uzumaki Jigs took on an expression of heroic righteousness. In that moment, he imagined himself as Jing-Ku, the legendary assassin confronting the first emperor of Qin. Fragments of poetry filled his mind. The wind howls cold by the Ishue River. A warrior sets forth, never to return. Narrowing his eyes at the three before him, Jigs gritted his teeth and declared, "You can forget about getting a single word about the real me from my mouth. Even if I die today, I am still Uzumaki Jigs." And with those bold words, Jigs hurled himself headfirst at the side of the earthen wall. Crash! A puff of smoke, and Uzumaki Jigs vanished without a trace, sacrificing himself with theatrical bravado before their eyes. The whole thing didn't even take 3 seconds, leaving Kakashi and the others utterly dumbfounded. Wait a minute. What on earth was Naruto's clone up to? What was he talking about just now? The anger that Sasuke and his teammates had just managed to work up fizzled out, thanks to Naruto's antics, and now they were at a complete loss. They honestly had no idea how to deal with this brat. And besides, if they really wanted to deal with Naruto, if this guy seriously wanted to hide, they might not even be able to catch him. Not to mention, after training like this for a while, with Naruto's formidable support skills missing, their Squad 7 would really struggle to keep up. Kakashi sighed, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and then called out tiredly to the gloomy surroundings. "Naruto, cut it out. Come out already. We've already started training." Naruto, who had just absorbed all the memories from his clone, wore a pained expression. Of course, this wasn't from the side effects of using multi-shadow clone jutsu. The main problem was that the whirlpool that was Jigs had been, well, a lot. He was starting to worry if the next time he used shadow clone, he'd end up summoning some even stranger character. Sigh. Everything felt so exhausting. He just wanted to go back to the village and find his wife. Hearing Kakashi's voice nearby, Naruto scratched his head sheepishly and ambled out of the woods with a wide grin. When he caught sight of the trio, he put on a mock surprised face and cried out, "Ah!" Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura. What a coincidence? A few days ago, I suddenly remembered I might have left the gas on at home. Naruto greeted them first, then immediately started rattling off a clumsy excuse for why he'd been absent from the team these last few days. Kakashi's eye twitched, utterly speechless. If he remembered correctly, Naruto didn't even have gas at his house. And this terrible acting, even that shadow clone from earlier did a better job. Sasuke shot Naruto a cold side eye, gave a disdainful grunt, then slung the heavy sword over his back and turned away, leaving Naruto staring at the back of his head. Even with his 3-tomo Sharingan unlocked and his strength soaring, Sasuke had to admit, Naruto's space-time jutsu was just too much of a headache. He'd just have to wait until his powers caught up before settling the score with Naruto. Pin him to the ground and give him a proper beating. That was the plan. As for Sakura, there was no contest. With Kakashi and Sasuke both holding back, the weakest member of the team had no intention of sticking her neck out. All she could muster was a glare in Naruto's direction, furious and frustrated in equal measure. Anything beyond that was out of the question. Seeing his teammates' mood settle, Naruto quietly sidled up next to Sasuke and whispered in a low voice. So, how do you feel now that you've activated the 3-tomo Sharingan? Sasuke, huh? That's not what you wanted to say at first, is it? Furious, Sasuke activated his Sharingan again and shot Naruto a sharp glare. Unlocking the 3-tomo Sharingan was supposed to be a moment of joy, but as soon as Sasuke remembered he'd only awakened it after getting caught cross-dressing by his own teammate, he just couldn't find it in him to celebrate. By the way, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei interjected, walking up right as the two were about to argue again. That boy Haku came looking for you yesterday. Kakashi continued, bringing up how Haku had sought them out the previous day. Not long after Haku and Zabuza abandoned their mission, they were ambushed by Gado's men. Fortunately, both Haku and Kakashi had come through their earlier fight unscathed, so dealing with Gado's thugs was no trouble. Kakashi even took care of Gado himself in the process. After that, Haku brought Zabuza back to the land of waves to heal. Yesterday, Haku came looking for Team 7 to invite everyone to a meal, a way to thank them for showing mercy. And, well, give a little nod to their helpful matchmaker, Mr. Uzumaki. When Kakashi finished, Naruto paused, then a mischievous grin crept across his face. Hold on, did Haku and Zabuza finally confess their feelings for one another? Well then, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will be at your wedding for sure. Plus, I really want to see how Zabuza, usually fiery-tempered, acts around me now. The image of the newlyweds came alive in Naruto's mind. Ooh, Zabuza really does live up to his title as a man who vies for love no matter what. Tickled by his own thoughts, Naruto started to clear away the rubble nearby, and in half an hour's time, he'd built a whole new house. Even though his 3 teammates had seen him use his abilities a number of times, they still couldn't help but marvel at how useful his powers were. That night, Kakashi and his team finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. At the break of dawn, Team 7 set off for the place Haku had mentioned. Most of the day later, they finally found Haku in a village. At that moment, Haku was carrying a wash basin in his hands. It was full of his and Zabuza's laundry. When Haku saw the members of Team 7, he tilted his head with a brilliant, charming smile that left Sasuke momentarily stunned. Determined not to fall under the young maid's spell, Naruto summoned up mental images of swimsuit-wearing Chiyoba, his not-so-secret weapon against temptation. The moment he pictured Granny Chiyo like that, Naruto could barely stop himself from heaving on the spot. There was no helping it. That mental image was just too devastating. Now, Naruto was seriously considering gifting this mental artwork to Kakashi-sensei for his 27th birthday. With any luck, it might even help cure Kakashi of his obsession with his favorite little pocket romances. Next time he wants to read, all he has to do is whip out the Chiyo in swimsuit, limited edition, and take a quick peek. Sakura locked eyes with Haku, then immediately clung to Sasuke's arm, like a protective mother wolf. Damn it, this man is just too dangerous. Sasuke, snap out of it. The girl felt completely exhausted. It would be one thing if women were coveting her man, but why did it always have to be men? Why can't you guys just leave my man alone? Kakashi, on the other hand, didn't seem particularly bothered, just slightly hunched over. Maybe his back was sore from that too-soft bed last night. Haku didn't react to seeing Naruto twisting away to retch. Instead, he calmly brushed a few strands of hair behind his ear, but with his hair falling to either side, it got in the way, so he put down the wooden basin, pulled a hair tie from his wrist with his teeth, gathered up his hair in both hands, and tied it into a high ponytail. Seeing this, Sakura could practically feel sparks shooting from her eyes. She was seriously beginning to suspect this man was deliberately flirting with every male member of Team 7. Furious, she leapt in front of the group, arms spread wide and voice raised. Snap out of it. He's a man. Kakashi and Sasuke both snapped to their senses, immediately looking away to avoid making eye contact with Sakura. As for Naruto, he insisted this guy's charms had absolutely zero effect on him. Please, come with me, Haku said gently, lifting the basin from the ground and tossing his ponytail with a tilt of his head, signaling the others to follow. Sasuke blushed slightly at the sight, then turned his gaze on Sakura. Kakashi, hands stuffed in his pockets, walked ahead, tossing words of advice toward the 3 kids behind him. Remember to mind your manners when visiting someone else's home, understand? His eyes drifted in Sakura's direction, and the other 2 turned to glance at the girl as well. Sakura, caught off guard, suddenly felt terribly wronged. The 4 of them followed Haku for several minutes until they finally arrived at his home. Just then, Zabuza came walking toward them from the opposite direction, holding a small hammer and a few stray nails. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and he limped with each step, clearly still suffering from the wounds from their previous battle. Zabuza's eyes landed on the blonde kid for a brief moment before he quickly glanced away, then fixed an intense stare on the broadsword slung behind the boy in cropped pants. Naruto, however, was amazed by this guy's condition. He'd personally dealt those injuries to Zabuza himself. By all rights, the man should have been bedridden for at least a couple of weeks. But here he was, moving around as though almost fully healed. Haku noticed Naruto's puzzled look and took the initiative to explain. When Zabuza returned, we found a medical ninja at a casino who treated his injuries, Haku said. She claimed she could completely heal his wounds for 80 million ryo. A casino? Medical ninja? 80 million ryo? Naruto and Kakashi, sensing something odd in the conversation, both wore peculiar expressions. There was no need to guess. It had to be Tsunade, the gambler of Konoha. The moment Naruto heard the price, his hand flew straight to his chest. Damn it, this twin-tailed old lady really goes for the throat. If only I had taken this money for myself. He quickly thought of all the gold ingots he had stashed away in his system, and finally felt a little better. Meanwhile, Sakura had noticed something entirely different. She observed closely for a while and realized that Zabuza's leg showed no signs of injury at all. As the thought struck her, she leaned back, sharply sucking in a breath. No way. Those 2 could be that those 2. In her mind, flashes of Zabuza and Haku overlapped, and her worldview completely collapsed in that instant. She glanced from Zabuza to Haku and felt her cheeks burning. But then, picturing that burly, 6-foot Zabuza bullying someone with Haku's delicate stature, for some reason, made her feel genuinely uncomfortable. Zabuza's wounds aren't even healed yet, and he's already that eager to make a move on Haku? That's just monstrous. Unable to stand it, Sakura quietly shuffled over to Haku, determined to have a little talk with this man who looks very much like a woman. Haku, are you and Zabuza? Sakura pulled Haku to the side, fumbling for words. Her hands awkwardly intertwined her thumbs in a gesture. Seeing that, Haku's face flushed as red, and as quickly as Sakura's. Haku's panicky look basically confirmed all the wild thoughts swirling in Sakura's mind just moments before. Listen, that guy's not even recovered. You can't just agree to that kind of request from him. Sakura's voice suddenly lifted at the end of her sentence. She glanced nervously at her teammates, noticing that they were staring at Zabuza, but weren't missing a word of her conversation with Haku either. Their ears perked up. Let me tell you, you really need to learn to say no to him. Haku turned her face away, unable to meet Sakura's gaze, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her sleeve. Her ears flushed scarlet, betrayed just how embarrassed she was. Honestly, just looking at her now, Haku was every bit the image of a shy, love-struck girl. I'll be careful. Besides, Mr. Zabuza is always lying on his stomach. It really shouldn't affect his wounds. That's not the point at all. How can you say it won't affect his injuries? You have to take better care of yourself. Sakura looked exasperated, as if she couldn't believe how hopeless this person was, completely unable to fathom what was going through their mind. Just from what Haku had said earlier, it was already obvious enough. Wait, what? What did he mean by Zabuza being left flat on the ground? No way. No, that can't possibly be true. The scene replayed itself in Sakura's mind, and she felt her brain literally tremble. A terrifying thought dawned on her. It took her a whole minute before she could ask uncertainly, You said, Zabuza was left flat on the ground. So you're the top? A few days ago, after Kakashi-sensei's matter-of-fact explanation, Sakura finally had some understanding of this kind of forbidden romance. so she naturally knew what top and bottom meant. Haku's face turned bright red. He stood there in a daze for a moment, then gave a small nod, an answer for Sakura. Oh, my God. The moment she realized the truth, Sakura clapped a hand over her mouth and let out a muffled cry, her eyes darting back and forth in shock. In just 3 minutes, the young girl had been stunned twice by this forbidden love story. She simply couldn't imagine how someone as delicate as Haku could be the top, and how someone with Zabuza's hulking build could possibly be the bottom. Damn, the men of the Hidden Mist are absolutely terrifying. And it wasn't just Sakura who was in shock. Even Kakashi and Naruto instinctively took a step back, gasping for breath. As for the ever-literal Sasuke, he looked lost. He didn't understand any of this. Right now, he was just glaring at Zabuza, afraid his beloved weighted sword would get snatched away. As for the two others nearby, their expressions were even more serious than Sakura's. Their vision was going black. Naruto felt all his past admiration for Haku and Zabuza melt away in an instant, replaced by utter dread. Shit, Zabuza-sensei got, well, topped by Haku. And the more Naruto remembered how Haku had looked at him before, he was really starting to get scared. He quickly exchanged a look with Kakashi, and without another word, Naruto flashed over to Sakura, grabbed her by the collar, and began sprinting away. Back at his teammate's side, he opened up several portals in a row, yanking Sakura with one hand and dragging the still love-struck Sasuke, who was gazing into Zabuza's eyes, with the other, as they all dove through the glowing doors. Still, Kakashi somehow managed to be the fastest of them all. As they left, Naruto shouted one last time at Zabuza and Haku. Sorry, I just remembered I left the gas on at home, so I'll have to skip dinner. Goodbye. If he didn't get away soon, Naruto was truly afraid he'd end up being the one left flat. Dinner? Yeah, right? Maybe in your dreams. Faced with the sudden disappearance of Team 7, Bai and Zabuza were utterly bewildered. The two exchanged glances, and then Zabuza finally spoke. You go make dinner. I'll go fix up the beds. The 4 members of Team 7 stepped through the portal of light and returned to their camp once more. Sakura stood frozen where she was, still dazed, as if unable to shake off the shock of what had just happened. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances, each discovering the other was drenched in cold sweat. It was obvious how shaken they both were. Noticing his teammates' odd behavior, Sasuke couldn't understand why they were so rattled. Attacking, defending, weren't these just regular training drills? He'd spent the last few days training as the offensive side with Kakashi. What was there to be so surprised about? Honestly, they were being far too easily shocked. With that, I'm off to train. Leaving those words behind, Sasuke headed towards the training field on his own. Seeing him go, Sakura gave her head a determined shake, as if physically trying to fling out all the impure thoughts crowding her mind. Calling Sasuke's name, she quickly chased after him. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and suddenly realized there was something off about the boy. By all accounts, the reaction a normal 12-year-old would have had to what Bai just said should have been more like Sasuke's. Even Sakura only understood the forbidden nature of that kind of love after Kakashi explained it to her. So how did Naruto know about this stuff? There was no way he hadn't been sneaking peeks at things kids his age shouldn't see. Kakashi decided he really needed to set Naruto straight. Sure, he knew he wasn't exactly a shining role model himself, but he absolutely didn't want Naruto picking up the same bad habits. Naruto, whatever you do, don't break the 3 iron rules of the ninja. If you fall into any one of them, your whole life will be ruined. Naruto turned to glare at Kakashi, a look of utter disbelief on his face. What on earth was this silver-haired weirdo babbling about? Did he really have no sense of self-awareness at all? Naruto honestly felt like taking the little Liu Bei figurine from Kakashi's ninja pouch and slapping it right on his mask. Bai, Kakashi-sensei, maybe you should worry more about yourself. Glancing up and down at him, Naruto went on. Kakashi-sensei, you're still single at your age. You must have a pretty good pile of savings, huh? Kakashi opened his mouth, but struggled for ages without managing a full sentence. He felt like Naruto's single comment had wounded him 3 times over. What was with this kid, anyway? Why did every word out of his mouth have to sting so much? If it weren't for Naruto's space-time ninjutsu, he was certain he would have snatched the boy up and given him a thorough spanking. Naruto noticed that Kakashi was standing still and broke into a happy grin. Still, he had a nagging feeling that Kakashi might be about to catch him for something, so he instantly tossed open a space portal and slipped away. Kakashi gazed at the mop of blonde hair, now some distance away, and let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, he found himself wondering about Master Jiraiya. Maybe even Jiraiya himself wouldn't be able to keep this kid in line. A few minutes later, Kakashi called the 3 little ones to gather around him, ready to lay out their upcoming training regimen. Sasuke, you'll be training lightning style with me tomorrow. I'll teach you a new ninjutsu. Sasuke, busy tending his heavy sword, nodded, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. For some reason, he felt he was getting closer and closer to mastering the 3,000 Thunderbolts technique. After speaking, Kakashi turned to the dazed girl sitting nearby. Sakura, you're still too weak right now. Tomorrow I'll set up a specialized chakra control training for you, and then teach you a few genjutsu tricks. At this point, Kakashi found himself glancing at the other two. These two had been like prodigies since birth. By the time they were 7, they were hauling logs across the river's surface during practice. Honestly, they really didn't need any more tree climbing or water walking exercises. After all, they'd already turned chakra control training into an art form. Oh, okay. I'll do my best. Sakura knew the gap between her and her teammates all too well, so she was eager for Kakashi's training plan. Maybe, after completing Kakashi-sensei's program, she could finally catch up to them. She put on her most determined expression, pumping her pink fists twice in encouragement and cheering herself on in her heart. Come on, Sakura Haruno. You're the best. Once you're stronger, you'll finally get even with Naruto. Let's do this. After finishing up with Sakura, Kakashi turned to Naruto, who was bursting with anticipation, and suddenly fell silent for a long moment. After mulling it over, he realized there just wasn't much he could teach Naruto. The chakra in Naruto's body was wind and earth. Granted, Kakashi knew plenty of wind and earth-style techniques, but most of them were supportive or defensive. Honestly, for Naruto, they weren't even worth learning. As for taijutsu, sorry, this kid didn't need it all. He could just stand his ground and trade kunai blows with the enemy, outlasting them by sheer resilience. There really weren't many people in the whole ninja world as abnormal as him. Naruto gazed up at Kakashi, eyes gleaming with expectation. After all, this guy was the Hidden Leaf's #1 technician. Rumor had it he'd copied every jutsu his enemies had ever thrown at him. He was practically a living, breathing shinobi encyclopedia. Besides, with Lord 9 training him every single day, Naruto genuinely wished that, just once, he could have a normal teacher who trained him in a normal way. After all these years, Naruto had finally come to realize something. The big fox sealed inside him had been training him with the same methods one would use to train tailed beasts. If it weren't for his unique constitution, he probably would have died when he was 6, crushed under Lord 9's brutal tailed beast training regimen. That's why Naruto was now desperate to see how ordinary people actually practiced and honed their skills. At that very moment, inside the sealed space, the 9 tails, who'd been reading a novel, suddenly paused. He sensed a wave of resentment from Naruto. Brat, are you being disrespectful to me? Hearing the fox's voice echo in his mind, Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. So much to complain about. He didn't even know where to start. How long has this fox even been reading novels? And now he's calling himself this esteemed one, instead of I, the elder. When did that happen? Nothing. You just keep reading your book. Naruto casually brushed the fox off in his heart, then turned his eager gaze back to Kakashi, only to hear the white-haired man say something completely outrageous. Naruto, how about I teach you the Earth Release? Earth-style wall. Uzumaki Naruto. Just a moment ago, Naruto had been carefully hiding his excitement, but after hearing Kakashi's suggestion, all traces of anticipation vanished from his face. His expression turned stiff, almost frozen. His feelings, once hopeful, now boiled with frustration. Damn it, isn't this white-haired idiot being a little too much? He teaches Sakura genjutsu. He teaches Sasuke lightning style. And now, when it's my turn, what do I get? The Earth-style wall. If I wanted to learn that, I wouldn't need your knockoff version. You're biased toward Sasuke because of your old buddy Obito. Fine, but my dad was your teacher. You white-haired jerk. Have some decency. Naruto forced a stiff smile, then, very politely, raised his middle finger at Kakashi, all the while shaking his head and pointing right at him. You white-haired Pennsylvania idiot, just you wait. With that, Naruto stood up on the spot and strode 10 meters away without looking back. The white-haired idiot, with all his fancy jutsu, was brushing him off with an earth-style wall. Just you wait. While I get back to the village, I'm learning the impure world reincarnation. We'll see how you explain that to your sensei's wife. If he won't cheat and give me any special abilities, fine, I'll get them myself. Watching Naruto storm off in a huff, Kakashi could only let out an awkward laugh and scratch the back of his head. It honestly wasn't that he didn't want to teach Naruto. He really just didn't have any suitable ninjutsu for him to learn. Anyway, in Kakashi's opinion, his earth style was pretty decent. It had a lot of personal flair, after all. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, now sulking by himself nearby, but didn't dwell on it. He simply turned and began instructing the other 2 children in their training. At this moment, Naruto truly wished Sasuke would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, so he could borrow his brother's magic eyes and go glare that certain white-haired middle-tier character to death. Fine, fine, fine. If you won't let me join your training, I'll just play on my own. After all, he had mastered the legendary multiple shadow clone technique. Leaving aside that unfortunate incident with Uzumaki Ziggs earlier, using his clones, Naruto could easily rack up experience at lightning speed. And Sensei Jiraiya was now hopelessly lost in his web novels, with not an ounce of interest left for teaching. So, if he wanted to train, his only option was to grind it out with shadow clones. Naruto nodded resolutely, preparing to form the hand seals for his jutsu. But for some reason, images kept popping into his mind. Uzumaki Ziggs pestering him for AKs and rifles. No way. This has got to be just an exception. Yeah, I've only created one clone before. Pure accident. Nothing but accidents. Sheesh. Just picturing another clone going off the rails gave Naruto a shiver. He consoled himself for a moment, then started weaving the seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Multiplication. Boom, boom, boom. With clouds of smoke swirling through the air, 5 figures appeared at his side. As soon as he finished, Naruto glanced at his clones and instantly felt the world go black, exclaiming on reflex. Oh, come on. Contrary to his expectations, the 5 clones were decked out in outrageous outfits. And most baffling of all, one of them had silvery gray hair, wore a black shirt and skin-tight suspenders, and was holding a basketball. What the heck? When was this electronic pet pandemic finally going to end? Next to him stood another clone with a high ponytail, a clear samurai vibe, and one with a headscarf. It took Naruto barely a second to realize they were cosplaying as Xiaofeng and Yasuo. Are you kidding me? This is the ninja world. Could you all at least try to fit in? After seeing these 2 complete disasters of style, Naruto suddenly found the twin-tailed anime girl clone and the burly guy with the square glasses and stubbly beard impressively normal by comparison. At least they still made some sort of sense. Massaging his temples, Naruto felt his blood pressure soar. What was the name of that medicine old man Hiruzen took again? With a heavy sigh, he realized Ziggs' last time hadn't been a fluke. Glancing at his rogues gallery of clones, he figured it was best to start by getting their names. All right, let's hear it. What do you all call yourselves? You there, chicken bro. Can you please just stop dribbling for one moment? Naruto was about ready to die of exasperation at his own clones. He felt utterly, thoroughly drained. Someday, I really have to let the second Hokage take a look at what exactly is going on with all these clones of mine. Hearing the original body's question, the 4 clones all stepped forward at once and began to introduce themselves. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Yasuo, Uzumaki Xiaofeng, Utsumaki Shtak. Hello everyone, I've been practicing for 2.5 years. Get lost. Naruto, utterly infuriated, instantly unleashed his wind style, blood fury technique, blinking right in front of this so-called Uzumaki rooster and smashing him into pieces with a powerful kick. It was bad enough that this guy had been dancing and playing basketball incessantly on the sidelines, but now he had to start performing here too. Naruto simply couldn't handle it anymore. He, Uzumaki Naruto, just wanted his shadow clones to help him grind some experience. Why do things always end up like this? Calm down, boss. Uzumaki Naruto walked over to Naruto, gently patting his shoulder in reassurance. Looking up at Naruto's 5'7" frame, her lovely features, and those long, elegant legs. She was the very image of an 18-year-old beauty. This is bad. I've just been charmed by my own clone. After just a couple of glances, alarms blared in Naruto's mind, so he quickly summoned the mental image of Chiyo in her swimsuit, his tried and true trick, to clear his thoughts and stay focused. We're here to help you become stronger. As Naruto finished speaking, the other 3 clones nodded in firm agreement. But Naruto only got more bewildered hearing this. With all these antics going on, just what kind of real help could they actually offer? Naruto liked to think he had a pretty good sense of his own limits, so he didn't believe a single word his clones were saying. After all, it hadn't been that long since he'd tricked Sasuke into dressing as a girl under the pretext of getting stronger. Was karma really coming back around this fast? There's no way we'll make you dress up as a girl. Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin at Naruto's words. Wait, what? How can you read my mind? There's no such thing as mind reading. I just know you, the original, a little too well. Seriously. Hearing this, Naruto felt utterly overwhelmed. Don't scare me like that, or I'll disperse all the shadow clones right now. Turning his back on them, Naruto refused to look at his clones again, afraid they'd guess what he was thinking next. Of course, there was no way he'd ever be seduced by his own shadow clone. Just some run-of-the-mill, 18-year-old, blonde, twin-tail, long-legged beauty. Nothing to brag about at all. At that moment, Uzumaki Stark pulled out a pen and notepad from who knows where. Head down, he walked up to Naruto, busily scribbling as he spoke. Next, I'll do my best to help you research the modules. Let's start with the ones we know best. He finished speaking and motioned for Yasuo and Xiao Feng to step forward. My true self, the Artisan Soul module and the Draw Sword module. Just hand over the stuff first so I can examine it. It's time for the ninja world to witness the might of the Swiftwind Sword Master. As soon as Uzumaki Yasuo stepped forward, without any discussion, he started demanding items from Naruto. Since he didn't have a sword on him, he could only grip the air at his waist and assume a sword-drawing stance. Hasaki. For a sword master, not having a sword is a disgrace beyond words. After performing his act, Uzumaki Yasuo crossed his arms, leaned against a tree, and put on a weathered, world-weary expression. Though I roam the world, I have never lost sight of my true heart. Regardless of how much of Uzumaki Yasuo's behavior was just theatrics, the suggestion he made had already given Naruto a flash of inspiration. It really sounded convincing. He was worthy of being himself. Reliable. At this moment, Xiao Feng, standing to the side, spoke gravely. My true self. My demands are simple. Just give me a high-powered speaker. When the time comes, I'll carry it on my shoulder and dance with Lord Madara himself. As he spoke, Uzumaki Xiao Feng struck a martial stance, then began swinging his arms energetically in place. It was obvious he was imitating his past self's 18 dragon-subduing palms from the old TV shows. But what gave Naruto a headache the most? This guy even started dubbing sound effects for himself. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. No one can defeat me while my BGM is playing. Uzumaki Naruto. I knew it. Uzumaki Xiao Feng is utterly unreliable. Naruto pressed a hand to his forehead and forcibly suppressed the urge to knock Uzumaki Xiao Feng out right then and there. After clearing an area, under Uzumaki Stark's instructions, he began taking out the system items. While he was guiding the other two, Kakashi caught a glimpse of Naruto's direction and was so stunned he stopped what he was doing. Those bizarrely dressed shadow clones of Naruto's had him doubting reality itself. What on earth is this kid up to now? How does he keep coming up with such outrageous things? And whose shadow clones actually behave like this? Recalling the clone with a white cloth on its head from earlier, Kakashi could only sigh at how Naruto's antics were getting wilder by the day. Especially that twin-tailed clone. Just the sight of it left Kakashi feeling stiff and awkward all over. It's confirmed. That brat Naruto must have secretly peeked at something he shouldn't have. Otherwise, how could he possibly make clones like these? Kakashi-sensei. Sakura watched Kakashi, looking for all the world like a hopeless pervert. Every so often, he let out a few odd noises, and she was so exasperated her cheeks flushed scarlet. He had only just begun teaching her about Jinjutsu. Yet before he was even halfway done, he started chuckling in Naruto's direction. Sakura felt utterly drained. Sure, being with Sasuke made her happy, but to be perfectly honest, she was starting to suspect she was the only sane person on this team. Following Kakashi's gaze, her eyes landed on the stunning blonde girl in the distance, and she froze on the spot. Even Sasuke, in the middle of channeling his chakra, noticed their strange expressions and glanced over toward Naruto. Almost involuntarily, he blurted out, "She's really well endowed." After he spoke, he couldn't stop himself from sneaking a glance at Sakura. Kakashi nodded sagely in agreement. Absolutely. Only a man can truly understand another man's heart. That one sentence from Sasuke struck Sakura like a blow to the gut, catching her utterly off guard. The girl's already fragile composure crumbled in that instant. What on earth are you guys talking about? Why would Naruto create such an outrageously sexy clone? Ever since the whole forbidden romance mess with Haku and Zabuza, Sakura had been extra wary of Naruto. But who would have guessed he could stoop to making a transformation like this? And the most shocking thing, Sasuke just spoke. This was the first time she'd ever heard him say anything like that since she'd known him. Even though she'd once walked in on Sasuke cross-dressing, that had never shaken his image in her heart. But for Sasuke to look at Naruto's clone and exclaim so big, wasn't that going a bit too far? Gazing at the blonde girl from afar, Sakura was nearly ready to burst into tears. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, weren't we supposed to be training? Her furious shout finally snapped the two out of it. Kakashi stroked his chin, still wearing an odd look of fascination. Sasuke, after sneaking one last glance, turned back to his practice. He dared not keep looking. Who knew how much it would distract from his training? Honestly, it's not his fault Naruto's transformation technique was just that incredible. Sasuke might seem like a block of wood most of the time, but he actually understood a thing or two about the facts of life. Granted, A few days ago, he'd still been pretty clueless. But ever since Naruto handed him that certain novel, Sasuke's entire outlook had shifted a bit. Still, Sasuke knew that, right now, the most important thing was to hone his ninja skills. Only then could he have a chance at avenging his clan. Seeing the two guys still looking reluctant to tear their eyes away, Sakura sank into deep self-doubt. If she weren't sure that Naruto would flatten her in a fight, she'd seriously consider going down with him in a blaze of mutual destruction. Thinking back on it all, if this guy really tries to hurt Sasuke, it seems like she doesn't stand a chance at all. No way. Once we get back to the village, I have to sit down and have a proper talk with Hinata. Sakura felt that she couldn't solve this problem with Naruto alone, so she decided to turn to Hinata Hyuga for help. Hinata probably wouldn't want the guy she likes to end up with Sasuke, either. After regaining his composure, Kakashi taught her the method for practicing Jinjutsu, and had Sasuke take her tree climbing. As for Kakashi, he slipped up to the tree branches to secretly pull out his copy of Little Lube to watch. He had almost managed to kick the habit, but after sneaking a glance at Naruto's clones just now, he just couldn't control himself. Leaning against the tree, Kakashi looked around carefully, making sure no one was watching, before finally pulling out his copy of Make Out Paradise. There was an inexplicable twinge of guilt welling up inside as he took out the book. Sigh. I'll finish reading today, and tomorrow I quit. For sure. On the other side, thanks to the brains of the group, Team Uzumaki finally created the weapon Yasuo Uzumaki wanted. Hey main body, do I look cool holding the sword in my mouth? Yasuo Uzumaki grinned and handed the eerie, blue-glowing blade to Naruto. Naruto gave it a couple of light swings, and just couldn't help mumbling to himself. This sword is an unparalleled treasure. The blade is 3 feet 7 inches long, and weighs 7 Jin and 13 Leon. Surely a peerless blade. Yasuo Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Shtak Utsumaki. Enough, main body. You were just making fun of my Qiao Feng act, and now you're putting on an act as Chue Shui? Qiao Feng Uzumaki couldn't help but complain from the side, and even Stark Uzumaki chimed in. Seriously? None of your numbers ever match up. Kid, science is about precision. Naruto ignored these two clones. He waved the blade a couple more times, then raised it high, scrutinizing every detail. Blade without a sheath. Attack 100. Sharpness 3. Durability 3. Soulbound. Naruto Uzumaki / Yasuo Uzumaki. Skills. Way of the Vagabond, Steel Flash, Wind Barrier, Stepping Slash, Gale Storm Absolute Slash. Naruto was floored by the weapon stats. The attachments were fairly standard. But how in the world did it end up with these skills? Oh no. Yasuo Uzumaki is really going to become the Gale Sword Master of the shinobi world. Naruto tossed the blade back to Yasuo Uzumaki and looked at Stark Uzumaki with doubt, wanting to hear what this clone had to say. Nothing odd about it, he replied. You know how it goes. Stuff you pull from the system will always adapt to the rules of this world. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to forge a skill by adding some wind release chakra? But you'd better be careful when using these weapons. Uzumaki Stark hadn't even finished speaking when he heard Uzumaki Yasuo beside him burst out in a noisy clamor. Death is like the wind, always by my side. At that moment, they saw Uzumaki Yasuo lower his body, right hand gripping his sword hilt. With a swift motion, he unleashed a small whirlwind that lifted Uzumaki Qiao Feng off the ground, then instantly flashed through the air. Yasuo, rage on. Uzumaki Yasuo, you. At least wait till I cue the background music if you dare. Bang, bang. At the very instant the two clones collided high above, they dissipated in a puff of smoke. That freshly forged, unsheathed blade tumbled from midair, landing on the ground with a dull thud. Uzumaki Stark pointed at the sword on the ground, shrugged, and said, See, when you're wielding these weapons, if your body isn't strong enough, you'll end up just like them, dead on the spot. Naruto paused, a cold shudder running through his heart. Thankfully, he hadn't let an impulse drive him to play around with the universe-dominating sword. Otherwise, he might have been torn apart by the sheer force of it before he knew what hit him. Is there any way to fix this by just eating something? As Naruto said this, he felt a bit uncertain. When he was young, at most, he'd munch on those wild, power-boosting foods inside the seal space. For the sake of creative mode, nothing in there could harm him after all. But if he brought any of it outside, he genuinely feared that eating those extreme foods would be the death of him. It was like a novice cultivator trying to ingest a high-tier elixir way out of their league. After all, he was just an ordinary Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Certainly no godlike Minecraft Steve. Just give a try and see. Uzumaki Naruto reached out in front of him, cheekily licking her lips, her eyes bright and teary, clearly hinting for a treat. Naruto's cheeks flushed red in an instant. Without further ado, Naruto pulled out a universe meatball from his system inventory. But under the influence of the outside world's rules, the meatball suddenly weighed his hand down like a boulder. He nearly face-planted right then and there. Even the ground beneath him began to crack under the sheer weight. Back in the sealed space, this thing felt as light as air, no sensation at all. Only after removing it did Naruto realize just how heavy the universe meatball truly was. If it had been Sasuke, that delicate weakling, he probably would have toppled over on the spot. Naruto's thoughts began to meander. Given how things stood now, wouldn't he have an endless supply of weighted gear for training, just by carrying around the universe meatball? The only question was, did this thing have an expiration date outside the sealed space? Naruto lifted his hand and effortlessly tossed the universe meatball to Uzumaki Naruto. If not for the ground splitting open beneath his feet, you'd think it was just an oddly glowing, greenish snack. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. Naruto Uzumaki took the cosmic meatball from him, and her body suddenly grew heavy as well, the smile on her face vanishing in an instant. The real one. Did you really trick your own clones too? Her tone carried a note of playful reproach, and she even rolled her eyes at Naruto. The allure of a beautiful girl could be unexpectedly overwhelming. Seeing her reaction, Naruto quickly turned his gaze towards Uzumaki Stark, standing off to the side. By the way, when I use multi-shadow clone jutsu next time, how do I make sure I get proper versions of you guys? He was finally starting to understand. There must be something off about his shadow clone technique. Perhaps this was the true side effect of the jutsu? Second Hokage, I finally get it. No wonder multi-shadow clone jutsu is considered forbidden. Still, what really worried Naruto was that the next time he tried it, he'd end up with another useless clone like Chicken Bro Uzumaki. From the looks of it, Naruto and Stark were the only dependable ones so far. Just focus on what we look like in your mind, Naruto explained. As long as you don't let your thoughts run wild when casting the jutsu, you're unlikely to end up with any weird clones. After saying this, she held up the cosmic meatball, turning it over in her hands, examining it. Naruto pursed his lips and stopped talking when he heard her advice. Fine. So it's my fault those unreliable clones keep showing up, huh? Naruto decided he would only half believe what Naruto said. He could admit that he secretly thought of Chicken Bro earlier in his mind, but he absolutely refused to admit he ever thought about himself in women's clothing. All right, I'm eating this, Naruto declared. With that, she popped the whole cosmic meatball straight into her mouth and swallowed it in one go. A second later, Naruto saw her face flush a brilliant red. Well, is that thing dangerous or not? Naruto first gave her twin tails a shake, as if to say no, then nodded a few times, leaving Naruto utterly confused. What on earth was she trying to say? I think my power's starting to grow stronger. Naruto spoke while thumping her own chest with her fist. Then, her face growing bitter, she said, Water. Seriously, I'm about to choke, cough. Naruto covered his face with a hand, sighing deeply from the bottom of his heart. Just how reckless can you get? People in the game chew this thing for ages before swallowing. Of course, you'd end up choking if you swallow a whole. Seeing how uncomfortable she looked, he finally reached into his bag for a water bottle. He really didn't want to inherit the memory of his own shadow clone choking to death. But, just as he was about to hand the water to Naruto, he heard the telltale pop. And the next thing he knew, his shadow clone had burst apart. He was about to sigh in exasperation over his clone's tragic end. But when the memories rushed back, Naruto realized Naruto hadn't been choked to death after all. It was being stuffed to death by the celestial meatballs instead. After realizing that you can't just recklessly eat things from the system, Naruto summoned dozens more shadow clones, including a female version of himself, Uzumaki Naruto. It's worth mentioning that this time, because the clones weren't distracted by wild thoughts, they turned out a lot more normal than before. Then, Naruto spread a piece of cloth on the ground and laid out most of the food that could boost stats, specifically for his clones to sample. Not far away, the three onlookers watched as Naruto suddenly started what looked like a picnic right on the spot, and they were completely baffled. Weren't they supposed to be training? Why does their teammate have such an unconventional style? Leaning against a tree, Kakashi twitched his nose a couple of times. His stomach was already beginning to grumble. He closed his book, swung himself down from the tree, and said casually to Sasuke and Sakura, "You two go ahead and keep training. I'm going to grab a bite to eat." Meanwhile, over on Naruto's side, he had just finished preparing the Death by Food tasting set for his clones before running over to Uzumaki Stark. Naruto scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin, then rummaged through his bag and pulled out his trusty giant iron door. "Can you help me upgrade my weapon?" Uzumaki Stark, who was busy jotting down notes on his experiment, glanced at the massive iron door in Naruto's hands and was left speechless. Could the original not pick something a bit more conventional for a weapon? With a sigh, Stark looked at Naruto's eager face and, despite himself, took the iron door from him. Oh, honestly, without me, this family would fall apart sooner or later. What kind of upgrade do you want? Naruto's eyes gleamed as he answered with a mischievous smile. Make it hard as steel, able to fly, and throw in an undead slayer feature. Oh, and one more thing. Could you write, that's it, in big characters on the door for me? And if it's possible, could you rig it so that it automatically plays a sound whenever it hits an enemy? HM, something like, you broke your defense. Uzumaki Stark went quiet for a few seconds, then awkwardly asked, Are you sure? Are you sure you won't get beaten to death for this? To him, the actual fabrication wasn't too difficult. The hard part was picturing Naruto facing off with Madara, wielding this one-of-kind iron door. Madara roaring with laughter, landing a few heavy blows, only to have them all blocked by a giant iron door. And right there in broad daylight are the four bold characters. That's it? That's it. Wouldn't that be enough to make Madara explode from rage on the spot? And that wasn't the worst of it. If Madara really started to lose his temper, he'd probably also hear the door itself chiming in. You broke your defense. TSK. That's what you call maximum provocation. What's the big deal? I'm the man with the undying totem, remember? After Naruto finished speaking, he reached into his backpack and pulled out the little golden figure that symbolized the totem of immortality. A heavy, reverberating silence followed. Yet, as soon as this object appeared, the entire Uzumaki squad went silent. Because, after being taken out, the totem of immortality stood as tall as a full-grown person. Naruto stood there, mouth agape, stumbling over his words for quite a while. He simply had no idea how to explain this. System items always adapt to the rules of the world upon retrieval. But why on earth was the totem of immortality so enormous? Staring at the totem, which was nearly as tall as he was, Naruto's mind instantly conjured up images of himself in the future, lugging this unwieldy relic into battle against his enemies. Wouldn't it be a bit much to fight villains with a golden giant slung across his shoulders? He couldn't help thinking that his appearance was destined to be even more eccentric than Pain's. Oh, Naruto, these rations look pretty good. At that moment, Kakashi sauntered over to the Uzumaki squad's food testing area, casually helping himself to a piece of shifting, color-changing steak. The members of Uzumaki squad were all busy documenting the effects of whatever they had just eaten, each one suffering enough not to notice Kakashi sneakily grabbing food for himself. Kakashi eyed the steak in his hand, which shimmered and shifted colors as he looked. For a heartbeat, with the ever-changing, seven-colored light playing across his face, Kakashi felt as if he'd accidentally wandered into a garish entertainment parlor. He swallowed instinctively. The aroma was intoxicating, more appetizing than anything he'd ever smelled in his life. But something about it didn't quite add up. Just then, Kakashi remembered the potion Naruto had given him earlier, the one with the exact same bizarre presentation. Could this be another special item? With that thought, any hesitation melted away. After all, wasn't he perfectly fine after drinking that potion? His injuries had disappeared back then, hadn't they? Besides, could a single steak really be fatal? Just look at how happy Naruto's clone was, cheerfully scarfing his meal. Obviously safe enough. Kakashi took a bite of the steak, and the moment it touched his tongue, an explosion of flavor overwhelmed his senses, something more delicious than he'd ever imagined. But then, Kakashi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness sweep over him. A bit woozy, he decided to stand up and move around. The instant he rose to his feet, there was a sudden, rigid jolt, like he'd been struck by lightning. His body went perfectly stiff, then toppled sideways to the ground, and his limbs began to jerk and spasm uncontrollably. His fish-like eyes rolled up, revealing the whites. As a trace of foam seeped out from beneath his mask, he looked every bit like a man teetering on the threshold between this world and the next. Naruto, who was busy studying the totem of immortality with Uzumaki Stark, suddenly caught sight of the white-haired Kakashi twitching on the ground. Then he glanced at the crazily flickering meat steak in a man's hand. Naruto could faintly make out a red death character glowing above Kakashi's head. What the hell? Why didn't any of you stop him? He pointed to the shadow clones standing by Kakashi and started cursing at them angrily. But just as the words left his mouth, those shadow clones, overwhelmed by whatever they'd just eaten, poofed out of existence on the spot. Right after that, Naruto was hit by a wave of memories from those ill-fated clones. Honestly, these clones had absolutely no sense of self-preservation. On average, each of them had stuffed down 6 or 7 servings of food. They really couldn't care less about how their original body felt. Naruto shot a glance at the totem of immortality then at Kakashi, who looked like he was at death's door on the ground, and without a second thought, he grabbed the totem, reared back as if he were throwing a javelin, and hurled it straight at Kakashi with all his might. With a heavy thud, the totem of immortality, almost as big as Naruto himself, landed squarely on Kakashi, smashing a pit into the ground beneath him. Judging by the force of that throw, you could really tell how worried Naruto was about his team leader. The totem of immortality landed right on Kakashi's stomach, perfectly matching up. Only, Naruto noticed something odd. Kakashi seemed to have stopped twitching completely. My real self. Are you sure? You didn't just finish him off with that throw? Stark's words had Naruto jumping up and down, blushing with embarrassment as he protested hotly. Impossible. With something called the Totem of Immortality, how could he possibly die? Let's be real, my move definitely saved him at the last second, didn't it? Utsumaki Stark stayed silent. He felt like Kakashi had actually been salvageable a moment ago. Judging by the looks of things, there was still a single breath left in him. If he just used one of the system's potions, maybe Kakashi could have been pulled back from the edge. But after Naruto's intervention, Stark suspected that whatever sliver of life Kakashi had left was probably gone for good now. Kakashi-sensei. The two who had been training nearby witnessed all this and ran to Kakashi's side at once, shooting puzzled glances at Naruto, as if to ask what in the world just happened. He's dead. Sasuke looked at the lifeless Kakashi in total shock. A quick look at the scene made it clear that the murder weapon in question was the golden statue still resting on Kakashi's stomach. For a moment, Sasuke struggled to process it all. He'd always respected Kakashi's strength, and based on the power rankings from Battle Through the Heavens, Sasuke estimated that Kakashi should at least be at the level of a Doujinshi. By all logic, there was no way Naruto should have been able to smash him to death with a single statue throw. Sasuke reached out and felt for a pulse at Kakashi's neck. After a tense moment, he shook his head stiffly and sighed, speaking to Sakura and the just-arrived Naruto. There's nothing we can do. He's already gone. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke could only feel that the world had gone utterly absurd. Their team leader, their Jonin guide, had only just taken them out of the village for their very first mission, only to die like this. And it wasn't even in some heroic battle against an enemy, but at the hands of one of his own teammates. Sasuke even began to consider how he and Naruto might go on the run together. After all, Naruto's actions had basically branded him a traitor to the village. What will we do now? Now, Naruto, this isn't real, is it? You're just pulling a prank on us with Kakashi-sensei, aren't you? Sakura was completely out of sorts. She stayed rooted to the spot, clinging to her head one moment, then grabbing Kakashi's hand and shouting the next, utterly lost about what to do. It's fine. Kakashi-sensei is just asleep. Wait here. He'll be up and about again, soon, back to life. He'll wake up in no time. Naruto's words left Sakura dumbstruck all over again. What did he just say? He meant to say, come back to life. So it was Naruto who killed Kakashi-sensei. Oh no. Somebody help. I don't want to become a rogue ninja. Naruto flashed the most reassuring smile he could muster, patting both his teammates on the shoulder. Then, he arranged the corpse so that it looked more comfortable, carefully adjusting the angle so that the immortal totem surface made the fullest possible contact with Kakashi's body. Now, looking closely, Kakashi and the immortal totem seemed nearly fused together. Seeing this, Sakura's face turned an even paler shade. Suddenly, images of Haku and Zabuza flashed through her mind. Sasuke nodded at Naruto's words, offering no objections. As unreliable as Naruto's methods might be, his outcomes somehow never failed to deliver. Kakashi. As the sound of his own name rang out, Kakashi slowly blinked open his eyes, astonished to find himself sitting beside a campfire. And across from him sat a white-haired middle-aged man, someone as familiar as family. At that moment, the man was feeding wood to the flames. Father, what are you doing here? Kakashi cried out reflexively, his expression quickly shifting into something more complicated. Wait a second. How did I end up here? He could have sworn he'd just been eating something from Naruto moments ago. And why was he seeing his father again? Could mean he died? No, that can't be right. Tsukumo Hatake looked up at Kakashi, his face solemn. Kakashi, you're not supposed to be here. It's time to head back. What? Kakashi, whose mind still felt like a muddled mess, couldn't comprehend what his father meant at all. Wait, father. He had barely started to speak when the world spun wildly around him. Voices echoed in his ears, calling his name from somewhere far, far away. Moments later, awareness slowly seeped back into his body. Kakashi blinked open his eyes and found 3 little heads hovering over him in concern. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake? Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're finally awake. I'm going back to my training. Lying on the ground with his hands resting lightly on his stomach, Kakashi lifted his gaze to the three kids, his eyes blank and weary, like a washed-up fish. "So it's you guys. Did I just fall asleep?" Sakura, as well as Sasuke, who was just about to leave, froze at his question. They shared a strange look, not quite sure how to respond. Naruto grinned, giving Kakashi's shoulder a friendly pat. "That's right. Kakashi-sensei, why did you fall asleep on the ground? The ground is really cold, you know." Sasuke. Sakura. Even as he spoke, Sasuke's eyes were drawn toward the small pile of powder beside Kakashi. That powder was the residue left behind after the immortal totem activated. Yet neither Sasuke nor Sakura seemed all that surprised by the statue's transformation, at least not more than usual. After all, Naruto was the type of guy who could pull out a stake that changed colors out of nowhere. By this point, little oddities like these hardly fazed him anymore. Nearby, Uzumaki Stark was busy documenting the changes he had observed in the immortal totem just moments before. To be honest, he was itching to ask Kakashi what it felt like to come back from the dead. "Is that so?" Kakashi gave Naruto a suspicious glance, still sensing something off. The memory of seeing his father lingered, stirring confusion in his heart. Could it be? Was it all just a dream? Checking on his own condition, Kakashi realized he felt better than ever. Even the usual sense of weakness in his body had completely vanished. Or maybe, was it possible that Naruto's mysterious meet had allowed him to see someone he longed to meet within his dreams, and even hasten his healing? Kakashi shifted slightly where he lay, settling into a more comfortable position and tucking his hands behind his head, gazing blankly up at the sky. "Obito, Rin, are you both doing well in the Pure Land?" Seeing Kakashi back to his old lethargic self, Sakura's heart soared with joy. Inside, she was practically shouting with happiness. "This is wonderful. Kakashi-sensei is alive again. Mom, Dad, I won't have to become a rogue ninja." Once Sasuke was sure the dead fish on the ground was fine, he dropped any further thoughts of running away and got up to leave. Except, he deliberately made his way toward where one of Naruto's shadow clones was standing. Just now, Sasuke had noticed that the bespectacled, bearded clone was scribbling away nearby. He was a bit curious about what Naruto was actually doing. Moving quietly over to Uzumaki Stark's side, Sasuke glanced sideways, stretching his neck slightly to sneak a peek at the contents of the other's notebook. Uzumaki Stark didn't pay any attention to this little voyeur. After all, Sasuke had a history of snooping, and besides, there's no way this kid would be able to understand what he was writing anyway. With just one glance, Sasuke was met with page after page packed with dense numbers and symbols. He stared so long his head began to spin. It took him a full 2 minutes before he managed to find something he could understand. On the cover of the notebook, a sentence caught his eye, rooting him to the spot as if struck by lightning. "All my life, I tread lightly as if on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the far shore?" Sasuke turned the phrase over and over in his mind, deeply shaken. His thoughts inevitably floated back to that night when his clan had been destroyed. "All my life, I tread lightly as if on thin ice." He sucked in a sharp breath, the sound escaping him as he muttered softly under his breath. "Brilliant. It's simply brilliant." He walked away, repeating the words to himself, without noticing that Uzumaki Stark, pinned paused mid-sentence, was staring at his retreating figure in utter confusion. "What a weirdo. You don't even grasp electromagnetism. How could you possibly understand what I wrote? You really are something else." Once Naruto confirmed that the totem worked as intended, he let out a long sigh of relief, then turned around to find a spot at the side, pulling out his large iron gate to start practicing his gate techniques. Better to train hard now, he thought, than be unfamiliar with his new weapon when the time came to wield it for real. Kakashi, too, paid no mind to the younger trio. He sprawled out on the ground, watching the white clouds drift overhead, lost in memories of days passed with old teammates. Who knew how much time slipped by? Until eventually, Kakashi closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. And so, the days passed by for Team 7 in training, one after another. Under Kakashi's guidance, Sasuke not only mastered the lightning release, Chidori, but also seemed to pick up a thing or two from Naruto's earlier ramblings about electromagnetic energy. Naruto had suggested thinking of a lightning release technique like a slingshot, treating kunai and similar weapons as the projectiles. Sasuke found the idea more trouble than it was worth, not to mention tough to wrap his head around. So instead, he simply used his own body as the projectile. By shrouding himself in lightning, Sasuke was able to boost his speed several times over, leaving afterimages in his wake. When he combined that with lightning clones, for the first time, Sasuke felt as if he truly mastered the 3,000 lightning movements and the 3,000 lightning mirage. Just how fast was the 3,000 lightning movements? When he went all out, Not even Naruto had enough time to open his light gate. After he finished teaching Sasuke, Kakashi was completely taken aback when he witnessed Sasuke use those two new lightning-style jutsu. The speed was astonishing enough, but those afterimage lightning clones. Kakashi couldn't help but be reminded of the legendary Shursui, famed for his instant movement. Sasuke's growth was indeed impressive, but he couldn't help worrying that the kid was straying further and further off the beaten path. And then there was that Naruto, Uzumaki. Not only was he constantly conjuring all sorts of bizarre shadow clones, but he spent his days lingering by the river, hefting a door-sized plank, laughing and goofing around in no end. His training sessions stretched a dozen hours or more, endlessly energetic, seemingly dedicated and hardworking. But honestly, could this kid not channel even a fraction of that energy towards something more legitimate? At first, Kakashi could only gape speechlessly. All of that he could just about accept. Until one day, Naruto swapped out his old plank for a new one, painted in all the colors of the rainbow. Kakashi watched in disbelief as the boy rocketed skyward, riding the plank straight into the clouds. Uzumaki Naruto. Kid, are you really a Konoha shinobi? How come you're starting to look more and more like one of those ninja from the Hidden Sky Village? Kakashi was at a loss. He didn't even know what words could capture the absurdity of this child's antics. In contrast, Sakura's training felt so much more normal. She'd already mastered both chakra control exercises, tree climbing and water walking, and had picked up the two jinjutsu techniques Kakashi showed her. He also noticed Sakura's remarkable natural talent for chakra control. She was shaping up to be the perfect candidate for medical ninjutsu training. Kakashi decided that once they returned to the village, he'd have Sakura begin learning medical skills. My true self. Come check out my new weapon. Uzumaki Stark strode over, proudly showing off his shirtless, muscular torso, both hands gripping a pair of knuckle blades. Naruto, busy with his plank training, stared at the scene with a bewildered expression. Wait a second. Aren't you supposed to be Uzumaki Stark? Where's your power armor? Don't tell me you're cosplaying as Wolverine now. Uzumaki Stark ignored the main body's barrage of complaints, striking a dramatic cross-arm pose with the blades. He let out a gruff roar. I am Batman. Naruto's jaw dropped so fast you'd think his plank hit the ground. Batman? Seriously? Cosplaying as Wolverine, sounding like Iron Man, snapping his fingers, and then yelling Batman. What kind of bizarre mashup is this? Sorry, got a little carried away there. Uzumaki Stark picked up his shirt from the ground and tossed the knuckle blades to Naruto. Here, forged from underworld alloy. Stronger than Wolverine's, but there's no enchantment on them. To actually enchant it, you'd probably have trouble even lifting your arms. Naruto gripped the fist blades, both of his arms feeling weighed down as if filled with lead. Just lifting the weapon was a challenge, let alone swinging it. When you get into a turn-based fight with an enemy, that's when you can use these bad boys to give them a good stab. They pack a lot more punch than your fists ever did. The moment Naruto heard this, he instantly pictured himself grabbing hold of an enemy with these fist blades and, well, mercilessly stabbing. Oof. A single thrust from these claws would pierce 3 holes right through, probably even deadlier than slashing a throat. At that thought, Naruto hooked his arm around Uzumaki Stark's leg and couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Kakashi took a glance at the 3 little ones, then looked up at the sun, closed his book, and hopped down from the tree. All right, that's enough. Pack up your things. We'll head back to the village today and report the mission. I'll carry the load. You take the reins, and together we'll greet the sunrise and bid the sunset farewell. We'll blaze a trail. Naruto sat cross-legged atop the floating giant iron gate, humming the theme song from Journey to the West, his body swaying to the beat. At this moment, he had fully immersed himself in the image of Tang Monk, imagining the massive iron gate beneath him as his very own white dragon horse. After all, after wandering for a whole month, the kid was finally going home. He could barely contain his joy. He hadn't even seen Hinata in ages. But Naruto's singing was so off-key, it made the hearts of the 3 nearby nearly skip a beat. Naruto, shut up. That's unbearable. You sound just like my dad sawing lumber. Shut up already. The 3 of them, unable to take it any longer, shouted in perfect unison at Naruto, perched on the iron gate above them. Ever since this guy opened a portal and returned to the outskirts of Konoha, he'd been singing non-stop, never sparing a thought for their suffering. TCH, can't handle that much. A true ninja is someone who can endure anything. You guys have a long way to go. Naruto put on a strict face, looked at the 3 with thinly veiled contempt, and even started lecturing them with lines straight from Jiraiya himself. Kakashi covered his face, utterly exasperated. Technically, the words weren't wrong, but who the heck ever said that's what they meant? And Kakashi felt like he'd heard that line somewhere before, but just couldn't place it. Sasuke and Sakura both decided to ignore Naruto, floating up there without a clue just how off-key he sounded. This kid had absolutely zero idea how tone-deaf he was. The next few minutes passed in silence for Squad 7. They even made a pact. If he started singing again, they'd all jump in and take him down together. They'd make sure to punish him before he realized what was happening. When a village gate finally came into sight, every member of Squad 7 instantly relaxed. Even Kakashi's usually dead fish eyes appeared to change in that moment. Right now, all he wanted was to leave the team and be alone for a while. For the past month, Kakashi hadn't properly rested at all. Day after day, he'd either hear Sasuke practicing his lightning techniques with crazed laughter, or, late at night, he'd be kept awake by Naruto noisily swinging the giant iron gate around. It was truly an unimaginable kind of torment. But at least, Kakashi felt he might finally have a chance to rest quietly in the village for a while. He couldn't help but sigh. When on earth would Lord Jiraiya return to the village? As soon as the sentries at Konoha Village's gate saw the members of Team 7 approach, 2 of the shinobi sped back into the village, spreading the news of Team 7's return everywhere. This is bad. Team 7 has completed their mission and come back. Hurry, inform the Nara and Hyuga clans. The moment the 4 set foot through the gate, Naruto hopped off the enormous iron gate, tidily stowed it away into his system, and then politely greeted the sentry uncles. Hello, sirs. Hello. Naruto was bubbling with joy, so much so that even seeing these nameless gatekeepers had him in a cheerful mood. Kakashi, on the other hand, quickly noticed how stiff their expressions were, their gazes darting away, clearly unable to face Naruto. It was obvious these guards harbored deep grudges against Team 7, but somehow, that didn't matter to him anymore. After all, Team 7 had become so notorious that being hated by a few more guards hardly made a difference. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Kakashi walked on ahead alone. Let's move. We'll report to the Hokage Tower first and hand in our mission report. The 3 youngsters nodded obediently and trailed after Kakashi. Sakura replayed all the events of the mission in her mind, her heart aching with longing to hurry home to her parents. After all, she'd come perilously close to being labeled a rogue ninja from Konoha. Sasuke just wanted to find a quiet spot with a book and keep refining his fire release, burning art. Naruto, on the other hand, was eager to visit the Hyuga estate and see his wife. As they walked down the bustling main street of Konoha, every villager that spotted the blonde-haired boy wore a mask of fear. Some slammed their shops shut, some hurriedly scooped up children playing in the road, and some locked their doors tight. In short, everyone was terrified of catching that blonde boy's eye. The fear in their faces even surpassed that of seeing the Nine Tails. At least when confronted with the Nine Tails, destruction came quickly. This blonde menace, however, could torment people to the point of wishing for death. In their hearts, the villagers of Konoha could only place their hopes in the Nara clan and the Hyuga family. Kakashi pushed open the door to the Hokage's office with his team. As the 4 stepped inside, they found an old bald man in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Naruto stared at this elderly figure, scratching his head for a long while, yet try as he might, he was unable to place this familiar-looking name from his memory. Wait a minute, this can't be right. Who's this cranky old man, anyway? How'd he manage to get into the Hokage's office? The 3rd Hokage sat there looking troubled, his face etched with worry. Whatever conversation he'd just had with this elder, it hadn't gone well. But judging from his expression alone, it was clear he was furious. Lord 3rd, here's the mission scroll. Kakashi handed over this assignment scroll. The 3rd took it, barely sparing a glance before picking up a pen to sign his name. Once he was done, he instructed someone to fetch the mission reward. Dam Uzumaki, brat. I'll kill you. I swear I will. The old man in the wheelchair was practically shaking with rage, his chest heaving as he raised a trembling hand and shouted at Naruto. The entire 7th squad turned in perfect unison to look at Naruto. Their eyes seemed to say, "Did you somehow offend this old guy?" Naruto was completely bewildered by what was happening. He scratched his head and gave the old man in the wheelchair a thorough once-over before finally speaking. Wait a second. Who are you, old man? Do I even know you? A fit of harsh, angry coughing erupted from the old man in the wheelchair, his face turning bright red and his mouth twisting with outrage. He couldn't stop himself from coughing harder and harder. Kakashi started to worry the old man was going to keel over and die on the spot out of sheer anger from Naruto's words. Danzo, calm down. Your condition is serious. You can't let yourself get worked up. The 3rd Hokage rushed to his friend's side, seeing how close he was to passing out, and tried to soothe him, rummaging through jars and bottles before hurriedly finding medicine for him to take. Naruto was thunderstruck when he heard the third say the man's name. No way. This old fogey is Danzo. How did he end up like this? Naruto wasn't the only one shocked. Even Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. No one could have imagined that the formidable leader of the Root would end up in such a state. Naruto stood there for a long moment, replaying Danzo's angry words in his mind, before muttering out of the corner of his mouth. Danzo, old man. What did I ever do to you? I haven't crossed you at all. Why do you have it out for me? Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto himself, swore he meant every single word without a hint of malice. He genuinely wanted to know why Danzo seemed to dislike him so much. Naruto's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard him clearly, especially Danzo, wheezing for breath. After hearing these words, Danzo's coughing intensified, his body trembling as he gasped for air. In the end, fury overtook him, his eyes rolled back and he passed out cold. Danzo, wake up. Someone, get a medical ninja in here now. Within minutes, a flurry of medical ninjas rushed into the Hokage's office. In a hurry, Danzo was placed onto a stretcher, while medical nin surrounded him, tirelessly using the mystical palm technique. This is bad. Lord Danzo's wind-release chakra is running wild again. Lying on the stretcher, Danzo's consciousness was already slipping away. Across his bandaged body, blood-red marks kept appearing, so rapidly that the medical nin couldn't heal them as fast as the wounds burst open. Kakashi studied Danzo's injuries for a moment, his expression twisting with unease. His gaze flitted repeatedly between Naruto and Danzo, because he had noticed something. The wounds on Danzo looked strikingly similar to those Naruto sustained when he unleashed his wind-release, bloodstorm technique. The third Hokage, seeing the medical nin desperately trying to save Danzo, picked up the pipe on his desk and smoked furiously. Moments ago, he and his old friend had been reenacting the quarrels of days gone by in this very office. It had been 3 years since Danzo last came to see him at work. To be honest, after such a long time without their arguments, the third realized he'd almost missed them. Sigh. Why did Danzo have to go and learn that boy Naruto's jutsu? He had gone out his way to repeatedly warn him not to touch that forbidden technique, no matter what. Yet of course, Danzo had secretly practiced it the moment he got the chance. Then again, perhaps, if Danzo were to die here at the hospital, that might not be such a bad ending for him. Maybe it would even be a mercy. After all, the third knew very well that Danzo had always coveted the position of Hokage. Should Danzo ever acquire enough strength, he would surely attempt to overthrow him. The thought of having to kill his old friend with his own hands was almost unbearable. Kakashi's thoughts mirrored the third's in many ways, though tinged more with regret than sorrow. He'd heard whispers of Danzo's deeds from the shadows, and seeing the man suffering now, he found himself giving Naruto a silent thumbs up in his heart. Nicely done, Naruto. At long last, you've done something good for the village. Meanwhile, Naruto, one of the people at the center of all this, had no idea what was really happening. Seeing Danzo on the verge of death, his face turned grim. Damn it, Danzo, don't you dare die on me now. If you die here, who's my good friend Sasuke supposed to take his revenge on? Damn, who snatched the kill before me? Whoever did this had better hope I never find out, otherwise, you're done for. Naruto, genuinely worried, dashed to the medical nin and anxiously hovered around them, shouting as he paced. Doctor, is this Gramps going to be okay? How could someone his age still end up suffering like this? But the medical nin were so busy treating Danzo's wounds that they paid no mind to the anxious blonde kid by their side. Naruto had no choice but to stand aside and pray for the old man. But as he watched, he started to notice something odd. The wound on Danzo's body looked as though it had been caused by a wind-release jutsu. At that moment, a flash of insight cut through Naruto's mind. I get it now. It must have been Orochimaru. Given the current timeline, the Chunin exams were about to begin. Orochimaru must have teamed up with a ninja from the hidden sand village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha's route, Danzo, paving the way for his plan to destroy the village. Damn, that damn snake actually snatched Sasuke's prey. Casting a glance at poor old Danzo, Naruto stepped up to his head and, adopting a righteous tone, declared loudly, How awful! Who on earth would use wind release against one of Konoha's honored elders? The third Hokage. Kakashi. Had he not spoken, things might have gone better. But once those words were out, Danzo's blood pressure shot straight through the roof. Half unconscious and groggy as he was, hearing those words from the blonde kid was all it took for Danzo to pass out completely. In the final flickers of his consciousness, he was cursing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki relentlessly. Damn it, that blasted Nine-Tails kid did this on purpose. Oh no, Danzo-sama's blood pressure is skyrocketing. Hurry, get him to the hospital. Move. The third rubbed at his temples, face darkening. Turning sharply to Naruto, who was making things worse, he barked. Naruto, stop disturbing the medics. Come over here now. Honestly, what am I going to do with you? At the third's words, Naruto looked back at Danzo with concern, taking 3 steps, glancing back with each one. A picture of worried family, if he didn't know better. Witnessing this, the third Hokage felt his own blood pressure spike. In a hurry, he yanked open his drawer and swallowed a blood pressure pill. Meanwhile, the medics, having finished treating Danzo's external wounds, promptly carried him out. Just then, the ninja who had fetched the mission payment returned. The third picked up this mission's payment for Team 7 and handed it over to Kakashi. After deductions, Team 7 got to keep over 18 million ryo. Kakashi divided the sum equally among his 3 students. Naruto gazed at the 4.5 million ryo in his hand, then at the third Hokage, who was puffing on his pipe. A sly scheme flickered in Naruto's eyes as he broke into a mischievous grin. Bang! With a loud slap, Naruto slammed his money on the table. Putting on his most well-behaved voice, he addressed the third. Grandpa Third, I want to submit an S-rank mission request. I suspect there are spies from the hidden sand in the village. I'd like to commission Team 7 to investigate for a month. At Naruto's announcement, everyone in the room turned to stare at him. The entire Team 7 was left dumbfounded. Wait a minute. People actually do this kind of thing? They claimed they needed to spend a month investigating a spy from the hidden sand village. Kakashi could see right through the boy's intentions. It was just a precaution to stop a repeat of that incident when someone from the village paid 20 million to send the team off on a mission. The third Hokage's expression froze, and when he heard that Naruto wanted to spend his own money to request a mission, he was truly taken aback for a while. His first instinct was to refuse this child's nonsense. But, the last time, the village's own ninja did use the same method to send Team 7 away, and if he didn't agree with the boy this time, he suspected Naruto might just tear down the entire Hidden Leaf village. The Hokage's secretary, noticing how conflicted the third was, immediately leaned in and whispered, Honored Third, not long ago, Lord Jiraiya sent word that he'll be back in the village soon. The third's eyes widened in excitement as he turned to his secretary, delight lighting up his entire face. Wonderful, truly wonderful. After years of yearning for his return, Jiraiya was finally coming back to the village. In that moment, the third Hokage was swept up in joy, momentarily forgetting even the illness of his old friend. He let out a hearty, booming laugh. Naruto, I accept your mission. I'll leave the investigation of the village spy to you all. Still laughing, the third didn't bother with the details of Naruto's so-called spy. They were just excuses from a clever child. He waved for his secretary to prepare the mission scroll, took Naruto's fee, and handed him the commission. As Kakashi prepared to leave the office with his team, the third Hokage suddenly called him back. Oh, one more thing, he said. Soon, our village will conduct the joint Chunin exams with other villages. I'll let you know the exact dates when the time comes. With that, he waved them out, signifying their dismissal. Then, as something crossed his mind, he turned to his secretary and asked, the top genin in the village, have they all completed the required number of missions for promotion? The secretary pulled out a small notebook and, after flipping through it for some time, answered, Almost there, Honored Third. As long as Naruto doesn't go off on any more missions in the next couple of days. If everyone else completes 3 more missions, they'll meet the qualifications to enter the Chunin exams. The third nodded, sighing in resignation. There was nothing else for it. Naruto's number of missions was simply outrageous, and the most critical part was that he'd been on a spree of missions just before the Chunin exams. Because of this, the other genin who'd planned to participate hadn't been able to complete enough missions for promotion. Just as the two were discussing the upcoming exams, Hayashi Hyuga and Shikaka Nara pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Honored Third, we're about to announce a C-rank mission worth 20 million ryo. Not good. I forgot to mention to the third about peeking at the ceiling scroll. It's all Danzo's fault. As Naruto walked out of the Hokage's office, he was overwhelmed with regret, blaming himself again and again. Kakashi reached the intersection, and his mind lingered on that dream about his father. While walking, he kept sneaking glances at Naruto from time to time. Maybe he could ask Naruto for more of that special food from last time. Kakashi didn't just long to see his father and ask about the events of the past. He also wanted to meet Rin and apologize, to hear if Obito in the Pure Land was still as selfless as before, whether he was still always late. He even wished to see Lord Minato again. As for Lady Kushina, maybe not. In the end, there were just so many things Kakashi wanted to say to all those who'd passed on. He wasn't sure if the man he saw that day was really his father or just a dream conjured up by his own longing. But it didn't matter anymore. As long as he could see them again, just once, that would be enough. Still, the thought of seeing them filled Kakashi with a trembling fear deep inside. He let out a sigh, steadied his emotions, then turned and greeted his 3 students with a casual wave. Hey, my dear subordinates. We'll call it a day right here. With that, he didn't wait for anyone to respond. In a blink, he vanished, leaving the 3 young ninja staring at one another in confusion. Just now, did Lord Third really say we're supposed to take part in the Chunin exams? Sakura replayed the recent conversation in her mind, almost unable to believe what she'd just heard, turning to speak to the other 2. It felt as if she were trapped in a bizarre dream. After all, they'd barely been genin for 3 months, and now they were being thrust into the Chunin exams. Sasuke nodded, his face unreadable, and said in an indifferent tone, "Yeah, the sect tournament. Naruto, huh? Sakura, huh?" Sasuke's abrupt comment left the other 2 absolutely baffled. Sakura froze for a moment, then shot Naruto a look of wounded exasperation. What in the world is Sasuke talking about? This is all Naruto's fault. Why does my Sasuke have to be like this now? Naruto tugged at the corner of his mouth, barely able to keep his composure. For crying out loud, a perfectly ordinary Chunin exam, and you have to make it sound like something out of a fantasy novel. Just as Naruto was about to unleash a torrent of complaints at Sasuke, he suddenly heard the deep, rumbling voice of the huge fox inside him. Sect tournament? Is Konoha really even worthy? Naruto. That comment made Naruto choke on his own spit. Maybe the 2 of you are a perfect match? This is the shinobi world, after all. Can you both please tone it down with the weirdness? Kid, are you being disrespectful to me again? No, go read your book. Naruto felt he couldn't manage this big fox at all. It had only been a few days, and this self-proclaimed title had changed once again. Sasuke, carrying a weighted sword taller than himself, paid no mind to the surprised looks on their faces. He understood that it was normal for geniuses to be misunderstood. Just look at Xiaoyan. Back when everyone thought he was worthless, wasn't he doubted too? So many doubters. Wait and see. Once I've mastered my flame art, that'll be the day I defeat you. Lifting his head at a deliberate 45-degree angle, Sasuke murmured softly, "Sigh. All my life, I tread as if on thin ice. Do you think I can ever reach the other side?" With these words, a deep sense of melancholy seemed to envelop Sasuke, fully revealing itself in that moment. Sakura turned her head to gaze at Sasuke, her eyes practically brimming with adoration. So cool. Sasuke is amazing. Naruto raised his hand to cover his face, turning away. He simply couldn't watch this couple any longer. How on earth did this guy even know such a line? It was one thing for Uchiha Xiaoyan, but now you want to be Mr. Thin Ice too? Just then, Tintin approached with Niji and Lee, heading straight towards the trio. The moment Niji spotted that blonde-haired boy, his Byakugan almost flared to life. Tintin, however, waved her hands and called out to Naruto and the others. "Hey, Naruto, and you, Mr. Thin Ice over there. Want to grab a bite together?" Tintin had already overheard what Sasuke said a moment ago. Almost everyone in the village knew about the last Uchiha, so Sasuke's words had genuinely shocked her. Until now, she hadn't sensed just how heavy a burden the last of the Uchiha clan carried. But after hearing him speak like that, what a tragic life. So, on her own initiative, Tintin decided to give Sasuke a brand new nickname. Hearing himself called Mr. Thin Ice by the bun-haired girl, Sasuke looked up slightly, unable to hide the twitch at the corners of his mouth. Naruto, meanwhile, had the sinking feeling that something bad was coming, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what Sasuke was so pleased about. This is bad. Now that sharp-tongued Tintin has heard what he said, nothing good can come of this. When Sakura saw that girl talking to Sasuke, she clung to his arm like she was protecting her favorite treat. At Sakura's sudden show of affection, Sasuke felt nothing but the pressure of her grip. His arm hurt from how tightly she was holding him. As Tintin and her companions approached, Niji's anger simmered beneath the surface at the sight of Naruto. If it hadn't been for Gai-sensei inviting both Team 7 and Team 8 out to eat together, he wouldn't have tolerated it a second longer. Thinking back to that first encounter with the blonde-haired kid, "Hey there, brother-in-law." Naruto greeted Niji with his usual casualness, which only made Niji's chest heave with anger. He almost reminded people of Danzo in that moment. "Naruto, Uzumaki, I'm going to kill you." Niji managed to hold back for only 2 seconds, but seeing Naruto act as if nothing had happened made his fury impossible to contain. With chakra already swirling in his palms, he lunged forward, ready to strike. Luckily, his 2 teammates rushed to restrain him just in time, holding onto him tightly while trying to talk him down. "Niji, calm down. Don't let him get to you. Gai-sensei asked us to invite him for a meal." Come on, let go, don't make a scene. It took all the strength Tintin and Lee could muster to keep Niji from breaking free. Although nobody knew for sure what had happened between Naruto and Niji, picking a fight now would undoubtedly look bad. Naruto, maybe say a bit less. You know he's... Realizing she was about to reveal too much, Tintin immediately clamped her mouth shut, not wanting to provoke Niji further. Naruto, hearing her words, gave Tintin an approving thumbs up in his mind. A fine girl indeed. Don't worry, I won't let my future brother-in-law lose face, no matter what. Sasuke and Sakura, upon hearing they were being invited for food, both turned to look at Naruto. When it came to decisions for Team 7, Naruto was always at the center. If Naruto decided to go, Sasuke would go with him, and Sakura would follow wherever Sasuke led. As for their white-haired jonin, if there was consensus, they listened to Kakashi. If not, everyone just waited for Naruto's final word. Hinata and the others will be joining too, Tintin added, trying again when Naruto didn't answer immediately. A gathering of Konoha's squads. Naruto was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Team 7, with its rather rough reputation, to be invited along. But then he remembered Hinata. With a sly little chuckle, he looked over to Tintin and replied, "All right, we'll bring Kakashi-sensei along too." Hearing this, Tintin busied herself tugging Niji away, while he just stood there staring dazedly at Sakura, lost in his own world. My love. Lee, what are you still standing there for? Watching Tintin drag Niji away, Sakura suddenly felt a lot better about her own situation. So it's not just Team 7 that's like this. Glancing from the furious Hyuga to the green-clad oddball, Sakura couldn't help but feel a sense of profound camaraderie. Their days back in the village had settled into a calm routine. Naruto kept up with his usual trainings, occasionally poked fun at the Hyuga clan, and sometimes snuck out for a date with Hinata. He had even thought about bringing the shy girl along to train together. Who could have guessed that Teacher Hong said their Class 8 hadn't completed enough missions, so during these days they'd have to stick to low-level assignments, and the squad members weren't allowed to leave or quit on their own. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately gave up the idea of grinding missions. It's worth mentioning, the third Hokage had put a ban on handing out missions to oneself just to complete them, as well as the practice of assigning missions to deliberately send village ninjas away on personal errands. He also forbade the use of shadow clone jutsu to quickly rack up mission credits. Not being able to grind missions didn't really bother Naruto. In fact, he was quite relieved not to have to be sent out of the village anymore. Meanwhile, Sakura, taking Kakashi's advice, had already started medical ninjutsu courses at the Konoha hospital. Sasuke was still single-mindedly practicing his fire-style jutsu, while in his book, the story had just reached the part where Xiao Yin advanced to the rank of Dohwan. That made Sasuke even more obsessed with studying his burning technique. He kept pestering Naruto and Kakashi, asking if the ninja world had any other colors of fire. Kakashi could only sigh in exasperation, thinking to himself that this kid was a lost cause. Naruto, on the other hand, simply held up his middle finger to Sasuke in a show of respect. Still determined to set Sasuke back on the right path, Naruto even asked Whirlpool Stark to enchant the Executioner's Blade. All done. Sasuke, this sword is now a real Executioner's Blade. With a casual motion, Naruto tossed the newly enchanted blade in front of Sasuke, the ground cracking slightly under its weight. It was clear this was no lightweight weapon. Whirlpool Stark had not only added a touch of nether alloy to the blade, but enchanted it with decapitation and lifesteal properties. However, under the rules of this world, the lifesteal attribute was converted into chakra, regeneration, and a minor healing effect. The sword's current abilities now let it deal double critical hits to enemies' necks, very much like the legendary Samahata blade. This is the heavy black ruler. Sasuke corrected Naruto, gently caressing his weapon with obsession, so much so that Sakura, watching nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy. Drawing the weapon from the ground, Sasuke gave it a few test swings, struggling a bit, but feeling the doubled weight was exactly how he imagined the heavy black ruler should be. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Ah! Sasuke swung the sword a few times, then clutched his hair and let out an over-the-top Uchiha-style laugh. Naruto simply stared, completely speechless at Sasuke's antics. It wasn't even the laughter that bothered him. He'd gotten used to that. More than anything, this guy didn't even have his usual spiky hair anymore. He deliberately tied it back in a traditional Chinese ponytail, with a long lock framing his forehead. Honestly, there really was a certain vibe to the look. Even Kurama couldn't help but praise Sasuke's new hairstyle. Now, the only thing missing was a black robe, and Sasuke would be the perfect Xiao Yin cosplay. Naruto's heart was utterly exhausted. I wonder what kind of expression Itachi Uchiha will have when he sees his younger brother. Either way, Sasuke himself could barely hold it together right now. Just then, Kakashi suddenly leapt down from the treetop and addressed the three young ninjas. Yo, good morning, everyone. I've already submitted your names for the Chunin exams. The written exam for the first round starts tomorrow. Glancing sideways at Sasuke, who was still laughing uncontrollably, Kakashi couldn't help but tease him. Hey, Mr. Thin Ice, enough with the laughing. Come with me to check out the exam venue. Sasuke's laughter came to an abrupt halt the instant he heard the nickname, Mr. Thin Ice. Embarrassment washed over him like a tidal wave, and his toes curled awkwardly in his sandals. Damn it, how did Kakashi find out about that nickname? Ever since that dinner at the Konoha Grill, where all three teams ate together, everyone had heard Tintin tell that story about him. At first, it hadn't gotten nearly as out of hand. But right after the meal, Kiba had called out, "Hey, Mr. Thin Ice." And just like that, the nickname had spread through Konoha village like wildfire. Now, whenever Sasuke walked down the street, anyone who recognized him would greet him with a hearty shout of, "Hey, Mr. Thin Ice." Even at the Hokage's office, the guards couldn't resist chiming in with a few calls. And if that wasn't humiliating enough, even Akamaru and Kakashi's ninja dog packin' had picked up on the nickname. Every time he heard Mr. Thin Ice now, Sasuke felt like he would die from embarrassment. The thought had even crossed his mind to finally just defect from the village because of it. The only one who hadn't called him Mr. Thin Ice so far was Sakura. A muffled snicker escaped Naruto, his back turned, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. He just couldn't hold it in anymore. Bursting out with laughter, he said, "Haha, Mr. Thin Ice, what are you standing around for? Let's go see the Chunin exam hall already." Sasuke's face turned even darker, his grip tightening around his heavy ruler weapon. Next to him, Sakura brandished her fist and shouted at Naruto in anger. "That's enough, all of you. Why does everyone keep calling him that weird nickname? Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, you two are just too much." But rather than showing any remorse, the two troublemakers stood their ground, tilted their heads up in perfect sync at a 45-degree angle, and murmured in mock seriousness. "All my life I tread on thin ice. Tell me, do you think I can make it to the other side?" Imitating Sasuke's solemn tone, the two glanced at each other, then doubled over once again, clutching their stomachs in laughter. "You jerks! I'll kill you both." Unable to endure their merciless teasing anymore, Sasuke grit his teeth, finally reaching his breaking point. Earlier he'd held back with Naruto, only because he'd just gotten his new weapon and felt a bit reluctant to use it so soon. But now, he really couldn't hold back any longer. When Naruto saw Sasuke, furious and crackling with electricity all over, he skillfully threw down the giant white dragon horse, Iron Gate, leaped onto it, and shot into the sky in the blink of an eye. By the time Sasuke flashed to where Naruto had been, all he could do was wave his heavy black blade at the airborne Naruto, fuming with helpless rage. "Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto, if you've got the guts, come down here and face me." Naruto ignored him completely. He was headed to the exam room now. There was no time to waste messing around with Sasuke. In the end, it was Kakashi who had to step in, using sheer force to bring Sasuke under control. After the dust settled, a thoroughly singed Kakashi led his three little charges toward the first written exam hall. Along the way, Kakashi kept throwing sidelong glances at Naruto. He was honestly at his wit's end with this kid. They'd both mocked Sasuke together, and, as always, this troublemaker left him to clean up the mess in the end. It was the same when helping to awaken Sasuke's Sharingan, too. Kakashi was feeling pretty fed up with his subordinate. But, as ever, there was just no handling this kid. It made Kakashi feel utterly frustrated. Still, Kakashi figured these days wouldn't last much longer. He'd heard not long ago that Lord Jiraiya was coming back to the village. When that time came, there'd finally be someone else to whip Naruto into shape. "Naruto, your days are numbered." Just thinking about Jiraiya's return was enough to make Kakashi's eyes curve with delight. Suddenly, a child's shrill scream caught their attention. They followed the sound, and Naruto spotted a guy with dark eyeshadow, cosplaying a villainous Pikachu by the look of him, grabbing a small kid with a red-haired tattooed punk standing nearby. So it was Konohamaru and Gaara. Naruto instantly understood what was going on. At that moment, Sasuke turned to Naruto. "Are you going, or should I?" Seeing Sasuke's eagerness, Naruto decided not to steal his thunder. With a shrug, he gestured for him to handle it. "All right, I'll take care of this." No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke dashed forward in a flash of lightning, leaping straight into action. There was a resounding crash, and suddenly the guy burdened with a nearly 2-meter-long sword appeared in front of Kankuro, leaving cracks in the ground at his feet. "Hey, you guys over there, let that kid go." Terrified, Konohamaru turned desperately toward the newcomer, seizing him like a drowning man reaching for a lifeline. When he saw it was Sasuke, he shouted with joy, "I splayed! Help!" At those words, Sasuke, who had been on the verge of exploding into action, suddenly froze in place. Standing off to one side, Naruto noticed Sasuke's eyes had turned red with rage, his features twisted, veins bulging on his forehead. "Let him go, Kankuro. You're an embarrassment to the village." With no other choice, Kankuro released the kid. As soon as Konohamaru touched down, he dashed over to hide behind Sasuke. Sasuke shot an angry glare at the red-haired boy when he heard those words. Huh? What did that guy mean by that? Was he taking a veiled jab at me? "Thank you, Brother Bobing." Konohamaru clung to the hem of Sasuke's shirt, his voice sweet and proper as he called out. Sasuke glanced at Konohamaru, then at Gaara. For a moment, he couldn't decide who he wanted to deal with first. But there was no denying his fury was real. "Sasuke, that's enough." Fortunately, Kakashi stepped forward just in time to give Sasuke an out. Otherwise, in his rage, Sasuke might very well have considered wiping out everyone present, slashing his forehead protector on the spot, and defecting from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kankuro's gaze had never left this Brother Bobing. That earlier moment, he hadn't even seen it coming. Clearly, this guy would be a real handful. Gaara looked at Sasuke, then at Naruto, standing nearby, his face expressionless. "Let's go." Behind him, Kankuro and Temari followed as they brushed past Team 7. Just as they left, Gaara coldly tossed a remark over his shoulder. "Konoha, Brother Bobing, see you at the Chunin exams." Damn it, a crackle. Being addressed by that nickname by a foreign ninja drove Sasuke into a frenzy, his body sparking with electricity as he swung the massive sword from his back. For crying out loud, forget betraying the village. He was ready to cut down these outsiders right here and now. "Idiot, stop. Calm down. Pull yourself together, Sasuke." Naruto was the first to pin the furious Sasuke to the ground, with Kakashi rushing in to help. There was no other way. They might mess with Sasuke plenty on a normal day, but at this moment, he was honestly terrifying. Kakashi feared that Sasuke, in his anger, might kill all three of the Sand Shinobi right then and there. And Naruto figured, if Gaara really went full-tailed beast, even his mom's power might not keep up with Sasuke's lightning-charged rampage. At that point, Shikaku might just get unleashed. As for the shadowy Pikachu standing by, well, he'd likely be KO'd by Uchiha Xiaoyan in a blink. And yeah, Shikamaru's wife too. "Let me go. I'm gonna kill them. Aya." Unable to move under Naruto's grip, Sasuke roared, watching as the three figures walked farther and farther away, thrashing and shouting beneath the two of them. "Huh? You're that yellow-haired kid from the Leaf?" Konohamaru looked up at Naruto and shouted excitedly, his eyes shining with a strange admiration as he danced in circles around him. "Naruto Uzumaki, huh? What's up with this kid? Calling me yellow hair right to my face? There are barely a handful of people in the whole village who dare say that. And this little punk, he can't be allowed to stick around." Sasuke and Naruto turned their heads in unison, fixing Konohamaru with a dangerous glare. Both of them were already plotting how best to deal with this little troublemaker, when suddenly, Konohamaru's knees gave out. He slid across the ground, skidding to Naruto's feet. Clinging tightly to Naruto's leg, he burst out in a loud voice. "Naruto, big brother, I really look up to you. If Grandpa hadn't stopped me, wouldn't let me play with you. I would have. His voice trailed off, and he suddenly wailed, tears streaming down his face. "Naruto, big brother, please let me be part of your group. I want to be as strong as you. I want everyone to see me in a new light." Konohamaru's passionate outburst instantly threw Naruto and Sasuke, who were just about to act, into confusion. Naruto looked down at the boy clinging to his leg, his face taking on a complicated expression. Truthfully, he'd been ready to teach this kid a lesson, but hearing how much Konohamaru admired him, his mood shifted instantly, filling with mixed emotions. Still, the kid had good taste, compared to the rest of the villagers. Naruto began to find this little rascal unexpectedly endearing. "Young Master Konohamaru, you must stay away from that troublemaker. Lord Third gave strict orders. You are not to associate with him." Ebisu, Konohamaru's private tutor, came running over, waving his handkerchief anxiously and wiping the sweat from his brow. Not long ago, Lord Third had personally warned him, "Don't, under any circumstances, let Konohamaru hang around with Naruto Uzumaki." Just dealing with one Naruto was already enough misery, another one on top of that. The Third felt not even barrels of medicine could keep his blood pressure down. Naruto glared in frustration at the spectacled tutor standing before him. "What's that supposed to mean? You, acting all high and mighty in front of me. Aren't you afraid I'll catch you outside at night and get even? You forbid me from playing with Konohamaru. All the more reason I will." Stubborn as ever, Naruto ignored the tutor's protests, gently helped Konohamaru to his feet, and beamed with satisfaction. "Excellent. That's the spirit. So, you're the third's grandson, Konohamaru, right? Yes, yes. Konohamaru snapped to attention at being addressed by Naruto, gazing up at his hero through tear-filled eyes. He'd long heard tales around the village of Naruto, the blonde troublemaker from the Uzumaki clan. He knew that at only 6 years old, Naruto had leapt from the Hokage rock without a scratch, single-handedly broken through the defenses of the village's ninjas, and even blasted through the barrier protecting the village itself. He's just too amazing. Even now, whenever the name Uzumaki Naruto is mentioned in the Hidden Leaf Village, you can see admiration shining in people's eyes. Even his grandfather, the Hokage, gets a headache every time he hears Big Brother's name. How could I not worship someone like that? But Brother Thin Ice next to me is still kind of lacking. Konohamaru realized Brother Thin Ice was watching him, so he scratched the back of his head and gave a goofy little laugh. All right, Konohamaru, your big brother has to check on the exam hall today, so you go wait for me in the small grove east of the village entrance. You know where that is, right? Naruto patted Konohamaru on the shoulder, while secretly pondering how to, well, train this kid. Of course. Big brother, I'll head there and wait for you first. Don't forget, big brother. Master Konohamaru, wait. Konohamaru sniffled, called out with a greeting, and then dashed off towards the training field, glancing back at his big brother as he ran. Kakashi raised his hand, as if to say something, but reconsidered and let it fall. Naruto noticed a hesitant look on the white-haired ninja's face and casually asked, "What is it? Is there something you want to say, Kakashi-sensei?" "No, not really. The exam hall is in classroom 301. You can go there yourselves. I just remembered I've got something else to do, so I won't be joining you." With that, Kakashi stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked off, gazing in the direction where Konohamaru had disappeared. Shaking his head with a sigh, he muttered to himself, "Lord Third, I really can't stop Naruto. This has nothing to do with me." Kakashi figured it was best to stay out of this, quietly slipping away from the scene. If Lord Third asked, he'd just play dumb. He sighed. All he could do was hope Konohamaru didn't lead Naruto too far astray. After Team 7 finished touring the exam room, Sakura split from the group to go home and review her notes. Sasuke and Naruto, two notorious bookworms, didn't seem the least bit anxious and headed straight back to the training field to continue their daily routine. That evening, Naruto showed off his signature taijutsu moves for Konohamaru, who cheered and shouted wildly in excitement. As Konohamaru walked home, he mimicked his big brother's Konoha-style taijutsu all the way, looking every bit as obsessed as Sasuke was with his own decapitating sword technique. Such an original fighting style opened the door to a whole new world for this 8-year-old boy. That night, after a long and busy day, the old third Hokage hunched over and rubbed his aching back as he slowly made his way home. Just thinking about how well-behaved Naruto had been lately made all his weariness melt away. It sure isn't easy. Looks like this kid has really grown after leaving the village for that mission and clashing with the Mist Village rogue ninja. I really can't keep seeing Naruto the way I used to. Just look at Jiraiya. When he was a child, he was such a headache for me, but once he grew up, he became truly dependable. As the image of Jiraiya flashed through his mind, he couldn't help but think of the other two disciples as well. What a pity that the one he had the highest hopes for ended up abandoning the village. The third Hokage lifted his gaze toward the moon hanging in the sky. Moonlight washed over his deeply lined face, casting long, shifting shadows across it. He couldn't help but sigh and murmur to himself, "I'm really getting old." Standing there, letting the autumn wind and melancholy sweep over him for a while, the third finally clasped his hands behind his back and stepped through his own front gate. But the instant he crossed the threshold, he halted, stumbling a step backward in shock. Staring at the wide-open entrance, where only the bare door frame remained, the third rubbed his eyes fiercely, certain he must be seeing things. What in the world? Where's my door? He stood rooted to the spot, pure astonishment etched on his face. Who could possibly have a nerve to steal from the Hokage's own house? Could it be ninja from another village? With the Chunin exams in Konoha lately, there really have been plenty of outsiders around. Perhaps some reckless ninja actually dared to pull something like this. And besides, Naruto just mentioned something about a spy from the Sand Village a few days ago. Could it be true? Shocked and suspicious, the third quickly pulled out a kunai, just in case. He cautiously crossed the threshold, only to discover that not only was his door missing. Inside, almost nothing was left but door frames. He rushed from room to room, inspecting everything in a panic. Yet, aside from the doors themselves, nothing else was missing. What on earth happened here? He had just muttered the question aloud when laughter and shouts drifted in from the family training yard. Following the sound, the third arrived, only for his vision to momentarily go black at the sight before him. His grandson, Konohamaru, was waving a wooden door back and forth with great gusto. Stacked at his feet were neat piles of door panels. In an instant, the third finally understood the mystery behind the missing doors. So was this kid all along. Truly, it's the ones inside your own house you have to watch out for. Konohamaru, gripping the door, spotted the third out of the corner of his eye. A mischievous grin gradually spread across his face. Clutching the sides of the door, he charged straight at the third, shouting excitedly, "Grandpa, let's duel. Today's the day I finally beat you. I'm going to be the fifth Hokage one day, you'll see." Bang! But since Konohamaru had blocked his own line of sight with a hefty door, he had no idea what lay ahead. He tripped and crashed spectacularly, going sprawling across the ground with the door on top of him. Darn it, Grandpa Third, you're so despicable, setting up an ambush in advance like that. Hiruzen Sarutobi. For a moment, the third Hokage was rendered speechless by his own grandson. Usually, at times like this, the kid would pull out a kunai or some shuriken and charge straight at him. But why does today's scene feel a little too much like that kid Naruto? The third glanced down at Konohamaru lying on the ground, then at the neatly stacked doorboards to the side, and a growing sense of dread crept into his heart. No, this can't be happening, can it? Could the boy possibly be hanging out with Naruto now? Hiruzen watched his grandson for a long while, swallowing hard, his voice bitter as he finally asked Konohamaru, "You, who taught you to use doorboards as weapons? Please don't say that name. Just please, anything but that." Konohamaru, who was still rubbing his knee, suddenly forgot all about the pain. He jumped up and shouted, "It's my big brother Naruto. One day, I'll be just like him." With that, Hiruzen's vision blurred, and he almost blacked out, clutching his chest in alarm while desperately fumbling for his medicine with the other hand. This is the end. Of all things. After everything I've done to prevent this, no amount of vigilance could have protected against this outcome. The old Hokage slumped down against the wall, his breathing growing more ragged with each passing second. Seeing his grandfather in such a state, Konohamaru's face turned deathly pale. He rushed over and asked anxiously, "Grandpa, are you okay?" Hearing his grandson's concern brought Hiruzen a measure of comfort. At least the boy still knows how to care about his family. "I'm fine. Grandpa just needs a little rest." Konohamaru gave a sheepish laugh, then continued enthusiastically, "All right, Grandpa, what did you think of my Konoha doorboard taijutsu style just now? Wasn't it amazing?" As the words left Konohamaru's mouth, Hiruzen nearly fainted for real. With all the ninjutsu in this house, you don't bother to learn any of them, but you're spending your time swinging around a giant doorboard. And what in the world is the Konoha doorboard taijutsu style supposed to be? At this rate, even blood pressure pills weren't going to cut it. You need to go to the hospital tomorrow and get some fast-acting heart medication at this pace. "Where's your instructor, Ebisu?" "You mean the guy with the glasses?" "Ha! I have no idea." Konohamaru's gaze darted off, and, whistling innocently, he turned away. "Damn it, Naruto, you're corrupting the Hokage's own grandson." Meanwhile, in the training grounds reserved for Team 7, Ebisu's hands and feet were bound, and he hung from a tree, glaring at Naruto with powerless fury. To make matters worse, he'd been tied up in an exceedingly embarrassing fashion. Even if Kakashi walked by at this moment, he'd just whistle and walk away. Naruto noisily slurped his ramen, not giving him the slightest attention. Every time this Chuda caught sight of Naruto, he would start squawking and shrieking endlessly. He never failed to open his mouth with something like, "You wicked Uzumaki brat," and close at complaining, "You're the downfall of the Leaf Village." Could Naruto Uzumaki possibly stomach this kind of talk? Absolutely not. After all, he, Naruto Uzumaki, had bled for the sake of Konoha. With such words from this four-eyed Chudu, wasn't he going a bit too far? So, when the guy started yelling again, Naruto immediately pinned him to the ground and gave him a sound thrashing, then strung him up in a thoroughly humiliating pose from a tree. Had he been able to find a gag, Naruto would have slapped it on that bespectacled blowhard, no question. And as for whether he was worried the third Hokage would hassle him over this, Naruto wasn't the least bit concerned. What kind of rotten excuse for a tutor was this Chudo anyway? He was nothing compared to Naruto teaching Konohamaru himself. One day, Naruto would show all of Konoha that even a child, under his own training, could become extraordinarily strong. Tomorrow, after the exam, he'd go talk to the old man about this. The night before the exam, Kakashi took special care to remind his dear students that the Chunin exam was a very important day, and if possible, they should dress appropriately. The three youngsters nodded, at least outwardly, indicating they'd taken his words to heart. The following afternoon, in a surprising twist, Kakashi was actually on time, waiting at the meeting spot for his team. To be honest, if it weren't for the third's direct order to keep a close eye on Naruto and make sure he didn't cause any disasters during the Chunin exam, Kakashi wouldn't even want to be here. You had to understand, this year's exam was a joint undertaking between 5 villages. Back in the day, Naruto wreaking havoc in Konoha was one thing, but at least it was all in-house. The shame never leaked outside. But this time, if Naruto caused trouble, the third Hokage couldn't even imagine what might happen. I told you guys to dress a bit more formally. Naruto, Sasuke, what on earth is going on with you two? Sakura, looking not much different than usual except for a bold red dress, was at least making an effort, but just one glance at Naruto and Sasuke, and Kakashi felt his vision go dark. Naruto was decked out in a suit of gold and crimson armor, a glowing blue light shining from his chest. The kid even took a marker and drew a scruffy beard on his own face. Come on, the first test is a written exam. Why in the world are you dressed like this? And then there was Sasuke. He had an executioner's sword slung on his back, one even taller than himself, and wore a hooded black robe, head tipped down so low that only his chin was visible. His whole face was hidden in shadow. Kakashi could only lift his head and gaze at the sky, a deep sense of resignation weighing on him. Damn it. There wasn't a single day he could stand staying with Team 7. He'd already made up his mind. When the time comes, I'll just hand Naruto over to Lord Jiraiya, and Jiraiya can then introduce Sakura to Lady Tsunade as her disciple. As for Sasuke, I'll just put him aside for now. Anyway, as long as I can split up Team 7, that's all that matters. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say we should look cooler? Am I not already cool enough? Naruto struck a few poses right there on the spot, imitating Iron Man's signature moves, all the while mumbling random words no one could understand. And another thing, these things I'm wearing are actually training weights. As he spoke, he gave his chest a good thump. The muffled thuds made it clear just how heavy the gear was. At first, Naruto wanted to use special foods as weights for training. But the moment he hung a juicy cut of meat around his neck, the mouth-watering aroma left him with zero motivation to train. So, in the end, he had no choice but to stick with traditional weights. But Naruto didn't think the usual gear looked cool, so he asked Uzumaki Star to make him a special set of Iron Man armor for weighted training. My heavy black blade is also for weighted training. Sasuke spoke in a low, calm voice, twisting the weapon strapped to his back ever so slightly, making it clear he saw nothing wrong with his getup. Kakashi pressed his lips together, at a loss for what to do with these two. No matter how he looked at them, they really didn't resemble the average Konoha ninja at all. Forget it. Let the other villages experience just a bit of the pain Konoha's suffered all these years. With a look of utter resignation, Kakashi led the members of Team 7 to the main gate of the exam hall. All along the way, he was met with stares and whispers. Villagers from Konoha, their own shinobi, and even candidates from other villages, all were utterly stunned by Naruto and Sasuke's appearances. What the heck? Since when does Konoha have puppet masters? Look at that red puppet. Wow, it totally looks like some kind of powerhouse. No, hold on. You obviously don't get puppet masters. Maybe that kid in the black cloak is the real puppet here. Hearing all the chatter, Kakashi and Sakura were so embarrassed they just wanted to dig a hole and disappear. Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't feel a thing. One had his face covered by a helmet, the other hid under a hood. No one could tell they were Konoha's blonde rascal and its brooding icicle. Before entering the exam hall, Kakashi gave them one final word of warning, staring at the two through his signature deadfish eyes. Although he doubted they'd actually listen, at least by saying it now, he'd have an excuse if anything went wrong later. Try to keep a low profile during the Chunin exams, alright? Especially you, Naruto. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, realizing the boy had his back to him, swaggering with each step, shoulders bouncing all over, clearly not listening to a word he said. That's just exhausting. Exams were just around the corner, and yet here was this kid, dancing at the examination hall's entrance in the strangest, most cumbersome weighted gear. Kakashi and Sakura both felt an urge to turn around and head home. There was simply no way they could participate in this Chunin exam. Uchiha Xiao Yin and Iron Man Uzumaki, with pendant Sakura tagging along, stepped through the doors of the exam hall and immediately caught Shikamaru's eye. At the sight of that striking suit of red and gold armor, Hinata instantly recognized Naruto and skipped over to him, her voice bright with delight. Naruto-kun. Naruto reached out to gently ruffle the little girl's hair, then turned his attention to surveying the crowd of examinees. There were so many unfamiliar faces here, he couldn't possibly count them all. It seemed this Chunin exam was even more brutal than he had imagined. Do you see them? That's Team 7. The third Hokage asked us to keep a close eye on Naruto Uzumaki this time. Whatever happens, don't let him cause any trouble within the exam room. The examiners began discussing as soon as they spotted Sakura, but quite a few of them chatted at length without ever catching sight of that unmistakable mop of blonde hair. How odd. Where are Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? No matter how thoroughly they searched, the proctors just couldn't find the pair, and some even started to wonder whether the two might have skipped the exam entirely. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Kankaro's eyes lit up at the sight of that peculiar scarlet and gold puppet. To think the Hidden Leaf Village actually has its own puppet master. This should be interesting. Just as everyone was busy whispering among themselves, there was a dramatic thud as, in an instant, all the proctors appeared before the examinees. I am your chief examiner for this round, Ibiki Marino. With his introduction complete, he began explaining the rules of the test. He went on at length, but neither Naruto nor Sasuke really bothered to pay attention. Sasuke trusted Naruto. Naruto, in turn, trusted the knowledgeable fox spirit coiled inside him. One rule did catch Naruto's attention. Getting caught cheating 5 times would result in immediate disqualification, and the entire team would be eliminated along with him. A few minutes later, everyone took their seats and received their test papers. There weren't many questions, just 10 in total. When he finally sat down at his desk, Naruto was struck by a brief wave of nostalgia. He felt, for an instant, as if he were back on the day of his college entrance exam. Only the questions on the test were different this time. Naruto rubbed his face with both hands, glanced down at the first question. Question: how many types of chakra nature transformation are there? Please calculate the trajectory angle for shuriken throwing. Naruto, who in the world came up with a question like this? What on earth did chakra nature transformation have to do with the angle of a shuriken toss? Reading on, Naruto realized he didn't recognize a single question he could answer, so he began to appeal to the big fox within his belly. Hey, big fox, do you actually know how to answer any of these? Within the sealed space, Kurama twitched his ears twice, his tone dripping with contempt. Kid, are you looking down on me? I'm one of the oldest beings in the ninja world. There's nothing I don't know. The giant fox declared with absolute confidence, and Naruto took its words to heart. With a blank stare, he began to fill out the exam, just as instructed. In less than 10 minutes, Naruto had covered every inch of the answer sheet, leaving not a single space blank. Naruto couldn't have been more satisfied as he eyed his fully completed test. No wonder Kurama has such a fearsome reputation. Lifting the test for a quick look, he admired his work, until he caught sight of a few words in the answers. In a flash, Naruto realized something was very wrong. The situation was something like this. Question: where are the best locations for poisoning and setting ambushes in the wild? Answer: the 3 methods for preparing steak. Scanning further down, Naruto discovered that all of the great fox's answers were about food. I would have done better scribbling random nonsense. Damn fox, you set me up. Naruto gnashed his teeth, face drained of hope. He had no idea if turning in an answer sheet full of cooking tips would get him kicked out by the examiner on the spot. Truth be told, he really wanted to break the dead last curse this time. Gnawing on his pen, Naruto racked his brain, searching for a way out. Meanwhile, in the back row, Sasuke had just finished his own test. Anyone who glanced at his paper would have been stunned by what they saw. Unusual fire-style fusions, calculations of explosive blast radius. In short, the answers were every bit as outrageous as Naruto's recipes. Sakura, seeing her 2 teammates scribbling away, was already cheering inside. Wonderful. I can't believe they know answers to such tough questions. Naruto, I've always underestimated you. We've totally got this first exam in the bag. Relieved by her teammates' determined effort, Sakura was finally able to concentrate on her own answers. As for the rest of the exam hall, each candidate was showing off their own tricks. Some cheated with bugs, others formed eyes from sand, and some even used dogs to steal a glimpse. Every method imaginable was on display. In comparison, Team 7 looked almost dazzlingly honest. Naruto frowned, biting his pen, scrambling to come up with a plan. No, I can't keep going like this. Given Team 7's reputation in the village, he couldn't believe, like in the original story, that he could just shout and somehow make it through the first round. Looks like it's time to try something else. Whoosh. Just then, as Naruto was deep in thought, a kunai whistled past his ear, flying toward the examinee seated behind him. The suddenly attacked candidate glared furiously at the examiner on stage. What do you think you're doing? That's 5 attempts at cheating. Disqualified. In the end, the examinee and his teammates walked out of the exam room, and Naruto's eyes lit up. I get it now. If your team gets caught cheating 5 times, the whole team is disqualified. Naruto, who had just been worried, now wore a mischievous grin. Those underhanded outsiders. Cheating has no place in the Konoha Chunin exams. Sweeping his gaze across all the candidates in the room, Naruto's eyes settled on a Konoha ninja wearing glasses. If his guess was correct, This must be Kabuto Yakushi. With that thought, Naruto fished out a tiny slip of paper, scribbling furiously in cramped writing, filling it densely with words. Taking a quick look to make sure the proctor wasn't watching, he snapped his fingers, flicking the paper ball sharply toward Kabuto. A sharp, whipping sound cut through the air. Kabuto, who was bent over his test, heard the sudden whoosh at his ear, and before he could react, his glasses shattered. What just happened? Kabuto looked utterly baffled. Glancing down, he saw a paper ball on his desk. Curious, he unfolded it and found an entire wall of cramped handwriting inside. At this moment, Naruto pulled down his mask, revealing his signature spiky blonde hair. He raised his right hand high and shouted in a righteous tone to Ibiki Marino. "Proctor, that guy's cheating. I'm reporting him." As he spoke, he pointed squarely at Kabuto, who was sitting in the corner. Kabuto? Huh? Suddenly accused, Kabuto just stood there holding the paper, completely dumbfounded. He wasn't the only one. Ibiki and the other proctors on the platform looked just as baffled. At the back of the room, Sakura's vision darkened. She knew her teammate was starting trouble again. Meanwhile, the Konoha candidates who were cheating felt a sudden jolt of panic. Don't do it. They'd barely started copying down the answers, and here Naruto was, if he had to report someone, why pick a fellow Konoha ninja? Every Konoha ninja who recognized that mop of blonde hair was already starting to worry. As for the ninja from other villages, they were just a little tense, waiting for the situation to blow over before resuming their cheating. None of them realized what was about to happen. Candidate number 90, one instance of cheating. In the end, it was Ibiki who spoke up. Hearing he'd suddenly been marked down for cheating, Kabuto looked utterly wronged. He'd done these exam questions countless times. He couldn't care less about cheating on something like this. It was all Uzumaki Naruto framing him. Kabuto prided himself on his composure, but just thinking about that brat twisting the facts and smearing his name made his chest tighten in anger. Let go. Absolutely must not let a moment's impulse ruin Lord Orochimaru's plans. There's no way that kid would. A sharp, cutting noise sliced past Kabuto's ear again, and once more he found the blonde boy pointing right at him. Proctor, that glasses-wearing guy is cheating again. How could our Leaf Village produce such a disgrace? Anyone caught cheating in the exam, your whole family is doomed. Leaf Ninja, what? What's with this blonde kid? It's one thing to report someone for cheating, but why is he cursing people out on top of that? With an expression of pure righteousness, Naruto declared loudly, throwing in an insult for everyone to hear. Proctor, I did not cheat. Always one for keeping a low profile, Kabuto could no longer hold back. He jumped up and began to defend himself. Check the note at the corner of your desk. I saw everything. As the exam room descended into chaos, Ibiki immediately intervened to stop the argument between the two. That's enough. Candidate number 90. This is your second cheating offense. Rubbing his temples, Ibiki couldn't help but sigh. At this point, it wasn't just the candidates who wanted to give that blonde kid a piece of their mind. He himself was itching to drag him out for a long overdue scolding. Did that kid even realize this exam was all about gathering information? And as for candidate number 3, you continue to stir up trouble in the exam hall. But the rules don't say we can't report someone else for cheating, do they? Ibiki was about to deduct points, but the kid threw the rulebook back at him, leaving him momentarily speechless. If it was anyone else causing such a scene, as the proctor, he could have just thrown them out. But this troublemaker, Konoha's #1 mischief maker, Ibiki worried that if he really kicked the blonde kid out, the whole exam room will be turned upside down. Damn it, how annoying. Don't tell me he plans to report every single candidate for cheating. The instant Naruto's words sank in, every candidate's eyes lit up. Of course, all they needed to do was catch others cheating, and they'd sail through to the next round. Suddenly, the whole atmosphere changed, from everyone racking their brains for ways to cheat, to desperately trying to frame others for cheating instead. Within minutes, the exam hall erupted. Heated arguments broke out everywhere. A good number of candidates were reported and disqualified, and unsurprisingly, Kabuto was the very first to be kicked out. As for those who tried to report members of Team 7, they barely got halfway through their accusation before Naruto dispatched them with a quick flick of a pebble. Naruto even made a mental note of their names on a scrap of paper. Once the exam was over, he fully intended to give them some payback outside. Taking in the escalating pandemonium, Ibiki and the other proctors felt their heads throbbing. They could not for the life of them understand how the exam could devolve like this. At last, it was Ibiki who stepped forward to put an end to the chaos. Everyone shut up. Right now. Turn in your exams. Every single one of you. 2 hours after the first round of the Chunin exams had ended, the moment Marino Ibiki, the chief proctor, stepped out of the examination room, he was met with a warm greeting from the Jonin squad leaders from other villages. Si Gangdang. That blonde kid. You Konoha folks brought him here, didn't you? Outrageous. For a big shinobi village to stoop so low. How disgraceful. I won't accept this. My team hadn't even started on the test, and you accused them of cheating. Konoha village, you're really picking on the honest ones here. We, from the Grass Ninja village, won't stand for this. That's right. We, from the Hidden Waterfall village, won't either. Outside the examination hall, a crowd of jonin from other villages surrounded Ibiki, demanding an explanation. Some of them, not satisfied with just words, even dragged their tearful subordinates forward for effect, leaving Ibiki with a throbbing headache. Sensei, you don't know what that blonde boy did. He even pulled out a rock and knocked me out. Look at this wound on my head. A genin from the Hidden Waterfall village pushed up his bangs, revealing a gruesome gash. From the amount of bleeding, it was clear that he hadn't gotten off lightly. Seeing the first to step forward, the other genin around them began showing off their own wounds to the Konoha examiners. The sniffling gradually swelled into loud wails. All the examiners on the scene listened to the heart-wrenching cries, each sinking into self-doubt. It was beginning to seem that blonde kid from Konoha had indeed gone a little too far. Ibiki's eyelid twitched, and he spoke to everyone, trying in vain to restore order. Everyone, please calm down. That blonde kid, he's just one of our examinees from Konoha, not someone we specially arranged. But the ninja from the other villages seemed ready to blow. Ibiki's words landed like a lit match on a powder keg, and the crowd exploded. Damn it, Konoha's bullying the small villages now. Screw your Chunin exams. So now you're saying he's just a random kid? Don't try to pass the blame. Let's go. We're taking this to the third Hokage. Yeah, that's right. Demand an explanation. Otherwise, what's the point of these exams? Rough as they sounded, the Konoha shinobi couldn't help remembering. The last time the outside villages united like this was all the way back during the first Hokage's era. So, soon enough, all the Konoha examiners and the jonin from other villages were headed for the Hokage's office, the crowd swelling with righteous indignation. Just as these jonin leaders left their own genin behind and marched off to lodge their complaints. Thud, thud, thud. Naruto, suited up in his Iron Man armor, swooped in out of nowhere. With one swift motion, he slipped a burlap sack over a Waterfall Village ninja's head, and before his victim could even scream, floored him with a single kick. Sasuke, Sakura, and Konohamaru rushed forward at once. Surrounding the hapless genin, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Of course, they all knew better than to go overboard, so none of them channeled chakra into their blows. After about a minute, Naruto opened his portal and the whole gang vanished in a flash, leaving chaos in their wake. Naruto, maybe we should just stop. We've already made it to the 13th person. Sakura's timid voice trembled, her expression on the verge of numbness. At first, when Naruto talked about getting everyone whose names were on the slips of paper, she had refused. But in the end, with Naruto and Sasuke coaxing her along, she begrudgingly joined in. And after taking a few kicks herself, she found it harder and harder to stop. Sakura, you went the hardest just now. Naruto teased her as he scratched another name off his slip. Beside them, Konohamaru was practically vibrating with excitement. Naruto ni. Come on, let's move on to the next one. I just can't wait. Beating up those outsiders feels amazing. The only thing he regretted was that Naruto and I wouldn't let them use any real weapons. Otherwise, he'd finally get the chance to show off a new technique he'd just learned. Strange, why haven't we seen any of their jonin squad leaders? Sasuke was genuinely puzzled. Usually, those jonin would accompany their genin everywhere. Yet despite ambushing people and bagging them over a dozen times, the other side's jonin leaders never appeared. Who cares, anyway? We're just after the stragglers. Let's keep going. Who's next? Kankuro from a sand village. Let's move. With another flash of light from the gate, the Konoha ambush team sprang into action once more. Half an hour later, the four-person gang, led by Uzumaki Naruto, was finally apprehended and brought to the Hokage's office after being cornered by more than 20 Konoha jonin. And, as if to rub salt in the wound, the captain of the capture squad was none other than Hitaki Kakashi. Who knows what was going through Kakashi's mind at that moment? Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto picked his nose and stared stubbornly out the window, refusing to make eye contact with the elderly third Hokage sitting before him. Konohamaru, ever the copycat, imitated his big brother's posture and ignored his own grandfather as well. Sasuke kept his head low, the brim of his hat shadowing his face. No one could guess what he was thinking behind that unreadable mask. Sakura, flustered and frantic, bowed again and again in apology to the third Hokage, her voice trembling with nerves. The third sighed, massaging his aching temples, then pulled 2 vials of medicine from his drawer and swallowed them grimly. Just hours ago, a swarm of Jonin squad leaders from other villages had barged into his office, complaining that a certain blonde-haired kid from Konoha was framing their students for cheating in the exams, then beating them up on the spot. The complaints even included some of Konoha's own Jonin. When the third heard the news, his blood pressure skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. It wasn't long before the ANBU reported again. Team 7, together with his own grandson Konohamaru, had assaulted exam candidates from the other villages. He nearly fainted from fury on the spot. These kids had really gone too far this time. As soon as the squad leader Jonin arrived at the Hokage's office to report you, you turned around and immediately went to rough up their genin. And afterward, even the Umbu seemed helpless. On one side is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and on the other, the Hokage's grandson, who would dare to intervene with force. They had even tried to step in and mediate, but Naruto simply ignored them and led his crew straight through the portal of light. The third Hokage pondered in silence for quite a while before finally addressing the group. Naruto, you've gone a bit too far this time. Even Jonin from other villages have come to complain. What? They have the nerve to complain about us? The third was left speechless. Naruto's eyes went wide in shock, his expression turning rather odd. Seriously, can't these outsiders take a little loss? Now, they're tattling on us? Third Juri, Grandpa, you just don't understand. I'm showing off the strength of the hidden leaf. Besides, we were very careful. There's no way anyone could trace it back to Konoha. Konohamaru and Sasuke both nodded in agreement, fully supporting Naruto's argument. The third let out a long, heavy sigh. You? Let's put this aside this time. From now on, outside of the exam period, none of you are to pick fights with other ninja anymore. Otherwise, I'll revoke Team 7's participation in the exams. Seeing that the third was about to faint from anger, Naruto quickly put on a well-behaved look and said, Understood. And as for you, Konohamaru, you're grounded for a month. The third's gaze grew complicated as he looked at Naruto. And Naruto, you're not allowed to visit him either. Naruto's eyes lit up with an idea. He darted over and poured the third a cup of tea. Grandpa Third, that's fine. But, could you let me take a look at the sealing scroll? You got the nerve to ask for that right now. The third was utterly exasperated by Naruto's antics, but thinking that as long as Naruto didn't lead Konohamaru astray again, perhaps exchanging it for a jutsu wouldn't be the end of the world. What technique are you interested in learning? I'll say this up front. A multiplying exploding tag is absolutely out of the question. I want to learn the reanimation jutsu. Cough, cough, cough. The third, having just sipped his tea, nearly choked to death. It took quite a while for him to recover and speak. Why don't we just talk about how you've been mentoring Konohamaru instead? That very night, the third Hokage drafted a message to the other hidden villages, a response that could hardly be called an explanation. He claimed that the actions of the blonde ninja during the Chunin exams had nothing to do with the hidden leaf. They were purely the individual behavior of that particular ninja. If anyone has objections, you're welcome to seek justice from that blonde kid directly. Hiruzen Sarutobi won't stand in your way. His words sounded quite overbearing, and everyone could see that the third Hokage was determined to shield that blonde boy to the end. Still, he hadn't gone so far as to block all avenues. At least he left them a way to reclaim some justice on their own. Once the crowd left the Hokage's office, they began gathering information on this blonde kid. Rumor had it this Uzumaki Stark was the only puppeteer in the Hidden Leaf Village, and the only reason he possessed such overwhelming strength was because of that puppet armor he wore. On his own, his abilities were actually pitifully weak. So, if they could just smash up his puppet gear, they'd have an easy time teaching the boy a lesson. As for some so-called criminal gang in Konoha, led by the blonde kid, the third simply could not bring himself to hand over the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, to Naruto. After all, the boy already caused enough trouble among the living. If he started reviving the dead with Edo Tensei, the mere thought nearly made the third Hokage furious enough to drop dead on the spot. Even worse, he worried that once he was gone, Naruto would summon him back and torment him further. Helpless, the old third finally left Konohamaru in Naruto's care, hoping it would at least bring temporary peace to the village. After all, he figured he could no longer stop those two kids from getting up to mischief, so he might as well let it go. He even made Naruto a promise. As long as Naruto behaved himself and caused no trouble during the Chunin exams, afterward he could choose a ninjutsu from the sealed scroll to learn. Except, of course, multiple exploding tags combo and Edo Tensei were strictly off limits. Naruto accepted the old man's terms with a mix of emotions. This whole Hiruzen Sarutobi entrusting the next generation to the Hokage's office routine. Well, it looked like Uzumaki Zhuge would have to take it on. Early the next morning, Team 7 arrived at the entrance to the second exam site, the Forest of Death. Unlike the bustling scene from the original story, This time the field felt almost deserted, just a scattering of participants inside, while on the outskirts a large crowd of shinobi gathered, all gazing at Team 7 with envy in their eyes. Only 10 teams had advanced to the second exam. Among Konoha's genin teams, just 4 remained. Out of consideration for Kakashi, Naruto hadn't reported any of the Jonin teams Kakashi was connected with. Sasuke, on the other hand, took a cue from Naruto and reported the third team, Tenten's team. Clearly, Sasuke had a bone to pick with Lady Luck herself, Tenten. However, he had yet to master the art of backstabbing, so he hadn't managed to stir up much trouble for Tenten's team. Of the other villages, just 6 teams remained, including the Sands team, Pikachu, 2 squads from the Sound Village, and 1 from the Grass Village. Naruto still wore his Iron Man training armor from the day before, casting glances now and then over at the Sound teams. Say, those guys, they're your handiwork, aren't they? Shikamaru, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, strolled lazily over to Naruto and whispered quietly. Not only were all the examinees inside the testing hall eyeing Naruto like a pack of wolves, even the candidates who had been eliminated and were standing on the outskirts looked as if they were ready to make a move at any moment. Shikamaru figured that as soon as the Chunin exams ended, this crowd would definitely come after Naruto. No way. That was all Uzumaki Stark's doing. It's got nothing to do with me. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto waved his hands in a firm denial, his voice full of indignation. His righteous attitude was so exaggerated that even Sasuke, standing to the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seriously, kid, have you ever stopped to think about it? Isn't Uzumaki a surname unique to you in the entire ninja world? If I end up facing off against you guys later, could you maybe not hit my face? Shikamaru turned his head, laying bare his true intentions. Haha, Shikamaru, what are you talking about? We're from the same village. Why would we ever go that far against one of our own? Shikamaru could only sigh inwardly. Maybe take a good look at those Konoha Jonin standing at the edge of the exam hall or the eliminated candidates loitering outside. The hatred on their faces isn't any less intense than that of ninjas from the other villages. With a tired sigh, Shikamaru bade farewell to Naruto, Sakura, and their icy companion before hurrying off to the entrance to get ready for the Forest of Death. All right, the second exam begins now. At Anko's command, everyone rushed to grab their scrolls at the entrance and bolted into the depths of the Forest of Death. Only Team 7 lingered, waiting till everyone else had gone in before picking up their scroll. Naruto sauntered over to Anko, eyeing the slim lady before him from top to bottom. It was difficult for him to picture this slender woman transforming, in the future, into the stuff of nightmares. Examiner, I think you might want to go easy on the dango. TCH, mind your own business, brat. Anko polished off her last skewer, her hand still gripping the stick as she stared at the kid in front of her, her eyelids twitching. She'd already heard about the antics during the first exam yesterday. Just looking at this kid, now, gave her a headache. All she wanted was for Uzumaki Naruto to stay out of trouble during her proctoring shift. The worthy examiner, Anko, wasn't about to heed any advice, and Naruto could only shrug in resignation. Well, suit yourself. Just wait for that day to come. After making sure Sakura had received their scroll, Naruto led his teammates in the direction of the Sound Ninja Squad. For them, this test held little real challenge. It was just a matter of seeing how much trouble they could give Orochimaru. Naruto and Sasuke sped through the forest, moving so quickly that Sakura couldn't keep up. In the end, she had no choice but to climb onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke, in his hurry, even handed his treasured black iron ruler over to Naruto to lighten his load. Sakura, hold still. You're jabbing me. Sasuke blurted out a remark that wounded the girl on his back deeply, leaving no part of her pride unscathed. Ever since Sakura had climbed onto his back, she hadn't stopped squirming restlessly. If he hadn't truly reached the limit of his patience, he wouldn't have spoken up to remind Sakura. A sudden snort of laughter escaped, and then uproarious laughter erupted. Naruto, running ahead, was so caught off guard by Sasuke's words that he froze for 3 seconds, his speed dropping noticeably. Always so lively, aren't you? A mirthless chuckle followed. Are you all enjoying yourselves? Just then, the 3 Sound Ninja cut off Team 7's path, blocking the road with arrogant expressions. The leader's shirt bore the character for death. Naruto had a vivid memory of that. He was certain the guy's name was something like Zabuza. No matter. What mattered was that his strength was terrifying. This was someone who could shatter solid rock. Naruto came to a halt, tossing the heavy black ruler to Sasuke before pulling out his signature giant white dragon horse, Iron Door, preparing more seriously than he had for the previous battle with Zabuza. Sakura and Sasuke, seeing this, were left wide-eyed in shock. What kind of opponent did they face, if even Naruto, felt the need to bring out a literal door for defense. Are they really that strong? Sasuke picked up the ruler from the ground, fire of anticipation igniting within him, only for Naruto to quickly restrain him. They're very strong, but leave this to me. Don't interfere. This is personal. With narrowed eyes, Naruto's mind flashed on the image of Tobi. Just how formidable was this Zaku? That's a story worth telling. Zaku possessed a technique that could easily pulverize stone. And stone, after all, was what killed Tobi. All things considered, it followed that Zaku's strength was at least equal to, or possibly greater than, Tobi's. By another stretch of logic, this guy in the death-marked uniform must be somehow connected to Uchiha Obito, which meant, by extension, he was the sworn enemy of Uzumaki Naruto. A low, cold chuckle came from ahead. So, Blondie, you were acting tough before, weren't you? Zaku raised his head high, excitement written all over his face. Back in the first exam, they hadn't been disqualified by this spiky-haired brat, but the tactics of accusing others of cheating and getting them expelled, those had started with him. Their mission this time was to deal with Uchiha Sasuke, but there was nothing stopping them from taking this blonde puppet user apart first. He'd done his homework. Everything about Naruto's strength hinged on those puppet techniques enhancing his body. Without his puppets, the blonde kid was an ordinary nothing. And as luck would have it, Zaku was supremely confident in his ability to destroy such things. After all, his decapitating sound wave could shatter rocks with ease. I'll make sure to take my time with you. Zaku's lips twisted into a cruel smile as he slowly raised both hands, aiming directly at the blonde ninja. He was ready to unleash a sonic assault, intent on obliterating his opponent's puppets. Sasuke and Sakura stood aside of their own accord, clearly with no intention of intervening. Naruto grasped the massive iron door with one hand, didn't even bother to open a portal of light, and vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing before Zaku in the next instant. He raised the huge iron door, leaping high into the air, casting a sweeping shadow that sent a chill creeping down Zaku's spine. Zaku stared up blankly, his eyes reflecting a cascade of colors. The door loomed ever larger in his vision, and he could even make out 4 bold characters scrawled across the weapon. Is this all? At that moment, he could taste death itself. He was certain, if he was struck by that door, he'd die. Naruto was blindingly fast, so quick that the 3 sound ninjas couldn't even react. It was as if, right after Zaku finished speaking, Naruto had appeared before his eyes. Up in the air, Naruto had both arms raised high, his body forming the shape of the character. In his eyes, Zaku's silhouette had merged with that of Uchiha Obito. Naruto couldn't help but throw in a little more strength. You're broken through? With an earth-shattering crash, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, buffeting the surrounding sound ninjas so hard they couldn't open their eyes. The multicolored door collided with Zaku's head. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he was smashed into the ground. If not for the timely closure of his mask, Naruto would certainly have been splattered with blood. Where Zaku had once stood, a small crater now marred the earth. Naruto towered in the center, his feet surrounded by a pool of crimson, with blood speckling the nearby shrubs like glimmering stars. As for Zaku, he'd been reduced to pulp on the spot, so much so that even Naruto couldn't bring himself to look twice. Naruto guessed that Zaku's fate was no better than those poor souls he'd seen flattened by a semi-truck in his previous life. Run, run. The 2 sound ninjas, snapping back to reality at the sight of Zaku's grisly end, trembled all over, their scalps prickling with fear. Only one thought remained in their minds. Escape from this monster at all costs. Otherwise, they'd certainly meet the same end. The 2 traded one fraught glance, then bolted into the forest, one to the left, one to the right. Naruto, still gripping the door, gave a flick to shake off the bloodstains. If it weren't for the fact that he was wielding a door instead of a sword, he would have looked every bit the part of a swordsman dispatching his foes. He shot a glance at the fleeing enemies, stowed away the door, summoned a flash portal, and gave chase. A short while later, Naruto returned to the group, lightly splattered with blood after several nimble leaps. Sorry for keeping you wide. Before he could finish, Sasuke lunged forward, hefted his weighted blade, and swung it at Naruto's face. Even Sakura leaped back, hurling a kunai in his direction. The 2 didn't hesitate for a moment. They attacked Naruto head-on. With a mighty crash, Naruto was sent flying by Sasuke's strike, as both simultaneously demanded. Who are you? That guy Naruto. He never says sorry. I really underestimated you all. The imposter formed hand seals with both hands, releasing the disguise and revealing his true appearance. Naruto, who had just finished cleaning off the blood, walked in and witnessed the scene, barely restraining himself from cursing Orochimaru to his face. Come on, Orochimaru. Are you even more into role-playing than I am? Muttering a few complaints in his heart, Naruto opened a portal of light right on the spot, reappearing in front of Orochimaru, already preparing to slam him over the head with the giant door panel he kept handy. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had long since noticed the sudden appearance of the light portal behind him and remained on high alert. Just as the blonde was darting out, Orochimaru kicked Naruto right back inside, smoothly weaving another set of seals to unleash a jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. In the next second, Naruto was sent flying right back to where he started. Honestly, that last kick from Orochimaru left Naruto feeling dazed. It didn't hurt, but it was the first time anyone had stopped him right in the middle of casting a jutsu. Could you expect anything less from Orochimaru? Before Naruto had a chance to recover, a surge of wild wind-style chakra erupted from the portal behind him. The attack struck Naruto with such force that even the supposedly indestructible Iron Man weighted gear he was wearing threatened to fall apart. Because these weights had only been hastily put together, they offered little to no protection. Under Orochimaru's wind-style attack, they showed visible cracks. As for Naruto's own injuries, they weren't much of a concern. Within 2 seconds, they healed automatically. Seeing Naruto caught in the attack, Sasuke told Sakura to stay close and protect herself. His body sparked and crackled with lightning as he hefted his massive blade, sprinting toward Orochimaru in a trail of fire and thunder. From the way Orochimaru had just handled Naruto, Sasuke could already gauge. This man's strength was at least on par with Kakashi's. To face an opponent like this, he'd have to go all out. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke quietly circled behind Orochimaru, twisting his hips and using every ounce of momentum to swing the heavy blade straight at Orochimaru's waist. Had that blow landed squarely, it would have shattered his spine on the spot. Naruto was even faster. After taking a hit from Orochimaru, he quickly tossed the weighted gear into his system, opened another portal right beside Sasuke, and pulled out a brightly colored door panel to smack Orochimaru on the head. Together, the two attacked from left and right, so fast in fact that it genuinely surprised Orochimaru. After all, his purpose in coming was to test this Uchiha orphan's strength, to see whether the boy was worthy of becoming his next vessel. But after this brief clash, Orochimaru felt only more excitement. He glanced at the massive blade in Sasuke's hand and twisted his body in an inhumanly bizarre motion to dodge the attack. With a swift kick to Sasuke's abdomen, both he and his sword were sent hurtling dozens of meters away. Clang! Orochimaru raised a hand to intercept Naruto's door plank, and the two entered a fierce contest of strength. But as Orochimaru got a clear look at the weapon in his hand, his expression flickered with surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, was this brat really fighting with a door plank? Even someone as seasoned and widely experienced as Orochimaru had to admit he was seeing something truly novel today. Who in their right mind would use a door plank as a weapon? While he was still puzzling over this oddity, suddenly, the door plank let out an infuriatingly taunting voice. "Looks like you've let your guard down, haven't you? Did I just break your defense?" Orochimaru's head buzzed with irritation from the persistent, mocking voice in his ear, grating on his nerves. Seeing his weapon caught, Naruto freed up one hand and aimed it straight for Orochimaru's lower regions. Smack! Orochimaru, alert as ever, swiftly caught Naruto's attack midair. Now, Orochimaru was holding the door plank above his head with one hand, and had Naruto's fist in the other. The standoff had reached a stalemate. Orochimaru had initially intended to fling the boy away. Who would have thought that this blonde brat had such monstrous strength? He had to muster every bit of his own power, muscles tensing to the point that the veins in his neck stood out. Clenching his teeth, Naruto grew frustrated that Orochimaru had blocked even this move so effortlessly. If only he hadn't been grabbed like this, he could have gone for a headbutt. But with the distance between them, he needs something extra to break this deadlock. Orochimaru, his serpent eyes fixed on Naruto, was just about to stretch his neck and strike when his opponent suddenly shouted, "Are you kidding me? Who the hell patched up my water-style dam?" "Ah, pway!" Naruto hacked up a thick glob of spit, sending a spray of saliva right at Orochimaru. Caught completely off guard by Naruto's bizarre water style, Orochimaru instinctively turned his head, just in time to take the brunt of it on his cheek. The murky, yellowish spit clung his hair to his skin. His confusion instantly flared into outrage. "Did I just break your defense?" That provocative phrase sounded again in his ears, threatening to snap the last thread of Orochimaru's composure. For years, his heart had remained calm as still water, yet facing this blonde kid, he finally felt his temper begin to slip. "You little brat. You." Nearby, Sasuke heard Naruto's words and paused mid-step. When did Naruto learn water style? Then, seeing him hawk up phlegm, Sasuke felt his faith in humanity start to crumble. "Orochimaru, now seething, unleashed a surge of strength. His grip tightened, and his neck stretched menacingly, intent on leaving a mark around Naruto's throat. Eyes wide, Naruto hastily withdrew the door plank. Its sudden disappearance almost caused Orochimaru, who was bracing himself against it, to lose his balance. Naruto's attack rhythm was thrown off. Seizing the momentum, he swiftly pulled on his nether alloy knuckle blades and charged straight into Orochimaru's arms, stabbing again and again with both fists. But after 2 stabs, he realized there was no gush of blood as he'd expected. In that instant, Orochimaru's form began to distort, and a second later, it melted into a messy puddle on the ground. Damn it! Naruto cursed, just about to unleash his wind style, bloodburst technique, visibly frustrated. These tactical shinobi always have something up their sleeves. Suddenly, Naruto was still grumbling about Aunt Snake, but when he turned his head, his vision went dark and a foul stench flooded his senses. A giant serpent had darted out from the shadows, swallowing him whole. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. From his hiding spot, Orochimaru struck first, targeting Sasuke, who was still charging forward. Sasuke's footing faltered. The sensation was all too familiar. He didn't even need to think to know what technique was being used. Back in the day, Kakashi-sensei had pulled this trick on him more times than he could count. But this time, Sasuke's movements were fluid and deliberate. He suddenly flipped sideways, grabbed his heavy blade, and slammed it hard against the ground. He was over the moon inside. He'd imagined countless ways to counter the headhunter jutsu, rehearsing it in his mind for precisely a moment like this. If an enemy dared use this move on him, he could now guarantee a successful counterattack with his heavy blade. Thud! A shadow flashed in front of him, seizing Sasuke by the hair and following up with a sharp knee to his face. Then Orochimaru unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Caught off guard by Orochimaru's feint, Sasuke took a few hits before finally managing to lock onto his opponent's movements with his Sharingan. Seizing the opening, he reversed his grip and blocked the next strike with his heavy blade. Switching tactics, he brought the handle crashing into his enemy's face. That blow tore Orochimaru's false face, finally revealing his true features. Orochimaru slipped backward, puzzled now. How had Uchiha Sasuke, a mere teenager, shrugged off so many of his attacks? How could this kid not only withstand his ferocity, but even strike back? The two stared each other down from a distance. Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips. He didn't look hurt in the least. Inside, he was shouting with joy. The heavy blade was incredible. He'd been hurt when the fight started, but after blocking and countering with his weapon, he was thrilled to realize both his chakra and his wounds were already recovering. Eyes ablaze with his 3-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke was now burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Orochimaru, watching Sasuke, couldn't help displaying his own kind of excitement. Perfection. Uchiha Sasuke's body was absolutely perfect. I must find a way to have him. Just as the two of them gazed at each other, lost in the depth of their emotions, a relentless barrage of explosions erupted all around them, loud enough to nearly shatter their senses. The thundering booms were deafening, leaving their ears ringing. A violet portal shimmered into existence beside Sasuke, and Naruto strode out from within, grumbling under his breath. Reckless fool, didn't your family snakes teach you any manners? When you're out in the world, don't let your mouth get you into trouble, and stop stuffing anything and everything in there. A moment ago, a giant serpent had swallowed him whole. Naruto hadn't hesitated. Deep inside the snake's belly, he unleashed a cache of TNT and conjured up a swirling Ziggs clone with a jutsu, who promptly began a self-destruction spree inside the beast. As soon as he finished his work, Naruto opened another portal and made his escape. Incredible, came the astonished reaction. I never imagined the Nine-Tails host would possess a space-time, Kekkai Jinkai. Is this the result of some mutation from the 4th Hokage's bloodline? For a moment, Orochimaru was so thoroughly captivated by Naruto's powers that he completely forgot his earlier rage. Naruto, on the other hand, was growing visibly unsettled. Any mention of his bargain bin old man immediately brought to mind the fabled flying Raijin technique, a jutsu he could barely comprehend, no matter how hard he tried. Yet he still had to act as though he was a natural-born prodigy with space-time abilities. Only a few days earlier, the 3rd Hokage had pressed him about when he'd finally mastered the flying Raijin. It was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a meaningful glance. In an instant, dozens of violet portals appeared around the battlefield. Without hesitating, Sasuke pulled a sealing scroll from his jacket and hurled a storm of shurikens and kunai into the fray. Once his volley was spent, he moved his hands swiftly through a sequence of signs. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. A rain of explosives-tied projectiles rained down upon Orochimaru's position, as Sasuke breathed a roaring jet of fire, surging towards their enemy. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a series of impacts, Naruto summoned a legion of clones, instantly igniting his blood-pumping mode and flashing right before Orochimaru. Countless projectiles filled the air. Countless shadow clones danced about, sowing utter confusion for Orochimaru. It wasn't until Naruto's true form stood directly before him that he realized the gravity of his predicament. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already closed in from behind. The two struck as one raising a giant gate door high overhead, the other swinging a hefty indigo-black blade with all his might. The attack was swift, giving Orochimaru no time to weave seals or summon any jutsu for defense. There was a sickening slice. With a wet thud and a heavy clang, Orochimaru's head flew from his shoulders, while Sasuke's blade plunged deep into his chest. By the standard reckoning of mortals, this would be death beyond death, utterly final. But Naruto didn't let his guard down. This was Orochimaru they were dealing with, the most notoriously hard-to-kill figure in the ninja world. Naruto simply refused to believe he'd go down so easily. Sasuke took a moment to observe the scene before finally asking, "Is it over?" Not necessarily. Naruto began pulling sticks of TNT from his system as he spoke, arranging them alongside Orochimaru's corpse. Just as he was about to light them, Orochimaru's severed head suddenly uttered a sound from the floor, giving both Naruto and Sasuke quite a fright. "My name is Orochimaru. If you wish to pursue true power, come find me." Orochimaru's head tried to say more, but before he could finish, Naruto rushed forward and punted it away with a swift kick. He knew it. Orochimaru wasn't so easy to kill. Now, with his head sent flying, surely Orochimaru wouldn't be able to mark Sasuke with that cursed seal, right? Just then, however, a new head emerged from Orochimaru's headless body. Before anyone could react, he struck Sasuke with a sudden move, planting the cursed seal like lightning, and then vanished from the scene with alarming speed. Sasuke felt a chilling sting at his neck, and his limbs instantly turned weak and heavy. Ugh! Clutching his neck, Sasuke staggered down to one knee. Sakura, who had been watching the whole time, still hadn't recovered from seeing Orochimaru bite Sasuke's neck. She had been standing some distance away, so their conversation was muffled and hard to make out. Even so, with her sharp ears, Sakura managed to catch a bit of that androgynous villain's words to Sasuke. "If you want something or other, come find him." She hadn't heard the full exchange, but her intuition told her nothing good could come of it. Not only was that sinister figure terrifyingly powerful, he'd also bitten Sasuke on the neck. But above all, Sasuke had absolutely no resistance to powerful people. Leaping quickly to Sasuke's side, Sakura hooked her arms under his, helping him back to his feet. Normally, this kind of sudden closeness to Sasuke would have made her heart leap with happiness. But now, she couldn't find even a hint of joy. Instead, she felt utterly exhausted. First, there was her number one romantic rival, the twin-tailed, long-legged Naruto Uzumaki. Then, Sasuke had taken a shine to the giant decapitating sword. And now, an androgynous Orochimaru had appeared out of nowhere. Sakura was already starting to worry about Sasuke's mental health. She was even considering whether she ought to show Sasuke some of Kakashi-sensei's secret collection, hoping to set his view of love straight. "Hey, idiot, are you alright?" After thoroughly obliterating what was left of Orochimaru's body, Naruto came over to check on the two of them, his gaze lingering on Sasuke's neck, silently debating whether he should force-feed Sasuke a whole carton of milk. But, would drinking milk, now that it conformed to this world's rules, scrub away Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan too? "Sasuke." Sakura gripped Sasuke's arm, her face full of concern. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt that much." After saying that, Sasuke paused for a moment. After being bitten by that so-called Orochimaru, Sasuke could clearly feel that something had been left inside his body. But what puzzled him was, he noticed that his chakra had increased. For a moment, Sasuke couldn't figure out Orochimaru's intentions. Caught in uncertainty, his first reaction was to recall every plot detail from the novels in his memory, searching for anything that might serve as a useful reference, leaving behind some mysterious power, and it even enhanced his own strength, combined with the naked greed he'd seen in Orochimaru's eyes just now. Now it all made sense. This guy was trying to take over his body. "You know about this?" Sasuke noticed that Naruto's gaze was fixed on his neck with an odd intensity, so he asked, somewhat puzzled. Naruto had always known all kinds of things since they were kids. If there was something you didn't understand, asking him was never wrong. Naruto nodded, but seemed unsure how to explain it to Sasuke. After all, Sakura was standing right there. He couldn't exactly come out and say that Orochimaru was coveting Sasuke's body and had stamped him with a seal, saying that would probably make Sakura lose her mind. Seeing Naruto hesitate, Sasuke pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly, an uncertain look on his face. He's trying to take over my body, isn't he? Naruto fell silent, his expression weird. Hearing those words from Sasuke's mouth felt all kinds of wrong, but if you really thought about it, Sasuke wasn't wrong at all. But how is this guy so sharp? You could say that. I actually have an idea that might make that old creep's efforts go to waste. As Naruto spoke, he was already wondering whether that mysterious external power inside Sasuke would be washed away after drinking the milk. Sasuke frowned slightly at Naruto's words. Meanwhile, Sakura was completely at a loss as she listened to their cryptic exchange. She had no idea why her teammates had suddenly started spouting such bizarre things. No need. I won't let him succeed. And besides, this power is actually quite useful. As he said this, he triggered the curse mark within him. Dark markings spread across his face, adding a mysterious air that made Sakura blush as she watched. Although Orochimaru had left what felt like a possession mark on him, Sasuke was confident he wouldn't let the man get his way. Under the strain of rigorous training, he could, through sheer will, force this unfamiliar power in his body to do his bidding, pain or not. Sasuke was certain that, given a little more time, mastery would be within his grasp. It would serve as a trump card for the inevitable showdown with Uchiha Itachi. And above all, Sasuke could feel it. Right now, he was powerful. He even thought he could take Naruto in a fight. Sasuke was already contemplating when he'd challenge Naruto to another match. That works too, Naruto replied. Naruto nodded, still unaware that Sasuke was starting to have less than friendly thoughts about him. However, the curse mark really was like an early-stage cheat code for Sasuke. Anyway, Itachi Uchiha was going to deal with Orochimaru sooner or later. No need to worry about it too much. Naruto was honestly quite surprised that Sasuke could already use the power of the curse mark. He remembered that in the original story, the fool had barely recovered after being bitten by Orochimaru. His legs had turned to jelly, and he could hardly move. But looking at the current fool, Naruto had no doubt that if Orochimaru appeared again, Sasuke could immediately activate the curse mark mode, swing his iron sword, and battle with Orochimaru for hundreds of rounds. Let's move. It's time to go. Wait a sec. I need to take a leak. Just as Naruto was about to open the shining portal, he saw Sasuke break away from Sakura's grip and head into the woods to relieve himself. The other two had no choice but to wait at the spot. Sakura stared at the place where Sasuke had just disappeared, looking like a proverbial waiting wife stone. Naruto sat by a rock, fiddling with the two scrolls he'd snatched from the trio of Sound Ninja earlier. After more than 10 minutes, Sasuke came out of the woods, hands in his pockets, head down. Who knew if the guy had washed his hands afterward? What took you so long? Naruto couldn't help but complain about Sasuke's unusually lengthy bathroom break. I saved someone. Let's get moving. He'd actually spent a lot of effort taking off his dark cloak in the woods, getting ready to do his business, when a sudden commotion startled him. Annoyed, Sasuke rushed over and saw two grass ninja bullying a red-haired girl. He immediately used his signature lightning strike, settling the score in a flash and sending their heads rolling. And if he hadn't had to find a place to wash his hands afterward, he wouldn't have taken so long. Naruto nodded without asking further, opened the shining portal, and stepped in first. Sasuke and Sakura followed close behind. When Team 7 reappeared, they had reached the final destination of the exam. Looking up at the tall tower ahead, Naruto suddenly remembered Kakashi's advice to take the test a bit more seriously, so he took out the battered Iron Man-style weighted suit and put it on again. Though it had been nearly torn apart by Orochimaru's wind techniques, its scarred appearance now carried its own unique charm. The three of them pushed open the heavy doors and entered the tower. Because of their drawn-out battle with Orochimaru, Team 7 was running late. By now, all three squads from the Leaf had already arrived, as well as the so-called Pikachu squad from the Sand. There was also a random squad from the Hidden Waterfall Village. People gathered loosely to each side. At the front stood the third Hokage and the other proctors. The third glanced at Team 7 as they entered, then checked the time and gave a nod to Anko, standing beside him. Congratulations on making it to the final stage of the exam. Up next will be individual battles. As soon as Anko finished speaking, the screen behind her began to scroll with names. Before long, the names Naruto, Uzumaki, and Kankuro appeared on the display. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Kankuro. Kankuro, with his dark panda-like circles around his eyes, glanced over at the Leaf Village's supposed puppet master. The boy was grinning from ear to ear. "Ha! I've been waiting for this moment. Let's see whose puppet skills reign supreme." The eager contestant from the Sand Village wasted no time making his passionate declaration before the match. A few of the Jonin leaders from the other villages couldn't help but laugh loudly and without restraint. Everyone had long grown sick of that blonde-haired puppet master. From the battered and scarred state of the puppet next to him, it was obvious the kid had pushed himself to the brink in the earlier rounds. Who knew if that puppet could even keep moving, let alone the fact that now he was up against a ninja from the Sand Village, famed for their puppet mastery. The Leaf Village is strong, that's for sure. But could they really hope to defeat the Sand when it came to puppetry? The visiting ninjas were ready to sit back and enjoy the show, while the local Leaf ninjas were utterly stunned by Kankuro's fired-up speech. Wait a second, is the Sand ninja out of his mind? That Naruto kid, who started the rumor that he was a puppet master? And why did all the outsiders seem so gleefully expectant, anyway? The Leaf Jonin could say with certainty that while the younger children of the village might not know the full story, that blonde-haired kid was someone they'd all watched grow up. This was the boy who at 6 or 7 had crashed straight through the village's security barrier, and by 12, had broken Kakashi's arm clean in a spar. His daily training was as extreme as it got. Even Might Guy had started to borrow training ideas from Naruto, proof enough of just how terrifying he was. And this human monster, other villages had him pegged as just another puppet master. Weren't they asking for trouble? Both contestants, please prepare. Upon hearing his name, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and made his way step by step to the center of the arena. He cast an exasperated glance at the dark-eyed, evil Pikachu not far away. He could hardly believe it. He'd just thrown a sack over this guy yesterday and beat him up so badly he looked like a panda, and apparently, the guy still hadn't learned his lesson. And besides, he was definitely not a puppet master. Naruto Uzumaki, is it? Let me see what kind of puppet technique the Leaf Village has to offer. With one hand pressed on his puppet, wrapped up tight like a mummy, Kankuro's face shone with excitement. When fighting an ordinary ninja, it merely awakened his battle spirit. But if the opponent is a puppet master, then things are completely different. What was originally a personal victory or defeat now became a matter of proving that the puppet techniques of Sunagakure were unparalleled in the ninja world. In this battle, Kankuro had to win. He couldn't afford to lose. Naruto wanted to explain, but quickly realized that there was no point. No matter what he said, the misunderstanding would persist, so he simply let them think what they wanted. Eyeing the puppet in his opponent's hand, Naruto subconsciously pulled out a life-sized, immortal totem from his system. Kankuro stood propping up a mummy-like puppet. Meanwhile, Naruto had a gleaming golden statue at his side. From a distance, it truly did look like a duel between two puppet masters, their battle auras instantly aligning in this very moment. All the Leaf Village Jonin watching from the sidelines were taken aback. Wait a second, could this kid really know puppet techniques? No one had heard anything about that. All the Jonin turned their eyes to Kakashi at once, seeming to hope some news would come from his lips. Noticing everyone's attention, Kakashi snapped his book shut with a crisp smack, glanced calmly at Uzumaki Naruto gripping the statue, and said with utter composure, "You're reading too much into it. As far as I know, Naruto, that statue is most likely just his weapon." Jonin. Hearing Kakashi's words, the Jonin all wore bewildered expressions. They'd heard, after all, that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki liked to use a door plank as a weapon. Now that he'd apparently gotten bored with the plank, was he moving on to statues? Strange as it seemed, everyone could already imagine the sorry fate awaiting that Sunagakure ninja. The third Hokage let out a sigh, turned away, fished out 3 medicine bottles from his pocket, and tossed back 6 pills in one gulp. Turning back to see how Naruto gripped the statue, the third saw an uncanny vision of Konohamaru's future. The thought made him swallow another handful of pills. Alas, Jiraiya, when are you coming back to the village? Both contestants formed the seal of confrontation. With a raspy order from the tubercular hate Gecko, the battle between the two puppet masters began. Kankuro laid his hand on his puppet and slapped it. At once, the bandages unraveled, revealing the true, menacing form of the puppet crow. In Kankuro's eyes, going all out was the highest form of respect for his opponent. Admittedly, his intentions were a bit underhanded. Like everyone else, Kankuro planned to shatter the device on Uzumaki Naruto that seemed to be supplying him with power. Once that happened, Naruto would have no way to fight back. Kankuro raised his palm, manipulating the chakra strings to control Crow's limbs. With a whistle, before anyone could react, the puppet master Naruto hefted his towering golden statue and, in a blur, appeared right in front of Kankuro. The shadow of the statue completely engulfed Kankuro's figure. He twisted around in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. When did this guy rush up here? And why is he holding a puppet in his hand? Why does the puppet technique from the Hidden Leaf look a bit different from what he imagined? Though puzzled, Kankuro was quick to react. launching the crow's limbs at Naruto in the blink of an eye. Every component of his crow puppet was loaded with powerful explosive devices. And Kankuro's target was the puppet that Naruto was wearing. A tremendous explosion thundered through the arena, sending up a dense cloud of smoke that obscured the view of the two fighters. A few seconds later, Naruto's figure appeared first from within the haze. However, the Iron Man-like weighted suit he wore ultimately couldn't withstand such an impact. It broke apart, clattering to the ground in heavy, metallic chunks. The sharp-eyed Jonin from the Leaf Village noticed something. Those metal fragments hitting the floor actually left cracks in tiles. In that instant, the hidden Leaf Jonin suddenly realized that the strange thing Naruto had been wearing was actually a set of weights. Wait, was Naruto really wearing weights? What on earth is this kid? He's been wearing that thing for the entire Chunin exam. As expected of a genin, I had high hopes for. Lee, I've decided, we'll drag 5 trees and run 100 kilometers in training tonight. Gai-sensei. While everyone was in shock, 2 bowl-cut boys hidden in a corner were so moved by Naruto's display, they clung to each other and wept. Hey, your kind of training is just too bizarre. If I remember right, isn't this how Naruto and Brother Thin Ice train? Tintin watched her teacher, and Lee with utter speechlessness. Their training routines had always been outrageous, but now even Brother Thin Ice's methods were catching on. She honestly worried that soon the entire village would start moving in this direction. Sasuke, sensing what was happening, turned his head and shot Tintin a glare brimming with anger. He was thoroughly fed up with this bun-haired girl. If not for Tintin shouting out Brother Thin Ice back then, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Within the arena, Naruto revealed his true self. Not only was the weighted armor gone, but the golden statue in his hands had vanished as well. Kankuro slowly stood up from the floor, his expression blank and bewildered. He distinctly remembered being smacked by that statue just now. How could he be completely unscathed? Forget it. It must have been a Jinjutsu. Kankuro didn't dwell on it, simply chuckled to himself, and addressed the now empty-handed Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. So, what are you going to do now? Looks like you're all out of puppets, aren't you? The ninjas from the other villages watched this unfold, wearing mocking smiles on their faces. At last, finally, they were about to see this kid get what he deserved. They'd already pictured the blonde brat kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. But who could have imagined what happened next? Suddenly, the blonde kid let out a shout, startling many of the watching ninja. Seal release. With that loud declaration, Naruto pulled out yet another immortal totem. He'd already calculated his strength with the last attack. Now at last, he didn't have to worry about accidentally killing Pikachu. Naruto swung the immortal totem through the air with wild, unbridled force. The golden statue stood taller than him, yet in his hands, it looked nothing more than a toy. A surge of rushing wind swept across the arena as he brandished the statue. Hey, Gecko, nervous that Kankuro's blood might splatter on him, quickly shifted out of the way. Meanwhile, Kankuro finally confirmed. This guy in front of him really was using a puppet as a weapon. He stared in stunned silence at Naruto's wild swings, completely dumbfounded. This wasn't anything like his own understanding of puppet arts. The way Naruto wielded the puppet as a weapon was utterly strange, yet Kankuro couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was off. All his training had taught him to hide behind the puppet, gather intelligence, and then wait for the perfect moment to launch a sneak attack. But today, Naruto was showing him a whole new world. Kankuro didn't get it, but he was thoroughly shaken. Then, Naruto spun the immortal totem around and, with a heavy whack, sent Pikachu flying to the ground. Without pause, he began raining blows on the fallen Kankuro, the golden statue rising and falling again and again. As he struck, Naruto shouted inwardly, "No sleeping in the arena." Boom! Ack! Boom! AR! Naruto controlled his strength perfectly. Every blow made Kankuro's blood spatter. He even managed to beat a rhythm out with the immortal totem. And the accompaniment was Kankuro's own tormented screams. Such a ferocious scene sent a chill down every spectator's spine, especially those ninja from other villages who'd mistaken Naruto for a mere puppeteer. Each furious strike now seemed to thud directly against their own chests. All the mocking expressions from moments earlier froze in place. You call this a puppeteer? Was that just his weighted gear? What kind of monster is this blonde kid? If he hits us, we're dead, right? The foreign ninja swallowed hard, dread creeping into their hearts. Only now did they begin to understand why the third Hokage had said they could go seek justice from this kid. If the statue came crashing down on them, even as seasoned jonin, they'd be left dazed and battered. What on earth was up with this blonde brat? If you had used this kind of strength earlier, they would never have dared to provoke you at the Hokage's office. And, judging from the previous exam, Naruto Uzumaki is someone who holds a grudge. Now, the hearts of the ninjas from other villages began to tremble with unease. They dreaded the prospect of incurring the wrath of that petty, blonde-haired boy. Naruto, that's enough. Stop. At last, from atop the platform, the third Hokage couldn't bear to watch Naruto pummel the visiting ninjas any longer. He shot a look at Hey Gecko, signaling him to intervene. Coughing, Hey Gecko eyed Naruto's ferocity from afar, too intimidated to get any closer. He stayed a full 5 meters away, shouting for a good minute before Naruto finally relented. Of course, Naruto's real reason for stopping was that his undying totem had burnt out again. He took the opportunity to heal Pikachu as well. Kankuro, now completely recovered from his wounds, lay peacefully on the ground, eyes wide open, gazing blankly at the ceiling. For a fleeting moment, just now, he had truly felt as if he had brushed past death itself. Moreover, Kankuro felt like he had just grasped the essence of the ultimate puppet technique. Lady Chiyo, at last, I have found my own path as a puppet master. So this is the ultimate secret of puppet techniques. It's to be like Naruto. With this new revelation burning inside him, Kankuro didn't even feel his injuries anymore. After a long while, he slowly got to his feet. Though he was unscathed, his puppets and his clothes had been reduced to tatters. Standing there, he could easily be mistaken for just another vagrant from the outside world. But Kankuro's spirit was alight. He looked at Naruto, eyes glittering, and bowed deeply to him, his voice booming. Uzumaki Naruto, thank you so much. I have finally understood the true meaning of the puppet art. Naruto heard Pikachu's commentary, his expression turning into that of a bewildered subway commuter caught off guard. Wait, buddy, what exactly did you figure out? I literally killed you, twice. On the platform, Kakashi brought his hand sharply to his forehead in exasperation. It's over. Now Naruto's gone and corrupted another one. The third Hokage, watching Kankuro bow to Naruto, actually started to feel a strange sense of anticipation. Finally, at last, someone else could experience the same headaches he had. Outside, Gaara's veins bulged in his forehead. Clearly, he was steaming with anger at Kankuro. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to our village. The other ninjas watching wore expressions of utter confusion. To them, it was clear that Kankuro had just been beaten senseless. Why on earth was he thanking Naruto after getting thrashed so thoroughly? Lee, this is so moving. This is what youth is all about. Kai-sensei. Seeing this scene, the duo known as the Green Melon Rind master and disciple once again clutched their heads and burst into tears. Off to the side, Tintin hurriedly pulled Niji away, as if to say they had nothing to do with those two embarrassing characters. Naruto, feeling a mixture of emotions, made his way back to the spectator seats. Along the way, Kankuro repeatedly expressed his thanks to him. If there were cell phones in the ninja world, Naruto imagined Kankuro would have already whipped one out to swap contacts. Ahem. With a raspy cough, the consumption-plagued Hey Gecko stepped back into the arena, the screen behind him flickering with updates. For the second match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Tenten. Sasuke shot a glance at the fragile proctor, already considering whether he should rope Naruto into ambushing this guy with a sack tonight. But when he heard who his opponent was, excitement lit up his face in a way no one had seen before. This is perfect. Tenten, huh? Today Uchiha Sasuke, will wipe away the shame of that day. Hey, I see Sasuke. To think I'd be facing you. Not far away, Tenten raised her hand in greeting, sticking her tongue out mischievously at Sasuke. Hearing that nickname, Sasuke clenched his fists even tighter. Enough talk, he snapped. With a crackling surge of energy, Sasuke transformed into a blur of lightning and appeared instantly on the battlefield. Tenten reacted at once, flipping down to meet him. Niji, ever the cautious friend, called out a reminder. Tenten, be careful. Don't worry, Niji. Draped in his signature black cloak, Sasuke locked eyes with Tenten from across the arena. He already knew plenty about this girl with her hair done up in 2 buns. Word had it her ninja skills were average at best, but she was a genius when it came to using ninja tools. To this, Sasuke let out a dismissive chuckle. No matter how good she was with ninja tools, could she possibly surpass the might of the Uchiha? Today he would defeat her in the very field she excelled at. The two squared off and formed the hand seals to start the match. Without hesitation, Tenten widened the distance between them and pulled out a massive sealing scroll. But Sasuke was even faster. He'd already unlocked 5 scrolls, his hand speed so impressive even Naruto couldn't help but admire it. In a series of sharp bursts, the summoning spells triggered and the arena was instantly showered with a veritable storm of ninja tools. Activate the barrier. Now, the examiners, seeing the avalanche of weaponry from Sasuke and Tenten, felt their scalps prickle in terror. The arena wasn't large. and many flying shurikens narrowly whistled past the spectators' heads. If this kept up, it was only a matter of time before there were injuries outside the ring. Moving swiftly, the Konoha proctors leapt to surround the battlefield, forming hand signs together to cast a barrier jutsu and enclose the two combatants inside. Up on the second floor, Naruto watched the intense contest of wealth and weaponry, feeling the adrenaline surge through his entire body. He grabbed the rail and began to yell, "Damn it, don't underestimate the power of all 9 Uchiha clans." Kakashi and Sakura, speechless, quickly distanced themselves from the embarrassing fellow beside them. Only Hinata's cheeks were tinged with a gentle pink as she gazed at Naruto with tender affection. Catching a glimpse of Hinata, Sakura suddenly recalled the events between Naruto and Sasuke. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she walked over and began to whisper quietly to Hinata. Naruto didn't notice their conversation, but they were too far away for him to catch what Sakura and Hinata were saying. From time to time, though, Hinata, who was talking to Sakura, let out little gasps of surprise, her face full of astonishment as she glanced repeatedly in Naruto's direction. Seeing this, Naruto mistakenly thought Hinata was worried about him, so he winked and offered her a reassuring smile. Just as Naruto and Hinata were exchanging affectionate glances from the spectator seats, Sasuke and Tenten below had once again pulled out their scrolls. "Hey, how is it that a member of the Uchiha clan can have so many sealing scrolls?" Tenten was completely stunned to see Sasuke draw out yet another scroll. The Uchiha were famous for their skill with shuriken, that much was true, but the sheer number of shuriken this guy had put hers to shame. You're average." With an air of utter coolness, Sasuke tossed 10 scrolls before him in a single, fluid motion, formed hand seals, and proceeded to hurl ninja tools relentlessly at wherever Tenten dodged. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of shuriken filled the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Sasuke emptied the contents of his sealing scrolls, crossing his arms and then yanking his fists back in a sudden motion. Many of the tossed weapons, strung with steel wire, suddenly altered their direction. Previously, the barrage of shuriken had covered only the front, but with this maneuver, countless blades veered off, attacking Tenten from every angle. At this moment, the number of ninja tools Sasuke unleashed was enough to rival an army of 1,000 attacking all at once. Up in the stands, Naruto couldn't help imagining Sasuke leading his entire clan into battle against Tenten. "You? What on earth are you up to? Since when does an Uchiha fight like this?" Despite ducking and weaving through the relentless storm of shuriken, a battered Tenten still found breath to complain at Sasuke. While her agility couldn't quite match Niji's or Lee's, among the genin she was still one of the best. Yet even so, Tenten couldn't possibly evade thousands upon thousands of flying blades unscathed. After just a single exchange, injuries had already begun to appear all over her body. And Sasuke, he was still pulling more sealing scrolls out. He didn't give her even a moment's respite. Now, Tenten was struggling just to dodge, let alone retrieve any of her own scrolls for a counterattack. There was something else, too, that left Tenten utterly exasperated. The area in which she could dodge was shrinking rapidly. If this went on, it wouldn't be 2 minutes before the entire arena would be filled with Sasuke's shuriken, and she wouldn't even have a place to land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Tenten was running herself ragged, a sharp whistling split through the air near her ears. She instinctively tried to dodge, only to realize that the shuriken weren't aimed at her at all. Sasuke stood unmoving in place, his hands already entangled with steel wire. "Surrender now. There's nowhere left for you to run." At the sound of Sasuke's voice, Tenten froze mid-movement, the urge to escape instantly snuffed out. Gaara glanced at the scene, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Interesting. Bathed in the glow of the lights, it was easy to spot the countless steel wires crisscrossing the entire arena. Now, if Tenten made even the slightest move, those wires would spell her doom. Sasuke's handiwork genuinely stunned everyone present. Yet, more than shock, a heavy silence settled over them. After all, Sasuke had just thrown out, by rough count, nearly 100,000 shuriken. And that's not even including the explosion tags he tossed earlier. The ninjas from the hidden waterfall village wore complicated expressions. The number of ninja tools this Uchiha Sasuke deployed in a single battle probably exceeded the entire arsenal stocked by their village. The third Hokage took in the scene, the ground littered with shuriken, and his hand trembled as he fished out his medicine bottle. Such a prodigally wasteful way to fight. This must be Naruto's influence. He couldn't help but worry about the future of Konoha's young ninjas now. If everyone started fighting like Sasuke, Konoha's coffers would be drained dry before long. He sucked in a sharp breath, feeling his blood pressure spike again at the thought. I surrender. By the way, how many scrolls do you actually have? Once she admitted defeat, Tintin wasted no time grumbling at Sasuke. She couldn't shake the feeling that she saw a reflection of her own fighting style in the way he battled. Sasuke gave an indifferent snort and lifted his shirt, revealing row upon row of tightly packed miniature sealing scrolls tucked inside. Just a rough glance at both sides of his jacket revealed dozens more sealing scrolls. Hey, what's going on with you? Don't tell me you brought your entire family's stash to fight me. Tintin was dumbstruck. She thought carrying a dozen sealing scrolls was already excessive. But this kid in front of her, including the scrolls he just used, he had at least 100 more on him. Could he have converted all his family assets into ninja tools? Sasuke's display left the onlookers utterly speechless. They were all ninjas, after all. Did he really have to take it this far? Didn't this guy set anything aside for daily living expenses? No one could imagine just how much he must have spent on all those tools. Even Naruto watched the scene with clenched teeth. He'd asked Sasuke before just how many sealing scrolls he actually carried. But that guy always kept a straight face. No matter how Naruto pressed, Sasuke would only reply that it wasn't that many. What he said earlier about the strength of 9 generations was just a joke. But looking at things now, Sasuke must have sold off all his family's assets. He really did rally the full might of his clan. Ahem. The winner of the second match, Uchiha Sasuke. Hate Gecko appeared in the arena in an instant, finding a place to stand before announcing the result. Straight after, he even thoughtfully helped Tintin remove all the steel wires from around her. When the match ended, Sasuke didn't leave right away. Instead, he bowed his head low, bent over like a weary farmer as he gathered up his ninja tools. Gone was the brash confidence of his earlier shuriken throws. Now, in this moment of picking up his weapons, Sasuke looked utterly defeated. Naruto stood nearby, watching Sasuke scramble about, unable to hold back his laughter as he mercilessly mocked his rival. Ha ha, Sasuke, you looked so cool when you were throwing those ninja tools a minute ago. Shut up. Sasuke whipped his head around, his face unable to hide his embarrassment. After all, picking up his weapons in front of everyone was a bit humiliating. But what could he do? He'd thrown out so many tools this time. He had to recover them. Seeing that cleanup would take a while, Hate Gecko coughed twice and announced a 1-hour break for the contestants before the third match would begin. Right as he finished, Naruto sneaked over to Hayate's side and whispered, "Uncle Gecko, yesterday I saw some guy going home with your girlfriend." Clink. Hate froze for half a second. The sun bon he was chewing slid from his mouth and clattered to the ground. His face cycled through a series of expressions until it twisted up like he was wearing a mask of pure anguish, tears spilling from his eyes. Hate broke down, sobbing and shouting in grief. "I knew it. Naruto, huh?" Hayate's dramatic outburst completely blindsided Naruto. "Wait a minute. I was just messing around. Don't tell me there's actually some huge secret behind this." Originally, Naruto had just wanted to make up an excuse for Hate, so he lay low at home for a few days. But, judging by the look on Uncle Gecko's face, something really must be going on, right? Could it be that his girlfriend, Yugao, got fed up with him and started seeing someone else on the sly? Yikes. At the thought, Naruto leaned back and caught his breath with a sharp inhale. Hate buried his face in his hands and sobbed, coughing every now and then. A cough. Feeling sorry for him, Naruto patted him comfortingly on the shoulder, but the words that slipped out of his mouth didn't give it much thought. "Uncle Gecko, when the flowers are fallen, they can always bloom again. If you just a bit sooner, she probably still would have left." Wow. The sound of crying swelled into an unmistakable wail. The moment Naruto mentioned a certain sensitive word, Uncle Hayate's tears only flowed harder, his sobs filling the air. Maybe, this is just a misunderstanding? Naruto instantly regretted his loose tongue, afraid that if he kept poking at Hate, the poor guy might die here from heartbreak well before the enemy ever got to him. "Naruto, tell me, why is this happening?" Hate, his heart in pieces, rambled on in a mournful stream, and Naruto was at a loss for how to respond. After all, confiding in Uncle Hate about problems of the heart felt painfully awkward for a blonde-haired kid like him. At last, Hate wiped away his tears, hurried off to speak to the third Hokage about something unknown, and then quickly left the Chunin exam grounds. Naruto was left with rather conflicted feelings. Chances were, Hate would survive after all. But why did it seem as if living was now even harder on him than dying? Well, he could only hope Sister Yugao hadn't actually cheated. An hour later, the third match began as scheduled. This time, it was Gaara versus Rock Lee. Due to Hayate's sudden departure, presumably to catch a cheater, the proctor had changed, replaced by a scar-faced jonin from the Leaf. Naruto found this particular battle dull. He had seen it before, and nothing about it surprised him anymore. Lee's one shining moment would be now, and from here on, he'd have nothing left to give. Watching the two fierce fighters in the ring did little to interest Naruto. Worse still, Sakura had dragged Hinata away, leaving Naruto with nothing better to do than slip his consciousness into the sealed space within, poking fun at the fox spirit inside him. Ah, how nostalgic this feels. Jiraiya strode down the streets of the Leaf Village, each familiar corner bringing a rush of memories from the days he'd spent alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade. That's Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya has come back. Thank heavens. This is fantastic news. The older villagers, upon spotting that unmistakable shock of white hair, couldn't contain their excitement and shouted in joy. There was an old saying in the Leaf. Whenever Lord Jiraiya returned to the village, he would get that blonde troublemaker in line. It was barely an exaggeration. The entire village had been thrown into chaos while the old Toad Sage was away, all thanks to a certain blonde kid's antics. It wouldn't be a stretch to say the sun never seemed to rise in the hidden leaf during that time. But now, with Jiraiya's return, the village could finally see the light again. Passing shinobi, quivering with excitement, lined up to bow respectfully as Jiraiya walked past. Lord Jiraiya, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Seeing this, the villagers began flocking from their homes, piling gifts, eggs, fish, meat, anything they could find, into Jiraiya's arms, eager to show their gratitude. Of course, throughout this whole process, everyone was remarkably in tune. No one so much as uttered that blonde troublemaker's name. Faced with such a warm reception, even Jiraiya, thick-skinned as he was, found himself almost unable to cope. Wait a minute. Had he really been away from the village that long? Why did it feel like the villagers' enthusiasm was almost frightening? That's enough. That's enough. I really can't take any more. Everyone, please, it's time to go home. As he tried to push some of the gifts he was being offered back into the villagers' arms, Jiraiya was simultaneously forced to accept even more. At that moment, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel that not even the old man was this beloved by the people. Meanwhile, the shinobi had clearly done their homework ahead of time. Jiraiya of the 3 legendary Sannin, it's truly an honor for us all to meet you in person. Absolutely. I grew up listening to stories of your heroic deeds. And in your books. I'm a huge fan too. Surrounded by so much open admiration, Jiraiya soared higher with every word of praise, hardly able to conceal his delight. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought I was such a household name in the village? Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya scratched his head with a booming laugh, looking every bit the overjoyed celebrity. Yet, he still hadn't realized the real weight of the situation. After another 10 minutes or so of relentless flattery, Jiraiya really couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse and stop blocking the street. Then, seizing his chance, he quietly headed off toward a certain bathhouse. It's been ages since I went gathering research. But come to think of it, even after so many years away, the people of Konoha are just as warm as ever. Jiraiya mumbled to himself with a sly chuckle, then fished a tiny spyglass out of his pocket. As he eyed the bathhouse, a mischievous giggle escaped his lips. At first, he planned to visit the old man right away, but hearing that the old man was currently in the forest of death, he decided to put that off a little while longer. After all, he was already back in the village. A little more time wouldn't matter. The 7th match, Hyuga Hinata, is the winner. Naruto stared down at Hinata from the stands, his eyes nearly popping out his head. The individual bouts of the second round of the exam were winding down, and, just as he'd expected, his wife ended up facing off against his brother-in-law. As in the original tale, before the fight began, Niji shot him a glare before launching into a harangue. But once the match actually started, Niji was pummeled into the ground by Hinata's 8 trigrams 64 palms, hammered with blow after decisive blow. Naruto wasn't all that surprised by this. After all, with his training, Hinata might not be as overwhelmingly powerful as him or Sasuke, but she was without question the strongest of their generation. However, as Hinata unleashed her fury on her cousin, Naruto couldn't help but notice a faint blue light flickering in her left eye. Just for a moment, it seemed almost as if she were opening the same pure eye that Boruto would one day awaken. Naruto was already beginning to worry whether he'd end up getting pummeled by his wife after they got married. He glanced once more at Hinata, who was still breathing a little heavily. The blue light in her eyes had faded. Unless someone paid very close attention, they'd think that the blue glow in her eyes just now was nothing more than a trick of the light. Naruto watched for a while, and concluded that Hinata hadn't truly awakened yet. But, judging from her current state, it probably wouldn't be long before she opened her eyes for real. Just then, Sasuke suddenly stepped up beside Naruto and whispered question. Hinata's eyes. No one else had noticed, but Sasuke, with his sharp vision, sensed something unusual the very instant it happened. They're pretty much like your Mangekyo. Let's keep this between us. All right. The two leaned shoulder to shoulder, whispering quietly, completely oblivious to the fact that Sakura and Hinata had already appeared right behind them. No way. There's no such thing as heavenly flames in the ninja world, so there's just no way to cook up a real flame art here. What? Battle Emperor? Even the Sage of Six Paths wouldn't measure up to that. In a heartbeat, the topic leapt from colored contact lenses to a heated debate over the plot lines of *X breaking through the heavens*. Sasuke voiced his theories about the flame art and asked just how strong a Battle Emperor would be if placed in the ninja world. Naruto scoffed at the idea. Those power levels in *X breaking through the heavens* were leagues above what you'd ever find in the Naruto universe. Ninjas, with their glass cannon profiles, high offense, low defense, didn't really hold a candle to the warriors in X breaking through the heavens. He shared his views with Sasuke, reminding him not to get too caught up in all that fantasy. After all, even his own fox spirit wasn't so easily swayed. Kurama, at this point, was so unmoved that he'd started meditating, claiming he was going in for some serious closed-door cultivation. Naruto was left speechless. Back when Naruto himself was meditating to build up his chakra, the big fox hadn't missed a single opportunity to poke fun at him. But now, Naruto found himself suddenly distracted as he looked into Sasuke's eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan, also known as the ninja world's wish machine. He couldn't help but wonder, what if Sasuke really did manage to pull something like that off someday? Just as Naruto was waxing eloquent, the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet all of a sudden. He and Sasuke shivered almost simultaneously. That's strange. There's no air conditioning here. Why is it suddenly so cold? Naruto mumbled quietly to himself. He exchanged glances with Sasuke, and then the two of them caught sight of Sakura and Hinata standing right behind them. Hinata had her head lowered, the light casting shadows across her face, obscuring her expression. Sakura's brows were furrowed and her jaw tensed. For a moment, perhaps just his imagination, Naruto thought he saw literal flames flickering in her eyes. Naruto, what are you two up to? Hinata took Naruto by the arm and tilted her head, smiling at him. Her voice was even gentler than usual, but Naruto could swear the air around him got several degrees colder. Sasuke saw Hinata's expression and instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an odd pang of guilt rising within him. Unconsciously, he stepped aside. In Hinata's eyes, he glimpsed a quiet, unmistakable hint of killing intent. I was just talking with Sasuke, Naruto said, scratching his head with a sheepish smile, completely missing the flash of murderous intent that had just flickered in the eyes of his petite girlfriend. I see. Naruto, you're standing awfully close to Sasuke, Hinata remarked, her pale eyes flickering once more with a subtle blue light. A short while ago, she learned of the mist ninja incident from Sakura, an event that had delivered a real shock to Hinata's young heart. Hot on its heels came a wave of vigilance. Thinking back, Hinata realized that Naruto and Sasuke's relationship had always seemed suspiciously close over the years. She had every reason to suspect that this Sasuke Uchiha was trying to steal her man. Hinata would never let that happen. Naruto's smile froze as he heard Hinata's words. He shot a glare at Sakura, finally putting the pieces together. He got it now. Sakura must have said something to Hinata just moments ago. Otherwise, Hinata wouldn't have reacted like this. Fine, just fine. Sakura, I'll remember this. Naruto threw his arm over Hinata's shoulders, tugging her playfully away. Hinata, who'd been moments away from losing her temper, was instantly derailed by Naruto's sudden move. Her face flushed crimson, her mind awash with embarrassment. A simple thought became almost too much to handle. Hinata, listen to me. Sasuke is actually a big. Before he could finish, Naruto began patiently explaining everything to his little girlfriend as he led her aside. Sasuke watched Naruto and Hinata's retreating figures in the corner, then turned to Sakura in confusion. Is Hinata mad? I think so. Sakura's gaze darted away, unable to meet Sasuke's eyes, while she desperately tried to reassure herself in her mind. Haruno, Sakura, you're doing the right thing. They can't keep going like this. There's no happy ending in forbidden love. Sasuke, having no clue why Hinata was angry, found himself lost in thoughts of what Naruto had said to him earlier. Still troubled and unable to make sense of it all, Sasuke glanced at the combat below. None of it seemed interesting, especially since he'd already seen Gaara of the Sand in action. There was little incentive to keep watching. He strolled over to Kakashi, who was quietly reading, pulled out his own book, and sat down to read in silence. The moment he did, a sharp pain pricked at his neck. Sasuke reached up to cradle the wound, the gesture quickly drawing Kakashi's attention. Sasuke, your neck. It's nothing. Just got a bite from a snake, Sasuke replied, lowering his hand from the wound, his tone utterly calm, as if it was of no consequence. He hadn't shared any details of the earlier fight with Kakashi, and he had no plans to do so. In his eyes, this wasn't much of a problem. Yet Kakashi, on the other hand, remained on high alert. Halfway through the Chunin exams, Anko Mitarashi had already encountered Orochimaru, the rogue ninja from the Leaf, putting everyone in the village on their guard. And that curse mark on Sasuke's neck. It was obviously Orochimaru's handiwork. Is that so? While speaking, Kakashi pulled up his headband and examined Sasuke carefully with his Sharingan. He had barely begun to look when he was taken aback. Kakashi realized a chilling, sinister chakra was radiating from Sasuke. That chakra threatened to spiral out of control within Sasuke at any moment. If an ordinary person had this problem, they'd probably be rendered motionless, stuck on the ground. But this kid Sasuke acted as if nothing had happened. He was still sitting there reading, right beside him. How unbothered could this boy possibly be? Sasuke, come with me. Not quite able to rest easy, Kakashi got up and called out to Sasuke, leading him away to a more secluded place. With the final match approaching, the Chunin exams were drawing to a close. I will now announce the matchups for the last round of the Chunin exams. Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata Hyuga. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. Temari vs Shikamaru Nara. The third part of the exams will begin in 1 month. Contestants whose names were called, make sure not to miss it. The young couple cuddled up in the corner, both froze when they heard the matchups announced. How are we supposed to fight like this? Old man third, I object. Naruto vented his frustration at the shadow of the third Hokage, loudly declaring the match list was clearly rigged. He'd originally planned to give his future brother-in-law a piece of his mind. But who could have expected he'd end up matched against Hinata? In Naruto, Hinata's face was a parade of emotions, tangled and troubled. Objection denied. Dismissed. The third Hokage turned, offering Naruto only his back, and strode away briskly from the scene. As for Hinata versus Naruto, that idea had actually come from Hayashi Hyuga. The Hyuga clan believed Naruto was just too much, always showing up to stir things up, provoking them whenever he could, and being especially chummy with Hinata right in front of Hayashi. But since no one in the village could truly keep the boy in check, Hayashi had simply decided to let his own daughter face Naruto in combat. This way he could assess Hinata's strength, maybe make that yellow-haired brat a little less cocky, and take it down a peg in the process. Seeing the third Hokage make a hasty exit only convinced Naruto that something was up. Damn it, there's no way he could bring himself to actually fight Hinata. Whose twisted idea was this, anyway? Naruto couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, so in the end, he just decided to blame it all on Danzo. Thinking back to Danzo's extreme reaction upon seeing him, Naruto decided he might as well visit the old fossil in the hospital later. Maybe afterwards he could swing by the Hyuga clan's place, too. The next day, Naruto Uzumaki's exclusive training ground. What? You want me to train by myself? Naruto glared angrily at Kakashi standing before him. He'd been waiting at the training ground for his teammates all morning, but neither Sasuke nor Sakura had shown up. It wasn't until midday that Kakashi finally arrived. That silver-haired old-timer said he was taking Sasuke for some special training. As for Sakura, she'd gone off to intern at the Konoha hospital to work on her medical ninjutsu. You've trained by yourself just fine before, haven't you? Naruto ground his teeth, clearly disgruntled with Kakashi. Sure, what he said was technically true, but it was painfully obvious how biased this silver-haired old dog was. And why did Kakashi care so much about Sasuke? Naruto was sure it all came back to Obito. At that thought, Naruto realized he'd found yet another reason to want Obito dead. Don't worry, there'll be someone to train you. Kakashi stared back with his trademark dead fish eyes, while the image of Jiraiya cropped up in his mind. Oh right, Naruto, do you have any more of those special meat patties I ate last time? That stuff is supposed to let you dream of people you've lost, right? Naruto, huh? Was it possible? The reason you saw those who'd passed on last time was because you dropped dead from eating that thing right on the spot, which sent you straight to the Pure Land. Naruto's face got all twisted up after hearing Kakashi's request. Still, for the sake of honoring his beloved teacher, Naruto pulled out a selection of colorful meat patties, along with a handy little immortal talisman. At first, Kakashi's eyes lit up at the sight of those colorful patties, but the moment Naruto whipped out the weapon, his excitement froze. Naruto, what's this supposed to be? Kakashi-sensei, if you want to meet those who've passed away, you have to hug this statue and then eat the meat patty. And how exactly does that work? Naruto looked so serious as he explained. Even Kakashi found himself half believing it. Yet, Why did the statue have so many uses? A weapon, a bridge to the afterlife. For once, Kakashi was utterly speechless. Maybe the souls of the departed are guided by the statue's power? Don't overthink it. Just follow the instructions. I guarantee you'll see someone from the other side. Even Naruto himself couldn't believe the excuse he'd made up, so he just stopped trying. Either way, he simply told Kakashi, if you want to see someone who's gone, just do exactly as I say. After staring in confusion for a while, Kakashi finally accepted Naruto's utterly absurd reasoning. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, last time he had seen his own father there. As he cradled the statue in his arms, his mind was flooded with images. Obito, Rin, his father, his teacher. He wondered, who would he meet this time? In the end, Kakashi tucked the meat patty inside his coat, embraced the statue, and headed home, heart full of anticipation. Naruto watched the white-haired figures retreating back and, silently, drew a cross over his chest, offering a silent moment of mourning for him. Well then, Kakashi-sensei, I forgive you. Yet, even so, whenever Naruto recalled how Kakashi kept favoring Sasuke because of Obito, he still felt a little angry. Since the white hair had so bravely gone to meet his doom, Naruto figured he'd collect some interest from Obito first. A mischievous grin spread across Naruto's face as he tore open a portal and stepped straight into Uchiha Obito's graveyard. No sooner had he arrived than he was confronted with neat rows of gravestones. All of Konoha's fallen heroes were buried here. Naruto couldn't help but scoff at it all. Still, it was fair to call Obito long gone. As a child, he had perished in Kakashi's heart together with those fallen rocks. The Obito who now stirred up trouble behind the scenes in the ninja world was nothing more than a shadow of that long-haired, spiky-headed boy. Naruto glanced at the gravestone, a photo of young Uchiha Obito grinning glued to it, with fresh fruit, skewered dumplings, and flowers placed in front. Beside Obito's grave, Naruto also saw the headstone for Noera Rin, similarly adorned with fresh blossoms and offerings. Judging from the sparkling droplets clinging to the flowers, it wasn't hard to guess that these were just placed here today, most likely by Kakashi. And these two gravestones were much cleaner than those around them. Was White Hair really coming to visit Obito every single day? Kakashi had gone so many years without finding a girlfriend. Could it be that, because of Obito, he intended never to marry? Naruto glanced around, furtive and wary. When he was certain there was no one else nearby, he plopped himself down right in front of Uchiha Obito's grave. He picked up an apple, wiped it on his shirt, and took a big, crunchy bite, as if the fruit in his hand was none other than the wretched Obito himself. After shamelessly polishing off the offerings left for Obito, Naruto's eyes flickered toward the vase of flowers. Suddenly, a scheme came to mind. Confirming again that he was alone, he strode over to the vase and began to relieve himself with gusto. Naruto even shut one eye, aiming as carefully as possible for the vase as he went about his business. Even so, he managed to splash quite a bit on the ground. Could it be I've been eating too much spicy food lately? With a final shake or two, Naruto figured his job of fertilizing the flowers was done. He hadn't meant anything bad by it. He simply wanted the flowers to last a few days longer. Hey, you brat. What do you think you're doing? At that moment, a powerful voice rang out right next to Naruto's ear. Startled and guilty, Naruto hurriedly pulled up his trousers, immediately making a run for it. He'd barely taken 2 steps and was just about to open a space portal to escape when it suddenly dawned on him. Wait a minute. What am I afraid of? Even if I get caught, it's not like anything's going to happen. There's not a soul in the entire Hidden Leaf Village who can really cause me trouble. Realizing all this, Naruto spun around, planted his feet confidently, placed his hands on his hips, lifted his chin with a haughty air, and looked directly at the approaching figure. That's when he saw a spiky-haired old man, wearing a headband with the character for oil on it, his wooden sandals clattering rhythmically as he hurried Naruto's way. Any of these features alone would have been enough for Naruto to recognize exactly who this white-haired old geezer was. Of course, it could only be one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Worth noting, though, the white-haired old man was also holding an apple in his hand. Unbelievable. This old guy came here to steal offerings too? Hey, kid, what were you just doing? How dare you act like that in the resting place of the Leaf's heroes? Haven't you got any respect at all? Jiraiya, having strode up to Naruto, chastised him in a stern voice, then took a loud bite out of the apple he was holding. Uzumaki Naruto, white-haired old geezer, shouldn't you at least put down that offering before you say that? Naruto had imagined dozens of scenarios for meeting Jiraiya. He had never pictured it happening while he was sneaking around, eating the offerings at the graveyard. That's beside the point. These offerings are just a way for the living to express their grief and remembrance for those who've passed. Better for a fine young man like me to eat them than let them rot here. Wait, what? What did you just call me? Jiraiya, who had been speaking in earnest, suddenly realized this blonde kid before him had just called him an old geezer with white hair. Didn't he have the title White-Haired Boy Wonder? Since when was he old? White-haired old geezer. To be absolutely sure he was heard clearly, Naruto enunciated slowly, every word crisp and clear. Jiraiya's forehead twitched, veins standing out. His fist involuntarily clenched. You'd better listen up, you little brat. I am. Jiraiya didn't get to finish. He'd barely started what was bound to be his dramatic introduction, hands already moving in a half-baked dance, when Naruto turned away without giving him the slightest chance and started walking off. All the words Jiraiya had prepared got stuck in his throat, twisting his expression into a look of utter frustration. In all his years wandering the ninja world, he'd never run into such a disrespectful brat. Wait up, kid. You really don't want the Hokage to hear about what you were doing in the Heroes' Memorial, do you? Completely unfazed by the old guy's threats, Naruto's pace only picked up, moving from a leisurely stroll to a brisk walk as he headed off. Jiraiya, seeing that the boy was ignoring him, was so furious that he dashed forward, determined to teach him a lesson. What an ill-mannered brat. Can't you even listen until I've finished speaking? The two figures, one in front and one behind, raced out of the graveyard. At that very moment, space warped in front of Rin Nohara's gravestone, and the masked man, Obito, appeared. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. After glancing at Rin's photo, he bent down and laid the bouquet before her grave. Just as Obito was about to speak to Rin, his eye was drawn to the fresh, water-dappled flowers lying beside his own gravestone. Kakashi, that guy. Obito clenched his teeth, seething with disgust at Kakashi's act of offering flowers to him. That man killed Rin with his own hands, and yet he still has the nerve to come here. With a scowl, Obito marched to his own grave, snatched up the flowers from the vase, and flung them aside in utter contempt. With a shake of his wet hand, Obito caught a strange scent wafting from his fingers. What is this smell? He brought his hand closer and sniffed it more carefully. Suddenly, rage overtook him. He ripped off his mask and hurled it to the ground, stomping on it with a sharp, splintering crunch. Kakashi, what on earth do you think you're doing? A wisp of smoke curled from the third Hokage's lips as he surveyed the laid-back Jiraiya and Naruto standing before him. The wrinkles on his face seemed enough to crush a mosquito. 10 minutes earlier, he'd heard from the ANBU that the rowdy pair, one grown, one young, had nothing better to do than sneak into the graveyard to steal offerings meant for Konoha's fallen heroes. When he heard that news, the third nearly fainted right then and there and would have ended up in the hospital with his old friend Danzo for company. What kind of place was the graveyard? It was the resting place of all the heroes who had died fighting for the village. And these two, not only had they raised a racket in the cemetery, but they'd gone so far as to snack on the offerings given to the dead, a blatant sign of disrespect. What if the families of the departed ever found out? Plenty of entire families were buried there, having died together in the flames of war. The mere thought of these two idiots disturbing the peace of those with no family left sent the third Hokage's blood pressure soaring. Naruto might be one thing. Trouble always seemed to find him in this village, and it wasn't exactly his first time, but Jiraiya? He was well past the age for this kind of mischief. It truly left the third Hokage beside himself with rage. What were you two thinking? The resting place of Konoha's heroes is no place for such foolishness. In the face of the third's reprimand, Jiraiya looked away to the right. Naruto glanced off to the left. Both wore the same stubborn expression. Say what you will, but we're not admitting to any wrongdoing. The third, hand trembling, fumbled in his drawer for his medication, quickly swallowing a dose. Only after a few deep, steadying breaths did he manage not to collapse with anger. Those were offerings. What could you possibly have been thinking? The third Hokage's voice was raspy, sounding more like an old man on the brink of death. Naruto picked his nose, his eyes darting around, and hurried to retort before the white-haired old man could speak. Offerings are merely the living's way of expressing grief and remembrance for those who have passed. Instead of letting them rot away at the grave, why not let a youngster like me eat them? And that's exactly what this uncle here taught me. Naruto didn't hesitate to shove all the blame onto the white-haired old man. The third Hokage immediately shot a stern glare at Jiraiya. Even Jiraiya, whose face was usually thicker than city walls, felt a hint of embarrassment as he recognized these familiar words. He snapped his head around and glared at Naruto. You brat, when did I ever teach you that? Old man, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Why am I always the one getting blamed? With a swift sidestep, Jiraiya deftly dodged the heavy accusation Naruto hurled his way. Oh, so, white-haired old man, Are you saying you never told me that? You little rascal. Naruto's few words instantly ignited Jiraiya's temper. The atmosphere grew tense, as though the very next moment they'd be rumbling right there in the Hokage's office. Bang! The third Hokage slammed the table in anger, stood up, and scolded the two of them. Enough of this nonsense. Have you two forgotten you're in the presence of the Hokage? If you want to fight, take it outside. Both of them shrank back the moment they saw the third Hokage's furious outburst. They exchanged a cold glance, grunted disdainfully, and turned their faces away from each other. Jiraiya grumbled to himself that this kid just loved to make trouble for him. If it weren't for giving the old man some respect, he would have taught the blonde brat a real lesson. Let him know the proper way to respect his elders. The third Hokage fell silent for a long time, staring at Naruto. He massaged his temple before finally speaking. If you carry on causing trouble like this, you can forget about the ceiling scroll incident. He hoped that such a threat might get Naruto to settle down for a while. Yet Naruto just glanced at the old man, inwardly unconcerned. After all, once the Chunin exams were over, he'd be feasting at the third's farewell banquet. By then, whether the new Hokage cared about this or not would be another story. Still, out of consideration that the old man didn't have many days left, Naruto nodded obediently, feigning compliance. Well then, let the old man enjoy a few peaceful days while he still could. And you, Jiraiya, didn't I send the Umbu to call you here? What took you so long to come to the Hokage building? If the Umbu hadn't caught you today, were you planning on avoiding this old man forever? The third Hokage immediately turned his scolding on Jiraiya. He had waited and waited for Jiraiya to return to the village. Finally, he made it back at long last. And yet this is what he got. Every day, he would run off to bars in the red light district, or else sneak over to peep into the women's bathhouse. Whenever the Umbu came looking for this guy, he'd just shake his head and wave them away, muttering that he was busy and would visit the Hokage's office when he had time. Ha 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 ha, it's just that I've been away for so long. I really wanted to see how the village has changed over the years. Jiraiya chuckled, but then suddenly remembered what Kakashi had come to talk to him about that morning. Kakashi had said the Hokage wanted him to be a mentor for Minato's son. Jiraiya thought that bringing this up now might help smooth things over with the old man. Oh, right. I heard I was called back to the village this time to teach Minato's kid. Jiraiya's tone suddenly shifted, turning serious as he spoke. Minato. So many years have passed. His child must be about the same age as that annoying little brat next to him. Just as Jiraiya expected, the third Hokage's expression softened a fair bit when he heard those words. He didn't say anything, but instead turned his gaze to Naruto, who was standing there, lost in thought. For a moment, silence fell over everyone present. Jiraiya glanced at the blond boy, then at the old man's stern face, and finally opened his mouth, struggling for words. Old man, don't tell me. Seeing the third's eyes fixed on the boy, Jiraiya began to sense that something was very wrong. No way. How could Minato's kid possibly be that annoying brat standing here? Absolutely not. That's right. He is Minato's child, Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya was stunned into stone. For a few seconds, he just stood there, absorbing the reality, then finally rubbed his face, doing his best to act nonchalant as he made for the door. Jiraiya, if you dare step out that door today, don't ever come back. The third was utterly furious. He'd waited years for Jiraiya to return to help raise Naruto. And now, on the very day he finally came back, Jiraiya tried to shirk responsibility with barely a word. He could not accept this. Not him, and not all of Konoha. Jiraiya turned back with a grin, as if delighted by the turn of events. Is this what you call a good deal? The third was so enraged that he collapsed back into his chair with a thud, clutching at his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Old man, calm down. Jiraiya knew when to get serious. In a flash, he rushed to the third's side to check on him. Naruto, for his part, was already quite used to it. After years of watching the third take his medicine, he knew exactly where the old man kept it. Naruto quickly opened a drawer, shook out a handful of heart-stabilizing pills, and handed them to the third, helping him take the medicine. The third Hokage felt delighted to see this child showing concern for him. But did this brat just grab a handful of medicine because he's worried I'm not dying fast enough? Casting a sideways glance at Naruto's earnest face, the third Hokage brushed aside the boy's hand and took 2 pills from him, swallowing them down. Yet even after taking the medicine, he still looked on the verge of death. He reached out and held Jiraiya's hand, as if he were a dying man preparing to pass on his final wishes to his disciple. Jiraiya, I don't have many years left in me. I just want to entrust Naruto to your teaching. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, then back at the frail, elderly third Hokage. After wrestling with himself for a good 3 minutes, he finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll do as you wish. The moment the third heard these words, a spark of life returned to his eyes. He sprang upright, gripping Jiraiya's collar tightly. "But you absolutely can't back out." Jiraiya's expression shifted, the creeping feeling dawning that he'd just been played by this wily old man. To erase the last of Jiraiya's hesitation, the third even uttered the most insincere words of his entire life. "Jiraiya, trust me, he's a very well-behaved kid." Naruto looked utterly stunned. Even he felt embarrassed hearing that. How did the old man have the nerve to say something like that with a straight face? But after catching the old man's glare, Naruto quickly caught the meaning behind it. He scratched his head and plastered an honest, almost dopey smile on his face. Picture perfect innocence. And so, under both threats and promises, Jiraiya reluctantly agreed to take Naruto under his wing. To sweeten the deal, the third even lent out his prized crystal ball for 2 full days. At first, Jiraiya still felt he'd been duped by the old geezer. But the moment he laid eyes on that crystal ball, every shred of doubt vanished from his mind. The next day, Jiraiya and Naruto arranged to meet at the Easter training grounds on the edge of the village. A mischievous laugh echoed as Jiraiya sat cross-legged atop a boulder, clutching the crystal ball that had belonged to the third. He was so absorbed, a goofy grin hung on his lips, and a thin trail of drool escaped as he chuckled. "Could you stop for a second? Old man, at your age, can you really still?" Naruto called from the sidelines, and before he could poke another jab at the white-haired pervert, he was cut off. "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? A kid your age shouldn't be talking dirty like that. I'm telling you, even at my age, I'm still as strong as ever." Jiraiya bristled immediately at Naruto's insinuation. This was about a man's pride. How could he let that be questioned? "Naruto Uzumaki, I haven't even finished talking, and you're already so defensive. Definitely trying to cover something up?" Naruto fixed his gaze on Jiraiya's aging face, doubt shining in his eyes. He said nothing, yet his silence spoke volumes. Jiraiya grew visibly agitated at the mere sight of this kid's expression. But what truly got under his skin was, whenever Jiraiya was most engrossed in his work, Naruto had this infuriating habit of whipping out all sorts of strange cards and waving them in his face. He'd even caught glimpses of Chiyo from the Sand Village. And, of all things, she was wearing a swimsuit. To top it all off, there was even a fourth rakeage. Just one look was enough to make Jiraiya's skin crawl. After that, he had zero interest in peering into the crystal ball. Staring at the pile of cards scattered across the floor, Jiraiya felt nothing but resistance and dread. But these cards weren't even what frightened him most. His greatest fear was that Naruto might use these cards as inspiration, and then use the transformation jutsu to appear before him in those very forms. "Naruto, can't you go find something else to do for a while? And another thing, I already promised the old man I'd take you as my student. Could you please show a little respect for your teacher? You need to call me sensei, do you hear? Right now, this instant. And put away all those weird cards of yours." Head bowed, Naruto said nothing and continued pulling out special, no-lust card from his system. These cards were all drawn by Naruko Uzumaki herself, and each one depicted a different cross-dress character. White-stockinged Li Kuei, fishnet-wearing Zhang Fei, schoolgirl uniformed Danzo. If it weren't for the third Hokage still being around, Naruko might have drawn Hiruzen Sarutobi in his stepfather's dress. All in all, the psychological damage inflicted by these cards was off the charts. Even Naruto himself dared not give them more than a quick glance. Whenever he laid out the cards before Jiraiya, he'd force himself to think of 18-year-old Hinata just to shield his mind against such strong mental contamination. "Stop. Enough. I'll teach you a powerful jutsu, all right?" Jiraiya was at his wit's end. There was no way, absolutely no way, he could believe that old man's nonsense now. Obedient, was he? This kid, Naruto, just what on earth was obedient about him? Jiraiya reflected. Even as a child, he himself had never been half the troublemaker Naruto was. Naruto, in the middle of unpacking another card, paused when he heard Jiraiya offer to teach him something. A powerful jutsu? Could it be the Rasengan? Or the summoning jutsu? In a flash, Naruto swept the cards off the ground into his system, then looked up with an innocent, eager expression. "Sensei Jiraiya, what powerful jutsu are you going to teach me?" Jiraiya twitched at the corner of his eye. It seemed like the kid had nearly called him old white-haired geezer just now. Taking in Naruto's bright blonde hair, Jiraiya couldn't help but remember Minato. Minato had been such a well-behaved boy when he was young. So how did he end up with a son like Naruto? Or maybe, is this child just like Kushina? Jiraiya's mind flashed with the image of a certain red-haired Spitfire, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of lingering fear. Come to think of it, there really is a resemblance. Ahem ahem. His thoughts swirling, Jiraiya cleared his throat twice. He carefully tucked the crystal ball into his robe, stood up, and straightened his clothes. Naruto watched closely. Jiraiya bit his thumb, smearing blood on his palm, then started weaving hand signs. Placing one hand firmly on the ground, he shouted, summoning jutsu. Bang! With a puff of smoke, a bright orange toad about 2 meters tall appeared on the spot. The toad opened its mouth wide, curled its tongue, and spat out a scroll. Jiraiya took the scroll and tossed it in front of Naruto. Sign your name right here on the scroll. As he spoke, he unfurled the scroll, revealing the names written inside. There were the names of everyone throughout history who had signed a contract with Mount Myaboku. Without hesitation, Naruto picked up the brush and signed his name right after his discount father. With the ritual complete, Jiraiya began to instruct him on the key points of summoning jutsu hand signs. So, how much of the summoning jutsu do you remember? Jiraiya threw out the question casually, already preparing to send Naruto off to figure things out on his own. However, as soon as he finished asking, he realized Naruto remained silent and utterly motionless. It was as if time itself had stopped for him. What are you doing? I asked you a question, you know. How much of the summoning jutsu do you remember? Jiraiya called out for a whole 2 minutes before finally seeing any response from Naruto. Half. Naruto looked up at him, his eyes as clear and clueless as ever. Not that the summoning jutsu was particularly difficult. Mainly, it was because during the explanation, Jiraiya had mixed in a lot of points about sealing techniques, which were actually quite easy to understand. Naruto recalled the flying thunder god jutsu he'd seen recorded in the sealing scroll before, and his mind dove straight into the sealed space to study the technique. In the end, he found that even after understanding a few points about sealing, trying to research the flying thunder god was just as baffling as working out a math problem. The good news was he'd managed to find a clue or two. As for what Jiraiya had just explained about the summoning jutsu, he naturally missed half of it without realizing. Jiraiya's patience snapped. His fist started to clench once again. Still, he went over key points of the summoning jutsu one more time. This time, Naruto listened with full attention. All right, now go practice on your own. Jiraiya placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders, turning and shooing him off to the side, waving him away repeatedly. Considering Naruto couldn't even remember the basics the first time around, it was easy to predict that mastering this technique would take him a very, very long time. It seems the child hasn't inherited Minato's gifts. But then again, this also means I might finally get a bit of peace and quiet. With that thought, Jiraiya retreated to a corner and pulled out his crystal ball. There's nothing quite like the beauty of a maiden in her prime. Jiraiya's gaze was so focused, it was as if he was about to bury his eyes inside the crystal ball. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted around him, making sounds that shook the earth and left Jiraiya so startled he nearly flung his treasured crystal ball away. An earthquake? Puzzled, Jiraiya turned his head to look, and nearly fainted on the spot. You unruly brat. Stop this at once. That's the great toad sage. There, seated cross-legged with a body towering nearly 100 meters high, was the great toad sage. Its massive head drooped, and a thunderous snoring reverberated through the air. But this wasn't what really terrified Jiraiya. The real shock was this. Dozens of yellow-haired Narutos were wielding chains, each positioned to the toad's limbs, shoulders, and head, busily looping iron chains around the great sage. Naruto himself stood in front of the giant toad, gripping the chain that bound it, slinging it over his shoulder and bracing his body with all his might as he tried to pull. If not for the massive toad looming behind him, one might have mistaken him for an expert boat hauler from some riverside town. In his memories, Naruto only knew the blade-wielding toad from Mount Myaboku. And, given how different anime looked on-screen versus the real world, seeing things with his own eyes now, the toads he summoned and the ones Jiraiya summoned before looked virtually identical, except for their size. And this toad, right after appearing, had immediately fallen asleep, so soundly not even shouting would wake it. Gazing up at this mountain-like figure, Naruto felt his hands itch with curiosity. He wanted to see if he could actually budge the whopping weight before him. In the distance, Jiraiya's frantic shouts did nothing to stop Naruto from dragging the toad. At that moment, Naruto was so caught up in the deafening snoring that old man Jiraiya's words might as well have been carried off by the wind. Naruto, you unruly brat. Stop this right now. Jiraiya, sweating profusely, rushed over in wide, panicked strides. For years, he had sought an audience with the great toad sage, only ever to be told by Mount Myaboku. The great toad sage was asleep and received no visitors. Never had Jiraiya imagined their meeting would happen under such bizarre circumstances. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he dashed up to Naruto. Hey old man, what are you doing here? Naruto paused, turning to glance quizzically at the flushed, anxious Jiraiya. You! Hurry up and take those chains off for me. That's the great toad sage from Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya snatched the chains from Naruto's hands and, pointing at the giant toad sage behind him, erupted in a furious tirade. This kid really was about to drive him to his grave. He still had no idea how Naruto had managed to summon the great toad sage, but given the current situation, Jiraiya was seriously worried that Mount Myaboku might just unilaterally break their summoning contract after this mess. Naruto halted, completely baffled, glancing at Jiraiya and then back at the enormous toad still snoring behind him. The moment he realized that this was actually the great toad sage, his mind went utterly blank. Wasn't the sage supposed to be sleeping deep within Mount Myaboku, only to awaken and make cryptic prophecies for Jiraiya? And yet, how on earth had he managed to summon the sage himself? What are you gaping at? Move it now. Jiraiya, exasperated and agitated, scolded him fiercely. What kind of time was this to be standing around spaced out? What if at this very moment, the great toad sage were to wake up and find himself bound head to toe in chains? Jiraiya didn't even need to guess. The consequences would be dire. He let out a low growl on the spot, fuming as he used the shadow clone jutsu, sending a duplicate to rush over to the toad sage's feet. He decided to take matters into his own hands and start freeing the sage from those chains. With a sharp whoosh, just as Jiraiya reached out, a swirl of smoke filled the air. In an instant, the colossal toad sage vanished from sight. It's over, we're finished. Jiraiya clutched his head in both hands, panic written all over his face. There could only be one explanation for the sudden disappearance of the toad sage. He must have woken up, realized the chains around him, and immediately dispelled the summoning jutsu to return home. Jiraiya's mind felt like it was about to explode. You insolent brat. Just look at what you've done. He genuinely could not fathom what went on in this kid's head. Wasn't it normal for people learning summoning jutsu to first marvel at the power of their summoned beast, or maybe praise their teacher a little? Take Minato, for example. That was exactly his reaction. But Naruto, not only did he somehow manage to summon the sage of Mount Myaboku, he actually chained him up and tried to drag him around for training. That's the great toad sage, a true summoning beast, a ninja's battle companion, not a weight to haul around. Just picturing that sleeping giant being dragged about by this boy for some kind of strength training made Jiraiya's blood pressure shoot through the roof. Thinking back to the old man Hiruzen's drawer full of medicine, Jiraiya suddenly understood, just a little. And then, what kind of well-behaved kid is this, anyway? Master Jiraiya, isn't my summoning technique pretty good? Jiraiya. Naruto didn't take using the great toad sage as extra weight seriously at all. Back when he first managed to summon the great toad, he'd run right up and shouted in its ear. But the toad slept so soundly it seemed like it was dead. That's why Naruto just regarded the great toad as a training weight. Jiraiya's face darkened. He raised his hand as if to smack the boy, but Naruto, seeing the white-haired old man make a move, thought he was reaching to pat his head, so he dodged nimbly. You little brat, do you even know what you just did? That's a sage from one of the 3 great holy lands, a being to be compared to the sage of 6 paths. Oh, Naruto, utterly unfazed by Jiraiya's anger, replied with complete calm. So what if it's lived for 1,000 years? He gets it. Old and not dead. That's something other than human. Old geezer? Guess that makes him a weird old geezer. From now on, when he meets the great toad sage or the sage of 6 paths, he'll know just how to offer a proper greeting. Jiraiya was so exasperated with Naruto that he actually burst out laughing. He felt like an utter fool now, truly. Back in the Hokage's office, he should have just left straight away. Why did he ever agree to that old man's request? Now, every time Jiraiya looked at Naruto, he felt a throbbing headache. After a long pause, Jiraiya forced himself back into his role as a teacher and went on instructing Naruto. Naruto, try using the summoning technique again. This time, control your chakra a little. Don't use too much. Thinking it through, Jiraiya realized there was only one way Naruto could have summoned the great toad sage. The kid must have an enormous amount of chakra inside him. By sheer chance, he called forth the great toad sage. Oh, got it. Naruto paused, then nodded, letting Jiraiya know he was listening. When he'd used the summoning technique earlier, he figured the more chakra he put in, the bigger the toad would be. Who knew he'd end up summoning that weird old great toad sage? He bit his finger, swiftly formed the hand seals once again. Summoning jutsu. With a muffled bang. Before either of them could even glimpse the toad's form, a voice laden with swagger rang out next to their ears. Little Jiraiya, what do you need from me? Who do you want to go after this time? Jiraiya. This one's much better than the last. Wasn't it Jiraiya doing the summoning? Gamabunta grasped his pipe, puffed out a massive smoke ring. Jiraiya hooked Naruto by the neck, hissing quietly through clenched teeth. Naruto, don't forget this. Summoning beasts are our partners. Don't ever pull something like that again. Did you hear me? Say something. Understand. Naruto, still under control, glanced at the toad sage in front of him, regret lingering in his eyes. What a pity. This toad is even bigger than the one from before. If I could use it for training, I'd definitely get a lot stronger. Hearing Naruto's reluctant promise, Jiraiya finally let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness. At least Naruto is willing to listen, after all. Gamabunta, this kid is the one who summoned you. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki, Naruto. Gamabunta looked at the blonde-haired boy and, without meaning to, caught a glimpse of Minato's image in his mind. So he's that Minato kid's child? He felt a flicker of surprise toward Naruto Uzumaki. Even Minato couldn't summon him at such a young age. Jiraiya chatted with Gamabunta for a while, then offered Naruto another stern warning. Once he was sure the boy wouldn't pull another reckless stunt, Jiraiya left Naruto with the toad and quietly slipped away himself. If he'd stayed any longer, Jiraiya suspected Naruto's antics would have given him wrinkles. Besides, he had an old man to settle scores with. It wasn't that Jiraiya had refused to take Naruto as a student. But why hadn't that crafty old man just told him Naruto's real situation, plain and simple? Damn it. After leaving the training grounds, Jiraiya headed straight for the Hokage's office. He didn't even make it inside before two ENBU masked ninjas stopped him at the door. Lord Jiraiya, please wait. The third Hokage says he's swamped with official duties these days. He's not meeting any guests for now. As the ENBU relayed this message, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiraiya. After all, training the Leaf's golden-haired hope was resting on his shoulders. It wouldn't be exaggerating at all to say that the future of the village lay in Jiraiya's hands. Damn it, that old man. Jiraiya stood there, momentarily speechless with frustration. Too busy, huh? He was pretty sure the old man was just feeling guilty, too afraid to face him, probably worried Jiraiya would just quit on the spot. Hiruzen Sarutobi, get out here. If you've got the nerve to fool me, you'd better have the guts to come out and face me. Jiraiya yelled the third Hokage's name out loud, proof enough of how angry he was. Up in his office, the third Hokage hid behind the curtain, sneaking a peek at the furious Jiraiya below through a crack. No matter how harshly Jiraiya cursed, the third Hokage never uttered a sound, and there was even a hint of smug satisfaction on his face. Thank goodness. At last, he didn't have to be the one dealing with Naruto anymore. Jiraiya, as my student, it's only fair that you go through some hardships to lighten my burdens. He was tempted to simply toss the whole pile of medicine from his drawer straight into the trash. Perhaps, now that he had Jiraiya, he wouldn't need to rely on these things anymore. Lord Jiraiya, go back. Lord Third won't see you. At last, seeing Jiraiya seething with anger, the Anbu ninja couldn't help but quietly whisper a word of advice. Damn it, I knew nothing good would come from calling me back to the village. Denied an audience with the third, Jiraiya could only stand powerless beneath the Hokage tower, boiling with rage. He ranted for nearly half an hour before finally stomping away in his wooden clogs, his face dark as thunder. Still, as he left, he muttered under his breath, "You old coot, don't even think about getting your crystal ball back." Elsewhere, in Naruto Uzumaki's personal training ground, Naruto and the Great Toad, Gamabunta, got along remarkably well. The Great Toad claimed that Minato was like a little brother to him, and since Naruto was the child of his little bro, he would, of course, watch over the kid if anything ever happened. Hearing that Gamabunta was determined to protect him, Naruto found his feelings a bit complicated. He didn't know why, but Naruto always felt he got along splendidly with animals, while getting on with people from the village was a completely different story, much more difficult. Take his own brother-in-law, for example. The guy still held a grudge against him. Back then, it was his brother-in-law who beat him until he threw up. Naruto, for his part, hadn't held any grudges. Wasn't that already a remarkable act of generosity toward his family? Besides, that was years ago. Why was Neji even more resentful than he was? Thinking about this, Naruto felt he ought to try getting along better with those around him. He glanced at the mountain-like Gamabunta before him, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Got it. He could help Konohamaru and Sakura with their special training. Naruto still remembered how often both of them had come to him, full of longing to grow stronger. The more he thought about it, the surer he became. After exchanging a few words with Gamabunta, he released the summoning technique, then made a shadow clone, slipped through the shining portal, sending one clone to look for Sakura, while he himself went to find his little brother, Konohamaru. By midday, both Konohamaru and Sakura had shown up at the training ground. The two of them looked rather puzzled. Both had been dragged there by Naruto, who claimed he knew a way to make them stronger. Of course, somewhere in their hearts, a flicker of hope remained, especially for Sakura. As she honed her skills as a medical ninja, she had become painfully aware of the gap between herself and Sasuke, or Naruto. After all, Naruto could pull out all sorts of items to heal wounds. This only made her feel even more useless in her pursuit of medical ninjutsu. As for Konohamaru, he had always wanted to learn the secrets of jutsu from his big brother. He had recently replaced his hollow wooden door with a solid one. Though it was still a bit difficult to lift, Konohamaru realized he had grown stronger, especially since the fear on his grandfather's face when he saw him was proof enough that he was stronger. Big bro, let's get started already. Are we practicing the door technique today? Konohamaru's face was full of excitement. He could barely contain himself. Sakura's head buzzed the moment she heard the kid mention the door technique. Not this again. I really don't want to learn Naruto's ridiculous door techniques. Naruto, maybe we should just forget it? I honestly don't think taijutsu suits me very well. After a moment's hesitation, Sakura thought she'd be better off heading back to the hospital to keep training her medical ninjutsu. Mostly, it was the way Naruto smiled, a mischievous, all-too-familiar grin that put her on edge. Haha, don't worry, Sakura. This special training isn't about that. Naruto gave a reassuring smile, but it only made Sakura more uneasy. She distinctly remembered the last time Naruto smiled like that. It had something to do with Sasuke in girls' clothes and almost becoming a rogue ninja, right? Watch closely. Naruto didn't notice Sakura's unease. He bit his thumb and began weaving hand seals with both hands. The two standing beside him were suddenly shocked by what Naruto was doing. Sakura felt it even more keenly. She knew the only real jutsu Naruto had mastered was the multi-shadow clone jutsu, and that only needed a single hand sign. But now with all these hand seals, could he actually be about to teach them a real ninjutsu technique? Was Naruto, just maybe, being serious for once? Summoning jutsu. As Naruto slammed his palm onto the ground, the gigantic toad, Gemabunta, materialized before their eyes. Sakura and Konohamaru stiffened, craning their necks to stare up at the colossal toad, their initial shock giving way to a surge of anticipation. Naruto bro, I want to learn this. Konohamaru shouted in excitement, then realized his big brother had suddenly disappeared. Huh, where did Naruto bro go? Naruto, what are you doing all the way up there? Sakura looked up and noticed Naruto now standing atop the giant toad's head, her sense of foreboding growing stronger. Wasn't the point to learn this jutsu? Why did Naruto climb up there? Standing on Gamabunta's head with his arms folded, Naruto felt that all he needed now was a scroll on his back and some orange eyeshadow to complete the look. After a brief pause lost in thought, Naruto looked down at his friends and shouted to Gamabunta with utmost seriousness. Gamabunta, old pal. Attack them. Gamabunta blinked. Huh? He was dumbfounded for a good minute. Wasn't that many years since Konoha's last big change, right? How was it possible that he just couldn't keep up with the new generation of young ninja anymore? But Naruto didn't think too much of it. He simply raised his foot and stomped down toward the two people below. A thunderous crash shook the ground. The enormous toad's foot came crashing toward Sakura and Konohamaru, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. It was all thanks to Sakura's quick reflexes. As the massive foot was about to land, she grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and dashed out of the way. But she suddenly realized that gigantic toad was actually chasing after them. Naruto, what are you doing? Ah, big bro, what are you doing? Sakura could feel the force rushing up behind her, so terrifying it felt like her soul would fly right out of her body. Meanwhile, Konohamaru was bawling and shouting at the same time. Neither of them had any doubt. Naruto seemed dead set on finishing them off right here. Just then, they heard Naruto shouting in the distance. Sakura, Konohamaru, why are you running away? The summoning beast is meant to chase after me. Naruto's tone was grave, but anyone could see from his twitching lips that he was barely holding back laughter. Naruto, big brother, I just don't get it. This is way too dangerous. Yeah, Naruto, are you trying to kill us? Under Naruto's intense training regimen, Konohamaru and Sakura had gotten a real taste of what it meant to flirt with death. If Naruto hadn't whipped out some healing supplies at the last second, the two of them would probably have ended up in the hospital for a good 10 days, maybe 2 weeks. However, due to Naruto riding his summoning beast and wreaking havoc across the village, the AMBU were forced to escort both Naruto and Jiraiya to the Hokage's office. As the mentor in question, Jiraiya couldn't escape responsibility. Faced with little choice, the third Hokage summoned him for a meeting. As punishment, the third assigned both of them to repair the damage caused. And to make matters worse, without using shadow clones, the master and disciple duo would have to clean the men's bathhouse as a form of discipline. You little troublemaker. I was away for just half a day. Look at what you've done. In a fit of frustration, Jiraiya hurled the mop to the floor and started yelling at Naruto, finger pointed accusingly. Sure, he enjoyed the bathhouse as much as anyone, but that didn't mean he wanted to be here cleaning up. And on top of that, it was the men's bathhouse. Jiraiya felt terribly wronged. He'd spent the whole afternoon napping somewhere quiet, didn't even bother peeking into his crystal ball, only to end up dragged to the Hokage's office to get chewed out along with Naruto. I was giving Sakura and Konohamaru some special training. And it was in my own training ground, too. I don't see how I did anything wrong. Naruto protested, righteous indignation on his face, with just a touch of pride. Truth be told, vengeance tasted sweet, so he wasn't in a bad mood at all. Cleaning the bathhouse? He just treated it like part of his daily training. Besides, it was way easier than climbing trees. And you still have the nerve to talk back? Then why did you have Gamabunta draw his sword? Did you know a few houses in the Hidden Leaf village collapsed? Jiraiya was so angry he could barely stand. He found a wall to lean against and sat down, his head pounding just from looking at Naruto right now. If he didn't keep a close eye on this kid, he was genuinely worried Naruto would end up causing even bigger disasters and drag him into trouble as well. If only he could ask Minato and Kushina, why on earth was Naruto even harder to handle than Kushina ever was? It's just a couple of houses. I paid out of my own pocket so they could have brand new homes. With hands on his hips, Naruto showed no sign of realizing his mistake. Jiraiya's blood pressure shot straight up. Jiraiya stared at him, mouth open, words failing him for a long moment. Right now, all he wanted was to give Kakashi and the third Hokage a piece of his mind. Especially Kakashi. Just like the third, always finding ways to avoid him. Jiraiya massaged his temples, let out a heavy sigh, and then said, "Let's just put this behind us. This time, I'll take the punishment with you. I hope you actually learn something from it, and don't make the same mistake again. And, next time, don't you dare use summoning jutsu in the village. Understood? Got it. I promise I won't do it again." Naruto nodded obediently, showing that he wouldn't repeat it next time. All right, let's work quickly and try to finish cleaning up tonight. Jiraiya smiled with relief, feeling, for once, Naruto might actually be salvageable. At least the kid was willing to listen once in a while. As night fell, lamplight shone on the pair, casting two shadows, one tall, one small, side by side. From outside the bathhouse, their laughter slipped into the night. Grandpa, can you really do summoning jutsu? I want to learn it too. Late into the night, just after the third Hokage finally finished a long day and arrived at his door, his grandson Konohamaru burst out in excitement before him. The moment he heard the words, summoning jutsu, the third Hokage's world nearly went dark. Ever since Naruto learned the summoning jutsu, he'd already destroyed half the village's forest, brought down 8 houses, and flattened 7 shops. It was just good luck that most people were out or responded quickly, so no one got hurt. Otherwise, he really didn't know how he'd clean up after Naruto's mess. And now, Konohamaru was clamoring to learn summoning jutsu too. The third Hokage's blood pressure rose yet again. Hurriedly, he fished out some leftover medicine from his afternoon and swallowed it, his hands trembling. Then, he looked at Konohamaru and spoke with the gravity of experience. Konohamaru, you're still too young to be learning something like summoning jutsu. This old man doesn't have many years left, but when the time comes, all the summoning and family jutsu will be passed down to you. The third Hokage spoke with a gentle smile. Lately, for reasons unknown, he often had a sense that his time was running out. All right, Grandpa always spoils me best. Hearing this, Konohamaru wiped his nose happily and bounced around the third Hokage in circles. The third stroked his beard, his face brimming with affection, unable to help but marvel inwardly. Konohamaru truly is such a considerate child. But barely a moment had passed when the boy blurted out something that made the old man's blood pressure shoot up. Grandpa, so when are you going to die? You little rascal. The third let out an exasperated chuckle, genuinely amused yet riled by the boy, and gave him a light tap on the head. With his hands clasped behind his back, he started making his way home. Konohamaru rubbed his head and grinned from ear to ear. He knew no one doted on him more than Grandpa. Watching the elderly figure's slow, aged walk, Konohamaru hurried after him, hopping playfully at his side. Grandpa, let me tell you something. Big brother Naruto is incredible. Thanks to his training, I've gotten a lot stronger lately. Late at night, in the bathhouse, Naruto and Jiraiya had finally finished scrubbing down every men's bath in the village after working at it all evening. Jiraiya looked over at Naruto, who was sitting beside him, and rose to his feet, steadying himself with a hand on his knee. Hey Naruto, do you want to go get some ice pops? Wait here for me. With a hearty slap on Naruto's shoulder and a bright grin on his face, Jiraiya strode out of the bathhouse in his clattering wooden sandals, full of swagger. Naruto watched the white-haired old man's retreating back in surprise, and then, somehow, found a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Naruto! Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the corner, calling his name. Naruto glanced at the corner, his expression exasperated. You white-haired middleman. Did you forget your voice at home, or something? Kakashi's white-haired head poked out from behind the wall. As he sneaked a look around, his eyes darted back and forth, wary that the other white-haired man might show up here too. Naruto, Jiraiya's not here, is he? He went to buy something. So what brings you here so late? Seeing Kakashi's furtive manner, Naruto immediately realized just how uneasy he was about running into the old pervert, sneaking around, searching for Naruto in secret. It's about the pork cutlets and the statues. Kakashi looked a little embarrassed. After all, it hadn't been that long since he'd come to Naruto for the same favor, and here he was again. But ever since he'd met and spoken with his father that last time, Kakashi had become more convinced than ever of the miraculous power of Naruto's pork cutlets. This time, he wanted to see if the cutlets could help him find a Beto. Naruto wore a peculiar expression as he glanced up and down at Kakashi, uncertain whether he should come clean and tell Kakashi exactly what was going on. What guy? Could it be that this white-haired jonin had developed a habit of flirting with death? Naruto couldn't help but wonder how the six-path sage would react if he saw a certain white-haired man constantly slipping between life and death. He let out a long sigh. Kakashi-sensei, it'd probably be better if he didn't eat too much of this stuff. With those words, Naruto handed the steak and the undying totem to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He accepted the items, waved his farewell, and hugged the statue tightly as he hurried off. Thud! Thud! The sound of wooden sandals approached, and Jiraiya appeared before Naruto, who was still lost in thought. He was carrying a plastic bag in one hand. Hey, Naruto! Here! He tore open the wrapper of a popsicle, broke it in half with an easy twist, and offered half to Naruto. Taking the icy treat, Naruto looked at Jiraiya for a long moment before finally saying, Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. He took a bite. Honestly, the flavor left much to be desired. It couldn't possibly compare to the things he could get from the system. Yet, somehow, the caring gesture from his master made Naruto feel an unexpected warmth, and as he ate the popsicle, his mood lightened immeasurably. Suddenly, Jiraiya didn't seem as irritating as before. Maybe it was time to stop calling him the old white-haired perv. Seeing Naruto's expression, Jiraiya reached out with a laugh and gently ruffled his hair. Haha, you really are something, kid. This time, Naruto didn't dodge. He just let Jiraiya rub his head. Naruto, how would you like to learn a really powerful jutsu? Even more advanced than the summoning jutsu? These past days, it was the first time Jiraiya had seen the boy so quiet, and he couldn't help but be reminded of Naruto's late father. The image of the golden flash, Minato's handsome features, and his mastery of the Rasengan flickered through Jiraiya's mind. He made up his mind to teach Naruto the very technique his father had invented, the Rasengan. All right then, meet me at the training ground tomorrow. Jiraiya stood, tossed his trash aside, then turned with a smile to Naruto. Naruto stared, wide-eyed, for 3 full seconds. Old man, pick up your trash. Jiraiya paused, a vein twitching at his temple. Damn, this kid really wasn't anything like Minato. With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya bent down, picked up the litter, and deposited it neatly in the bin. Well then, see you tomorrow. Jiraiya turned and waved, disappearing without looking back. He was afraid lingering any longer would ruin the rare, quiet moment between them as teacher and student. See you tomorrow, Naruto murmured, only to notice the bag of snacks Jiraiya had just bought was still beside him. He gazed at it, his thoughts drifting. How unusual. All these years, this is the first time someone has ever bought me something like this. Naruto sat by himself for a couple minutes. When he checked the time, it was already midnight. He picked up the bag of snacks beside him, opened a portal of light, and returned home. The next morning, Naruto arrived at the training ground bright and early to wait. As soon as he arrived, he noticed Jiraiya sitting on the ground, grinning and chuckling as he hugged a crystal ball. Scattered around him were an abundance of balloons. Though this shameless old perv was already peeking at people at the break of dawn, Naruto still found himself liking Jiraiya's punctuality. Well, at least it's better than a certain other white-haired genius. When Jiraiya caught sight of the purple portal, he looked utterly shocked. He raised his hand, pointing at Naruto, and stammered. That jutsu of yours, is it a space-time ninjutsu? Huh, didn't the third Hokage ever tell you? Jiraiya's face stiffened. Just thinking about the old man got him riled up. Truth be told, Since his return to the village, he'd only seen the Hokage a handful of times. Twice, to be exact, and both times they'd been summoned together with Naruto for a lecture. It always felt like the third was deliberately avoiding him. So how was he supposed to know the details about Naruto? This was the first time Jiraiya had seen Naruto use that technique, and his interest was thoroughly piqued. Putting away his crystal ball, he stood up and said, "Show me that move again." "All right." Naruto raised his hand and cast out 2 portals of light, diving into one and emerging a short distance away. Back and forth he went, demonstrating the technique a few more times before Jiraiya finally told him to stop. "It's still not quite as good as Minato's flying Raijin," Jiraiya mused, rubbing his chin. After watching for a while, he more or less figured out what Naruto's technique was all about. All in all, this space-time ninjutsu wasn't bad. But the portal took time to open. It could never match the instant activation of the Flying Thunder God. In a fight, it'd be good for landing the first few sneak attacks. But once an opponent figured out how it worked, they could easily counter Naruto by turning his technique against him. Jiraiya thought for a moment and decided that he'd ask the old man for the Flying Thunder God technique when he had the chance. He wanted to pass it down to Naruto. Maybe Naruto could become an even greater ninja than his father. Or maybe Naruto was the child of prophecy he'd been searching for all this time. "Jiraiya-sensei, aren't you teaching me a new jutsu?" Naruto waved his hand in front of the absent-minded Jiraiya. All right, watch closely." Jiraiya pulled himself together and unfurled his palm. In the blink of an eye, a swirling blue sphere appeared in his hand. Then, with a loud shout, he drove the ball into the trunk of a nearby tree. With a tremendous crash, wood chips sprayed everywhere, leaving a deep crater in the tree. Within the pit, the spiral marks were still visible. "This jutsu was created by your father. The A-rank, hand-sign-free ninjutsu, Rasengan." Naruto's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. After all, there's more than one way to form the Rasengan. Add a bit of chakra manipulation, and you can create all sorts of variations. Even in Boruto, you could see how strong this technique was, with Momoshiki picking it up and using it himself. Incredible. Hearing his pupil's praise, Jiraiya kept a straight face, but inside, he was positively beaming. "Ahem. All right, listen carefully. Here's what you need to do." After explaining the core principles of the Rasengan, Jiraiya tossed Naruto a water-filled balloon. "Try to pop this using only your chakra." He hadn't even finished his sentence before Naruto squeezed the balloon, bursting it instantly, and promptly splattering Jiraiya with water. "You little rascal. What are you doing?" "I said use your chakra, not brute strength." I lost control for a second." Naruto scratched his head, his eyes flickering with embarrassment. It wasn't that he couldn't control his own strength entirely. It's just whenever something round ended up in his hand, he just couldn't resist giving a squeeze. And that one squeeze would pop the balloon right away. Jiraiya took a deep breath and handed Naruto another water balloon. Yet no matter how many times they tried, the result was always the same as before. "You kid, use chakra. Chakra, you hear me?" Jiraiya was nearly driven mad by Naruto at this point. Earlier, he'd even tossed him a rubber ball for practice, but Naruto crushed it as easily as he had the water balloons. It didn't make a bit of difference. "Once more. I'll try my best this time." Naruto really hadn't expected that the very first step of learning Rasengan would be defeated by his own instincts. All right, you keep practicing. I'm stepping out for a bit." Jiraiya heaved a sigh. If he stayed a moment longer, he was sure his blood pressure would go through the roof. Determined not to end up a frequent visitor to the hospital, Jiraiya decided to leave for now. But before he walked away, he spent a good 2 minutes reminding Naruto what to do, worried sick that the boy would pull another mischief the moment he turned his back. As soon as Naruto saw Jiraiya leave, he formed a hand sign and split into countless shadow clones. "Okay, guys, it's time to grind for experience. Let's do it." At his command, the shadow clones all began practicing the Rasengan. 2 hours later, with the help of his clones, Naruto finally completed the water balloon, plastic ball, and rubber ball training. Now, he was ready to start forming a real Rasengan. Naruto figured he probably didn't even need the clones like in the original story. With his own control, creating a Rasengan single-handedly should be no problem at all. "All right, here goes." Naruto rubbed his face and gave himself a quiet word of encouragement, then opened his palm and began gathering chakra. A low, humming vibration filled the air. With his careful control, a blue orb quickly formed in his hand. Just as Naruto was bubbling with excitement, he suddenly noticed something different about his orb. Unlike Jiraiya's Rasengan, the sphere Naruto created had no swirling motion, just pure, solid-colored chakra. And the orb kept growing larger by the second. "Kid, stop it. Stop right now." Kurama, who had been reading a book, sprang up in alarm at the sight. his fur bristling in fright. What reckless new thing is this kid up to now? Wah! Before Naruto could even ask, a sudden surge of force exploded around him. A deafening roar echoed in his ears. With a massive crash, a gigantic blue sphere erupted in the middle of the training field. After the explosion, a mushroom cloud rose high above Konoha. Oh wow, it's been so long since Lord Jiraiya last dropped by. That's right, it really has been. I've just been so busy lately. So busy. Jiraiya sat in a certain pleasure house in the Hidden Leaf Village, laughing heartily as he sipped sake delivered by his companions. What a rare pleasure this is. Ever since he met that kid Naruto, he hadn't felt this much joy in ages. Taking a long, satisfied pull of his drink, Jiraiya felt completely at ease, as if all his worries had melted away in that very moment. Just as he was enjoying himself, a tremendous boom sounded in the distance, followed by a tremor that rippled through the ground. A thunderous explosion shook the day. This is bad. There's an explosion over at the east side of the village. Someone, alert the third Hokage right away. As the mighty blast echoed, everyone in Konoha turned their eyes to the east side of the village. That spot was all too familiar to everyone. It was the location of Naruto's training ground, the one with the famous yellow-haired troublemaker. Just days ago, homes in that very area had been smashed by a giant toad's arrival. Since then, the villagers had avoided living anywhere near it. Those who once lived there had quickly packed up and left. Inside the bustling pleasure house, just as Jiraiya lifted his cup to his lips, the sound of an explosion crackled from outside, followed by the rising turmoil of a panicked crowd. The flavor of the sake faded in his mouth. His jubilant mood vanished in an instant. His heart sank, and sirens blared in his mind. No, it can't be. I'm probably just overthinking it. Jiraiya muttered to himself, shaking his head as he staggered his way toward the door. But the moment he stepped outside, he saw it, the colossal mushroom cloud looming over the eastern edge of the village. What the? Jiraiya jumped in place, unable to hold back a curse. That damn kid. I was gone for not even 2 hours. This is bad, this is really bad. Nevertheless, from his current vantage point, it was clear that the explosion was no small affair. Just yesterday, this kid had already summoned giant animals and destroyed someone's house, and now he'd created this massive commotion yet again. Jiraiya immediately felt as though a massive burden had come crashing down on his head. No, this won't do. I need to get out of here and lay low for a while. Without the slightest hesitation, he spun around and dashed towards the village outskirts. After all, this time, none of it had anything to do with him. He truly had no desire to be summoned to the Hokage's office for another round of scolding from the old man. And so, Jiraiya slipped out of the village with practiced ease, so expertly, in fact, that not a single shinobi even noticed the white-haired old man making his escape. Ugh, that hurts. At that moment, Naruto groggily clawed his way up out of the smoking crater, his clothes having been completely shredded by the explosion. The private training ground on the east side of the village, his personal haunt, was now nothing but a charred wasteland. Perhaps. The only thing the villagers of Konoha could be grateful for was that the blast hadn't reached into the heart of the village. Pulling a fresh set of clothes from his system inventory, Naruto changed quickly, straightened his outfit, and realized his injuries didn't hurt as much as before. What exactly just happened? He recalled that only moments prior, he'd been practicing the Rasengan, but it hadn't started rotating as it should. Suddenly, he heard Kurama's warning, and then everything went up in smoke. You little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? Inside the sealed space, Kurama's words were filled with exasperation. A moment ago, while engrossed in a book, Kurama had suddenly sensed a bizarre surge of chakra outside. When he looked out, he was so startled he nearly tossed the book. He'd seen the fourth Hokage use the Rasengan before. But this kid, Naruto, what he was doing wasn't a Rasengan at all. He was just mindlessly piling up and compacting chakra in huge amounts. If Kurama hadn't issued that timely warning, the explosion would have been so much worse by now. Back then, the whole of Konoha, Naruto included, would have been blown sky high. Swish, swish, swish. A group of Konoha Jonin arrived one after another, and when the third Hokage saw the scene before him, he nearly fainted from shock on the spot. Even Kakashi came rushing over. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Haven't I long since forbidden you from experimenting with new jutsu? How did things end up like this? All the while, the third wheezed and grumbled between urgent breaths, even popping medicine to steady himself. Ever since Naruto developed the wind release, blood explosion, the third had outright banned any new jutsu experiments within the village. The kid simply didn't grasp just how destructive these techniques could be. And to make matters worse, Naruto's chakra reserves even surpassed his own. The third didn't need to think twice to know that if Naruto got it in his head to research a new jutsu, he'd throw every ounce of chakra he had into it. Thank goodness this boy still didn't know how to use the tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, we really would all be done for. Nearby, Asuma, Kurinai, and several other jonin all cast suspicious glances at Kakashi, as if silently questioning whether this whole mess was actually his doing. At the same time, they wondered inwardly whether they should have their own students keep a safe distance from that blonde troublemaker. Kakashi, with his signature listless dead fish eyes, felt completely speechless inside. Damn it, why is everyone looking at me like that? This has absolutely nothing to do with me. I haven't been inventing any new jutsu. It was Jiraiya-sensei. He's the one who taught me the E-rank Rasengan. You know, the same jutsu the fourth Hokage used. The third Hokage fell silent. So did Kakashi. Worried that everyone would misunderstand, Naruto took pains to clarify that it really was just Rasengan and insisted he hadn't been coming up with anything new. The moment they heard Jiraiya's name, the crowd reluctantly drew their stares away from Kakashi. But the second they caught wind of the word Rasengan, their eyes all turned back to him again. Their looks seemed to say, "Are you telling me a Rasengan could cause this much mayhem?" The third pulled out his tobacco pipe and, alongside Asuma, puffed out clouds of smoke. "Where's Jiraiya? Go find him and bring him here." The third was stumped. He couldn't fathom how Naruto could turn a Rasengan into this kind of disaster, so he decided his first course of action was to hunt down Jiraiya and demand some answers. As soon as the order was given, an ENBU ninja vanished, racing off to track down Jiraiya. Little did the third know that, the moment the explosion occurred, Jiraiya had already slipped out of the village to lay low. Naruto, immediately, restore this place to how it was. And from now on, you're strictly forbidden from practicing this jutsu inside the village. If you really have to train, go outside the gates and do it on your own. The third Hokage was at his wit's end. Just yesterday, this kid had run wild with a summoning jutsu, wreaking havoc in the village. Today, he caused a massive explosion. At this rate, he was seriously worried about what Naruto might unleash tomorrow. A bijou on the loose, perhaps? Konoha just couldn't withstand this kind of treatment. Naruto nodded. To him, the old man made perfect sense. But what troubled him now was, why? Why does my Rasengan look nothing like the old white-haired guy's? The third glanced at the destruction around him, feeling a bitter mix of emotions. He knew full well he couldn't control Naruto, but surely he could still reign in that Jiraiya? After admonishing Naruto to set things right, the third waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Suddenly, as his gaze landed on a certain white-haired ninja, his expression shifted. "Kakashi, come with me to the office. I have a word with you." "Kakashi, huh? Wait a minute. What does any of this have to do with me?" Naruto spent the better part of the day repairing the training ground. Fortunately, this kind of situation wasn't all that difficult for him to handle. If it had been Yamato who'd come to see the scorched earth at the scene, he'd probably be at a complete loss. As evening fell, Kakashi sought Naruto out once again, taking with him both the pork cutlet and the statue. And for Might Guy's sake, Kakashi even asked Naruto for an extra bottle of recovery potion. After his match against Gaara, Lee was left completely incapacitated, lying helplessly in the hospital. The doctor said that if Lee was to be cured, they would need to find Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Otherwise, the boy would spend the rest of his life staring blankly at the hospital ceiling. Eventually, when Kakashi heard about this, he recalled the potion Naruto had once given him. Of course, his main reason for seeking out Naruto was still for the cutlet and the statue. Including the previous times, he had now dreamed of the departed 3 times. But he had yet to see Obito. He'd even seen Fugaku Uchiha and chatted with him about Sasuke's situation. Seeing Fugaku's furious reaction, Kakashi for a moment wondered if he truly had crossed into the afterlife. "I'll be heading back now. Naruto, when you're practicing the Rasengan, make sure you don't do it in the village." Hugging the statue, Kakashi was just about to leave when he remembered the day's events and reminded the boy once more. All right, got it. That's already the 7th time you've said that today." Naruto waved him off, signaling for Kakashi to hurry up and get out of his sight. Watching the white-haired Jonin's departure, Naruto opened a portal of light and slipped away to a deserted area outside the Land of Waves, ready to continue practicing the Rasengan. He spread his palm and began to gather his chakra. After last time's massive explosion, he didn't dare increase the amount recklessly. Instead, he carefully monitored the flow of chakra within him while eyeing the whirl of blue energy in his hand. This made him forget, yet again, to spin the orb as he formed it. A low, chaotic vibration filled the air. Wild chakra surged in his hand, but this time, Naruto felt he could suppress its power. He even had the sensation that he could launch the orb forward. The ball glowed brighter and brighter, teetering on the edge of explosion. Kurama, who had been watching the kid like a hawk, finally spoke up. "Kid, throw that thing in your hand. Now." Hearing Kurama's command, Naruto didn't hesitate. He hurled the blue orb as hard as he could. But no matter how he swung his arm, the orb clung to him like glue, utterly refusing to fly. Frustrated, Naruto poured even more chakra into it. He was determined to launch that blue sphere. A thunderous roar echoed. A beam of blue light shot from Naruto's hand, unimpeded, cutting through everything in its path. Staring at the aftermath, Naruto's expression grew even stranger. What? Why does this look so much like a Kamehameha wave? To be honest, he really just wanted to learn the Rasengan. After all, there was no reason for the family's secret recipe for meatballs to end with him, Uzumaki Naruto. Inside the sealed space, Kurama, the Nine-Tails, raised an eyebrow at Naruto's use of the technique, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He knew the Rasengan was modeled after the tailed beast ball, but this new move of Naruto's, impressive, stronger even than Minato's Rasengan. Although the fox didn't know exactly how the kid managed it, after running a simulation in his mind, he realized he could achieve a similar effect with a tailed beast ball. In fact, his own version might even pack more power than what Naruto just displayed. Excellent. This technique will belong to the great sage from now on. Should I try with both hands? Naruto muttered to himself, growing visibly excited. Casting a glance at a hill not far away, he brought his hands together, moved them to his waist, and shouted each word with force. Kame, ame, wa. In the next instant, a surge of blue light blazed from his hands. With the confidence from his earlier success, Naruto channeled even more chakra into the move. Just as the sphere of chakra in his hands threatened to spiral out of control, he thrust both palms forward with a burst of energy. Immediately, the dense orb transformed into a pillar of blue-white light, blasting straight toward the distant hill. With a tremendous crash, the beam shot forward dozens of meters, boring clear through the hill without the slightest resistance, and only vanished after piercing another 100 meters beyond. Witnessing this from his sealed space, Kurama couldn't help but feel the itch to try. He wondered what would happen if he used his own tailed beast ball in this fashion. Just how devastating would that be? Naruto, get in here for a moment. Naruto was still basking in the triumph of mastering the Kamehameha wave, so the sudden call from the big fox left him momentarily perplexed. Even so, he obediently let his mind slip into the sealed world and found himself face to face with the enormous beast. Taking in the sight of the fox, now substantially larger than before, Naruto's expression mirrored the third Hokage's. Naruto, hold out your hand for me. Okay. Naruto dutifully extended his hand, placing it before the great fox. Seeing this, Kurama reached out with his immense paw and gently bumped fists with the much smaller hand. Naruto, remember this. The name of your great sage is Kurama. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, and in a flash, Naruto's consciousness snapped back to the real world. To his shock, he found himself enveloped in a cloak of red chakra. Opening his hands, he noticed shimmering bubbles of red energy rising continuously from his skin. Those bubbles danced upward like the fizz from a freshly opened soda. Clearly, the amount of chakra flooding his system at that moment was unimaginable. He realized immediately that the big fox was granting him an overwhelming boost. This was the tailed beast cloak. Naruto, relax your mind and let me take control for a bit. Hearing the voice of the big fox, Naruto offered no resistance at all. He relaxed his mind and temporarily handed control of his body over to the fox. Though he had no idea what the fox intended to do, the bond they'd built over the years gave him confidence that he wouldn't be harmed. Just as Naruto let his guard down, he suddenly realized his own hands had come together and were slowly moving down toward his waist. Wait, what? Was the big fox about to perform the Kamehameha too? Naruto, pay attention. This is how you use this technique. No sooner had the fox's voice faded than a dark sphere of energy formed between Naruto's hands. Holy, a tailed beast ball. The fox was going this far. The swirling sphere of black chakra needed no introduction. Naruto recognized the tailed beast's signature move instantly. A chill ran up his spine, and alarm screamed at his mind. If his own blue Rasengan exploded, it probably wouldn't kill him. But if this thing blew up now, he needed to start wondering if the Sage of Six Paths himself would drop by for an intervention. While Naruto's thoughts ran wild, Kurama was already guiding his hands forward. The black energy beam shot out without warning. The dark column tore through the earth and crashed toward the small mountain with overwhelming force. Naruto's vision filled with blinding white light. His ears rang with a deafening roar. And that mountain? Under Kurama's tailed beast ball, Kamehameha, The very peak was blasted out of existence. Witnessing the fox's display of power, Naruto showered him with praise, not holding back in the slightest. "You're a genius, Orange Boss." A month passed in a flash. Under Kurama's instruction, Naruto successfully mastered the tailed beast ball, Kamehameha. Compared to when he could only shoot a brief burst of energy from his hands, Naruto could now maintain the beam for a full 5 seconds. He didn't dare push it further. Big Fox Sensei had warned that any longer than 5 seconds, and he'd risk instant death. But to use this jutsu at all, he still had to enter tailed beast cloak mode. As for its true power, Naruto honestly had no idea. All he knew was that over the past month, he'd scorched away every mountaintop outside the Land of Waves, which was why he now avoided showing his face there. He'd even asked the Big Fox if this move would take down the One-Tail, Shikaku, and Kurama had assured him it'd be a breeze. As for a certain white-haired old man, ever since teaching him the Rasengan that day, Naruto hadn't seen him at all. He figured the guy was probably lounging at some bathhouse, chuckling to himself. On the other hand, the middle-aged, white-haired Kakashi had been turning up more and more lately. Naruto couldn't even remember how many pork chops Kakashi had taken home on his visits. In the last 2 weeks, 1 pork chop wasn't enough. Kakashi insisted on eating 2 before heading off to the Pure Land. All that talk left Naruto feeling thoroughly exasperated. These days, he can only manage at most 3 pieces of meat like this a day. And yet, even among the white-haired dead, pure stubbornness somehow managed to breed resistance. "Yo, good morning, Naruto." Kakashi, short sword strapped to his back, greeted him from up in the tree, then nimbly flipped down. Naruto glanced at the short sword slung across Kakashi's back, surprised for a moment. What on earth has White Fang been up to in the Pure Land? Could it be that White Fang is actually teaching Kakashi swordsmanship in the afterlife? To be honest, Naruto was genuinely curious about what Kakashi does in the Pure Land. But whenever he asked, Kakashi would just wave his hand, shake his head, and avoid the subject. With a sigh, Naruto pulled out another meat patty and a small statue. But this time, Naruto took out a whole week's supply at once. Kakashi glanced at the neatly lined up statues and meat patties on the ground, his eyes instantly lighting up with barely restrained excitement. "Wait, hold on. Sensei Kakashi, where's your Sharingan?" It was then that Naruto suddenly noticed something amiss. Not only was Kakashi now carrying a short sword on his back, but his iconic eye patch, always covering that eye, had also been lifted. That vivid crimson Sharingan was now just a deep, ink-black pupil. You took the Sharingan out." Naruto was completely stunned. And didn't it seem lately that among the white-haired dead, their whole aura of resignation had vanished? "You mean this?" Kakashi gently touched his eye socket, looking somewhat conflicted. A few days ago, while sparring with his father in a dream, he'd awoken to realize his Sharingan could finally be turned off. Just like a true Uchiha, he could activate or deactivate at will. Not only that, he'd discovered his Sharingan had evolved from 3 Tomo. After poring over mountains of information, Kakashi finally understood. He had awakened the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, more than ever, he longed to find Obito in his dreams. He wanted to share the good news with him, and see the world through this eye together. "I just turned the Sharingan off, that's all." "Naruto, huh? Was White Fang's ghost rambling nonsense again, or what?" "You're Hatake Kakashi, not Uchiha Kakashi." Naruto stared in disbelief at this, and Kakashi, spotting his expression, decided to just demonstrate, activating the Mangekyo right before his eyes. "Here, see? It's like this now." Naruto sucked in a breath of astonishment. The Mangekyo. His look grew even stranger at the sight of Kakashi's Mangekyo. There's no way. Could dying too much actually open the Mangekyo? Should he maybe suggest Sasuke try it sometime? So does this mean you won't have to worry about chakra anymore? Naruto suddenly realized the crucial point and looked up at Kakashi. "I think so," Kakashi replied. "My chakra reserves have grown by quite a bit lately. All thanks to your food." Naruto paused in surprise, glancing away, unable to meet Kakashi's eyes. He didn't even know how to begin telling the truth to Kakashi. Besides, is it possible you've died so many times that you've turned into what you are now? "Big Fox, can you check how much chakra Kakashi has?" Kurama, who was reading a book, glanced up with clear irritation. "What's so interesting about that? He only had 30. Wait, hold on. How did his chakra shoot up to 300? Kurama was genuinely taken aback. The last time he saw this white-haired fellow, his chakra was barely 30, basically a total pushover. How did it suddenly explode like this? Naruto, hearing the Big Fox's words, wasn't particularly shocked. After all, that white-haired maverick had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan now, and could even switch off that major chakra-draining Sharingan at will. It was clear Kakashi would never run short on chakra again. If white-haired Kakashi keeps working at it, he'll soon catch up to my own 900 chakra. Unbelievable. Could it be that, at this rate, his infamous 50-50 reputation will vanish for good? Kakashi paid no mind to Naruto, who remained rooted to the spot in a daze. He pulled out a sealing scroll and carefully stored away the items on the ground. By the way, Naruto, don't forget to attend the final round of the exams tomorrow. Who's up first in the match? Snapping back to reality, Naruto looked up at Kakashi. He honestly had no interest whatsoever in this boring Chunin exam, especially not if it meant going up against Hinata. How's he supposed to fight that? He can't hit her, but he can't just stand there and do nothing either. He was genuinely worried about hurting Hinata, only to have his future wife turn around and give him hell once they were married. Sasuke will be up against Gaara from the Sand Village. What? That's perfect. A grin immediately crept onto Naruto's face. Didn't this mean the rest of the matches would all be cut short? I'm heading out, he said. Oh, and Sakura wanted you to stop by the hospital to see her. Kakashi put away the scroll, ignoring Naruto's nonsense. All he wanted now was to find Obito and share the wonderful news about unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakura, Naruto scratched his chin, then casually opened a portal and headed off to the hospital. Because of the special training he'd put Sakura and Konohamaru through earlier, Sakura now bore a grudge against him. Thinking ahead, Naruto decided to gift her an entire set of math, physics, and chemistry books, hoping that this academic genius would quickly master them all. He figured with her top student personality, she'd have no trouble picking them up. But still, Naruto couldn't help worrying that he might end up creating the next Orochimaru. Sakura, you called for me? No sooner had Naruto entered the hospital than he spotted Sakura sitting on a bench, tinkering with an odd-looking arm guard in her hands and sporting a screwdriver. When she saw Naruto, the girl's face lit up with excitement. She immediately removed the arm guard and eagerly held it up right in front of him. Naruto, look, I used those books you gave me, combined with some ninjutsu research, and developed a tool that can actively unleash its power. I'm thinking of naming it Scientific Ninja Tool. Naruto, huh? Welcome, everyone, to the third round of the Chunin exams. The first match features Uchiha Shaoyan, also known as Thin Ice Sasuke, from the Hidden Leaf Village, versus Gaara from the Hidden Sand Village. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, let me hear your cheers. Naruto Uzumaki, dressed up as the nine-tailed spirit fox for the tournament, held a microphone and broadcasted the event at full volume, standing boldly atop a floating doorboard above the arena. Meanwhile, poor Chiaofeng Uzumaki was stuck down below, running after Naruto with a heavy camera on his shoulder, trying to keep up with her every move. Not only did he lug the camera around, but he also carried his own speaker system along. Of course, all of this was done of his own accord. As the official hosts of the Chunin exams, the Hidden Leaf Village didn't actually approve of this sort of display. Both the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage cast a silent, somewhat exasperated glance at the girl floating overhead. This kind of crazy behavior, paired with that unmistakable yellow hair. Well, the third Hokage needed no further explanation. Only Naruto could be behind such antics. Especially that shadow clone of Naruto's. With just a few lines, she had the entire crowd fired up. Naruto! 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 Villagers in the stands waved their arms, chanting her name at the top of their lungs. From the very moment they laid eyes on this vibrant girl, everyone was completely enchanted. Little did they realize the popular idol was, in fact, a certain blonde troublemaker in disguise. Naruto-kun, is that? Hinata, perplexed, turned to the Naruto beside her for answers. It's a long story. Naruto, just as embarrassed as the third Hokage, reacted to his wife's curiosity by hurriedly stuffing her mouth with snacks. Big sister, little Hanabi Hyuga, seeing her beloved sister snuggled so closely with a blonde troublemaker, laughing and nibbling on treats, gritted her teeth in frustration. In her eyes, it was always Uzumaki Naruto who had stolen her sister away. Naruto, why isn't Sasuke here yet? Sakura, sitting nearby, had nearly reached her limit watching the couple. All she wanted was to see Sasuke. Ever since Kakashi-sensei had taken Sasuke away, she hadn't seen him for nearly a month. He's right over there. After tending to Hinata, Naruto pointed towards the distant high wall. Sakura followed his gaze, and there he was, Sasuke in his black cloak, perched silently atop the outer wall of the arena, his stillness making Sakura's cheeks flush red once again. Hey, Gecko coughed twice, stepping into the arena to make the announcement. Ahem ahem. Will the two contestants please enter the field? Back in the arena, Naruto spotted Hate Gecko again, feeling rather upbeat at the sight, though he couldn't help but notice the guy's sunken eyes and sharp cheekbones. Well, no telling what he's been through lately. From the Sand Village's side, Gaara stepped on a battlefield, his gourd slung across his back. His face was as expressionless as ever, but the fighting spirit blazing in his eyes was more than clear. Suddenly, Sasuke, suspended on the wall, flipped in midair and landed smoothly with a solid thud. "I've been waiting for you." But before Gaara could finish, "Enough talk." Sasuke cut him off, afraid that Gaara would say that name again. Sasuke's attempt at an ice-cold demeanor vanished in an instant as he rushed to interrupt. The match begins. At Hate Gekko's announcement, Sasuke vanished from his spot. He was the first to attack. In a blink, the arena filled with countless images of Sasuke, each one crackling with lightning. Watching from the stands, Naruto squinted at the display on the field, half lost in thought. Damn it, this kid's lightning release moves are getting closer and closer to the real thing, the genuine Thousand Birds. Looking carefully, you could tell the shifting images around Gaara weren't actual lightning clones. It was pure speed, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Gaara, unfazed, kept a stoic look, absolutely convinced that no one could lay a hand on him. Fire style, Phoenix Flower, Jutsu. In a flash, Sasuke appeared above Gaara, his hands weaving signs so quickly that nobody could follow. Gaara looked up just in time to see a shower of flame, like scattering petals, hurtling down at him. With a casual lift of his hand, the sand from his gourd seemed to come alive, leaping up to shield against Sasuke's attack. When his strike failed, Sasuke vanished again, popping up at all angles around Gaara. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Ever since receiving Orochimaru's curse mark, Sasuke's chakra reserves had skyrocketed. He no longer bothered to calculate or hold back when using jutsu. His plan was clear. Start with a barrage of ninjutsu, blast his opponent, then close in for hand-to-hand combat once Gaara was on the ropes. Faced with Sasuke's relentless fire-style attacks, Gaara's sand surged up, swiftly cocooning him in a spherical shield. Sasuke let out a wild, ringing laugh as he finished his jutsu assault. He knew full well these fire techniques wouldn't be enough to crack Gaara's defense, at least not yet. With a slow, deliberate motion, Sasuke reached for the weighted sword across his back, speaking as he did. "To make me draw my weapon, that's proof enough of your skills." But just as Sasuke brandished the heavy blade, the ground erupted, sand burst forth, swallowing Sasuke in the blink of an eye. Two sand spheres, one large, one small, appeared on the battlefield. Sand burial. Hidden within the sphere of sand, Gaara clenched his fist, determined to take Sasuke's life right then and there. Sasuke. No one was more agitated than Sakura up on the platform. Seeing Sasuke swallowed by the swirling sand, she sprang to her feet, shouting anxiously. Naruto glanced at Sakura, never pausing as he continued to feed Hinata by his side. "Sakura, calm down. Sasuke hasn't even activated his Sharingan yet." But, though Naruto tried to reassure her, Sakura couldn't put her mind at ease. She couldn't see Sasuke's silhouette at all. Just then, as she was eating, Hinata spoke softly. "He'll be fine." Naruto nodded in agreement, but then noticed that Hinata hadn't even activated her Byakugan. "Hinata, can you really see like this?" "Oh, let me have a closer look at your eyes." "Naruto-kun, don't get so close." Sakura and Hanabi, seeing how affectionately these two acted, could barely suppress the urge to gag in disgust. A thunderous boom rattled the arena. Sasuke hoisted the massive blade onto his shoulder, his crimson, triple tomo Sharingan eyes staring coldly at Gaara. "Redhead," he said, "next time, let your opponent finish talking." Gaara watched in shock as Sasuke broke free from his sand burial, his drowsy eyes now wide with disbelief. All these years, Gaara had killed countless foes and confronted many powerful enemies. But never once had he met someone who could shrug off his sand burial head-on. Still dumbfounded, Gaara could only watch as Sasuke raised his massive blade before his chest. Forming signs with his right hand, Sasuke channeled blazing fire release chakra, running his hand along the blade's edge. The weapon erupted into flames in an instant, cloaked with the power of fire release. The temperature in the arena skyrocketed under Sasuke's technique. Even the spectators close to the field were now assaulted by waves of searing heat. "Let's see how you handle this." A subtle, knowing grin tugged at Sasuke's lips as he flicked the flaming blade in his hand. From a distance, the overwhelming pressure from this move was palpable. Naruto watched this scene, unable to resist the urge to grumble inwardly. "Come on, you idiot! Where's your Chidori?" But when Sasuke brandished that burning blade, Naruto more or less guessed what trick he was about to pull. HAA! Blazing Devourer Blade. With the power of 3,000 Thunderclap, Sasuke streaked through the flames, instantly appearing right before Gaara. Gaara's reaction was a beat too slow. He could smell his own singed hair. Sasuke's lips twisted into a vicious grin as he spun and unleashed a tongue of fire, at least 5 meters long, whipping straight toward Gaara. A deafening blast rang out. Gaara was sent flying backward, crashing against the arena's towering wall before he finally came to a stop. The impact was so fierce that the stone behind Gaara split and fractured beneath him. Gaara, who had never been wounded before, now had a deep gash across his forehead, blood pooling over his eyes and staining his entire view crimson. Drip! Drip! In horror, Gaara spread his hands, only to see blood trickling between his fingers. The beast chakra inside him spiraled out of control in an instant. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. As the tailed beast chakra erupted, Gaara's wounds healed in the blink of an eye. But now, half his face had morphed into that of a raccoon. HM? Akademon. Confronted with this sudden transformation, Sasuke showed little surprise, as if even if his opponent turned into a purple lion right in front of him, he wouldn't have so much as blinked. Raising his heavy blade, Sasuke leveled it at the creature who was neither quite man nor beast, his voice cold and steady. Show me your full strength, because before my heavy blade, all your efforts are futile. In the earlier clash, Sasuke had already used the heavy blade to restore his chakra. Now he felt better than when the fight had first begun. Just a mere cat demon. Sasuke had barely finished the thought when his opponent appeared before him in a flash. Zulfust. Thankfully, his Sharingan caught it in time, and Sasuke ducked, narrowly avoiding Gaara's attack. Whoosh! Gaara, now in partial tail beast form, missed and immediately swept a wind-style attack towards Sasuke's midsection. Huh! Sasuke dodged as best he could, bracing his heavy blade before him. Even so, the forceful wind threw him back, just as Gaara had been hit moments before. The only difference was, Sasuke was completely unscathed. Heh! Is that all you've got? Sasuke slowly pushed himself up from the ground, dusting himself off, a smirk of growing disdain on his face. He placed great confidence in his strength and the ability of the heavy blade to restore his chakra. Naruto sat on the stands, covering his face with one hand. He couldn't bear to watch Sasuke getting tossed around below. That last blow, when Gaara sent Sasuke flying, was pure carelessness. Sasuke had underestimated his enemy. Granted, at his current level, it was tough for him to beat Gaara in full rage mode. But with the combination of the heavy blade and Sharingan, as long as he played his cards right, Sasuke could hold his own against Gaara. And even in the worst case, as long as he kept leeching chakra, he wouldn't easily lose his life. But look at Sasuke, acting all high and mighty, going on about futility and just a cat demon. If he didn't get smacked around, Naruto would have been surprised. Down in the arena, the fight between Gaara and Sasuke raged on, back and forth. But in his fury, Gaara had already unlocked the third stage. His entire form was now that of Shikaku, his sand flowing through the battlefield like water. Sasuke, who had managed to keep up until now, was gradually being pushed back. High above, in the commentary booth, Uzumaki Naruto clutched her microphone, shouting at the top of her lungs. Ijutsu is charging in. Ijutsu just got blasted into the air by Gaara. Ijutsu is charging in again. Naruto, will you just shut up? Whether it was that Sasuke was just too terrible, or that Uzumaki Naruto's commentary was painfully amateurish, no one could tell. All in all, it was the same few lines, repeated back and forth. Naruto desperately wanted to chime in with his own jab, but the audience around them seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, disguised and waiting for the right moment, finally saw his chance. With a grand flourish, he swept off the Kazekage hat perched on his head and hurled it toward the third Hokage. You? Orochimaru, what are you up to? Despite his age, the third's reflexes were as sharp as ever. Twisting his body, he dodged Orochimaru's attack with ease. Staring at his former student, his time-worn face was etched with a tangled mix of emotions. Almost at the very same moment, explosions rang out from corners all across the Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Hokage. Protect Lord Hokage. Nobody come any closer. He's out of your league. Leave Orochimaru to me. Spread the word. Everyone else should prioritize protecting the villagers. The third Hokage raised his hand to halt the shinobi rushing to his aid. Once, he'd been unable to strike down Orochimaru due to the lingering bond of teacher and student. But now, Orochimaru had returned to wreak havoc on the village he once called home. This time, the third knew he had to end it with his own hands, to atone for the mistakes he'd made in the past. With slow resolve, the third shrugged off his Hokage cloak. As he readied himself for battle, Orochimaru, seeing his stance, immediately bolted for the rooftop. In that instant, Orochimaru's subordinates, sound ninja hidden at the ready, began forming hand signs from the shadows. In moments, a violet barrier of light shimmered into existence, rapidly enclosing around Orochimaru and the third. Naruto, take Hinata, and Hanabi go back. The fight that's coming isn't one you can join. Hayashi Hyuga strode up to Naruto, gesturing for him to open a portal so they could evacuate. Naruto glanced over at Sasuke, currently getting pummeled, then shot a quick look at the old man, pretending to nod in agreement. Waiting until Hayashi turned his back, Naruto slyly opened a portal behind him, then gave him a little nudge straight into it. Next, he turned to Hinata and Sakura. Hinata, you and Hanabi head back first. Sakura, you too. A few portals appeared at their sides. Sakura looked towards Sasuke, but she knew staying here would do no good. She could be far more useful at the hospital, tending to the wounded. Hinata hesitated, hugging Hanabi tightly and grabbing onto Naruto's sleeve. Naruto-kun. Be careful. Naruto gave Hinata's cheek a playful pinch. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With that reassurance, Hinata finally stepped into the portal. Once he saw them safely away, Naruto didn't immediately rush to rescue Sasuke. Instead, he opened portals for Shikamaru and the others, sending them each safely home before taking any further action. Kakashi and the other Jonin were occupied dealing with the minor enemies Orochimaru had brought with him. Guy cast a distant glance toward the barrier, wanting to step forward, but Kakashi stopped him. Guy, the third Hokage is more than capable of handling Orochimaru, Kakashi said. Let's follow the third Hokage's orders. All we need to do is stop the enemy ninjas who have infiltrated the village. The surrounding Jonin nodded in agreement. Everyone firmly believed that the third Hokage's strength was enough to face Orochimaru. Besides, taking care of his wayward student with his own hands had always been his lifelong wish. Inside the arena, Sasuke was still lost in the thrill of thrusting his Chidori into the cat demon's chest, when suddenly a deafening roar broke out. A thunderous roar echoed across the field. Sasuke's Chidori strike had nearly killed Gaara. Shikaku could no longer stand by and watch. The tailed beast emerged, ready to fight and to teach the insolent child before him a lesson. As soon as Shikaku appeared, he opened his mouth and fired a tailed beast ball straight at Sasuke. In that instant, a golden statue hurtled towards Sasuke's position. Dodging the attack from Shikaku's mouth, Sasuke leapt aside, only for the statue to strike him and send him flying. Sasuke, hold on to the statue, shouted Naruto from the sidelines. What? Sasuke managed, bewildered. The main reason Naruto hurled the undying totem was he noticed there was still another tailed beast ball held fast in Shikaku's claws. Struck by the golden statue, Sasuke was left utterly stunned. But despite his confusion, he did as Naruto said, grabbing the statue tightly with his right arm and hugging it to his chest. That glimpse of the golden statue brought back the memory of Kakashi's death, a scene that lingered in Sasuke's mind for a moment. But in that split second of distraction, another tailed beast ball, about the size of a fist, shot toward his chest. By the time Sasuke realized, it was already too late. Oh no! He couldn't dodge. Move. Move now. The attack was far too fast. As the black sphere drew closer, every pore on Sasuke's body felt as if it were pricked by needles. Danger screamed around him. He knew, deep down, that if he were struck by that thing, death would follow. Yet in this situation, all he could do was watch as the black sphere hurtled toward him, unable to do a thing to avoid it. The next moment, the tailed beast ball pierced Sasuke's chest and, with overwhelming force, punched a gaping hole through it. He crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, left hand gripping his massive sword, right arm still clutching the statue, his body falling stiff and unyielding. Is this really where it ends? Damn it, I still haven't killed that man with my own hands. As life slipped away, Sasuke's heart was filled with boundless regret. With the last of his strength, he turned his head, looked at Naruto one final time, gave a bitter smile, and as his pupils faded, his vision dimmed into blackness. Until his last breath, he kept bidding farewell to this world in his heart. Farewell, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei. It's such a pity. I haven't finished reading X Breaking Through the Heavens. I haven't figured out the flame technique, and I still haven't killed Uchiha Itachi. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in the haze of his fading consciousness, he heard someone calling his name. Sasuke. Sasuke. That familiar voice echoed endlessly in his ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw the faces of his parents, those he dreamed of day after day, night after night. They looked just as young as they had been in his memories. Sasuke quickly realized he was inside a house, one that looked exactly like his childhood home. Uchiha Fugaku, seeing his son suddenly appear before him, did not seem particularly surprised. After all, Kakashi had been popping down here all the time lately. He had even come by for a chat not long ago. Of course, that guy thought he was dreaming when he arrived in the Pure Land, even though he was already here after death. Fugaku generally assumed someone up above had developed a new jutsu, one that allowed people to visit the Pure Land for a short time. So, upon seeing Sasuke, he was not too shocked. "Dad! Mom!" Overwhelmed with emotion, Sasuke cried out, voice trembling, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face and soaking the ground of the Pure Land. In this moment, Sasuke forgot everything else. He just wanted to be a child again. Revenge, growing stronger, all that. None of it mattered now. He wanted nothing more than to pour out all the bitterness and grievances he had endured over the years, losing himself in his parents' embrace. Mikoto, seeing her son in tears, moved forward and gently cradled his head, soothing him. "Sasuke, all these years. It must have been so hard for you, hasn't it? Mother." As mother and son shared this tender reunion, Fugaku still wore his usual stern expression. He recalled how Kakashi had complained about Sasuke liquidating the family assets in the living world to trade for ninja tools, and even picked up some questionable books from the fourth Hokage's son. Worse yet, Sasuke was completely obsessed with them. All of this weighed so heavily on Fugaku that not even the Pure Land brought him peace. "And you still have the nerve to cry. We know all about what happened between you and Naruto." That single key word snapped Sasuke to attention. His tears dried instantly. Eyes wide, his mind suddenly blank. What? The whole thing about Naruto getting him to dress up as a girl. His father and mother actually knew about that. Just imagining his parents knowing he wore a schoolgirl uniform made Sasuke want to die all over again. At the same time, his mind was a swirl of confusion. He knew that after death, people would come to the Pure Land. But how would they find out? Wasn't this something only Team 7 knew about? Wait, hold on. Kakashi. Sasuke suddenly recalled how Kakashi had died once, only to come back to life again afterward. Which meant, damn it, Kakashi had actually told his parents everything. Tell me the truth. Whose idea was it? Yours or Naruto's? What were you thinking? You're still so young. How could you end up on this path? At first, Fugaku was furious. Then his face twisted in agony and disappointment as he berated Sasuke. This wretched child. It was bad enough that he was obsessed with those inappropriate books. But to actually sell off the clan's property, now that was truly indefensible. You really have no regard for the inheritance of your forebears? Not even a sliver of remorse. And on top of all that, this child clearly hadn't given the slightest thought to marriage, to carrying on the family line. Didn't he realize that the perpetuation of the Uchiha clan was the top priority right now? Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, his face beaded with sweat, looking as if he'd just been pulled from a river. What do you mean, Have you gone mute? Hearing his father's thunderous roar, Sasuke knew he couldn't keep hiding the truth. He would have to explain himself and try to calm his father's rage. As for putting on a girls' school uniform, that was all just to awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan. It was for power. He, Sasuke Uchiha, had done nothing wrong. Clenching his teeth and shutting his eyes, Sasuke braced himself to confess everything to his father. Just as he opened his mouth, Fugaku began to speak too. "Father, I only wore the girl's uniform to stimulate my Sharingan and awaken its 3rd Tomo. Sasuke, whatever your reasons, you must never sell off the ancestral property." Sasuke, Fugaku, Mikoto. For a whole minute after they spoke, father and son stood frozen, their faces utterly blank, as if time itself had come to a halt. When Mikoto heard her youngest son had cross-dressed, she covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Every time she thought back to how Kakashi had told them Sasuke and Naruto were always hanging around together, her heart grew more and more anxious. From her old-fashioned perspective, the idea of a grown man wearing women's clothing was simply beyond comprehension. And now he had the nerve to claim it was all for the Sharingan? Didn't you awaken it back during the massacre? Fugaku's mind was buzzing with frustration at his son's antics. It was just as well they were in the Pure Land and couldn't truly die again. Otherwise, Fugaku wouldn't doubt his son could drive him straight to his grave. Sasuke, Uchiha, you've disgraced the Uchiha name with your actions in the living world. String him up. String him up. Today, you will learn the laws of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, seething with rage, snatched up a hefty iron rod and began shouting for the rest of the Uchiha clan. At his bellow, the room quickly filled with the spirits of those Uchiha who had once perished. Just moments ago, everyone nearby had heard every word loud and clear. One by one, their Sharingan eyes activated, and the entire group was seeing red, furious at the disgrace this boy had brought upon the Uchiha name. Without another word, the crowd surged toward Sasuke. But just as they were about to reach him, Sasuke's spiritual form began to blur, and before the Uchiha clansman could lay a hand on him, he had already vanished without a trace. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the vivid blue sky and the sounds of battle in his ears. What's going on? He sat up slowly, the look of fear still lingering on his face, clearly shaken by everything that had just happened. He flexed his right arm a couple of times, only to find that the statue he had clutched to his chest earlier had crumbled to dust. Piecing together the recent events, and remembering how Kakashi had once died and come back to life, it became all too clear to him that Naruto had thrown that statue in order to bring him back. That damned, white-haired moron. Now that he'd figured it all out, Sasuke leapt up and started cursing at the top of his lungs. If it hadn't been for that guy, his cross-dressing escapade would never have been discovered by his parents. It was all Kakashi's fault. Bang, bang, bang. At this very moment, Naruto was bracing a door in front of Sasuke, using it as a shield to fend off Shikaku's ferocious assaults. The immortal totem could indeed bring someone back from the dead, but there was a catch. For 10 seconds after making contact with the totem, the body couldn't suffer any harm. This was a hard-won conclusion, reached through Uzumaki Stark's experiments on lab animals, and after observing the antics of that white-haired menace countless times. So, the instant Naruto landed, he grabbed a door slab and propped it in front of Sasuke, blocking any and all possible injuries. The whistling wind release jutsu smacked against the door, and with the force pounding into his shoulders, Naruto was once again reminded how terrifyingly strong the tailed beasts truly were. He'd always heard that Shikaku was the weakest among the 9. Even the giant fox had said so. But now Naruto finally realized Shikaku's weakness only applied in comparison to other tailed beasts. If this door in his hands weren't made from some special material, even a single air bullet from Shikaku would have turned it into scrap. Naruto finally understood. You could call Kurama strong, but that didn't mean Shikaku was weak. Straining to hold back the attack, Naruto suddenly heard Sasuke shouting nearby. That damned, white-haired moron. Naruto, huh? Why is this guy parroting my lines? What did white-haired Kakashi-sensei ever do to him? Hey, idiot, what's wrong with you? How come you're just lying around on the ground in the middle of a fight? Where's your Chidori now, huh? Naruto didn't even bother to ask why Sasuke had woken up just to start yelling at Kakashi. He went straight for the snark. Seriously, if this guy had even half a clue, Shikaku would never have gotten the first kill. He was growing reckless, emboldened simply because he had the black heavy ruler in hand, a weapon that could restore both his chakra and heal his wounds. Come on, kid, do you really think you're some kind of berserker now? Isn't this just a jungler trying to play as the top laner? Which lane? That statue of yours. It can bring people back to life, right? Give me one. Sasuke got to his feet, gritting his teeth, glaring in fury at the rampaging Shikaku. His cross-dressing escapade had become the talk of the entire Uchiha clan in the Pure Land. Besides Kakashi's involvement, this cat demon bore half the blame. Now, whenever he thought about dying and entering the Pure Land, facing his parents, the rest of his clan, just the thought alone filled him with unbearable shame. Naruto's earlier taunts had only stoked Sasuke's hatred for the cat demon. Right now, Sasuke just wanted to take out that beast, or be taken out by it. Naruto glanced at the guy, speechless, but ultimately tossed Sasuke an immortal totem. No point worrying through the rest of the fight whether this guy would drop dead. He even tossed Sasuke a rope. And after being blasted by Shikaku's wind attacks for so long, anyone would be burning with rage by now. Especially with that fox in his belly, constantly yelling at Naruto to go pummel Shikaku. But ask the fox to come out and do it himself? Not a chance. The fox flatly refused every time. The fox always had something clever to say, claiming, I taught you since you were small. If you can't even handle Shikaku, you might as well go find a tree and bash your head in. Might as well swap for a new Jinchuriki. To Naruto's mind, it was likely the fox's weight that kept him from handling it personally. Just imagine, a nine-tails, 3 times his usual size, suddenly appearing before Shikaku. He'd be the butt of every joke. Sasuke took the statue and looped the rope around his waist, tying several tight knots. He looked rather cautious this time. Just to be safe, Naruto took out another immortal totem and fastened it to his own belt. The jounin around them, engaged in battle, caught sight of the pair, and couldn't help but twist their faces in disbelief. There were these 2 kids. Each had a bizarre, 5-foot-tall statue strapped across their backs. One wielded a giant sword nearly 2 meters long. The other carried a massive, brightly colored slab that looked like a door. If not for their Konoha headbands and the fact that everyone knew who they were, people would surely mistake them for Orochimaru's henchmen. It was just too outrageous. Sasuke, let's do this together. Naruto braced his door slab, and he and Sasuke locked eyes, a wordless understanding passing between them. At once, they vanished from sight. Both chose to take on the rampaging Shikaku head-on. Naruto felt no fear, not with the big fox assuring him that Shikaku had only gone berserk because the red-haired kid's life had been threatened. Right now, Shikaku was acting purely on instinct. In other words, this one tail was still far from its final form. To deal with Shikaku, Naruto was full of confidence. He didn't even bother opening any spatial portals, just relied purely on his own speed, picking up his door panel, and in a blink, appeared right behind Shikaku. Meanwhile, Sasuke had no idea of the true power of a tailed beast. He was convinced the creature was simply a cat demon in disguise, and that its present form was all thanks to him forcing it out. With a resurrection tool behind him granting a second life, Sasuke felt unbeatable, convinced that taking down Shikaku single-handedly was no problem at all. He unleashed his full power, activating the 3,000 lightning illusion, and in an instant, 100 shadowy images of Sasuke surrounded Shikaku. Though this jutsu drained him heavily, as long as he could stick his black weight ruler to Shikaku, he could quickly restore his chakra. A guttural roar ripped through the chaos. As Shikaku, driven to frenzy, caught sight of these tiny figures flitting about like insects, its rage exploded. It threw back its head and howled at the sky, pounding its stomach with both hands. Countless blades of wind burst out from its body, spreading rapidly in all directions. Anything caught within this zone of attack was sliced cleanly, cut down as if by divine hand. Only these two powerhouses could survive unscathed. Had it been anyone else nearby, they'd have been severed in half right at the waist. Perhaps Shikaku's wind style was fearsome indeed, but in the hands of Naruto and Sasuke, their weapons both offense and defense, they simply braced their door panel and the black weight ruler in front of themselves, then charged headlong into the storm. As they ran, Naruto split his focus to open a few portals of light, though, in dividing his attention and running, he could only send back part of the incoming jutsu. In the next instant, both of them, front and back, appeared right at the feet of Shikaku. Naruto glanced at Shikaku's backside, then hoisted his massive metal door and jabbed it forward. Shikaku's giant frame stiffened at the sudden attack from behind, his jutsu interrupted mid-flow. Seizing the moment of Shikaku's paralysis, Naruto shouted to Sasuke, "Catch, you fool! Go all out!" Without another word, both unleashed their most powerful techniques at once. Naruto's left hand clenched the air, and a swirling blue sphere the size of a fist began to form in his palm. He didn't dare use the tailed beast bomb. He couldn't risk blowing up the whole hidden leaf village with so many people around. Kamehameha! Flame-splitting crescent blade. The two top overpowered forces of the ninja world flanked Shikaku from front and back, each performing an attack that felt as though it came straight out of a different universe. A blue beam shot straight through Shikaku from tail to head, while a crimson crescent of fire slashed across his belly. At that moment, Shikaku's consciousness, only just released from the ceiling space and still dazed by the situation, was overwhelmed by a surge of pain. Peals of laughter rang in his ears, boisterous, gratingly familiar. "It's you, you damned fox! How dare you!" Before the two-tailed beasts could even start to hurl insults, Shikaku's consciousness was slammed back into darkness. Naruto, not one to leave things to chance, popped open another portal, zipped to the top of Shikaku's head, and kept swinging his door panel down onto Gaara again and again. As Sasuke was just coming to his senses, he saw Naruto wielding a massive door plank, pummeling Gaara who lay on the ground. Shikaku's consciousness had barely emerged when it was beaten back by these two overpowered kids. Gaara, still unconscious, was roused under Naruto's rather direct revival technique with the door plank, but judging from his swollen and bruised face, it was clear he was far from recovered. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Kakashi, full chakra at the ready, couldn't help but twitch at the sight before him. How on earth did these two grow up like this? That's the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, the living engine of war, poised to run wild, and yet these two managed to beat it back with brute force. He and Guy had initially meant to charge in and help, but after witnessing the jutsu these two unleashed, they honestly worried that if they rushed in, they might get taken out as collateral damage before even joining the fight. "Kakashi, your students," as expected of Konoha's most passionate, youthful souls. Though Guy praised them in the name of youth, even his tone lacked its usual fervor, showing just how speechless he was. But then, recalling the daily training these two kids put themselves through, a competitive fire rekindled in Guy's eyes. "It seems my youth is not burning bright enough. When all this is over, I'll run 100 laps around the village while dragging 5 trees. My destined rival, let's go and train ourselves into the ground, together." Kakashi. And it wasn't just these two who were amazed. Any ninjas who had experienced the previous wars, upon seeing two kids go toe-to-toe with a rampaging one-tail, were not just shocked, but truly frightened. Those who'd never witnessed it firsthand might not grasp the terror of a rampaging tail beast. But most of them had seen a one-tail's power on the battlefield. That kind of destruction, with a mere wave of its hand, it could claim countless lives. Many current graves held shinobi who met their end at the hands of the one-tail. Now, seeing these two youngsters, collectively, everyone sucked in a sharp breath, unable to imagine just how terrifying these two would become if their strength continued to grow. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, the first and second Hokage, summoned by Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu, were dealing heavy blows to the third Hokage. Leaping back to gain some distance, the third glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Naruto and Sasuke had managed to stop the tailed beast's rampage. He couldn't help but smile with relief. That kid Naruto, a bit exasperating on a day-to-day basis, but when it matters most, he's as dependable as Minato. At last, the old man cast one last look at Konoha, his eyes filled with lingering attachment, memories of his life flashing before him. Turning to face the disciple he had once held in the highest regard, the third Hokage's expression grew steely with resolve. Orochimaru, I will not allow you to keep going down this path. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The third planted his staff before him, and after summoning a shadow clone, his hands wove another series of seals. Hiruzen, don't tell me you're planning to. Enma, the Monkey King, suddenly spoke up, his voice laced with shock. It sensed that the situation on the battlefield was far from dire enough to warrant using the Reaper Death Seal. There was simply no need to exchange its life for Orochimaru's. Ignoring Enma's warnings, the third Hokage swiftly completed the intricate hand signs for the forbidden technique. A phantom silhouette of the Shinigami slowly materialized behind him, and nestled in his grasp was the soul of the third Hokage himself. Orochimaru, of course, could not see the spectral figure standing in the shadows behind the old man. With unshakable resolve, the third raised his weapon, casting aside all hesitation. Orochimaru's every attack now failed to halt his relentless advance. At last, with Enma's help, the third seized both of Orochimaru's hands, while behind him the ghostly death god silently lifted its gleaming blade, plunging it straight through the third's chest, poised to claim both their souls in one stroke. Meanwhile, the third's two shadow clones caught hold of Tobirama and Hashirama, one on either side, as the death god's arms began to wrench the lingering souls from these departed Hokage. Orochimaru didn't understand what the old man was trying to do, but he sensed the looming presence of death closing in. He knew that if this continued any longer, he would truly die at the hands of the third Hokage. Raising his finger ever so slightly, Orochimaru used his chakra to recall the Kusanagi sword lying on the ground, taking aim at the third's heart. At that instant, both men cried out at once. It's over. The Kusanagi sword pierced the third's heart, even as the death god managed only to pull free one of Orochimaru's arms before its spectral form began to fade away. The third's consciousness wavered, growing dim. His injuries had left him too weak to tear out the whole of Orochimaru's soul. A faint, slicing sound echoed through the air. But the death god was indifferent. It swept down its blade without mercy, claiming part of Orochimaru's soul and the entirety of the third's. Orochimaru's arms instantly went numb, overtaken by an indescribable agony. Yet, the old man, who had gripped his hands so dearly just moments before, now fell limp and lifeless in his embrace, his strength spent. And so, the third Hokage of the Leaf Village fell in battle. With a shove of his body, Orochimaru pushed aside the corpse. He called to his subordinates to dispel the barrier surrounding them, and they hastily withdrew from the scene. In that moment, with the barrier lifted, every ninja rushed forward at once to check on the third Hokage. Only Sasuke and Naruto remained on the bloodied battleground. Naruto stood motionless, gazing from afar at the lifeless body of the old Hokage, staring for a full 10 minutes. At last, he let out a quiet sigh, opened a glowing portal, and, after bidding Sasuke a word of farewell, departed first. As for Sasuke, he found himself clutching a crumpled scrap of paper tossed at him by a Sound Village ninja. He raised his hand, ready to discard it, but at the last second tucked it back into his pocket. On this day, the third Hokage of the Leaf fell in battle. As if in mourning, a gentle drizzle began to fall over the village, one that persisted through the night into the following day. At the funeral of the third Hokage, every villager of Konoha came to pay their respects to the venerable elder. Even a silver-haired fugitive, who'd slipped away from the village to escape the storm, returned quietly to stand among the grief-stricken crowd. He held the old man's crystal ball close to his chest, rain falling on his face, blurring the line between raindrops and tears. Standing there for a long time, Jiraiya finally lifted his head to the sky, closed his eyes, and murmured softly to himself, "I'm sorry, old man. I was too late." There weren't many sobs or wails at the scene. Almost all the crying came from the younger generation of ninjas. The older ninjas had long since grown used to scenes of life and death like this. Konohamaru knelt before the tombstone, tears and snot streaming down his face, his mind replaying memories of his grandfather's visage again and again. "Grandpa." Between sobs, Konohamaru scrambled through his shirt pockets and his pants for all sorts of medicine bottles. Crying all the while, he carefully arranged the bottles in front of the grave. "Grandpa, these are the ones I fished out of the trash. When you're in the Pure Land, don't forget to take your medicine." Naruto stood by, speechless. Everyone around fell silent at the sight of Konohamaru's earnest devotion. Though his actions seemed a little odd, none could fault the sincerity of his intentions. The memorial ended quickly, and before long, most people had drifted away from the scene. Only the two silver-haired men remained with Konohamaru and Naruto. Naruto stayed because he hadn't yet paid his respects to the third Hokage. As for why the other three chose to linger, Naruto couldn't say. Truth be told, this was Naruto's first funeral in Konoha. He didn't know what to offer beyond a simple bouquet. He wasn't sure if it really meant anything at all. Jiraiya stood by Naruto's side, and noticing the boy's hesitation, gave his shoulder a gentle pat and quietly encouraged him. "Go on," he whispered. "Say your last goodbye to the old man." Naruto looked up at the stern expression on the old, white-haired sage's face, and after a moment's hesitation, nodded and finally took a step forward. But as he neared the third's gravestone, Naruto tossed away the bouquet in his hand. Before Kakashi and Jiraiya could react, they saw Naruto draw a blue sword and walk, step by step, towards the tombstone. "Naruto," Kakashi said, worry Naruto might do something rash, but Jiraiya shook his head, signaling him to wait. Staring at the smiling photo of the third Hokage, Naruto's lips curled upward in a sudden grin. Raising the diamond blue sword, he called out in a loud voice, "Third Hokage, my blade was never meant to be dull." Bursting with emotion, Konohamaru let out a fresh wave of sobs, caught between grief and hunger. "Naruto, big bro, could you get us some more sticky rice dumplings? Make them sweet this time." Still crying, Konohamaru rummaged through his things with chopsticks, searching for comfort amidst sorrow. With every bite, he would let out a couple of howls. It was clear that the third's passing had hit this child hard. He slurped up a long strand. "Wait, I just dropped in some meatballs, they're not cooked yet." Naruto sucked in a mouthful of crystal noodles, his face brimming with satisfaction and ease. Across the table, Konohamaru squirmed in his seat, sniffling as he tried to pick up his food. Jiraiya and Kakashi clutched their sake cups, sipping slowly. The burning taste of the alcohol offered them a brief escape from their grief. The four old new and just come of age sat around a square table, eating hot pot and drinking together. At a glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But outside, the rain was falling in a gentle, lingering drizzle. And, opposite Jiraiya, perfectly in his line of sight, was the portrait of the third Hokage. Above their heads, a massive canopy was propped up. The table, chairs, bench, even the hot pot set, all of it had been brought out by Naruto. The ingredients in the pot, and the sake that Jiraiya and Kakashi were sipping, had all been offered as tributes to the third earlier that day. All the food was fresh, top quality, today's offerings. As for why the four of them had gathered at the third's grave to eat hot pot, that story began with a certain white-haired old man. Jiraiya explained that he'd been away from Konoha for years, hadn't shared a drink with the old man in so long. Now, thinking of it again, he realized that moment would never come. As he spoke, sorrow brimmed in Jiraiya's eyes. But then, turning his head, he caught sight of Naruto, one hand resting on the gravestone, legs crossed, crunching noisily into an apple. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Nothing more had to be said. They understood each other perfectly. In the next instant, the two of them sat down right in front of the third's grave and began to eat the offerings. Kakashi, the other white-haired teacher, tried several times to stop them. But before he could say anything, Jiraiya and Naruto spoke in chorus, their words strangely in sync. Offerings are simply a living person's way of showing longing, of mourning for those who have passed. Rather than letting it rot out here, isn't it better for us young ones to enjoy it? Konohamaru thought his big brother and his master made perfect sense. With tears in his eyes, he joined them in sneaking bites of his grandfather's offerings. Thus the three of them huddled around the grave in the drizzle, faces full of sorrow, devoutly eating the tribute. After a few minutes, Jiraiya couldn't stand the rain any longer. He was frankly fed up with the damp surroundings. And there was still food that hadn't been cooked yet. It would be a shame to let good ingredients go to waste. As soon as Naruto heard this, he rummaged in his system and pulled out a canopy. And so, right there in the graveyard, they set up camp. Out came the pots, bowls, plates, tables, and chairs. At first, Naruto intended just to pull out a couple of ingredients to make a cook-up. After all, no matter how much tribute is prepared for the third Hokage, it would never be enough to satisfy the appetites of these three. But then, considering the dignity of the third, Naruto felt it would be somewhat disrespectful to eat anything other than the offerings, right there at the old man's grave. So in the end, Naruto refrained from pulling out any ingredients from the system storage. Surprisingly, the clever Konohamaru snuck over to other graves and managed to stuff quite a few offerings into his own arms. To this, Naruto could only acknowledge that his little apprentice was remarkably shrewd. The moment the ingredients hit the pot, Kakashi struggled internally for a while, but finally gave in and took a seat to join the meal. No need to overthink it. Just showing up today made him an accomplice, whether he contributed or not. Rather than shoulder all the blame while staying hungry, he figured he might as well sit down and enjoy a proper meal. That way, even if punishment came, at least his conscience would be at ease. And so, the newly formed group of four, three old, one new, found themselves enjoying hot pot right in front of the third's tombstone. Just as he tasted the first morsel of tribute, Kakashi slipped off his trademark mask, and for the first time, Naruto caught a glimpse of the full face beneath that shock of white hair. Was he handsome? Naruto felt they were pretty much on par. Still, Kakashi with his chiseled looks was unmistakably prime host material. The only flaw was that, even now, he still had that look like he barely had any energy left. After swallowing the last meatball, Kakashi took a small sip of sake, a faint flush tinting his cheeks. Not bad at all, though we're running low on food. With that, both Jiraiya and Konohamaru fixed their eyes on Naruto. Under the collective pressure of his companions' expectant stares, Naruto finally gave in and crossed his own line. Old man, third Hokage, I really am giving you enough respect here. If I'm eating other things at your grave, it's because your student and your grandson forced my hand. It's got nothing to do with me. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto let out a resigned sigh and started pulling ingredients from his system one after another. Things that once soared the skies, raced the land, or swam the waters. All sorts of delicacies piled up, setting off another round of feasting among the trio at the table. Who could care about the little matter of dining at a gravesite now? Jiraiya knocked back the very last drop of his drink, his brow furrowing as he suddenly realized that after all those cups, he hadn't once toasted the old man. Hey Naruto, you got any more booze over there? Hearing Jiraiya's request, Naruto rolled his eyes and casually tossed over a case of cold Tsingtao beer. Jiraiya popped a can, tipped his head back, and downed it all in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. Compared to the sake earlier, nothing beat the refreshing kick of an ice-cold beer. He threw his arm around Naruto's shoulders, grinning from ear to ear. Not bad at all. How about a drink, Naruto? Come on, you old perv. I'm still underage. You really care about that, kid? Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking it over, Jiraiya did have a bit of a point, and with his own tough constitution, a little drink probably wouldn't hurt anyway. So Naruto cracked open a can of sake for himself and dragged Konohamaru along for the ride. To be honest, getting the Hokage's grandson into mischief like this, right at the old man's grave, he felt pretty guilty about it. And so the four drunks, old, worn, new, and fresh, raised a ruckus at the graveside, their voices echoing in the night. Advisors, we have a crisis on our hands. An AMBU ninja came barreling in, half running, half tumbling, to meet Omenyen and Kohor Udatain. With the third Hokage dead in battle, the AMBU command had temporarily fallen to these two advisors. But they truly wanted nothing to do with this mess. When Hiruzen Sarutobi was around, he always kept that yellow-haired troublemaker in check. They hardly had any headaches at all. Now, Danzo was comatose in the hospital with grave injuries. The third was gone. And suddenly, the entire wreckage of the Hidden Leafs affairs was dumped on their heads. The AMBU ninja recounted how the old, worn, new, and fresh crew had thrown a drunken feast right on the Hokage's grave, draining bottle after bottle. For heaven's sake, the third's bones hadn't even cooled, and here they were, carrying on like this. Weren't they afraid the old Hokage would rise from the grave in fury and down a few more bottles of blood pressure meds? At that moment, over a dozen ANBU simply couldn't look on any longer. Weapons out, they charged at the scene. What happened next? The other side's strength was overwhelming. Over a dozen ANBU attacked at once, and still they ended up pinned to the ground, beaten by two white-haired drunks and one fierce blonde. Especially with how much those guys had had to drink, there was no telling how rough their blows would be. The only reason this ANBU ninja made it back to the Hokage building to report was because he knew the true terror of that blonde from the leaf and chose to hang back, safely observing from a distance. As for the others, they were now hanging from the trees, left for the crows. When Mito Minyin and Kohor Yuditane heard the ANBU's urgent shout, their hearts skipped a beat. After absorbing the news, their vision went black. Their blood pressure shot through the roof, but luckily, there were still some pills left in Hiruzen's drawer. Fumbling shakily through, they each took some medicine and only after a few minutes caught their breath and felt halfway human again. Hiruzen, you truly had it rough. At that moment, they finally understood how hard Sarutobi, Hiruzen's life, had been all these years. But what in the world were they supposed to do now? There was Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the gifted Kakashi Hatake, the Leaf's blonde whirlwind, the son of the 4th Hokage, and, to top it off, the old man's own grandson. Any one of them could give the advisors a migraine for days. Never mind all 4 at once. Completely out of control. Damn it. If the Leaf goes on like this, the village is doomed. This won't do. We must select a new Hokage immediately. Koharu spoke, then exchanged a look with Mito Minyin. Words are not needed. Whoever wanted the burden of the 5th Hokage could have it. Neither of them would shoulder that curse. After all, they both wanted to live a few more years. Thank you very much. The 5th Hokage must have both the qualifications and the authority to keep those 4 under control. Given these 2 requirements, the right candidate is clear as day. The 2 exchanged a glance and spoke at the same time. That's it. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Somewhere along the way, the meaning of the Hokage's seat had begun to change. Maybe it started the moment that blonde-haired boy was taken away by a group of traffickers, or maybe it was when the 3rd Hokage first took his medication for high blood pressure. In the old days, becoming Hokage meant earning the recognition of everyone in the village. That was one of the most essential requirements. But now, the most important quality for a Hokage seemed to be the ability to keep the village's troublemakers in check. At this point, you could call the position a hot potato, and no one would argue. When the 3rd Hokage fell in battle, the whole village mourned, their grief deepened by memories of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Inside the Hokage's office, all the high-ranking jonin who had any say in village matters, as well as the heads of the major clans, had gathered. Of course, one silver-haired middleman was notably absent. The 2 Hokage advisors stood on the platform, addressing the crowd to announce the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. That's wonderful. As long as Lady Tsunade is here, there's hope for Konoha. Exactly. With Lady Tsunade's strength, she'll have no problem keeping the blonde kid in line. The advisor's announcement brought genuine relief to the room. They couldn't help it. Ever since Lord Jiraiya returned, not only had he failed to reign in Naruto Uzumaki, but the chaos had only grown. People were thoroughly disappointed in him. And with Lady Tsunade as the 5th Hokage, perhaps those troublesome master and student would finally face some discipline. But after the excitement faded, the 2 advisors surveyed the group with serious expressions. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2 of us will be stepping down as Hokage advisors. Clan leaders, do any of you have something to say? Clan head Hayashi, any thoughts about becoming the next Hokage advisor? Hayashi Hyuga. Hidden in a corner, Hayashi Hyuga thought he'd managed to stay under the radar, yet his name was called out anyway. After the 3rd Hokage's death, his initial reaction was worry. He feared the village would thrust the heavy burden of Hokage onto his shoulders. After all, in a certain sense, he could be considered Naruto Uzumaki's father-in-law. And using him to keep Naruto in check did make a certain kind of sense. But the problem was, he couldn't control that blonde kid at all. Just yesterday, he'd kindly tried to persuade the boy to fall back from the front lines, only to get kicked away before he could finish his sentence. Honestly, Hayashi knew the kid's actions came from a place of concern, but this kind of care was hard to appreciate. Besides, if your son-in-law can muster the nerve to kick his father-in-law, there's probably nothing else he wouldn't dare to do. And as it turned out, Hayashi's worries were well-founded. If Tsunade truly refuses to become the 5th Hokage, then Hayashi Hyuga is the next candidate in line. Hayashi Hyuga fell silent for a while before finally speaking. You 2, Hokage advisors, are truly wise. But as for the position of Hokage advisor, I am afraid I cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Besides, the village still needs both of you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shikaka Nara stepped forward to add his voice. That's right. In terms of seniority and ability, none of us can compare to you 2. This is a critical moment. Why go through the trouble of stepping down now? With that, Shikaku opened the floodgates. Everyone began to lavishly praise the 2 advisors, not missing any chance to flatter them. But is that really how things are? No, not at all. In truth, everyone present knew very well that the advisors simply didn't want to deal with the mess left at the cemetery. When the third Hokage was in charge, the stress had him buying blood pressure medication by the crate. Everyone was well aware of the situation. No one would covet power so much as to drag their own clan into endless trouble. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane could only force a bitter smile. They had guessed it would come to this. Once, both of them had entertained thoughts of claiming the Hokage's seat for themselves. But as time went by, after witnessing the havoc wrought by the blonde brat, neither dared harbor such ambitions again. In the end, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was nothing but trouble. Should the ANBU be ordered to focus all their efforts on the Jinchuriki? Perhaps if the whole village pulled together, they might have a chance, but if he were to lose control again, risking another Nine Tails incident, they couldn't fight him, nor could they keep him under control. Damn it, how on earth was anyone supposed to deal with this? It wasn't just the advisors who had headaches over this. Everyone else was just as troubled. After what happened with Konohamaru, families around the village began keeping a much closer eye on their own children. They'd repeat their warnings 1,000 times, afraid their kids might play with the blonde troublemaker. Konoha was already battered and bruised. No one could bear to have such a character arise in their own households. Everyone stood up to shower the two Hokage advisors with praise, determined not to give them the slightest chance to step down. And so, the meeting ended, with the two advisors weighed down by worry, while the others laughed and joked. Meanwhile, over at the grave of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the old and the new gathered in a small, private wake that was still far from over. Empty cans scattered across the ground made it clear just how much the four of them had been drinking. Passing drinks around, the four of them reminisced about the third Hokage's life, each from their own perspective. As memories surfaced, Naruto suddenly slammed the table and jumped up, shouting with passion. To be honest, just for the number of times old man Hiruzen had to clean up my messes, I owe him a grand funeral. In this world, funerals are simple affairs. Even for someone as important as the Hokage, the ceremony rarely goes beyond a brief moment of mourning before it all comes to an unceremonious end. If it weren't for them gathering here today on their own to eat and drink at the grave, Naruto figured he never would have gotten a taste of the third Hokage's feast. He, Uzumaki Naruto, just couldn't stand by and watch. Naruto's words instantly piqued the interest of the other three. This was the first time any of them had seen Naruto with such an expression. Hey, everyone, I've got an idea. Think about it. What did the old man enjoy the most when he was alive? The three of them paused for a moment, and then, remarkably, spoke in perfect unison. Peeking into the women's bath, X3. Jiraiya's face twisted with conflicting emotions. The idea wasn't half bad, but the old man was gone. How could he possibly peek now? If this kid really had such notions, he might as well pay homage to Jiraiya instead. Naruto, that's actually a reasonable point. But I just can't shake the image of bringing a gravestone into the women's bath. There's something a bit morbid about that, don't you think? Naruto, what? Kakashi, huh? Konohamaru, wait, what? Just imagining Hiruzen Sarutobi's grave marker standing in the middle of a bathhouse made the whole idea feel oddly surreal. Jiraiya scratched his chin, then dropped a bombshell, leaving the crowd completely stumped. Naruto, you mean we should get some women's clothing for the third, right? Kakashi was certain he'd understood Naruto, and recalled when Sasuke had to dress as a girl. He immediately thought along those lines. But my grandmother is buried right next to my grandfather. If we do it this way, big bro, I'm afraid Grandpa's trip to the Pure Land will be rough. Konohamaru frowned, as if truly pondering it seriously. A few seconds later, his expression suddenly brightened. I got it. Big bro, you want to bury a few more women next to Grandpa's grave, right? Listening to these three, Naruto nearly turned and stormed off right then and there. What the heck were they talking about? Not a single one of them was on the right track. You call yourselves the third student, grand disciple, and grandson? Does no one care about the old man's dignity? Looks like he'd have to take matters into his own hands. Ahem, you're all completely off base. What I meant was, let's invite a few people from the entertainment district, get some singers and dancers, and have them perform here for 3 days and nights. Jiraiya's eyes instantly lit up, while Kakashi blushed and suddenly adopted a sly expression. Now that's a plan. Great idea. I'd expect nothing less from my student. You're awesome, big bro. After exchanging views, Naruto sketched out the inaugural Konoha Hokage Tomb Performance Festival, planning to hold it the very next day. Once their plan for the first Hokage tomb song and dance competition were set, the four of them packed up their things and hurried off to begin preparations. They were determined to give the third Hokage a send-off to remember. As the overall leader of the project, Jiraiya. Naturally, everything was meticulously arranged. Kakashi was sent to notify the elite Jonin, while Naruto was in charge of setting up the banquet. As for himself, he went off to the entertainment district to invite some guests. Since Konohamaru was still just a child, his only responsibility was to eat and enjoy. Just then, outside the village of Konoha, two figures cloaked in black robes patterned with red clouds, straw hats on their heads, walked side by side. Itachi, sir, do you think I'll ever make it to the far shore in this lifetime? Uchiha Itachi. That damn Uzumaki runt. In the hospital, Danzo sat up in his bed. The moment he regained consciousness, his first words were a curse aimed at the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A long, low chuckle filled the room. Lord Danzo, this experiment was a success. The first Hokage cells in your body have now fused even better than before. I wonder, when will you give me what I want? Kabuto took off his gloves and walked back to stand beside Orochimaru, who was still disguised as a nurse. No one could have imagined that Orochimaru, after assassinating the third Hokage, didn't leave Konoha, but instead snuck into Konoha Hospital and, with the help of Root, carried out Danzo's treatment. Though to be honest, calling it a treatment was merely an excuse for another one of Orochimaru's experiments. Orochimaru, know your place. Our relationship is strictly business. Danzo felt Orochimaru had gotten a bit too arrogant, daring to speak to him in such a tone, and shot him a warning. Still, considering the man's considerable contributions this time, Danzo planned to hand over a pair of Sharingan as a token gesture. After a while, Danzo spoke again. I only have one pair of Sharingan left. Hearing this, Yamanaka produced a small box and brought it before Orochimaru. When he opened it, inside a test tube floated a pair of double Tomo Sharingan. Pleasure doing business. Lord Danzo. Orochimaru eyed the box greedily. After having Kabuto accept the prize, he bade Danzo farewell for the final time. Oh, one more thing. I've heard the fifth Hokage of Konoha has already been chosen. Tsunade. At this news, Danzo's face darkened at once, as if he might erupt at any moment. Well then, farewell. Kabuto supported Orochimaru, performed reverse summoning technique, and in a burst of sound, the two vanished instantly. Damn it, the position of Hokage should have been mine. Danzo clenched his fists and ground his teeth in fury. Still, the success of Orochimaru's cell fusion experiment had solved the predicament he'd been facing. With the cells of Hashirama now fused into his body, he had gained the ability to use wood release. According to Orochimaru, his skill in wood release now surpassed Yamado's twofold. Now, that was something to be pleased about. If you ignored the three Hashirama faces on his chest, there was nothing to distinguish him from an ordinary person now. As for the price he paid, all the Sharingan eyes he once transplanted into his right arm had been wiped out in that accident. Fortunately, at the very last moment, he acted decisively and secured Shirsue's eye. Otherwise, driven by the sheer instinct to survive, even that last I might not have been saved. Return to Root. With a cold grunt, Danzo swung his legs off the bed. The most urgent task was to get back and transplant Shirsue's eye. Once that was done, it wouldn't matter if any meddlesome Uzumaki brat appeared. He could unleash Kotoama Tsukumi and make them obedient in a single instant. Just wait and see. The title of fifth Hokage would be his, Shimura Danzo's, without a doubt. In the village hidden in the leaves, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame strode openly to the village gates. As members of the Akatsuki, there was not the slightest attempt to keep their identities hidden. Of course, Uchiha Itachi, playing double agent, actually wanted Konoha to take this chance to become vigilant against Akatsuki. They needed to put on a proper show of strength as they entered the village. In fact, they need to demonstrate just how formidable they were, preferably taking out a few powerful shinobi in an instant. Only then would the Konoha leadership be truly alarmed. At the same time, it would signal to Danzo not to have any designs on his younger brother. In other words, in simple terms, they were here to make a big scene in Konoha. Let's go in. Itachi uttered the words quietly as he moved toward the village, with Kisame following close behind. The two slipped into the hidden leaf village, one after the other. They had barely set foot inside when, just a few minutes later, a voice rang out from behind, calling out to stop them. You two up ahead. Stop right there. Instantly, both Itachi and Kisame tensed, whirling around to face the newcomer. Kisame's hand slid behind his back, ready to draw his massive blade at a moment's notice. I say, aren't you two standing the wrong place? The Hokage's funeral is about to begin. Come with me, quickly. If we're late, Lord Jiraiya will dock my pay. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame. On earth, hidden beneath their woven hats, the expressions of both turned peculiar. Why in the world were they being invited to the Hokage's funeral? Hadn't anyone noticed their strange, non-Konoha attire? As for their new guide, Koshiro, he found nothing odd about any of this. He happened to be one of the largest managers of entertainment venues in the shinobi world. He'd been invited to Konoha specifically for the third Hokage's funeral. He didn't quite understand why there would be dancers and singers performing atop the graves during a funeral, but faced with the irresistible lure of Jiraiya's cash, he had no complaints. And to ensure the Konoha side would be satisfied, he'd even called in favors from other industry leaders, bringing along a bevy of handsome men and beautiful women. As for the unusual clothes, that Naruto kid from Konoha had personally prepared an impressive wardrobe for everyone. Black stockings, white stockings, anything you could imagine. So really, what was odd about these two in their cloud-patterned black cloaks? Ha ha ha. Kisame let out a low chuckle, his hand already moving to draw his blade and strike down his opponent. But Itachi shook his head, signaling for him to hold back. They still didn't have the full picture. Better to observe the situation for now. Besides, attending the third Hokage's funeral would be a perfect stage to showcase their strength. Perhaps, he thought, he might even catch a glimpse of his little brother there. You two, follow me. Oh, and when the funeral begins, make sure to take off your hats. No one can even see your faces as it is. Itachi lowered his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. We will. Kisame seemed to understand exactly what Itachi intended, and the thought amused him as well. Once those hats came off, the shock wave through the hidden leaf was sure to be immense. Two rogue ninja appearing at a funeral. Just imagining it was entertaining enough. Katsura muttered to himself as he made his way toward the third Hokage's burial site. Without hesitation, the others followed close behind. Before the third Hokage's grave, in a wide, open area, more than 20 tables had already been set up. Dozens of blonde-haired kids weaved through the crowd, carrying trays and busily serving food. More than a few of Konoha's shinobi had their attention fixed on the stage set before the third Hokage's grave. My good disciple, you really did a great job picking out these outfits. Jiraiya crouched on the ground, wearing a lecherous grin as he watched a stage full of singers dressed in short-skirted school uniforms and black stockings. Over 30 songstresses and dancers filled the stage, each dressed in an outrageously revealing way. Frankly, they looked even poorer than the women who worked in the pleasure districts. If this wasn't such a solemn day, Jiraiya would have been tempted to sneak onto the stage himself, just to see what it was like. No doubt about it, they're impressive. Kakashi squatted beside him, adding his own assessment. Konohamaru propped his chin with both hands, unable to fathom what was so captivating about the women on stage. To him, even the doors at home were more interesting than this. Of course, these costumes have already stood the test of the marketplace, Naruto declared proudly from where he sat, squatting on the ground. After all, in his previous life, these are the iconic outfits of all those almost too revealing internet stars. That kind of fashion sense had the men of the shinobi world wrapped around its finger. The four old and new pranksters crouched together, breaking out in bursts of strange laughter every so often. Sasuke, cloaked in black and his hood drawn low, couldn't bring himself to look at the stage. Any glimpse of those uniforms dragged up memories he'd rather forget. How much longer is this going to drag on? I need to get back to my training. Naruto really made a mess out of this funeral. But the old man would have loved it, all the same. Asuma held his cigarette between his lips, his gaze never leaving the stage. Thunk! Kurenai delivered a swift punch to Asuma's head, then crossed her arms and complained, clearly annoyed. I think it's you who's enjoying this, isn't it? I bet this idea was Jiraiya's. What does it have to do with Naruto, that kid? If you like it, then keep watching. With a cold snort, Kurenai Yuhi turned on her heel to leave, leaving Asuma sweating bullets. Kurenai, wait, let me explain. It's not what you think. The first Hokage graveside song and dance festival turned out way better than Naruto had imagined. The men really loved it. But it did cause quite a bit of trouble for a lot of married folks and couples. It's worth noting that none of the older generation ninjas showed up. It was all people from Kakashi's batch or those he was close with. Naruto hadn't dared send invitations to any of the clan heads. He was afraid they'd throw him out. After all, to stage something this odd at the third Hokage's grave. What if their own descendants followed suit after they died? Just thinking about it gave everyone a headache. So, when word spread that Jiraiya was planning to throw a dance party at the third's graveside, the elders strictly forbade their families from attending. Still, plenty of people snuck over anyway. Who wouldn't? The event had pretty girls and great food. Why not go? The first annual Hokage Graveside Song and Dance Festival begins now. Standing on stage, Naruto Uzumaki announced loudly, and the gathered beauties lined up in position. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng Uzumaki, headphones over his ears, stood at the DJ booth, shoulders bouncing, head nodding, spinning the tracks. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, I'm tonight's DJ, Xiaofeng Uzumaki. Come on, move with the music. Let's go. At his shout, the music burst to life. Still, some folks just couldn't wrap their heads around this wild contrast. Our love is like a falling star. As the song began, the untrained singers and dancers on stage seemed to launch into a frenzied spectacle. Down at the banquet tables, even the leaf shinobi found themselves unable to resist the infectious rhythm. Behind the noisy stage, more costumed performers waited their turn, including, oddly enough, 2 members of the Akatsuki in their signature red cloud cloaks. Hey, what on earth are you two wearing? Black cloaks, straw hats, nail polish? Come on, switch to these outfits. Itachi Uchiha. Kisame. Suigetsu tossed them a pair of bunny girl costumes. Itachi and Kisame stared in silence at the outfits in their hands. Itachi, Mr. Itachi, I really don't think this is right. Kisame looked down at the women's costume, the pulsating music echoing outside, feeling thoroughly out of place. Itachi fell silent once again. Honestly, his feelings were complicated. After all, he'd just lost his undercover boss from Leaf, and now, the whole atmosphere in the village had taken a turn for the wildly bizarre. He absolutely refused to wear that thing, no matter what. What if Sasuke saw him in it? Let's go. Itachi ignored the pesky Kotetsu, worried that if he lingered a second longer, he might actually lose control and stab the man with a kunai. The two of them pulled their hats down low, eased through the crowd, and headed toward the stage. At that moment, a certain blonde-haired boy was squatting on the ground, laughing and joking with 2 white-haired men. Completely unaware, Hinata was now standing right behind him. Naruto, out of so many, which one do you like? Me? Faced with his master's question, Naruto pondered for a moment, then answered. If I were 30, I'd get up on stage and dance with them all. If I were 20, I'd still want to join them on stage and dance together. And if you were 13? Before Naruto could finish his answer, Hinata's voice rang in his ear, making all the men nearby instinctively shrink their necks. Jiraiya and Kakashi turned to look at Hinata, their eyes brimming with barely concealed mischief. Good. This is about to get interesting. After all, no one had ever seen the cheeky blonde get put in his place before. Naruto, however, still didn't turn around. He seemed completely calm, totally unfazed. There was actually something rather like the saying, even if Mount Tai collapses before him, his expression remains unchanged. And yet, inside, Naruto was frantically calling out to the Great Fox. Damn. Hey, Great Fox, get out here now. Blow up the whole Hidden Leaf village. This world shouldn't even exist right now. Kurama, who had just been absorbed in an intense scene, frowned, clearly annoyed at having its entertainment interrupted. Forget it. If you want to blow things up, do it yourself. Hearing the fox's blunt refusal, Naruto felt as though the entire world dimmed. With his wife standing right behind him, every pore of his body seemed to spring open at once. He could already imagine just how badly he'd suffer if he didn't give a good explanation. Naruto took a few deep breaths, his mind racing at top speed. In 0.03 seconds, he made a decision. Putting on a gentle smile, he turned around, took Hinata's delicate hand in his, and gazed into her eyes with heartfelt affection. If I were 13, of course, I'd choose to be with Hinata-chan, and no one else. After all, someday I'm going to marry Hinata-chan. And marry? When Hinata heard that last sentence, her face flushed bright red, and her mind went completely blank. It was just too much. How could Naruto-kun say such a thing in front of so many people? Also, since Master Jiraiya was Naruto-kun's teacher, did that mean she had technically met his family? Hinata could only stumble along, dazed, letting Naruto lead her away. All the while, as Naruto dragged his wife off, he kept shifting the blame. Hinata-chan, I swear, those two with the white hair are nothing but trouble. I didn't even want to look. They dragged me here. They even said they'd show me what the grown-up world is like. Jiraiya and Kakashi watched Naruto's retreating figure, their hearts awash with complicated emotions. Damn it, how is this kid acting like nothing happened at all? And another thing, moments ago, he was calling us Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei one moment, and now that something's gone wrong, he's suddenly just shouting the white-haired guys? How does someone so young already forget his manners like that? The two men, both sporting white hair, exchanged a glance and fell into long silence. Suddenly, Jiraiya broke it. This kid, has he always been like this? Kakashi let out a long, weary sigh. Yes. That afternoon 6 years ago, I really shouldn't have gone to the bookstore. As he spoke, his complaints gradually spilled out to Jiraiya. As one of the people closest to the little blonde troublemaker, Jiraiya instantly felt every word. In fact, regret started to settle heavily in his heart, too. Honestly, he was starting to wish he hadn't returned to the village at all. Sasuke ignored the two adults. As soon as Naruto left, he too was ready to go, wanting to get back to his training. He had only just taken a step when he caught a glimpse of two Akatsuki members, standing amidst the chaos like devils at play. At that moment, his eyes happened to catch the profile of one of them. And just then, Itachi Uchiha was scanning the crowd below, searching intently for any sign of his little brother. But after several minutes, there was still no trace of that spiky-haired, blue and white-clad sibling of his. Odd, could Sasuke really not be here? Itachi's mood grew increasingly irritable at being unable to find his brother. The relentless background music rattled in his ears, and beside him, Kisame's twitchy energy only grated on his nerves further. Kisame, can you just stop fidgeting for a moment? Still unable to spot his brother, Itachi gave up and decided it was better to leave this strange place for the time being. If he stayed any longer, he really might snap and force Kisame into a month-long Tsukuyomi. The two of them stepped off the stage, blending into the crowd behind. Dressed in his black cloak, Sasuke kept his hood low, face nearly hidden, trembling with excitement. It's Uchiha Itachi. He had waited for this very day, through countless sleepless nights. At last, his chance had come. In his heart, Sasuke was shouting, memories swirling back from his own journey to the Pure Land. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Itachi! For you, death will be only the beginning. Once you enter the Pure Land, be ready to face the clan's endless fury. Just thinking about the time he was surrounded by the clan members, and almost strung up by his father for punishment, made Sasuke shudder. All he'd done was put on a dress, and that was enough to infuriate everyone. He dared not imagine what fate would await Uchiha Itachi after what he had done to the clan. Silently, Sasuke followed at a distance, keeping roughly 100 meters behind. One hand pulled the hood low over his face, while the other pressed tightly against the sealed scroll hidden in his cloak. He carried 120 sealing scrolls with him every single day, waiting for a moment just like this. Coincidentally, he had even learned quite a bit from Sasuke and Naruto's recent battle. For example, how to deal with users of ocular jutsu. Back then, when Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and was about to cast a Genjutsu on Naruto, Naruto had pulled out a handful of lime powder from his pocket right on the spot and scattered it in his direction. Catching Sasuke off guard, he instantly clutched his eyes and cried out in pain. Ever since then, Sasuke started keeping some lime powder in his own pocket, specifically to counter Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke followed along behind the two, pausing every so often as he walked. Through it all, he still felt that his preparations weren't quite enough. If only he had gone to Naruto and borrowed one of those figurines, or brought Karen from home, then he would have a perfect plan. Yes, after the Chunin exams, the little healer, Karen, had pleaded and cried to stay by his side. His heart had softened, so he ended up taking pity on her and letting her stay. He hadn't told anyone about this yet. At that very moment, Kakashi, who was watching the show, turned his head just in time to spot Sasuke slipping away, and soon noticed two individuals in black cloaks with red clouds. At the sight of their attire, Kakashi immediately felt that something was off. All of Naruto's outfits had been distributed by Kakashi personally. He remembered every single style with absolute clarity, and these robes definitely weren't one of them. Realizing something was wrong, Kakashi gave a quick farewell to Jiraiya and, almost subconsciously, began to follow. Mr. Itachi, it seems we're being followed, came a calm observation. It doesn't matter. Let's find a spot ahead and deal with them. Itachi replied, his mind focused solely on his younger brother, growing more and more anxious. He had been searching all over the Hidden Leaf Village for so long without a trace of Sasuke, and he couldn't help but worry that Sasuke, after everything he'd endured, might have lost all hope. Sasuke, where have you gone? After walking for over 10 minutes, Itachi realized he was almost at the edge of the village, and still there were people trailing behind him. So he stopped. Kisame flashed a toothy grin and turned, ready to face the newcomers. But as he caught a glimpse of the pursuer, he was suddenly taken aback. The figure was cloaked in black, a hood pulled low over their face, but what stood out the most was the weapon slung across their back. What in the world? Is this kid trying to imitate me? And, moreover, how in the heck is his sword even more over the top than my Samahada? Itachi glanced back at the hooded figure in black, but his attention quickly shifted to Kakashi behind them. Itachi had never imagined that this strangely dressed stranger was actually his own little brother. He raised a hand, lightly touching the brim of his straw hat before slowly taking it off, revealing his true face. Kisame, following his lead, removed his own hat as well and let out a low chuckle before speaking. Looks like we've got some trouble on our hands, Mr. Itachi. That guy must be the copy ninja, Kakashi, right? Itachi did not reply. Instead, he unleashed his Genjutsu in utter silence. With a sharp crack, at that moment, Sasuke slammed his heavy blade onto the ground, holding it firmly before his chest. How interesting. Itachi-san, let me handle the boy in the black cloak. Kisame assumed that the other's weapon, so similar to his own, was meant as a provocation. Itachi nodded slightly, silently giving Kisame his approval. Kakashi-senpai, it's been a long time. Kakashi came to stand beside Sasuke, a perplexed and almost bewildered look on his face. Did Itachi seriously not recognize his own brother? The four of them faced each other in silence, none making the first move. A light breeze swept through, just enough to lift Sasuke's hood and finally reveal his cold, determined expression. A deep exhale. Sasuke gripped his heavy blade, pointing it directly at Uchiha Itachi as he called out in a clear, powerful voice. 1 against 7. You kept me waiting. Let me tell you something. 6 years of struggle, 6 years of loss. Never look down on the restless youth. And who are you supposed to be? Faced with this sudden challenge, Uchiha Itachi paused for a long time before responding. His eyesight was already failing. At this point, most faces were little more than blurred outlines. He had recognized Kakashi only because of his signature shock of white hair. But this boy in the black cloak. Itachi searched every memory in his life, but no one seemed to match. The sound of his hated enemy failing to recognize him nearly made Sasuke's fury boil over. So, this man hadn't ever even taken him seriously? Unforgivable. Today, I swear I will kill you. Sasuke raised his gaze, revealing his blood-red Sharingan, 3 tomo spinning in each eye. Itachi's vision sharpened for a split second at the sight of that crimson glow, his face suddenly struck by utter shock. Where did you get those Sharingan? There was a dangerous edge in his voice as he spoke. The Uchiha might have been wiped out, but the Sharingan was never meant for outsiders. And yet, a sliver of fear crossed his mind. Could this boy have harmed his brother? No way. 1 against 7. Prepare to die. All the patience that Naruto had hammered into Sasuke over the years disintegrated in an instant at Itachi's words. He hefted his heavy blade, and with a burst of lightning speed, charged forward. Your opponent is me. Kisame saw Sasuke's rush for Itachi and immediately drew his Samahata to intercept. Wait, Sasuke, stop. You're no match for him. Get back. Kakashi saw the reckless attack, and knew trouble was about to erupt. This was no ordinary target. They faced a Leaf Village S-ranked rogue ninja, leagues above what Sasuke could handle right now. Meanwhile, Itachi, still weaving his Jutsu, froze at the mention of Sasuke's name. A sudden realization washed over his face. Shock overwhelmed every feature. That boy in the black cloak was his own younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. What kind of sick joke was this? How could Sasuke possibly have turned into someone like this? The shocking transformation of his brother left Itachi's mind in turmoil, and just then, Sasuke was already standing before Kisame. Sasuke had always been driven by vengeance, and now, failing to recognize 1 beat 7 had only stoked his anger. He had no intention of holding back or probing his opponent. Without any hesitation, he activated his curse mark, coating his sword, the heavy black blade, with fire-style chakra as he moved. When he faced that bizarre man, he swung the heavy black blade with force, unleashing his signature move without a moment's pause. Blazing Devourer Blade. Kisame let out a cold snort, gripping Samahata and meeting the attack head-on. Utterly reckless, he thought. Did this brat really think such tricks would work here against him? His Samahata could devour chakra, after all. A roaring torrent of flame seared past Kisame's face, its fierce impact launching him backward before he could react. For a split second, Kisame's mind went totally blank. He hadn't even bothered to take that kid seriously just moments ago. But with just one clash, he'd been hurled through the air, pain surging through his whole body. He could even smell his own flesh roasting from the fire's searing heat. And, most importantly, why, after Samahata had absorbed the enemy's chakra, did it feel like his own chakra was slipping away even faster? Itachi was still reeling from the shock of his brother's transformation when he saw Sasuke blast Kisame away with a single move. This made no sense. He'd never seen such a technique in the Uchiha clan before. While Itachi stood frozen in disbelief, Sasuke appeared before him, trailing crackling lightning behind him. With one hand swinging the heavy black blade and the other stuffed casually in his pocket, ready to toss blinding lime powder at any moment, Sasuke glared at him. If Itachi dared to activate his Sharingan, Sasuke would make sure he got a taste of what it was like to have his eyes scorched by burning pain. And then, while his enemy reeled, he would end it, cutting down his foe with one powerful strike. This time, he was certain of victory. 1 beats 7. Go atone for your sins in the Pure Land. A ragged gasp escaped him as Sasuke's face twisted into a frenzied grin. He brought the heavy black blade crashing down at Itachi's waist. A gruesome, tearing sound rang out. He He witnessed Itachi's body split clean in two before his very eyes. Ha ha ha. 1-7. You deserve this. Staring at the corpse on the ground, Sasuke looked up and laughed wildly, tears spilling unbidden down his cheeks. But as Sasuke reveled in his triumph, the corpse on the ground suddenly dissolved into a cloud of crows, and Itachi's voice echoed coldly at Sasuke's ear. My foolish little brother. It seems you still haven't realized the gulf between us. As Itachi's words slipped into Sasuke's ear, his vision began to twist and distort. In a sudden shift, he found himself still standing in the same place. Uchiha Itachi and that strange man who had been mimicking him hadn't moved an inch. The only thing that had changed, Kakashi was lying on the ground. This can't be happening. When did you cast the Jinjutsu? Sasuke's composure was unraveling. He had been meticulous and on high alert, yet somehow he'd still fallen into his opponent's illusion. Damn it. When did it happen? Casting another glance at Kakashi, who lay unconscious on the ground, Sasuke felt even more desperate. Damn it all. Where's the white-haired Jonin's Mangekyo Sharingan now? When did you start believing I hadn't used Jinjutsu? Give up. You're just a weakling, clinging to life with nothing but hatred. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his hand. Not far away, Sasuke suddenly realized with shock that he was being strangled, a hand tightening around his neck. Yet there was still a clear distance between them. Itachi couldn't possibly be strangling him from afar. Sasuke's eyes opened slightly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as understanding dawned in an instant. So that's how it is. Now, truly, he was caught in Itachi's illusion. Looking back, the moment he approached Itachi must have been when it happened. Itachi let out a cold snort and unleashed Tsukuyomi upon Sasuke. But unexpectedly, as Sasuke was choked by the invisible force, he suddenly flung a handful of white powder at Itachi's face. Still, Sasuke was a moment too late. Just as the lime powder scattered, he was ensnared by Tsukuyomi and instantly lost consciousness. Hit by the attack, Itachi instinctively shut his eyes, but not before a fair bit of powder made it into them. Ugh. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't escape the sting of the lime powder's assault. Itachi let go of the now unconscious Sasuke and bent over, clutching at his eyes. Frustration flared within him. Damn it. How could Sasuke resort to such a disgraceful trick? For once, Itachi's tightly shut eyes betrayed a rare flicker of anger because of Sasuke. Still, Sasuke's strength left him genuinely surprised. At first, he hadn't used any Jinjutsu at all. Kisame had, in fact, been knocked away by Sasuke. But the moment Sasuke drew close, that had never been his real body, which gave him the perfect opportunity to cast the illusion. And he took down Kakashi with Tsukuyomi while he was at it. Already burdened by the strain of the Sharingan, and now after casting Tsukuyomi twice in quick succession, he still suffered the lime powder attack from Sasuke. Things had gone from bad to worse, as if adding insult to injury. If he didn't get treatment soon, he truly might lose his eyesight. Itachi, sir, are you alright? Kisame, his body covered in burns, glanced nervously at Itachi, who was doubled over clutching his eyes. He couldn't recall ever seeing Itachi in such a helpless state. Let's go. We're leaving Konoha. I have to tend to my eyes immediately. Itachi Uchiha kept his eyes tightly shut, pushing through the pain as he slowly got to his feet. Kisame glanced at the two bodies on the ground, clenched his jaw, and swallowed his frustration. But considering Itachi's dire state, he slid an arm under Itachi's and, supporting him by the waist, quickly left the scene. As dusk settled in, the wounded pair were found and rushed to the Konoha hospital. Naruto and Jiraiya heard the news and hurried over at once. Sakura arrived hot on their heels, barely a moment behind. But before any of the three could open the hospital room door, they were greeted by the sounds of an argument erupting inside. Kakashi, you damn it. You son of a... Where's your Mangekyo now? What happened to all your eye techniques? Seriously, what the hell? We didn't even put up a fight before getting wiped out. No one really knew what had happened yet. But hearing Sasuke's furious string of curses, it was obvious just how fired up he was. As the trio pushed open the door, they saw Sasuke, clutching a pillow in both hands, chasing Kakashi around the room in a wild frenzy. That shock of silver hair could be seen ducking and weaving, Kakashi shouting questions as he ran. So the Mangekyo does other stuff too? Kakashi felt deeply wronged. How could he have known Itachi would focus all his attention on him? He'd barely managed to say a single line upon entering the battlefield before Itachi dragged him into some bizarre Tsukuyomi nightmare of ropes and restraints. It had been excruciating at the time, but waking up now, it all felt so distant, almost like waking from a bad dream. Honestly, he would have preferred dreaming about sword training with his dad over reliving that kind of nightmare. Sasuke, hearing all this, was almost beside himself with rage. Was your Mangekyo Sharingan, just for show? You didn't even activate it and got wiped out 1-on-7 in an instant. At least I got to fight some weird fish that was mimicking me. Sasuke's chest heaved violently as he gritted his teeth and launched himself at Kakashi once more. Kakashi, you absolute. Seeing the two of them so full of energy, Naruto couldn't decide whether to feel relieved or exasperated. Judging from the timing and the fact that these two ended up in the hospital, they must have run into Itachi Uchiha and Kisame. But you two, Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi Uchiha, your power is way beyond anything in the original story, yet you both got wiped out instantly, 1 versus 7. And when you realized something was wrong, why didn't you go get help? Instead, you two blockheads insisted on a 1-on-1. Naruto honestly couldn't find the words for them at this point. Damn it. If you'd even tried a little harder, that guy would never have escaped from Konoha. Sasuke had replayed the whole disaster in his head countless times, and his frustration only grew each time. At the very last moment, before he blacked out, he'd managed to scatter the lime powder. If Kakashi hadn't fallen under the Genjutsu, there might have been a sliver of a chance to keep Uchiha Itachi here. Kakashi opened his mouth, feeling that Sasuke's argument actually made a bit of sense. But the problem was, he honestly had no idea how to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Idiot. Calm down, calm down. Step aside, Naruto. I swear I'm taking this guy's head off today. The more Sasuke thought about it, the angrier he became. He reached under the bed for his heavy sword and was about to take a swing at Kakashi, but Naruto, sharp as ever, seized Sasuke in time and stopped him from committing outright rebellion. Naruto pinned Sasuke to the hospital bed with all his strength, and seeing things were getting out of control, Kakashi slipped out of the room together with Jiraiya. This time, with S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi showing up in the village, and with him and that defector from the Hidden Mist wearing matching outfits, it was highly likely they'd join some mysterious organization. Things were definitely getting complicated. Kakashi waited until he reached the ground floor of the hospital to describe the whole ordeal to Jiraiya. Inside the ward, Sasuke sat on the bed in a cold fury, refusing to speak a word, his face dark as a thunderstorm. Naruto considered taking a jab at both these two thick-headed idiots, but thought better of provoking Sasuke any more, and their little boat of friendship might just capsize completely. In the end, he decided to drop it. Better to poke fun at Sasuke in a couple days when he cooled off. Sasuke grabbed the cloak hanging by his bedside. There was a swish as he flicked it over his shoulders with one hand. Strapping his massive sword to his back, he stood up, clearly set on leaving the ward. Sakura reached out in worry, wanting to hold him back, but after hesitating for a long moment, let her hand fall away. Sasuke, are you sure you're all right? Your injuries? Just flesh wounds, he said. Nothing serious. Internally, Sakura was on the verge of tearing her hair out. She wasn't blind. She'd even studied medical ninjutsu. Of course, she could tell Sasuke's injuries weren't severe. What she was really asking about was his mental state. Still, what Sasuke said wasn't exactly wrong. No matter how serious the wounds, as long as Naruto or Karen from home were around, he'd recover in no time. As for his mind, Sasuke figured half the blame for his loss this time lay with a white-haired so-called top dog, and the other half was on himself. His own strength was just too lacking, especially since he hadn't mastered Buddha's fiery lotus technique yet. If he'd had that trick up his sleeve, he could have just let loose with a fire style, Buddha's fiery lotus, and wouldn't have needed Kakashi at all. He could have soloed both opponents on his own. As for how hard he took the loss, honestly, hardly at all. After all, Sasuke was certain Uchiha Itachi, after getting a face full of lime dust, had to be absolutely miserable. It could count as collecting a bit of interest in advance. He'd use quicklime. After all, and according to Naruto, if treatment wasn't prompt, there was a good chance of going blind. Ha! Uchiha Itachi, if you lose those eyes of yours, you're nothing at all. Seeing that little smirk tug at Sasuke's mouth, Naruto knew he'd probably be just fine. Who knows, Sasuke might already be thinking about how to use the flaming lotus of Buddha's wrath against Itachi Uchiha. Judging by the situation, he probably wasn't too badly affected by Tsukuyami. Come to think of it, both Sasuke and Kakashi are always hanging around here, eating my food and drinking my drinks. It would be one thing if all those tonics still couldn't help them beat Itachi, but if they got so frazzled by Tsukuyami that their minds broke, that really would be too much. By the way, Naruto, hand me a bottle of recovery potion. Sasuke had barely stepped out of the hospital room before poking his head back in. Didn't you say it's just a surface wound? Naruto was at a loss. This guy was just playing tough a moment ago. Yet not even 2 minutes had passed before Sasuke dutifully turned back to him for the recovery potion. Sasuke glanced at Sakura, who was lost in thought, then hesitated for a long while before deciding he wanted a private word with Naruto. Step outside with me for a moment, he said. The mysterious look on Sasuke's face left Naruto thoroughly confused. He'd never seen this guy act this way before. Was it just his imagination, or had he caught a glimpse of guilt on Sasuke's face? What's up with you? Can't we talk in the hospital room? Why are you hiding this from Sakura? Don't tell me you're sneaking a girl behind her back. The two of them made their way one after the other to the stairwell, Naruto talking a mile a minute the whole time. Yet, Sasuke's expression grew a shade odder in response. Seeing Sasuke struggling to get the words out, Naruto's grin slowly faded. Oh my god, Sasuke Uchiha, are you actually serious about this? You're really hiding a girl from me. My dear Sakura, boo-hoo. Keep your voice down. Naruto's shouting was so loud that Sasuke hurried over and clamped a hand over his mouth. He thought for a moment, then finally spoke up. I have a friend. Naruto couldn't help but burst out laughing as soon as he heard this. Still trying that old trick, are you? A friend, really? We've been through thick and thin since childhood. Like I wouldn't know your secrets? Sasuke, there's nobody else here. Just admit it, your so-called friend is actually you, isn't it? Sasuke Uchiha fell silent, caught completely off guard. But then he thought of Karen's battered appearance. She really did look pitiful. During the second stage of the Chunin exams, I rescued a girl. Karen, you actually kept her locked up in a hidden leaf village. I rescued her, Sasuke insisted. Naruto's expression froze. At the time, Sasuke had gone out to relieve himself and returned, saying he'd saved someone. Naruto had already had his suspicions since then. After all, that's how the original story went too. But Sasuke had really just kept her under wraps in a hidden leaf like this? Judging by the situation, the higher-ups clearly didn't know a thing. Well. So, Sasuke Uchiha is secretly saving the little meta girl, then catching feelings for her behind everyone's back. Is that how it is? Take me to see her. Naruto had no interest in chatting with this guy right now. He just wanted to spin around and run to Sakura and tell her everything. He was genuinely curious to see how Sasuke could possibly survive the emotional battlefield that was about to unfold. Sasuke gave a slight nod, signaling to Naruto to throw open a portal of light. With that, the two vanished from the hospital stairwell. Meanwhile, Sakura was off learning medical ninjutsu, completely unaware that someone had sneaked into her territory. The moment Naruto stepped through the portal and arrived at Sasuke's home, before he even set foot inside, he heard a girl's voice drift out from within. Sasuke, is that you? Back so early today? Before the words had even faded, a rapid patter of footsteps echoed from inside, and then Naruto saw her, the red-haired girl. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, his expression already beginning to contort with disbelief. He raised his middle finger at Sasuke, pointing and raging. Oh, this is great. So, this is why you've been training by yourself lately, not coming around my place. So you really do have a woman hidden in your house, huh? Naruto was fuming. He had a sinking feeling that his future daughter-in-law, Sarada, was as good as gone. After all, Karen had the aura of a healing prodigy and certainly looked more impressive than Sakura. How was Sakura supposed to compete with that? She's just staying here temporarily. Truthfully, Sasuke had no particular feelings for Karen. Saving her had simply been the decent thing to do, given her tragic past. Sasuke, with a sudden leap worthy of a wildcat, Karen came flying toward him, only for Sasuke to sidestep with quick reflexes. Karen landed with a thud, biting her lower lip, eyes brimming with tears, looking absolutely crushed. Try acting normal, will you? Sasuke's impatient rebuke only made Karen blush from head to toe. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto watched these two with speechless exasperation, but then something caught his attention. The bite marks all over Karen's arm. Unlike watching in the anime, seeing those marks in real life was a shock beyond words. The people from the Hidden Grass Village were true monsters. He'd have to pay that village a visit sometime soon. After tossing down a healing potion, Naruto opened up another light portal and hastily made his exit. But just a few minutes later, the portal shimmered open again in Sasuke's house. But this time it wasn't Naruto stepping through. It was Sakura. Sakura, this is as far as I can help you. If you don't step up now, my daughter-in-law really might be lost for good. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Naruto was still fast asleep, lost in dreams, when the old white-haired perv yanked him out from beneath his blankets. Hey, old man, it's not even 6 o'clock yet. What do you think you're doing? Fuming, Naruto grabbed a doorboard, ready to show the old man what door jutsu was all about, but Jiraiya nimbly dodged out of the way. Get up. The village wants us to find the 5th Hokage and bring her back. Huh? Oh, what? Move it, move it. Jiraiya gave Naruto a push on the shoulder and ushered him out the door. By the time Naruto realized what was happening, he found that the old man with white hair had already dragged him all the way to the village entrance. It was no surprise that the task of searching for Tsunade fell upon him and Jiraiya. But Naruto couldn't help but suspect that the village's higher-ups were using this as an excuse to send him out of the village. Jiraiya's urgency stemmed mostly from overhearing Kosuke yesterday. Word was that a fat cat, a big spender, had appeared in the land of hot springs. Now, all the local casino owners were swarming in that direction, desperate to lure this person into their establishments. If they didn't act quickly, who knew whether they'd get another such opportunity? However, by the time they reached the land of hot springs, Naruto found himself waiting outside a pleasure house, alone and exasperated, while Jiraiya enjoyed wine and company inside. That white-haired geezer sure knew how to spin a story, with some nonsense about gathering vital information in places like these that you simply couldn't find anywhere else. Desperate times called for desperate measures, all in the name of finding the fifth Hokage, or so Jiraiya said. Frankly, Naruto was speechless. He also suspected Jiraiya was mostly eager for an excuse to drink and make merry. Geezer, haven't you had enough yet? If you don't come out soon, I'm heading back on my own. After waiting another 10 minutes, Naruto was out of patience. He stood at the door and started calling out loudly. But there was still no sign of that white-haired geezer, no response whatsoever. Fuming, Naruto spun on his heel and stormed off, picking a casino at random to walk into. No sooner had he entered than two figures barreled into him. Kid, move it quick. Catch them, hurry. They think they can just run out on a 90 million Rio debt. Don't let that blonde kid get away, grab him too. Two figures tore past him, arms pumping furiously. They moved so fast, all Naruto saw was a long, golden ponytail flying through the air and the flash of a distinctive gambler's robe. A quick glance back revealed a troop of casino thugs brandishing weapons hot on their heels. There was no mistaking it now. Those two bolting figures were Tsunade and Shizen. Naruto stood there, piecing it all together, feeling like something wasn't quite right. He replayed the shouts he'd just heard. Wait, what did they just called out? Blonde kid. What the? Me, Naruto Uzumaki, being made the scapegoat. The thugs charging from afar looked fearsome and brutal, their faces alone enough to send any child into tears, each wielding sturdy clubs. Naruto clenched his teeth, itching to produce his trusty iron gate and teach these thugs a lesson. But being saddled with Tsunade's debt left him fuming with frustration. With no other option for now, Naruto decided to memorize the casino's name, promising himself he'd be back for revenge after tracking down Tsunade. With that, Naruto whipped out his signature door paddle and leapt skyward. The pursuing thugs watched, rubbing their eyes in disbelief as this blonde kid soared into the air. For a moment, every footstep halted in shock. Let's be real, they were just hired muscle, not about to risk tangling with a flying ninja. Silently, every single one of them was relieved not to have angered the wrong person. The view from above was excellent. Every corner of the land of soup was clearly visible. Soaring in the sky on the doorway, Naruto quickly spotted Tsunade, and who was that old white-haired man beside her? What the heck? How did that old pervert beat him to it this time? Watching the two engaged in animated conversation below, Naruto felt a pang of discomfort in his chest. Damn it, has that old guy not noticed his own student is missing? With that thought in mind, Naruto folded the sliding door in midair and began a direct free fall straight toward their position. Tsunade, let me tell you, I recently took in a very well-behaved apprentice. You might not believe it, but he goes on and on about wanting to be Hokage someday. Is that so? There are actually people that clueless? Tsunade said these words with a mocking tone, yet a tinge of sadness flickered in her eyes. Bang! Just as the two were about to continue, a figure came crashing straight down from the sky into the ground with a hard, resounding thump. Anyone could tell from a noise alone that it was quite the fall. Naruto clenched his teeth, dusted off his backside, and stood up as if nothing had happened. So annoying. How did I miss the landing? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the boy. He had just been setting up the conversation with Tsunade, working his way to the crucial point. And now, this brat just had to barge in so dramatically and throw everything into chaos. Tsunade and Shizen wore twisted expressions on their faces. Something about this blonde kid seemed oddly familiar. But judging by the sound of that fall, wasn't it like he'd dropped from the sky? Any regular person would have been badly injured, or worse, by a fall like that, right? Who on earth was this kid? My good apprentice. You're all right. Did you hurt yourself in the fall? Jiraiya put on a forced smile, quickly pulling Naruto to his side, nervously wary that the boy might wreck his plans. He kept shooting Naruto sidelong glances, silently begging him to play along. But Naruto, who'd just taken the blame, wasn't in the mood to cooperate. He whipped out his sliding door, pointed it directly at Tsunade, and shouted, Tsunade, my master and I are here under orders to invite you back to the village as fifth Hokage. Don't be foolish and refuse our goodwill. There's an old saying in my hometown, the wise. You insolent brat, shut your mouth. Jiraiya, fuming, raised his fist and threw a punch, but Naruto nimbly shifted the door, causing both of Jiraiya's punches to land solidly on the solid panel. What? You're losing your cool now. You're losing your cool now. The hollow sound ringing out from the door nearly made Jiraiya unleash a jutsu on the spot. Tsunade's face darkened at Naruto's words. Was this the well-behaved student Jiraiya had been bragging about, daring to provoke her the moment they met? Fuming, Tsunade strode over to the bickering master and apprentice, curled her finger just slightly, and with a third of her monstrous strength, flicked her finger straight at the blonde kid's forehead. By her estimation, this little brat could be flicked straight out of the room with a single snap of her fingers. She figured the force would be just right, enough to injure, but not enough to kill him on the spot. Kid, next time remember to show some respect when you address your elders. There was a sharp, resounding snap as Tsunade's finger flick landed. Ow, that hurts, you know. You crazy old hag, what's your problem? Naruto, who had been wrestling with the old folks, was taken completely off guard by the flick. He let go of the door he was holding, clutched his forehead, and glared at Tsunade with fury. After Naruto finished shouting, both Jiraiya and Shizen were left gaping in disbelief. They both understood all too well how terrifying Tsunade's monstrous strength could be. But what on earth was going on with Naruto? He actually managed to take Tsunade's finger flick head-on? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She was surprised by this kid, but more than that, she was irritated. How many years had it been? Was there really still a brat out there bold enough to call her an old hag? Tsunade said nothing more. She raised her right leg high, then brought it down on Naruto with all her force. This time, she put in half her full strength. With a thunderous crash, Naruto crossed his arms and blocked the blow from Tsunade's leg. Miraculously, he seemed completely unharmed. However, the ground beneath his feet shattered under the impact. Naruto couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath as he felt the tremendous force from her attack. He had to admit, Tsunade's monstrous strength was no joke. The pain made him cry out loud. The last time he'd felt pain like this was the very first time he tried punching a tree. Since then, he hadn't experienced anything so excruciating. So this was the might of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? She was truly formidable. While Naruto was silently amazed, Jiraiya's jaw was nearly on the floor. Kakashi had told him about his disciple's freakish body, but he'd never really grasped just how abnormal Naruto truly was. And today, the kid had taken Tsunade's kick head-on. Only now did Jiraiya realize the extent of Naruto's resilience. Just what kind of monster had Minato and Kushina given birth to? He could tell Tsunade hadn't used her full force, but even so, if that kick had landed on him, both his arms would have shattered. If Tsunade went all out, Jiraiya had no doubt she could kill him with a single kick. But look at this kid. He didn't seem the least bit fazed. Tsunade had only intended to spook him by bringing her foot down over his head, never expecting this blonde brat to actually raise his arms and block her attack. She'd been a little worried she might break the kid's arms with that blow. And yet, apart from his grimace, the kid showed no sign of real injury. In fact, Tsunade's own foot was starting to ache from the strike. Since when did Konoha have such a monster in its midst? She was pretty sure she'd used her monstrous strength just now, hadn't she? Tsunade paused for a couple seconds, then suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Her interest obviously piqued as she asked, "Hey kiddo, what's your name?" "Uzumaki." "Bang." Naruto was just about to introduce himself, but before he could finish, Tsunade hit him with a sweeping kick. His body spun sideways through the air, crashing through 4 stone walls before finally coming to a halt. This time, Tsunade put even more force behind her kick, just to see how far this little brat could go. Of course, she told herself, it definitely wasn't because the boy had just called her an old hag. Crash! From within the rubble, Naruto clawed his way out from the broken stones, cursing every branch of Tsunade's family tree in his mind. Seriously, this old lady had no sense of fair play. She actually attacked him while his guard was down, and she ambushed a kid who's only 13. Now Naruto was truly mad. He'd barely even had a chance to get a word in about the incident with the scapegoat, and already she'd flicked his forehead and given him 2 solid kicks. Across the way, Tsunade watched as Naruto got back to his feet again. Beyond her surprise, the corners of her mouth started to curl in genuine amusement. Interesting. She'd roamed the shinobi world for years, and never before had she seen a child who could still stand after taking 2 of her kicks. Uzumaki, huh? Could he be Kushina's child? The more Tsunade thought about it, the more intrigued she became. If this boy was really Kushina's, then technically, she did have a bit of a connection with him. Tsunade, hang on a second. Let's talk this through properly. Jiraiya's words sounded diplomatic, but the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his true feelings. After all, there weren't many chances to see the blonde kid taking a beating. It might even teach Naruto a lesson, let him know that life outside the leaf wasn't as simple as he thought. When you're out in the world, You have to watch what you say and do. Tsunade gave Jiraiya's head a slap to shoo him away, then strode steadily toward Naruto. Hey, Uzumaki brat. If you can last 100 moves against me at full strength, I'll agree to go back and become Hokage. Jiraiya, if you didn't want to go back and become Hokage, you could have just said so. Why torture Naruto with an impossible challenge? But what Jiraiya thought, Tsunade thought too. She never intended to lose. With her strength, defeating some Uzumaki kid should be child's play, even if the boy's constitution was a bit over the top. Not that she was even using her full power yet. No way she was going to be Hokage. Really? Then I'm serious about this. Naruto shouted in delight. Ever since the village lost its leader, nothing had felt quite right to him. Now Tsunade's challenge was just what he wanted, and he could get his revenge to boot. Shouting his answer, Naruto threw a grin back at the white-haired old man behind him, just in time for the old white-haired man to see the fruits of all his recent efforts. Master, let me show you what I've achieved in my training. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's beaming smile, and for a moment, it was as if he was gazing at Minato from years past. Looks like this kid has finally mastered the Rasengan. Minato, truly, there's someone to carry on your legacy. Lost in the memories of his former student, Jiraiya made up his mind to teach Naruto the Flying Thunder God once they got back. You little Uzumaki brat, brace yourself for death. As Tsunade finished speaking, she stomped the ground beneath her. Cracks erupted in an instant, and in the next split second, her form flashed in front of Naruto. Her fist swung toward his abdomen with the speed of a viper's strike. What the? How is she so fast? She's even faster than Sasuke's Chidori. You little Uzumaki, you've lost. A sly smirk played on Tsunade's lips. In her mind, she could already hear the crunch of 3 ribs snapping from this freakishly strong punch, even considering this kid's unique physique. But just as her fist was about to connect, Naruto reacted even faster. The doorboard appeared in his hands in less than the blink of an eye. Tsunade hesitated for a split second, debating if she should hold back a bit, when suddenly a wildly colorful doorboard appeared between them. A thunderous crash rang out. You out of defenses already? Naruto braced himself and stubbornly met Tsunade's full-force punch with his doorboard. As her fist collided with the doorboard, Naruto felt as though he'd just been hit by a runaway truck. The echo in his ears was like a bell being struck in a temple, his whole mind ringing. Tsunade's monstrous strength packed a punch, and for the first time, Naruto truly understood the meaning of pain throughout your entire body. But all things considered, he was all right. 3 seconds later, the pain was already receding. Tsunade, on the other hand, failing to take Naruto down in one blow was, frankly, a little embarrassing. And what's up with this kid? Why is he using a doorboard as a weapon? If you're going to use one, could you at least take the doorknob off first? The sight of that protruding doorknob irked Tsunade's perfectionism to no end. Not to mention the 4 big words on the board. Just this, and the echoes that still rang thick in her ears. In an instant, an inexplicable fury surged inside Tsunade. Dam Uzumaki brat. You're finished. Tsunade ground her teeth in rage. She had never encountered a kid as infuriating as this one. Throwing off her trademark green gambler's coat, she lunged at Naruto a second time. Jiraiya, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly went pale. He knew all too well this side of Tsunade. Every time he ended up in the hospital, it was because she'd look just like this. Naruto, you're on your own now. If even your master stepped in, he'd just get beaten up too. Jiraiya covered his face, unable to watch what happened next. But, truth be told, he wasn't too worried. An enraged Tsunade might well leave Naruto half-crippled. But with that kid's monstrous constitution, he'd probably just spend a few days in the hospital and be right as rain. Even Shizune, standing to the side, covered her eyes. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. Wind release. Bloodstorm technique. Activate. With a chilling sound like flesh being ripped apart, the blonde brat shouted out some wind-release jutsu, and Tsunade instantly heard the slicing noise of wind cutting into flesh. But there wasn't a scratch on him. What on earth was this brat playing at? Then, Tsunade felt an icy wetness on her face, and she froze where she stood. As a medical ninja, the scent that drifted to her nose couldn't be more familiar. Blood. Just seconds before, Tsunade had been raging with fury, but seeing the blood stains on her own body, she shrank into herself like a startled quail, hugging her arms and trembling uncontrollably. However, Naruto's actions hadn't ended. After unleashing the Bloodstorm technique, he started to manifest the tailed beast cloak, and, pinching his throat, he imitated Madara's tone and shouted at the woman behind the door. Old lady Tsunade, have you ever seen me in my full power? From a distance, Jiraiya took one look at Tsunade and rushed forward in alarm. He suddenly remembered that Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, and Naruto's self-harming jutsu was her absolute nemesis. Glancing back at Naruto, Jiraiya nearly leapt out of his skin at the sight of him shrouded in the Nine-Tails chakra. When had this kid mastered control over the tailed beast chakra? Why didn't he mention this even once? Seeing Naruto's hand form the telltale spiral, Jiraiya instantly realized what was coming. Naruto was about to unleash the Rasengan. You little rascal. Stop right now. Don't use the Rasengan. Though Jiraiya wasn't certain how powerful the Rasengan would be under the influence of the tailed beast chakra, just recalling the explosion Naruto had caused in the village before made it clear, this kid's Rasengan was already stronger than his or Minato's. Naruto was riding high, utterly exhilarated. He felt terrifyingly powerful at that moment. One hand gripping the door, he swung it fiercely at Tsunade's face. With a loud crash, the panicked Tsunade couldn't even react before she was sent flying through the air. Lady Tsunade, she's been knocked away. Shizen stared at Tsunade, her mind blank, her worldview shattering in an instant. Usually, it was always Tsunade kicking enemies skyward with her fists and feet. But today, Lady Tsunade herself had been sent flying by a boy barely in his teens. This is bad. At that, Jiraiya vanished in a flash. The village had already lost the third Hokage. If anything happened to the fifth as well, Jiraiya could already picture himself getting an earful from everyone back home. Meanwhile, in Naruto's other hand, his ultimate move was gathering power. Tailed Beast Bomb, Turtle School Kamehameha, a cluster of black light condensed in his hand. As Naruto thrust it out single-handedly, a beam of black radiance, chilling to the very soul, shot past Tsunade's side. Naruto had no intention of striking Tsunade directly with this move. He reckoned that if the old lady hadn't activated her seal, a hit from this would leave her either dead or crippled. So he didn't aim straight at her, letting it veer off by a small margin. Jiraiya leapt forward to catch Tsunade first, but in the very next moment, the black ray that streaked past made his hair stand on end. At that instant, Jiraiya felt that if this attack had shifted just an inch closer to them, both he and Tsunade would be finished. And he didn't need to guess who unleashed such a terrifying strike. Who else but Naruto? Was that a Rasengan? Supporting Tsunade as they landed, Jiraiya was visibly shaken. Why had this kid's Rasengan turned into something like this? He glanced again at the area struck by the attack. The powerful explosion had gouged out several layers of the ground, leaving Jiraiya utterly dumbfounded. As fate would have it, the explosion reached exactly where Orochimaru and Kabuto were searching for Tsunade. Orochimaru-sama, we have to go now. Damn it, that blasted Jiraiya. When Orochimaru spotted the white-haired figure in the distance, he could no longer hold back his outrage. Though he didn't know how Jiraiya had managed to unleash such a powerful jutsu, there was no way the two of them could take him on like this. Grinding his teeth, Orochimaru finally abandoned his original plan and ordered Kabuto to withdraw with him. Back on the other side, Jiraiya and Shizen were supporting a trembling Tsunade. Naruto stood before the three of them, his head held high, looking immensely pleased with himself. Jiraiya's blood pressure soared at the sight of that smug blonde. You impudent brat. Don't tell me that just now was the Rasengan I taught you. He jabbed a furious finger at the smoking crater in the distance. Naruto scratched his head, thought for a second or two, then shaped his hand into a mocking gesture, responding with a sheepish grin. Things got a tiny bit out of control. But honestly, I think this move is way more effective than the original Rasengan. Jiraiya's eye began to twitch. He found himself, for once, utterly speechless before his rebellious pupil. After a few deep breaths and rubbing at his brow, Jiraiya finally managed to speak. Forget it. Let's find a place for Tsunade to recover. Blood, there's blood. Before he could finish, Tsunade, shaken even more violently, pointed at Naruto, whose clothes were stained with blood, her face rewriting itself in sheer panic. Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade's condition, felt a fresh wave of headache wash over him. If this problem of Tsunade's wasn't dealt with soon, it could spell trouble down the line. After all, if the Hokage herself was known to have a fear of blood, not only would other villages make a laughingstock of them, but it could even make her target. Naruto pursed his lips, desperately wanting to tell the old man with white hair that the best way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. But he figured if he dared to say that, the old man would probably be so angry he'd drop dead on the spot. After glancing at the three, Naruto went over to a corner to clean the bloodstains off his body, then returned to the group, feeling refreshed. Seeing his disciple return, Jiraiya led them in search of a place to stay. All the while, Naruto stuck close to Tsunade's side, whispering away without pause. Hey, old lady, does this mean I won the bet? The deal was for him to last 100 moves against her, but when Naruto unleashed his blood rage technique, Tsunade was so stunned she froze up, unable to make another move. It sure felt like a win to him. Tsunade stood quietly, gathering her wits. But faced with Naruto's questioning, she had no intention of giving him any answer. She'd only made the bet for fun. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined it would end like this. As for that so-called Hokage position, she'd never planned on going back to take it anyway. With a faint, dismissive grunt, Tsunade made it clear just how annoyed she was with this spiky-haired brat. Come on, you're not thinking about going back on your word, are you? Naruto was genuinely impressed at how thick-skinned an old ninja could be. He grumbled as he trailed beside Tsunade, but she marched forward with arms crossed, staring straight ahead, completely ignoring his complaints. Only then did Naruto realize he'd just been played. Fine, suit yourself, old hag. Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration. Stealing a glance at Jiraiya up ahead, he quietly pulled out a kunai, dashed in front of Tsunade, and ran the blade hard across his own wrist. Blood spattered all at once, splashing across Tsunade's face. Tsunade, who had only just recovered from her phobia of blood, immediately fell back into a state of panic. Aya, it's blood, blood! Jiraiya finally snapped. He lifted his leg and sent Naruto flying 10 meters with a single kick, cursing all the while. You brat! What on earth do you think you're doing? Didn't you see what state she was in just now? 2 weeks later, with Jiraiya's persistent persuasion, Tsunade at last agreed to return to the village and assumed the role of Hokage. Naruto had no idea just what tactics the old man used. After all, whenever he tried to threaten Tsunade by spilling his own blood, it never worked in the slightest. Turns out Jiraiya's knack for talk no jutsu was far more effective. One thing worth mentioning, after Naruto's 87th attempt at helping Tsunade overcome her hemophobia, her rage finally conquered her fear, and she was completely cured. That day, Tsunade even activated her mitotic regeneration seal without holding back, giving Naruto a black eye and a bruised nose, and Jiraiya didn't escape either. As the true mastermind, the teacher faced Tsunade's wrath as well, and after 3 punches and 2 kicks, Jiraiya wound up with 3 broken ribs and fractures in his right leg and left arm. Outside the land of fire, Naruto trailed at the back, while Jiraiya sprawled atop the levitating iron gate. Tsunade and Shizen marched ahead, their faces dark with annoyance. The black rings under Naruto's eyes still hadn't faded, and he dared not take out the restorative potion. He knew all too well. If the old lady Tsunade saw the two of them fully healed, she'd probably give them another beating just for good measure. Naruto wasn't too worried about himself. It was only a bit of pain, and he'd bounce back within half a day, so it didn't really matter to him. But the white-haired old man was a different story. He was really in for it. After this period of traveling together, Tsunade had come to realize that unless she unleashed her Een seal, she couldn't do much to the blonde brat. In the end, she'd given up and directed all her frustration at Jiraiya instead. Whenever Naruto got on her nerves, she'd deliver a quick beating to the kid for appearance's sake, then turn around and really let loose on Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, why are we still walking back? Naruto asked, resting his hands behind his head, gazing curiously at Jiraiya, who was lying on the gate. I could just open a portal and send us straight back to Konoha, he suggested, confusion clear at his voice. Tsunade said she wants to place a few more bets before we return to the village. Jiraiya replied wearily. Just don't provoke her again. I really can't take any more. There were tears glinting at the corners of Jiraiya's eyes. He looked like a man on the verge of despair. This was all that brat's fault. But for some reason, he was the one left to take the beating every time. Whenever they got smacked around, the kid would wail louder than anyone, but once it was over he'd be totally fine, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Jiraiya would be left with sprains, fractures, or worse. A few days ago, when he saw Tsunade, so angry she almost broke out her Een seal, Jiraiya genuinely thought he might be heading for the Pure Land to meet his old sensei. That damned apprentice. What had he even done to deserve this? Frustrated, he pounded the gate beneath him, but winced and grit his teeth as pain lanced through his injuries once more. Still, if nothing else, it was worth noting that Tsunade's fear of blood finally seemed cured. Oh, Naruto replied, so we're heading to the casino again. What's the matter, brat? You got a problem with that? Tsunade glanced back coldly, but her sharp gaze clung to Jiraiya. At that, Jiraiya shuddered and, using his one good arm, gripped Naruto's shirt tightly, mumbling nonsense in fear, clearly worried that Naruto might say something else to set Tsunade off. No, nothing at all. As long as you're happy, Naruto muttered, suppressing his urge to speak further. For his sensei's sake, he didn't want to see the old lady torment the man anymore. Besides, ever since Tsunade's hemophobia had been cured, he hadn't caused much trouble at all. Sure, 2 days ago he'd refused the cursed necklace and gotten whacked for it, and last night his late-night snack nearly sent Taunton into the pot, which earned him a combo beating from Shizune and Tsunade. But apart from that, he'd been on his best behavior. Naruto considered himself positively restrained. Noting the silence from the two behind her, Tsunade snorted coldly and strode onward. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village. Ever since those two walking disasters left, things had finally quieted down quite a bit. Of course, things only quieted down a little. Sakura was caught up in researching scientific ninja tools, while Sasuke was entirely focused on enhancing the power of his fire release techniques. Both of their experiments were extremely hazardous. There'd be a minor explosion at the eastern edge of the village nearly every day, and a massive one every other day. Unlike Naruto, they didn't have the ability to restore the training grounds in a flash. Once the training fields were blasted into chaos, they simply started conducting their experiments on the outskirts of the village. During this period, Hamura Mitokado and Koryudatane were pushed to their wits' end. Their blood pressure had skyrocketed countless times in these past days, and they had nearly worked through the entire supply of medicine left by the third Hokage. Even though the explosions Sakura, Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha caused hadn't endangered the village itself, if things went on like this, there'd soon be nowhere left in Konoha for them to blow up. Boom! Kaboom! At that moment, 2 more blasts echoed from the northern edge of the village. Hamura gazed out the window at the billowing black smoke, massaged his temples, and, as if on reflex, pulled a couple of pills from his breast pocket and swallowed them. Koho, we can't let this continue. I really can't take it anymore. We've received 1,250 complaints at the Hokage residence just in the past few days. I honestly don't want to do this job anymore. Of course, it wasn't as though they hadn't tried sending people to stop them. That Haruno Sakura was manageable enough. A polite kid, really, but even though she promised not to make the same mistake next time, a few hours later, she'd be at it again. In the end, the 2 advisors had to visit her household directly before things finally calmed down a bit. But the one giving them the biggest headache was Uchiha Sasuke. That Uchiha brat with a natural inclination for trouble. He completely ignored any advice from the Jonin sent to rein him in. Shamelessly, he declared he had no money to pay for damages. And as for his life, well, if you think you're tough enough, let's fight and see who's stronger. The ANBU, hearing his insolence, would let loose a string of curses, privately, of course. In their hearts, they wondered, if we can't handle that blonde troublemaker, does that mean we can't handle you, punk? But as it turned out, that day, explosions rang out one after another, to the point that several villagers' homes were destroyed. And once again, those ANBU ended up hanging helplessly from the trees. Even the compensation money had to come out of the village coffers. After all, the so-called naturally evil Sasuke had long since sold off all of the Uchiha's assets. Demanding money from him was a lost cause. In the end, there was truly nothing more they could do. Koharu sat in silence for a moment, then quietly popped a few pills herself. After a long pause, she finally spoke up, her voice slow and deliberate. I recall, Danzo has been out of the hospital for a while now, hasn't he? What if we let him be the acting Hokage for a while? Hamura's eyes lit up with excitement, and he slapped his hand on the table. It's settled. The 5th Hokage has yet to return, so Danzo will serve as the acting Hokage for the village in the meantime. With just a few brief exchanges, the two made this decision final. In less than half a day, Danzo of the Foundation received the incredible news. A booming, manic laughter erupted from him. This Hokage position was always destined to be mine. Danzo gripped the appointment document in his hand as he threw his head back, relishing his triumph. The Foundation shinobi nearby wore delighted expressions, hurrying forward with bows and sycophantic congratulations. Congratulations, Lord Danzo, on becoming the acting Hokage. Without a word, and with an ice-cold expression, Danzo strode over to the ninja. In a flash, he drew a kunai and struck the man down. He swept his gaze across everyone present and spoke in a frosty, commanding tone. Oof, I am a Hokage. Somebody, drag the corpse away. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone shouted Hokage in unison. After that chilling display, no one dared to utter the word acting again. Danzo closed his eyes, letting himself luxuriate in the chorus of voices shouting his name. A wish he'd held for years, achieved at last. He could hardly believe it had finally happened today. At this instant, he desperately wanted to address his old departed friend. Hiruzen, now I am Hokage. The following morning, with only the faintest light in the sky, Lord Danzo, acting Hokage, arrived early at the Hokage's office. Danzo sat in the very chair that once belonged to Hiruzen Sarutobi, narrowing his eyes and running a hand gently along the armrest. The chair was old and battered, yet Danzo felt an intense attachment to it. This was the seat of ultimate authority. Danzo had not slept a wink all night. He'd even sought out his finest attire for the occasion. It was plain to see he took this very seriously. When he left the house that morning, he even greeted his subordinates with a benevolent smile. He knew he was no longer the man he once was, and his manner and style would have to change from here on out. After all, if he truly wanted to secure his position, he needed the acceptance of everyone. If he could win the villagers' approval, then not even Tsunade's return would matter. Every decision is for the sake of the Leaf Village, for the approval of the people. Danzo clenched his fist, muttering to himself. For a long while, he stared out the window, lost in thought and unable to snap out of it. Hiruzen, I never understood the decisions you made before. But now, I think I do. A soft knock sounded at the door. Danzo straightened his collar, cleared his throat with 2 measured coughs, and said, Kumin. The door opened and Yamanaka-fu walked in, holding a stack of documents. After Danzo's appointment as acting Hokage, he'd replaced the administrative staff with his own trusted followers. Now, Yamanaka-fu served as his assistant in the Hokage office. This, too, was a precaution in preparation for Tsunade's eventual return. When the time comes, with everyone's recognition and the entire Hokage building filled with his own people, Tsunade's ambitions for the seat would be nothing more than wishful thinking, the talk of a dreamer. She would have to tread incredibly carefully, watching every word and gesture. She must never give those with ulterior motives any chance to seize upon her mistakes. Seeing the thick stack of files in Yamanaka-fu's hands, Danzo's eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Was it finally time to start officially experiencing a day in the life of the Hokage? Yamanaka-fu set the files down respectfully, his face showing hesitation, as if he wanted to say something more. But seeing Danzo-sama in such high spirits, he figured that voicing any concerns now would only get him escorted right out. After pondering for a while, Yamanaka-fu simply bid Danzo farewell and left the Hokage's office. Once Yamanaka-fu was gone, Danzo's strict demeanor dissolved, and he looked almost like a delighted child. He rubbed his hands together, muttering under his breath, Let's see what's been happening in the village these past couple of days, shall we? In recent days, Danzo had been so occupied with adapting to his new powers and transplanting the Sharingan that he hadn't concerned himself with the village's affairs. So it wasn't until he received the official appointment document yesterday that he learned he'd become the acting Hokage. Ordinarily, nothing that happened in the Hokage building could escape his notice. Danzo eagerly picked up the first file from the stack and began to read with anticipation. It was a complaint regarding Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. The very first document that caught his eye was a report from villagers about Sasuke, Uchiha, and a petition involving Sakura Haruno. Danzo slammed his hand down on the desk in fury. Outrageous. Those 2 little brats still don't know their place? Yamanaka-fu, assemble a squad of root shinobi at once. Just then the door swung open and Yamanaka-fu stepped in, so Danzo cut himself off mid-command. What is it, Lord Hokage? Never mind. You may go for now. Danzo massaged his temples. He had instinctively tried to deal with the issue as Root's leader. In the past, he could have handled the 2 of them quietly, but now that he was Hokage, he had to answer to the villagers. Only that way would everyone acknowledge his leadership. He desperately tried to recall how Hiruzen had dealt with such matters in the past. Whatever Hiruzen could do, I ought to be able to do as well. Danzo's mind raced furiously, searching for the gentlest way to handle the situation. 3 minutes later. Damn it, nothing like this ever happened while Hiruzen was in charge. By now, Danzo was fuming. The Hokage's seat was nice enough, but it also felt like invisible shackles had been clamped onto his limbs. After agonizing for a while, Danzo finally gave up. Staring at the daunting stack of files, he decided to move on and handle the others first. He would deal with this troublesome affair when he had more time. A joint petition from Konoha's villagers for relocation. The reconstruction work on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. The issues that followed, however, weren't too difficult to deal with. After all, rebuilding the village mostly came down to money. Danzo signed his name without hesitation and began calling for Yamashiro Kaze outside the door. When Yamashiro Kaze entered, he glanced at the documents, his expression twisting awkwardly. He hesitated for quite a while before finally speaking up. Lord Hokage. These documents. Seeing his indecisive look, Danzo tilted his head back, tried his best to imitate Hiruzen's gentle expression, and gave a kindly smile. Kaze, things are different now. We live in the sunshine, out in the open. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to tiptoe around things, not like before. This sudden change in Danzo left Yamashiro Kaze stunned for a good while. He really wanted to tell Lord Danzo that his smile was actually frightening. But he figured if he said that out loud, he probably wouldn't leave this office alive. Taking a deep breath, Yamashiro Kaze stammered as he spoke. Lord Hokage. Regarding the reconstruction of the village outskirts. At the moment, the Hidden Leaf simply doesn't have the funds. At those words, Danzo's smile froze instantly, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he pointed at Yamashiro Kaze, adopting a sage-like tone as though giving a hard-earned lesson. Kaze, you're still young. There are many things you don't yet understand, and I get that. But these rebuilding projects, these are for the betterment of the villagers' lives. This is a matter of utmost importance. Today you face difficulties. Tomorrow I might be in trouble. But what about the difficulties of the villagers? We must think of everyone's well-being. Yamashiro Kaze pressed his lips together, feeling that his superior in this state was even more terrifying than before. The village is, well, out of money. No money. So when there's no money, we just ignore everyone's problems. Wait, what did you just say? Danzo had been thoroughly enjoying his lecture, but as he replayed Yamashiro Kaze's words in his mind, he shot to his feet, eyes wide with shock. Is this some kind of joke? I remember the grant from the daimyo just arrived last month, didn't it? Danzo, beside himself with anger, grabbed Kaze by the collar, voice almost spitting with rage. That funding was supposed to last the Hidden Leaf for the entire year. It hasn't even been a full month. And now he's being told there's nothing left. Tell me, where did all the money go? Danzo's eyes blazed red with fury. The sheer menace of the root leader's presence left Yamashiro Kaze shaking uncontrollably. It all went to compensating the villagers. Absurd. Could compensating the villagers really cover a whole year's budget? Danzo wanted to continue venting his anger, but the words got stuck in his throat. He hurriedly grabbed the first document he had just reviewed and read it several times over. 10 minutes later, Danzo slammed his fist down, splitting his office desk in two. Damn it, that cursed, evil brat from the Uchiha clan. Danzo was beside himself with rage. He wanted nothing more than to hunt down Uchiha Sasuke right this instant. But as the Hokage, he couldn't just do as he pleased. Damn it, what the hell was he supposed to do now? Danzo was so furious that he was nearly gasping for air. Just then, the two Hokage advisors arrived at the office, speaking in hurried tones, their eyes a mixture of panic and barely suppressed glee. Hokage-sama, there are thousands of villagers gathered downstairs. They're demanding an explanation from the Hokage. At those words, Danzo felt like he might explode. He had a strong suspicion that these two advisors had set him up. Why hadn't those villagers come yesterday, or the day before? Why did they have to pick his very first day in office? They were clearly out to make things difficult for Shimura Danzo. Damn it, they want an explanation from me? The village treasury is already deep in the red. Where on earth am I supposed to come up with money now? Danzo took a deep breath, telling himself repeatedly not to lose his temper. After all, winning everyone's approval as Hokage was no easy task. If it were easy, anyone could be Hokage. In the end, with no other choice, Danzo followed the two Hokage advisors downstairs. The moment he stepped outside, he was met with a sea of villagers, crowding the space as far as the eye could see. Among them were quite a few of the village's ninja as well. Everyone had had enough of this mess. They'd thought that with the blonde troublemaker gone, they could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. But to their surprise, Brother Thin Ice and Sakura Haruno were even worse. At least the blonde kid had only blown up part of the village once. But these two, it was something new every single day. Every time the boom of an explosion rang out, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, each fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire while quietly resting at home. Now, even the slightest loud noise sent folks scrambling for cover or fleeing without a second thought. Hokage-sama, we're suffering. We spend every day living in fear. I am truly terrified. Exactly. Yesterday, I got back from mission only to find my house gone. All my savings over the years, just gone. The moment the crowd spotted Danzo wearing the Hokage's ceremonial hat, they started airing their grievances and laments. The two Hokage advisors quietly retreated behind Danzo. Facing the crowd's outcry, Danzo forced a kind smile, raising his hand to signal everyone to settle down. I'm aware of everyone's concerns. Hearing this news pains me deeply as well. I'll go to Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno for your compensation. Please, everyone, rest assured. Everyone, Kohara Udatain and Hamura Midokado. Damn it, if getting money were really that easy, none of us would have come here in the first place. That guy Haku is as slippery as an eel. No matter what you say, he insists there's no money, and if you want any, you'll have to see if his heavy black ruler agrees. Not only does he refuse to pay, he's also advising Sakura not to give out any more money. either. The truth is, everyone came here only because they were out of options. The two advisors to the Hokage couldn't hide their embarrassment. All the money in the village had already been dispensed in compensation, and there were still a lot of gaps to fill. Luckily, this matter was no longer their responsibility. You just don't know the half of it, Lord Hokage. At this, several people suddenly burst into tears. One after another, they began to recount the misdeeds Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno had committed over these past days. Danzo listened for quite a while before finally piecing together what had happened. Almost immediately, he smacked his forehead in anger, his temples throbbing uncontrollably. Having only recently recovered from a serious illness, he was so infuriated that his breathing grew labored, and he instinctively pressed a hand to the Hashirama face embedded in his chest. He felt the Hashirama cells inside his body begin to show faint signs of going out of control. Danzo, take your medicine, quick. Hamura Mitokado noticed Danzo's distress at once. He efficiently poured out a few blood pressure pills and hurried over, holding them up to Danzo's mouth. Feeling unbearably ill, Danzo didn't care what kind of medicine it was. He took the pills and threw them back with a tilt of his head. It took a little while for him to start feeling better. But truth be told, Hamura's medicine was surprisingly effective. He could already sense the Hashirama cells within him gradually calming. Thanks. Danzo offered his old friend a faint smile, then swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke. Everyone, as the Hokage of this village, I will make sure you get a proper explanation. Please rest assured. After saying this, he flashed a gentle smile at everyone in the style of Hiruzen Sarutobi, then turned to give Yamanaka Fu an order. Go, bring Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno here. If they refuse to show themselves today, we'll treat it as treason against the village. Danzo narrowed his single eye, a ruthless glint flashing within it. For the sake of his own position as Hokage, he was past caring about Uchiha Itachi now. Lord Hokage, please, you mustn't. Danzo, think carefully. No sooner had he declared he would treat the two as traitors than both the Hokage's advisors and everyone else in the room leapt up to object. It's not that they couldn't accept branding Sasuke and Sakura as rogues, but let's not forget about the blonde one. Everyone knew just what a short fuse that blonde had, and he could hold a grudge tighter than the eye of a needle. If his teammates were declared rogue ninjas today, no one doubted that this kid would dare to stir up another Ninetales rampage the moment he returned. Judging by that mushroom cloud from a while back, it's doubtful if the Hidden Leaf Village could withstand another couple of those. All they wanted was some compensation. They definitely didn't think it was worth risking their lives. Hearing everyone's objections, Danzo almost lost his temper on the spot. Damn it, nothing works, does it? What do you all want me to do? Koharu patted Danzo on the shoulder to calm him down. Danzo, settle down, take a deep breath. You're the Hokage now. You can't be as aggressive as you used to be. Don't you want to be a Hokage that the people actually respect and admire? Koharu's words sent Danzo into a slight daze, buoyed by fantasies. She's right. He was the Hokage now. And, judging by what his old friends told him, if he handled this matter well, he could finally drop the acting from acting Hokage and become the real Hokage. Fueled by this thought, Danzo was overwhelmed with ambition. A mere budget deficit, a mere Sasuke Uchiha. He, Shimura Danzo, after so many years, after so many deeds. He refused to believe this, too, would be beyond him. After a moment's consideration, Danzo gave a gentle, kindly smile before speaking with deliberate warmth. Inoichi, please bring the two children here. Absolutely make sure they aren't mistreated. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, none of them really wanted to provoke that blonde troublemaker. It was said that a few years back, Akamaru once bared its teeth at the blonde, and ever since then, whenever he sees a dog, that blonde gives it 2 quick slaps. Upon receiving his orders, Yamanaka and Noichi hurried off toward the northern entrance of the village. Half an hour later, Sasuke, cloaked in black and carrying the heavy sword on his back, strode in, chin tucked but swagger unmistakable, appearing before the assembled leaders. As Danzo caught sight of the black-robed youth, he turned to his 2 advisors with a bewildered look. This is Sasuke Uchiha. I remember, I could have sworn. Koharu and Hamura both nodded in silent reply to their old friend's confusion. Danzo studied Sasuke closely, feeling that he must have missed out on quite a lot while he'd been unconscious these past years. After all, the 6-year-old Sasuke Uchiha, he remembered, looked nothing like this. Acting Hokage, is there something you need? Sasuke's voice was cold as ice. He didn't bother to show the group a shred of respect. Still, he was a little curious about the newly minted acting Hokage. Wasn't that one-eyed geezer hospitalized just the other day? How did he suddenly end up as acting Hokage? Hearing the word acting, Danzo's fist clenched so tightly it sounded like bone grinding against bone. Damn, still so infuriating. Danzo was seriously tempted to hit this brat with a couple of wind-style jutsu right then. But here, in front of the villagers, he had to maintain the magnanimity expected of a Hokage. Danzo's expression shifted through several emotions before he finally managed to put on a benevolent smile and speak up. That's Sasuke. Where is Sakura Haruno? Weren't you all supposed to come together to resolve this problem? There's no need to be so tense. The reason I called you here today is for us to calmly discuss a solution together. Danzo's tone was unusually friendly, much friendlier than he'd ever been even when speaking to his own teacher in the past. Yet in Sasuke's eyes, this behavior felt particularly odd. Sasuke looked this poorly acting man up and down and questioned doubtfully, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Clatter, clatter. With the last marble dropping, it meant Tsunade had lost her very last coin. She clutched her head with both hands, despair etched on her face. Still unwilling to give up, she shook the pinball machine in front of her and slapped it with her palm, indignation bursting out. Damn it, isn't this wretched casino rigged? Shizen, spot me a bit more money. Hearing that Tsunade wanted to keep gambling, Shizen put her hands on her hips and said, exasperated, "Lady Tsunade, we've already lost our very last coin. If we don't head back to the village today, we'll be spending the night sleeping on the street." Tsunade gave an awkward chuckle, but didn't seem too bothered. Even losing all her savings didn't really faze her. After all, Jiraiya had told her that once she returned to the village to serve as Hokage, she'd have funds again. True, the allowance from the daimyo was limited, but really, what could there possibly be in the village to spend money on? Thinking about it, by year-end she ought to have plenty saved up, right? Forget it. Let's go find Jiraiya. Tsunade stood up, leading Shizen out through the casino doors. The two of them had just stepped onto the street when they saw a certain blonde-haired little rascal clutching Taunton outside a roast duck shop, his lips glistening with drool. "Taunton, want to try the carousel this time? Last time we came you wouldn't get on, but just give it a go this once, all right?" Naruto gazed at the ducks roasting on the rotating spit inside, the aroma utterly irresistible. He could only imagine how mouth-watering Taunton would smell as she went in there. Oink oink. Taunton stared in terror at the golden, crispy ducks roasting in the window, her whole little pig soul just about leaping clean out of her body. She was smart enough to fully understand the devilish intent behind those words. Desperately, Taunton squirmed and flailed in Naruto's arms, terrified that at any moment this devil would shove her straight into the oven. At that very instant, she silently wished for someone, anyone, to come to her rescue. Without a word, Shizen whipped up her sleeve, took aim, and shot 3 senbon needles laced with tranquilizer at the spot behind Naruto. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The senbon sank in his back, and Naruto just felt a slight tickle. He reached back to scratch absent-mindedly, eyes fixed longingly on the roast duck. Witnessing this, Shizen felt utter despair at how oblivious he was to reality. The first time she used her anesthetic needles on this kid, they actually worked. "Naru, too. Uzumaki, what on earth are you doing?" Tsunade strode forward and landed a punch squarely on the boy's head. Lost everything again, did you?" Naruto turned, scratching his head, looking for all the world as if nothing had happened. Tsunade's eye twitched. She hadn't used any real force, but even so, this kid didn't react at all. If it were an ordinary child, they'd be lumped up by now. Forget it. She'd leave this grudge against Jiraiya for now. "Naruto, I told you to take care of Taunton." "What? Thinking of eating her again?" Shizen swiftly snatched Taunton away and soothed the frightened little pig, cooing and gentle. Naruto looked up, casually whistling, pretending not to hear a thing. If Tsunade weren't his mom's cousin, he wouldn't bother giving this old lady any respect at all. Seeing this boy's attitude, Tsunade closed her eyes tight for a moment, gently rubbing at the corners to calm herself. "No good. Don't get mad, don't get mad. If this brat keeps it up, I'll have laugh lines all because of him. Where's your master? Go find him and regroup, we're heading back." Naruto instinctively pointed off to the side, and there the two of them saw Jiraiya, wrapped head to toe in bandages, sprawled atop a floating door plank, grinning and peering through his binoculars. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade flashed across the scene, her foot charged with raw strength as she struck a cruel kick at Jiraiya's head. Hearing Tsunade shout, Jiraiya instinctively turned, and in the next instant, everything went dark as he was sent flying. "We're going back on our own. Forget that old pervert." Tsunade snorted, striding off with Shizen, not bothering with the rest. But deep in her heart, a sense of foreboding lingered. Maybe she never should have agreed to come back as the 5th Hokage, because Jiraiya asked. Naruto looked at Tsunade up ahead, glanced back at the white-haired old man, and, after a long hesitation, finally decided to check and see if the old guy was all right. He was genuinely worried that, after all the trouble with pain, the one thing that might kill Jiraiya would be one of Tsunade's punches. Even with broken arms and legs, the old man never missed a chance to peep. Lifting up the unconscious Jiraiya, Naruto surreptitiously poured some healing potion down his throat. Then, with the door plank in tow, he followed after Tsunade. Half a day later, after a month on the road, their party finally returned to Konoha village. It's Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade is back. The guards, spotting her familiar figure, broke out in smiles. But when their eyes landed on the two behind her, their faces fell as if they'd lost a father. Still, judging by Jiraiya's wide bandages, it was clear as day that Lady Tsunade knew exactly how to handle these two troublemakers. Lady Tsunade, please come with me. The Ambu ninja appeared at the village gate immediately. Not because they were in a hurry, but because if Tsunade didn't return now, real chaos would break out. A few days ago, the acting Hokage went to seek funds from several ninja clans in order to cover some compensation. Incredibly, the Hyuga clan, known as Konoha's wealthiest family, only contributed 500,000 ryo, and that was actually the largest donation among the clans. The acting Hokage was so enraged that he fainted on the spot and was later taken by his subordinates to the Foundation base. It's said that his chakra lost control again, and this time, the situation seems rather dire. At present, Konoha is like a snake without a head, and the village treasury is running in the red. They desperately need a truly capable leader to set things right. With things in such disarray, how could the two Hokage advisors not be anxious? Tsunade nodded, then followed along with Shizune close behind. The pair of teacher and student at the back exchanged a look and quietly slipped away from the scene, Jiraiya hurrying off to gather material and Naruto eager to seek out Hinata. No sooner had Naruto set foot in the village than he spotted a dark-cloaked boy standing right in his path ahead. It was obvious he had been waiting there for quite some time. What are you doing here? Naruto hadn't expected that the first person he'd run into upon returning to the village would be this kid. Danzo's eye. Do you know what happened to it? Although Sasuke's face was hidden, Naruto could still sense a trace of anger in his words. Naruto blinked in confusion. What's going on? Did that old geezer, Danzo, use Kodoame Tsukumi on Sasuke? But wasn't that old fox supposed to be in the hospital? How on earth did he show up again? He took off his bandages in front of you? Yeah. Sasuke nodded and paused a moment before continuing. But I threw a handful of lime before I got a good look. But I suspect that eye is a Sharingan. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Seriously? This guy's got guts. He actually threw lime in front of Kodoame Tsukumi. That's impressive. Naruto was totally shocked by Sasuke's boldness. He quickly looked around, opened a portal, and whisked Sasuke away, eager to find out what had really happened while he was gone. So, Sasuke recounted everything that happened the day Danzo summoned him. That day, Danzo called him to the Hokage building to stand before the villagers. Sasuke first asked Danzo if he'd taken the wrong medicine, then drove his heavy sword into the ground in front of everyone. He declared that there would be no compensation, but anyone with enough nerve was free to take his weapon. And just like that, the villagers forgave him. As for whether they'd pursue compensation from the village, Sasuke couldn't care less. After settling the matter, Sasuke was about to leave when Danzo called him into the Hokage's office. Speaking in a rare, gentle tone, Danzo chatted for a bit, then started to unwind the bandages before Sasuke's very eyes. Thanks to years of training, throwing powdered lime at anything suspicious had become Sasuke's second nature, practically muscle memory. Just as Danzo barely opened his eye, his face was hit with a cloud of lime. A few days later, Lord Hokage, bad news. That group of debt collectors has rushed to Konoha's gates. Lord Hokage, the villagers are once again downstairs protesting. Lord Hokage, about those documents signed by the acting Hokage earlier. When will the work finally start? Inside the Hokage's office, Shizune and a slew of assistants were reporting to the fifth Hokage one after another. At that moment, Tsunade was gripping Konoha's fiscal report in her hands, a dark vein on her forehead throbbing in the perfect shape of a hashtag sign. Crash! With a single punch, Tsunade shattered her desk. Seeing the Hokage in such a fury, everyone in the room immediately held their tongues. Damn it! Curse that Jiraiya! Looking at the mountain of 100 million ryo deficit in Konoha's books, Tsunade suddenly realized what it meant to be the Hokage. She was quite literally the world's biggest patsy, and when she factored in her own debts, Tsunade felt as if her head might explode. Fuming, Tsunade tore off her Hokage hat and flung it to the floor, grumbling under her breath. I quit. If anyone wants this lousy job, they can have it. Cleaning up this mess of debt? Do you really take me for a sucker? Seeing that Tsunade was about to throw in the towel, everyone quickly came forward, pleading and coaxing in earnest voices. Please, Lord Hokage, don't be rash. There has to be a way to talk this out. Yes, what's a bit? Well, 100 million Rio. There's always a solution, right? Please, Lady Hokage, stay calm. Everything will work out in the end. And Lord Danzo has actually paid off quite a bit of the previous debts himself. Hearing that Danzo had dipped into his own pockets, Tsunade was startled into a brief moment of disbelief. What's going on? Was that really something Danzo would do? Little did she know, Danzo had nearly bankrupted the entire Root Division to shore things up to this point. It cost him dearly, and the pain was visible on his face. Afterwards, he even went from clan to clan, hat in hand, hoping for contributions. But even raising a single million Rio proved impossible, which left Danzo fuming so much that even the Hashirama cells in his body spun wildly out of control. Tsunade, letting out a heavy sigh, grabbed a chair and slumped into it, rubbing at the corners of her eyes. If this kept up, she was certain she'd be getting more crow's feet by the day. The debt collectors camped at the village gates made things even worse, piling misfortune atop an already struggling village. After a long moment, Tsunade exhaled and spoke to Shizun beside her. Those creditors. Send Naruto to deal with them first. He should be able to handle it. At these words, everyone in the office drew in a sharp breath. The Hokage's decision was downright ruthless. To send Naruto Uzumaki out there. They could hardly imagine what those poor collectors might endure at the hands of that hyperactive blonde whirlwind. Shizun nodded, then turned and hurried from the office. Just then, Kohor Udatane stepped forward and spoke up. Asanuma Santayu came looking for us yesterday. They said if we could help their princess reclaim her kingdom, we'd be handsomely rewarded. She paused halfway through, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. But they specifically requested Kakashi Hatake. Tsunade's smile nearly reached her ears upon hearing the news, but when she heard Kakashi's name, her grin immediately vanished. After a few days back in the village, she had a pretty good grasp of the current situation in Konoha. Of course, she knew that Kakashi's team was none other than the infamous Team 7, a squad that the entire village avoided like the plague. As for Naruto Uzumaki, there was no need to go into detail. A troublemaker through and through, incapable of going a single day without stirring things up. And Sasuke Uchiha. Best not to mention him either. Half the village's budget deficit could be traced back to his antics. Sakura Haruno was relatively dependable, as long as she kept her distance from those two troublemakers. If this Team 7 really ended up heading to the land of snow, Tsunade genuinely worried that they'd manage to wreck the whole country. At that rate, Konoha's debts would probably double or worse. No way. She absolutely could not let them end up in the same group. After pondering her options, Tsunade decided to accept the mission as usual, but to keep Sasuke and Naruto out of it. Take the mission, let Kakashi bring Sakura, and recruit 2 others to join them. And also, the mission to rebuild the villagers' houses. Leave that to the one with style. As for their compensation, we'll discuss payment when we actually have the funds. Tsunade massaged her temples, swiftly dealing with a mounting mess on her desk. Once everything was settled, she stretched and stood up, ready to leave. Lady Hokage, where are you going? The 2 Hokage advisors tensed up the moment they saw her rise, anxious she might be about to flee. Enough already. I'm going out to relax with a drink. Is that so hard to understand? Tsunade snapped in frustration. She'd been working herself to the bone all morning. If these people had anything else to say, she honestly didn't care to hear it anymore. As her irritation filled the room, the rest quietly shrank in their seats. Not one dared make a sound. They could only watch helplessly as the newly appointed Hokage stormed out in broad daylight to drown her stress in alcohol. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Naruto had transformed himself into Kakuzu's likeness and was making rounds at every casino in the land of hot water, collecting protection fees. When he said he'd deal with them, he meant it. No sooner had he returned to the village than Naruto pulled out his sewing kit and had Naruto, the female version, make an Akatsuki robe for him. Thus disguised, he teleported straight to the very casino where he'd once run into Tsunade. All the money's here. Yes, sir. You can count it if you wish. Please spare my life. The casino manager knelt on the ground, voice trembling. He was terrified that a single moment of dissatisfaction would earn him a kunai to the chest. After all, the blood from the casino thugs lying dead on the ground hadn't even cooled yet. Naruto saw the box full of cash and casually pulled out a few sealing scrolls he'd swiped from Sasuke. He sealed the money away, then gave the old man's cheek a playful pat. Very good. Make sure you remember this. The one who robbed you is none other than Kakuzu, the top agent of the S-Class rogue ninjas from the underground money exchange in the hidden waterfall village. Worried the man wouldn't remember his face, Naruto took out a Polaroid camera. He stuck out his tongue in an Einstein-like pose. Only instead of making a peace sign, he flipped him the bird, pure mockery written all over his face. Leaving the photo behind, the fake Kakuzu went on to raid every casino in the land of hot water. Just as he was about to head back, Naruto suddenly realized these casinos were nothing but trouble for people. So, he simply unleashed his multi-shadow clone jutsu and retraced his steps, hitting every place he'd already visited as he went along. That day, a harsh winter descended upon the casinos of the shinobi world. With the land of hot water as his center point and the land of fire as his radius, Uzumaki Naruto managed to sweep clean 2/3 of the casinos across the shinobi world. The total amount stolen, 50 billion ryo. Meanwhile, the casino owners marching to the hidden Leaf Village to collect on Lady Tsunade's debts hadn't yet realized how dire things really were. What? You want me to deal with Lady Tsunade's creditors? Jiraiya flashed an awkward grin, unable to look his student in the eyes. Naruto, maybe you could try convincing them to leave first. If that doesn't work, well, your old master still has a little cash set aside. Naruto paused for a moment, realizing those debt collectors were most likely the ones he'd just robbed. His grin couldn't be held back. Glancing at Jiraiya, he clutched his chest in melodramatic anguish and said, Master Jiraiya, I'll pay them, but only if you make Lady Tsunade pay me back. This is all the life savings I've worked so hard to put together. The very thought that he could become the biggest creditor of the future Hokage made Naruto want to laugh out loud. After all, money was the least of his worries. He was worth more than his weight in gold, and now he'd plundered countless ryo from the casinos. Tsunade's debts weren't even a drop in the bucket compared to what he had on hand. But more importantly, it wasn't about the money at all. It was about giving her a hard time. Whenever the mood struck, he could always nudge the Hokage and say, Lady Hokage, you wouldn't want to. Don't worry, my dear student. Jiraiya was so moved he was nearly in tears. Naruto must be doing this for me, right? From now on, no more calling you a rebellious brat. I've said my piece. Anyone else for or against? Naruto showed up at the village gate with Sasuke by his side. Standing before them were none other than Tsunade's debt collectors. Moments ago, Naruto had just handed them a solution. Tsunade had racked up a debt of over 200 million ryo, and that was including the interest. Naruto figured these people were trying to take advantage of him, so he immediately insisted on rounding down the sum. He would only pay them 20 million ryo. What the? Konoha is really bullying us now. Kid, who taught you to haggle like this? Yeah, why don't you just go rob us instead? The crowd exploded the moment they heard the blonde kid, protesting in a chorus of outrage. Damn it, even if you ignore the principle, there's still 100 million left unpaid. Just because Tsunade's Hokage now, she can't just default, can she? Amid all the uproar, Naruto stayed perfectly calm. He reached over to Sasuke and pulled a scroll from his arms. With a resounding thud, he began taking out explosive tags one after another. At first, no one took him seriously. They scoffed at the sight, but once he produced his 100th tag, a wave of terror swept through them all, each debtor suddenly pale, fearing the blonde might lose it and blow everyone sky high. They were all wealthy, sitting on fortunes worth tens or even hundreds of millions. What a pointless way it would be to die here. Hey, young man, take it easy. Calm down. You're still young, your whole life ahead of you. Don't do anything rash. Yeah, 20 million is fine. We'll take it. Please just stop with the explosive tags. Naruto waved a hand at Sasuke to halt his hand signs, then looked around at the crowd with innocence in his eyes. So you really agree? I didn't force you, right? The creditors. Whatever you say. They've finally come to terms with it. The newly appointed Hokage, and even the entire Leaf Village, were bigger scoundrels than they were. In the end, Naruto saw the group of debt collectors off with laughter and good cheer. Who knows, though, maybe some of them will be lining up on rooftop ledges after they get home. Come on, dummy here. I made some money lately. How about I treat you to something good? Anything's fine. With everything settled, Naruto and Sasuke made their way toward a barbecue place in Tanzaka Town. Meanwhile, not a single soul noticed that, somewhere atop a rooftop in the village, two figures had suddenly appeared. People who didn't belong to this era. Boruto. This is Konoha in the past. Up on the rooftop, middle-aged Sasuke, his arm gone, looked toward the Hokage rock, shock flickering over his face. Huh? How did? Boruto wanted to say something, but as he glanced at the four completed Hokage faces, with a fifth still unfinished, the words stuck in his throat. These faces confirmed that Mr. Sasuke was right. They had really traveled back to the past Konoha. After a long silence, Boruto looked up with uncertainty. Mr. Sasuke, Urashiki, what is he really after? Sasuke pondered for a moment, a hint of concern in his voice. He must want to strike at a time in the past, when your father was still young and weak. No, wait, that's definitely his plan. Naruto was far too weak back then. He wouldn't stand a chance against Otsutsuki Urashiki. This is bad. He's in real danger right now. Finishing his analysis, Sasuke swiftly leapt from the rooftop, paying no attention to Boruto, who remained momentarily stunned. Wait for me. Snapping to his senses, Boruto hurried after him. After finally catching up, Boruto noticed that Sasuke's quick pace had finally slowed. He took in the surroundings. The buildings had a retro feel, many of them showing scorch marks here and there. Traveling back to the old Hidden Leaf village filled Boruto, still only a teenager, with boundless curiosity. And now, he was even more eager to learn about his father's past. Mr. Sasuke, my father, what kind of person was he when he was younger? Boruto asked, his curiosity plain. By now, Sasuke had roughly deduced when exactly they had arrived. At this point in time, he recalled that it hadn't been long since he himself had left the village. Naruto, Sasuke murmured, memories from the past suddenly flickering through his mind. His childhood was far from happy. Was it because he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Sasuke nodded at Boruto's question and continued. The villagers saw him as the nine-tailed fox, and he endured their hatred for years. At this, a smile curled on Sasuke's lips. But, to your father, that never truly mattered. No matter how everyone saw him, Naruto would only smile and declare that one day he'd earn everyone's acknowledgement, and that he'd become Hokage. How amazing! Boruto conjured up images in his mind and exclaimed, overcome with awe. Though he didn't know the exact hardships his father had faced as a child, that did nothing to dampen his sense of admiration. Who would have thought? Even in circumstances like those, his father managed to stay so upbeat and positive about life. He really was incredible. Just as Sasuke was lost in his own memories and Boruto was marveling at his father's strength, a commotion up ahead abruptly broke their train of thought. Outside a barbecue restaurant, the owner stood bowing obsequiously in front of a blonde youth. Beside the blonde stood a mysterious figure in a black cloak, the face completely hidden. You still haven't paid yet. Pay? How dare you even bring that up? Naruto, storming out of the restaurant, was seething with anger. Without hesitation, he yanked down the shop sign and slammed it to the ground in front of the owner. Man, give me a break. You're the one who wrote, all you can eat barbecue yourself. As long as you pay, you can eat as much as you want. You've got some nerve coming to us for money, old man. As Naruto spoke, he stomped on the signboard on the ground, snapping it clean in two. He and Sasuke had barely eaten enough for 10 people each. He'd already shown great restraint by not bringing Hinata along. And now this geezer was still asking him to pay up. Did he really think the reputation of the blonde demon of a leaf was all talk and no substance? Besides, this old man actually had the gall to run an all-you-can-eat barbecue. It felt only right to give him a lesson he'd remember. I'm just trying to run an honest little business here. If you eat like this, how am I supposed to survive? My barbecue restaurant has the backing of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, you know? If you two don't give me a proper explanation today, I'll... Oh, shut it. Sasuke, get him. Naruto had no patience for this out-of-towner's bluster. With a shout, he called out to Sasuke, and the two of them pinned the old man to the ground, fists and feet flying. Still, they held back enough that he'd only end up in the hospital for a few days, no risk of death, and he certainly wouldn't be crippled. Help! I'm being attacked. Leaf ninjas bullying an outsider. The barbecue shop owner writhed on the floor, clutching his vital spots, shouting to draw attention and hope someone would come to his aid. To be fair, his cries did seem to have an effect. Villagers gathered nearby. Curiosity piqued. They formed a loose circle, hovering at a distance, waiting to see how things would unfold. Naruto glared at them, menace in his eyes. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and you'll get the same treatment. At his threat, the crowd's faces went pale. In a hurry, they scattered far from the scene of the blonde troublemaker's rampage. Only Boruto and one-armed Sasuke stayed rooted in place, not far off. Watching his own father violently beat down an old man, Boruto's face twisted in disbelief. Mr. Sasuke, this isn't quite how you describe things, is it? From here on, to avoid confusion between the two Sasukes, the names Bingji and Xiaoyan will be used to refer to the younger Sasuke. This is... Faced with Boruto's question, Sasuke stammered helplessly, unable to squeeze out a single word. Just now, he clearly heard his own name being called. If he wasn't mistaken, that black cloak figure was his younger self from this very period. But wasn't he supposed to have left the village in pursuit of power, off to find Orochimaru by now? What in the world was going on here? And if he wasn't making a mistake, wasn't the one beating up that old man Naruto himself? Sasuke's head was spinning, completely unable to make sense of the situation. The two, One young, one grown, stood frozen on the spot, looking as if they'd turned to stone. With a loud, dismissive spit, Naruto spat on the ground beside the groaning proprietor. Looking at the man, who was battered from head to toe, Naruto decided, for now, to let him off. If this kept going, someone was bound to get seriously hurt. Enough. Take that. Still feeling unsatisfied, Naruto gave a couple more kicks before finally stopping. It was at this moment that Brother Thin Ice suddenly grabbed Naruto's arm. He had noticed two strange figures while things were getting heated. One of them, in particular, stood out for wearing an incredibly ugly cloak, with long hair covering one eye. This man's attire was odd, but what really struck Brother Thin Ice was a strange sense of familiarity he couldn't quite explain. Yet what puzzled him most was that he couldn't recall ever seeing this person before in his life. What's wrong? Naruto glanced at Brother Thin Ice beside him and noticed that the guy was frozen in place, deep in thought. Following his gaze, Naruto spotted a blonde kid with spiky hair standing next to another figure whose long hair concealed one eye. Naruto couldn't help himself. A hairstyle like that was just asking for a comment. Why not donate that eye to someone who actually needs it? Suppressing a laugh, Naruto stared at the spiky-headed kid and the whisker marks on his cheeks. He didn't need to think too hard to know. This must be his own son, Boruto. As for the way Sasuke was dressed, not exactly the Yin getup, it wasn't hard to guess that these two probably weren't from their own timeline's future. Could they be visitors from a parallel world? After taking a couple of seconds to piece things together, Naruto put on his most harmless smile and strode forward with enthusiasm. His plan was to teach his son from another world a little lesson first. Cloaked Sasuke watched as Naruto approached the newcomers and silently followed a few steps behind. Boruto went rigid the moment he saw his father heading his way. There was something different about this, Dad. Mr. Sasuke, what should we do now? He spoke in a whisper. The situation was unclear, and it seemed wise to await further advice from a senior. As the two figures drew closer, Sasuke sighed and replied, "Let's just try approaching them. But just in case anything happens, it's best if we keep our identities hidden." Besides, they'd already attracted attention. If they wanted to run, it was probably too late. Although this Naruto didn't line up perfectly with the one in his memories. He figured things should still be manageable. After all, their current mission was simply to keep young Naruto safe from Urashiki's attacks. Naruto finally came face to face with the pair, eyes narrowing slightly as he flashed an innocent smile and greeted them warmly. "You two don't look familiar. Guess you're not from around here. My name's Ichigo Kurosaki, and he is Boruto, middle-aged Sasuke." Cloaked Sasuke instantly caught on when he heard Naruto use an alias. Without missing a beat, he introduced himself to Yen. Boruto and Sasuke were completely baffled when they heard those two utterly unfamiliar names. After all, one of them had grown up alongside Naruto since childhood, and the other had seen photos of his father as a boy. How could they possibly fail to recognize a teenage Naruto? Were they really being treated like fools? They planned to use fake names themselves, yet somehow the other side beat them to the punch? The two exchanged glances and, right then and there, made up some aliases. Hanahito, Mizo, Naruto, Uzumaki. Are these fools trying to mess with me? If you're going to use a disguise, can't you at least avoid using my name? And what's with this weird, bromantic vibe? Naruto instinctively shot a glance at the Sasuke by his side, deciding that he'd better keep some distance from this guy for a while, just to avoid any awkward incidents in the future. After all, as second Hokage once said, it's best not to gaze too long at those handsome Uchihas. Seeing Naruto's reaction, middle-aged Sasuke tensed up inside. Crap, did Naruto notice something? But then he remembered how Naruto had always been a bit of an airhead growing up, probably not sharp enough to catch on. At that thought, he let out a small sigh of relief. Naruto scratched his head and let out a hearty laugh, then reached out his hand to Boruto. "Nice to meet you, Hanahito." When Boruto saw his father's boyish smile, memories from childhood flashed rapidly through his mind. For a moment, he was dazed, but he instinctively reached out to shake hands. Just as he was getting lost in reminiscing about his father's smile, he was suddenly yanked forward, losing his balance in an instant. The world spun, and before he knew it, he was knocked flat on the ground. And at his ear came the sound. "Damn it, idiot! Yen, hold him down for me." After pinning Boruto, Naruto pressed his knee into the boy's back and casually pulled out that very straight wooden stick he once picked up on his journey to the Land of Waves. Without hesitation, he raised the stick and aimed it right at Boruto's rear. Dad, what are you doing?" A thoroughly bewildered Boruto, feeling the sharp sting on his behind, let out a wail of pain. He thought about struggling, but the force pressing down on his back felt like a boulder. No matter how much he squirmed, he couldn't break free. He just couldn't fathom why his young father would start beating him the moment they met. Bang! Yen, instead of joining Naruto in the mayhem, drew the heavy black ruler from his back and planted it firmly in front of him. He stood like a towering mountain between Naruto and Boruto. With a lowered head, Uchiha Xiao Yin spoke in an icy tone. "Don't move. If you dare so much as twitch, I'll break your legs." Sasuke, who had been just about to step in and rescue Boruto, his hand already on his sword's hilt, froze instantly as he heard those words. Wait a minute. He remembered that before defecting from the village, he wasn't this brash, was he? What on earth was going on with this version of himself standing before him? Something felt seriously off about this Konoha. Right now, Sasuke truly had no idea what to do. To be honest, he really did want to teach this so-called Xiao Yin a lesson, but unfortunately, his noble phantasm Lee had strictly warned him not to reveal his identity. Besides, Naruto hitting Boruto, well, that was still a family matter. SAS. Mr. Sasuke, help me. Stop it. Stop right now. Stop hitting me. Please stop. Boruto's miserable cries rose and fell in quick succession. Naruto swung the stick with a wildly gleeful grin on his face. He'd been itching to discipline this cheating, disrespectful son for a long time now. With a sharp crack, the stick finally snapped in two before Naruto was satisfied enough to stop. Sasuke, looking at this version of Naruto, so familiar, yet so utterly strange, was flooded with tangled emotions. He genuinely wished he could just find a quiet spot, pull out his noble phantasm Lee, and interrogate it for answers. How could the Naruto he knew have turned into this? And why was his own younger self, who should have left the village, still hanging around, dressed in bizarre clothes and acting like such a wild delinquent? Hey, Boru. At that moment, Kiba Inuzuka happened to walk by, starting to greet Sasuke. Before Kiba could even get the words out, Xiao Yin Uchiha sent him flying with a strike from the mysterious Xian-weighted ruler. But seeing Kiba quickly scramble to his feet and hurriedly flee, it was clear he hadn't actually been hurt badly. As he watched Kiba's retreating figure, Xiao Yin Uchiha couldn't resist shooting out a warning. "Kiba, if you dare call me that again, don't blame me if you get another beating." Middle-aged Sasuke stared in a daze in Kiba's direction, curiosity now gnawing at him. Or what? What sort of nickname would make his younger self react so explosively? After dealing with Boruto, Naruto dusted off his clothes, grumbling under his breath the whole time. Some kind of precious treasure, huh? Blonde hair and fox whiskers on his face. Who do you think you're fooling, your old man? The moment he said this, Boruto's eyes went wide with shock. He was so startled he completely forgot about the throbbing pain in his backside. What? Did Dad find out? Since when? Clutching his behind, Boruto looked up at Naruto, eyes full of wounded disbelief. Dad, you knew all along? Naruto, huh? His child's abrupt attempt at confession left Naruto completely befuddled. You're sneaking around the village collecting intel. Couldn't you at least have bothered to disguise yourself? With the way you look, it's no wonder everyone in Konoha suspects the fourth Hokage might have had a little mishap in his youth. And all I did was blurt out a single insult. Yet somehow, you're the one who confessed everything yourself. Naruto couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused by this clueless kid. Still, he kept a stern expression on his face, pretending he hadn't caught on to anything. Shut your mouth. I don't have such a foolish son as you. Just as Boruto was about to reveal the truth, his face froze. In that instant, he realized that his father hadn't recognized him at all. That sentence was just an insult. Both versions of Sasuke went silent at the sight of Naruto, scolding Boruto for calling him dad. The middle-aged Sasuke was left completely speechless by Boruto's antics. Meanwhile, Uchiha Xiao Yin was rapidly working things out in his mind, wondering if it was possible for Naruto to have a child. It sounded far-fetched, but he really did feel that this kid named Hain looked frighteningly similar to Naruto. Boruto, recalling his father hitting him earlier, gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of resentment rise within him. He couldn't outmatch the seventh Hokage, but surely this younger version of his father wasn't as strong as the one from his own time. Even if there was something off about this hidden leaf village, Boruto was convinced that, no matter what, he was stronger than this version of his dad. He figured his dad at this age should be about the same as himself, and if he could beat him now, when he returned home, he'd have plenty to brag about. Fighting through the stinging pain in his backside, Boruto kept his hands ready for a quick ninjutsu seal at any moment. Watch carefully, Dad. I'll prove myself to you. I, Boruto Uzumaki, am strong. With confidence, Boruto scrambled to his feet again, but Naruto only gave him a sidelong glance, seeing right through him. Trying to turn the tables on me, are you? I may not be your real dad, but what's with that let's fight look you're giving me? Naruto casually hooked his leg, sweeping Boruto right off his feet and sending him crashing back to the ground. At the same time, he pulled out a hefty iron rod. the kind that was as thick as a grown man's wrist and could clobber a brat senseless. Naruto had no intention of actually using it. He just wanted to put the fear of the gods into the kid. Maybe this would knock some sense into him, so he wouldn't end up running circles around someone like Otsutsuki Urashiki with nothing but a kunai. The air buzzed. Boruto, sprawled on the ground, was utterly bewildered. Why? How could Dad be this strong as a teenager? No, wait. It was just because he'd let his guard down. If he was more prepared, he could definitely beat him. As Boruto was still puzzling over how to get back on his feet, he suddenly heard the whoosh of something slicing through the air by his ear. He turned his head to find a huge iron rod in his father's hands, already swinging down toward his own head. That sight sent a cold sweat running down middle-aged Sasuke's back, and Boruto himself was so terrified he dropped to his knees and shouted, "Dad, stop! I'm your son, Boruto Uzumaki." Boruto was truly at his wit's end. Seeing how thick that iron bar was, one solid whack would genuinely be the end of him. He didn't care about the consequences anymore and shouted out his own name on the spot. Just then, the iron rod screeched to a halt, stopping a centimeter from Boruto's forehead. "Boruto Uzumaki?" Naruto spoke in a casually indifferent tone, then put his staff away. Sasuke was on the verge of exploding, his entire body drenched in sweat. Now Boruto was about to reveal his identity to Naruto. Wouldn't that mean changing the future? The strangeness of this Naruto, the fact that his old self hadn't defected, all of it left this middle-aged man thoroughly exhausted in both body and mind. Forget it. For now, let's just put them asleep with a Jinjutsu and deal with the rest later. Sasuke edged forward, his movements subtle, but even so, it caught the attention of Uchiha Shaoyan, standing nearby. "Hey, Naruto, Sasuke." Hearing their names called out suddenly, both men turned their gazes toward him at the same moment. But as a flash of red gleamed through Sasuke's eyes, the sharp crackle of lightning release instantly filled the air. Uchiha Shaoyan caught sight of that crimson glint, and his right hand reflexively hurled a handful of lime powder. Without missing a beat, he unleashed his 3,000 thunderclaps technique, sending Sasuke flying dozens of meters with a single kick. A heavy thud resounded. Sasuke let out a pained scream, clutching his right eye with one hand as he gasped for breath through clenched teeth. "I told you not to move. Looking for trouble, are you?" As Uchiha Shaoyan spoke, the imposing, hefty blade was already back in his grasp. He was honestly getting more and more curious about this Chunin imposter. Just now, he and Naruto had both used fake names, yet this guy called them out by their real ones. Who in the world was he, really? Saw Naruto, Mr. Sasuke. Seeing someone he looked up to sent flying with a single kick, Boruto cried out instinctively, his voice brimming with shock. The young Sasuke before him. How could he possibly seem even stronger than the master Sasuke he knew? Even Naruto was a bit surprised on the side. Earlier, it was clear that this fake Chunin was trying to activate the Sharingan and use Jinjutsu. But he'd never expected that the trick with the lime powder he himself had once used had now been taken to new heights in Brother Boruto's hands. TSK. Conditioned reflexes drilled into the kid, no less. You could really see just how hard Big Brother Boruto had trained to defeat Uchiha Itachi. With a heavy blade in hand, Uchiha Shaoyan strode step by step towards Sasuke, posing as a Chunin. He spoke as he walked. "Who exactly are you? What do you know our names? And what's with your Sharingan? What's your connection to Uchiha Itachi?" Uchiha Shaoyan's senses were sharp, recalling the flash of red he'd seen in the other man's eye. He was certain it was the Sharingan. Nothing made sense to him now. First there was Danzo with the Sharingan. Naruto had said that Danzo stole Uchiha Shurasue's eye, and that, sooner or later, he'd have to fight that guy. If Danzo weren't hiding out en route, he'd have hunted him down with a heavy blade by now. But this Chunin, what was his story? Wasn't the legend that, after the massacre of the Uchiha clan, only one was left? Why does it feel like the Sharingan is as common as loose change these days, popping up right in front of me one after another? Sasuke, slouched against the wall, narrowed his right eye, forcing himself to endure the burning pain. He didn't have much chakra left, and had just been caught off guard by a sneak attack. His mood? Utterly rotten. All he'd wanted was to cast a Jinjutsu and take a good rest. How could he have known that his counterpart here would react so quickly and strike so ruthlessly? Through the strands of his hair, the Rinnegan caught sight of his opponent, charging in fiercely. Sasuke, with a touch of anger, spat out a line. "This has nothing to do with you." But those words instantly lit a fire in Uchiha Shaoyan's chest. "Seriously? Nothing to do with me. You got the Sharingan in your eyes, and I can't even ask about it." Uchiha Shaoyan raised his heavy blade, giving a not-so-polite greeting. "Screw you and your planning to hit us with Jinjutsu, and you're still trying to act all innocent?" Off to the side, Naruto and Boruto exchanged bewildered looks. Was Sasuke basically insulting himself here? Seeing Uchiha Shayan about to throw down with Sasuke, Naruto casually grabbed a stool and some snacks, plopped down, and settled in to watch. He was curious. Could this three-tomo Uchiha Shayan hold his own against this weirdly familiar, energy-drained version of Kakashi? Naruto even started to suspect that, when the time came, Itachi himself would have a hard time holding back against this guy. Dad, what are you waiting for? They're about to fight. Aren't you going to stop them? Mr. Sasuke and I are here to protect you, remember? Boruto was astonished to see his dad sitting down to spectate, snacks in hand, clearly not planning to break up the fight at all, with Urashiki lurking somewhere, ready to pounce, and his own father just chilling and enjoying the show. How could he be so relaxed? Fresh from a beating, Boruto was both anxious and furious. I'm not blind, you know. Damn it. Naruto paid no heed to his son's frantic squawking, maintaining a look of total nonchalance that made Boruto so frustrated he was about to rush in himself. But as soon as he set his right foot forward, Naruto tripped him again, with an almost practiced swipe, sending Boruto sprawling face first on the ground. Sit back and watch. If you cause more trouble, I'll give you another thrashing. Naruto took a slurp of his milk tea, tossed Boruto a bag of snacks, and with a warning glance, signaled the boy to sit quietly. Threats and all. Some protecting me, huh? You plus this chakra-depleted Sasuke. If you two don't get flattened by Otsutsuki Urashiki, I'll be amazed. To be honest, Urashiki's performance in Boruto's story has been thoroughly underwhelming. But Naruto guessed that was just the plot at work. After all, the guy does come from the Otsutsuki clan and has the Rinnegan. Not to mention, his space-time ninjutsu is formidable, and he can even rewind time. By the looks of it, Urashiki had been designed to be ridiculously overpowered. But in the end, someone as formidable as a member of the Otsutsuki clan actually died in a child's play of a battle. There were simply too many things wrong with this. He didn't even know where to begin complaining. Still, Naruto wasn't the least bit worried. There was a major flaw in Urashiki's time reversal. He could only turn back time in the outside world, which meant the poison would take effect on him quicker than on anyone else. Never mind whether he could outlast his opponent. Just the stockpile of potent toxins in his system's inventory would be more than enough to handle this guy. In other words, if this Otsutsuki angler really dared to take the bait, Naruto would have to get up and fight him himself, and not the slightest trace of panic would show on his face. Boruto shrank his neck at his father's threat. The image of the barbecue shop owner getting beaten up flashed in his mind, sending a chill through his heart. He didn't doubt for a second that this slightly eccentric dad might actually beat him to death. Sasuke squinted his one eye and wiped it with his arm. Luckily, his hair was long enough to shield him from most of the powder. Otherwise, he would truly be worried that the other guy would blind him. Knowing too much does you no good at all right now, Sasuke warned, looking as the other closed in once again. But Uchiha Shaoyin wouldn't be denied. He hefted the heavy black blade and swung it straight at Sasuke's face. If this guy wouldn't talk, then he'd just beat out of him. A screech of metal. Sasuke reacted in a flash, drawing the Kusanagi sword to block the heavy blade, the two weapons grinding against each other at close range, producing a teeth-gritting noise. Feeling the immense force traveling through the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke's confusion only deepened. Just what was up with his counterpart in this world? He was only 13. How could he possibly be this strong? Your eyes. They're unusual, aren't they? Amidst the melee, Uchiha Shaoyin got a clear look at his opponent's electric blue eyes, each sporting 6 tomo. We don't mean you any harm, and I have no intention of fighting you. Sasuke truly felt his temper flaring from this fight. If not for the chakra Urashiki had siphoned from him, he'd have summoned Susanoo and put this arrogant version of himself in his place. He still had to save what little chakra he had for the battles yet to come. There was no time to waste here. So you think you can beat me? With those drill bit eyes of yours? How ridiculous! Uchiha Shaoyin lifted his head, his face a mirror image of Sasuke's, only more arrogant. Looking at the pride on the other's face, Sasuke was suddenly reminded of that dark chapter of his own past he'd rather forget. He exhaled deeply. Lost in thought, Sasuke was suddenly hit by a wave of blistering heat. He caught a glimpse of flames in his eyes before being sent flying again. Uchiha Shaoyin swung his heavy blade dismissively and sneered. So much for that. Boruto stared at the younger Sasuke, who was now brandishing a sword of roaring fire, his jaw practically hitting the floor in astonishment. Amazing, just incredible. To think that Sasuke was already this strong at that age. Though this Sasuke was so different from the one he remembered, nothing could shake his admiration for the Sasuke of his youth. What's more, he was even more striking, no, downright handsome, compared to the Sasuke he used to know. Sasuke slowly pushed himself up from the ground, pulling off his cloak with one hand. Enough of this. This brat seriously needs a beating. Settle him first, questions later. He quickly gauged the chakra left in his body and decided to unleash Susanoo right away. Wait a second. Where's my chakra? As he prepared to summon Susanoo, Sasuke suddenly felt lost and confused. He'd only ever experienced sudden chakra loss like this while fighting Samahata, the giant sword. Glancing at the weapon in his opponent's hand, he muttered to himself, Samahata. But after a closer look, he shook his head, overturning his hasty guess. This broadsword must have a similar ability to that of Samahata. But shouldn't he feel more at home wielding a weapon like the Kusanagi sword? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Sasuke retrieved a sealing scroll from his person. Seeing this, Uchiha Shaoyan let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Fool, you dare compete with me in ninja tools? Let me show you what generations of Uchiha ingenuity can do. With a practiced motion, Shaoyan put away the heavy black ruler he wielded, then flung out 10 sealing scrolls at once and began making hand seals. On Sasuke's side, he had just flung dozens of shuriken. Steel wire was already threaded between his fingers, and, in an instant, a blizzard of thousands of shuriken erupted before him. Among them, countless kunai, each affixed with explosive tags. Good grief. What's going on with this guy? Sasuke stared at the sky, jam-packed with deadly ninja tools, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his spine. At that very moment, he could practically smell death itself lurking near. In a hair's breadth of time, Sasuke's Rinnegan narrowed. With a flash, he unleashed a Minota, swapping positions with his opponent in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shaoyan, still preparing to hurl more ninja tools, was suddenly enveloped in vertigo. His surroundings spun, and the next instant he found himself standing precisely where Sasuke had just been. He looked up to see an arsenal of his own weapons careening down upon him, the very ones he had just unleashed. The sudden shift left Shaoyan completely caught off guard. Damn it, not this space-time ninjutsu again. He felt like he was locked in an unending cycle with this blasted spell. With a furious glare at Nakato, who was clutching his eye and gasping for breath a short distance away, Shaoyan raised his heavy ruler to shield his face and charged forward. He paid not the least heed to the weapons streaking toward him like a storm. The shuriken pelted the heavy ruler with a ringing clamor. Thanks to the ruler's massive size, Shaoyan managed to block most of the onslaught. Yet, inevitably, several shuriken still found their mark in his hands and feet. However, this level of pain was nothing to Uchiha Shaoyan. It was not even as bad as taking a punch from Naruto. Sasuke, breathing heavily, was sweating profusely from his brow as he watched Shaoyan charge and so recklessly. What on earth is with him? This fighting style isn't Uchiha at all. It's completely out of line. Did you ever bother learning the Uchiha clan's elegant blade dancing techniques? Why do you look more like a brute? Sasuke's expression darkened. After all, the Uchiha clan's combat style was something he took great pride in, and now this boorish display was nothing short of an insult. Damn it, if only I had more chakra. Naruto, meanwhile, watching Sasuke's panting and bedraggled state, couldn't help but see a bit of Kakashi in him. It seemed he really had learned the essence. But wait, exactly how much chakra does this Sasuke have left? With that thought, Naruto patted his stomach and called upon his inner fox for a readout. Hey, Kurama, can you check how much chakra he's got? 5. Kurama's reply came slow and languid, but that number was enough to set Naruto's imagination spinning. 500 units? No, judging by his state, it must be just 50 now. As Naruto mulled this over, the fox continued in his mind. 4, 3, 2, 1. Gone. Kurama finished with a dismissive little chuckle. What's going on with this Sasuke? Why is his chakra just draining away like that? On the other side, Uchiha Shaoyan already had 600 units, double what Kakashi ever managed. With that kind of number, Shaoyan could easily overpower the opponent. If things kept going this way, Sasuke was sure to be pinned down and overwhelmed, unable to put up a proper fight. Such one-sided domination wasn't much fun to watch. Just look at Shaoyan. He hadn't even activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan, and he was still so relaxed. An impish grin crept over Naruto's face at the thought. He pulled out a bottle of blue recovery potion and lobbed it toward the flagging Sasuke not far away. Hey, Sasuke, catch. That'll restore your chakra. If you don't go all out, you might really die, you know. Pop. Sasuke caught the bottle with practiced ease. His face was full of uncertainty, but seeing the familiar look on Naruto's face, he instinctively drank it down. Uchiha Shaoyan stood his ground, making no move to attack. From the moment he heard Naruto's words, he knew the other was still holding back in this fight. He too was curious to see just how strong his opponent could be at full power. After downing the potion, chakra surged within Sasuke, nearly spilling over from sheer abundance. Balling his fists, he turned to his younger self, a sudden grin playing at his lips flames of unyielding fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Now he was determined to let his younger self understand. No matter what, the 3-tomo Sharingan would never be enough to overcome these eyes. Want to fight somewhere else? That was exactly what Xiaoyan Uchiha had been hoping for. Right now, they were inside the village, and there was no way they could truly let loose in battle. With a swift motion, he sheathed the black heavy ruler and nodded. All right. Then, his gaze fell upon Naruto, who was standing not far away, munching on snacks as he watched the show unfold. Fine, follow me, Naruto said. He stashed away his snacks and folding stool, raised his hand to open a portal of light. Xiaoyan wasted no time. He stepped through the portal first. Only Boruto and Chuta Sasuke were left standing dumbfounded on the spot. That's the Yomi no Hirasaka? Dad, how on earth do you know that jutsu? Boruto's eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of his head. Chuta Sasuke, beside him, was equally shocked. If he hadn't just encountered his younger self, he'd definitely be suspecting that this Naruto was actually an Otsutsuki in disguise. How could he not know Naruto was capable of such a technique? Close your jaw and follow me, Naruto quipped, slipping through the portal, leaving Boruto and Sasuke staring at each other in bewilderment. Mr. Sasuke, my dad can actually do that? Sasuke's only reply was silence. Don't ask me. I have no damn clue either. Chuta Sasuke rolled his eyes, then beckoned Boruto and stepped into the portal. He didn't feel nearly as anxious as he had upon first arriving. Given the full extent of his current powers, keeping Naruto safe would be no trouble at all. Once through the portal, the view before their eyes shifted. They found themselves in a vast open field with a grand 3-story villa on one side. From the scorch marks on the ground, it was clear this was a training field. At this moment, Xiaoyan Uchiha stood proudly at the center of the clearing, his back facing Chuta Sasuke. Seeing this kid radiating supreme confidence, Naruto's mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of the legendary duel between Shiminchu Shue and Yiguching. So, who exactly are you? Where did you get your Sharingan? With a heavy thud, Xiaoyan slammed the black heavy ruler into the ground as he spoke, turning his head to glare at the others with his scarlet, triple-tomo Sharingan. Though they had barely exchanged a few blows earlier, he had instantly recognized the other's fighting style as one belonging to his clan. This guy's Sharingan was nothing like those second-hand versions. By second-hand, he meant the Sharingan possessed by Kakashi and Danzo. Sasuke stayed silent, weighing in his mind whether or not he should reveal his identity. After all, he was truly beginning to feel that something was off about this version of Konoha. And most likely, the fate of this world would not be the same as his own. He's your future self, you idiot. Naruto, sensing Sasuke's hesitation, blurted it out from the sidelines. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was visibly thrown for a loop. He looked Chuta Sasuke up and down, then shot him a look of utter disdain and said, Nonsense. How could such a weakling possibly be me? And dressed so hideously, too. Not to mention, he's disabled. Uchiha Xiaoyan's words danced recklessly across a minefield, each step landing squarely on Sasuke Nakamoto's nerves. Sasuke Nakamoto drew his Kusanagi sword and spun it in a dazzling flourish, then leveled the blade at this arrogant, brash intruder. His right eye flared. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. You're no match for me. The gulf between the 3-tomo Sharingan and my eyes is insurmountable. As he finished, a wry smile twisted Sasuke Nakamoto's lips. How eerily this resembled the day he'd once faced Uchiha Itachi. Catching sight of that blood-red gleam, Uchiha Xiaoyan instinctively reached for his lime powder, but, realizing the distance was too great, let his hand fall away. Even this small motion sent a shiver through Sasuke Nakamoto. Encountering the Mangekyo again, Xiaoyan found himself silently marveling, but no trace escaped him except in his eyes. Instead, his mind flashed to that blockhead Kakashi. He jabbed his finger at Sasuke Nakamoto in the distance, turning to Naruto, who was watching intently, and spoke in earnest. I keep telling you, that's not me. If it's a fight, then it's just a fight. What's with all the murals? He didn't even finish his sentence. In a lightning crackle, Uchiha Xiaoyan unleashed his signature 3000 thunderclap, appearing in a blink before Sasuke Nakamoto. His heavy, dark blade ignited with flame as he leapt high, swinging down in a fiery arc at Sasuke's head. Zulfust! From the sidelines, Boruto gasped in awe. In his mind, he was already simulating a race between his own teacher, Sasuke, and this cloak-wearing Sasuke. The comparison left him staggered. The stranger in black was even faster than the Sasuke he admired. But more than that, he'd never read about a technique like this in any book. Dad, what kind of jutsu is that? Ever since he'd knelt in recognition, Boruto was calling Dad with no hesitation at all. Naruto, hearing the term from his conveniently acquired son, felt more than a little exasperated. Honestly, who would have thought this kid could actually master the 3,000 thunderclap? Though he grumbled inwardly, Naruto patiently explained. That move right there, that's Uchiha Shaoyan's original ninjutsu. Lightning style, 3,000 thunderclap. Incredible, just incredible. Boruto's eyes lit up with pure adoration at the very name of the technique. In the training ground, Sasuke Nakamoto dealt with the blow in an utterly composed manner. Just as the colossal blade was about to strike, violet bones erupted around Sasuke, encasing him and effortlessly blocking the attack. What? What is that? He stood shrouded in a skeletal barrier, rendering Shaoyan's blade completely ineffective. At the same time, the skeletal arm at the edge of the bone structure swung fiercely toward Uchiha Shaoyan, who was suspended in midair. The third power, Susanoo. Zhongding Sasuke let out a cold snort, and in that instant, the framework surrounding him transformed into an entire skeleton. Its size was significantly larger than before. Uchiha Shaoyan twisted in the air, flipping deftly several times to dodge the attack. Then, planting his foot firmly on the skeleton's fist, he pushed off with force, using the recoil to leap backward. In the span of 2 breaths, they had widened the distance between them. Seeing his opponent's current form, Uchiha Shaoyan's arrogance toward the one he had considered disabled vanished from his expression. Feeling the surging power in the other's eyes, waves of shock crashed through Shaoyan's heart. Damn it! The Mangekyo's ocular arts can actually manifest as armor with pure chakra strength? Which means he still had cards left unplayed even during that 1-against-7 battle. While stunned, Sasuke's assessment of Uchiha Itachi's power was refreshed once again. In his mind, last time he'd faced Uchiha Itachi, he'd only been a step away from securing the kill. The only reason he'd lost was because that white-haired Zhongding had slacked off and dragged him down. But now looking back, that 1-against-7 was nowhere near serious. He hadn't even managed to force the other's ocular armor out. From afar, Naruto sat watching Thin Ice with growing interest. After so many years together, Naruto could read his expressions instantly. He knew exactly what this kid was thinking. Looks like he's been rattled by Zhongding, huh? How far can your 3-tomo Sharingan really see, anyway? And just what are you capable of right now? Revenge is nothing but a joke. Zhongding Sasuke chuckled softly. At this moment, he felt just like Uchiha Itachi had, back then. Perhaps it was finally time for this world's version of himself to understand the chasm between the 3-tomo and the Mangekyo. Heh, how far I can see is none of your concern, cripple. Uchiha Shaoyan's words remained arrogant, but his heart was no longer quite so confident. His earlier Shien heavy ruler attack had proven useless, making it clear that ordinary assaults would never break through this opponent's defenses. Looks like it's time for trump cards. Uchiha Shaoyan's expression grew serious. He gripped his Shien heavy ruler, channeled the power of 3,000 thunderclap, and charged in once more. His speed was so great that several afterimages flickered about the field. Yet Zhongding Sasuke still did not move. Hearing the other's brash words, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This version of himself might seem odd, but deep down his temperament really wasn't so different from what he'd once been. Will he ever grasp the gulf between them, if not at the very last moment? Give up. Everything you're doing is utterly futile. So much talk. Uchiha Shaoyan, racing around Zhongding, shot back a cold retort, then in a flash, appeared behind his opponent and casually tossed out a scroll. With a sharp sound, a black iron jar appeared in his hand. Compared to what had been summoned through channeling before, this seemed rather unremarkable. Yet what was stored inside was anything but ordinary. Within it were charcoal, flour, and a portion of quicklime powder. Most of it consisted of powders that could easily catch fire. Once these substances were scattered and then ignited with a fire-style technique, they would unleash a formidable explosion. Uchiha Shaoyan seized the moment, swinging his arm to hurl the black jar high above his opponent. Just as he was preparing to fling a kunai to shatter the jar, Sasuke Nakato reacted even faster, instinctively swinging his fist upward to smash the jar in midair. Anyone who didn't know better would think this guy had eyes in the back of his head. Put away your ridiculous ninja tools. Do you really think these little tricks could defeat me? Or is this your chosen method for revenge? Sasuke Nakato's voice dripped with disdain and arrogance. Looking at himself from this world, Sasuke Nakato felt an odd mix of satisfaction and discontent. If his strength was only at this level, not only would he be unable to defeat Uchiha Itachi, he'd be powerless before the Otsutsuki clan looming in the future. However, the lightning-style technique Shaoyan had used earlier had indeed taken him by surprise. If things kept going this way, it seemed Shaoyan would master lightning style. Kirin even earlier than he himself once had. But why was this kid, with such talent in lightning style, always using fire style to attack? Ordinary fire-style techniques could hardly be lethal. With a single blow of his skeletal arm, Sasuke Nakato obliterated the ninja tools sent his way. A moment later, black powder rained down from high above, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield in a dense cloud. The father and son spectators could no longer see the two fighters amidst the haze. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Uchiha Shaoyan's voice rang out, a massive fireball burst forth, blooming within the inky smoke. In a blink, flames clashed fiercely with the swirling dust, igniting the battlefield in a roaring blaze sparked by Shaoyan's great fireball. A deafening explosion erupted, painting the surroundings a blazing red. Uchiha Shaoyan's gaze locked intently on the heart of the flames, his heavy black ruler gripped tightly in his hand. He was convinced there was more to this ocular armor than met the eye. Suddenly, with a sharp whistle, a colossal violet hand tore through the blaze, smashing Shaoyan and sending him flying. Fortunately, he managed to shield himself in time with the heavy ruler, not only blocking the blow, but also siphoning some of his opponent's chakra. Put away your foolish fire style. Did you truly believe you could harm me? As the smoke dispersed, Susanoo in its violet form stood revealed, Sasuke Nakato maintaining his contemptuous stare at Shaoyan. Off to the side, however, Naruto could only think that Sasuke Nakato was being stubbornly prideful. If you're so good, keep using just the skeletal form of Susanoo. Don't slip into its semi-complete state. Isn't this just picking on his own past self? Dad, is Shaoyan going to lose? A hint of regret flashed in Boruto's eyes. He was well aware of Sasuke's strength. After all, how could a young Sasuke possibly be a match for his future self? And yet, Uchiha Shaoyan really does look so cool. Not necessarily. Uchiha Shaoyan isn't that weak. Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. He recalled how, taking advantage of his absence, that kid had stirred up multiple explosions throughout the village. When he'd asked Shaoyan what he was up to, the boys simply refused to tell him. Naruto couldn't help but suspect that Brother Bobing was secretly working on new techniques to use against him. Ahem. Landing on the ground, Uchiha Shaoyan struggled to prop himself up with his heavy black blade, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He looked up ahead, and when he did, he saw the towering, half-armored purple giant. Right now, he could barely stop himself from cursing out loud. Damn it, there's a third stage to that ocular armor technique. Even though he'd blocked the opponent's punch with his heavy blade, absorbing a good portion of the chakra behind it, the blow had still left him with serious injuries. Now, with every breath, he felt as if his insides were churning. Up above, middle school Sasuke stood within the giant Susanoo, a touch of surprise flickering in his eyes as he saw the boy below still standing. He's actually able to stay on his feet after taking that hit. It had to be said, this guy in front of him was much stronger than he himself had ever been at 13. Just moments ago, that fire jutsu explosion had forced him to manifest Susanoo's half-body form. If he'd persisted with the skeletal defense, he would have definitely been burned by that move. Yet even now, middle school Sasuke kept the same mocking tone as before. What's wrong? I haven't even gone all out, and you're already in such bad shape? Uchiha Shaoyan looked up at that arrogant face, then turned to look at Naruto, who was watching from the sidelines. Damn, am I really going to have to use that move in front of Naruto? You think this is enough to defeat Uchiha Itachi? With that laughable fire style of yours? Damn it, you one-armed cripple, you. The moment he heard the name Uchiha Itachi from his opponent's mouth, the last shreds of reason snapped in his mind. He didn't care about anything else now. All he wanted was to take down this one-armed, crippled bastard right in front of him. With a resounding bang, Uchiha Shaoyan pulled out a sealing scroll and summoned 2 jars, each the size of a grown man's hand. A laughable fire style, is it? These 2 jars were made from a rare material he had stumbled upon by accident in Uzumaki Stark's lab. According to Uzumaki Stark, this substance had an extremely low ignition point and burned at extremely high temperatures. He'd gone to ask Uzumaki Stark about it afterward, and learned that the special material was called white phosphorus. It is said to be something extremely cruel. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to fuse white phosphorus with fire release, creating an entirely new kind of green flame. Uchiha Shaoyan longed for this exotic fire. Later, he realized that the properties of this exotic fire were almost the same as those described in the book he had read. Not only was its color striking green, but also emitted deadly poison as it burned, and its heat far surpassed that of ordinary flames. Thus, he named this white phosphorus fire, nether poison flame. If an ordinary person were attacked by this fire, the usual means would barely be able to extinguish it. Not only would one have to endure scorching temperatures, but also withstand the potent toxins carried by the flames. Originally, he had intended to keep this as a trump card against Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. Yet, He hadn't expected he would have to use it now against this disabled man. Middle-tier Sasuke witnessed this scene and sneered with disdain. "Huh, are we resorting to the same old tricks again? The defense of a half-formed Susanoo cannot possibly compare to a fully boned form. How many times are you going to use lightning release? Will it kill you to try something else? Why not use Chidori? Can this kind of destructive power really be any weaker than fire release? Once you awaken your eyes, with Amaterasu at your disposal, you can do whatever you want anyway." Middle-tier Sasuke felt somewhat exasperated. He truly couldn't understand why this alter ego of his, going by the name Xiaoyan, was so crazily obsessed with fire release. Looks like it's time he tasted the power of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Xiaoyan flashed a ruthless smile, then crushed the vial of white phosphorus in his hand and summoned a great surge of fire release in both palms. With a whoosh, the fire release chakra met the white phosphorus. The red flames gradually faded, transforming into an eerie green. The ghostly green glow lit up Uchiha Xiaoyan's face, casting a spellbound fascination over Boruto, the viewer. Even Naruto, with a mouthful of chips, froze at the sight. What the heck? He actually pulled it off? Dad, what is that? Naruto was amazed, and Boruto couldn't help but turn to his father for answers. Those two emerald flames caught his eye, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, a powerful sense of danger looming over him. Oh well, Naruto struggled to find a way to explain it to his awkward son. He couldn't exactly say that an idiot got hooked on a novel and then try to mimic the moves from its pages, right? That'd be way too absurd. But then again, what was the big fox reading these days anyway? With that thought, Naruto suddenly called out to the great fox. "Hey, big fox, what book are you reading right now?" In the sealed space of Mount Orange, a fox ear twitched, and with one hand raised to the sky, he shouted at the top of his lungs. "At the end of the immortal road, who stands as king? One look at the 9 tails, and all paths fade into nothing. Which path is better? Listen to me. Chakra ultimately leads to a dead end." Naruto Uzumaki. All right then, this fox really has lost its mind. And to say chakra has no future. Has he forgotten how he even got here? Whatever. Now Naruto could finally see what kinds of novels the big fox had been reading. Comparatively, he still felt that Uchiha Xiaoyan's strange flames were more reliable. Surely Kurama wasn't going to hand out some secret 9-letter technique, was he? That would be way over the top. Naruto withdrew from his inner world, planning to tell his not-quite son, "You're still young, you'll understand in time." But before he could get the words out, Boruto had already collapsed on the ground, his face ashen, lips tinged with purple. One glance told Naruto it was a serious case of poisoning. Naruto eyed the 2 swirling flames in Uchiha Xiaoyan's hands, sniffed at the air, and caught a whiff of something odd. These flames are poisonous. Unbelievable. What kind of strange fire was this, so treacherous? Naruto's nose prickled from the pungent smell. He felt uncomfortable, but at least he didn't pass out like his son. He pulled out a vial of antidote, pinched Boruto's mouth open, and poured it in. Only then did Boruto stir awake, dazed. Boruto scratched his head, confused, and asked, "What happened to me?" "You were poisoned. That green flame is toxic." "Boruto." The kid, startled, instantly clapped his hands over his nose, his eyes flickering with hesitation. He was clearly torn between running off the battlefield and staying to watch the green firestyle's power unfold. But his curiosity about the mysterious green flames was winning out. No need to cover up. If the poison was going to get you, holding your nose won't help now. I already gave you the antidote. Just sit back and watch. Naruto quipped, then turned his gaze back to the fight. By now, Uchiha Xiaoyan had already started weaving hand seals. Blaze style, netherworld poison fire dragon technique. A roaring blaze. With the final seal, a great fire dragon, as massive as Shinden Sasuke's half-body Susanoo, shot skyward. With searing green heat, it charged directly at the gigantic purple warrior. Uchiha Xiaoyan expended all his chakra in this move. He gripped his heavy sword with both hands, staring ahead with effort, clearly pushed to his limits. This was his strongest technique. If it couldn't defeat that crippled foe, he'd truly be out of options. A green flame? What is going on? Watching from atop his Susanoo, Shinden Sasuke was in total disbelief. Wait a second. Why did the fire style, dragon flame jutsu, turn out like this? He'd been pressuring Xiaoyan this whole time, hoping to see if his opponent would use lightning style. So how did things end up with this next-level fire instead? With a sigh, Shinden Sasuke realized this kid really did break all the rules. He narrowed his left eye and unleashed Amaterasu at the incoming fire dragon straight ahead. It was time for this world to witness the might of Amaterasu's flames. As the black fire surged forth and clashed with the massive green dragon, The two brilliant lights grew dangerously intense the moment they met. It looked as if an explosion could occur at any second. Damn, where did a cripple like you get a strange fire? Uchiha Xiaoyan dropped his earlier composure. Regardless of the impending explosion, he whipped out a sealing scroll and dashed forward, determined to collect the peculiar flame. The lure of possessing two strange fires was simply irresistible. Hell, you idiot, take it easy. Naruto, don't stop me. That's a strange fire. A strange fire, you hear? The instant Naruto saw Amaterasu collide with the fire dragon, alarm bells rang in his mind. As someone who was no stranger to explosions, he could tell with a glance that the two flames in the sky were about to spiral out of control. A single misstep, and everyone nearby could be blown away. Naruto immediately grabbed Boruto, flung open a portal of light, and darted right in front of Uchiha Xiaoyan, yanking him firmly by the collar. Then, with a wooden board held before him as a shield, he was about to activate the portal again to escape when, up above, the entwined flames erupted in a tremendous explosion. Middle-rank Sasuke realized something was seriously wrong. In an instant, he released the full form of Susanoo, strode over to the group in 2 steps, crouched down, and shielded them under his massive wings, bracing for the coming shockwave. Boom! A flash of white light swept across, and then, for a split second, the entire training field was reduced to a wasteland of blank white. Barely moments after the blast subsided, a rain of black and green flames began to fall from the sky, mercilessly burning up everything flammable it touched. Meanwhile, the 5th Hokage of Konoha had just stepped out of a tavern, staring dazedly toward the eastern outskirts of the village. P.S. Heartfelt thanks to Su Jimeng, Old Wu from Wuzhong, and all my other readers for your generous support. Something's come up at home, and I've been shuttling between the hospital and my house every day. Managing 2 chapters a day is my absolute limit right now. Any more is just not possible, so I ask for your understanding. After I get through these busy days, I'll aim for a guaranteed 3 chapters a day from next month onward. Thank you all for your continued support. As the white light flashed across the eastern edge of the village, it was as if everyone in Konoha glimpsed the sun itself. This explosion was even more ferocious than the previous one that spawned a mushroom cloud. By now, though, everyone was rather unfazed. If there ever came a day where the eastern border of the village didn't erupt in an explosion, that would be the true surprise. Tsunade stared toward the blast site, her face dark as charred iron. She had been in a great mood, sneaking out for a few quiet drinks during her work break. But nothing could dampen her spirits like this latest explosion. She'd been gone from the Hokage's office for less than 2 hours. And somehow, that blonde troublemaker had managed to stir up chaos again. Tsunade stood rooted in place for a moment, gritted her teeth, and finally decided to look for Jiraiya first. On the eastern edge of the village, at Naruto, Uzumaki's exclusive training ground, Sasuke Nakato had already deactivated his Susanoo. He was supporting himself with one hand on his knee, breathing heavily, his face utterly exhausted. Are you really that out of breath? Naruto shot him a look, completely exasperated. After all, just now he was fighting at full strength, yet using the full-body Susanoo drained him this much? Back in Boruto, he'd be dashing around in Susanoo without even breaking a sweat. Uchiha Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel speechless at this handicapped Nakato. Still, he didn't say much. His full attention was on the black, unnatural flames burning in the area. Sasuke Nakato slowly got back on his feet and took a deep breath. It truly wasn't simple exhaustion. The real reason was that explosion earlier. He'd been terribly worried it would affect the Hidden Leaf Village. So while using Susanoo to shield the others, he'd gone out of his way to use extra chakra to contain the blast and prevent the flames from spreading. That's why his chakra had been depleted so dramatically. And the power of that explosion just now, it really wasn't anything to scoff at. That black fire. How did you get it? Uchiha Xiaoyan didn't particularly want to talk to this cripple, but the lure of the black inferno was too great to ignore. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and ask. Thinking back to how those 2 strange flames merged and erupted, wasn't that the Buddha's furious fire lotus? If he could get his hands on that flame, Uchiha Itachi would hardly seem like an obstacle anymore. Sasuke Nakato fell silent for a moment, then replied, "If you're thinking of using that fire release you just saw against Uchiha Itachi, I advise you to give up on that idea, unless you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Sasuke Nakato clearly understood what Uchiha Xiaoyan had in mind. He didn't know why this world's version of himself had turned out this way, but even if his counterpart seemed strange, he could guess what was going through his mind. Hearing Sasuke Nakato's words, now it was Uchiha Xiaoyan's turn to fall silent. After a long pause, he finally asked, "How far has his ocular armor evolved?" Sasuke Nakato. Ocular armor? What the hell is that supposed to be? Why does this guy always come out with the weirdest things? Sasuke Nakato's expression was almost twisted with confusion. That's not some ocular armor, he replied at last. And right now, you're still no match for him. He wasn't wrong, but Uchiha Shaoyan had no patience for talk like that. Grabbing his heavy sword, he looked poised to keep fighting. Luckily, Naruto stepped in and held him back before the situation could escalate. Naruto couldn't help but feel these two were destined to clash. No matter what was said, a fight was always just around the corner. It was as if they just couldn't stand the sight of one another. Especially that Nakato. Every time he saw Thin Ice, he couldn't go 3 sentences without bringing up Uchiha Itachi. He suspected that Zhongdeng was deliberately trying to provoke Uchiha Shaoyan. With a sigh, Naruto pointed at the flames burning around them, signaling the two to take care of it. The pair both let out a cold snort at the same time. Then, one of them pulled out a sealing scroll to collect the black hellfire, while the other used a Mangekyo Sharingan to absorb the flames, and then also produced a sealing scroll to gather up the green fire. Although Zhongdeng Sasuke believed that the green flames weren't as powerful as his own Amaterasu, still, this thing didn't consume chakra. Might as well take it back and see if it could be studied. Perhaps they could develop a new ninjutsu against the Otsutsuki clan. Despite their mutual dislike, their teamwork was flawless. Naruto stood off to the side, watching with his adoptive son. It was half an hour before they got the scene under control. Zhongdeng Sasuke sat down opposite Naruto, laying all his cards on the table and revealing both his identity and his purpose for coming. Earlier, Zhongdeng Sasuke had slipped over to a corner, discreetly taken out the plow to inquire, and discovered that he and Boruto had ended up in a parallel world due to a travel mishap. All the earlier bizarre occurrences suddenly made sense in that moment. Moreover, the future of this place was completely different from the world they came from. In other words, there was no need to worry about their words or actions having any serious repercussions here. You can't beat that Otsutsuki Urashiki? Naruto asked, curiosity in his voice. No matter the situation, Naruto couldn't help but feel that Zhongdeng Sasuke wouldn't be forced into using something like an Uchiha suplex. There's too little intel, Sasuke replied. In my hand. Never mind, forget it. He glanced down at his empty sleeve, his expression clouded with complexity. If he still had both hands, perhaps he wouldn't be so passive in the fight against Urashiki. But the loss of his hand was meant to remind him of his past mistakes. Fighting the Otsutsuki clan one-handed was just a bit more troublesome, that's all. Naruto, noticing the changing emotions flicker across Zhongdeng's face, casually took out a bottle of red potion and handed it to him. Drink this, he said, it'll heal your injuries. Observing Zhongdeng's conflicted demeanor, Naruto knew exactly what was running through his head. A whole line of Otsutsuki showing up, and yet here he was tangled up in regrets. If you had 2 hands, who knows, maybe my kid wouldn't have been able to stab your Rinnegan out with a kunai later on. Zhongdeng Sasuke took the potion without hesitation and downed it in one gulp. Immediately, he felt a surge of powerful yang energy roiling within him. Dad, don't worry, Boruto suddenly exclaimed, rising to his feet with an enthusiastic declaration. Mr. Sasuke, and I will protect you. Naruto simply stared. His son's rousing words didn't stir him in the slightest. If I had to rely on you with your silly optimism and this so-called pure yang, I'd be better off putting my faith in that white-haired Zhongdeng. As their conversation went on, Uchiha Shaoyan remained silent, head lowered all the while. Now that he was certain the disabled Zhongdeng was his future self from another world, his mood plummeted to a new low. Even the fact that he had just collected a new heavenly fire couldn't bring him any joy at all. Because as long as Zhongdeng stayed in the Hidden Leaf Village for even a single day, he'd find out about that notorious title, Brother Thin Ice. Just imagining another version of himself, calling him Brother Thin Ice, made him feel like he might just drop dead from embarrassment. Damn it, there was no way he could let that happen. And on top of that, Naruto's son was still around. If word of this ever got out, he felt his hard-won reputation would be utterly destroyed. Uchiha Shaoyan quietly pulled Naruto aside and whispered, Do you think, for now, you could just keep them here? At least don't let the two of them wander into the village. He desperately wanted to leave the Hidden Leaf himself, but with Naruto still in danger, he couldn't just walk away. This was the only plan he could come up with. Why? No reason. A look of awkwardness crept across Uchiha Shaoyan's face as he shot a nervous glance in Zhongdeng's direction, clearly worried they might overhear their conversation. Naruto glanced at his expression, and a mischievous grin began to spread across his face. Hey, you doll. Didn't you look pretty cool and collected back when you were walking on thin ice? So why bother worrying about it now? Shut up. Uchiha Shaoyan was so furious he nearly swung his heavy blade in the air. Just tell me out, okay? Just, whatever happens, don't let them find out. The two of them carried on their secret little conversation, and both Boruto and Zhong Ding wisely kept their distance instead of eavesdropping. But right at that moment, the distant voice of Konohamaru rang out. Naruto, big bro. Brother Thin Ice. I've been looking everywhere for you. Screech. As soon as Uchiha Shayan heard Konohamaru shout out that humiliating nickname, his rage erupted like a thunderstorm. Grabbing his heavy blade, he prepared to charge. To hell with it. He was ready to kill this brat and flee the village once and for all. How many times had he warned Konohamaru? Yet every single day the guy just kept yelling his embarrassing moniker. Naruto reacted even faster. He pinned Konohamaru to the ground before Shaoyan could get there. Come on, calm down, you dummy. At least he called you brother. Let go of me. I swear I'll end him today. He was absolutely certain that Zhong Ding and Boruto had both heard that nickname loud and clear. Uchiha Shaoyan felt as if the entire world had gone dark around him. But as it turned out, Sasuke Zhong Ding hadn't even noticed. Right now, he was in a state of complete bewilderment, because he had just discovered that his severed arm had somehow been restored. Staring down at both of his hands, Zhong Ding Sasuke immediately recalled the red elixir he'd swallowed just moments ago. So the blue potion restores chakra, and the red one heals physical injuries? Just when the world had happened to this version of Naruto. Sasuke tightened his grip with his left hand, feeling even more confident about his ability to handle Urashiki. Originally, after regaining his chakra, he only had the confidence to drive Urashiki back. But now, he believed he could pin his opponent to the ground and give him a thorough beating. Mr. Sasuke, that little runt, is that really big brother Konohamaru? And who's this Thin Ice guy? Boruto's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that the snot-nosed boy in front of him was the same Konohamaru he knew so well. Wait, what? Mr. Sasuke, your hand? It grew back. Boruto was still reeling from his shock over Konohamaru when he turned to see Mr. Sasuke staring at both his hands. Yes, I have Naruto to thank for this. Sasuke broke into an uncharacteristic smile. Looking at the blonde-haired boy not far away, all sorts of memories with his best friend came rushing back. Hey, who are you two supposed to be? Konohamaru marched up to them and pointed at Boruto and Sasuke, demanding loudly. This training ground was his big brother's domain. Outsiders couldn't just waltz in here. Sniffling, Konohamaru circled Boruto, sizing him up. He couldn't help but notice that this blonde-haired boy looked a lot like his big bro, Naruto. Rubbing his chin, Konohamaru was suddenly struck by an epiphany. You there? You meant my big bro Naruto's brand new underling, right? Daring to imitate my big bro like that. Boruto. For a second there, he really thought he'd been recognized. But seeing Konohamaru as a kid, a mischievous glimmer flashed in Boruto's eyes. He couldn't beat his dad at this age, but picking on Konohamaru, now that sounded like fun. Sure, maybe this was a little mean, but Boruto could already imagine telling the grown-up Konohamaru all about this when he got back, and the thought made him grin from ear to ear. Sizing up the height difference between him and the younger Konohamaru, Boruto's confidence soared. Sorry, big brother Konohamaru. It looks like you'll have to bear with it for now, Boruto said to himself, then put on an act and responded. That's right. I'm the newest underling that big brother Naruto just took in. Who would have thought you'd be one of his little followers, too? Didn't expect big brother Naruto to let a snot-nosed kid like you join his crew. In just a few words, Boruto struck Konohamaru where it hurt most. Ever since he started training under big brother Naruto, he'd mastered his jutsu to perfection. He could even confidently claim there wasn't a single kid his age in the entire village who could beat him. And now, this fake Naruto was not only embarrassing him, but also tarnishing the reputation of Naruto, his beloved teacher. This was something Konohamaru could absolutely not tolerate. Damn it, I'm not some little brat. I'm the grandson of the third Hokage. You trying to pick a fight with me? Leaping back, Konohamaru pointed at Boruto and started yelling at him. Seeing this, Boruto immediately knew that Konohamaru was getting worked up. Oh, well, since you insist, let me see what you've got. Boruto narrowed his eyes, folded his arms across his chest, and nodded, acting as if he was just humoring a child. Damn it, are you looking down on me? Konohamaru whipped out a sealing scroll from his pocket, and, with a sudden burst of chakra, produced a massive, hollow iron door in his hands. Boruto? Wait, what? Why did Konohamaru pull out a door? Boruto stared in disbelief at the makeshift door for a couple of seconds, while Konohamaru, with one palm on the center, started spinning it as he charged straight at Boruto. The spinning door kicked up gusts of wind all around, blowing Boruto's blonde hair wildly in every direction. Boruto hesitated for a second as he watched Konohamaru's fierce attack. But his ninja instincts took over, and he quickly drew a kunai. Unfortunately, that little kunai was no match for the heavy, swinging door in Konohamaru's hands. With a single, precise blow, Konohamaru sent Boruto sprawling onto the ground. Then, Konohamaru raised the door high above his head and pounded it down toward the toppled blonde. Thud, thud, thud. Think you can look down on me now? Give up yet? I haven't even started. Ow. Had enough. Wait, ow. I give up. I give up. Stop, please. Beaten black and blue, Boruto lay on the ground, bruised and battered, doubting everything he knew. Why on earth did Konohamaru end up fighting with the door? At that moment, Boruto really wanted to cry, but seeing the smug little Konohamaru standing over him, had to grit his teeth and hold back the pain to save the last shreds of his pride. Meanwhile, Sasuke, watching the chaos unfold, didn't interfere. He just found a quiet spot and began his rehabilitation exercises. After all, he had spent so many years fighting one-handed. Now that he finally had both hands again, if he didn't get used to it, he'd never be able to reclaim his former strength. Konohamaru watched Boruto, who looked totally dazed, sitting on the ground, and suddenly gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. Ha, don't feel too bad about losing to me. I've trained under my big brother for a long time, you know. So what do you think? Do you want to get as strong as us? Konohamaru's devilish whisper wormed its way into Boruto's ears, just as his spirits hit rock bottom. Before coming here, Boruto had thought he was pretty tough, otherwise he wouldn't have charged straight at Urashiki like he did. But after arriving here, ahead of him, there's a father whose strength is unfathomable, who even knows how to use the Yellow Springs Hirasaka. Behind him, there's Uchiha Shayan, who can go toe-to-toe with Mr. Sasuke, and now, even Konohamaru at this stage can beat him up handily. Is he truly this weak? Boruto lifted his head, took a deep breath, and earnestly said to Konohamaru, "Please, tell me how I can become stronger." "Hey, don't worry, just leave it to me." Konohamaru grinned, his whole body trembling with excitement. At last, finally, someone could understand the pain he once endured. Konohamaru gave a few quick instructions, then sprinted off in the direction of Naruto. "Naruto bro, let me borrow your summoning beast for a bit." Boom! Rumble. Inside the training field, Gamabunta was chasing after the blonde-haired kid, swinging his blade at him as he ran. It was fortunate that the third Hokage had passed away in time, making way for Tsunade, who had no idea what was really going on. That way, the third Hokage's old warnings about Naruto no longer held any weight. "Aya, Konohamaru, what are you doing? Are you trying to get me killed?" Boruto's face was written with terror. Tears streamed down his face as he ran, flying off behind him with every desperate step. He simply couldn't comprehend why Konohamaru's method of making him stronger had to be so insane. With every swipe of Gamabunta's blade, Boruto felt as if visions of his departed grandparents flashed before his eyes. He glanced at his father, who stood on the sidelines munching on snacks and watching the chaos unfold, and Boruto's cries grew even louder. "Dad, help me! Stop Konohamaru!" Boruto was screaming his lungs out. Anyone else watching would feel at least a little sorry for the poor kid. But not Naruto. Not only was he unbothered, he seemed to find his snacks even tastier as the spectacle continued. Standing beside him were Sasuke Chutu and Brother Bing. Brother Bing did not look pleased. For some time, he'd been plotting how to deal with Konohamaru. More than that, he felt completely ill at ease standing so close to Chutu. He just worried that at any moment, Chutu would call out to him, "Brother Bing." In contrast, Sasuke Chutu seemed much more concerned that something might actually happen to Boruto. Seriously, who uses a summoning beast for special training like this? Gamabunta's huge body. If he so much as accidentally stepped on Boruto, how was Chuta ever supposed to explain that to Naruto's family? Chuta glanced at Naruto, who was still enjoying the drama. "Naruto, are you sure this really is safe?" Strictly speaking, Boruto wasn't even the Naruto of this world's son. But even so, this was really too much. Chutu racked his brain, but just couldn't figure out how Gamabunta was supposed to help Boruto get any stronger. It's fine. That's how Konohamaru was trained, too. Naruto watched on, perfectly content, enjoying every minute of it. Besides, Boruto was just a bonus from Phone Plan anyway. If it had been Himawari who showed up, he might have actually put on a show of fatherly affection. But then again, Naruto glanced at Konohamaru, who was standing atop Gamabunta, cackling and goofing around, and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. "Old third, is this what you meant by the will of fire? I see it now. Boruto, why are you crying? What's with those tears? Do you think crying will make you stronger? Don't run. Charge straight at Bunta." Konohamaru put on an impossibly stern face, but the way his shoulders kept trembling made it clear he was struggling not to laugh. While lecturing Boruto, in the back of his mind, he was recalling how Big Brother Naruto had once scolded him. All in all, Konohamaru felt he'd truly passed the torch, the will of his big brother, to this new kid now. Dad, save me. Sasuke-sensei, help. Boruto tried to awaken the last scraps of fatherly love left in Naruto. But all he saw was the father he'd barely gotten to know, giving him a thumbs up in straight-faced encouragement. Boruto Uzumaki, please, someone come save me. I shouldn't have come chasing after Otsutsuki Urashiki. This place is way scarier than Urashiki ever was. Bang! Just as Boruto was filled with regret, a thunderous sound slammed into his ears. Then, everything went black. Consciousness slipped from him. Seeing Gamma Bunta squash his not-so-legit son with one enormous webbed foot, Naruto's smile froze, and he dashed over at breakneck speed, leaving a portal of light hovering behind him. Before he left, he gave Haku a parting word. Konohamaru's been slacking off lately. Go ahead, but try not to kill the kid. All right. Uchiha Shayan's eyes flashed as a surge of blue light burst forth. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Naruto and Chunin Sasuke hurried to Boruto's side. Chunin Sasuke checked Boruto's pulse and went blank with disbelief. He's dead. It's not a big problem. Chunin Sasuke. Not a big problem. But he's dead. Sasuke was already dreading how Naruto would react upon hearing his son had died. Damn, how would he ever explain this? Naruto, paying no mind to the panicked Chunin, pulled out an immortality totem and pressed it onto Boruto's chest. Pure land. With a jolt, Boruto sat up, first realizing he was lying in an unfamiliar bed, then that he was inside an unknown room. From beyond the door came the sound of someone preparing food. For a moment, Boruto felt like he was back home. How strange. So that was all just a dream? No wonder. Boruto scratched his head and gave a sheepish little laugh, then tossed aside the covers and climbed out of bed. So it turned out that the strange father, Mr. Sasuke, and even big brother Konohamaru who summoned beasts to attack him, all of it had been a dream. No wonder nothing made sense. Even though he didn't know where he was now, Boruto instinctively felt that everything he'd experienced before had been nothing but an illusion. Or maybe he just didn't want to believe it. He would much rather believe that he'd simply fallen asleep in a stranger's house than accept that big brother Konohamaru had really tried to kill him. With a deep, calming breath, Boruto opened the door. The first thing he saw was a red-haired woman busy at work in the kitchen. This person, he was sure he'd seen her somewhere before. But no matter how hard he tried, the memory just wouldn't come. Boruto's footsteps caught the attention of the woman inside. Turning, spatula in hand, and a gentle smile on her face, she looked at Boruto. Naruto, you're awake? The food's almost ready. You'll have to wait a little longer. With a warm and loving gaze, Kushina smiled at him, her tenderness nearly overflowing. She'd already heard from Mikoto and the others about a new jutsu in the Leaf Village that could call souls to the Pure Land. Both Kakashi and Sasuke had visited not long ago. Kushina had been overjoyed at the news. All she'd ever wanted was to see how her son had grown up. Even just hearing about Naruto from others would have been enough. But for some reason, Kakashi had visited almost everyone else, but never sought her out. At last, though, her son was here, come to see her in the Pure Land. Certain that the blonde boy before her was her own son, Kushina had no idea this wasn't Naruto. When Boruto had a good look at Kushina, his eyes widened in shock. Grandma? How on earth was he seeing his grandmother? What's wrong, Naruto? Sensing that her son wasn't moving, Kushina put down her utensils and hurried over to him. Boruto looked up at his grandmother, tears welling in his eyes, and then, unable to hold back any longer, he burst into sobs. Grandma, I've had it so rough. Kushina Uzumaki. Huh? What's happening? It hasn't been that many years, has it? Why was this boy calling her grandma? Wait a minute. You're not Naruto? Boruto wiped his tears with his sleeve, his expression full of grievance. I'm Boruto Uzumaki, son of Naruto Uzumaki. First he explained who he was, and then poured out all his hardships from these years, even telling her about seeing his father as a boy getting pounded into the ground. After all, they were both his father in a way. Surely it was natural to run to his grandma and complain. This is... Clutching her head, Kushina was overwhelmed. She had only just finished preparing herself to become a mother. How does Naruto already have a child? And what was that about being the 7th Hokage in Naruto's youth? Her mind was in a complete muddle after hearing all this. The sheer amount of information from this child was overwhelming. Kushina needed quite a while to make sense of it all. Not bad at all. Who would have thought Naruto managed to win over the Hyuga clan's daughter? Grandma! Boruto cried out, distressed. That wasn't what he wanted her to focus on. Hearing her grandson's outburst, Kushina gently patted Boruto on the head. Don't worry, Boruto. When I see Naruto, I'll be sure to set him straight. That made Boruto grin from ear to ear. Though, Honestly, he couldn't help but wonder, would Kushina really have the heart to punish her own son? Are you sure this will work? Ninja Sasuke squatted by Boruto's still form, glancing over at Naruto doubtfully. His face said plainly that he wasn't buying any of this. Of course, he'll wake up any second now. My own son. I wouldn't put him in any danger, would I? Naruto insisted confidently, flashing Ninja a reassuring grin. Meanwhile, as the two of them hovered over Boruto's body, a chorus of Konohamaru's agonized yells echoed continuously around the training field. Ninja Sasuke buried his face in his hands with a sigh. He couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto was exceedingly unreliable. Just as he was about to deal with Boruto's body himself, the mop of blonde hair on the ground suddenly shot upright. Huh, Mr. Sasuke? Didad? Boruto called out tentatively to the two of them, confusion written all over his face. He could have swore a moment ago he was complaining to Grandma. So why was he back here now? Which one is reality, and which a dream? Boruto felt reality itself start to blur and slip through his fingers. Still, when he called out Dad, he didn't dare meet his father's gaze. Naruto didn't even notice the subtle flush of guilt on his son's face. Right now, his full attention was on a battered, bruised, white-haired old master some distance away. You ungrateful brat. Just wait and see if I don't beat you senseless today. Jiraiya, his face swollen like a pig's head, eyes reduced to thin slits, staggered toward them, vision wobbling. He could barely see at this point. Still, that wasn't enough to stop him from spotting his spiky blonde apprentice. Half limping, half dragging himself their way, Jiraiya fumed, calling Naruto a traitor one moment, swearing vengeance the next. He truly suffered today. He was only looking for a quiet spot to take a nap. He hadn't even tried a peek at the women's bathhouse. Yet the moment Tsunade spotted him, she let loose on him with all her fury. He didn't even need to guess. It was obvious which of his well-meaning apprentices had angered Tsunade this time. What a disaster. He cursed himself for ever trusting that old man's advice. If he didn't take it out on Naruto today, he was sure Tsunade would end up finishing him off one of these days. Naruto, seeing Jiraiya's appearance, didn't hesitate for a second. He took off his own jacket and threw it onto Boruto's shoulders. Then, opening a portal of light, he dragged Chuden away from the scene. Sorry, my son. I'm asking you to take the blame for your old man, just this once. Carrying your father's burden. Forgive me, you pineapple head, this will be the last time. Before Boruto could recover, he realized his dad and Mr. Sasuke had already bolted. You ungrateful student. Look what you've gotten us into. Confused and not sure what was happening, Boruto raised his head and saw a burly man with white hair before him. Could that be Dad's teacher? As Boruto mulled over his father's words, Jiraiya's thick arm had already grabbed him by the collar. With one swift yank, the boy was hauled down onto Jiraiya's knee. Wait, please. You got the wrong person. Seeing he was about to be punished, Boruto quickly shouted. But an irate Jiraiya wasn't about to listen to excuses. Besides, this little troublemaker was always up to something. Finally catching him red-handed, how could he possibly let the brat off now? And anyway, there wasn't another kid in the village with such genuinely yellow hair. For the legendary toad, Sage, to mistake someone else? Impossible. Silence, you disobedient brat. Today your master is going to set you straight. Jiraiya thundered, then brought his hand down, giving the boy a sound spanking. Ouch! Stop! I'm not Uzumaki Naruto. Quiet. Still trying to trick your master, are you? Boruto's frantic protests made no difference. If anything, it only made Jiraiya's swats even harder. The little blonde was really in for it. Jiraiya was using the exact strength he always saved for disciplining Naruto. But Naruto's constitution was another matter entirely. How could Boruto take that kind of beating? Within minutes, he fainted dead away. Oh, I see how it is. You think you can pull a fast one on me now? Jiraiya, seeing the blonde on his knee go silent, just started spanking with even more gusto. Not far away, Naruto, hiding and watching, saw his son getting wailed on and realized the old man would thrash Boruto to death at this rate. He hurriedly stepped in to intervene. Half an hour later, to make it up to his teacher, Naruto had set up a hot pot over a fire in the clearing. Jiraiya took a sip of sake, let out a contented sigh, and relaxed completely. Thanks to Naruto's medicine, the injuries on his face also healed up nicely. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Boruto both sported freshly swollen, bruised faces. Chuden Sasuke and Uchiha Shaoyan sat on either side of Naruto. There was no choice. Naruto had to place them this way, or they'd be at each other's throats. Clustered nearby were a handful of Naruto's oddly dressed shadow clones. Utsumaki Shtak, Utsumaki Yasuo. There was even a cosplayer dressed up as an Adeptus Astartes, the legendary space marine, who would shout praises to the Emperor with every bite of meat he took. Naruto found himself at a complete loss for words. So, you're telling me this kid is your son from the future? Jiraiya stared at the bruised and battered Boruto, his face etched with disbelief. He simply couldn't wrap his mind around it. How could Naruto's child possibly be so weak? Something like that, Naruto replied. After explaining for ages to no avail, he gave up and waved everyone over to start the meal. He had barely taken a couple bites when he realized something was missing. Smacking his forehead, Naruto conjured a portal to fetch his child's mother. And then, remembering that his conveniently acquired son had probably never met his uncle, Naruto also dragged along a furious Neji. After they arrived, Naruto leaned in close to Hinata and whispered something in her ear, sending the young girl blushing furiously. The clueless Neji beside them was nearly driven mad with irritation. Damn that blonde idiot. If you're going to flaunt your relationship, just go ahead. Did you really have to bring me along for this? Did he think I was meant to play some role in whatever act this was? Mom. Upon seeing what his mother looked like as a girl, Boruto's face crumpled with fresh grievance. He ran, tears welling up, straight toward Hinata, ready to lodge his complaint about his terrible father. But Neji had already noticed this blonde brat. With a disdainful snort, he casually tripped Boruto with his foot. Call out like that again, and I'll kill you. Eyes flashing white in an instant, Neji glared menacingly at the little blonde. From the tone of his voice, it sounded like no empty threat. Uncle Neji! Seeing his uncle alive and moving, Boruto called out in delight before he could help himself. You've got a death wish, kid. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji had finally had enough. His hands flew, and he began to pummel his nephew mercilessly. Meanwhile, up above the Hidden Leaf Village, Urashiki Otsutsuki was hauling his giant fishhook, scanning the entire village with his keen eyes. He let out a chilling laugh. 7th Hokage, I have to admit, you're very strong. But if I come looking for you in the past, what will you possibly do then? The mere thought of being able to seize this era's Naruto Uzumaki's chakra sent Urashiki into fits of uncontrollable amusement. In that moment, Urashiki couldn't help but admire the genius who had invented the Kumogakure plow. Well, he was no slouch himself. To think he found such a brilliant method for dealing with Naruto Uzumaki. Based on the information the Kumogakure plow had provided, Urashiki knew. In this timeline, Naruto Uzumaki was only about 13 or 14 years old, his most vulnerable age. Pathetic lower life forms. Prepare to hand over your chakra. The view from above was excellent, and with the enhanced vision of Urashiki's eyes, he quickly spotted a gathering of yellow-haired figures at the eastern end of the village. He also recognized 2 familiar faces among them. TCH. So those 2 pests followed along as well. So, look at this nano-battle suit I have. I'm telling you, this thing is beyond awesome. Let me tell you, knowledge is the most powerful thing in this world. No, that's not it. Check out your old man Yasuo's sword technique. 5 or 6 shadow clones enthusiastically crowded around Boruto, each showing off the powerful gear they were equipped with. Unlike their original, who tended to greet his son with a quick smack, these clones still had a trace of fatherly affection for Boruto. After all, with his childhood barely over, this kid had become someone living a life even more painful than Pain himself. Each of the shadow clones was planning to teach the kid a thing or two. No, that's all right. I just want something to eat first. Boruto sat down on the ground, looking utterly defeated by life. After just getting thrashed by Uncle Neji, he ached all over. And the moment he'd recovered thanks to the potion from one of Dad's clones, Neji had pounded him again. He felt both his body and spirit had been completely battered. Worst of all, not a single person ever stood up for him while he was being beaten. Not one. Thinking back on his earlier accidental visit to the Pure Land and seeing his grandmother, Boruto couldn't help but feel there was at least a little love left in this world. His heart felt so weary. He'd been here for less than a day, already gotten beaten up 4 times, and even been stomped to death once by Konohamaru and his summoning beast. Boruto, why aren't you eating? Is it because you don't like the food? Naruto, noticing the boy staring off into space, asked sternly, his face serious. A child this young, being picky about food, not a good habit at all. Thinking this, Naruto decided he'd let his son eat his fill, then give him another round of discipline afterwards. Sigh, why couldn't it have been Himawari who came instead? Naruto, something's wrong. There's malice in the air. The chakra in the area is off. The enemy's chakra feels utterly strange. Inside the sealed space, the great fox sensed this peculiar chakra and immediately thought of the late sage of 6 paths. But he'd already passed on to the Pure Land. Now, this new chakra appearing, it was very likely to be from the Otsutsuki clan that Naruto and the others had mentioned earlier. Just as the fox voiced his warning, A portal opened up at the gathering, and Urashiki Otsutsuki stepped through, fishing rod in hand, making his entrance with an air of arrogance. Uzumaki Naruto, you were a hard one to find, weren't you? Urashiki's abrupt arrival made everyone freeze mid-bite. Neji and Jiraiya immediately turned their gazes toward Naruto. His eyes seemed to say, "What kind of trouble have you landed yourself in this time, kid? The enemy has come right to our doorstep." But then, thinking about the opponent's strange time-space ninjutsu, and especially those white eyes, he immediately realized something was off. At that moment, the Naruto clone fixed its gaze on Otsutsuki Urashiki, a cruel smile suddenly appearing on his face. Shooting Sasuke and Uchiha Shaoyan each placed a hand on their respective weapons. Even Kenomaru whipped out his signature door panel weapon. Hinata, too, activated her Byakugan, a faint blue glow shimmering in her pupils. The atmosphere was electric, one spark away from exploding into chaos. Seeing everyone's stance, Urashiki couldn't help but feel uneasy. No, wait, why does everyone here look like they're itching for a fight? Yet Urashiki had no idea that, by coming here, he was like a little lamb walking into a den of wolves. So, he's an enemy, then? Jiraiya cast a glance at Naruto, muttering to himself. He had to admit, this suspected member of the Hyuga clan had guts, that was certain. It was the first time he'd seen anyone brazen enough to pick a fight with his own pupil. A sharp crack and a heavy thud broke the tension. Uzumaki Stark, clad in his battle armor, raised both arms and launched the first strike, shouting back to his comrades. "Don't any of you dare steal this from me. This one's mine." A blue beam of energy shot straight toward Urashiki. Confident, Urashiki raised his hand, preparing to absorb the attack with his jutsu. But as the attack landed, instead of being absorbed, the twin beams sent him flying into the air. How can this be? Why can't I absorb them? Urashiki was left stunned, overwhelmed by the unexpected assault. He had absorbed ninja techniques countless times before. This was the first time such a thing had happened. That's the power of technology, kid. Soaring after Urashiki, Uzumaki Stark taunted him as he gathered energy in his hands once more. But his shadow clones were even faster. "In your dreams. This one's mine." Seeing their enemy airborne, Uzumaki Yasuo's body acted on instinct, unleashing his ultimate move. Steel Tempest. Even though he would return to the main body once this move was spent. If he could finish off Urashiki, Uzumaki Yasuo would have bragging rights over the other clones for a lifetime. The other shadow clones appeared in the air as well, each deploying their own wild techniques. Most faded away as soon as they'd expended their skills. Only Uzumaki Stark kept up his relentless assault. Meanwhile, shooting Sasuke and Uchiha Shaoyan moved in perfect sync, lightning crackling around their forms as they flashed behind Urashiki. Lightning style, Kirin. Blazing split wave slash. A colossal beast formed of roaring lightning tore through the sky, bearing down on Urashiki with a deafening howl. At the same time, Uchiha Shaoyan darted to Urashiki's side, swinging the hefty Shien heavy ruler at Urashiki's waist in a powerful arc. Jiraiya, though not as swift as the younger ones, had already finished weaving hand seals and unleashed the wild lion's main jutsu. Upon confirming their opponent was an enemy, Hinata also employed the technique that Naruto had taught her. However, her method was quite different from Jiraiya's. Jiraiya used his hair to ensnare his foes, while Hinata extended her hair and fired it off in rapid succession, like a barrage of sunbon needles. She even activated her Byakugan, aiming precisely at the enemy's vital acupoints. One could say that Hinata's technique was nearly identical to Kagaya Otsutsuki's rabbit hair needle, only lacking in power. As for Boruto and Kenomaru, just as they were about to rush forward, Neji swiftly floored them with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Neji was thoroughly exasperated with the two youngsters. Did they not see what kind of fight this was? What use could the two of them possibly have by charging in recklessly? Had they not noticed that even he hadn't dashed into the fray? Meanwhile, the true center of attention, Naruto, Uzumaki, he was busy arguing with the great fox inside him. "Kurama, let me out there now. You're in no shape to face him. Let me take control and handle this. Hurry up." Kurama, spotting that Otsutsuki was being besieged, grew increasingly anxious. He was desperate to join the battle, certain it would end before he could even make a move. After all, this wasn't just anyone, it was an Otsutsuki. If he could help defeat him, it would be proof that he'd surpassed even that old sage himself. Fueled by this desire, Kurama even went so far as to disrupt Naruto's chakra, forcefully trying to take over. "Great fox, I can handle it." "No, you can't." Naruto and the fox bickered back and forth, neither willing to yield, like two kids fighting over who gets to use the computer. At last, Naruto couldn't take it anymore and proposed a compromise. He'd take the first half, and Kurama could come in to clean up during the latter half. Only then did Kurama agree, content at last. Meanwhile, Urashiki, battered by the two Sasuke's combined barrage of jutsu, dove into a portal, escaping their attacks, and quickly opening up distance between himself and the others. Upon witnessing space-time ninjutsu again, Uchiha Shaoyan finally snapped. Damn it, space-time ninjutsu again? Seriously, is this ever going to end? He'd been pummeled by Naruto's space-time techniques since childhood, and now, having met another version of himself from another world, he'd been toyed with the same way. And now, this Otsutsuki Urashiki could use it too. What chance did they have against this? As their enemy vanished, both Neji and Hinata activated their Byakugan, scanning the battlefield in search. However, Urashiki's true target was Naruto Uzumaki at the rear. Throughout the battle, Urashiki had noticed Naruto lurking motionless at the back, never making a move. So, has fear finally gotten the better of him? Uzumaki Naruto, look at you now, what a sorry sight you are. Hiding in the shadows, Urashiki let out a scornful chuckle, then activated the Yamatsu Hirasaka to appear right behind Naruto. To prevent anyone nearby from interfering, Urashiki even used his time reversal ability. After running several simulations, he finally cast out his fishing hook, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto was bound tightly. Staring at his captive, now wrapped up like a rice dumpling, Urashiki's smile twisted with cruelty. His fishing rod could absorb his opponent's chakra. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Uzumaki Naruto, looks like you really are scared out of your wits. Dad, Naruto. Among everyone present, the ones who reacted most fiercely were Chuninto Sasuke and Boruto. They could already imagine the next moment. Urashiki tearing the tailed beast chakra from Naruto. Yet, seeing Naruto caught, the onlookers did not panic or rush to help. Instead, they retreated rapidly. Especially Jiraiya, who ran for his life without even looking back. It's not that they didn't worry about Naruto. It's just that, most likely, he was about to unleash some immensely powerful jutsu that would level the entire area again. Hinata wanted to stay, but Neji pulled her away. In just a few breaths, the group had retreated more than 5 kilometers. The sight of this left Sasuke and Boruto utterly dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? What are they all doing? Can't they see Dad got caught? Aren't they supposed to be his friends? Why are even Uncle Neji and Mom running away? Boruto couldn't understand why these people were fleeing in the heat of battle, and his anger burned even more fiercely. Sasuke drew his blade, equally unsettled. Boruto, let's go together. Hey, you're too late. Watching the so-called comrades flee in panic, Urashiki could only sneer at them in his heart, unaware of how serious the situation actually was. He lifted Naruto skyward with his hook, leaving Boruto and Sasuke below, furious but helpless. Oh no, he wants to take Dad away from the Leaf Village. Hearing this from his not-quite-legitimate son, Naruto paused in his struggles against Urashiki's restraints. He had planned to break free by brute force and hit Urashiki with a finishing move. But inside the village, he didn't dare. One wrong move, and he might accidentally wipe out his wife, his master, and his best friends, all in one blow. After all, the village was far too small for the kind of destruction he might unleash. Jiraiya and the others waited on top of the village wall. When they saw no explosion for quite some time, they looked up and realized that Naruto had already been taken outside the village. At last, Jiraiya could breathe a long sigh of relief. If the leaf was blasted to bits again today, he'd really have to answer to Tsunade. Once everyone else had gone back, Jiraiya took Sasuke and gave chase as well. Now, all he hoped was that his wayward disciple wouldn't make things any messier than necessary. Boruto and Uchiha Sasuke also caught up with Urashiki. At this moment, Urashiki pressed one hand against Naruto Uzumaki's stomach, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Throughout their journey, he'd been relentlessly trying to absorb Naruto's tailed beast chakra, but to his bewilderment, after all that effort, he hadn't managed to drain the slightest bit. What on earth is going on? Why can't I absorb any chakra? Urashiki was on the verge of losing his composure. He had finally thought of a brilliant plan, yet coming all this way only earned him a beating, and not even a scrap of chakra for his trouble. And the sight of this brat grinning at him only made his sense of foreboding grow stronger. Inside the seal, the great fox, Kurama, swallowed a mouthful of roast meat and scoffed with disdain. Does he really think just any random fool can steal chakra from someone like me? Kurama's massive form shifted, shaking the ground, and he called up to Naruto. Listen, Naruto, you ought to let me out and settle things with this kid. He's wielding the Rinnegan in his hand, you know? That's dangerous business. Naruto ignored Kurama entirely. He could tell the fox just wanted to steal all the credit for himself. "Dad, I'm coming to save you." As Urashiki prepared for yet another attempt at draining Naruto's chakra, Boruto gripped a kunai, slipped around behind Urashiki, then chose a head-on sneak attack. But with a flick of his foot, Urashiki sent Boruto flying, hardly sparing him a glance. Naruto witnessed the scene, completely exasperated. Why does this kid never learn his lesson from getting hit? What possessed him to try something so reckless again? Sensing they were still a distance from Konoha, Naruto shifted his arms ever so slightly and, without any effort, broke free of his restraints. "Boruto, watch carefully. I'll demonstrate this only once." Just as Sasuke was about to make his move, he saw Naruto break out of Urashiki's hold by sheer force, something that left Sasuke utterly stunned. Even in his own case, once trapped by Urashiki, he couldn't have broken free. What on earth was Naruto made of? "What have you done?" Urashiki was ready with a taunt for these inferior creatures, but as soon as he turned, he saw Naruto standing tall and steady. He distinctly remembered tying this one down, hadn't he? Before Urashiki could process what was happening, Naruto released the power of the tailed beast cloak, immediately pushing his blood limit technique to the maximum. With one swift motion, Naruto raised his fist and drove it straight into Urashiki's jaw, landing a blow that sent him hurtling 100 meters away. Did that? Seeing his father send Urashiki flying with just a single punch, Boruto was left questioning reality. That kind of strength, wasn't that usually the stuff of Aunt Sakura and her monstrous power? Had Dad mastered that technique too? But he himself had never managed to learn it. Or wait, could this be Dad's way of demonstrating the Rasengan? Boruto was thrilled at the thought, waving his arm and shouting to his airborne father. "Dad, this is our chance. Let's hit him together with a Rasengan." With that, Boruto swiftly formed a tiny blue sphere with one hand. Naruto, however, paid no attention to his son. He brought both hands to his waist, gathering a black orb between them, and began shouting. "Boruto, watch closely. Tailed beast bomb, Kamehameha wave." A black beam, brimming with deadly intent, shot forth. To ensure his attack would land, Naruto opened a portal of light in front of him, transferring the attack directly behind Urashiki. As Urashiki tumbled backward, he raised his hand, ready to absorb Naruto's chakra-laden assault. Yet, just as the attack was about to reach him, it vanished without a trace, only for Urashiki to feel a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see a massive hole blasted clean through his torso. "You can use space-time ninjutsu too? It can't be. Who the hell are you?" Urashiki bit back the pain, shouting loudly in disbelief. This was a blow he couldn't accept. After all, when he arrived, he was confident the Nine-Tails chakra was already his. But now, not only had the enemy unleashed an attack of overwhelming power, they had also employed a type of space-time ninjutsu he had never encountered before. "Damn you, inferior beings. I'll kill every last one of you." Gritting his teeth to withstand the agony, Urashiki slowly reached toward his own eyes. Just then, Sasuke Uchiha Shaoyan rushed onto the scene, a handful of quicklime in his grasp. Using Naruto's light portal, he appeared directly before Urashiki. In that instant, Shaoyan saw Urashiki's pale eyes had transformed into crimson Rinnegan. Without a second thought, Shaoyan charged through Naruto's portal, flinging the powdered lime right into Urashiki's face. He didn't know what Urashiki was about to do, but disrupting him now could only help. Ewa! Blinded by the burning quicklime, Urashiki screamed in agony, a wail like a beast being slaughtered. His hands, which were reaching for his eyes, froze. He clutched his face, shrieking in pain. "Now you fool! Use Amaterasu, hurry!" Seeing Urashiki's state, Naruto immediately shouted to the two Sasukes. Uchiha Shaoyan rapidly formed hand signs, conjuring a massive green dragon that surged forward. On the ground, Eternal Mangekyo Sasuke's eyes widened faintly. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. The two different kinds of flames collided midair, the clash even more intense than the last time. Even so, Sasuke felt it wasn't enough. He slammed his palms together, activating his Rinnegan power. Chibaku Tensei. The earth began to tremble as chunks of rock pulled free and soared toward Urashiki. At the very instant the twin infernos were about to detonate, Sasuke's Chibaku Tensei sealed both Urashiki and the roaring flames within a sphere of stone. In the very next moment, the floating sphere exploded with a deafening force. Pooh, blinded and caught off guard, took the full brunt of the blast. Uchiha Shaoyan turned to look at Zhongding, secretly envious in his heart. What exactly is this technique? I want it. If I had this jutsu, the next time I met Uchiha Itachi, I could hurl the lotus of Buddha's wrath at him and then trap him tight with this move. Just imagining the scene, made Xiaoyan tremble with excitement from head to toe. After Boruto was taken away by Jiraiya, he suddenly began to doubt his life. Wait a minute. Dad, where's your Rasengan? What you taught me was already unbelievably powerful. But how could I ever learn to do that? Boruto was shocked by his father's secret move, and a bitter feeling welled up inside. He had hoped he could practice, making the sphere together with his dad. Boruto looked at his father's teacher, confusion written all over his face. Master Jiraiya, my dad's move, the tailed beast bomb, Kamehameha wave. Jiraiya's face darkened as soon as he heard those words. Don't ask me. I have no clue. All I taught Naruto back then was the Rasengan. How was I supposed to know he'd come up with this? Boruto. Huh? Rasengan? Boruto heard that his dad had somehow turned the Rasengan into that, and was even more baffled. How is that even remotely related to the Rasengan? As the two of them spoke, the aftermath of the explosion finally faded. Now, everyone could clearly hear Pooh screaming in a frenzy. Pooh, who had just been at ground zero of the explosion, hadn't just taken a shockwave. He had been hit with vicious poison, too. In a desperate act, Pooh tore out his own eyes and swallowed them, forcibly entering the second phase. His original Byakugan were now gold, transformed into Rinnegan. In his madness, his body was twisted into the shape of some giant humanoid bird. Ark, damn you, I'm going to kill you all. He was truly driven to the brink by these inferior creatures. Now, completely unhinged, he swung his arms wildly, blasting chakra in all directions with reckless fury. Naruto, it's my turn now. The giant fox caught sight of those golden Rinnegan and could hold back no longer. He was desperate to beat down an Otsutsuki and prove that his hard training had paid off. All right, Fine. Just don't destroy those eyes. I'll need them later. Naruto sighed helplessly, then relaxed his mind. The next instant, his pupils turned into vertical slits, and a torrent of Ninetales chakra erupted around him. Sage Emperor Kurama takes the stage. The moment he seized control, Kurama clapped his hands. Instantly, he transformed into a red fox, his size now on par with Gamabunta. Ninetales chakra is out of control. Dad, Naruto. Those who didn't understand what was happening immediately called out in alarm. Jiraiya's expression grew especially grave. If a Jinchuriki were to go on a rampage, it would mean Naruto lost all control over himself. Worse yet, in such a state, he would attack everyone indiscriminately. But in the next instant, Jiraiya witnessed something he never expected from the Berserk Ninetales. It was forming hand signs on the spot. What's happening? Is the Ninetales actually using ninjutsu? It wasn't just Jiraiya left dumbfounded. Even Sasuke, who was familiar with Kurama, was a loss for words. Despite countless previous bouts against his best friend, he'd never seen the Ninetales form hand seals before. Clearly, this wasn't a rampage beast. It was Naruto deliberately wielding the tailed beast's power. So Fox, you finally couldn't resist showing yourself. Yura, seeing the immense form of the Ninetales, abruptly forgot all about his pain and threw back his head in booming laughter. Anyone not in the know would think he'd been the one to force Kurama out. He seemed to forget entirely how battered and disheveled he looked. After all, his main objective in coming here was to extract the Ninetales chakra. Now that Kurama had appeared, drawing it out should be so much easier. Fixing Kurama with an eager gaze, Yura immediately launched his attack. Heavenly Must Wave Meteor Command, Soul Dominion. A purple orb of light shot straight toward the massive fox. In Yura's mind, the Ninetales appearing before him in this state was nothing more than a sitting target. He could close his eyes and still score a direct hit. Yet, Kurama showed no hint of concern in the face of such an assault. Admittedly, Yura's attack was powerful. If he landed a hit, Kurama would likely be hurt. But ever since finishing his rigorous training, Kurama had come to believe one thing with utter conviction. From this moment onward, across the entire shinobi world, no single attack could touch him. With a quick hand seal, Kurama began to chant softly. 9-syllable secret walk. With the sound of rushing wind, Kurama's massive shape vanished from sight, only to reappear a heartbeat later right above Yura's head. From his vantage, Naruto, now in spectator mode, nearly dropped his jaw in shock at the fox's trick. Holy seriously? Big Fox, you actually pulled that off. Teacher Kurama, you gotta teach me that move. Naruto had seen Kurama use the 9-syllable secret just now, clear as day. To everyone else, the big fox seemed to have teleported in an instant. But Naruto knew. Kurama had simply moved at speeds too quick for the naked eye to follow. From his point of view, it was as if the world blurred and Kurama had simply appeared in the air, a distinction without a difference compared to true teleportation. Next, Kurama brought both forepaws together and drove a massive punch that sent Yura crashing from the sky, straight into the earth. The ground erupted with a thunderous crash. Only then did everyone snap out of their stupor. What? What was that just now? Zulfust. Boruto's mouth hung open in shock, his mind reeling numb. Why? Why couldn't he master any of these awesome techniques his old man could use? Flying Thunder God? No, that's not it. That was simply pure speed. Jiraiya recalled the scene in his mind just now and finally made sense of it. A deep sense of melancholy settled in Uchiha Xiaoyan's heart. Today, he had been basking in joy from obtaining the strange flame. Yet Naruto still possessed such a powerful technique. Even later, when he developed the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, there was no way to land a hit on Naruto while he moved with such speed. Unless he could master that technique, planetary devastation. As the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly turned to Chudo. Hey, that technique you just used, what was it exactly? In the end, Uchiha Xiaoyan still bowed his head before power and asked Sasuke Chudo. Cough, cough. Urashiki, sprawled upon the ground, hacked up mouthfuls of blood. Bits of mangled organs mixed within. Boom! Boom! And even so, the giant fox showed no mercy, continually smashing its paws against the earth. With each strike, Urashiki spat even more blood. Had it not been for the Otsutsuki clan's tough constitution, he would have been pounded into mush by Kurama's onslaught long ago. Meanwhile, Naruto was gleefully patting the giant fox's hindquarters with loud praise. And all this flattery made Kurama practically float with pride. Ah, I barely even tried, really. It was nothing at all. Nothing worth mentioning. Now, the great fox felt invincible. Even if the old man were to appear before him now, he would have the guts to flaunt his mastery of the nine-sign secret. Kurama had apparently read far too many novels, for even his modesty was tinged with swagger. But Naruto still caught the note of smugness in his tone. Say, Big Fox, have you mastered the entire nine-sign secret? Naruto's sudden question silenced Kurama on the spot. Even pounding Urashiki into the ground had just now taken serious effort. After a significant pause, he finally replied, No, I've only picked up the travel sign, the one that represents dazzling speed. Naruto, just call me Kurama, the immortal emperor. Then maybe I'll teach you. Naruto, give me a break with the titles. You're no different from that big black dog who also knew the travel sign. Though Naruto was exasperated, he couldn't deny how tempting it all sounded. In the end, he begrudgingly called Kurama immortal emperor. After a quick exchange, Kurama willingly relinquished control. I'm done playing. Any further, and this guy really will die. He's your problem now. Exiting the fox mode, Naruto landed steadily and approached Urashiki. Dumni inferior, creaturi. I swear I'll kill you. I will. Our Otsutsuki clan will never let you go. Collapsed on the ground, Urashiki still put on the same haughty front before Naruto, refusing to lose an ounce of bravado. Chakra drained, every bone in his body shattered, yet he still didn't forget to shout. Idiot! Heh, goof. Naruto spat a thick wad of phlegm at the guy, then pulled out his massive door plank and swung at Ushi's head with a series of resounding thuds. In just a few swings, Ushi was left howling in pain. The moment Boruto saw the door plank weapon again, his eyes instantly shone with reverence. This is something I can learn. So that's where Konohamaru learned to use his weapon. It was all from Dad. How amazing. I have to master this, no matter what. Not only did Boruto want to master Naruto's door plank technique, he also wanted to learn Uchiha Xiaoyan's heavy ruler style. Just imagining himself with the door plank in his left hand, the massive ruler in his right, Boruto couldn't help but grin like a fool. Sorry, Dad. If only I hadn't complained about you to Grandma before. Jiraiya gave the boy's head an affectionate pat and led Boruto forward to check on the situation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Xiaoyan and Naruto Sasuke standing off to the side. You're saying you need the Rinnegan to use Chibaku, Tensei? Uchiha Xiaoyan's expression looked a little odd. He wasn't quite sure how the other guy managed to get hold of this so-called Rinnegan, but he felt it was pretty unlikely for him to ever acquire such power, even if he had to face Uchiha Itachi in battle. Yeah. There's no need to be so anxious, though. Naruto Sasuke kept quiet about the fact that he had already obtained the Rinnegan. Oh, right. Do you know? All my life I've walked on thin ice. Do you think I'll ever reach the far shore? What does that mean? Naruto Sasuke looked truly puzzled, because ever since they met, Konohamaru kept muttering that phrase quietly as soon as he saw him. Not just once or twice. He wouldn't stop repeating it, which was really getting on Sasuke's nerves. You cripple Naruto. Damn you. The very thing Brother Thin Ice feared most happened. The moment he heard those words slip from Naruto's mouth, he instantly flew into a rage, grabbed his heavy black ruler, and sent Naruto Sasuke flying. Today, I swear I'll finish you off. Crash. Before the two had even exchanged 5 sentences, they were fighting again. Brother Thin Ice just wanted to let out some steam. It didn't matter whether or not he could win today. He had already decided he wasn't going to stay in Konoha any longer. It wasn't hard to imagine that once crippled Nakata got back, he'd find out who Brother Thin Ice really was. By then, his name would be a joke in another world. Suddenly, Brother Thin Ice remembered that slip of paper he had at home. Maybe he should lie low in the Sound Village for a while, and come back after that guy's gone. Dad, why are Sasuke-sensei and the others fighting again? Don't worry about them. Let them work it out however they want. Naruto glanced at the distant Susanoo, figuring Brother Thin Ice was most likely in for a serious beating. But in the end, it really wasn't much of a problem. Anyway, if something goes wrong, we'll just use an immortality totem to bring him back. Naruto averted his gaze, then crouched down in front of Urashiki. Next, he rummaged through his system inventory and pulled out a bottle of crimson potion, handing it to Boruto. Boruto, in a bit, I'm going to take out his eyes. As soon as I do, you give him a sip of this potion right away. Huh? Naruto, what are you? Both Jiraiya and Boruto froze on the spot, completely stunned. Just moments ago, their minds were focused solely on how to defeat Urashiki. They hadn't considered plucking out his eyes at all. Especially Jiraiya. He'd already noticed that Urashiki's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Nagato's. The only real difference was the color. These were, after all, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Was Naruto really not crossing a line by doing this? What are you both standing around for? Get moving. While the two of them were still in shock, Naruto had already removed all three of Urashiki's eyes. However, the pair of golden Byakugan lost their gleam the moment they were taken out, quickly fading into two ordinary white eyes. Only the golden Rinnegan on Urashiki's forehead remained unchanged. Examining them closely for a moment, Naruto took out a jar and stored the eyes away. He had no intention of implanting Urashiki's eyes in himself. Frankly, just thinking about it made his skin crawl. Still, he was planning to hand this Rinnegan over to Uzumaki Stark to see if they could possibly attach it to one of his weapons. If it worked, he intended to give his weapon a sparkling contact lens on its front gate. Then, the next time he whipped out the weapon for a fight, the eye would open, and even without using any ocular jutsu, just the sight of it might drive enemies out of their minds. Oh, okay. As Boruto snapped out of it, he slowly crouched down, grabbing hold of Urashiki's head, and gingerly poured in the potion. Useless kid. Give him more, I said. When Naruto saw Boruto letting the potion drip and drop by drop, he was so frustrated he nearly smacked his own son. At this rate, there was no way Urashiki was going to grow a new pair of eyes. After a couple more scoldings, Boruto finally steeled himself and gave Urashiki about a third of the potion bottle. Immediately, the near-dead Urashiki's eyes began to grow back rapidly. As soon as he opened his freshly regenerated Byakugan, he spotted the two blondes by his side and burst into a furious tirade. Cursed inferior species. Damn you. My power. What have you done to me? Urashiki could feel that most of his power was gone. And above all, his once mighty eyes had reverted to ordinary Byakugan. He simply couldn't accept this powerless reality. Naruto responded by raising the doorboard and thwacking him hard. Bam, bam, bam. Blood splattered across both father and son. Once Urashiki was knocked unconscious, Naruto crouched down again for a closer look. Seeing that it really was just a pair of ordinary Byakugan now, Naruto pursed his lips, muttering to himself. TSK. Looks like I'm not even being given a chance to exploit a loophole. Mamashiki. Save me, please. At the Konoha training grounds, inside a makeshift laboratory set up by Naruto, Urashiki's screams echoed relentlessly. Thankfully, hardly anyone in the village dared to venture near this place. Otherwise, they might suspect the blonde kid of conducting some kind of human experiment right here in Konoha. Inside the lab, Uzumaki Stark and Naruto both wore white lab coats, while behind them, jars brimmed with a strange collection. 201 Byakugan and a single golden Rinnegan floating in suspension. Boruto stood beside Urashiki's head, his hands trembling as he held a vial of medicine. It had been more than 2 hours since Otsutsuki Urashiki was captured. During this time, Naruto and his shadow clones took turns extracting Urashiki's Byakugan and had Boruto feed him various potions in between. The whole ordeal was almost too much for Boruto's young heart to endure. The scene before his eyes, bloody and raw, left him shaken to the core. At this moment, his father's smile felt disturbingly sinister. Regret began to gnaw at Boruto for tattling to his grandmother in the first place. All things considered, though, now that Urashiki was being dealt with, he figured that by the time he and Mr. Sasuke got back, his dad might never even realize there had been a problem at all. After all, it wasn't as if his old man would chase them to another universe just to give him a beating, right? Probably not. No big deal. Meanwhile, Haku Bro was busy pulling out all sorts of jars and bottles, pouring mysterious powders over the eye socket on Urashiki's forehead. Lime powder, chili powder, white phosphorus, charcoal, croton seed. He experimented with each substance in manic succession. His wild streak made Naruto's methods look almost mild by comparison. As for the others, they waited outside. Originally, Jiraiya planned to join in too, but after seeing Urashiki's endless eye extractions, even he couldn't stomach the sight any longer. He spun on his heel, dashed out of the lab, and pulled out a familiar adult magazine, hoping to steady his nerves. Jiraiya even wondered whether Naruto should have studied under Orochimaru after all. Sasuke wasn't in the lab either. After finishing a brawl with Uchiha Shaoyan, both men were fuming. If either of them stepped back into the laboratory, they'd probably end up fighting all over again. Damn it, why only 201 eyes? Can at least be an even number? Looking at Urashiki's now shriveled body, Naruto felt utterly exasperated. He tried everything, rejuvenating Urashiki's chakra, restoring his life force, even resorting to the immortal totem. But after taking out 201 Byakugan, Urashiki's eyes had degraded to those of an ordinary person, and his body began to wither more and more. The current state of this Otsutsuki fisherman. Naruto figured even if the third Hokage himself clawed his way out of the grave, he'd still be in better shape than this. It seemed there was nothing more left to squeeze from this guy. Let me go. At least give me a quick end. Stop torturing me. Uchiha Poo lay on the lab bench, his breaths coming in shallow gasps, looking so pitiful that even the others couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Naruto watched as idiot brother poured sulfuric acid straight onto Poo's eyes. And if that wasn't enough, he slapped a few explosive tags right on top. Damn it, my wife's Byakugan is still in there. Fuming, Naruto kicked idiot brother right then and there. Idiot brother, what's wrong with you? This lab is tiny. Why on earth would you use market-grade explosive tags? Oh, after being booted across the room, Thin Ice brother nursed his sore backside, quietly stowing away the explosive tags, looking a little aggrieved. He just wanted to see if his tags would react to the materials around. Was that so wrong? Suddenly, Pooh, startled by the acid, let out a howl. His head slumped to the side, and life slipped away from him. Naruto, he's dead again. Seeing Pooh die, Thin Ice brother actually looked even more anxious than Naruto, because he hadn't even started to test his own strange fire abilities yet. Forget it. We're not reviving him. Continuing any further isn't going to get us anything new. Naruto sighed. After all, he'd already revived Pooh dozens of times just now, but the guy stubbornly stopped yielding Byakugan. The eyes in his sockets had turned into those of an ordinary person. Going on like this, Naruto worried he might suffer some psychological damage himself. Honestly, gouging out someone's eyeballs was nightmare fuel. Damn it, who knows how long before we run into another Otsutsuki. He felt no small amount of regret, realizing it might be ages before another chance came along. Right now, he could only fit one golden Rinnegan on a weapon. But at least Danzo the old thief's Mangekyo would do in a pinch. Maybe Uchiha Itachi would even gift him Shurisue's one day. That would finally make a complete set. With that thought, Naruto pulled out a giant door plank and tossed it to Uzumaki Stark nearby. I'll leave the weapon stuff to you. Uzumaki Stark held the door plank in silence for a long moment before speaking. Attaching eyes to a door plank. That's a stretch, but I could probably make you a new weapon. Saying this, Uzumaki Stark turned around and handed Naruto a blueprint. On the paper, there was a rough sketch of a coffin about 2 meters long. It was covered in drawings of Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Naruto, who thought he'd seen it all, had to admire how innovative this weapon idea was. Though it probably wouldn't handle quite as easily as a door plank, swinging this huge black coffin at an enemy. Now that would drop literal tons on them. He could even use it to unleash a bulldozer-style Iato slash. Let me make some adjustments first. When it's ready, just come back and pick it up. Naruto nodded in agreement, his face bright with cheer, while Boruto, standing nearby, looked like his eyes were about to light up the whole room. Dad, make one for me too. Naruto, never stingy with his silly son, tossed the colorful iron door right over to Boruto without a second thought. With a dull thud, the lightweight-looking door pinned Boruto to the ground on the spot. Naruto, startled, rushed to lift the door off him. You can take this door home with you, he said, straightening it up. You can even use it as a training weight when you're working out. Thanks, Dad. Boruto cheered as he crowded around Naruto, secretly thinking that, in the end, his dad really did love him the most. After learning the general method for using the door from his dad, Boruto hopped onto the floating panel, gliding over to Brother Thin Ice. Mr. Sasuke, this ruler, is it something my dad made too? MHM, just go find the executioner's blade when you get back. What I have isn't suitable for you. Busy inspecting a corpse, Brother Thin Ice didn't even look up. Right now, he was wondering whether his strange fire could actually burn the corpse to ash. Okay, I've got it. I'll definitely go find the executioner's blade when I get home. Hearing Boruto's determined words, Brother Thin Ice finally looked up and smiled with satisfaction, as if he was seeing his younger self laying eyes on the black heavy ruler for the first time. Not bad. This kid might have what it takes to become emperor one day. Once all this was squared away, Brother Thin Ice led the little blonde out of the lab, while Uzumaki Stark went off to work on his new weapon. Naruto tidied up the lab a bit, then stepped outside and brought his wife in. Naruto-kun. UI. The young girl was suddenly walked in, the two of them left alone. Inevitably, certain scenes flashed through her mind. Her face turned crimson in an instant. Could it be? Naruto wants to. What do I do? What do I do? Should I say yes? Hinata struggled with her thoughts for quite a while, stammering as she spoke. Naruto-kun. And no, we were still too young. Her face was burning, hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, too flustered even to glance up at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. What is Hinata thinking? Fusing Hinata's Byakugan turned out to be far easier than he'd imagined. When Hinata activated her Byakugan, her eyes already glimmered faintly blue. And once those Byakugan eyes were set in front of her, in a flash, their chakra was absorbed right into her eyes. The fact that the whole absorption went smoothly without the need for surgery was a huge relief for Naruto. After all, he neither had surgical skills nor the heart to wield a knife on his own wife. After absorbing all 201 Byakugan, Hinata's eyes still hadn't evolved into the Tensegan. But this was within Naruto's expectations. These eyes, excavated from Urashiki's body, grew increasingly impure as he worked through them, utterly insufficient to spark the Tensegan's evolution. It made sense, after all. If Hinata could awaken the Tensegan just by absorbing these eyes, that would be far too easy. Yet after taking in the 201st Byakugan, the blue light in Hinata's left eye shone even brighter. Compared to the faint, flickering luster from before, it was clear she was one step closer. Not only that, but Hinata's chakra reserves had now firmly surpassed Sasuke's. With some focused training in the future, it's possible that this young lady's talent may end up rivaling those two prodigies after all. Let's just hope she won't take it out on me in the future. Once they were done, Naruto led Hinata out of the lab. But he noticed a faint shadow across Hinata's mood, though he couldn't quite tell why. Was she unhappy that her eyes had evolved? Or, sigh? A girl's thoughts are as mysterious as the moon behind clouds. As they exited the lab, the two found Shudo Sasuke and Uchiha Shaoyan at it again, trading blows in yet another sparring match. Sasuke, having spent too much time with Shaoyan, had started to pick up his habits, taunting as he fought, exchanging sharp banter between blows. Still, compared to Shaoyan's legendary trash talk, Sasuke's skills were lacking. Not far away, Boruto was training with Kanomaru, a heavy wooden door strapped to his back for resistance. Meanwhile, Neji was scowling as he pummeled a practice dummy nearby, stealing glances at the little blonde troublemaker, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles gleamed white. Anyone could tell. He was just itching for another chance to put Boruto in his place. And Naruto, let me help you tidy up the house. Hinata, still holding Naruto's hand, pointed at the big mansion in the distance. For her, helping her husband tidy up was a way of fulfilling a wife's duty, doing what she could, even if a bit ahead of time. Naruto almost refused. The place hardly needed cleaning. Yet when he met Hinata's expectant gaze, he couldn't bring himself to say no. All right, let's do it together. With that, Naruto took Hinata's small hand and dashed cheerfully toward the mansion. Neji, who had been eavesdropping nearby, felt a vain throb across his forehead at the sight. He glanced back and forth between his departing sister with the blonde idiot and the smaller blonde in training. Decision made. He'd take his frustration out on Boruto for now. At this moment, Boruto was wholly absorbed in his training. The door's father had given him weight a ton, and every step demanded all his focus and strength. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind. He crashed to the ground beneath the heavy wooden door, sprawled and breathless. Looking up and seeing Neji standing over him, Boruto could only gaze back, aggrieved. What'd I do this time? I didn't even call him uncle again. Why does he keep hitting me? Boruto started to think that today's beatings were enough to make up for all the ones he'd managed to dodge over the years. Why'd you hit me again? He rolled out from under the doorboard, his voice already tinged with a sob. Neji snorted coldly, then spoke. Why are you wearing black clothes today, Boruto? And with that, the familiar scene of an uncle thrashing his nephew played out once again in the training ground. Boruto was on the verge of tears. Before coming here, he'd actually been looking forward to meeting Uncle Neji. but now he could hardly muster any excitement at all. This was already the third time his uncle had beaten him today. It was even more outrageous than what his own dad would have done, and all over something like wearing black clothes. From Boruto's perspective, it sure seemed like Uncle Neji was just looking for any excuse to pummel him. Getting beaten up left Boruto furious, and his mind drifted back to the conversation he'd had earlier with Konohamaru. Just wait. Uncle Neji, why get back? I'm definitely sneaking some of your offerings. Boruto, get up quick. Fight back. Where's that technique I just showed you? While Boruto was taking his beating, Konohamaru kept egging him on from the sidelines, making such a racket that it even drew the attention of Xiao Yin and Uchiha Sasuke, who were sparring nearby. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously stopped fighting and charged straight toward Konohamaru. A moment later, a fresh round of wails echoed across the training grounds. As evening fell, Naruto and his wife finished up cleaning the house, sharing glances so sticky sweet it was almost nauseating. Naruto had even prepared a separate room for Hinata, but no matter what, Neji refused, dragging a reluctant Hinata away from the scene without looking back. If he stayed any longer, Neji was truly afraid that blonde idiot would actually end up giving him a real nephew. Just a thought made his head want to explode, never mind Hayashi Hyuga's reaction. Watching Hinata and his brother-in-law walk away, Naruto lingered in the doorway and let out a deep sigh. Just then, Bo Bing reappeared before him, now dressed in a fresh black robe. With his head bowed and his voice hushed, he spoke in a mysterious tone. Naruto, I'm going to be away from the Leaf Village for a while. I might be heading to the Sound Village. At this, he glanced over at Zhongdong in the distance. Seeing how awkward he looked, Naruto couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Xiaoyan, are you finally going to seek out Midu? Wham! Bo Bing sent Naruto, flying with a swift kick, his tone fierce. Naruto, if you keep running your mouth, I'm going to stop being friends with you for real. Just thinking about how that neither man nor woman, Orochimaru, could possibly be connected to Medusa, made his skin crawl. Naruto sprang up from the ground with a nimble flip, his face turning serious. All right, Fine. I'll send a shadow clone to go with you. It'll make opening a portal a lot easier, too. With that, Naruto formed a hand seal and summoned a shadow clone. In the next instant, a blonde kid dressed in a black cloak with red clouds appeared before the two of them. There was no need to look closely to know he was cosplaying as Uchiha Itachi. With two dramatic lines drawn with marker on his cheeks and his hand tucked inside his robes and poised on his chest. My foolish little brother, Amaterasu, blazing wave ruler. Brother Bing was nearly knocked out from sheer frustration at the sight of this blonde. Without another word, he swung his heavy ruler blade, smashing this Naruto clone into pieces. Could you at least try something normal for once? All right, take it easy. Seeing that Sasuke was about to unleash his Amaterasu flames in anger, Naruto gave an awkward laugh and finally transformed into a passable clone. After giving a few instructions, Brother Bing left with the clone to head home and pack up. But, of course, before he left, he gave Konohamaru a solid beating yet again. Naruto watched his departing figure and let out a slow, weary sigh. In the end, Team 7 really is breaking up. After reflecting on it for a moment, Naruto remembered the knockoff Buddha's Wrath Lotus the kid used today and the mysterious jutsu the big fox had shown. Damn it, the ninja world style can't keep getting weirder, especially considering the strange books he had stashed away in his own seal space. He absolutely couldn't let the big fox see those. Naruto truly dreaded the idea of the big fox suddenly shouting at him. This immortal emperor is... He didn't even want to think about how crazy things could get. But even more, he honestly worried the big fox might get infected with those Cthulhu-like vibes. After all, with the rise of immortal Emperor Kurama and Uchiha Xiaoyan, Naruto really didn't dare let them go near that stuff. At that thought, Naruto's consciousness slipped into his sealed inner world, where he hurriedly snuck those kinds of books out of Kurama's personal library. Just as he was hesitating over whether to destroy them, he heard Sasuke calling him from outside the door. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something important. Naruto dropped the books at once and ran toward the training grounds. At this moment, Boruto happened to step out of the bath, freshly washed. As he passed the table, something compelled him to walk over and pick up a book with a red cover. Strange Tales of the Immortal? You all are leaving tomorrow? So soon? Hearing what Sasuke said, Naruto already felt a pang of regret. Damn it, he hadn't even lived up to his role as a father today. All he managed was to rough up Boruto a little. Sasuke stood in silence for a moment, then pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Naruto. These are my notes on Lightning Release. Help me pass them on to that guy. Even though he and Brother Bing had sparred the whole day and traded all kinds of barbed words. But when it really came time to leave, he still couldn't help wanting to teach his younger self everything he knew, even though the other was not truly from his world. Perhaps it was a way to offer some comfort to his own youth. He hoped that, in this world, his younger self could have a better future. Naruto took the scroll, setting aside his usual playful demeanor. His face turned serious as he replied, "All right, are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? There's no need. If we linger here, we'll only cause bigger trouble." Naruto pulled a face at a loss for words. "Isn't it possible that you two might cause just as much trouble whether you're here or not? Boruto will stay here tonight. I'll come pick him up in the morning." With those words, Sasuke turned and left the training grounds. Who knows where that guy is planning to go now? Watching Sasuke walk away, Naruto turned and shouted into the house, "Boruto, get out here. I'm giving you special training tonight." It was a full 3 minutes before Boruto's voice drifted out from inside. I'm coming." Reluctantly, Boruto stepped outside. Exactly like a kid dragged away from a video game in the middle of a match by his mom, calling him for dinner. "What's with that look on your face? You're going back tomorrow. So tonight, we're training properly." When Naruto pulled out a huge iron rod to use as a pointer, Boruto shuddered. Thinking back to how his dad had punched a Shiki flying today, he felt that if he didn't take this seriously, he'd probably end up meeting Grandma in the Pure Land. Anyway, that golden dad statue could bring people back to life. No matter how many times he died, Dad could just haul him back. How hopeless. He just wanted to go back to his room and read. Face turning pale, Boruto stammered, "Dad, the special training you're talking about, is it Gamabunta?" Naruto burst out laughing at this foolish question, and without hesitation, gave his son one of those classic playful whacks. "What nonsense are you talking about? Tonight you're going to learn that, fox-style energy wave with me." Since he'd used the tailed beast bomb, turtle-style energy wave today, the big fox got a little jealous hearing that name. It grumbled about how it was always its power being used, but in the moment of the move, Naruto called out another tailed beast's name, especially since the move had turtle in it. Kurama naturally thought of Three Tails Isabu. Naruto could understand the big fox's desire to rename the move. The fox's jealous look was just like someone hearing the wrong name called at a crucial moment. And, honestly, that would make anyone uncomfortable. So Naruto happily accepted the fox's suggestion. He changed the move's name from turtle style to fox style, just to give the big fox a bit more participation. "Boruto, remember this. If you ever see delinquent tattooed kids, make sure to knock them out for good. Don't waste your breath. Use as much strength as you've got. And when you get home, take good care of your family." As he taught Boruto, Naruto kept rambling on with all sorts of advice. Between the lines, he made it crystal clear, never get yourself a tattoo, and don't hang out with other kids who have them, either. Otherwise, something terrible might happen. He was practically calling out a kid named Kawaki without actually saying his name. Boruto braced himself and listened to his dad's lecture from start to finish. Of course, he worried that if he so much as argued, his old man might just send him straight to the Pure Land. What followed was Naruto's meticulous instruction, guiding his dear son in mastering the chakra-powered fox-style Qigong wave. Father and son didn't sleep a wink that night, spending the whole evening drenched in sweat and surrounded by the echoes of explosions. No one in the Hidden Leaf village slept that night, either. Throughout this ordeal, every time Boruto messed up, he found himself rushing to the Pure Land to complain to Grandma, a total of 6 times. But it had to be said, Naruto's brush-with-death training method was astonishingly effective. Fox-style Qigong wave. Whoosh! A blue beam, thick as an arm, surged from Boruto's hands, slicing the remaining trees nearby clean in half. Huff, huff! 3 seconds later, hands on his knees, Boruto gasped for breath. Exhaustion washed over his face, but he couldn't hide the excitement burning in his eyes. "Dad, I did it. I really did it." Boruto laughed and circled around his father in giddy triumph. If it weren't for the fact that he was nearly as tall as his dad, he would have leaped into an embrace, just to hear some well-deserved praise. "Amazing. That's my boy. The strongest, no doubt about it." Seeing how excited Boruto was, Naruto couldn't bring himself to dampen his son's joy, so he instantly transformed into a doting dad of legend. He was just shy of shouting, "My son has the bearing of an emperor." But really, Naruto knew that Boruto had managed to learn it in one night thanks to his perilous, life-or-death training regime. No wonder the ancestors always said there's nothing scarier than staring death in the face. So that's what they meant. Enlightenment at last. By the way, you remember all the training methods I showed you, right? Noting the time, Naruto made sure to remind his son once more. The training methods he mentioned were actually watered-down versions of what he went through as a kid. Because if he really followed Master Jiraiya's harsh techniques, He worried Boruto would be bedridden with internal injuries after just a few days. I got it. Dad, you're so... Just as Boruto was about to retort, a single sharp look from Naruto cut him off. Naruto figured he couldn't let this kid get too cocky, so, finding any excuse, he got right back to disciplining his son. Dad, stop it. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The soft rustling was abruptly interrupted when Sasuke Chudo arrived, cutting short the tender moment between father and son. Seeing Sasuke, Boruto's lips quivered and he burst into loud sobs. Mr. Sasuke, I want to go home. I want to go home right now. At last, under the sting of the spanking, the child's pent-up emotions exploded. He could no longer endure the abuse from his father day after day. Holding his sore backside, Boruto hobbled over to stand behind Sasuke Chudo, whimpering as he spoke. Dad, we're about to say goodbye. Why do you insist on finding every chance to hit me? The child cried his heart out, though whether he truly wanted to leave or simply couldn't bear to part with this different version of his father, even he couldn't say for sure. Naruto folded his arms, unmoved by his mischievous son's tears. Sasuke Chudo glanced at Naruto. Their eyes met, quietly exchanging thoughts before he spoke. Naruto, we're leaving. Yeah, they said little, but there was a trace of reluctance in their voices. Sasuke Chudo pulled out the sacred plow, ready to take Boruto and slip away between worlds, when Naruto suddenly called out to them. Hold on. Boruto, here, take these. Naruto tossed him 2 scrolls. Inside were 2 totems of undying, 10 bottles of red and blue potions, and a barrel of milk. He had checked with the sacred plow the day before. This was the maximum it could carry. Any more, and it wouldn't be able to take them along. Dad. Boruto clutched the scrolls, well aware they most likely contained resurrection items. Just as his tears had started to dry, he found himself openly weeping again. Go on, go. Annoying little brat. My future son would never be such a handful. With a dismissive wave, Naruto turned and went into the house without looking back. A burst of white light, and the 2 travelers vanished without a trace. Boruto pressed his palm to his chest, thinking back on this world's version of his father, and whispered in his heart. Sorry, Dad. Please forgive me for taking your book without asking. Art. What the? I am doomed. Where's my book? Early that morning, a string of panicked shouts rang out from the Uzumaki family's private training villa. After seeing Sasuke Chudo and Boruto off, Naruto had rushed back to his study, intent on destroying those strange and unsettling books. But just as he was about to light the torch, he discovered that one book in particular, the one that stood out most in his memory, was missing. He could ignore the rest. They had only a hint of Lovecraftian horror. But not that one book. If someone ever figured out the techniques inside, it would be no laughing matter, especially in this world of shinobi, where the Sharingan could grant any wish. The consequences were far too terrifying. At this thought, Naruto began to recall the scene from yesterday when he was tidying up. Could it be the big fox? Or was it that Sasuke took it while he was putting things away yesterday? Naruto felt that these 2 suspects were highly suspicious. As for the just-departed Shuten Sasuke and Boruto, highly unlikely. He didn't believe that Brat had the guts to snatch his things so boldly. In Naruto's mind, his cheap son was certainly a handful, but he probably wouldn't be interested in a book like that. Shuten Sasuke shouldn't be, either. Alright, that leaves only 2 possible culprits. Naruto's consciousness slipped into the sealed space, where he found the big fox meditating. Glancing up, he asked, Big Fox, did you take that book with the red cover? Kurama? The meditating fox gave 2 brief twitches of his ears, but remained unmoved. Still, Naruto chattered incessantly at his side, refusing to let it go. Reluctantly, Kurama finally opened his eyes, glaring at the boy. Noisy brat. This emperor has yet to fathom the secrets of a 9-word incantation. Why would I waste time on another book? Leave now. Do not disturb my meditation. Uzumaki Naruto. Never mind whether the big fox took the book. The way he was talking made Naruto question his entire worldview. Good grief. Ever since the fox mastered the 9-word incantation, he's gotten more and more full of himself. But then again, this fox really knows how to act. Naruto took a deep breath, deciding not to bicker with the sly fox anymore. Still, if the big fox said he didn't take it, then he probably really hadn't. In that case, there can only be one truth. Sasuke took it. Naruto-kun. No, don't. Just then, Naruto, in the middle of his clandestine chat with the big fox, suddenly heard his wife's voice nearby. For some reason, this gave Naruto the same feeling as a guilty husband caught in the act. Meeting the fox spirit in a private villa, only to be caught red-handed by the Hyuga heiress herself. Hiss! Shaking off these ridiculous notions, Naruto saw Hinata tugging gently at his sleeve with her small hand. What's wrong, Hinata-chan? Maybe because he was still unsettled by his narrow escape, his voice came out a little shaky. The Hokage wants you to go see her. My cousin, Naruto muttered under his breath, puzzled. As far as he could remember, he hadn't caused any trouble recently. So why was he being summoned to the office again? Unable to make heads or tails of it, Naruto pinched Hinata's cheek, which made the little lady bow her head even lower, shy as an ostrich burying its head in the sand. And only then did Naruto let her go. Next, he opened a portal of light and headed straight for the Hokage's office in search of his cousin Tsunade. He'd completely forgotten about losing his book. Hey, good morning, Auntie. The moment he stepped out of the portal, Naruto cheerfully greeted Tsunade. But then he noticed the heavy dark circles under her eyes, paired with an extra set of wrinkles at the corners. It was painfully clear just how exhausting the job of Konoha's new village leader must be. But then again, he himself hadn't slept a wink all night. I'm not fine. Go stand over there. With a glare, Tsunade pointed firmly to the side, directing Naruto's attention to his sensei, who was sitting with his right hand bandaged up. Dealing with such terrible attitudes, Naruto still shuffled reluctantly to Jiraiya's side, muttering under his breath the whole way. Can't she be a bit nicer to her creditor? Naruto, just hush. Jiraiya pulled Naruto to his other side, and at that moment, they looked exactly like a pair of unruly students being called to the principal's office. Naturally, Naruto was the sort who could never follow the rules. Crash! Tsunade, furious, slammed her fist down and shattered the office desk once again. The whole village of Konoha had spent the previous night wide awake, thanks to this troublemaker causing a series of explosions in the training grounds. No one dared to close their eyes. Everyone was terrified that just one careless move from Naruto might blast them all into the sky. By the second half of the night, the villagers were so frightened they gathered outside the Hokage Tower, laying down blankets to sleep there for safety. And as village leader, Tsunade had to spend all night calming them down. On top of that, to set an example and keep order, she'd given the blonde-haired sensei a stern warning. As for why no one dared to go stop Uzumaki Naruto, well, first, Tsunade feared that sending in the Umbu would just mean sending them to their doom. Second, at the very least, Naruto had managed to confine the explosions to the training grounds. Other than frightening the residents, in truth, there hadn't been any serious harm. At least, this time, no one's house was blown up, and the village wouldn't be facing another hefty bill. With so many other problems piling up recently, Tsunade was about to reach her breaking point. The only thing that brought her the slightest bit of joy was that last night Sasuke Uchiha had come to her, asking to leave the village for a bit of training. That truly made her day. If it had been an ordinary shinobi of Konoha, Tsunade might have refused. But Uchiha Sasuke was a different case entirely. Yet, just as that matter was settled, Naruto had created another explosion, and on top of that, the two advisors from Sunagakure filed a formal complaint against Konoha. They claimed Konoha had set a bad example and ruined the reputation of their own puppet masters. If Konoha didn't give them a proper explanation, they would tear up the alliance between the villages. Unbelievable! What kind of mess was this? Tsunade took a deep, calming breath, tugging at the new lines in the corners of her eyes. After a long pause, she finally continued, Let's keep things separate. I'll find a way to pay you back. Naruto Uzumaki. What nonsense is Tsunade spouting? How is this gambling addict going to pay back more than 200 million ryo? Naruto scoffed with a look so dismissive that Tsunade nearly lost her temper. Jiraiya hurried to step forward and play peacemaker. Naruto, what's with that attitude? I'll settle Tsunade's debt for her. Let's let this matter rest. After speaking, Jiraiya slung an arm around Naruto's shoulders and muttered in a low voice. My dear disciple, do me a favor. Let's drop it with this woman. And besides, you don't really want to see your master get beaten to death by Tsunade, do you? Naruto pressed his lips together and stayed silent, conceding a bit of respect to the old white-haired man. Ahem. Seeing Jiraiya's gesture, Tsunade relaxed visibly and secretly decided to go easy on him for a while. Naruto, I need you to make a trip to Sunagakure today. The Kazekage's advisor specifically requested you come to correct some troubling behavior among their puppet masters. Tsunade wasn't anxious about Sunagakure's unusual request. In fact, she felt a little pleased inside. At last, every member of Team 7 is out of the village. Finally, she could look forward to a period of peace and quiet. As for whether Konoha's Jinchuriki would get kidnapped over there, Tsunade couldn't care less. If they managed to handle this kid, maybe she wouldn't have such a headache all the time either. Honestly, Tsunade felt Sunagakure had more to worry about, like whether this brat would cause trouble in their own village. Well, it was the advisor from Sunagakure who asked for this. Konoha had nothing to do with it. Something wrong with the puppet masters? Both master and disciple were at a loss after hearing this. How much trouble could puppet masters possibly stir up? It's not like the little Deidara from Awagakure who likes to blow things up with clay. Jiraiya, in particular, wore a very strange expression. Whether his student could reform the puppet masters was anyone's guess, but sending Naruto to Sunagakure. Were they sure it wasn't just going to make things worse? Naruto was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered the Chunin exams, the time that gloomy Pikachu guy bowed and thanked him. He'd said something about discovering the true essence of the puppet master's art. Doesn't sound like it could cause any real trouble, right? I'm not clear on the details either. Jiraiya, you'll take Naruto and set out today. Wait a second. Naruto cut off the Hokage's orders bluntly, looking completely puzzled. How come it's not Kakashi-sensei taking me? Naruto didn't mention Jiraiya by name, but his tone left no doubt about his reluctance toward the old white-haired man. After all, the last time they went out looking for Tsunade, the old man with white hair simply tossed him aside, while this guy went off by himself to visit the red light district. If he had to go out again with the old man, he'd really have to figure out a way to keep him in check. Honestly, it was better to go out with that other white-haired guy who's only obsessed with little Liu Bei. Besides, even though Sasuke had left the village, their team 7 hadn't disbanded. You ungrateful disciple. What are you saying? Do you think I actually want to go with you? Jiraiya stomped his feet in frustration, as if he couldn't stand the idea of traveling with Naruto either. Who knows what sort of trouble this kid would cause if he let him run loose in the sand village. And it was pretty obvious that Tsunade sent him out mainly to clean up after Naruto's messes. Master and disciple glared at each other in mutual disdain. With a simultaneous huff, they both turned away, refusing to meet eyes again. Tsunade crossed her arms, propping her chin on her hands, and after a long silence, finally spoke. Kakashi took Sakura to the land of snow. Everyone else in the village is out on missions. You two will have to manage on your own. Tsunade truly didn't want anyone else accompanying Naruto on his missions. She didn't want that blonde troublemaker corrupting any more good kids in the village. Just look at how Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno had turned out thanks to him. What? When did they go to the land of snow? Naruto was in utter shock. No way. Why on earth had he missed the arc in the land of snow? Ahem. The mission in the sand village is pretty urgent. You better get going right now. Tsunade quickly waved her hands to shoo them out, desperate for Naruto not to catch on. If that brat ever found out that she deliberately broke up Team 7, there's no telling what havoc he'd cause. The only thing she could do now was send this yellow-haired menace away, letting some other village deal with him for a while. Naruto wanted to ask more, but Jiraiya laughed it off and dragged him out of the office. It wasn't that Jiraiya was in a hurry to go. He was just genuinely afraid that if they lingered any longer, he'd end up getting smacked again. Once outside, Naruto shot the old man a glance and casually tossed him a vial of medicine. Jiraiya caught it and, as if by muscle memory, downed the potion before starting to unwrap the bandages on his arm. He moved with such practiced efficiency that it was almost heartbreaking to watch. After saying goodbye to Hinata at home, Naruto opened a portal and stepped out of the village, setting off for the sand village. 3 days later, the master and his disciple, both clad in robes, arrived at the gates of the sand village. At first glance, they almost thought they'd come to the wrong place. Dozens of burly men, bare-chested and powerful, stood at the sand village entrance waving human-shaped puppets through the air, their sweat glistening as sand whipped around them. Jiraiya was so stunned, he felt petrified on the spot. For a moment, he wondered if they had somehow wandered into the Cloud Village by mistake. Why on earth did a scene like this exist in the sand village? Moreover, at the sight of those strapping men, he instinctively sensed that something was very wrong. In short, the current atmosphere in the village hidden in the sand was downright frightening. Even Naruto, upon seeing this scene, felt the urge to turn around and run away. Good heavens! He thought to himself, Sand Village isn't supposed to be like that group of burly men from the Mist Village. Just as he was hesitating whether to retreat, a burly man in the distance hugged a puppet and enthusiastically waved his hand, shouting, Naruto! Jiraiya turned his head, casting a sidelong glance. His eyes seemed to say, You know this guy? Naruto shook his head, denying any association and making it clear to the old man not to slander him. But before long, that unfamiliar muscle-bound man had already run up to the two of them. He tossed the puppet onto the ground, bowed deeply, and then exclaimed excitedly, Naruto, it's been so long. I've been thinking about when I'd get to see you again. Naruto caught sight of the purple eyeshadow on the man's face, and instantly, Kankuro's face flashed through his mind. But how did this guy end up looking like this? Tanned as dark as one from the Cloud Village, and even imitating their shirtless look. What's more, how on earth did he bulk up like this? It's only been a little while. Did you start taking hormones or something? You're Kankuro? That's great. I knew you'd remember me. Kankuro swung his powerful arm, aiming to throw it around Naruto's shoulder. A pungent wave of sweat and body odor wafted over. Naruto shuddered with fright, desperately trying to hide behind Jiraiya. Thinking back to the slender Kankuro from the Chunin exams, and then looking at the muscular behemoth in front of him now. Even Jiraiya was just as shaken by the overwhelming enthusiasm of the Sand Village, taking an involuntary step back. There was no helping it. By now, more bare-chested musclemen had surrounded them, broad grins on their faces that were anything but reassuring. The sheer impact of this sight was beyond anything even the seasoned writer Jiraiya could imagine. Yikes! Beware the brawny brutes of the Sand Village. Seeing Naruto unresponsive, Kankuro didn't feel the slightest bit awkward. Instead, he just carried on. Naruto, ever since I grasped the true essence of puppet technique from you, I created an entirely new system myself. Look at our village now. It's bursting with hope. Jiraiya. Naruto, if only they'd known the Sand Village had changed this much, they would have brought along that green-clad weirdo from the Leaf. Come to think of it, Guy would probably have endless topics to discuss with these musclemen. Like, running 100 laps around the desert, carrying specially made metal puppets? Naruto wasn't surprised that Kankuro had become so strange. But how could this kid possibly lead all the puppet masters in the village astray like that? Just trying to imagine himself as one of the Sand Village higher-ups made his blood pressure shoot through the roof. Come on, let me show you around the village. Kankuro slapped his forehead, realizing that he and the others had been a bit too lax in welcoming their esteemed guests from Konoha. He herded the teacher and student forward, eager to take them on a tour. Maybe we should just forget it? The master and apprentice exchanged a quick glance, the reluctance to enter Sunagakure written all over their faces. But before they could protest further, the villagers around them grew even more enthusiastic, rolling up their sleeves, clearly about to hoist the pair onto their backs and carry them in by force. Surrounded by burly men, Jiraiya was utterly terrified. Wait, stop right there. I'll walk it on my own. Thank you very much. Also, please do not stand behind me. Jiraiya's face darkened as he protested, only to spot his mischievous disciple already inside the village, waving at him with a cheeky grin. That damn renegade student, running through the open gate and leaving his poor master behind. Really? The moment Naruto set foot in Sunagakure, reality finally sank in, and he realized how serious the situation was. He'd been in the village barely a few minutes, yet every passerby was a barrel-chested, shirtless giant. Wait a second, just what on earth was going on here? Did he accidentally blunder into the Cloud Village instead? It wasn't even an exaggeration. There wasn't a single normal-looking person out on the street. Naruto's mind was reeling with silent complaints when he suddenly spotted a girl lost in thought, staring at a photo in her hand. Her bright blonde hair was a clear giveaway. This had to be Gaara's older sister, Temari. He crept closer and finally caught a glimpse of the photo in her hand. What the? Where did you get a picture of Shikamaru? Naruto's jaw practically hit the ground in shock. As far as he could remember, Shikamaru and Temari barely had any contact at all. When did this happen? It's nothing. You must be seeing things. Temari quickly tucked the photo away, her expression unreadable, her demeanor as calm as if nothing had happened. And another thing, how do you move around without making a sound? She glanced at Naruto, a hint of indignation flickering in her eyes. What do you mean, no sound? It's just that you were staring at Shikamaru so intently. Shikamaru and I get along well. If you like him. Naruto had only meant to play matchmaker, but Temari's cheeks went bright red, and she immediately snapped. Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would ever like that guy? Naruto caught the flush on her face, pointed at her, mouth agape. Did I hit a nerve? Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Taken aback by how her secret feelings were suddenly exposed, Temari grabbed the fan beside her, ready to teach this blonde-haired brat a lesson. Temari, calm down. How could you raise your hand against Naruto? Kankuro stepped forward first and, with an arm thicker than Temari's thigh, caught her wrist to stop her. You? Seeing her younger brother like this, Temari nearly lost her breath and almost fainted on the spot. Ever since Kankuro returned to the village, he'd been secretly gathering all the new generation puppet masters from within the village. And since then, Kankuro had led a growing troop, hauling giant metal puppets through the desert. At first, no one paid much attention. After all, a little taijutsu training seemed perfectly normal for puppet masters. If ninjas in the village became more diligent, everyone could only feel happy about it. But as days passed, the team following Kankuro grew from 100 to 1,000. Not only did these puppet masters shed their previous frail image, but now each of them had muscles rippling beneath their skin. And that wasn't even the strangest part. The real problem was that this crowd had mistaken taijutsu for puppet mastery. Now, every time they went on a mission, these people simply hefted their puppets and smashed enemies with them. Lady Chiyo, the village's master puppeteer, upon hearing about this, kept lamenting about how the sand village had no future, no hope. Nobody really knew how many times she had fainted out of anger over these matters. Fuming, Temari stomped on her brother's foot. Kankuro grinned at Naruto awkwardly, then let go of his sister. Oomph. Temari rubbed her wrist, glaring at Kankuro with deadly eyes. This brat was getting more and more unruly. It's all because of that blonde rascal. Follow me. Our advisors wish to see you. As she said this, Shikamaru's image briefly flashed through Temari's mind, softening her expression. She continued her questioning. Did you come alone from the Leaf Village? No, there's still. Before Naruto could finish, a panic cry from not far away rang out, Jiraiya's voice. My student, save your master. At that moment, Jiraiya was completely surrounded by a crowd of burly men. Though they meant no harm and just wanted to ask the legendary Sannin Jiraiya for some advice on physical training, it still scared the burly man so much that he shrieked like a little girl. Master Jiraiya, your muscles are quite impressive. How do you train usually? Master Jiraiya, we mean no harm. Please don't be afraid. How about we head to a tavern and have a few drinks together? In truth, these comments only made things worse. The mention of going out for drinks was enough to scare Jiraiya half out of his wits. Hey you all, enough is enough. Temari, witnessing her fellow ninja's antics, was so furious that she unfurled her fan on the spot and gave it a few sharp swings. Only then did Jiraiya seize the chance to make his escape from the crowd. As he ran, he wiped the sweat from his brow. My student, let's hurry and meet the Sand Village's advisor. These people are just too terrifying. Jiraiya now wanted nothing more than to resolve everything on that very day, lest he'd have to spend the night in the Sand Village worrying about whether some burly ninja might break into his room. Naruto's entire face scrunched up in confusion as he looked at Temari, hoping she could explain things to him. Sigh, don't take it personally, you too. The higher-ups in the village can hardly do anything about them now. Temari sighed, rubbing her temples in exasperation. She genuinely felt that if things went on like this, the Sand Village would soon be done for. Naruto turned a glance at that rowdy group. He finally understood what Tsunade meant when she talked about the rampant bad atmosphere. Come on, let's go. I'm on a tight schedule. Naruto threw Kankuro a quick look, then hurried after Temari. Now, seeing the completely disorganized state of the Sand Village, looking back at Uchiha Shaoyan seemed much easier to accept. At that thought, Naruto lifted his gaze to the sky, muttering to himself. I wonder if that idiot has managed to find Medusa yet. Sound Village. Orochimaru's base. You wait here. I'll go notify Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro said coolly, turning away, leaving only Sasuke and Karen behind. Oh, and a blonde clone of Naruto, causing a ruckus inside the laboratory. He was the embodiment of curiosity. Naruto, can't you sit still for even a moment? Sasuke spotted the clone about to gulp down a vial filled with green liquid and nearly pulled out his heavy blade in sheer frustration. Come on, idiot. I haven't eaten a single bite all the way here. What's the harm in having a sip? Sasuke, Karen, are you sure drinking that green stuff won't make you vanish with a pop? Thud, thud, thud. Amidst their bickering, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway beyond the laboratory doors. He. Sasuke Uchiha, I knew you would come looking for me. Orochimaru appeared in the doorway, his eyes slowly opening to reveal a pair of blood-red Sharingan, each marked with 3 tomo. These were the very Sharingan he had taken from Danzo before. Through relentless effort, he had finally matured both eyes to the full 3 tomo stage. Yet, no matter how hard Orochimaru tried, he simply couldn't evolve them into the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke turned his head and caught a flash of red in Orochimaru's eyes. In a split second, he unleashed the Chidori. In less than the span of a breath, he appeared right before Orochimaru and flung a handful of quicklime powder. Orochimaru, caught off guard mid-performance, immediately hunched over and covered his eyes, howling in agony. Damn you! What did you just do to Orochimaru? How dare you treat Lord Orochimaru with such disrespect? I'll kill you! Teacher and student hurried after Temari, not daring to spare a single glance at the villagers around them. Oh wow! How did you even get those muscles? And why do they stand out so much? Want to find out? Come over to my place tonight. I'll show you something you'll really enjoy. Ha ha ha. 2 burly men, lurking in a corner, burst out in low, leering laughter, sending a chill down the spines of the teacher and student. But they weren't alone. Scenes just like this were disturbingly common throughout the Sand Village. Naruto felt his skin crawl. Goosebumps broke out all over him. Damn it. He thought the problems in the Sand Village were bad enough already. But he never expected there could be something even scarier. Naruto could hardly imagine how the captured enemies would fare, had they to face these newly minted puppet masters. Would this become the ultimate humiliation show of the Sand Village, on full display for the whole ninja world? But that wasn't even the most terrifying thing. What really worried Naruto was that this strange culture might spread. He didn't care about anywhere else, but if the Sand Village's habits infected the Leaf Village. Fentanyl. If this kept up, the ninja world truly was doomed. Naruto hadn't realized it before, but the situation already seemed more dire than anything Obito's war could unleash upon the world. Even Jiraiya's thoughts now weren't so different from Naruto's. They'd originally come here thinking they'd just slack off and avoid trouble, but for the sake of Konoha and of a cleaner, healthier ninja world, there was no way they could let this continue. The two met each other's gaze, their eyes now filled with resolve. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, and a wild, half-crazy idea flashed in his mind. Could he be the child of destiny I've been searching for all this time? With heavy thoughts, teacher and student pressed on, while Kankuro in the rear couldn't resist greeting every massive guy he passed like an old friend. Up ahead, Temari walked with a face cold as winter frost, glancing back at her brother. She'd once thought Gaara was her greatest headache, but now she truly realized she'd never dreamed Kankuro could end up like this. Naruto. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the distance, and the sound of his own name made Naruto start involuntarily. He looked up and saw it was Gaara, with his red hair just as striking as ever. Seeing that Gaara's build was no different than before, only then did Naruto truly let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least the future Kazekage of this village is still normal. Gaara dashed up to Naruto, excitement shining in his eyes as he grabbed Naruto's hands and gripped them tightly. Naruto, thank you so much. Ever since our last fight, I've finally been able to sleep soundly. He felt that these words still couldn't fully convey his gratitude, so he added, These days, I even sleep hugging a doorboard. Never in my life has sleep felt so marvelous. Naruto Uzumaki. Somebody help me. Even Gaara is acting weird. Naruto forced an awkward laugh and pulled his hand back. Granted, Gaara's dark eye circles were gone, and his energy seemed much better. But being grateful to someone who beat you up, wasn't that a little off? Naruto could understand Gaara's transformation in the original story. But in his memory, all he did was hit this guy. He never even tried talking him down. How did things end up like this? First it was Kankuro, now Gaara. Was the whole Sand Village in some kind of strange cult? Naruto turned to look at Temari. Now, it seemed that the only normal person in this entire village was this girl with a crush on Shikamaru. Sigh. Temari pressed a palm to her forehead and let out a deep, weary sigh. Compared to Kankuro, Gaara actually seemed relatively sane. If it weren't for that, Temari had even considered running away from the village. It wasn't that she was a traitor at heart. It was just that the Sand Village had really gone downhill. She glanced at the blonde boy nearby, her feelings a tangled mess. The state of the village now, Naruto Uzumaki was entirely to blame. Part of her wanted to charge right at this yellow-haired troublemaker. But right now, only Naruto had the power to change anything in the village. The trouble was, Temari didn't really know this guy at all. If history was any indicator, every time Naruto tried to help, things just seemed to get messy. Forget it. Just come with me for now. Jiraiya and Naruto exchanged glances, both nodded, and they headed into the Kazekage's office building. Behind them, Kankuro and Gaara tried to follow, but a single glare from Temari kept them rooted in place. Kankuro pouted, muttering under his breath. What's the deal with that? Women are always so much trouble. Then he turned to the two big guys loitering in the corner and greeted them with cheerful enthusiasm. Hey, brothers, I've just made a brand new puppet. It's fantastic. If you smash someone with this, they're done for. And our muscles will look even more awesome. So, care for a demonstration? Kankuro threw his arms around his two good friends, joking and roughhousing as they left the Kazekage's office. TCH, puppets are nowhere near as good as a door plank. Gaara remarked scornfully, then took a seat at the entrance of the Kazekage building. He was determined to wait right here until Naruto came out. Inside the building, Naruto and Jiraiya were quickly guided by Temari to an office. No sooner had they stepped through the door than they saw several elderly folks gathered together, sighing in endless dismay. Among them was an old acquaintance they recognized at once, Granny Chiyo. The two couldn't help themselves. The very sight of Granny Chiyo triggered a certain swimsuit image to flash across their minds, and in unison, they bowed their heads, clutching the wall, retching dryly. There was just no avoiding it. Seeing someone in person always got the imagination running wild. Dear guests from the Leaf Village, please take a seat. Granny Chiyo coughed lightly, gesturing for the two of them to sit down. But this kind gesture only made Naruto and Jiraiya groan and gag a second time. The Sans elders simply assumed their guests weren't used to the harsh environment of the village. After what felt like an eternity, the master and apprentice finally settled their churning stomachs, though they dared not meet Granny Chiyo's gaze. We asked you here, because frankly, we've run out of options. Elder Ebizo finally spoke, letting loose a weary sigh. The higher-ups were careful not to rush to blame their guests. After all, they'd been invited here to solve a problem. The entire Sand Village now held nothing but complaints for this band of puppet masters, especially the womenfolk. Just imagine a husband, a son, a younger brother, dear friends and relatives, transformed not just into meatheads, but getting way too cozy with other muscly men. Anyone with an ounce of sense would find that hard to stomach. There had even been whispers among the higher-ups of simply disposing of the lot. But now that half the village was afflicted, striking them down would mean dooming the Sand for good. And if they didn't act, at this rate of contagion, the entire Sand Village would still be doomed, just a matter of time. To be more dramatic, if these puppet masters were spread outside the village, the entire shinobi world could be infected. Perhaps it wasn't an exaggeration to call it a crisis for all the ninja world. Leaf's honored guests, I'm sure you've seen the plight our village faces. We're standing at the brink of an unprecedented disaster in the ninja world. We beg you to lend us your aid. With that, Elder Ebizo rose and bowed deeply to Naruto and Jiraiya, as did all the elders around him. We beseech you, please help us. Naruto's face twisted in disbelief, his exhaustion plain for all to see. He'd never imagined a crisis threatening the entire ninja world would look like this. Honestly, Naruto had only planned to get through this meeting with some half-hearted effort. But for the sake of the entire ninja world, and to ensure that his descendants wouldn't end up like Kankuro, he was determined to give it everything he had. Naruto slammed the table and stood up, looking straight at Chiyoba, forcing himself to suppress the queasiness in his stomach as he spoke. Elders, all of you respected elders, please don't worry. If you leave this matter to me, I promise, I'll get it all sorted out. Jiraiya chuckled softly, sighing inwardly. Ha! This rebellious brat is at it again. Sort it out, huh? If we leave it to you, I'm afraid you'll just mess everything up even more. Frankly, Jiraiya had no interest in meddling with Sunagakure's affairs any longer, nor did he want to stick around. The state of Sunagakure was already dire enough. Even if Naruto caused a scene, it probably wouldn't make things much worse. All Jiraiya wanted now was to leave this wretched place behind. This dump didn't even have any entertainment districts, only brutes everywhere, truly the stuff of his nightmares. If I stayed any longer, Jiraiya felt like all the wind and sand would end up etching wrinkles right into his white-haired, boyish face. During the meeting that followed, amid a barrage of Naruto's glaringly polite but relentlessly awkward lines like, "You wouldn't want your own grandchildren to end up like that, would you?" they finally managed to reach an agreement. Once the meeting ended, Jiraiya waited for his student to look the other way and slipped out of the village. He thought he was being discreet, but Naruto saw right through him, choosing to turn a blind eye to his master's antics. After all, this white-haired old man had never exactly been the reliable type. Honestly, if he'd stayed, he'd probably just get in the way. Temari led Naruto out of the Kazekage building, and the moment they stepped through the doors, they saw Gaara sitting on the steps, propping his chin with both hands, gazing off into the sky, lost in thought. If it weren't for that door panel made of sand sitting beside him, he'd look just like any other normal kid. Hearing footsteps behind him, Gaara turned to look at them, his face alight with hard-to-describe excitement. "Naruto, I've been waiting here for you forever. Can you tell me, what exactly is your door panel made of?" "Naruto, huh? Wait, what? Why is Gaara so obsessed with door panels all of a sudden? Could it be something Kinomaru said rubbing off on him?" And anyway, he hadn't even been using door panels for a while now. He'd already upgraded his gear to the latest model, the compound black coffin. Seeing Naruto's confusion, Gaara just scratched his head and grinned sheepishly, not a trace left of his former violent self. "Well, it's just, I noticed lately that nobody's been sleeping well at night. So I want to make a door panel for everyone to help them all rest easy." Naruto fell silent again. "Oh, come on. That's a bit much. If you really want everyone in the village to get a good night's sleep, maybe you should focus on sorting out that gang of muscle-bound weirdos led by Kankuro first. Perhaps this way, no one would have to lie awake all night worrying about a sudden midnight assault by muscle-bound men." But honestly, even though Gaara is not exactly the same as in the original story, he's still just as considerate of the villagers as ever. Maybe in the future, The main producer of village doors in the ninja world will be Sunagakure. Gaara, you need to stop, right now. Temari just couldn't take it anymore. Right there and then, she yelled at her little brother. Naruto might not catch the real meaning behind Gaara's words, but she understood perfectly well. What Gaara was proposing had nothing to do with helping people sleep better. Instead, he was talking about sneaking into villagers' homes and knocking them out with a door plank. At this point, half of the reason why no one in Sunagakure is sleeping well is because of Gaara. The other half is due to Kankuro. Why are you yelling? Naruto couldn't stand to see it. Was it really so bad that Gaara wanted everyone to get a good night's rest? This was a way to earn the villagers' trust. If Temari stopped Gaara now, wasn't it just because she didn't want him to become the 5th Kazekage? Naruto glared at Temari, pulled Gaara aside to delve into door designs and materials. Seeing she couldn't stop those two, Temari's nose twitched. She almost burst into tears. She couldn't shake the feeling that something very bad was about to happen. 10 minutes later, Gaara, clutching a stack of blueprints, walked away content, while Naruto rejoined Temari. Why are your eyes red? Were you crying? Naruto gave the blonde girl a puzzled look and asked casually. No, I wasn't crying. So where to now? Temari spoke through gritted teeth. Probably only Shikamaru would believe such a weak excuse. Let's go find Kankuro first. I'll figure out a way to set them both straight. With a cold huff, Temari turned without another word and marched off ahead. Naruto, following behind, could only sigh at the complexities of a girl's heart. Hinata is definitely easier to understand. At least she never throws a tantrum over nothing. Leading Naruto along, Temari arrived at a large plaza. In the middle of the plaza, Kankuro was leading a band of burly men, all wearing oversized shorts in what looked like a workout. They lifted human-shaped puppets high overhead and lowered them again, repeating the motion, occasionally grunting and groaning as they went. The whole spectacle was a bit too avant-garde. Even someone as well-traveled as Naruto had trouble wrapping his head around it. What the heck? It was almost painful to watch. After a split-second glance, Naruto spun on his heel and made a beeline for the way he'd come, as if he'd just reached a major life decision. There's no saving Sunagakure. I'm out of here. Goodbye. Wait, Naruto. You said you'd help us with our problems. Temari saw Naruto turn to leave and hurriedly grabbed his arm, pleading with all her might. She was practically one step away from falling to her knees before the blonde. Big sister Temari, it's not that I don't want to help, but they really are beyond saving. Naruto glanced over at the square, where hulking men were packed together like sardines, his expression so sour it looked as if it might drip. But just then, Kankuro, busy leading the big guys in training, caught sight of Naruto. Hey, isn't that our guy? Brothers, our new puppet technique instructor has arrived. Ah, it's Uzumaki Naruto himself. You're our sensei now. We revere you, sensei. At those words, the crowd turned their eager gazes toward Naruto. Their burning enthusiasm was so overwhelming he almost wanted to zap straight back to Konoha. But then he thought, if he left this group to themselves, his own son might not escape Sunagakure's clutches in the future. Forget it. Maybe there's a chance to straighten these people out. And if worse comes to worst, he'd just blow Sunagakure off the map and be done with it. In the end, Naruto could only steel himself and walk toward the crowd. As he walked, he had already made up his mind. If this mob even tried to rush at him, he would unleash his wind style, blood gale jutsu, and bolt. Luckily, Kankuro still had some authority with this crowd, and didn't let things spiral out of hand for Naruto. Before long, with everyone's eager eyes locked onto him, Naruto strode up to the platform. Kankuro, grinning like a loyal lackey, bowed repeatedly and asked Naruto to give a speech. Naruto swept a glance over the burly men below, all clutching human-shaped puppets. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke up. Everyone, I want to know how you all fight these days. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the muscle-bound men stepped forward, swinging his puppet dramatically. With each swing, the puppet's head suddenly popped open, revealing an array of blades inside. He swung again, and a volley of sunbond needles shot out from its limbs. Sensei, it's only thanks to your teachings that we've mastered such incredible puppet techniques. We were completely misguided before. A chorus of cheers erupted below, leaving Naruto completely bewildered. Truth be told, what they said wasn't entirely wrong. Once upon a time, a puppeteer would skulk at the rear, relying on sneak attacks and poison. Their bodies were frail, easy targets for any enemy. Now, every single puppeteer was a powerhouse, strong enough to charge forward, puppets in hand, and confront enemies head-on. In other words, they had shifted from being fragile damage dealers to becoming full-fledged warriors. If only they didn't have all those bizarre habits, maybe Sunagakure really did have as much hope as Kankuro believed. But this way, puppet masters of Sunagakure were destined to be swept into the dustbin of history. No wonder Granny Chio and the others were having such headaches. Maybe you all should just give up the title of puppet masters. Why not simply call yourselves weapon masters instead? Naruto couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen when Obito started the Fourth Great Ninja War. Madara would sweep into the allied shinobi forces with his usual icy, fearsome grin, mowing down all in his path, only to suddenly realize he couldn't even mortally wound a single brawny sand shinobi with his mighty kick. Who knows how Madara would react in that situation? He'd probably be utterly dumbfounded. Shaking off his wild thoughts, Naruto paused to compose himself and spoke again. Has anyone considered, what if you replaced your puppets with other types of weapons? Wouldn't that work just as well? As soon as these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in protest. Impossible. We are puppet masters. Without our puppets, how would we ever defend ourselves against outsiders? That's right. This is the Sand Village's tradition. Temari. Standing on the sidelines, Temari covered her ears with both hands. They actually had the nerve to say that out loud. The Sand Village's tradition had already been thoroughly twisted by these people. Naruto was left speechless as well. Now he finally understood it was simply impossible for this group to abandon their puppets, so he decided to try guiding them in another way. Let's not get carried away yet. What I mean is, you don't necessarily have to wield your puppets with your hands. What if you could turn the puppets into armor? Or maybe make them into weapons instead? That way, you wouldn't need to waste so much time training your bodies. Slap. Kankuro smacked his own forehead with a crisp, resounding smack. Eureka! I get it now. You're saying we should actually merge ourselves with our puppets, right? That way we can use our powerful bodies along with the puppets to crush our enemies together. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was so shocked by Kankuro's bizarre logic that his jaw nearly hit the floor. No, what I really meant was for you all to focus on improving your puppetry, not to go off and build up your muscles even more. Kankuro, however, was absolutely thrilled, paying Naruto no mind. He called a big, burly man onto the stage, and, to both Naruto's and Temari's astonishment, grabbed the man by the ankle and swung him around like a weapon. The whoosh of the air made the entire crowd gasp in disbelief. So that's it. I get it too. What our mentor means is we should combine puppet mastery with body training, turning ourselves into living weapons. Incredible. Absolutely brilliant. As they spoke, more and more people in the crowd began imitating Kankuro, teaming up with those nearby. Before long, the plaza resembled a scene of chaos. Huge men swinging their straight-backed comrades in each hand like weapons, slicing through the air with intimidating force. Some even started sparring with each other, using this new technique. Watching the madness unfold from the stage, Naruto clutched his head in both hands, his face contorted in agony. Damn it, what the hell are we supposed to do now? Naruto could feel things were spiraling further out of control. Uzumaki. Naruto. Temari's face darkened as she strode toward Naruto, her intent clear. She looked ready to go head-to-head with the blonde troublemaker. Wait, hold on. I know you're in a hurry, but just give me a second. I still have another idea. Feeling guilty for his blunder and worrying that a fight would ruin Shikamaru's marriage prospects, Naruto decided it was best to steer these crazed puppet masters back onto the right path. His voice rang out, steady and resolute, his smile inspiring a rare confidence. Temari paused at the sight of him, her expression still sour, but she chose for now to give him one last shred of trust. Having won back their faith, Naruto immediately dragged Kankuro aside. He realized that if the Sand Village was to change, he had to tackle this muscle-bound Pikachu lookalike first and foremost. Land of Fields. On the outskirts of the hidden Sound Village, the figures of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame appeared. This time, the two had come to eliminate a traitor of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru. Of course, Itachi had another goal, to investigate his younger brother's current situation. Ever since their last encounter, Itachi had realized how little he actually knew about Sasuke. He'd spent all his time since then gathering information on his brother. Through this process, he finally understood the meaning behind Kisame's cryptic remarks. Walking on thin ice, was it? How fitting for you, my foolish little brother. Still, Itachi was plagued by frustration over the havoc Sasuke had been causing in the Leaf recently. As the last remaining Uchiha, how could Sasuke burden the village like this? Or had his little brother already entertained ideas of betrayal? No matter how he pondered it, something felt off, prompting him to take on this mission to dispose of Orochimaru himself. Itachi-san, I heard your younger brother went looking for that snake, Orochimaru. Looks like he's still chasing after your shadow. I get it now. As the elder brother, you must be standing firm on the opposite shore, watching him struggle across the ice. You two really have quite the sibling bond, huh? Itachi's face soured. He had no intention of humoring Kisame's banter. It doesn't matter. My foolish brother will never make it to the other side. Come on, let's focus on the mission. His tone was detached, yet inside. He wondered if he ought to use Kotoeme Tsukumi to forcibly straighten out his brother's wandering heart before those seeds of betrayal could fully sprout. He hoped everything he had done wouldn't someday lead Sasuke down a path that would threaten the village. Itachi-sen, why have you been wearing those goggles lately? After walking for a while, Kisame finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him. Ever since their last mission, Itachi had started wearing this odd accessory. Kisame just couldn't figure it out. Itachi Uchiha paused for a moment when he heard this, then resumed walking after 2 seconds. It's just to correct my vision. His voice was calm and emotionless, as if he truly meant every word he said. Kisame scratched his head, his first thought being that Itachi had strained his eyes too much. He hurried to catch up, expressing his concern. Is that so? Has Mr. Itachi's health gotten worse again lately? At that moment, in a shadowy corner behind them, the air began to twist and shimmer strangely. Damn it, what on earth is Uchiha Itachi up to? Obito stood in the distance, gritting his teeth, visibly rattled. What bothered him most was that the goggles Itachi wore looked strikingly similar to those he had once worn. Every time he saw Itachi with those, he couldn't help but recall a time when he himself had been so weak. Damn you, Uchiha Itachi. What? Are you wearing those goggles just to mock me? Could it be? Has Itachi figured out my identity? Obito simmered with anger, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He glared at the pair walking away, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze, muttering under his breath. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to test him soon. A month later, Asuma led his squad back after completing their mission, and on their return, decided they might as well stop by Sunagakure for a break. It was also a convenient opportunity for Shikamaru to see his little girlfriend. Some things couldn't be helped. Asuma knew better than anyone how averse Shikamaru was to trouble. He was always grumbling about how women brought nothing but hassle and the like. To Asuma, it seemed that, if things followed their ordinary course, Shikamaru was destined to end up like those 2 silver-haired bachelors of the village, single for life. Who would have thought a girl would actually take a liking to him during the last Chunin exams? Asuma could see the affection in the girl's eyes instantly, but as for Shikamaru himself, that blockhead hadn't shown so much as a reaction. As his teacher, Asuma spared no effort in trying to help his student find someone. This is such a drag. Couldn't we just head straight back to the village? Shikamaru trudged through the desert, feeling the harshness of the environment, loudly complaining every so often. Everyone needs to rest, you know. Besides, I've never visited another village before. Ino couldn't listen any longer. All she wanted right now was to find a decent place to stay and take a long, hot bath. I just want to know if Sunagakure has anything good to eat. For Choji, food was always top priority. After so many days of travel, he'd already finished off all his snacks. Lately, he felt he'd been starving himself thin. What's there to see anyway? It's just a village built in the middle of the desert. As a member of the Nara clan, Shikamaru had grown up reading about every corner of the ninja world. He'd never visited Sunagakure before, but he already knew quite a bit about the place. Generally speaking, this village's land is barren, and poverty runs deep here. The villagers are already doing well just to survive in such harsh conditions. Worrying about having enough to eat seems like too much to ask. In terms of military strength, the village is also weaker than all the others. A place like this holds no appeal for Shikamaru whatsoever. He'd much rather hurry back home and get some rest instead. And their food isn't exactly appealing either. They're eating things like scorpions and lizards, for example. And the desert wind and sand can be so fierce, it'll cut right through your skin. As soon as Shikamaru finished speaking, Choji turned his head and spotted a hideous lizard crawling by. His stomach churned instantly, and whatever appetite he had vanished on the spot. Ino touched her cracked, dry skin, pure horror written all over her face. No way. If she stayed in a place like this any longer, how could she ever hope to get married? Ino and Choji exchanged a glance, then, as if on cue, called out to Asuma up ahead. Asuma-sensei, let's go back, please. Faced with his student's complaints, Asuma showed no reaction. Instead, he fished a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He took a deep drag before finally speaking to the 3 of them. You guys, the life of a ninja is never a comfortable one. Compared to the shinobi of the hidden sand, we from the Leaf have things pretty good. And if you must know, I'm doing all this for your sake, Shikamaru. After giving them a stern talking to, Asuma turned to Shikamaru and tried to reason with him. Then, remembering someone else from the village, he continued. Oh, by the way, I heard that Naruto and Lady Jiraiya arrived at the hidden sand a whole month back. Just look at him. If Naruto can handle an environment like this, Why are you two complaining so much? The moment Shikamaru heard that familiar name, his expression changed dramatically. If before he was just grumbling for the sake of it, now he genuinely wanted to go home. Given what he knew of Naruto Uzumaki's track record, the hidden sand was doomed. All right, fine. We get it, Asuma-sensei. Ino and Choji trailed wearily after Asuma, blissfully unaware of the real trouble looming ahead. As Shikamaru mulled over what to do, Asuma, cigarette between his lips, turned to hurry him along. Shikamaru, what are you standing around for? For all you know, you might wind up with some unexpected gains in the hidden sand. Hurry up, let's get moving. There was a mischievous glint in Asuma's eyes, a hint that he wasn't entirely wrong. After all, if Shikamaru played his cards right, he might just find his better half here in the hidden sand. But right now, Shikamaru couldn't care less about that troublemaker blonde. He twitched at the corner of his eye, gazed at his three companions ahead, heaved a deep sigh, shook his head, and hurried to catch up. I just hope Naruto doesn't do anything too reckless. The group traveled for most of the day and finally reached the outskirts of the hidden sand village as night began to fall. What awaited the four of them was a sight they would never forget for as long as they lived. The dilapidated village from Asuma's memory was gone, replaced by an enormous puppet-like structure bristling with countless legs. Up on a massive platform, multicolored lights shattered the silence of the night. Never in their lives had the four of them seen so many dazzling colors, all flashing at the same time. The most astonishing sight of all was the giant platform itself, boldly emblazoned with three characters: New Sand Village. Asuma stood there dumbfounded, cigarette slipping from his lips and dropping to the ground, unfinished. This can't be the Sand Village. Ino and Choji stared up in utter shock as well, then turned to look at Shikamaru, confusion flooding their eyes. This isn't right, is it? Weren't we just told the Sand Village was terribly poor? Why does this place look even more advanced than the Hidden Leaf? Shikamaru gazed into the distance, his pupils wide with disbelief. Unbelievable! What on earth has Naruto done in the Sand Village? He buried his face in his hands, sighing in despair. Don't ask me right now. I know absolutely nothing. Ino rubbed her eyes, unable to trust what she was seeing, and looked at Asuma, her voice uncertain. Asuma-sensei, are we sure we've come to the right place? Even Asuma started to doubt himself. He pulled out his map on the spot, muttering to himself as he flipped through it. That can't be. We're not in the wrong place. This really is the Sand Village. He double-checked several times, scratching his head in bewilderment, unable to make sense of what could have happened in the Sand Village over the course of just a month. Finally, as he noticed the massive Sand Village seemingly about to move away, Asuma hurried to lead the team in pursuit. They could worry about the reasons later. Right now, gathering some intelligence to take back was the top priority. It took them a full half-hour of pursuit to finally arrive beneath the giant puppet. But it would be more accurate to say the puppet had stopped and let them catch up. No sooner had Shikamaru and the others reached the puppet's side than a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Useless fools. I told you to check those parts again and again. How is it malfunctioning yet again? This is the 6th breakdown today. Kankuro, pointing angrily at a group of puppet masters beside him, erupted into furious shouting. A month ago, he had looked every bit the burly show-off. Now, he was noticeably different. He hadn't slimmed down, but at least he was wearing actual clothes instead of going around bare-chested. In fact, he now wore so much gear it looked like he'd piled on several dozen extra pounds. Kankuro wore a helmet with 8 eyes, each bulging orb casting an eerie red glow in the pitch-dark surroundings. A diamond-shaped breastplate shielded his chest, offering a modicum of modesty. If not for the cluster of 8 spider-like arms sprouting from his back, he might have barely passed as normal. As for the puppet masters from the Sand Village standing nearby, their own appearances were just a touch more conventional. Most merely sported an extra puppet head or artificial limbs, nothing too outlandish by their standards. On the other side, the Leaf Village shinobi who encountered these sand ninja were instantly rooted to the spot, frozen in disbelief. One desperate thought echoed through their minds. This is bad. Do we get caught in a jutsu at some point? Vice Deacon, we truly have no way to fix the malfunction with a myriad bugs puppet. The problem is all due to our limited materials. If only we could use chakra metal. At this, Kankuro, addressed as vice president, stepped forward and smacked his subordinate across the head. Idiots! You still want to use chakra metal? Does the village look like it has the money to spare? What? Are you planning to go beg the Chief Deacon Naruto for funds? You lot are shameless. Ever since their great mentor founded the puppet god cult in Sunagakure a month ago. Well, perhaps it should now be called the Church of the Machine God. Their approach to puppet craft had transformed. No longer did they cobble together crude marionettes. Instead, following the new doctrines of the Machine God Church, they developed an entirely new style of puppet ninjutsu. This art fused the human body with puppetry itself. Rumor had it that, at its peak, this technique could contend in strength with the legendary sage of six paths. Naturally, everyone in the Sand Village had become utterly obsessed. The sand puppeteers fell silent, heads bowed. Even those tall, broad-shouldered men, some over 6 feet, were scolded by Kankuro until they shrank before him, meek as quail. Shikamaru, Asuma, Ino, ? Choji, huh? The leaf ninjas, standing to the side, could only stare, their minds reeling. What in the world? Chief Deacon Naruto? If the Sand Village's style was already bizarre by shinobi world standards, now it seemed as if every word out of their mouths made less sense than the last. And why did these puppet masters all look like they'd been dosed with some kind of super steroids? If not for the fact they were in the middle of a desert, Asuma would have seriously wondered if he'd accidentally wandered into the Cloud Village by mistake. Get back to repairs, Kankuro barked. Yes, Vice Deacon, the group replied in unison. After chastising them, Kankuro led his subordinates to raise their puppet arms high, all tilting their heads back to gaze fervently at the star-strewn sky. With one booming voice, they chanted in wild devotion. Praise be to Chief Deacon Naruto. Long live the Machine God Church. Beneath the night sky, the scene was so strange that Shikamaru's team could do nothing but shudder, their bodies trembling despite themselves. It felt as if Shikamaru's mind had simply stopped working. He desperately tried to find something, anything, familiar in his surroundings, but everything remained stubbornly alien. The only thing he recognized, the only sliver of normalcy, was the name. Naruto. Teacher Asuma, I have a bad feeling about this. Maybe we should just head back. Right now, all Shikamaru wanted was to put as much distance as possible between himself and this cursed place, so he could go home and rebuild his shattered worldview. If they were to linger here any longer, he had no doubt that every one of them would go mad. What in the world was up with these damned ninja cultists? Teacher Asuma, I think Shikamaru is right. I agree. Ino and Choji chimed in from beside him. Upon hearing the three of them, Asuma felt a surge of hesitation rising within. Some instinct told him that nothing good could possibly come from getting mixed up with a group of zealots like these. Even knowing that Naruto Uzumaki was supposedly their leader, he still didn't dare march straight in. Rumor had it that this blonde kid possessed a peculiar gift. Everyone around him would somehow be led astray, even without his noticing. Take his nephew, Konohamaru, for example. Besides, he needed to hurry back and report all of this to Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Whatever happened, Naruto must absolutely not be allowed back in the village. The leaf simply couldn't take that kind of chaos. All right, we'll head back in. Who goes there? Asuma's words had barely left his lips when several angry voices erupted from the darkness nearby. In the next instant, a squad of massive sand puppet masters closed in from all directions, encircling them. Under the pitch-black night sky, the red mechanical eyes fixed to the faces of these puppeteers made Asuma and the others break into a cold sweat. One look at these guys told you they were not to be trifled with. From behind, Kankuro stalked into the ring, spider legs clicking ominously. Noticing the Konoha headbands, he raised a hand, signaling his squad to lower their guard. You're ninja from Leaf? There was uncertainty in his tone, but the moment his eyes landed on Shikamaru, the realization dawned on him all at once. Oh, so this was Temari's little boyfriend. Kankuro's gaze swept up and down Shikamaru, and he muttered with open disdain. Scrawny dog. Shikamaru, huh? Was this weirdo actually insulting him? He felt a surge of annoyance, but seeing that they were heavily outnumbered, he forced himself to let it slide. I'm their squad leader, Sarutobi Asuma. Your village's Gaara and Kankuro have been to the Leaf before to participate in the Chunin exams. Seeing that the Sand Ninja didn't seem hostile, Asuma quickly tried to build some rapport. I know who you are. I saw you guys when I was at the exams. Asuma's mention instantly brought Kankuro back to memories of his own less impressive days. Wait, what? You've been to the Leaf before? And who exactly are? Shikamaru's expression was positively constipated. He sure didn't remember any weirdo like this in the Chunin exams. I'm Kankuro. Back then, I was a lot skinnier. Kankuro gave a wry smile. Not being recognized by the Konoha ninja didn't embarrass him in the slightest. On the contrary, he stepped out onto the ground and began to show off the well-defined muscles plastered across his body. What did you say? No way. How could you be Kankuro? You've got to be kidding. What have you been eating lately? Team 10's first reaction was one of utter disbelief. Who could have imagined that Kankuro, who hadn't been much taller than them the last time they met, would transform in such a short period into a towering hulk, nearly 2 meters tall? Shikamaru slapped his forehead. At that moment, he felt the whole world had gone mad. Asuma and Ino's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Were these muscle-bound giants sure they hadn't defected from the Cloud Village? Suddenly, Asuma remembered Naruto was still in Sunagakure, and an image of a certain blonde muscle man flashed through his mind. He drew a sharp breath. This couldn't be good. Meanwhile, Ino started worrying about what Hinata's married life would look like in the future. Well, we were just passing by and saw someone suspicious, so we came to check it out. Asuma struggled to explain, gesturing helplessly toward the enormous puppet beside them. Best if we don't bother you further. We'll just take our leave. All he wanted right now was to get away from this bizarre place. He had absolutely no interest in visiting any so-called new Sunagakure. No way. You are guests from far away. Gome, let me show you around our new village. At this, Kankuro flexed his muscles, his expression growing dangerously intense, as if to suggest that if the Konoha ninjas refused, they would be disrespecting Kankuro himself. At Kankuro's words, a mob of other giant strongmen surrounded Asuma and the rest. Maybe we should just pass. Shikamaru stared at the flamboyant muscles of the giants around him and swallowed hard. If not for the last shred of reason telling him not to abandon his teammates, he would have turned and bolted without hesitation. Pass? Not a chance. Come with me, all of you. With his burly arm, Kankuro grabbed Shikamaru by the scruff, then scooped him up in a bridal carry, leaving the normally unflappable Shikamaru shivering with fright. And so, the Konoha ninjas, under the enthusiastic invitation of the Sunagakure shinobi, were swept into the new Sunagakure. Elsewhere, inside the new Kazekage mansion, the older generation of shinobi had gathered together with a fresh cohort of young puppet masters. Gaara, who had only recently stepped in as acting Kazekage, sat at the head of the room with Naruto at his side. Glancing around at everyone present, Gaara gripped Naruto's hand and slowly rose to his feet to address the gathering. Everyone, I propose that Uzumaki Naruto be appointed as the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. At Gaara's words, a hush instantly fell over the room. The older generation of ninjas was utterly dumbfounded. A series of emotions, confusion, shock, heartbreak, flashed across their faces, easy to read in every furrow and glare. Some of them even started to wonder if their old age had caused them to mishear what had just been said. Damn it, what on earth was Gaara talking about? Letting a Konoha ninja, a Jinchuriki no less, become the Kazekage of Sunagakure. That's just insane. Chiyo, Ebizo, and the rest of the elders nearly exploded with rage. They slapped the table, shooting to their feet, and shouted at the top of their lungs. Absurd. Gaara, I will never allow something like this to happen. This is outright betrayal of the village. Uzumaki Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, are you planning to betray Konoha as well? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Several of the senior ninjas clutched their chests. A few even fainted from anger right then and there. Those who could still speak looked pale as ghosts. Originally, today was supposed to be the day they formally nominated Gaara as the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Who could have foreseen things escalating like this? Gaara, for his part, remained unfazed by the elders shouting. He glanced at Naruto and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Everyone has witnessed Naruto's tireless efforts over these past days. Our Sunagakure has truly entered a new era. All praise to Archbishop Naruto. Long live the Church of the Machine God. The moment Gaara finished speaking, the new generation of puppet masters raised their hands high, their voices ringing out strong and forceful. All praise to Archbishop Naruto. Long live the Church of the Machine God. Even among the crowd, Temari, with her augmented compound eyes gleaming under her helmet, raised her hand, shouting with passion. Naruto pressed his lips together, struggling not to cry. Why? Why had things ended up like this? He'd only meant to create the Church of the Machine God to put a stop to the giant guy culture running rampant in Sunagakure. But, after they got a taste of the Church's teachings, these Sunagakure ninjas dove in headfirst, as if possessed. The pace at which their fanaticism spread was even more terrifying than the giant guy craze ever was. In just a month, not only had they abandoned their old ways and their original village, they'd managed to put together a mobile puppet they now called their new home. Some even started modifying themselves, enhancing their bodies with bizarre new limbs through improved puppet techniques. Mechanical compound eyes that could see in every direction, octopus-like mechanical arms, spider legs, you name it. If they hadn't just depleted all their resources to build that giant puppet, Naruto suspected they'd have transformed their bodies from head to toe by now. What kind of cyberpunk Sunagakure was this supposed to be? The old unhealthy culture of the village had, for now, been wiped out, But Naruto couldn't help feeling that this Church of the Machine God he'd unleashed was even scarier. Damn it. The crisis of the giant guy was barely over, and already the Church of the Machine God was staging its own invasion. And then, he truly didn't want to stay here and become the 5th Kazekage. He still wanted to return to the village to find a wife, to see his close friend Sasuke. Right now, just the sight of these fanatical followers gave Naruto a splitting headache. Damn it, Kankuro. This is all your fault. After the crowd's cheers faded, Gaara noticed his good friend remained silent and felt deeply puzzled. Could it be Naruto isn't happy about becoming the 5th Kazekage? Naruto, say something. Your Eminence, please say something. At that moment, every fanatical follower in the hidden sand village fixed their eyes on Naruto, making him feel as nervous as if he were sitting on pins and needles. You all, I object. Chio lifted her trembling hand, her breath nearly catching in her chest. Ebizo, standing nearby, hurried to help steady her. Enough. From now on, Naruto is the 5th Kazekage. If everyone's agreed, then it's decided. Without giving the older generation of shinobi a chance to protest, Gaara declared it with a bold, commanding presence. Those elders flicked their sleeves in anger, gave a snort, and stormed out, slamming the doors behind them. As they left, they shouted curses over their shoulders. Gaara, you'll all regret this. But the people left in the office cared little for the complaints of these stubborn old men. Gaara picked up the Kazekage robes and ceremonial hat, respectfully handing them to Naruto as the crowd erupted in cheers once more. All hail the 5th Kazekage. Staring at the wild expressions of those before him, Naruto could feel his head start throbbing again. Even the gourd on Gaara's back had been swapped for a mechanical version now. Is the ninja world really doomed? Naruto let out a long, frustrated sigh. He realized the only way to stop this madness was to reluctantly accept the role of Kazekage, at least for a while. Maybe there was still a way out. I'll try again. If it doesn't work, I'll just have to make a run for it. At last, forcing a smile, Naruto accepted the Kazekage regalia and, under Gaara's guidance, sat down in the seat reserved for the 5th Kazekage. The next day, after spending a night in the new hidden sand village, Team 10 strolled along the main street. On the plaza, mechanical statues gleamed with metallic light. Many of them were crafted from gears and all manner of repair tools. Ino, seeing the spectacle, suddenly thought her best friend would love a visit here. Come take a look. Fresh out of the workshop, pup mechanical arms. If you've lost a hand, it'll restore your fighting strength. If not, it'll make you even stronger. Quad-lens helmets at rock-bottom prices. As Team 10 made their way down the street, taking in the strange surroundings and the incessant hawking of wares, their minds went completely blank. They moved forward, numb and dazed, like a band of the living dead. Is there anywhere here besides the Sand Village that could possibly be connected to the Sand Village? Shikamaru was on the verge of a breakdown. His mind had stopped working. All he wanted was to get back home and sleep it off as if none of this had ever happened. Ino and Choji were so scared by the local crowd, who seemed as fierce as if they had 6 arms and 3 heads each, that their faces turned as pale as ashes. Asuma-sensei, let's find a chance to get out of here. This place is way too scary. Ino called urgently to the man behind her, but when she turned around, she found her teacher crouched in front of stall, apparently locked in a passionate round of haggling. 150,000 Rio, and throwing 2 boxes of vape oil. Otherwise, I'm just leaving right now. Asuma held an electronic cigarette in his hand, his expression deadly serious. He'd finished the last of his cigarettes yesterday, and his cravings were getting unbearable, so he wandered up to this little vape stall just to try something. Anything to take the edge off. Now, after going through the whole process, Asuma actually felt that this little gadget was pretty decent, so he started bargaining for a deal. All right. You Leaf Ninja drive a hard bargain. Take it, it's yours. Asuma grabbed his purchase, but before he could even open the box, caught sight of his subordinates a stone's throw away, staring daggers at him. Startled, he stuffed the package hastily into his pocket right then and there. Asuma-sensei, what are you doing? Even something this strange from the Sand Village. You dare bring it back with you? Ino scolded him, hands on hips, not holding back at all. After all, it was Asuma himself who had warned everyone last night not to touch any Sand Village goods, and now he was the first to break his own rule. No wonder everyone was furious. I was only taking a look. The stall owner glanced at the 4-leaf ninja, thudding his mechanical cane on the ground, and rumbled at them. You Leaf Ninja are in for a treat. Today our Archbishop takes office as the 5th Kazekage. In honor of the occasion, everything you buy here in the village is half price today. Excellent. So I was right. You were totally overcharging me just now. Asuma's face fell in an instant at the news. So that quick agreement earlier was just him making a tidy profit off me. Huh? He knew it. Nothing good ever comes that cheap. Shikamaru, what the? At the side, Shikamaru's face showed outright shock as he stared at Asuma. Damn it. Is that what we should be focusing on? Did nobody hear them announce that their archbishop just became the 5th Kazekage? Come on. Can't anyone here sense the real danger? How does this end up connected to us in a Leaf Village too? Meanwhile, Choji, ever distracted by the prospect of snacks, molded over for a split second and blurted out his confusion. Ino was propping her chin with one hand, deep in thought, as if she was on the verge of grasping something important. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead, shaking his head with a sigh. This is exhausting. Sometimes being the brains of this team is just too much, especially with this bunch of knucklehead teammates. Have you all forgotten? Their head bishop is Naruto Uzumaki. That kid has gone to the Sand Village and become the Kazekage. The moment these words left his mouth, it was as if Ino and Choji had both been struck by a sledgehammer. Their minds went hazy, stunned by the revelation. Even Asuma, who had just been leisurely puffing on his cyber vape, froze mid-drag, his gaze fixed on Shikamaru in utter shock. The three of them stared blankly, their pupils quivering. Wait a minute. What did Shikamaru just say? Naruto Uzumaki, Kazekage? Individually, those words made perfect sense. But when put together, it was as if comprehension had slipped straight through their fingers. Ino's mouth opened in disbelief, words barely making it out. No way, right? Naruto's from the Leaf Village. How could he possibly become Kazekage? Choji could only scratch his itchy head, feeling as if his brain was being forced to grow a few new cells. Has everyone in the Sand Village gone mad? What on earth are they thinking? It took Asuma an extra moment to react, but when he did, he blurted out in astonishment. His raised voice, though, immediately caught the attention of the nearby heavy-set locals. Their cybernetic eyes blinked to life in unison. One more critical word about their revered bishop, and it looked like they'd rush over to give these outsiders a lesson they wouldn't forget. Shikamaru, thoroughly alarmed, hurried to clamp a hand over Asuma's mouth, quickly apologizing to the crowd over and over. When he saw everyone disperse, Shikamaru pulled Asuma aside, his face set and serious. Whatever happened in the Sand Village? I'm not sure yet, but Sensei, I'd strongly advise you not to mention Naruto's name again while we're here. Otherwise, I honestly fear we might not make it out of the Sand Village safely. Asuma's face twisted with bizarre incredulity. For a moment there he'd wondered if he was still dreaming. The thought that the kid everyone in the Leaf Village used to scorn, Naruto with the wild blonde hair, had somehow ended up as the Kazekage of the Sand Village was beyond words. He didn't even know where to begin venting the frustration rooted so deep in his chest. But still, if Naruto Uzumaki was really about to become the Kazekage, this was bound to stir up a world of trouble. The daimyo of the Land of Wind would never approve of such a thing. It's easy to foresee, if this isn't handled well, the world of shinobi would likely be engulfed in another round of war. Damn it, this is disaster in the making. Shikamaru lowered his head, brow furrowed tight in worry. He'd already considered what Asuma was thinking. If this were only a matter between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, it might be manageable. But what if those other ninja villages, always on the lookout, decided to make a move? They've been eyeing the Leaf for years. And now, with the new Hokage just taking office, the village treasury was deep in the red. Not to mention that the Uchiha clan was long gone. Once war breaks out, Konoha simply won't be able to withstand a simultaneous siege by several villages. Damn it, what on earth is Naruto doing? Shikamaru thought for a while, feeling like his head was about to explode. Finally, he slapped his temples and said, completely exasperated, "What a pain in the neck. We have to figure out a way to bring Naruto back. If we don't, he'll end up destroying the entire shinobi world." Asuma took a long drag from his cyber e-cigarette, exhaled 2 clouds of smoke, and nodded emphatically in agreement with Shikamaru's assessment. He had to admit, this little gadget from the hidden sand was surprisingly potent. Hey, you guessed from Konoha. The stall owner's eyes flashed with a strange glint. He reached behind himself and flicked a stack of papers in their direction. You might want to take a look at this. If you join the faith today, I'll cover your tab. Shikamaru and Asuma barely had time to react before Ino, out of curiosity, took the papers and began to read through them. Membership application. Welcome to the family of the Church of the Machine God. Ino read aloud softly as her eyes scanned down the page. It took less than 2 minutes for her complexion to turn deathly pale. She suddenly shrieked, flinging the so-called membership forms away from her, as if she'd seen some unspeakable horror. Baffled, Shikamaru shot her a glance, bent down to pick up the papers, and skimmed a few lines. His expression instantly soured. Flesh's agony, mechanical ascension. Step into the glory of evolution. The latest body augmentation technology will let you surpass even the god of the shinobi, Hashirama Senju, with ease. The entire pamphlet rambled on about abandoning one's own body and transforming into a mechanical being. Damn it, this was absolutely, unequivocally occult. Asuma's face went ashen as well as he read. Unbelievable. They'd been worried before that Naruto becoming Kazekage would ignite another shinobi world war. But looking at this kid might just end up destroying the whole world. So what do you think? How about embracing the sanctuary of the Machine God Church? As it happens, our archbishop is from your very own Konoha. The stall owner stood up, ignoring their looks of horror, and launched into his zealous sermon. Asuma hurriedly waved him off, grabbing his two teammates and making a beeline away from the stall. Wait, where's Choji? Shikamaru suddenly realized that, somehow, their dimmest teammate had disappeared during all the commotion. It only made his already awful mood all the worse, adding another shadow over his weary mind. So exhausting. Why we end up searching for lost teammates every single day? Yeah. Just then, Choji's voice rang out from nearby. The trio dashed toward the source of the cry, only to find Choji completely surrounded by four enormous men. They grinned wickedly, their hands constantly reaching out to mess with Choji. Oh brother, why don't you join the Church of the Machine God with us? There, you'll experience pleasure like never before. Despite weighing nearly 200 pounds, Choji looked small and helpless next to these muscle-bound giants. He trembled more violently than a sieve. And no, don't come any closer. I'm not joining any Church of the Machine God. Choji hugged his shoulders, terror clear in his eyes. Now, he was filled with regret. If he'd known it would come to this, he never would have wandered off from the group to look for food. Choji, hurry, over here. At the sound of Shikamaru's shout, some light returned to Choji's eyes. Summoning courage from who knows where, he shoved past the brutes and dashed away. Seeing that the little fatty's friends had arrived, the four hulks started spreading their gospel as they walked. Terrified, Team 10 spun on their heels and ran for their lives. They ran in circles, and only once they'd seen no sign of the giants did they finally stop to catch their breath. All four bent over, gasping for air, each paler than the last. It wasn't so much exhaustion as sheer fright. Mr. Asuma, let's go back to the village, please. This place is terrifying. Thinking about what he'd just gone through, Choji felt another wave of fear, unable to imagine what might have happened if Shikamaru hadn't shown up in time. No, Shikamaru and Asuma spoke in unison. Wait a sec. I remember, Naruto's master is in Sunagakure too, right? He should be able to keep him under control, shouldn't he? Asuma considered this for a moment, then blurted it out. But Shikamaru's only response was a dramatic eye roll. If Jiraiya could keep Naruto in line, he would have done it already. Now that things have reached this point, who knows where that guy's even run off to? What a wonderfully peaceful time this is. Jiraiya, sake jug in hand, stumbled joyously through the desert. Strangely, his notoriously troublesome apprentice hadn't caused a single disaster lately. Naruto had been in Sunagakure for over a month now, and not a single explosion. Every day, Jiraiya would inquire if there had been any major incidents in the Land of Wind. But after days of asking, he hadn't heard a word of bad news. Could Naruto have changed his ways at last? Clearly, taking him out for some worldly training was the right move. With a happy drink, Jiraiya for the first time found the world utterly delightful. He even felt Naruto was becoming less of a nuisance. Just thinking about a future where Naruto wouldn't be around to stir up trouble in the village made him grin like a fool. It really did take someone like himself to keep everything in balance. Ordinary people would never be able to handle this kid. Jiraiya hummed a cheerful tune as he bounced along the road, as happy as a child. But when he arrived at the Hidden Sand Village, Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded. What? Where's the Hidden Sand Village? Where could such a huge village possibly have gone? The tipsy haze clouding Jiraiya's mind vanished in an instant. The spot where the Hidden Sand Village once stood had become a massive crater. It looked as if the earth itself had been scooped out and carried away. Damn it, what on earth happened here? Jiraiya clutched his head, panicking like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss. It's over. It's all over. Could Naruto Uzumaki have destroyed the entire Hidden Sand Village? He could no longer cling to any hope regarding Naruto. This was the worst-case scenario he could imagine. If that rebellious disciple really had wiped out the Hidden Sand Village, then the whole of Konoha would soon face the wrath of the entire ninja world. It's over. A great ninja war is about to break out. Hey, old man, what are you standing there for? Just then, a young, childish voice called out from nearby. Jiraiya turned toward the voice, only to see a burly man, nearly 6 feet tall, clutching a glowing iron hammer. The stark contrast stunned Jiraiya into silence. Why would such a giant of a man speak with a child's voice? Could it be some strange tactic to attract others like himself? How cunning. Still, seeing a survivor was at least something to be thankful for. At the very least, he might finally learn what had happened here. Jiraiya didn't care about the burly man anymore. He strode over at once. Once he drew close, Jiraiya spoke up. Tell me, what exactly happened in the hidden sand village? Where did the village go? The big man scratched his cheek, his childlike expression full of innocence. So much so that Jiraiya felt sick just looking at him. Old man, you really don't know? How could I possibly know? Can you stop making that nauseating face? Jiraiya just couldn't take this guy. A grown man acting like a child. Disgusting. The burly man looked the Konohan ninja up and down, his eyes glinting with mischief, then fished a sheet of paper out of his pocket. I see. If you write this down, I'll tell you everything. What's this? Jiraiya took the paper, glanced at it, and his expression shifted from blank to puzzled to utterly bewildered. Application form for joining the Church of the Mecha God. He glanced up at the muscular man's wrist and saw the forehead protector from the hidden sand village. Once he confirmed this was indeed a sand ninja, Jiraiya was more confused than ever. Wait a second. Wasn't the hidden sand village destroyed by that cult? I just asked what happened to your village. Why are you trying to recruit me into your cult instead? Damn, what on earth is going on here? Uncle, come join the embrace of our Mecha God cult. There are limits to what ninjas can do, after all. The large man raised his arm high, his fervent voice making the desert night seem even more bizarre and unsettling. Jiraiya actually felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Hold on a second. First, tell me what happened to the hidden sand village. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He worried that if he listened to this guy ramble on any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from launching a Rasengan. Oh, you mean that? The young cultist clearly lacked proselytizing experience. In front of a battle-hardened ninja like Jiraiya, he was already spilling the beans. Our hidden sand village has become a village built entirely atop puppets now. Right now, our legion of puppet insects is out everywhere collecting resources. And it's all thanks to our bishop. The large man paused for a moment. No, wait. I should call him the Kazakage now. Jiraiya? There was so much information packed into just a few sentences that Jiraiya's mind was spinning. A village built on puppets? Collecting resources everywhere. So the sand village is just roaming around aimlessly now. What's with all this bishop and Kazakage business? It's just a complete mess. Jiraiya massaged his temples, and after a long moment, finally spoke up. All right, take me to your village, so I can see for myself. Uncle, but the big guy pointed awkwardly at the application to join the cult in Jiraiya's hand, his expression torn. As if to say, if you don't join us, I'm not taking you to the village. This infuriated Jiraiya so much he nearly exploded. You idiot. Shouldn't you let me tour your church first before making me join? And stop calling me uncle. You don't look much younger than me. The big man nodded, thinking the white-haired uncle had a very good point, though he had just one issue with what Jiraiya said. He puffed up his cheeks and muttered, But I'm only 12 years old. Jiraiya? Hell, you're bigger than I am, and you're telling me you're only 12? For a moment, Jiraiya was at a total loss for words. With a cold snort, he motioned for this 1-meter-80, 200-pound child to lead the way. Half an hour later, when Jiraiya saw the mobile hidden sand village with his own eyes, he just stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth happened this past month? He'd only gone next door to the land of rivers for a month of drinking, so why did it feel as if 100 years had gone by? Now, the hidden sand village seemed foreign to him, and an unsettling strangeness seeped from every corner. This was even worse than those brutes from before. Jiraiya felt as if he were about to lose his mind. Suppressing the urge to explode, he followed the child into what was now called the new hidden sand village. And the moment he set foot in the village, he seized the first chance he got to slip away from the hulking man. After all, there was no way he'd ever join any kind of absurd machine cult. For now, all he wanted was to find out just what Naruto had done in the sand village. Walking down the main street, surrounded by steel statues and the strange ninja tools that bristled from the big man's frame, Jiraiya felt as if he'd stepped into another world. Suddenly, a little girl ran straight into him, tumbling to the ground on the spot. Seeing the girl before him, Jiraiya was surprised to find himself suddenly overcome with emotion. What a sweet little thing. To still be so genuine and innocent in such a twisted village, truly rare. Are you all right? I'm Fina. The girl smiled shyly, so warm and pure that even Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Such a good child, and yet she had to suffer beneath this village's shadow. What on earth were the sand village leaders thinking? Thank you, mister. The girl bowed deeply, her words a flurry of gratitude and praise that made Jiraiya somewhat bashful. He rubbed the back of his head and let out a big laugh. Ha ha! Be careful walking, young lady. Mister, can you tell me your name? I'd like to thank you properly. Hearing this, Jiraiya waved his hands frantically. Thick-skinned as he was, he just couldn't bring himself to accept a child's gratitude. Mister, could you write your name here, then? The little girl smiled innocently and handed Jiraiya a pen and a slip of paper. Smiling, Jiraiya took them, but as his eyes fell on the page, his expression instantly froze. Because once again he saw an application to join the mechanical church. Dear Hokage, I'm begging you, please save the entire ninja world. Save our hidden sand village. If you don't do something about Naruto Uzumaki soon, the whole shinobi world will be destroyed because of him. Tsunade and Shizen watched the two elders weep bitterly, and for the first time found themselves sympathizing with their former foes. Chiyo sat on the sofa, face buried in her hands, weeping so sorrowfully that all who heard her felt compelled to tears. Whether it was true or not, Tsunade had to admit, at the very least, their feelings were genuine. She didn't even need to think much. Chances were, Naruto had caused some massive explosion in the hidden sand village again. Or perhaps he'd brought down a dozen buildings by himself. And as for them trying to elevate this incident to the scale of the entire ninja world, wasn't it just a blatant attempt at moral blackmail? She was the fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade, and she certainly wasn't going to fall for those tricks. Although she hadn't been in office for long, she'd already gained some experience in handling Naruto. The Leaf Village had been blown up so many times. Hadn't she managed to fix things personally every single time? These people really haven't seen much in their lives. Tsunade looked at the two elders, coughed lightly, and spoke with a calm tone. Go on. How many explosions has that brat Naruto Uzumaki caused over in the sand village? Shizen turned her head, utterly stunned as she looked at Tsunade. The Hokage was actually speaking about the blonde troublemaker, as if it were nothing. Given her usual temperament, shouldn't she be smashing the table to vent her anger first? But Tsunade's words made Chiyo and Ebizo stop their crying abruptly. They looked at her, completely bewildered. What's going on? Could it be that Naruto Uzumaki has caused trouble in the Leaf Village as well? The two exchanged glances, suddenly struck by a very bad suspicion. Oh no, could Tsunade have always known about that blonde's tendencies, and intentionally passed this problem on to them? Damn it. No wonder she agreed right away when we proposed letting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki come to the Sand Village. So she was just waiting for this moment, wasn't she? The two former high-ranking Sand Elders felt nothing but cold despair settle in their hearts. Regret filled them for the decisions they had made. They were also furious that Tsunade had never given them a clear heads-up about this. But given that they still needed her help, they had no choice but to endure for now. Otherwise, with the twisted ideals of the Machine God sect and their rapid, frenzied propagation, it wouldn't take many years before everyone in the world might be wiped out because of it. This really wasn't a joke. Tsunade watched as the two elders' expressions changed in a flash, her mind racing with worry. This is bad. Could Naruto have blown up the entire Sand Village this time? Damn it. Is that boy really about to spark a war across the entire ninja world? Couldn't he have thought about the village for once? After all, his little girlfriend is still back in the Leaf Village. Though she kept her face composed, Tsunade was even more anxious inside than Akamaru in a thunderstorm. It's over. Would Jiraiya's money be enough to pay for all the damages? She was already preparing herself to bleed money just to send the two Sand Elders back home with some dignity. If word got out, the Hidden Cloud and Stone villages would certainly seize the opportunity to join forces against the Leaf. Were the explosions Naruto caused really that destructive? At last, Tsunade summoned her courage and tried to ask. But the two elders remained silent, saying nothing at all. After a long silence, they finally spoke. Naruto Uzumaki didn't cause any explosions. Hehehe. I told you so. That Naruto, he's been a sensible kid since he was young. No way he'd do something terrible. Haha. Tsunade burst out laughing. Upon hearing that Naruto didn't blow the hidden sand village sky high, she felt an enormous wave of relief. Good. As long as he didn't send the hidden sand village into the stratosphere, it's all manageable. Any other problems, this old lady will handle them for you. The two advisors almost let slip a curse, but bit their tongues at the last moment. Inwardly, though, they were cursing Tsunade's entire lineage. Damn it. Did you even hear what you just said? How can you claim he can't do anything bad? First, he turns the Hidden Sands culture upside down. Boys love on the rise. Then he starts developing some bizarre cult. And in the end, not only are they kicked out of the village, but Naruto Uzumaki becomes the fifth Kazekage. Any one of those things alone would push Konoha to its limits. Chiyo took a deep breath and interrupted Tsunade's laughter with a single sentence. Naruto Uzumaki has become the 5th Kazekage of the Hidden Sand. Haha, cough, cough, cough. Tsunade suddenly choked on her own saliva. The laughter vanished from her face in an instant. What on earth? Naruto Uzumaki? 5th Kazekage? Has old Chiyo lost her mind? Or has the Sin Village gone crazy? Advisor Chiyo, you're joking with me, right? There's no way our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could become your Kazekage. There's no way the Hidden Sand would choose him as their leader. Chiyo fell silent. Elder Ebizo said nothing either. The two of them shared a heavy silence, their expressions growing ever darker. Under normal circumstances, of course it would be impossible. The idea of the Hidden Sand electing an outsider as their leader sounded absurd no matter how you looked at it. But that blonde brat is different. Ever since the rise of the mecha cult, up and down the whole village, everyone became his follower. If anyone openly spoke out against him, those fanatical believers would tear them apart on the spot. The only reason they'd escaped the Kazekage's office unharmed last time was because Gaara and the others recognized their years of service to the village. Sigh, here's what happened. Chiyo let out a weary sigh and slowly recounted all the misfortunes that had befallen the Hidden Sand lately. She even made sure to highlight just how terrifying the mecha cult truly was. After all, this sinister cult of mechanical puppetry was far more dreadful than anything her own grandson had ever dabbled in. Tsunade listened intently for a full 2 hours, checking and double-checking the details, her expression darkening with every word. Bam! With a deafening crash, Tsunade struck her not-so-old desk, splitting it cleanly in two once again. At the doorway, Shizen skillfully greeted the waiting ninja outside and directed them to bring in a new table. Meanwhile, after filing a report for the destruction of 10 tables, Tsunade sat in her seat, stunned and speechless. A moment later, she clenched her teeth and roared in anger. Damn that Jiraiya. Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on Naruto? How did things end up getting this out of hand? Is that boy trying to throw the entire shinobi world into chaos? At this point, she truly felt like she was going to lose her mind. An evil cult devoted to body modification, Naruto Uzumaki becoming the Kazekage. Disaster after disaster poured in, and Tsunade was about to fall apart from the barrage of terrible news. Shizune, watch over the village. I'm going to the Hidden Sand Village myself. Finding her presence still insufficient, Tsunade called Shizune again. Right, have Hayashi bring his daughter and join me on this trip. Yes, Lady Hokage. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Shizune hurried toward the door. Kakashi, what happened to you? As Shizune opened the door, she saw Kakashi standing there, his hair a wild mess, his clothes torn and scorched, and the faint smell of something burnt lingering around him. Kakashi looked over at Tsunade, a storm of emotions swirling within him. After a long moment of internal struggle, he closed his eyes and called out into the office, voice full of despair. Lady Hokage, something terrible has happened. Sakura has started some sort of cult of scientific truth in the Land of Snow. If we don't stop her, the shinobi world is doomed. Tsunade, Chiyo, and Ebizo. As soon as Tsunade heard Kakashi's words, her legs gave out and she collapsed onto the floor. The two elderly Sand Village ninja beside her, upon hearing yet another mention of cult, stiffened in shock and promptly fainted on the spot. Seeing the chaos, Kakashi cautiously stepped into the office and stood at attention, but his gaze darted everywhere except at the Hokage, who now sat on the floor. Shizune anxiously called for medical ninja to come and tend to Chiyo and Ebizo. Those two elders had been through enough. If anything else happened to them in Konoha, their lifelong reputations would be ruined beyond repair. Thud! After Tsunade stood up, she sent a mighty kick crashing into the floor beside Kakashi, shaking the entire Hokage building. To hell with this. Kakashi, look at what your Team 7's done. I quit. I'm done. If the shinobi world wants to destroy itself, let it. It's none of my business. The anger Tsunade had bottled up finally erupted and poured out in full. It was one thing for Naruto to run off to the Sand Village and start a whole damn cult. But why in the world did Sakura Haruno have to start one too? At this rate, would she next hear that Sasuke Uchiha had set up an evil group somewhere as well? Screw it. Not even a dog would want to be Hokage. Janine stared at the bottomless cracks that snaked across the floor, quietly shuffling to stand beside Tsunade. Lady Hokage, we're completely out of money. Tsunade. Hearing the dreadful news again, Tsunade nearly fainted on the spot. She clutched her chest, struggling to catch her breath. At that moment, the two Hokage advisors suddenly burst into the office from outside. Tsunade, you have to stay calm. Konoha just can't go on without you. Their faces were etched with panic, tinged with bemusement. What on earth had happened today? Tsunade had been in good spirits lately. Why now was she talking about quitting, smashing the Hokage residence with a single kick? Oomph. Go find Yamato. Tsunade let out a chilly snort, ignoring the two elders entirely. If it hadn't been for their recommendation back then, perhaps she wouldn't have had to endure all this suffering. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his forehead, not daring to say a word. As heavy as the blame just laid at the Hokage's feet was, he couldn't claim he was uninvolved. Still, he had at least tried to stop Sakura. The real problem was that the Science Truth Society in the Land of Snow had spiraled completely out of control. Sakura had insisted that those dummy scientists had twisted her real intentions. Day in and day out, they ranted that ninjas were the root of all war, calling for the annihilation of shinobi, the eradication of chakra, and a new world order ruled by science. Sakura could only look helpless whenever she talked about this. She'd originally tried to teach them a theory about combining chakra and science, but somehow, along the way, everything had gone terribly astray. When Kakashi saw things had gotten out of hand, he tried to storm their headquarters and rescue Sakura. But the enemy's firepower was overwhelming. Facing an army of tens of thousands at once, with the dignity of the Snow Daimyo at stake, he couldn't risk causing mass destruction on their soil. Otherwise, what would the other daimyo think? If you attack the Snow Daimyo today, are you coming for the rest of us tomorrow? One after another, the obstacles kept piling up. Just as he was about to make his move, a barrage of artillery rained down, catching him totally off guard. If he'd hesitated another moment, he might have been joining his father in the afterlife. Sensing the impending disaster, Kakashi had no choice but to beat a hasty retreat and come back for help. As for his beloved student, Sakura had insisted on staying behind, hoping she could still drag the Science Truth Society back onto the right path. Tsunade pinched the corner of her eye. She felt as though just yesterday the wrinkles had finally faded, but today, all the stress had brought them right back. After a long moment's thought, she made up her mind to shoulder the burden of saving the shinobi world. Kakashi, go find Sakura Haruno's parents. And bring Guy and Kurenai. Head for the Land of Snow together. Yes, Lady Hokage. Kakashi snapped to attention, his response thunderously loud. He didn't really have a choice. If he wasn't loud enough, Tsunade might just hit him. Shizune, call Hayashi and Hinata for me. I'll be taking them to Sunagakure. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune nodded, but her worried gaze lingered on the slightly crooked Hokage tower. She wasn't at all sure if Yamato could fix it. Kakashi, standing off to the side, was momentarily stunned. Had he heard that right? Hayashi and Hinata? What kind of team was that? Had Naruto gotten himself into trouble again? Lady Hokage. About Naruto. After all, he was Naruto's team leader. Kakashi felt he should at least ask out of concern. Tsunade shot the white-haired Jonin a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. Causing trouble? How could our great Uzumaki Naruto possibly be causing trouble? He's only gone and become the 5th Kazekage, and managed to drum up a whole cult while he was at it. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, every hair on his body standing on end. What in the world? How did it sound like Naruto's mess was even bigger than anything Sakura could cause? Tsunade, ignoring the completely flabbergasted Kakashi, turned back towards Shizune, who was already preparing to leave, her worry unconcealed. Tsunade hesitated, her misgiving clear, and called her back. Wait, I'll go myself after all. Shizune, go prepare an Edo Tensei scroll. Letting out a heavy sigh, Tsunade strode out of the Hokage tower, frustration etched on her face. She remembered that back when she returned, Jiraiya had told her Naruto was particularly interested in that forbidden technique before the 3rd Hokage's death. It seemed Naruto intended to revive his parents. Tsunade had already made up her mind. If it really came down to the last resort, she would just have to find a way to use Edo Tensei to bring Kushina back, and let the boy's mother try to deal with Naruto herself. She was even mentally prepared to visit Orochimaru, if necessary. Upon arriving at the Hyuga clan estate, Tsunade explained the situation to Hayashi, and gave Hinata a little scare for good measure. She said that if Naruto became Kazekage, he wouldn't be able to return to the village, and that Hinata would have to choose between her birth family and her husband's clan. This left poor Hinata in a paralyzing quandary. After no small amount of hesitation, she finally decided to go along to Sunagakure. Honestly, Hinata was mostly worried that if Naruto became the Kazekage, he'd get up to who knows what over in the Sand Village. And she'd heard rumors that those who underwent prosthetic modifications would lose the ability to have children in the future. Meanwhile, in a newly opened screw-themed fried rice shop in the new Sunagakure, Team 10 happened to run into Jiraiya, who was sitting in a corner, drowning his sorrows. Bah! What is this booze? Tastes downright weird. Jiraiya banged his cup on the table, raising his voice in exasperation. The owner scrambled over, bowing and nodding repeatedly at his disgruntled customer. Guest, there's something you might not know. All of our drinks here are brewed from cactus. Resources are scarce, after all, so our liquor can't compare to what you'd find elsewhere. With that, the owner pulled a membership application out of his apron. Get lost. Jiraiya was on the verge of a total meltdown. Ever since he arrived, every 50 meters or so, someone would stop him, extolling the many virtues of the mechanical cult. Even if he wanted to see that damned rogue student, he'd have to become a member first, and attend a full week of introductory classes before he could meet the Kazekage. Jiraiya nearly exploded when he heard that. Completely disheartened, he slumped into a roadside shop for a drink. Lord Jiraiya, thank goodness. Only you can save the ninja world now. Asuma, the burly, bearded man, nearly burst into tears upon seeing Jiraiya. Your Grace, this world is steeped in filth. We must launch a holy war. Only then can we cleanse all the heretics. Kankuro stood respectfully at Naruto's side, his words soft and solemn. Even after Naruto had become the Kazekage, Kankuro never once addressed it by that title. At that moment, the huge cultists nearby raised their arms high, and a wave of fervent cheers crashed toward Naruto like a tsunami. We must purify every heretic in this world. The world belongs to our mechanical cult. Naruto slumped lifelessly on the sofa, staring hopelessly at the ceiling, the light in his eyes completely gone. He had long since lost his dream. This crowd was really about to drive him insane. All he'd wanted, in the beginning, was to change the over-the-top macho atmosphere in Sunagakure. How had it come to this? He really never should have shown them the doctrines of the mechanical cult. Now, these fanatical shinobi, lacking any real technology, had somehow forged their own path with chakra-controlled puppets. What left Naruto utterly speechless was that this bunch was now lovingly oiling and maintaining their puppets while chanting, "Rejoice, machine soul." He tried to explain there was no such thing as a machine soul, but Kankuro insisted he'd been enlightened. Chakra, he claimed, was the machine soul. It was all just absurd. None of it made any scientific sense at all. Looking at Temari joining the crowd, passionately shouting, "Rejoice, machine soul," Naruto realized that this twisted Sunagakure was totally beyond saving. If Sunagakure had just become the version of the mechanical cult Naruto once knew, that might have been tolerable. But the current mechanical cult of Sunagakure was obsessed with body modifications, addicted, even. No one could rein them in. It would be one thing if they wanted to experiment on themselves, but now they insisted on dragging the whole ninja world into it. Naruto dreaded the thought that, once the battle with the Otsutsuki clan was over, there might not be a single normal person left on this planet. Aside from being slightly more advanced in prosthetic technology and having more little gadgets to play with, the Sand Village's inventions are all rooted in their original chakra-powered puppet techniques. Without a complete system, dreaming of becoming a true mechanist cult, he had his doubts. There was another crucial problem. These people were astonishingly prone to malfunction. Just look at that myriad insect puppet. It breaks down more than a dozen times a day. The overall strength of the Sand Village had definitely increased, but there was nothing that could truly be called top-tier combat power. With this mediocre bunch, at best they could barely wrestle with Sakura wielding a scientific ninja tool. Talk about purifying heretics. Right now, he felt like purifying Kankuro himself. Naruto waved a hand, signaling the group to back off, while inwardly longing for the normalcy of the Leaf Village. At least the people there were sane, approachable. He was exhausted. "Shikamaru, take your wife and leave already. If you don't, your wife is going to lose her mind. And you, my Brotherhood drill eye, come over and shoulder your share. If you don't, the ninja world might just fall apart soon." Now Naruto finally understood. All his tireless efforts for the Sand Village had ultimately led to a lost cause. Talp, talp, talp. Just then, the sound of several footsteps echoed outside the door. Naruto opened his mouth on instinct, ready to yell. "I told you I want to be alone. Stop bothering me already." Creak. As the door swung open, Jiraiya and the members of Team 10 stepped inside. Their expressions varied, their thoughts tangled. They'd originally suspected Naruto of causing all this on purpose. But now, it seemed Naruto's head was spinning just as badly. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, but didn't scold his wayward student as he once did. He walked over to the sofa, braced himself on his knees, and sat down quietly. Shikamaru, reading the room, quickly took everyone else outside to wait. Teacher and student sat together in silence for about 3 minutes, the mood growing stranger and heavier. Naruto was on edge, unable to bear another tongue-lashing from the old, white-haired man. Any more and he really might explode. At last, it was Jiraiya who broke the silence. "How have you been holding up lately?" "I'm all right." Naruto answered, and awkwardness immediately settled in again. To be honest, Jiraiya felt wretched inside. If only he kept a closer eye on this kid, maybe none of this mess would have happened. In the end, the current state of the Sand Village was partly his responsibility, too. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, managed a small smile, and said, "Come on, let's go home." Naruto looked up at Jiraiya's weathered face, lost for a while. "But if I can't turn the mechanist cult around, the ninja world really will be finished." Jiraiya said nothing, lost in thought. Naruto's words left Jiraiya speechless in an instant. All the emotions he'd worked so hard to build up were shattered by a single careless line from this kid. And he had the nerve to keep trying to fix it. Doesn't this brat have any sense at all? If he could just patch things up, we wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. Why is he always so stubborn? Jiraiya let out a deep sigh, reaching for the back of Naruto's collar to haul him up. But the moment he saw his teacher making a move, Naruto instinctively grabbed the sofa for dear life. No matter how many times Jiraiya tugged, he just couldn't pry the kid off. At this, Jiraiya finally lost it and let loose a barrage of curses. "You ungrateful brat. What are you still hanging around for? Once you're gone, someone else will handle the problems here." Naruto shot right back. "No way. If I don't help the Mecha Church of Tsunagakure grow, the whole shinobi world is doomed." Jiraiya hugged Naruto's legs and tried to drag him away, but for all his efforts, Naruto's strength held firm. Jiraiya couldn't budge him an inch. Boom! Right as the master and pupil wrestled, a thunderous crash rang out. The door was sent hurtling past them, skimming just overhead. They twisted to look at the doorway. Tsunade had barged in, Hinata, Niji, Hayashi, and the rest crowding behind her. "Naruto, Uzumaki, what on earth are you doing? Are you and Sakura trying to destroy this world? Now, immediately, you come home with me right this instant. We'll settle accounts when we get back. And you too, Jiraiya." Right now, Tsunade was like an enraged lion, her neck flushed red as she tore into both of them. But she did them the courtesy of saving face. At least there'd be no actual brawl right here and now. Naruto, at first, hung his head and took the scolding. But then, something Tsunade said snagged his attention. "Sakura, and I? Huh? Sakura was involved too?" Naruto, shrinking into himself, glanced nervously at his wife in the group, then back at Tsunade, curiosity gnawing at him. Wasn't Sakura in the land of snow? What did she do? Tsunade ignored him, simply waving a hand to show they were leaving immediately. But Hinata, who hadn't seen Naruto in so long, hurried over in quick tiny steps and whispered softly. "Sakura set up something called the Church of Scientific Truth in the Land of Snow. And it seems it's also some kind of cult." "Naruto, what the? Sakura's raising the stakes like this too? A Church of Scientific Truth, seriously?" As baffled as he was, Naruto couldn't help but look down on it all. With a bunch of country bumpkins from the Land of Snow, as if they could establish a real scientific system in a single month. It's just not possible. Naruto didn't need to think twice. Whatever Sakura had thrown together must be seriously off track. Otherwise, why would everyone be calling it a cult? A group of people walked out of the Kazekage building, and Naruto saw mechanical parts scattered all over the ground. Those devotees who had been standing guard before now lay on the floor, groaning in pain. "Bishop, you can't leave us. You old stubborn fools from the past. Let go of our bishop." One burly man glared at Tsunade from the ground, his eyes full of resentment, as if she were some unforgivable she-devil. "Heretic! Damn heretic! We'll make sure you all are." Thud! With Tsunade's swift and decisive kicks, the scene finally fell silent. She glanced dismissively at the unconscious sand shinobi on the ground and curled her lips in a sneer. "Mechanical church? They dare call this puppet jutsu a church." She turned to look at Naruto, who was still frozen in place, then shot a cold glance at Jiraiya as she spoke. "Jiraiya, once you're done here, take Naruto to Mount Myaboku. Let him learn sage jutsu, and maybe temper his attitude a bit." Jiraiya, of course, had no objections. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but stopped short when he saw Tsunade waving around a scroll. "As long as you behave, finish your sage training, I'll give you the reanimation jutsu. It's a promise." Hearing that, Naruto agreed on the spot. Deal. Kakashi, just you wait." Right now, all Naruto wanted was to revive his mom and give that silver-haired idiot a piece of his mind. As for the so-called crisis in the ninja world, to hell with it. Before she left, Tsunade cast a meaningful look at the old Sand Village shinobi. She said nothing, but it was as if her silence spoke for her. "I'm taking this brat Naruto Uzumaki with me. Dealing with this mechanical church, that's your problem now." Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged troubled glances, their faces full of unease. Truth be told, neither of them felt confident about holding the mechanical church in check. Still, now that the main culprit, Naruto, was being taken away, maybe things would get easier from here. The burly followers of the mechanical church watched in agony as their bishop was taken away, voices full of heartbreak. "Bishop, we can't lose you. We still need you to lead us in purifying the heretics of the ninja world." Even Gaara felt as if the sky was collapsing over the sand village. "Naruto, cursed Hokage, I swear I'll bring him back." Thud. But before he could finish, one of Chiyo's squads knocked him out and hauled him away. Naruto, seeing his adoring followers still calling out to him, felt a brief pang of reluctance. But the way the big men clung to each other wailing his name sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, there's no way I'm staying here a second longer. Besides, Tsunade and Jiraiya had given him far too much, a promise of reanimation, a chance at sage jutsu. He could only hope that, after losing him as their spiritual pillar, the mecha cult would dissolve on its own. Or perhaps, with the guidance of the elder ninjas of the Sand Village, it might gradually return to normalcy. If all else failed, he could still join the Akatsuki and have his dear senior lead the organization to stop that damn cult together. After all, organizations bent on destroying the world ought to be at each other's throats, shouldn't they? Naruto let out a long sigh. Now he truly appreciated how tough the old third Hokage's job had been. "Don't worry, Gramps, when I start practicing the reanimation jutsu, I'll be sure to use you for my training." With thoughts swirling in his mind, Naruto took Hinata's hand under the watchful eyes of his father-in-law and brother-in-law and stepped into the doorway of light. With a sweeping gesture, Tsunade signaled the Leaf Ninjas to follow in Naruto's footsteps and teleport back home. It's worth mentioning, Shikamaru brought the somewhat unwell Tamari back as well. He kept grumbling about women being such a pain, yet insisted on bringing Tamari to the Leaf Village for treatment. A true textbook case of saying one thing and doing another. In the days that followed, the Sand Village began cracking down on the cult with brute force. The situation was so pressing that, given the overwhelming numbers, they even hired Leaf Ninjas for assistance. With the combined efforts of both great villages, the Mecha cult, having lost its high priest and now faced with relentless oppression, saw its runaway growth finally brought to a halt. That night, Gaara and Kankuro gathered the inner circle of the cult in the dead of night. "Everyone, our church faces an unprecedented blow. The ninja world rejects us. They cannot accept our advanced vision. From this day forward, the Mecha cult will go underground and continue its work in the shadows." Appointed as the saint of the Mecha cult, Gaara spoke passionately, a far cry from his former downtrodden self. Naruto's departure had only steeled his resolve to move the church forward in secrecy. The Mecha cult, as it stood now, was still far too weak. It would take a long, long time before they could truly grow strong. Just wait and see. Given time, they would surely go to the Leaf Village and bring Naruto back. "I agree, but our current technology has hit a bottleneck." As soon as Kankuro finished, silence fell across the room. Their recent technological breakthroughs had swollen everyone's confidence, only for Tsunade to bring them back to Earth with a single defeat. Gaara pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling a wanted poster he'd seen in his office for a rogue ninja. "I have an idea. Have you heard of the S-rank rogue ninja from the sand, Sasori of the Red Sand? If we can find him, our technology will leap forward by bounds." After some heated discussion, everyone agreed this was the way forward, and immediately began making secret preparations to search for Sasori. Although their development remained a secret, the core members of the mechanical cult still decided to recruit new believers. However, they needed to find a ninja village that wasn't too powerful in a region with a large population. So, after discussing it together, Gaara and Kankuro chose the Land of Grass as the target for spreading the mechanical cult's teachings. Meanwhile, far away in the Land of Snow, Sakura Haruno was taken home by her parents. The Society of Scientific Truth suffered an unprecedented blow as well. Its leaders made the same choice as those of the mechanical cult, retreating underground and continuing their activities in utmost secrecy. After all, their ideals were simply too much for the current ninja world to accept. By some twist of fate, both factions picked the Land of Grass as the site for their new movements. In Hashigakure, at that moment, Sasuke and a shadow clone of Naruto had a Hashigakure ninja trussed up, interrogating him with Jinjutsu. "So that's how it is. It looks like this ninja butterfly technique isn't all that difficult," Naruto's clone commented with a sideways glance at their captive. "Dummy, the proper name for this is the peacock technique," he added offhandedly. Sasuke shot a sharp look at the blonde, clearly annoyed. If Naruto hadn't told him beforehand that the clones were mainly for communication, and that if anything urgent happened, His real self would come through a portal once the clone was destroyed. He'd seriously consider kicking the guy right now. All right, it's done. Let's head back. Sasuke gathered their things and was about to leave when Naruto's clone called out to stop him. Wait, I remember Hashigakure keeps something pretty interesting. It might even boost your strange flame, he said, his eyes lighting up as he recalled the unusual stone hidden in the village. Naruto's clone figured that stone was probably packed with massive radiation. Still, it would be hard to haul the whole thing back without attracting attention. But chipping off a piece, just the size of a fist, shouldn't pose much trouble. Sasuke spun around, gripping Naruto's clone tightly with anxious anticipation etched on his face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I've got a feeling I'm about to unlock my third strange flame. The thought of one day using the Raging Buddha Lotus to demolish Uchiha Itachi made Sasuke tilt his head back, eager to burst out laughing. Thankfully, Naruto's clone clamped a hand over his mouth in time, cutting off what would have been a classic Uchiha cackle. Seriously, we're in Hashigakure on a stealth mission, acting like thieves. Don't you dare start raising hell on our way out. Things went even smoother than they'd expected after that. The two of them easily managed to chip off a chunk of the legendary stone the size of a fist, and made their way back to Orochimaru's branch base in the Land of Grass. As for why they had to return to that base, let's just say Scorpion and young Deidara had been on a rampage lately, blowing up every Orochimaru base they found, to the point that Lady Snake herself had no mood left for experiments. Naruto, can I take the suit off yet? Back at the base, Sasuke pointed at the cumbersome hazmat suit he was still wearing, his voice laced with complaint. This thing looks like a giant bear suit. Honestly, it's hideous. Naruto's clone refused sternly. No way. If you don't want an early death, or worse, to sprout extra arms and legs, you'd better keep it on and quit complaining. You have no idea. This thing's got radiation. But as he spoke, the clone's thoughts began to wander, just like the original. He started muttering to himself. But then again, in a certain way, could nuclear radiation unlock a genetic gate or something? Sasuke remained silent, already accustomed to Naruto's odd remarks. Right now, all he wanted was to use this worthless rock to produce his own unique flame as quickly as possible. After a bit of muttering, Naruto and Sasuke walked into Orochimaru's laboratory. At that very moment, Orochimaru was lurking around the corner. He had overheard every word from that spiky hair brat just now. An excited gleam flickered in his eyes as he licked his lips, whispering to himself. A stone from the Star Ninja village. Radiation? Genetic locks? Hee. Now this is intriguing. Look at the mess you two have made. Not a single day goes by without you causing trouble, does it? Inside the Hokage's office, the two cult leaders stood at attention as Tsunade delivered a thorough scolding. Before this, the pair had already spent a week cleaning up the village as punishment. Nearby, the two white-haired troublemakers, poorly supervised, had already received a harsh lesson from Tsunade. Jiraiya leaned heavily on a cane, his right arm bound and suspended from his neck. And Kakashi, aside from sporting a pair of deep panda-eye bruises, he was mostly unharmed. Jiraiya, however, felt nothing but resentment. This was downright unfair. They'd all gotten a beating together, so why was it that Kakashi's injuries were just superficial scratches? To which Kakashi explained that he had actually been beaten badly too, just like Jiraiya, but thanks to years of well-funded protein-heavy diets, he'd healed up 70% by the next day. Even the black circles under his eyes were drawn on with makeup. If he'd shown up without a scratch, Tsunade would have doubled his punishment. As Tsunade lectured, Naruto's eyes glazed over and his mind wandered far afield. You could tell at a glance, he was daydreaming. His attitude was basically, say whatever you want, I didn't do anything that bad anyway. After all, he'd single-handedly turned around the brutish culture of the Sand Village chief. Granted, he may have accidentally spawned a mechanical cult, but hey, at least there was real change. Compared to Naruto, Sakura stood meekly, head bowed, repeatedly apologizing. She promised that nothing like this would ever happen again, and kept whispering self-recriminations. Still hoping you can turn that cult around? Don't you see things are completely out of control by now? Have you two really not realized that you're the biggest troublemakers here? Look at Sasuke, for example. Since leaving the village, has he caused any trouble at all? Fortunately, Sasuke hadn't managed to stir up any major trouble outside the village. Otherwise, she felt the whole ninja world might as well just be destroyed. If someone wanted to play the savior, they could have the job. She certainly wasn't going to deal with it anymore. Tsunade's mouth was dry from all the scolding, and with a sigh, she didn't want to keep lecturing. All right, that's enough about everything else. At least this time, there's been no lasting impact on the ninja world. Jiraiya, take Naruto to Mount Myaboka. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade signaled to Jiraiya to quickly take Naruto away for some much-needed discipline in the sacred land. The sooner she didn't have to see that blonde rascal every day, the better, less aggravation for her. Upon hearing he'd be training in sage arts, Naruto dutifully helped his mentor out of the office. Deep within the sealed space, Kurama suddenly opened his eyes at the mention of sage arts. His eyes darted this way and that, as if plotting something, though what, no one could tell. Once the two were gone, Tsunade turned to glance at Kakashi and Sakura. She paused to consider, then continued. Kakashi, go home and reflect on your failures. How could you almost get yourself beaten by some pathetic cult? And as for you, Sakura, cease all your research activities. From now on, you'll be following me, focusing on training medical ninjutsu. Having to give up her research pained Sakura more than anything else. She would rather have faced a more severe punishment. She nearly blurted something out, hoping the Hokage would take back her order. Kakashi saw trouble brewing and quickly grabbed Sakura, afraid she'd say the wrong thing and land him in more hot water. Tsunade didn't notice the pair's little scuffle. She rubbed her temples, then promptly dismissed them both. That's enough for today. Sakura, report to me tomorrow. You're all dismissed. Yes, Lady Hokage. With a bow, Kakashi led Sakura hurriedly out the door. Once all her headaches had been sent away, Tsunade leaned back in her chair, pulled a bottle of liquor from the drawer, and took long, satisfying gulps. She let out a long exhale and a hearty shout of satisfaction. After all, she'd just given a stern lecture to several people, but her mood was noticeably better than in recent days. Remembering the messes Naruto and Sakura had caused in the past, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh at her own struggles. It really wasn't easy, but after all her tireless efforts, the ninja world had finally returned to its old peace and quiet. Or so Tsunade believed, never suspecting that this tranquility was little more than wishful thinking. Land of Grass, a proselytizing group from the Church of the Machine God, had already arrived, establishing a secret base. This time, however, Gaara hadn't sent any shinobi from the Hidden Sand. The mission had instead been left entirely to peripheral adherents of the Land of Wind. That way, even if the operation were exposed, he could still claim to Granny Chiyo that he had nothing to do with any of it. The ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village were now behaving themselves. So how could they possibly be responsible for something like this? Damn it. The ninjas from the Leaf Village have gone too far. Do they think they can just take people from our village simply because they have power? A ninja from the Hidden Grass Village clenched his fists tightly, the red-haired girl's image flashing constantly in his mind. Ever since they lost this medical ninja, they had been suffering greatly. In the past, just a bite would have had their wounds healing in no time. But now, they had to spend exorbitant sums traveling to the Land of Grass just to find a medical ninja for treatment. Those Leaf Village bastards. Boss, let's find a way to stake out the outskirts of the Leaf Village. There's no way Karen can hide inside the Leaf Village forever. One after another, the group offered their leader schemes and suggestions, each desperately trying to come up with ways to take back the blood pack they believed should have been theirs. Just then, ahead of and behind the Hidden Grass Village ninjas, groups of figures in hooded black cloaks suddenly appeared. The whole group tensed instantly. Some of them reached for their ninja tool pouches, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of trouble. But what happened next left the grass ninjas completely baffled. Brother, would you like to learn about the new church? Want to become stronger? Dream of punching Uchiha Madara and kicking Senja Hashirama? Then come join the embrace of the Church of the Mechanical God. Enthusiastic followers of the Mechanical God handed out flyers, approaching the Grass Village ninjas with cheerful zeal. The lead ninja glanced down at Flyer, his expression growing more and more peculiar. Nighttime passion rallies, fiery, energetic followers, thrilling, brand-new experiences. All waiting for you at the Church of the Mechanical God. If not for the word church at the top, they'd have wondered if these people were just promoters from the Red Light District. Sorry, not interested. After hesitating for a moment, the lead ninja decided to decline the offer. Meanwhile, at the rear of their group, followers of the Fellowship of Scientific Truth began to make their move. Brother, do you want to learn the secrets of the world? Wish for a world free from endless suffering. What are you waiting for? Join the Fellowship of Scientific Truth. Because the two groups of followers wore similar attire, it suddenly became a scene of confusion. Both churches mistook each other's people as their own. In the midst of the chaos, the grass ninjas took the chance to slip away, leaving behind the Mechanical God followers and the Truth Fellowship, who had accidentally received each other's flyers. Fellowship of Scientific Truth, Church of the Mechanical God. Only when they stared down at the unfamiliar flyers in their hands did both groups realize something was amiss, and the same thought flashed through their minds. This is bad. We've just run into the competition. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became awkward. At last, after a few shouted commands, they all simultaneously removed their black robes, revealing their true appearances underneath. On the side of the machine cult, there was every kind of body modification imaginable. Mechanical arms, mechanical legs, each one more impressive than the last. Apparently, they were not from the hidden sand village. Their physiques were much like ordinary people's for now. They hadn't yet developed into hulking giants. As for the Church of Scientific Truth, their members were outfitted in standardized chakra armor, and overall, their aesthetic looked much more conventional compared to the machine cult's eccentricity. The moment both sides caught a glimpse of each other's equipment, their eyes widened with shock, and joy surged through every single person present. Was that mechanical beauty? The armor faction? Could it be? There was actually another church pursuing the very same path as we are. This was truly magnificent. Just as tension was reaching its peak, the two groups broke into knowing smiles, stepping forward to exchange warm embraces with gusto. Ha ha! Who would have thought that, in the world of shinobi, there's another church that shares our ideals? A kindred spirit. A true kindred spirit. Though they were meeting for the first time, the warmth between them was like that of old friends reuniting after many years. Almost immediately, they began to exchange the philosophies of their respective churches. At first, their conversation grew ever more animated, until somehow, someone from the machine cult suddenly cried out with fervor about the joy of the machine soul. Hearing these words, the expressions of the scientific truth followers froze in place. The leading missionary of scientific truth shot the other an uncertain look, narrowing his eyes with suspicion. Machine soul? Joyous exultation. What do you mean by that? With an arm thrown companionably around his new friend's shoulders, the machine cultist started to explain in an earnest, rambling way. He spoke of the machine soul as the world's supreme existence, a being that could bestow unique enhancements to machines and even awaken consciousness in them. It was just that, in the past, out of ignorance, people had mistaken the machine soul for chakra. By the time this explanation ended, the faces of the Church of Scientific Truth's followers had turned as black as the bottom of a soot-stained pot. They had to keep in mind that the very doctrine of their church was that chakra was the source of all evil. Their ideal was to eradicate chakra, restore the world to its original state, and use the power of science to change everything. Yet this machine cult, this nonsense of delightful machine soul, why? This was no less than trampling all over the beliefs of the Church of Scientific Truth. Never mind the lack of scientific credibility. What the machine cult described as the machine soul was in fact exactly the thing the church aimed to destroy. The machine cult. They were unmistakably heretics. Is that so? That does sound wonderful. The leader of the Church of Scientific Truth smiled, but quietly slipped a tiny chakra pistol from his belt and pressed it to the other's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and blood splattered across the faces of those nearby. This left the members of the cult of the machine god completely stunned. When the world just happened, why the sudden attack? Were we all just getting along like brothers a moment ago? What were you doing? Why did you kill our captain? Once the followers of the cult of the machine god snapped back to their senses, they demanded answers, their voices brimming with anger. But the members of the Society of Scientific Truth acted with lightning speed, drawing their weapons as one. Gunfire erupted, and amidst the chaos, they shouted like madmen. Heretics! Damnable heretics! Your machine souls are nothing but the gathering of the world's wicked thoughts. Kill them. The world belongs to the Society of Scientific Truth. The gunfire went on and on. Under the barrage, the cultists of the machine god quickly lost more than half of their number. Now, even the most clueless among them realized how dire the situation had become. These are no brothers at all. To deny the existence of the machine's soul? Blasphemy. Heretics. Outright heretics. Damn you blasphemers. How dare you deny our machine's soul? I'll kill you all. The few remaining members of the machine god's cult hastily organized a counterattack, all while pulling out a device the size of a brick and sending a message to their headquarters. Bishop, we've encountered evil heretics here in the land of grass. We're under heavy losses. We desperately need reinforcements. Seeing their enemies calling for backup, the Society of Scientific Truth broke into wild, mocking laughter. Oh, so you still want to call for help, do you? Good. Inform headquarters. We need immediate reinforcements. We must wipe these disgraceful heretics from the face of the earth. We can't allow their doctrine to contaminate our world. As the two factions clashed, the followers of each faith began to hunt their rivals on the streets of Grass City. Their respective headquarters dispatched wave after wave of reinforcements to the land of grass. An unprecedented war was about to engulf them all. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the land of grass, Orochimaru's base was rocked by a cataclysmic explosion. Sasuke, dragging Karen behind him, fled the collapsing underground passages with a series of desperate leaps. The terror on their faces was unmistakable, especially Sasuke. He looked even more shaken than on the night his clan was massacred. He poured every ounce of strength into his lightning god's gambit technique, fleeing toward the land of grass without daring to look back. Behind Sasuke, Kimimaro, Kabuto, and the rest of Orochimaru's subordinates were scrambling for their lives as well. They looked like people who had stumbled upon something truly horrifying. The ground thundered again. With another deafening explosion, the earth split open and swarms of monstrous figures, both humanoid and beast-like, began crawling out. These creatures all shared one chilling feature. None of them had eyes. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, at that moment, Naruto was trying to give Jiraiya a healing potion. But just before he could get it to his lips, Naruto's hands froze mid-motion. A sudden flood of memories from his shadow clone on Sasuke's side flashed through his mind. In those memories, he and Sasuke had just begun discussing how to acquire a new type of strange fire. But before they could reach any conclusion, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in Orochimaru's laboratory. The clone, in order to shield Sasuke from harm, kicked him out of the blast zone with a swift move. As he finished absorbing the memories, Naruto couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! What on earth was Orochimaru up to this time? If he wanted to set off explosions, couldn't he just do it on the surface like a normal person? Did he really have to blow things up underground, as if he was determined to make survival impossible? You rebellious brat! Hurry it up already. At least let your master have a sip. Jiraiya, seeing that Naruto was still hesitating, grew so anxious he felt an urge to kick the boy himself. Old man, drink it yourself. Naruto shoved the bottle right up to Jiraiya's mouth and turned away, walking a few steps to the side. He summoned a portal of light, reached in, and tugged hard. But as he pulled, something didn't feel quite right. That's odd. Sasuke and Karen together shouldn't weigh more than about 200 pounds. Why did it feel so much heavier to pull them out? With a loud crash, several figures were yanked out through the glowing portal all at once. Sasuke and Karen were certainly there, but so too were Kabuto, Kimimaro, and Yugo, all dragged out alongside them. From their tattered clothing, it was clear they'd just come through a fierce battle. The terror still hadn't faded from their faces. Even Sasuke, who usually acted so arrogant and aloof, looked genuinely frightened. Naruto was completely thrown off by the sight. It was just that Orochimaru blew up his base, wasn't it? So why did everyone look so shaken? The moment Jiraiya saw those unexpected faces, his own expression darkened. He remembered clearly that Kabuto had once appeared with Orochimaru in the village. Just what kind of mess had they gotten themselves into this time? Sasuke got to his feet, but couldn't meet Naruto's gaze. He hesitated for quite a while before finally speaking. Naruto, I think I've gotten us into some serious trouble. Jiraiya? Naruto? What on earth was going on? It was the first time Naruto had ever seen Sasuke look so genuinely unsettled. And honestly, sure, Sasuke could cause trouble, but could he really make a bigger mess than Naruto and Sakura ever had? Jiraiya glanced from the shaken-looking Sasuke to the others, taking in the same haunted expression on each of their faces. Suddenly, a cold premonition crept up his spine. A sense of coming disaster gripped him yet again. Naruto walked up to Sasuke, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Come on, it's just Orochimaru's base blowing up. That's nothing too serious. Besides, it's not like it was you who set off the explosion. But even so, Sasuke's face was pale. He took a deep, steadying breath, then began to recount everything that had happened over the past several days. It's far more complicated than just an explosion. It was all because of a moment's curiosity. I accidentally ended up creating a horde of monsters with Orochimaru. Naruto and Jiraiya were both slightly taken aback. The two of them exchanged a glance, but did not interrupt Sasuke's story. As it turned out, on the very night Sasuke brought the stone of the Star Ninja Village back to their base, Orochimaru came looking for him. Orochimaru said he wanted to use the stone for some research. Sasuke thought, since it was late at night and there was nothing better to do, he might as well put on protective gear, take the stone, and join Orochimaru in the lab. Inside the lab, Orochimaru ran a battery of tests on the stone using all kinds of methods. In the end, they discovered that this stone contained a unique substance capable of disrupting and altering human genetic sequences. Orochimaru went on with his long-winded explanations, and Sasuke could barely stay awake, having no idea what had gotten him so excited. But then, something happened that truly shocked Sasuke. Right then and there, Orochimaru began preparing some kind of serum, adding all sorts of peculiar bloodline limits to the mix. Things like Hashirama cells, the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku, Karen's cells. He even added cells from Sasuke himself, as well as his own. On top of that, Orochimaru included no small number of rare bloodline samples he collected from across the ninja world over the years. At last, he subjected the serum to the radiation from the Star Village stone, letting it alter the mixture. This part made Sasuke deeply uneasy at the time. After all, if Orochimaru really did cook up something bizarre, if Naruto ever found out, he'd never let Sasuke live it down. He could already imagine Naruto laughing at him for actually having a child with Medusa or something. Sasuke figured Naruto would bring it up at every opportunity for the rest of his life. So he stormed off to bed in a huff and didn't even bother to inform one of his own clones about what had happened. At this point in the story, Sasuke looked over at Kabuto, signaling that he should take over and explain what happened next. After that, the radiation did in fact affect the serum. Following human trials, we discovered that this concoction could dramatically enhance a ninja's strength and extend their lifespan. And it also gave the body formidable regenerative powers and an affinity for absorbing chakra. Kabuto paused for a moment, a flash of terror crossing his face. Then, without so much as a second thought, Lord Orochimaru injected himself with the serum. And that's when things went horribly wrong. Orochimaru transformed into a monster and completely lost control. He attacked any human in sight, biting them and draining their chakra, while the ongoing radiation kept mutating him further. Anyone bitten, as long as they had chakra, would lose their sanity, and eventually, they become monsters themselves, driven solely by their hunger for chakra. Just recalling the thousands of infected creatures that had overrun the country of Grass Base, Kabuto felt a chill run down his spine. These monsters were simply beyond anything they could deal with. Ordinary ninjutsu couldn't even scratch them. Worse yet, it only seemed to make them stronger. Naruto and Jiraiya fell into stunned silence as they took this in. Jiraiya had never expected that Orochimaru had been secretly brewing such a catastrophic scheme. As for Naruto, he was at a complete loss for words. Although he didn't know the precise nature of those creatures. Why did it sound like Orochimaru had unleashed his own version of a ninja world biohazard? And the infection was spreading through chakra. Damn it, did this count as some kind of zombie outbreak? At first, when Naruto heard about this, he thought Orochimaru had just set loose a run-of-the-mill bioweapon. Honestly, he wasn't too worried. After all, he still had some weakness potions tucked away. But when he started piecing the details together, he realized things weren't nearly so simple. Hashirama's cells, Kagaya's bloodline, Uzumaki DNA, Uchiha lineage. On top of that, the unique chakra-devouring trait. Naruto suspected Orochimaru might have accidentally created a mutated version of the Ten Tails. Damn! Now, this had spiraled into a full-blown disaster. Jiraiya frowned deeply, then after a long silence, turned to question Kabuto. So, is Orochimaru still alive? At this, Kabuto shook his head, giving a clear sign that, more than likely, he wasn't. The Orochimaru of today had become nothing more than a monster that lived to devour and kill. Hearing the news of his old friend's demise, a brief flash of sorrow crossed Jiraiya's eyes. He was in a miserable mood. At the same time, the dawning realization hit him. The ninja world was truly facing its end. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's arm, his face tense with worry as he asked, "Naruto, what do we do now? Those monsters are already charging toward the land of grass. If we don't do something to stop this, there'll just be more and more of those things." Though Sasuke had no love for the land of grass, he didn't want those creatures growing stronger by feeding on it. Who knew what sort of horrors they'd mutate into after devouring all that chakra? "I'm going to find Tsunade. You two stay put and wait right here." Realizing just how dire things had become, Jiraiya left only those words before sprinting off toward the Hokage's office. Naruto watched the old sage vanish, then turned to reassure Sasuke. "Relax. Our Hokage's got this. And if all else fails, we'll figure out a way to launch the land of grass into the sky." As he said this, a glimmer of excitement danced in Naruto's eyes. He'd wanted to blast the land of grass into the sky for ages. Hearing Naruto's suggestion, Karen's eyes lit up as well. Clearly, she was more than ready to go along with such a plan. "Tsunade! Tsunade!" Jiraiya burst anxiously into the Hokage's office, startling the Hokage herself, who had been sneaking a drink while slacking off. The sudden intrusion sent her liquor spilling all over the floor. Seeing Jiraiya dash into the room without so much as knocking, Tsunade's temper flared instantly. He didn't show her, the Hokage, even a shred of respect. With a cold expression, she pointed impatiently toward the door and barked, "Get out! Did the old man never teach you to knock before you come in?" Jiraiya almost broke down over her words. He was desperate. Was the shinobi world about to meet its doom yet again? How could she make him go through all these formalities right now? Tsunade, this is really urgent. Out, Tsunade said leisurely, raising her glass as if she hadn't a care in the world, completely ignoring Jiraiya's obvious anxiety. What could possibly be so urgent? Sakura and Naruto had just left her office not too long ago, and really, no matter how much trouble they could cook up, even they had their limits. Honestly, she refused to believe those two could do anything to bring about the end of the shinobi world again. With a groan, Jiraiya trudged out, knocked a few times, and only came back in when Tsunade allowed it. She glanced at him and asked in a calm, detached tone, "Well, what is it? We have to stop Orochimaru. If we don't, the whole shinobi world is truly doomed." Tsunade was stunned, blinking in disbelief. Hearing the same line yet again, she almost wondered if she'd gone back in time a few days. To make sure she wasn't dreaming, she pinched her thigh, then cracked her knuckles and stepped forward for a bit of stress relief, which, in this case, meant giving Jiraiya a solid beating. "Wait, Tsunade, wait. This time it really has nothing to do with me. You can't do this." Seeing the predatory gleam in Tsunade's eyes as she advanced, Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat, feeling more wrong than ever. Naruto's mess, he'd already taken the blame for that. Fair enough, but why did he have to get pummeled for Orochimaru's antics too? No, just hold still, it'll be over soon. Tsunade growled between clenched teeth. Frankly, since Orochimaru was nowhere to be found, Jiraiya would have to do for now. At least she could blow off some steam. And besides, wasn't it his fault for not bringing Orochimaru back in the past? After a few pitiful cries, Jiraiya nursed his fresh black eye, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Tsunade, on the other hand, drained her glass in heavy gulps. Then, seeing how pitiful Jiraiya seemed, wordlessly poured him a drink too. Tsunade was beginning to think she'd grown used to all this by now. What else could she do? Lately, every other day, some new crisis threatened to destroy the shinobi world. If, down the line, some mysterious organization suddenly turned up and started ranting about world destruction, she figured she could probably take in stride. "Well, go on," she sighed. "What's the situation this time?" Jiraiya gripped his glass, managed an awkward smile, and began explaining what had happened with Orochimaru in the Land of Grass. As she listened to the whole tale, Tsunade barely even looked surprised. She nearly blurted out then and there, "Oh, so that's how it is." Still, Tsunade felt there was probably nothing she could do to handle this matter. And besides, she had no desire to play the role of savior of the shinobi world yet again. Not only had she never gotten anything out of it, but she'd had to put up with endless hassles and indignities. Inform all 5 great shinobi villages about this. As long as we can figure out a way to keep Orochimaru's mess contained within the Land of Grass, then the problem won't be too devastating. Finishing her words, Tsunade picked up the sake bottle and took another hearty swig. Jiraiya was beside himself with anxiety. "Tsunade, are you sure the other villages will act? If those monsters from the Land of Grass escape, even by accident, that'll be the end of everything." There was a moment where Jiraiya wanted to scold Tsunade for how laid-back she was being. It reminded him more and more of his own wayward apprentice. Tsunade let out an amused snort and replied, "It doesn't matter. If it comes to that, we all sink together." She had come to terms with it by now. With her own power, or even with all of Konoha, there was no way to clean up the explosive mess made by Team 7. The only option left was to drag the other villages into this as well. After all, if disaster struck, at least they'd all go down together. "Fine. I'll go find Naruto." Now this was the moment when Uzumaki Naruto's remarkable spatial abilities truly came in handy. Jiraiya knew well enough by now that the kid could teleport anywhere in the shinobi world, so naturally, he planned to bring Naruto in. Of course, he'd never let Naruto waltz into another village uninvited. The mess at Sunagakure had already been a painful lesson. After only a few words exchanged, Tsunade notified the Umbu to put the shinobi world on alert, then left with Jiraiya. Hearing Tsunade's solution, Naruto's face twisted into an odd expression. Was this, in a sense, an early convening of a 5 Kage summit? With that thought, Naruto glanced at the absent-minded Sasuke nearby. Maybe they should just bring Sasuke along too? If nothing else, Sasuke could perch up on the ceiling and recreate that classic scene from the original story. As he prepared to open portals for this crew of shinobi, Naruto was secretly plotting his own little schemes. Roughly half an hour later, after Tsunade and the other Kage finished their discussions, the summit's location was set, the Land of Iron. Worth noting, Gaara, having truly turned over a new leaf, had still become Kazekage of Sunagakure. At first, Inoki and the 4th Reikage simply didn't believe the messages out of Konoha, instinctively suspecting some sort of trick. Yet after receiving the news from the Land of Grass, everyone was dumbstruck. Not only had 2 heretic factions erupted into open conflict, but monsters swiftly broke through and invaded the city. The number of infected within the inner city was about to break 10,000. If things continued unchecked, the entire shinobi world really would be doomed. And yet, oddly enough, it was said the monsters hadn't made it out, thanks entirely to the two major cults who were desperately holding the entrance. But judging by a few clues, it seemed likely those two groups wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a few days. When Inoki and the fourth Reikage received the report, both were stunned on the spot. Of the two, Inoki was the one who was most shaken. After all, the land of grass was right next door to them. There was simply no way for him to ignore a threat this close. As for the land of lightning and the land of water, being located in more remote regions, they could, frankly, choose not to get involved. But both Madarumi and the fourth Reikage were perfectly aware, if the lands of fire, wind, and earth were destroyed, then the shinobi world would truly meet its end. So the moment the village leaders got the news, they immediately crossed through the light gate and arrived in the Iron Country. Remember, when we go in, don't say anything rash. Don't stir up any more trouble, came the next warning. Jiraiya, walking just behind Tsunade, had barely held back a few minutes before reminding Naruto and Sasuke yet again. This made Naruto's head spin. Yeah, I know. Sensei, please stop nagging. To Naruto, Jiraiya's words sounded like the ancient monk's magical chant, an endless, headache-inducing recitation. But since Jiraiya and Tsunade had actually agreed to let him and Sasuke come along, Naruto's spirits were still pretty high. Only, the thought of seeing Gaara in a little while made him feel slightly awkward. Let's hope the kid doesn't just suddenly call me the chief again. When their group arrived at the entrance, the others hadn't shown up yet, so Tsunade and Jiraiya decided to wait outside. You and Sasuke go inside first and grab a seat. And remember, no more causing trouble. Don't worry, I've got it under control. With that, Naruto grabbed Sasuke and dashed off toward the temporary meeting hall, totally baffling Sasuke. What on earth could this guy be so happy about? Once inside the hall, Naruto looked up at the ceiling before turning to call out to Sasuke. Hey, dummy, come here. Sasuke turned, giving Naruto a sidelong glance, increasingly suspicious. He couldn't shake the feeling Naruto was up to no good. Sasuke, what do you think about the 5 Kage summit? Suddenly hit with that random question, Sasuke could only roll his eyes on the spot. Is this guy for real? What do I think? I'm just sitting here and watching. Naruto paid no mind to Sasuke's exasperation, casually stepping up to the wall. He even gauged the distance, then climbed up to hang right on the ceiling above the 5 Kage seats, all to make up for old regrets with his best friend. Sasuke, hurry up and get up here. If that old lady spots us, we're done for. Are you insane? Sasuke was instantly speechless, seeing Naruto, that blonde fool, hanging off the ceiling. He couldn't help but fire off a retort. Does he ever consider where we are? Other people are sitting below, hosting a summit, and here he is dangling overhead. Doesn't he worry about getting pounded? Seriously, what kind of normal person would do something like this? Come on, I even sent a clone with you to the Star Ninja Village last time. Hurry up. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced at Naruto, then at the main gate. With a sigh, he resigned himself and walked up the wall, soon stepping onto the ceiling. In the end, the two of them hung above the seats of the 5 Kage together. Land of Grass. What the heck? What on earth is happening here? What's going on in the Land of Grass? Obito was standing on a high vantage point, watching the battle raging in the distance within the city, as well as the strange, unidentified creatures prowling the outskirts. The sight had driven him nearly to madness. What is this mess? He had only followed Uchiha Itachi for a while. So how had things spiraled into such chaos? He had been standing here for hours now, and during that time, he'd even gone to investigate those monsters personally. He had taken out a few of them along the way. These creatures weren't particularly powerful, but Obito discovered, to his horror, that they could evolve by devouring chakra. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Now, glancing across the land, he saw thousands upon thousands of those monsters infesting the Land of Grass. If they continued to multiply and strengthen at this rate, his Eye of the Moon plan might be ruined before it even began, with the whole world overrun by monsters. He wanted to create a new world with the infinite Tsukuyomi. But without people, what was the point? Was he supposed to hide in a corner and use Tsukuyomi on himself? If that was the case, there was no reason to collect the tailed beasts or bother with that wretched infinite Tsukuyomi. He might as well just go after Uchiha Itachi directly. What's more, when Obito looked at those white creatures, he couldn't help but notice a resemblance to White Zetsu. It made him suspicious. Was Black Zetsu up to something behind his back? Otherwise, by all rights, things like this shouldn't exist. With this thought, Obito's voice grew cold. Black Zetsu, tell me the truth. Are these things you're doing? Black Zetsu. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow wriggled up from beside Obito's feet. Right now, Black Zetsu was just as baffled, feeling even more wronged at being accused yet again. Damn it, he hadn't created these things at all. But he couldn't say he had nothing to do with them, either. From a certain perspective, these creatures could be considered low-grade, mutated versions of the Ten Tails. Black Zetsu didn't know where they came from or how they were created, but their ability to mutate by consuming chakra had almost scared him half to death. He gazed into the distance, gripped by a mixture of shock and fear. He couldn't help but worry that these things might have been unleashed upon the ninja world by the Otsutsuki clan, just as his mother once mentioned. Because, by his calculations, if these monsters kept consuming and mutating, it was only a matter of time before they became even more terrifying than the Ten Tails itself. When the time comes, not only will Mother have no chance of returning to absorb chakra, she might even end up being devoured by these monsters. 1,000 thoughts swirled through Black Zetsu's mind, converging into a single line. It wasn't me. I didn't do any of this. Right now, Black Zetsu could hardly bear to look at those monsters. I'll have White Zetsu investigate what's been happening recently. Having lived for so long, he'd only synchronized intelligence from across the ninja world every few months or so. And even then, his main focus was just keeping an eye on the villages where the Jinchuriki were. He'd hardly paid any attention to the land of grass. At this moment, Black Zetsu felt as if he'd swallowed something utterly revolting. He was certain he had just updated his information last month. But within just a single month, how things spiraled so wildly out of control. After some bitter thought, Black Zetsu decided it was time to have a serious conversation with Obito. Obito, Master Madara, would never want to be resurrected into a world overrun with monsters. We have to get rid of them. Every last one. Obito fell silent, pondering deeply before finally responding. We'll have to get Akatsuki involved. There's no way I can handle so many monsters alone. Obito figured that even Nagato, who called himself a god, wouldn't want to see his grand vision of suffering for the world destroyed by mindless monsters before it even began. After all, the appearance of a god was meaningless without an audience. And Obito was certain these monsters would ruin his plans, no question about it. Never mind whether the other villages made a move. Right now, action was up to them. Watching the horde of monsters growing larger and larger within the city walls, Obito gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn those ninja villages. Isn't wiping out monsters supposed to be their job? So why haven't they done anything yet? The thought that he, the mastermind behind the scenes, was now being forced, because the ninja world was on the brink of destruction, to step up as a savior, left Obito with a bitter, twisted sense of irony. He felt nothing but disgust and despair over the actions of the great villages. In a world like this, it truly needed the cleansing of the infinite Tsukuyami. All right, let's get back quickly. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid those creatures will become impossible to deal with. Black Zetsu couldn't help but want to slap himself as he said this. Damn it, who could have imagined that after surviving for centuries, he would end up using his carefully laid pawns to save the ninja world, just because it was on the verge of obliteration by monsters? What kind of absurd situation was this? Obito took a deep breath, casting one last look at the chaotic battlefield where demons ran wild. Ugh, so damn troublesome. With that final, exasperated thought, he left the scene, heading for the Akatsuki to discuss this mission of salvation with Nagato. Meanwhile, at the Land of Iron, the Five Kage Summit was underway. Naruto and Sasuke sat in the corner, both still sporting dark circles under their eyes. I told you we were going to get smacked for this. Next time, don't drag me into this kind of nonsense again. A burst of laughter followed. Sasuke, your dark circles look hilarious. Naruto pointed at Sasuke's face and laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned. Clearly, he hadn't taken what had happened to heart. After all, Lady Tsunade didn't actually hit that hard. If it hadn't been for all the people around earlier, he'd have asked his aunt if she'd missed lunch today. Her punch was even weaker than before. By the way, why didn't you fight back when the Reikage hit you just now? You could have used your lightning movements. Or your heavy black blade. He was using lightning style too. Didn't you want to see who was stronger? Naruto's egging on was met with silence from Sasuke. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke had a far clearer sense of the situation. If you were to put it bluntly, the villages were all here to clean up after him. Challenging anyone now would just be embarrassing. Still, taking those two punches from the Reikage, Sasuke had to admit, the guy wasn't all that impressive. If he actually tried, maybe that old man wouldn't even be able to land a hit. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Tsunade slammed her hand down on the table with a forceful bang and shouted at the two whispering troublemakers in the corner. Are you two finished yet? Jiraiya, take these two brats outside. She was truly at her wits' end with Naruto and Sasuke. After just barely reaching an agreement with the other Kage at the entrance, they'd all sat down, barely warmed their seats, only to look up and see those two fools perched up on the ceiling, peering down at them. The bizarre sight was enough to startle all the Kage, especially the old man Anoki, who twisted his back trying to get away and kept yelping in pain. Then came Tsunade's turn to deal with Naruto, while the Reikage, deciding the Dark Cloak Kid was looking at him with a challenge in his eyes, pitched in and lent Tsunade a hand. This nearly drove Gaara up the wall. If he didn't have to conceal Naruto's identity as their high priest, he'd have rolled up his sleeves and shown that evil Hokage a thing or two. But if he did, then he and the high priest would have nowhere left in this world to hide. Gaara watched Naruto, balling his fists and silently making a vow. Naruto, wait for me. I swear I'll rescue you from the clutches of that wicked, old woman. Jiraiya grabbed the two young troublemakers and started leading them out the door. As he shuffled them along, he lectured. Look at Gaara over there. He's changed his ways and become the Kazekage now. And then look at you. Naruto glanced over at Gaara, noticing how he seemed to be eyeing the strongest guy in the room. Startled, Naruto hurried away. He couldn't care less about Jiraiya's lecture. What's the big deal about that? Old man with the white hair, standing in front of you right now, is none other than the fifth Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village. Watch your mouth. Jiraiya. Sasuke. That's the long and short of it. All of this was caused by one of Orochimaru's botched experiments. Obito stood before Pain, repeating what Black Zetsu had just told him. The more he spoke, the angrier and more regretful he felt. He hated himself for not killing Orochimaru with his own hands back then. He never imagined that guy would end up threatening the entire world. And then there's that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What on earth is going on with the people of Konoha? How could they let someone run off to become Kazekage in the Sand Village? And on top of that, there's this utterly bizarre cult situation going on. Plus, whatever's happening over in the Land of Snow. Obito felt as if the world was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Damn it, what exactly are these people trying to do? Can't they just keep quiet and wait patiently for the infinite Tsukuyomi in the future? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't risk exposing his identity now, he would have really liked to give Kakashi a serious lesson. In Obito's eyes, things turning out this way was in no small part Kakashi's fault. If not for him, he wouldn't have been forced to take action, either. As Pain and Conan listened to the entire story, a heavy silence settled over them. Nagato, the man pulling the strings behind the puppets, looked completely flabbergasted. What had he just heard? Uchiha Madara was actually telling them to save the world? Something about a chakra-devouring monster, concocted by Orochimaru, about to destroy everything? Wait a second, isn't stuff like that normally what Akatsuki gets up to? How did Orochimaru, after defecting from the organization, end up pulling off something this catastrophic? Could it be that, even after betraying them, he still has a soft spot for Akatsuki? Nagato could only think that the world had gone mad. Who could possibly understand? They, a group aiming to obliterate the entire shinobi world, were somehow about to become saviors of it. If the masked man hadn't sounded so convincing, Nagato would have fired off a Shinra Tensei at him right then. He'd only spent a month recuperating a base, so why did it feel like outside? Decades had passed. Besides, he distinctly remembered ordering the Akatsuki to hunt down Orochimaru just last month. Now, in the blink of an eye, things were way out of control. Truly, it was like he was seeing ghosts. But then again, Nagato pondered for a moment and suddenly realized a far more serious problem. When it came down to it, his true goal had always been to make people taste pain, so they would eventually cherish peace hard-won. But those monsters were something else entirely. They genuinely wanted to wipe out all of humanity. If you want to know about pain, that's real pain, and no mistake. But this wasn't what he wanted to see, nor was it what Yahiko would have wished for back then. Notify everyone. We head to the Land of Grass immediately. Even though Pain spoke through his puppet, the resignation in his voice was unmistakable. Soon after, through everyone's concerted efforts, all the Akatsuki members scattered across the lands began converging on the Land of Grass. When they heard they were to help save the world, their bewilderment was no less than what Nagato felt upon first hearing it. After all, they were a notorious criminal organization. Just look at their backgrounds. S-rank rogue ninja from the major villages, hand-stained with countless lives. Each and every one of them, wicked to the core. And now, they were being told to save the world. It was absurd, utterly ridiculous. If it weren't for their leader's overwhelming strength, they'd have liked nothing better than to take off their uniforms and leave, each returning to their own ways. Yet Haydn, ever the cultist, was oddly excited about it. He was itching to see what was really going on in the Land of Grass. Of course, what he looked forward to most was passing judgment on heretics. Upon learning that the events in the Land of Grass seemingly involved his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi grew even more troubled. Why? Sasuke hadn't been a troublemaker as a child. What had happened that had led him so far astray? Itachi couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. Determined to prevent Sasuke from making any further mistakes, this time Itachi even considered using Kotoamit's Tsukumi on his brother. Elsewhere, Sasori and Deidara were the first to arrive on the scene, having come today with the intent to hunt down Orochimaru. Top! The moment they set foot in the land of grass, they saw traces of scorched earth everywhere, and the ground was strewn with the remains of countless bodies. Many of those bizarre white creatures were still around as well. Just earlier, while the pair were scouting from above, Sasori felt they still lacked enough information, so they'd landed first to assess the situation. They could wait to act until everyone else had arrived. Sasori-senpai, I can smell the scent of art. Deidara drew in a deep breath of the gunpowder-laden air, an almost manic look coming over his face. For some reason, finding himself here in the land of grass. He absolutely loved this place. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, they noticed two rival factions suddenly appearing on the streets within the city. One group wore iron armor, while the other consisted entirely of puppet-modified bodies. Damn! Heretics! Send them to hell. A member of the Science and Truth Society clutched an explosive and charged at the enemy. But after days of clashing, the Mecha Church already had their measure. Mechanical limbs launched kunai adorned with explosive tags with practiced precision. You're the real heretics. We agreed to a 2-day truce. Damn it, another sneak attack, huh? Brothers, let's go all in. As the two groups finally gathered, the battle erupted once again. The air was filled with explosions and agonized screams, mixed with fervent voices shouting for victory. Standing off to the side, Scorpion and Deidara seemed rooted to the spot, their minds fixed on the tasks entrusted to them by their leader. Yet no matter how they willed their legs to move, they simply couldn't take a step. After a long, tense silence, Deidara finally broke the stalemate. Scorpion-senpai, shouldn't we check out the situation first? Deidara was deeply intrigued by this so-called science society of explosions. He'd always imagined he alone in the world pursued art with such devotion. Yet here he had discovered there were others out there who shared the same vision of artistic pursuit. Let's take a look. And don't forget to gather intel on those monsters. Scorpion felt almost the same way. He had just personally witnessed opponents transforming their bodies with puppet techniques. And using metal, no less. Though the methods seemed a little rough around the edges, he had to admit, this was an innovative approach. Curiosity tugged at him to learn more about their new technology. Who knew what he might uncover? The two exchanged a look, then separated, each giving chase in opposite directions. Scorpion headed toward the mecha cult, while Deidara darted off toward the Society of Scientific Truth. Both by now had wholly forgotten the task their leader had assigned. Because after all, the pursuit of art was their true calling. Why is it taking so long? Sasuke, waiting at the doorway, paced back and forth like an anxious father outside the delivery room, unable to settle down as he hovered near Naruto. He was desperate to make up for the mistakes he'd unwittingly committed. But these chakra-absorbing monsters left him utterly helpless. If not for the modifications Stark Uzumaki had made to the heavy black blade, granting it the power to absorb chakra and restore life, he guessed he would have died in the land of grass long ago. He wouldn't have survived that fierce exchange with the white monsters, either. Sasuke couldn't even begin to imagine the disaster those creatures would unleash on the world if they broke free. Would you just calm down already? Naruto, seeing the uneasy look on Sasuke's face, didn't even know where to start with his complaints. Before he'd come, he'd already gathered intel on the situation in the land of grass. Word was the entire mecha cult was now heading that way, and so was the Science Society of the Land of Snow. He figured keeping these monsters trapped for a few days shouldn't be that difficult. So, in reality, time was on their side. Naruto had even consulted the Big Fox about how easy those white monsters would be to wipe out. The Big Fox had merely scoffed in disdain, then declared that, with a snap of the fingers, they'd turn to dust. That actually sounds even more pretentious than Sasuke. Though the Big Fox might be exaggerating a bit, at the very least, once it's out, things should be manageable. Worst case, he still has that golden Rinnegan in his lab. If nothing else works, just seal things up with the Rinnegan. There's so many ways to deal with those monsters, there's really no need to worry about them running wild. The only thing that truly concerns him are the two cults. And now those two cults are almost at each other's throats. Anyone who's been through enough wars knows one thing. Huge leaps in technology always come hand in hand with war. Maybe things don't seem too different now, but a decade, or even a few decades from now, the very style of this world will have been twisted beyond recognition, thanks to them. That thought left Naruto thoroughly exhausted. If he'd known all this, he would have just left those big guys to settle it however they liked. even if it meant turning the village into a battleground for their daggers and kunai. He let out a heavy sigh. Who on earth could possibly save this ninja world from going completely off the rails? Sasuke, after being scolded twice, stared blankly for a moment, then jabbed his finger at the main doors and shouted, "What's going on here? If they keep dragging their feet, sooner or later those monsters will break loose. Can't they at least send someone over first?" Five Kage had already been discussing things behind closed doors for 4 whole hours. Sasuke was honestly at his wits' end with their village leader efficiency. In his mind, it was simple. Just rally everyone, have Naruto open a portal, and leap into action together. No need for all this pointless dithering. How about we go check things out ourselves first? Naruto figured they had nothing better to do right now anyway. Might as well take a look at the situation in the land of grass and see what kind of monsters they were really up against. Especially since those monsters had managed to beat even an Uchiha like Xiao Yin, who possessed a foreign fire, into such a sorry retreat. Alright, Sasuke finally relaxed a little when he heard Naruto's suggestion. Naruto might be unreliable half the time, but things always seemed to work out in the end with him. As long as the monsters were dealt with, that was all that mattered. With a casual gesture, Naruto opened a shimmering portal, and together they stepped through, one after the other, arriving in the land of grass. Back in the conference room, Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had just stepped outside moments earlier, were still clueless about the boys' latest escape. Impossible. Let's not mince words. These monsters are the handiwork of your Leaf Village's rogue, Orochimaru. If you want everyone to help, you can't expect Konoha to get away without paying any price, can you? Inoki, looking thoroughly displeased, glared at Tsunade, annoyed at how she seemed to be getting everyone's help for free. Sure, the monsters were dangerous, but expecting their hidden stone village to take the lead seemed a bit much, didn't it? And on top of that, they were expected to supply their own ninja tools and medicine. Wasn't that just taking blatant advantage of them? Tsunade leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, listening to Inoki, and rather than getting angry, she actually looked somewhat amused. Pay up. Sorry, but right now, Konoha has everything. Everything except money. Even if there were money, she wouldn't pay a cent. Tsunade spread her hands, stood up and dusted off her clothes, then shrugged again, looking utterly shameless as she spoke. You want money, huh? Then go ask the daimyo for it. I'm sure the daimyo would be absolutely delighted to cover this expense. In any case, that's all I have to say. Whether you manage this or not, it's up to you. At worst, we'll just go down together, that's all. All afternoon, no matter what she said, the Reikage and Inoki beside her kept nitpicking. And then there was that brat, the Kazekage. Tsunade noticed the glint of murder in the young man's eyes more than once. She supposed it was probably because they had snatched Naruto away from the village earlier. As for the Mizukage, she was the most cooperative of the lot. She offered her help without the slightest hesitation. With those words, Tsunade turned to leave outright, nearly pushing Inoki and the Reikage to the brink of exploding with rage. Damn it. All they wanted was for Konoha to pay a little price. It was like haggling at a market. Tsunade should at least give them some room to negotiate. Who just walks out the moment talks get tough? Hokage. Wait. Let's not get worked up. Let's calm down. Thankfully, Mitarumi stepped in to stop Tsunade first. Otherwise, this alliance they just formed would have fallen apart that very day. In the end, under Tsunade's stonewalling negotiation, the 5 villages agreed to form a ninja alliance and head to the land of grass. But it would still take a day to mobilize their ninjas. Gaara immediately said he had no objections. He explained that the Sand Village had picked up on the land of grass situation early and had already sent people there. That would be more than enough to hold things until the other villages' ninjas arrived. Of course, whether he was truly there to smite heretics and spread the name of the mechanical god, or just to take out those monsters, was anyone's guess. As Tsunade was about to go look for Naruto, she spotted Jiraiya loitering in a corner outside, holding a bottle and looking lost in thought. The sight nearly sent Tsunade into another fit of rage. She marched over and grabbed Jiraiya by the collar with one hand. Tell me, where are Naruto and Sasuke? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on them? Where are they? Don't tell me they've run off to the land of grass. Jiraiya wore a pained expression. He could already sense another beating coming his way. He only stepped out for a few minutes. How could those 2 brats vanish just while he'd gone to buy a bottle of sake? And now, not seeing either of his students anywhere, Jiraiya felt the sky was about to fall. He didn't even need to think to know that brat had almost certainly run off to the land of grass. Tsunade, calm down. Just calm down for a moment. Naruto, Sasuke should be fine. I think they'll be all right. Jiraiya struggled to break free from Tsunade's grip, but her strength was terrifying. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge her hand even an inch, as if it were a steel clamp holding firm to his collar. With a deafening crash, Jiraiya was slammed straight into the wall. Tsunade hadn't even planned on disciplining Jiraiya today, but his words just now really infuriated her. Did he think she was worried about those two kids? What she truly feared was that with Naruto now in the land of grass, the situation would only go from bad to worse.